The man was once the most powerful psychic in the apocalypse, but now he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, with his limbs firmly bound by black iron chains. He watched helplessly as a sharp scalpel cut open his chest, his genes were stripped away, various viruses were forcefully injected, his body was cut into pieces, and inhuman research was repeatedly conducted on him. What really made the man feel desperate was not the physical pain, but betrayal. His most trusted uncle and cousin teamed up with his beloved fiancée to push him into this hell on earth. What made the man even more heartbroken was that his fiancée had been having an affair with his cousin, and his biological parents were murdered by this pair of beasts. He foolishly protected his enemies for 10 years. At the moment of his death, the man was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with hatred. He looked up to the sky and swore a blood oath. If there is an afterlife, I will make you pay with blood, and not a single one will be spared. When the man regained consciousness, he found himself back in time before the apocalypse. In front of him was the familiar bathroom, filled with steam and with cold tiles, and the date was clearly displayed on his phone, July 24th, 3023. The man looked down at his unharmed body and suddenly pinched his thigh. The intense pain made him laugh wildly with madness and overwhelming hatred in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're really back. He suddenly rushed out of the bathroom, ran into the kitchen, pulled out a kitchen knife from the knife rack, and cut a wound on his fingertip without hesitation. Blood dripped onto the emerald ring in his hand. In an instant, a blinding light burst out, accompanied by a roar of space shock, and a space crack tore through the air. Then, a dual-zone space with infinite capacity appeared in front of the man. The left side was a vacuum stillness zone, where time was always stagnant and food would never rot, and it would remain the same as it was when it was taken out. The right side was a living creature storage area, which could accommodate any living organism to survive freely. Now that he was reborn, Mo Han was determined not to let himself go hungry again in this life. He wanted to make good use of the mysterious space and stock it with all kinds of supplies. In this way, when the end of the world really comes, Mo Han will no longer have to struggle to survive for a bite to eat. In the end times, people would fight desperately to grab half a steam bun. If there was another bowl of white rice, as long as someone asked for it, no matter what it was, Mo Han was willing to do it. Even if it meant killing people, setting fires, or recognizing the thief as his father, Mo Han would remain calm and not hesitate. However, before officially going out to stock up on supplies, he had to eat a good meal first. After all, Mo Han hadn't had a good meal for a long time. Mo Han walked to the refrigerator, opened the door to see if there was any food left, planning to fill his stomach before going shopping. Damn. Mo Han stared at the empty refrigerator and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Then he sighed, turned around, and walked out. Outside the door, Yin Yuer's delicate figure was no longer seen. Mo Han didn't know when the woman left last night. Mo Han imagined her walking home late at night in her underwear and barefoot. He didn't know whether she walked back on her own or called a taxi. As for the specific method, Mo Han was too lazy to care, but when he thought of these details, he felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. Humiliation is just the beginning. Mo Han found a seat in a noodle shop on the corner. The waitress was a young girl who walked up to him with a smile. "Little brother, what do you want to eat? We have 3 fresh noodles, beef noodles, mutton noodles." Beef noodle soup. Mo Han nodded and added, "Add meat, extra ingredients, and beef tendon." Okay, a total of 36 yuan. After a while, a bowl of steaming beef noodles was served. Mo Han closed his eyes and leaned close to the bowl. He took a sniff, and the aroma was so fragrant that it made people salivate. This was a fragrance that he could not even dream of smelling in the end times. Mo Han swallowed the whole bowl in a few mouthfuls, eating it neatly. After finishing, he still felt that it was not enough, so he ordered another bowl with the same combination, with meat, vegetables, and beef tendon. The diners next to him cast strange looks at him, as if they couldn't understand why Mo Han ate so voraciously, as if he had crawled out of a pile of starving ghosts. But Mo Han didn't care at all. After he finished the second bowl of noodles, he looked up at the boss and said, "Boss, cook another 50 bowls, still using the same configuration as before, and pack them up after they're done." If he wasn't worried about attracting attention, Mo Han really wanted to cook 1,000 or 2,000 bowls at once. For now, he could only do it in batches. While the shop was busy cooking noodles, Mo Han took out his mobile phone and started downloading various online loan apps, preparing to make some money before the end of the world. Mo Han actually doesn't have much money in his pocket, but he knows how to maximize the value of what's left. He is now 23 years old. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, and since then he has been taken in by his uncle to live with him. The uncle apparently had good intentions and said that he would keep the 4 billion shares left by Mo Han's father for Mo Han, and promised to return them when Mo Han got married. But what about the so-called shares? Until the end of the world in the previous life, when Mo Han died of hunger and betrayal, Mo Han had never seen the shadow of that money. While the online loan app was still downloading, his phone suddenly rang. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone, shaking his eardrums. Imo Han, how could you do this to Yuer? She's your fiancée. Imo Hai's exasperated voice came from the other end of the line. Imo Han had a cold smile on his face. He had guessed that Yin Yuer, that bitch, must have told Imo Hai that he had locked her out last night. So, Imo Hai, the adulterer, called to speak up for Yin Yuer. Imo Han couldn't help but tighten his grip on the phone, but his tone remained steady. Imo Hai, what's wrong? What's wrong? Imo Hai's tone was filled with anger, and he seemed to be worried that Imo Han would notice his uneasiness, so he deliberately slowed down his voice. I heard Yuer say that you had a fight, and you hit her. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Imo Han, but we men should be more generous, and there's no need to bother with women. Huh, Imo Han sneered in his heart. Yin Yuer was really bold, accusing Imo Han of hitting her. Imo Han had never hit anyone before, but now, if he had to break his vow once, it was not impossible to consider it. As for Imo Hai, his dealings with Yin Yuer were probably no longer a secret. They arranged for Yin Yuer to be close to them just to monitor Imo Han's movements so that they could firmly control the 4 billion shares. The funny thing is, in his previous life, he had no idea about all this. Every time Imo Hai showed concern for Yuer in front of him, he foolishly thought that it was a brother's respect for his sister-in-law. Now thinking about it, Imo Han was just like a fool who was manipulated. Haha, Imo Han suddenly laughed. Imo Hai, Yuer and I went crazy last night. If the door hadn't been shut by the wind when she was standing at the door, and she hadn't been trapped outside, I'm afraid we would have had to go through more trouble. Speaking of which, you know what it's like to beat someone. All men know it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just one word. Awesome. How about I tell you the details? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then Imo Hai said awkwardly, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Imo Han's mouth curled up a little coldly. Jealous? Unhappy? That's right. Imo Han's mind flashed with Yin Yuer's fiery figure, white, plump, and well-proportioned. He had to admit that this woman was indeed very attractive. No wonder he was willing to be a licking dog in his previous life. But when he looked at her again in this life, Imo Han just felt disgusted, as if he saw a pile of stinking shit. When the end of the world came, the first person he had to deal with was her. He didn't send her to some other place, but threw her directly into the cesspool, which was where she should be. While imagining the fate of several enemies, Imo Han continued to open dozens of online loan apps that he had just downloaded, preparing to completely empty their wallets before the end of the world. Handsome guy, your 50 bowls of beef noodles have been packed. Please pay here. The waiter's voice came. Oh, okay. Imo Han stood up and walked to the cashier, scanned the code with WeChat, and strode away with 2 oversized food bags amid the shocked gazes of everyone in the store. He walked home quickly, holding a bag in each hand. Imo Han graduated from a sports school. He fought monsters and leveled up in the last few years of the apocalypse, so his physical fitness was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although he had just been reborn and his powers had not yet awakened, Imo Han's physical strength was still amazing. The weight of these 50 bowls of beef noodles was nothing to Imo Han. Soon, Imo Han returned home and quickly put all the beef noodles into the space. Fortunately, it only took 4 minutes to get downstairs to Imo Han's house, and the soup noodles were still hot. Sitting on the sofa, Imo Han took out his cell phone and called Mr. Zhang, the chairman of the Jotian Chaebol. Mr. Zhang had always coveted the 4 billion shares left by his father, but was only willing to offer 3 billion. At first, Imo Han was unwilling to give up for the extra 1 billion. After all, there was internal information that the shares would increase by more than 40 percentage points within half a year. In order to get this deal, Mr. Zhang tried his best and asked people everywhere to persuade Imo Han. Even Imo Jalan was not spared. As soon as the call was connected, Director Zhang's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. Hello, Mr. Imo. Boss Zhang, Imo Han said with a smile. You've always wanted to buy my shares, haven't you? I'm in urgent need of cash for another company I work for. 3 billion is 3 billion. I'll ask my uncle first. If he has no objection, then we'll make the deal. I want cash. Okay. Mr. Imo, don't worry. We will sign the agreement this afternoon and the funds will arrive immediately. It will definitely be cash. Director Zhang was ecstatic. After hanging up the phone, Imo Han lazily leaned on the sofa, waiting for the inevitable call. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, Imo Jalan called. As soon as the call was connected, before Imo Han could even open his mouth, Imo Jalan on the other end started to scold him. Imo Han, are you crazy? You only sold 3 billion of the 4 billion shares. Imo Han had a sarcastic smile on his face and said slowly, Uncle, I have no choice. I opened a company with my friends in the United States, and now I urgently need funds to turn around. I have no money, so I can only reluctantly give it up. Mo Jalan gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to get too excited. He knew that if Mo Han got carried away and really sold it, the billions of profits would be gone. As an experienced businessman, Mo Jalan knew very well that this share could increase by several hundred million within half a year. But Mo Jalan would never tell Mo Han about this news. Mo Jalan said, "How about this, Xiaoan? If you really need funds to turn around, Uncle will advance you 3.1 billion so that you can use it in an emergency. If the stock price drops in the future, Uncle will never blame you. But if it rises, Uncle will keep all the money that increased." The words sounded as if they were from a close relative, caring and considerate. Mo Han sneered in his heart. For billion worth of shares, Mo Jalan wanted to buy them with 3.1 billion? He was really calculating. However, this happened to be a trap carefully laid by Mo Han. Mo Han knew that Mo Jalan's total liquidity was only 3.1 billion. Once he gave all the money to himself, when the end of the world came, those shares would be no different from waste paper. When the time came, let's see what Mo Jalan could do to turn the tables. "Oh, Uncle," Mo Han said with embarrassment. "How can I use my family's money? I should just sell it to Mr. Zhang." No. Mo Jalan was so anxious that he almost blurted out the truth. "Honor, Uncle treats you and Xiaohai the same way. Uncle will not treat you unfairly. Uncle is really doing this for your own good." If he had heard these words in his previous life, Mo Han would have been moved to tears and would have wanted to go through fire and water for his uncle's family. But now, Mo Han only felt that it was extremely ironic. Since the day his parents died in a car accident, Mo Han has lived in his uncle's house. On the surface, they really treated him well, provided him with food and clothing, and seemed to take good care of him. But the facts prove that it was just a gentle trap, a method called praising to death. They wanted a spoiled, incompetent Mo Han who was unable to inherit his father's business. Especially his cousin Mo Hai, who dragged him to skip classes and play games every day, and his grades plummeted. If it weren't for Mo Han's physical advantage that allowed him to enter an ordinary university as a special admission student, Mo Han might have become a useless person who smokes, drinks, plays cards, and hangs out in internet cafes all his life. Although Mo Han is a master at playing games, and his computer skills are almost as good as those of hackers, so what? If one day Mo Han's father suddenly died from playing games nonstop, who would get all of his inheritance? Mo Han didn't need an answer. He knew it as clearly as it could be. Chapter 4. Make money, and make more money. Uncle, please transfer the money to me this afternoon. I have to fly to the beautiful country early tomorrow morning, Mo Han said. On the other end of the phone, Mo Jalan's eyes turned cold, but he agreed with a smile on his face. "Okay, are you home? I'll come to see you later." "I'm here." Mo Han hung up the phone and continued to lie on the sofa, with his feet on the coffee table, shaking his legs leisurely. Right now, Mo Han has several important things to do, all of which are of great importance and cannot be delayed. First of all, he must get the money, which is the most important thing. Then, he must prepare the supplies and stock up in advance. Third, Mo Han has to go find his most loyal companion from his previous life, the dog named Yao Ji. In his previous life, he believed Yin Yuer's slander and mistakenly thought that the demon chicken wanted to harm her, so he locked it up in anger. When he remembered to go and see it, he found out that it had been killed by Mo Hai and Yin Yuer and eaten as a delicacy. At that time, Mo Han was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot and regretted it so much that he almost fainted. He would never let the monster chicken get hurt again in this life. The fourth thing was to kill people, but this had to wait until the end of the world really began. Now, Mo Han opened his phone again and continued to borrow money crazily from various loan apps, from 350 IU to Extreme Speed Loan, to those fake platforms that can only be operated on the web. Mo Han's family's property in the downtown area of Shanghai is worth a lot of money, and the property certificate has been photographed and uploaded at any time. Whether it is identity authentication, face recognition, or various materials, Mo Han does it all with full efficiency. One platform even asked him to take nude photos, but Mo Han didn't even blink and uploaded them. Anyway, the end of the world will come in half a month, so who will care about these things then? Just do whatever you want. After all, with the 3.1 billion worth of shares in Mo Han's hands, there was no need for these operations. But Mo Han knew that those lending institutions were usually very arrogant, and it would be a big loss if he didn't take advantage of them now. In the afternoon, Mo Jalan came as expected, and he was alone. Mo Hai did not follow him. As soon as he entered the door, he looked concerned. "Honor, if it weren't for you, Uncle wouldn't have taken out so much money at once. I knew that my uncle loved me the most. Imohan quickly stood up, and with a grateful look on his face, he asked him to sit down and pour tea. Imo Jalan opened his handbag and took out a document, which was the Equity Priority Transfer Agreement. He was still pretending. Honor, I didn't tell your cousin about this, in case he had any objections. It was all for you. Imohan looked at the document and couldn't help but sneer. Of course, Imohan knew that the other party was acting. He had seen through the trick of claiming to be a kind elder. But Imohan was willing to cooperate. Since it was just a play, they should all play it together. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely honor you when I make money in the future, he said seriously, and his tone was particularly sincere. Imo Jalan quickly handed over the document. Just take a look and sign it, or you don't have to look at it. I trust my uncle. You don't have to look at it. I won't harm me. I'll sign when the money is in the account. Imohan smiled with trust. Seeing that Imohan was about to sign without even looking at it, Imo Jalan was so happy that he really thought the other party was a fool. Soon, the bank alert sounded that the 3.1 billion had all been received. Imohan then signed and put his fingerprints on the whole process. The whole process was neat and tidy, and Imo Jalan was very satisfied. Goodbye, uncle. I'm going abroad tomorrow, so I won't see you off. After seeing off Imo Jalan, Imohan closed the door. The smile on his face instantly faded, replaced by indifference and calmness. Imohan looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was obviously too late to go to the airport, so he simply took a rest for a night and regained enough energy before setting off again. In the evening, Imohan went downstairs to eat a small hot pot. While eating, he thought about the next plan. What is the most lacking thing in the end times? It is supplies, and the most valuable of the supplies are food and weapons. Food is easy to deal with. You can just buy it domestically, because you can't get used to the food abroad. But weapons require some thought, because they are not something you can buy on Taobao. After eating, Imohan packed 10 more hot pots, saying they were for his roommates, but in fact, they were all for himself. He went home, took a shower, and went to the airport early the next morning to prepare to go abroad. It was just that the original flight had a problem, so it was temporarily changed to a night flight. Fortunately, the visa had been processed long ago. Before leaving, Imohan made a phone call and asked someone to help find the dog named Bing. As soon as the plane landed, he turned on his phone and the screen was almost bombarded with bank notifications. ICBC received 500,000 yuan, CCB received 1.2 million yuan, Bacom received 1 million yuan. Loans from various apps came in one after another, like a text message bombardment. Because he had used these platforms before, the application process was very fast, and many were approved on the same day. In his previous life, he was squeezed dry by the Mojilan family, and often maxed out his credit card to buy bags for Yinware. Obviously, Imohan is a computer expert, but he never used crooked ideas and only thought about making money cleanly. Now thinking about it, it was simply ridiculous and stupid. I will never repeat the same old path again in this life. As he walked along, Imohan watched the bank card notification sounds pop up one after another, and his mood was indescribably complicated. Although the amount of money on many small platforms is not large, the volume is large, and grasshopper legs are also meat. More importantly, he has no intention of paying back the money. He earns money by borrowing it. Of course, some loans don't arrive so quickly, and it takes about 3 to 10 days to review. Imohan doesn't care. He doesn't care about these small amounts of money. Imohan's real purpose was to cause trouble for those apps and settle an old debt from his previous life. At that time, he was chased by these debt collection platforms day and night, and some of them even colluded with Imo Jalan secretly. Imohan was too stupid and too credulous at the time, and he almost lost his life in the end. It was already past 10 in the evening when he left the airport, so Imohan decided to have a midnight snack to replenish his energy. Then he would go out to deal with business late at night. That is, to see if there were any good goods in supermarkets and warehouses that he could get first dibs on. In a foreign country, Imohan found a Chinese restaurant run by a Chinese, and the owner warmly invited him to order food. Chapter 5. Free shopping in the beautiful country. Boss, give me some Sichuan dishes. Smaller portions, just for one person. Imohan walked into the restaurant and said in a gentle tone. The boss responded and went to the kitchen to work. He was the only employee here and also the owner, holding multiple positions. The restaurant's decoration is antique, a bit like an old house at home, but business is slow, with Imohan being the only customer in the huge store. After Imohan ordered the food, he sat down and took out his mobile phone to start looking through local information, focusing on the business hours of supermarkets and shopping malls. After a while, the dishes were served one after another, and the aroma was fragrant. Imohan continued to check the information while eating, and he had a clearer understanding of the surrounding environment. The boss sat aside watching videos and chatted with Mohan for a while, asking him whether he came here for tourism or work, with a very casual tone. And Mohan smiled slightly. I'm traveling and looking around. By the way, boss, what time do the supermarkets around here open? The boss recalled and said, some close at 10 o'clock, some at 12 o'clock, and some are open all night. The meal was not eaten quickly. Mohan responded to the conversation while taking notes silently. The more he knew, the more helpful it would be for his actions. It was past midnight when they finished eating. Mohan got up to pay the bill, walked out of the store, and stopped in a remote, dark alley. Mohan looked around and confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras or people, and immediately took out the detector from his pocket for final confirmation. Everything was quiet and silent around. Mohan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the next second, he quickly slipped into the space. Mohan's space is not naturally capable of holding living things, but it has gradually acquired the ability to hold people after upgrading in the previous life, but the time is limited, at most 1 hour. More importantly, Mohan's space also has the ability to flash. As long as the mind moves, it can instantly retract and release supplies like a light spot. Others could only see a blurry white dot flashing by and were unable to capture Mohan's real figure and movements. After entering the space, Mohan quickly changed into new clothes and disguised himself as a white-haired foreigner in his 50s. His wrinkles, skin color, and body shape were all changed. After the disguise was completed, Mohan flashed out of the space again, walking slowly and hunched over, wandering on the street like a local old man taking a late-night stroll. Not long after, Mohan arrived at a large chain supermarket that was open all night. The entrance was brightly lit, and although there were not many people inside, it was not empty either. He blended in with the crowd, walked through the shelves, refrigerators, and daily necessities area, and quietly checked the layout of the supermarket. Then, Mohan went into the bathroom under the pretext of going to the toilet. The next second, he completely disappeared, leaving only a faint white. It was this white that quietly passed by the shelves and rows of goods, and even a whole group of shelves disappeared without a trace in an instant. Customers were leisurely selecting items when they suddenly discovered that the shelves in the entire area were gone. They screamed in fear. What happened? Wasn't there a full row of items just now? Oh my God, why are all the shelves gone? Am I dreaming? Call the police. Jack, I'm going crazy. The supermarket was in chaos. Employees and customers ran around, and no one could explain it. And Mohan, who caused all this, had already flashed away, shuttling around the city, and finally stopped outside a nightclub. Mohan quickly changed her clothes in the space, putting on the appearance of a sexy blonde with blue eyes, and stepped onto the dance floor swayingly. Amid the deafening music, Mohan danced with great grace, and no one doubted that he was not an authentic foreign beauty. Half an hour later, Mohan walked out of the bar with the crowd, hailed a taxi, and went straight to a 5-star hotel. After booking a room at the hotel front desk with a fake identity, Mohan entered the room, locked it, turned off the lights, and immediately took action. Mohan took out a portable electronic detector, quickly scanned the room, found the hidden pinhole cameras, and removed them one by one. Mohan then turned on the computer in the room, typed in a complex code, switched the IP address, and entered the hidden communication channel on the deep web. A few seconds later, Mohan found the contact information of a gangster weapons boss and sent a secret message. I need a batch of goods and the transaction should be completed as soon as possible. The other party was extremely shocked after receiving the email. Not many people could contact him, and Mohan's ability made him feel apprehensive. After a few rounds of email exchanges, the two agreed on the details of the meeting. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, in the suburbs of Xiaomei Town, delivery and payment. After turning off the computer, Mohan turned on the music, leaned on the bed, listened to the melody, and slowly closed his eyes. No one knew that he was a computer genius since he was a child. He became a top hacker by self-study. Controlling information was as easy as eating. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mohan got up from the bed, put on his clothes, said flash, and left the hotel room in a second. Then Mohan shuttled through shopping malls and many corners of the city, and everything he saw and encountered was collected in the space, silently. Mohan took everything, including food, electrical appliances, clothes, and tools, and packed them all away without asking the brand or price. It was not until dawn that he flashed back to the hotel, took off his clothes, got into bed, and began to sleep soundly. At the other end of the city, police car sirens were blaring as police officers were investigating unusual activities in the supermarket. The whole city was shrouded in chaos. Mohan, who had caused all this, was sleeping soundly at the moment, even turning over and snoring from time to time. At 8 o'clock the next morning, he got up, washed, turned on the computer, and entered another key code. This time, Imo Han's target was the bank account of the gangster looks. Imo Han quietly transferred 6 billion yuan from the other party's account to his own overseas account without missing a cent. However, the IP address displayed by the system pointed to the distant Sakura country, and the other party could not find the source at all. When Lux received the transfer information, he flew into a rage and smashed the computer, yelling, "Damn it! Who stole my money?" He was so angry that he immediately sent his men to Sakura country to try to track down the hacker behind the IP. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The IP address was a fake node that had been disguised, and the real location could not be found at all. Imo Han had already cleared all traces of his computer, changed into clean clothes, walked to the street, and prepared for today's new action while drinking soy milk. Chapter 6. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, wavy beauty, Imo Han ate something casually on the street, then took a taxi straight to the most prosperous commercial street in the United States. This is a shopping paradise. Under the colorful windows, all kinds of goods are piled up, ranging from ordinary daily necessities to luxury goods. Imo Han changed into an outfit with big wavy blonde hair and high heels, and moved among the crowd with her enchanting waist twisted, attracting the attention of passers-by with every move. Under the watchful eyes of countless surveillance cameras, Imo Han turned into a large shopping mall and went into the restroom. A few minutes later, a figure suddenly disappeared from the toilet, leaving behind an almost invisible transparent light spot, moving quickly in the mall. Imo Han once again entered the flash mode, passing through the shelves like a ghost. Wherever he passed, the goods and display stands disappeared. The entire shopping mall, which was originally bustling with activity, suddenly fell into chaos, with the screams of customers rising one after another and echoing through the ceiling. Imo Han continued to move goods nonchalantly and packed easily while listening to the screams of people around him, with a relaxed expression as if he was taking a walk. He loved seeing the terrified and helpless expressions on these people's faces, and these sounds were simply the perfect background music to him. After scanning one floor, he would flash into the next one, jumping from one shopping mall to another. His pace was so fast that people could not keep up. But no matter whether it was the surveillance, security, or customers, they were all helpless against this invisible man and could only watch the things disappear. Imo Han was in a very good mood. He didn't care what he took. He just took whatever he saw. It didn't cost any money anyway, and the space was large. For Imo Han, he would get as much as he could from a place like the United States, and at the same time, he could vent his anger on behalf of the Chinese. It took him nearly 50 minutes to clear out the 3 large shopping malls, which was already very fast, but the malls were too big. Although the flash was fast, it had to be controlled by the mind every time, and entering the space and mobilizing abilities were not unlimited. When entering the 4th shopping mall, Imo Han's face suddenly changed. There were only 5 minutes left. At the same time, sirens were heard on the street, and police cars lined up in a long line, quickly surrounding the entire shopping mall building. Dozens of fully armed police officers held up megaphones and shouted at the building, "We've seen you. Come out now." Imo Han heard it clearly. He had been good at English since he was young. His parents had hired foreign teachers to teach him spoken English, and he also had a lot of experience studying abroad. Imo Han raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time in the United States was 11:57. In 3 minutes, the space would force him to eject. If Imo Han suddenly appeared in a public area while in the flash state, his identity would be exposed directly, and he would not be able to escape even if he was captured by the surveillance camera. Imo Han immediately searched for the restroom sign and quickly flashed in the mall following the arrows. At exactly 12 o'clock, he finally rushed into the door of the restroom, was ejected by the space, and gasped when he landed. Fortunately, there were no cameras here. Imo Han adjusted his breathing and walked into the toilet cubicle, intending to urinate first to calm down. Unexpectedly, 2 men just walked out of the cubicle. When they saw the blonde, they were stunned. "Madam, you were in the wrong place. This is the men's toilet." Imo Han was surprised and quickly covered his face with his hands. "Oh no. My bad." He turned around and hurriedly went into the women's restroom next door. Just a few steps in, a woman in her 40s or 50s enthusiastically grabbed him and asked him to help adjust the bra strap on her chest. Imo Han appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he wanted to run away, but he had to pretend to be a blonde beauty and responded, "Okay, sure." After receiving a "thank you so much," Imo Han finally escaped into the toilet cubicle, closed the door and urinated, preparing to enter the space again. The bathroom was busy with people coming and going, and no one noticed that the blonde girl never came out after she went in. The sirens were still blaring outside, the police were standing outside with loudspeakers, and the people in the mall surveillance room were busy and exhausted. They almost went through every frame of the video, just to find the mysterious thief who had disappeared. However, at this time, Imo Han had already flashed into 2 other shopping malls and emptied the entire cargo area again. This series of miraculous operations made the police wonder if there was something wrong with the world, and even began to doubt life. How could it be possible that the goods were gone without seeing anything? What bizarre thing happened? The streets were also in chaos, with a large number of people gathering at the entrance of the shopping mall, watching the excitement and taking videos, making it impossible to get through. Imo Han changed her outfit, still with blonde hair, blue eyes and big waves, wearing high heels and blending into the crowd, pretending to be a passerby gossiping. What's going on? An old lady turned around and said mysteriously, "I heard that the mall was robbed. The thieves stole all the goods, not even the shelves were left. Have they caught them?" Imo Han continued to act and covered his mouth in surprise. The old lady shook her head and sighed. "We didn't catch him. He was like a ghost, coming and going without a trace." An uncle who was watching came over and lowered his voice. "I suspect. This is haunted." "Ah, how scary." Imo Han pretended to be terrified, then quietly withdrew from the crowd. After a few turns, the eye-catching blonde disappeared from the crowd silently. Then, Imo Han began to raid another street, and his targets changed to men's clothing stores, sporting goods, watches, electrical appliances. Anything that men could use, he took them all. While the police were still searching the scene, the store was plunged into a new round of chaos, as if a ghost had returned. Rumors about the ghost thief quickly spread on the internet, becoming a hotly discussed mystery in the city. The police rushed to the scene and saw that all the stolen items were men's products. The sheriff immediately ordered, "Lock on the target, young men, and conduct a carpet search." At this time, next to the sheriff, a charming girl with big blonde waves was leisurely applying lipstick. She noticed the sheriff's gaze, smiled slightly, and cast a wink, which almost made the old police officer's legs weak. Chapter 7. Free weapons, nice for a whole day. Imo Han fooled the police and shopping malls of the entire United States and became the ghost king of $0 shopping. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Imo Han had cleared out more than 20 large shopping malls, selling everything from furniture and appliances to socks and underwear, all of which were put into the space. This bizarre, mysterious theft case that lasted for 2 days quickly detonated the global internet, and the entire United States fell into complete panic. News headlines went viral. Ghosts haunted. All the city's shopping malls were emptied overnight, and the police were helpless. Men's products became the target. Ghosts have gender preferences? Unprecedented theft case. Who is behind it? Imo Han didn't use local social media, but opened a communication group in China, where messages kept coming in. Wow, the beautiful country is in trouble this time. Who did it? It's so satisfying. I heard that the stolen items were men's products. Could this ghost be building a home for men? The thefts were from the capital's most prosperous shopping mall. I estimate the loss is several hundred billion. Looking at the hot news, Imo Han raised a smile, closed his phone, and prepared for the next good show. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Imo Han entered the space, disguised as a white-haired old man, with an old appearance and slow steps. Imo Han drove to the outskirts of Xiaomei town, where he had agreed to trade with the gangster weapons dealer. The journey took 35 minutes, and as the sky gradually darkened, Imo Han immediately activated Flash after getting off the car and sneaked to the designated store entrance. Imo Han deliberately arrived a few hours early to see if the other party would set an ambush in advance so that he could find out the details before discussing business. There was a burly, bearded man standing in the store. He looked fierce and ferocious, and he was obviously not a good person. At this time, a tall and thin man walked in and put down a rose in his hand. "Rose, are you?" The bearded man calmly replied, "Red and white." It was obvious that he was using a code word to communicate. Imo Han watched coldly, with a slight smile on his face. This conversation was just like a spy movie. He was too lazy to respond, and just followed. The bearded man whistled, and a short-haired girl immediately took his place and stood behind the counter. He led the tall and thin man through a small path, turned left and right, and walked into a small forest, and finally came to a hidden large warehouse. There were hundreds of heavily armed guards at the warehouse entrance, all armed with live ammunition, on high alert. Imo Han's heart tightened when he saw this. Fortunately, he had checked the location in advance. Otherwise, if he had come rashly during the trading hour, he would probably have been shot to pieces. The guard saw the bearded man and nodded to let them in, and Imo Han followed them in. As soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the scene in the warehouse. The room was full of weapons, all kinds of weapons. Automatic rifles, sniper rifles, pistols, grenades, and all kinds of cold weapons, knives, swords, and daggers were piled up into a wall. Imo Han was ecstatic. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. These things were more valuable than money in the end times. The bearded man began to introduce various types of weapons to the tall and thin man. The two cooperated skillfully, and it was obvious that this was not their first transaction. After a while, the tall and thin man made a phone call, and 3 large boxes were immediately brought in, full of cash, and US dollars were neatly stacked. Just as his men were preparing to distribute the weapons, all the weapons in the warehouse suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone present suddenly changed their expressions, and the bearded man jumped up and down in fear and screamed, "Fuck! Mike, what the hell is this?" Mike spread his hands, looking confused. "I don't know anything." The bearded man was so angry that he pulled out his gun and shot him on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, both sides were in chaos. Mike's people fought back angrily, and in an instant, firepower was crossed and bullets flew everywhere. Imohan took advantage of the chaos to continue moving goods. He simply put the entire weapons rack into the space and took away dozens of bulletproof vests. Imohan looked at the bulletproof vest in his hand and smiled like a fox who had stolen a chicken, feeling extremely proud. The fight was in full swing, and Imohan quietly withdrew, hid in a hidden corner beside the road, came out of the space again, and then went back in. This was the rule of Imohan's space. You could only stay for 1 hour at a time, and you had to re-enter if you wanted to continue. At this time, the arsenal had been emptied, hundreds of thousands of weapons disappeared, and the loss was heavy. Imohan could imagine that if the gang leader knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would have a stroke, or even die suddenly. But what does this have to do with Imohan? Get the benefits and leave. Whoever wants to bear the consequences can bear it. After Imohan came out of the space, he turned back into an old man and leisurely took a bus back to the city, like an ordinary tourist. On the way, Imohan planned his next step. Tomorrow he was going to Detroit, the world's largest automobile city, to get some car resources. After all, after the end of the world, powerful off-road vehicles and RVs were like mobile safety fortresses, so they had to be prepared in advance. Back in the city, the sound of sirens was still ringing in the streets. It was obvious that the ghost incident was still brewing and the whole city was on edge. Imohan walked around the street for a few times and found that all the shops were closed early. The clerks were afraid that the ghost would come to their shops in the middle of the night. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, but the whole street was as quiet as 3 o'clock in the morning. Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really became the public enemy. After walking around several streets, all the hotels were closed, so Imohan had to find another place to stay. In the end, he and a group of homeless people squeezed together at the subway entrance to rest for a night. Although the conditions were simple, it was a different experience. But the weather was not cold. Imohan lay on a makeshift bed made of thick clothes, looked at the ceiling of the subway entrance, and smiled softly. It was like camping and quite comfortable. Chapter 8. Pick a few good cars. The first half of the night was quite comfortable, like camping in the wild, but in the second half, Imohan felt a little cold. He moved closer to the homeless man in a daze, hoping to get closer to him for warmth. But the homeless man immediately got angry, thinking that his territory was being taken away, and without saying a word, he grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it on his head. Imohan sensed the danger in his sleep and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the attack. Imohan turned over and muttered, "Damn, if this plot was written into a novel, I would probably be the first male protagonist in history to sleep with a homeless person." Imohan was just about to turn over and continue sleeping, but he didn't expect the homeless man to not let go and continued to chase and attack him while cursing. Imohan's face darkened, and he pushed him down with a backhand move, stepped on his face, and said coldly, "Idiot, you have no shame. I was just being kind and put up with you for one night, but you really have evil intentions?" After saying that, he kicked the other person and broke his 2 front teeth. Imohan shook his foot and left the subway entrance without looking back. Imohan looked at the watch. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He really couldn't sleep on the streets anymore. He had to find a place where he could sleep peacefully. Imohan walked around the street for several times and finally found a hotel with a glass door ajar, as if it had been forgotten to be closed. Imohan took advantage of the time when the front desk staff went to the bathroom, slipped in, took out a VIP room card, and put it into the space. Afterwards, Imohan quietly entered the room, locked the door, and took a quick shower. Lying on the clean and soft big bed, smelling the faint scent of laundry detergent, he sighed. Sure enough, the hotel is still more comfortable. At dawn the next morning, Imohan flashed out of the space, opened the glass door halfway from the inside, and pretended to leave normally. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a guest came to the hotel to book a room. The waiter took him to the VIP room. When they pushed the door, they were all shocked. The room had obviously been used. The towels were wet, there was water in the bathtub, and even the bed sheets had dents. The waiter was terrified. This room was clearly not rented out last night. So how could it be that someone had stayed there? He quickly ran to the front desk to check the records, but the system showed that no one had stayed in this room. He checked the surveillance video again and was so frightened when he saw it. At 2:35 a.m., the glass door opened automatically, as if it was pushed open by some force. At 2:36, the VIP room door opened by itself and closed automatically a few seconds later. There was no trace of a single person in the surveillance video from beginning to end. The waiter collapsed on the spot, screaming and convulsing on the ground. The customer didn't even book a room and turned around and ran away. At this time, the real protagonist behind the scenes, Imo Han, was leisurely walking and eating breakfast in the Detroit auto market. Imo Han held a piece of unsweetened bread in one hand and a bottle of milk in the other, as if nothing had happened. Today, Imo Han still disguised herself as a beautiful woman with big curly blonde hair, but this time she gave up her high heels and wore a pair of sneakers instead. She picked up those shoes from the mall a few days ago, and they are much more comfortable to walk in than high heels. The automobile market is huge, with a wide variety of models, from civilian cars to off-road vehicles, from RVs to heavy trucks. Imo Han had already planned to take 10 sedans, 20 off-road vehicles, 20 top-of-the-line RVs, and 20 light trucks and 20 heavy trucks each. Imo Han went into the restroom as usual, flashed out, and directly turned on the space state to move cars. Everyone at the scene was stunned and saw that the cars parked in the exhibition area disappeared one after another. The scene was like a science fiction movie. Many people screamed in fear, and the place quickly became chaotic. Someone shouted, "The ghost is coming again." The car company immediately called the police. In less than 10 minutes, a police car came roaring in, and the sirens shook the entire street. Imo Han didn't even glance at it, and continued to circle the sidelines in his sneakers. He didn't have time to pay attention to these small scenes. There were still 12 days left before the outbreak of the apocalypse, and he had to stockpile all resources to the greatest extent possible during these 12 days. Imo Han's next target is the official military base of the United States, which is the most important part of his trip. If it weren't for his experience in his previous life, he would never have known where the military supplies were transferred. After the apocalypse in his previous life, Imo Han had fought with these remnants of the military and had seen with his own eyes the various high-end equipment they carried. This time he had space, a car, and flash, and he was ready to clear them all at once. After arriving at the area outside the base, Imo Han first used the detector in the space to carefully check whether there was any surveillance. After choosing a blind spot without surveillance, he temporarily put away the car and then used the flash mode to sneak into the military base. As soon as he entered the door, the alarm sounded, and the entire base immediately sounded the battle signal. Imo Han cursed inwardly. It is indeed an official organization. This alarm system is much stronger than those shopping malls. A large number of fully armed soldiers quickly rushed out from all directions and locked the approximate location of the intruder according to the system prompts. But unfortunately, they could not find Imo Han's real figure no matter what. Because Imo Han was now in a flashing state, almost invisible, these soldiers could not touch a hair on him even if they reacted quickly. Imo Han flashed all the way, easily passed through various sentries, and successfully sneaked into the weapons warehouse of the military base. As soon as he entered the door, Imo Han was completely stunned. The firepower here was more than 10 times greater than the arsenal in the gang's lair. Imo Han no longer hesitated, put his hands on the shelves, and put all kinds of weapons into the space one after another. The sheer number of guns dazzled him, and the bullets piled up like a mountain. The statistics panel alone showed that he had collected 200 million bullets. Imo Han knew that at the current speed, it would take at least 10 hours to empty them all. But Imo Han's space standby time is only 1 hour, and now almost half an hour has passed, so he must change his target. So Imo Han immediately went to the vehicle parking area of the military base, which was Imo Han's second key target. In the end times, a bulletproof car with superior performance can save lives. An off-road vehicle can break through the siege. Humans are the most dangerous enemies. Imo Han had already learned this cruel truth in his previous life. The parking lot in the military base was shocking, with all kinds of armored vehicles, bulletproof off-road vehicles, heavy transport vehicles, and even fighter jets and tanks densely packed all over the ground. Imo Han stared at these treasures, and his eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 9. Hello, old friend, AK-250. As soon as Imo Han walked into the parking lot of the military base, it was like entering a warehouse customized by himself. Rows of tanks were neatly arranged, as if waiting for his inspection. Imo Han quickly activated the flash and put his hands on the vehicle body while moving. With just a thought, the entire row of armored vehicles was taken into the space. There was a large area of bulletproof vehicles ahead. Imohan walked straight over. It was a whole area of brand new military bulletproof vehicles, and the paint was still shiny. Hundreds of bulletproof vehicles were parked neatly in their respective numbered areas. None of them had been put into use yet, as if they were silently waiting for new instructions. Imohan walked past each row of cars and took them all away one by one, as skilled as a warehouse manager taking inventory. Not only bulletproof vehicles, but also fighter jets and tanks were taken by Imohan. The entire parking area was almost emptied by him. The alarm continued and the soldiers rushed around, but to no avail. All their efforts were in vain. At this point, the military had lost 1/3 of its weapons and nearly half of its military vehicles, and the entire base was in a gloomy mood. At first, no one in the military believed in the ghost incidents, but what they saw gradually shattered their materialistic beliefs. Imohan quietly followed a group of soldiers and sneaked into the core warehouse area of the base. The leading officer, James, frowned and said, "Open the door and see if the treasure of the base is still there." The soldier immediately entered the password, and as the heavy warehouse door slowly rose, a chill blew in his face. Imohan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw an imposing military bulletproof vehicle standing in the middle of the warehouse. AK-250. Imohan's heart beat fast, and his eyes were complicated, as if he had met an old friend who had been lost for many years. This car was Imohan's personal vehicle in his previous life. It accompanied Imohan in the battle for the apocalypse, through the tide of zombies and the flames of war, until he was stabbed in the back. The AK-250 is made of titanium steel, weighs 27 tons, is reinforced with 5-inch thick steel plates, and is covered with antibiochemical materials. The vehicle is also equipped with a fire extinguishing system, oxygen supply system, and explosion-proof tires. It is the king of the mobile fortress in the end times. Imohan was so excited that he walked around James and rushed to the front of the car, kissing and sticking to the front of the car. Imohan whispered, "Little cutie, did you miss me?" His voice was full of kindness and tenderness from the heart. Who's talking?" James' eyebrows jumped, and he turned around and pulled out his gun, looking around solemnly. The soldiers around him were all stunned, looking at each other, with confusion on their faces. "Sir, we didn't hear anything." James frowned and said nothing. His expression became more alert, and his fingers were sweating as he gripped the gun. Another soldier couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Sir, could it be a ghost?" Some people began to tremble all over and could hardly hold their guns. For the first time, the base was plunged into a paranormal panic. Imohan glanced at the watch and saw that there were still 15 minutes before he was forced to exit the space. He decisively placed his hand on the body of the AK-250, and with a thought, he instantly put it into the space. Seeing his old friend finally returning to his arms, Imohan felt satisfied. He quietly slipped out of the warehouse and passed through layers of security areas. Under the high-tech security system and strict blockade, Imohan slipped out of the base like a gust of breeze, leaving no trace. After running for several kilometers, Imohan stopped at an unsurveilled intersection, called out a car from the space, turned on the navigation, and headed straight for the airport. During this trip to the United States, Imohan obtained supplies and military weapons at $0 purchase and decided to move on to the next battlefield. What is the most sought-after material in the end times? Of course, food. Imohan decided to target the world's third-largest food producer, India, and planned to empty their granaries. Imohan drove to the airport, parked the car in a quiet corner, and prepared to board a flight to Asian country. Originally, Imohan wanted to buy a plane ticket, but then he thought the procedures were too complicated and time was too precious, so it would be better to just board the plane directly. Imohan slipped into the airport corridor and boarded the flight to India quietly. Even the flight attendant didn't notice that there was an extra person. At this time, Imohan changed into a stewardess's outfit and stood in front of the bathroom mirror, looking at herself. The face in the mirror has delicate makeup, three-dimensional features, a high nose bridge, and clear lip lines. Even if she is made up to look like a woman, she can't hide her heroic spirit. Imohan shook his head helplessly and sighed. If it weren't for my identity, why would I like to wear a skirt? However, for the convenience of movement, Imohan disguised as a flight attendant is indeed the most suitable, and it is not easy to be noticed when moving freely on the plane. Imohan climbed into the rest cabin on the plane and adjusted the timed vibration on the watch to beep once every hour to ensure that the space state does not exceed the time limit. No one approached during the first 3 vibrations, until the 4th time, when 2 flight attendants walked into the rest cabin, their footsteps approaching. Imohan quickly activated the flash and disappeared without a trace. "I seem to hear something just now." One of the stewardesses frowned. "Linda, you are too tired. You must have heard it wrongly." Another stewardess smiled and passed by. The two of them talked and lay opposite Imo Han's original position, without suspecting anything. Imo Han counted the time and the space. After 45 minutes, Imo Han appeared in the rest cabin again, quietly went down the stairs, and stayed in the bathroom for a while. After the two flight attendants left, he went back to his original position and continued to lie down to catch up on his sleep. The plane arrived in Asen at 5 in the morning, and Imo Han got off the plane in the crowd. Imo Han also took a taxi and went straight to the city to have breakfast. Then Imo Han took a car to Kashmir in the northwest, which is India's largest grain base and a distribution center for high-quality cotton. The streets of Kashmir were full of vendors selling food. Bags of various raw materials were piled up like hills, and the air was filled with the smell of grain. Imo Han asked someone at random and found out the location of the largest grain processing plant in the area. Imo Han followed the instructions and walked into the factory, only to see a busy scene inside. The workers from Asen were carrying food back and forth, working busily. Chapter 10. The rice from India smells really good. Imo Han changed into an Indian outfit, wrapped a white cloth on his head, and held a cigarette in his mouth. He swaggered into the granary among the crowd. There were so many people coming in and out that no one noticed Imo Han's new face, and everything went surprisingly smoothly. Imo Han planned to find an empty toilet first and then flash into the space, but when he entered the toilet, he almost fainted on the spot. There was an open-air dam and an open-air pit, with a group of Indian men squatting there with their buttocks naked. The scene was extremely eye-catching. Imo Han looked at the shit all over the floor, and his stomach turned upside down. He wanted to leave immediately, but his bladder couldn't hold it anymore. He had no choice but to cover his nose and do the customary custom as usual. He escaped in embarrassment after finishing it. Imo Han went around to the blind spot at the edge of the toilet, used the surveillance detector to confirm that there was no camera, and then quickly entered the space, and then flashed back to the granary. However, there were people coming and going in the warehouse, and it would be too easy to be discovered if he took action. So Imo Han immediately decided to create some chaos. Imo Han walked out of the granary, seized the opportunity at the door, and kicked an Asen who was carrying rice to the ground. The other person fell hard, thinking that someone nearby had pushed him, so he turned around and started to curse, and the tension instantly ignited. The two people quarreled more and more fiercely, and Imo Han walked over and slapped one of them, and took the opportunity to put the blame on one of them. The Asen roared back and slapped him in the face. The two immediately started fighting. The workers working nearby saw this and gathered around to watch the fun. The shouting became louder and louder, like watching a free movie. Imo Han thought to himself, as expected, no matter which country people are from, their obsession with excitement is exactly the same. Taking advantage of the fact that the warehouse was empty, he returned and squatted beside the rice pile, with his hand on a bag of grain. With a thought, in the blink of an eye, thousands of tons of grain in the granary were sucked into space, leaving only an empty space. When the crowd returned and looked at the warehouse, they were immediately shocked. Oh my God, where is the rice? Oh my God, the flour and wheat are gone too. Oh my God, you are kidding me. The warehouse owner rushed over after receiving the call and saw the empty shelves. He collapsed on the ground and burst into tears. Everyone called the police immediately. The police were also confused when they arrived and immediately checked the surveillance and searched for clues. Imo Han stood in the space, watching the chaotic scene through the external camera observer, with a playful smile on his face. In his previous life, when Imo Han developed the ability to store space, it was already the end of the world and he couldn't even store anything. Now he knows how amazing this ability is. Not only can it store thousands of supplies, but it also allows him to come and go without a trace, making him a real-life ghost. While the grain warehouse was still in chaos, another part of India, the cotton spinning and processing area, was looted again. India is the world's second-largest cotton producer, especially in the town of Nix, where various textile factories are densely distributed. Several streets were filled with processed quilts, neatly stacked like a mountain and placed in the warehouse. Imo Han flashed in and sneaked in, harvesting quilts from the shelves one by one. With just a light touch, hundreds of quilts disappeared in an instant. Originally, Imo Han had not planned to collect the cotton, but before leaving, he still took away a few tons to store the bottom of his warehouse. This time, the food and quilt missions were successfully completed in the country of Asen, and Imo Han decided to continue his operation in another country. Imo Han walked into the airport and locked the next flight target. This time he was going to the country he hated the most, Jie Yaozi. I flashed onto the flight again, found a corner, and had a good sleep, saving all the travel expenses. It is said that the most brutal gangs in Gyazi country gather in the small town of M in the southeast. Imo Han went straight to the destination as soon as he got off the plane. After 3 hours of driving, the driver stopped the car and looked back. "Sir, we have arrived. Please pay the bill." When he turned around, he saw that the back seat of the car was empty. The driver was so shocked that his face turned pale and he almost drove the car into the ditch beside him. At this time, Imohan had already flashed into the gang den in M-Town. It was indeed a place full of filth and serious crimes. Under the dilapidated roof, foreigners were trapped there. Some were working, some were having their organs removed while still alive, and some were dying. Imohan used Space Flash to travel all the way and arrived at the innermost monitoring room. After throwing a small object to attract the guard's attention, he quietly entered the room and hacked into the monitoring computer system. Imohan destroyed all the records in just 10 seconds, then turned off the power and exited, leaving no trace at all. The fat attendant came back with a confused look on his face, not realizing that the system had been tampered with. Meanwhile, Imohan had already started his revenge, pulling out his gun and firing, beating the gang guards to pieces. The town instantly erupted in gunfire, screams, and cries, and the gang base fell into complete collapse. Imohan also rescued those imprisoned people, and the entire base was almost leveled by him alone. Imohan only left the frightened fat man in the monitoring room and asked in a cold voice, "Where is your boss?" The fat man was shaking all over, trembling. In Jinku. Jinku is the name of a place in Gyazi country, only 3 kilometers away from here, and it is the hiding place of the gangster boss. At this time, the big boss was rushing to the rescue with several cars of troops, and it was thought that they were here to deal with ordinary enemies. Imohan grabbed the fat man as a meat shield. As soon as he went out, he saw the gangster boss show up. The other party said a lot of gibberish that he couldn't understand. Imohan was too lazy to explain. He just shot the fat man in the head, then teleported behind the gangster boss and pointed a gun at his head. The scene froze instantly. None of the boss's followers dared to act rashly. The atmosphere was tense. Imohan said coldly, "Start the live broadcast." The boss refused to cooperate, so Imohan shot him through the knee, causing blood to spurt out and the other party to scream in pain. Several of his men tried to draw their guns, but the next second, they were all killed by the flashpoint that Imohan had set up in advance and fell to the ground dead. When they looked back in horror, Imohan had already appeared outside the encirclement, looking at them with a sneer. His eyes were indifferent and full of murderous intent. Chapter 11 Live Broadcast, Kill the Kidney Boss. The Kidney Boss. "Mom, this is so scary. Brothers, the ghost is coming. So scary." Imohan spoke in English throughout the whole process. Fortunately, Boss Gyazi was pretty good and could understand English. Imohan ordered him, "Turn on your live video broadcast." Boss Gyazi was unwilling to cooperate, so Imohan shot him in the right leg again. Boss Gyazi had no choice but to follow Imohan's orders, edited a Douyin live broadcast page, and opened the live broadcast room. A few minutes later, countless netizens from all over the world flocked to the live broadcast room because of the attractive title and pictures. Big Brother of the Kidney Country, live broadcast of the kidney. Imohan had a smile on his face, and he was in a particularly good mood as he looked at the 100,000 plus viewers in the live broadcast room. With the gun pressed against the boss temple, the boss followed his instructions. Imohan blindfolded the boss, found a commanding height, and the two of them stood on it. The boss had a waist drum hanging around his neck, and Imohan asked him to hit the drum. When the drum is beaten, the younger brothers below pass a big red flower to each other. When the drum stops, the passing of the red flower stops. "It's him." Imohan pointed the gun at the younger brother holding the gun, and bang, the bullet hit his arm, and the younger brother let out a terrible scream. "Cut his kidneys," Imohan ordered. Someone immediately came over with tools to cut the kidney. Repeat this process. Finally, Imohan forced several of his younger brothers to choke the gang leader's kidneys and stomach. Fearing that the scene was too bloody and would cause discomfort to the audience, Imohan added mosaics to the live broadcast. However, the audience could still see how horrific the scene was from the bloodstains in the corners. Internet users from all over the world witnessed the true appearance of Boss Gyazi for the first time. It was also the first time I saw a person who was trying to hit someone else's kidney get hit on the kidney by his own people. However, the exciting scene did not last long, and the live broadcast room was closed. Imohan no longer wanted to fight, and used Flash to leave the lair of Boss Gyazi. However, before leaving, Imohan planted a large, beautiful flag at the scene where the bad guys were dealt with. There were strong breezes, and the flag of the beautiful country was fluttering in the wind. When the officials of the Gyazi country arrived, they were indignant and felt that the United States had gone too far. They went back to discuss how to contact neighboring countries and jointly sanction the United States' despicable behavior. The instigator of the incident, Imohan, had already returned to the city and was eating melon seeds and surfing the internet in a hotel. Imo-han used the hotel's computer to directly hack into the military account of the Great Bear Country and mobilize military supplies. He transferred 7 billion out of the 12 billion yuan from the military into his own account, encrypting the entire process so that the other party could not trace it. The remaining 5 billion was all transferred to the personal account of the Sakura country palmist, which can be easily found. But the computer login address is in Gyazi country. The leader of the Big Bear Nation shouted angrily, "You damned Kidney Nation and you damned Sakura Nation, you actually dared to turn your attention to my country." The Big Bear Kingdom launched a crazy military campaign, and 10 days later, the Yaozi Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom were destroyed. The time of the country's destruction happened to be the same day as the end of the world. The gunfire and smoke marked the beginning of the end of the world. But that's a story for later. After dealing with the Big Bear Country, Imo-han changed hotels and slept for 2 hours. I dressed up as a bearded old man and went out, ordering some local specialties at the night market, including biba grilled fish, seafood fried rice with soup, lemon iced tea, and Kashgar grilled chicken. Imo-han put on headphones, enjoying music while eating delicious food. The street where he ate was full of food stalls, just like the night market in Manhwa. Imo-han ate what he ordered and packed up 100 servings of the same dishes to take away. In order to keep the food hot, he bought a cart, and every time the merchant loaded the food for him, he would immediately push it to a secluded place. When I pushed the cart out again, it was empty. He put all the dishes into the space. Of course, his actions would be noticed by sharp-eyed passers-by, but since he was in disguise, he didn't care. Anyway, I will go back to Dragon Country tomorrow. That evening, Imo-han went to the most upscale restaurant in the area and, under the pretext of entertaining guests, asked the restaurant to prepare all of their signature dishes, enough for 100 tables. He paid half of the deposit first and came to pick it up when the food was ready. Originally, he didn't want to pay the deposit and just wanted to get it for free. But if you don't pay, the restaurant won't be able to cook the food, so there is no way around it except paying a deposit. While the restaurant was preparing food for him, Imo-han went to the night market again and bought everything he liked along the way. If you come across something you need for fun, just take it for free when the boss isn't paying attention. When you come across delicious and special food, ask the boss to make dozens of copies of it. He waited for others to pack up their things without paying and put them directly into the space when the boss wasn't paying attention. Even his people entered the space together. They took things for free along the way and made the most of the crazy looting of supplies before the end of the world. He got a lot of free food, daily necessities, and entertainment along the way. He guessed that the hotel had prepared the delicious food, so Imo-han went to the hotel. In the hotel lobby, a waiter introduced to Imo-han in fluent English the origins of all the dishes. Imo-han didn't want to listen to him chattering. He ordered, "Put all the dishes for the 100 tables on these large tables. Can't fit them all. No problem, just squeeze them in." After the dishes for the 100 tables were placed on the table, Imo-han, under the watchful eyes of the waiter, placed his hands directly on the table. With a thought, all the dishes entered his space. It's not that he deliberately exposed his space, but he had already disguised himself. Even if he was caught on surveillance camera, the hotel, or the police, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. First, he was wearing makeup, and second, he wore gloves from beginning to end, so he would not leave any clues such as fingerprints. So, when Imo-han put the table full of steaming dishes and the table into the space, the waiter next to him started screaming as if he had seen a ghost. The restaurant manager heard the shouting and ran over, only to find that the customer who had just come to get the food had disappeared along with the big table. The manager was so scared that he called the police. The police came to check the surveillance footage and found that it was an old man with a beard who was trembling as he walked. This old man ate all the way from the night market, got the food for free, and then came to the hotel. The police zoomed in on the surveillance video and found that the old man was eating at the night market earlier. He was using a Big Apple brand mobile phone. The video he clicked on was a video of the speech of the leader of the United States. He also kept commenting below, "My United States is so powerful. The leader is so handsome. The leader's big front teeth are so beautiful. The leader's smile is the most beautiful smile I have ever seen." Based on these traces and the bearded old man's appearance and language, the police determined that the thief was from the United States. Several police chiefs were seriously discussing how to apply to the country and make a stern representation to the United States when they saw a bearded old man at an intersection under the timely surveillance, giving the camera the middle finger and saying, "Scream, fuck." Chapter 12 picked up a fluffy cat. The provoked police from Gyazi country were furious and searched the whole city for the bearded old man dressed as Imo-han. Imo-han used space flash to reach the night market on another street far away. When he came out of the space, he was dressed as a she-male with red hair and green eyebrows. In front of a stall, Imohan ordered 20 skewers of barbecued meat, more than 10 skewers of chicken wings, 5 skewers of chicken gizzards, and 3 skewers of leeks. After waiting for a few minutes, it was ready to be baked. I took it in my hand and ate it while walking forward, preparing to find a small hotel to spend the night and take a flight back to Longwood tomorrow morning. As I was walking, I suddenly felt that something was following me. If you are fast, it will be fast. If you are slow, it will be slow. Imohan looked back and saw that it was a dirty golden retriever cub. However, although it is a little dirty, it is still quite cute with its round body and round eyes. Hey, little guy, why are you following me? Imohan squatted down and handed over a portion of the barbecue skewer in his hand. The dirty little dog didn't hesitate to bite the kebab. So you're hungry. Imohan admired this dirty little dog very much. He followed him across several streets just for a few bites of food. Throwing a few skewers of barbecued meat on the ground, Imohan said to the dirty little dog with disdain, "Look, you are all dirty and stink. Here is the meat for you, but don't follow me." He stood up and strode away. However, the dirty little dog ate the kebabs on the ground and chased after them again. Imohan was too lazy to pay attention to it and just hid in the space. Use flash to run all the way. When they reached an intersection, Imohan crossed the road a few seconds before the red light came on. Just stopped across the street, panting and panting, woof woof woof. A few sounds almost scared him to the ground. Why is it you? Imohan looked at the dirty little dog in front of him in shock. How did it follow him? I clearly hid in the space, flashed all the way, and came out of the space after crossing the road. It is impossible for anyone to see oneself, and the space has a highly concealed function, so the smell inside will not spread outside at all. How on earth did the dog keep up with me? Can it see itself? In order to confirm his guess, Imohan flashed into the space again. He ran more than 10 meters to the left intersection, then used space flash to look at the dirty little dog to see what it would do. As a result, the dirty little dog ran to him in a flash and wagged its tail desperately towards the place where he was hiding. Imohan said nothing, turned around, and ran away. While running, I looked back and found that the little dirty dog was following closely behind me. Imohan ran to the left, and it chased him to the left. Run to the right, and it will chase you to the right. Tired of running, Imohan stopped and finally became convinced that this dog was not an ordinary dog and could see him even when he was invisible. In other words, you can smell your own scent. Without teasing it anymore, Imohan walked out of the space. Damn, I'm so tired after running all the way. The dirty little dog also panted with his tongue hanging out. Hey, Imohan squatted in front of the dirty little dog, calmed down, and then asked, "Can you see me?" The dirty little dog shook his head. Imohan continued to ask, "Can you smell my information?" The dirty little dog nodded. "No wonder. I was wondering how you could catch up with me even though I was invisible? Oh, that's not right." Imohan suddenly widened his eyes. "How can you understand me?" The dirty little dog tilted its head up, looking at Imohan with its big watery eyes. Its cute and soft look almost melted Imohan's heart. Imohan picked up the dirty little dog, opened its butt, and took a look. "Damn, it's a male. I thought you were a female. That's why you're so cute. I didn't expect you to be a male." Imohan gently put the dirty little dog back on the ground and said with a smile, "Other golden retrievers have yellow eyes, but you have big watery eyes. You are really the most beautiful golden retriever. Oh no, the most handsome man." After praising the dirty little dog a few words, Imohan stood up and walked forward, ready to find a place to live. He turned around and warned the dirty little dog, "Don't follow me. I'm going to sleep. Go ask others for food." After saying that, Imohan walked forward without caring about the little dirty dog's expression. We arrived at the door of a small hotel, where several scantily clad beauties were soliciting customers at the door. Imohan really doesn't like this kind of place, but it's already past midnight and he needs to rest quickly. So he didn't be picky and used flash to enter the hotel directly, got a VIP room card at the front desk, and opened the door. However, as soon as I entered the door, a strong smell of powder hit me in the face. He wanted to put up with it, but he felt so disgusted that he had to leave. I would rather sleep with homeless people under the overpass than sleep in this room, filled with the smell of powder and perfume. This room gives people the feeling of one word: dirty. When Imohan was leaving the hotel, he saw the dirty little dog trying to run inside at the door. However, the glass door of the main entrance was closed by a guest, and the dirty little dog couldn't get in, so he stamped his feet in anxiety at the door. Maybe it was because the little dirty dog was so cute that the women gathered around it with curiosity and joy. Although its body is dirty, its fluffy head and big, round eyes make it very cute. A beautiful woman squatted down and put a candy in front of the little dirty dog for it to eat. The dirty little dog swatted the candy away in disgust. The other woman shook her head, walked to the convenience store next door, bought a chicken leg, and threw it to the dirty little dog. The dirty little dog urinated directly on the chicken leg. The beautiful lady who bought it the chicken leg was so angry that she started cursing. The person who had given it candy just now saw that he was not the only one embarrassed, and smiled with a pair of big front teeth showing. Several beauties picked up sticks and prepared to chase the little dirty dog. The little dirty dog dodged and stared at the door, fearing that Imohan would run away. Imohan pushed the door open and walked out. While the little dirty dog was dealing with others, he used the space flash to escape. He didn't want to bring this dirty little dog with him. Even though it could smell his scent and follow him at any time, this was not a very impressive ability in the end times. It's just a useless thing. No matter where you go, you will have to find ways to protect it, which is a waste of time and energy. What Imohan wanted to find was his good partner in his previous life, the best dog in the Thunder Department, the Thunder God Chicken. Imohan ran all the way, not knowing how many streets he had run, and arrived at a hotel that looked quite luxurious. He used the same trick again and entered the VIP suite of the hotel. After entering the room, she first removed the pinhole camera, took a shower, and lay on the comfortable big bed. Cheerful music was playing in the background of her mobile phone while she was watching videos. If you were tired, take a good sleep. Early the next morning, Imohan flashed out of the hotel. Prepare to go to the roadside to get a taxi to the airport. I had just walked 5 or 6 meters forward when I saw a yellow, furry little creature running towards me on its feet. Chapter 13 Vulcan Pancake. Imohan stood there helplessly, watching the chubby puppy running towards him. When the puppy ran to him and started wagging its tail vigorously, Imohan smiled helplessly and said, "Why do you have to follow me?" The little yellow dog kept barking at Imohan, but Imohan couldn't understand what he was saying. But Imohan was very curious. How come the little dirty dog, who was so dirty yesterday, was so clean and fragrant today? Little dirty dog, who gave you a bath? Imohan asked it. The dirty little dog stretched out a paw and pointed at his chest, meaning it washes itself. Imohan understood what it meant and blurted out 2 words, "Awesome." He patted its head and said with a smile, "Did you go wash because I told you stink yesterday?" The puppy nodded. Looking at the time, the next flight takes off at 8:30 in the morning. It is already 7:40 now. Imohan is afraid that it is too late to catch the plane, so he rushes to the roadside and stops a taxi. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the door, the little yellow dog rushed into the car. Imohan took the opportunity to close the car door and threw 100 big, beautiful yuan in. He told the driver to drive forward and not stop, and drive for 40 minutes before stopping. Imohan himself stopped another car. Sitting in the car, Imohan smiled. The little yellow dog's big watery eyes appeared in my mind. I thought to myself, if you can still find me, I will take you back to Dragon Kingdom. This thought flashed through his mind, and Imohan himself felt it was impossible. The driver drove all the way forward and stopped after 40 minutes. He had driven at least dozens of kilometers. No matter how powerful the dog was, it would be impossible for it to find him. Imohan was very happy to shake this exotic little tail. Arriving at the airport, Imohan bought 2 hamburgers in the waiting hall, sat at the dining table, and started eating. He had taken flights for free on previous occasions. This time he didn't want to get it for free, so he bought the plane ticket with his real identity. He wanted to have a comfortable ride without having to hide from place to place. He was eating a hamburger when suddenly, 2 woof woof sounds were heard under his feet. He was so scared that the hamburger fell onto the table. When I looked down, it was that little yellow dog again. No one knew how it managed to run back and find Imohan while being pulled forward by the taxi. Imohan discovered that one of its front legs was a little lame. Could it be that he jumped out of the car and escaped? Here, have a hamburger. Imohan let it jump onto the chair, sit next to him, and handed it the hamburger. Just now in the taxi on the way to the airport, Imohan thought that as long as the dog could still find him, he would take it away. The little yellow dog ate the burger with relish while staring at Imohan cautiously, fearing that he would run away again. Imohan was amused by its eyes and patted its head and said, "Don't worry, I won't run away. I'll take you with me." "But why should I take you with me? You have to give me a reason." "In fact, deep down I'm not ready to abandon it anymore, but I still want to tease it. See what other surprises this clever puppy can bring you." When the little yellow dog heard that Imohan would not run away and wanted to take it with him, he got so excited that a piece of bread got stuck in his throat, almost choking him to death. He swallowed the bread with difficulty, calmed himself down, and barked twice at Imohan. Imohan was amused by its appearance. "So, the fact that you get stuck when eating hamburgers is the reason why I take you away, right? Weakling." The little yellow dog was not convinced and said, "Woof, woof, woof." Emohan looked at it provocatively. See what it does. In order to get Emohan to take him away, the little yellow dog used its trump card. He stuck out his butt, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth towards Emohan. Sizzle. A flame as big as that from a lighter came out of his mouth. Emohan was stunned when he saw it. Fire. I remember that after the end of the previous life, there was a dog that was as famous as my demon chicken, and everyone called it the god of fire. And the dog in front of him could actually spit fire. Could it be that it is the famous Vulcan pancake of the end times, but its superpowers have not yet been fully awakened? Back then, Vulcan Pancake was the most powerful dog in the fire department. He was smart and could spit out samadhi fire from his mouth. He could kill zombies and supernatural beings. He was super powerful. But later the dog was lured and captured by the great devil Tulong, and was beheaded because he disobeyed Tulong's orders. Emohan felt excited. He was so lucky that he got there first and made Dabing his dog. Then wouldn't it be more certain that I could kill the dragon in this life? Afraid that others would discover the secret of Dabing's fire-breathing ability, Emohan quickly covered its mouth and whispered, "Remember, don't easily show your ability in front of other people in the future." Dabing nodded obediently. In the previous life, I had fought with Dabing countless times, but that was the glorious adult Dabing, not the little guy now. After many fights, Emohan knew that there was a big gap on its right ear. Just peel it open and take a look, and you will know if it is it. Emohan pulled open its right ear, and sure enough, there was a big gap on it. Because it is so fat, its ears are retracted into its fur, and the gap is not visible. It seems that this dog is undoubtedly the real Pancake. I just don't know who its owner is in this life, and what its name is. What's your name? Emohan asked, touching its fluffy little ears. Pancake shook his head. No name. Emohan thought for a moment and said, "Since you are so cute and fat, I will give you a name. Let's call you Dabing." Dabing was so happy that he jumped on his chair now that he had a name. After eating the hamburger, Dabing leaned towards Emohan and put his head against him. Round, chubby, and fluffy, Emohan looked carefully at the Dabing in front of him and felt that the young Dabing was extremely cute. Yesterday, because my body was dirty, I couldn't see how smooth my fur was. After taking a bath, her true appearance was revealed and she was much more beautiful. After eating a burger and drinking a glass of milk, Emohan prepared to board the plane. Dabing followed, limping behind. Emohan suddenly felt extremely regretful. He shouldn't have abandoned it before, causing it to break its leg. Turn around and pick it up. Wow, it's quite heavy. Lying in Emohan's arms, Dabing shouted with joy and licked the back of Emohan's hand nonstop with his mouth. Emohan wiped the back of his hand on his t-shirt and said disdainfully, "Don't lick it. It's dirty." He carried the pancake all the way to the bathroom, used the toilet, and then put the pancake into the space. Then go board the plane. On the plane, Emohan went to the bathroom every 50 minutes or so. Going to the toilet is fake, but going to the bathroom to take out the pancake and putting it back is real. A few hours later, the plane arrived at the airport in Manhwa. Emohan was just walking out of the airport with a pancake in his hand when his cell phone rang. "Hey, Mr. Emo, we found the black Doberman you asked us to look for." Chapter 14, Thunder God Chicken. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Emohan quickly took a taxi to the vegetable market on Xingfu Street. After walking a few hundred meters inside the vegetable market, we arrived at a very hidden dog dealer's stall. The stall owner was a dark-faced man in his 50s. When he saw a customer coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. His face is full of fat, and the way he smiles makes people feel particularly ugly. "My dear little brother, the dogs here are all good dogs. The meat will be so delicious after being stewed." The stall owner pointed at the dog in the cage and introduced it enthusiastically. Emohan stared at the dog cages in front of him, but didn't see his own demon chicken. He asked, "Boss, are there no other dogs?" The boss looked around cautiously and took Emohan to the inner room. As soon as he entered the door, Emohan felt a strong stench trying to get into his nose. There were more than 10 dog cages in the room, each with 3 or 4 dogs. There were dozens of dogs in total, barking nonstop. Emohan glanced around and immediately saw the black Doberman curled up in the innermost dog cage. When they met again, Emohan couldn't hold back his tears, and they flowed out in an instant, but he wiped them away immediately. "Why are you crying? How can a grown man cry?" The boss was still introducing which dog had more meat and which dog had the most delicate meat. Emohan didn't listen to a word and walked straight to the innermost dog cage, looking at the dying chicken inside. In his previous life, he and the demon chicken met half a year after the end of the world. By chance, the demon chicken became his good partner. At this time, the monster chicken was so thin that its bones were visible, and it lay in the dog cage, dying. After being reborn, many things have changed, such as the encounter with the demon chicken. In the previous life, he was not in this dog dealer's stall, but on the way when Imohan went out to look for survival supplies. At that time, the demon chicken had not yet awakened its special powers and was just an ordinary black dog. The reason why Imohan took it in was because it saved Imohan. Half a year after the apocalypse, Imohan has not yet awakened his psychic abilities and is fighting with the brute force of a physical education student. After being rescued by the monster chicken, he kept the monster chicken by his side. The demon chicken remained loyal to him until it was finally killed by Yanuer. Imohan pointed at the monster chicken in the dog cage and said, "Boss, this is it. Oh, this dog was brought here the night before yesterday. I heard it was hit by a car and its right hind leg was broken. How about this? If you want it, I'll sell it to you cheaply for 500 yuan. Wait, I'll kill it for you right away." Kill? Why kill? When Imohan heard the boss say that he wanted to kill the demon chicken, his eyes were filled with coldness. The boss was frightened by his look and asked curiously, "You came to me to buy dog meat, didn't you?" "Buying dog meat?" Imohan sneered. "This is my dog. Let it go quickly." The boss looked surprised. "Your dog? I bought this dog with my own money. If you say it's your dog, then it's your dog, right?" Imohan sneered. "My dog has a hairless spot under its belly. It's a purple moon-shaped birthmark. If you don't believe me, just open its belly and you'll know." The boss was skeptical and wanted to reach out to rip the belly of the monster chicken, but he didn't dare. He muttered, "If you can, rip it for me. This dog is very fierce. I was almost bitten by it yesterday." Imohan nodded, squatted in front of the dog cage, and looked at the monster chicken inside. The demon chicken doesn't recognize him now, but Imohan was not worried about being bitten by it. The demon chicken is very smart. It must know that I want to save it. Imohan reached over and pulled apart the hair under the demon chicken's belly. The demon chicken whined in its mouth and bared its teeth as if in resistance, but did not bite him. Imohan pointed at the monster chicken's belly and said, "Boss, open your eyes and take a good look. Is there a purple moon-shaped birthmark?" The boss squatted over and took a look, and sure enough, there it was. "However, I bought this dog for 30 yuan, so I have to spend some money no matter what. I don't care whether this dog is yours or not. I bought it for 300 yuan. It has been eating and drinking at my place for the past few days. You have to give me the money." Imohan ignored what the boss said and gently touched the demon chicken's head. The black Doberman curled up inside was dying, but the sharpness in its eyes could not be concealed. Imohan looked at it with eyes full of heartache and said to it, "If you don't want to become someone else's table delicacy, follow me quickly." The demon chicken raised its head, glanced at Imohan, and slowly walked out of the iron cage. Imohan walked forward, and the demon chicken followed behind him. Imohan gave the money to the boss, turned, and left the house. The demon chicken followed him all the way. After walking a few steps, Imohan squatted down and held it in his arms. The demon chicken was a little resistant. Imohan stroked its head and said, "I'll just call you a monster chicken. Follow me from now on." The chicken demon finally gave up resisting and lay obediently in Imohan's arms. Imohan quickly took a taxi home, took out the pancake from the space, and placed it on the carpet in the living room together with the demon chicken. The two dogs haven't grown up yet. They are both puppies, but Dabing looks bigger because he is fatter. The monster chicken was thin and small, dirty and smelly. Dabing has a very extroverted personality. When he saw the monster chicken, he liked it very much and kept throwing himself on it. The demon chicken is the descendant of a police dog. It is naturally introverted and vigilant, and does not like to make a fuss. So, when the pancake pounced on it, it kept hiding. The more the monster chicken hides, the more fun it finds Dabing. Until there was nowhere to hide, the chicken squatted in the corner and let Dabing do whatever he wanted to it. Imohan went to the bathroom to run some hot water, took the two dogs in, and washed them casually. Because both dogs' legs were injured, Imohan didn't dare put them in the bathtub for fear that the wounds would be soaked and cause infection. Scrub them clean and blow-dry the dog's hair with a hairdryer. Chapter 15. Who asked you to look down on others? After blow-drying the two dogs' fur, Imohan went downstairs to buy iodine, gauze, and other things. Dabing's injury was on his left front leg. He was just a little lame and had a few scratches, nothing too serious. But Imohan just bandaged it casually. The monster chicken injured its right hind leg, and the entire leg was broken off, with blood all over the leg. There were also wounds on the back, deep enough to see the bones. Imohan cleaned it carefully and bandaged it. It was very painful when scrubbing. In order to relieve the pain, Imohan found a bone that had been frozen for a long time in the refrigerator, cooked it specially, and gave it to the monster to bite. The demon chicken was very obedient. It bit the bone with all its might and didn't make a sound even though it hurt. Dabing, who was standing nearby, wanted to eat the bone, so he tickled the chicken hard, hoping that it would spit out the bone. Imohan got anxious and cursed. "Big Pancake, I'm bandaging its wound right now. If you keep making trouble, I'll throw you out right away and I won't want you anymore." Dabing jumped a few times, but when he saw Imohan speaking in a fierce voice, he didn't dare to do anything else and just stayed aside and watched. Seeing the bones in the monster chicken's mouth, I couldn't help drooling. "What a foodie," Imohan said the Big Pancake, but what he was thinking was, "This dog must be hungry. I have to give it something to eat later." While bandaging the monster chicken's wound, Imohan ordered 20 hamburgers using his cell phone. The wound was bandaged and the hamburger arrived. Imohan opened the package and said to the two dogs, "Come on, 2 burgers each, that should be enough. Stay at home and don't make trouble. I'm going to go out to stock up." Both dogs are very smart. After hearing what Imohan said, the Bing nodded and barked, "Woof woof." Yaoji didn't make any sound, but it blinked a few times. In his previous life, Imohan had lived with the demon chicken for several years, and he knew that demon chickens temper best. The demon chicken is not lively and doesn't like to call. If you ask it to promise you something, most of the time it will lie on the ground and won't even bother to raise its head, and will just blink its eyes to show its agreement. Imohan told the two dogs not to destroy the house. He himself put on very mature clothes, put on a gray wig, stuck a white beard on his mouth, put his hands behind his back, and went out. I have to say that the disguise skills that Imohan acquired at the end of his previous life are really amazing. The way he was dressed as an old man was so flawless that no matter how far or close you looked at him, you couldn't tell what was wrong with him. At first glance, he is the old man who goes to the park every day to play with spinning tops. Weapons, tanks, rice, cotton products, cotton, etc. have been stockpiled abroad. Then in the country, you need to stock up on some detailed things. There were various natural disasters in the end times, and in the later period, due to acid rain erosion, even drinking water could not be guaranteed. So, the first thing Imohan thought of was to stock up on water. Imohan came out of the house and went straight to the mineral water factory. An 18 kilograms barrel of bottled mineral water costs 8 yuan on the market. "Boss, how much of this bottled mineral water do you have in stock in your warehouse?" Imohan asked in an old voice. If you want to pretend to be an old man, you naturally have to act more realistically. The owner of the water plant was a man in his 30s, sitting at the counter playing with his phone. When he saw a customer coming in, he said in a cold voice without even raising his eyelids, "Single purchase is 8 yuan per barrel, and wholesale is 6 yuan per barrel for a minimum order of 30 barrels. Because the first natural disaster in the previous life was extreme heat, and there are only 9 days left until the end of the world, the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and mineral water is selling very well, so it is understandable that the boss is a little arrogant. Imohan found that the boss of the water plant did not answer the question, but he was not angry. He said in an old voice, "Young man, I didn't ask the price. I asked how many barrels you have in your warehouse now." The boss then looked up and said with a smile, "How many barrels are there?" 100,000 barrels. Do you want them?" He said this because he felt that the old man dressed by Imohan didn't need so much, and he was mocking him on purpose. Imohan looked around and saw buckets piled densely on the ground. He said, "Since you only have 100,000 buckets, I'll have to go to the house next door." The boss sneered, 100,000 barrels is not enough. How many do you want?" "At least 200,000 barrels. There is another water plant next to this water plant." Imohan shook his head and walked out of the first house. The first boss looked at Imohan walking out with his body hunched over and mocked him loudly. "You crazy old man, just keep bragging. You brag without thinking." Imohan replied in a drawn-out voice, "Then just wait and see." The second boss was much more enthusiastic than the first one. As soon as Imohan entered, he greeted me with a smile. However, when the boss learned that Imohan wanted 200,000 barrels of water, he was completely unconvinced. "Uncle, are you serious or not? 200,000 barrels of water? I'm afraid all the water plants in the city combined don't have that much." Imohan smiled and said, "How many days does it take for your family to produce so much water?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Normally, if you place an order, it will take a week. There are still 9 days before the end of the world's high temperature, and it is completely possible to deliver 200,000 barrels of water in a week." Imohan said to the store owner, "How much is one bucket for ordering so much water?" Although the boss thought his words were unbelievable, he still answered seriously. "The market price is 7 yuan per bucket, and the wholesale price is 5 yuan. But since you ordered so many, it's 2.8 yuan per bucket. However, you need to pay a deposit of at least 50,000 yuan for the bucket." "Okay, I'll pay a deposit first and call you in a week." Imohan left his phone number with the store. After scanning the store's QR code for payment, The warehouse immediately received a message via WeChat that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into the account. The boss was stunned. It took him half a minute to come back to his senses and asked Imohan, "Uncle, why did you order so much water?" Imohan laughed and said, "Donate it to the poor mountainous areas." "Which impoverished mountainous area should we donate to?" Imohan glared and said angrily, "You are nosy. Return my deposit." The boss immediately smiled and said, "Okay, I won't ask. I won't ask." After ordering some water, Imohan walked out. The owner of the first water plant came over curiously and asked the second owner, "Did that crazy old man come to your house and say something crazy?" "Ha, you don't know. He actually asked for 200,000 barrels of water. It made me laugh to death." The second boss looked at him sympathetically and said with a smile, "You are so stupid. You are giving up a good business." Then he showed him the record of Imohan paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The first water plant owner opened his eyes wide and counted. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000. It really is 100,000. I wouldn't have laughed at him if I had known. Your family will make a net profit of 100,000 yuan from this business. The second boss said smugly, "Of course, who asked you to look down on others? Damn, who knew such a silly old man would actually want so much water? By the way, did he tell me why he ordered so much water?" The second store owner glared at him and said, "I'm just selling things to customers. Why do you have to pry into other people's privacy?" Chapter 16 Buy, stock up. The mineral water issue was settled, and Imohan, disguised as an old man, went to the wholesale market again. There are only 9 days left until the end of the world, and he must use up all his money. He got 3.1 billion from shares from his uncle, stole 7 billion from the Big Bear country's government, and has 8.12 million in loans that have been added to his card in the past few days. And the house on the 12th floor, worth 15 million, will be flooded sooner or later if it rains heavily in the future. It would be better to sell it and find a better habitat. So, Imohan put the house up for sale online a few days ago. The house worth 15 million is asking for 11 million, and there are a lot of people asking about it. However, Imohan was abroad these days and did not reply to others until he returned. Someone will come to see the house tomorrow morning. If the price difference is not too big, I will just sell it. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" Imohan walked to a flower wholesale department, and immediately a waiter came over to ask him what he wanted to buy. Imohan looked around and saw countless flour piled up in the warehouse. He asked, "Wholesale flour, how much is a bag?" The waiter said, "It depends on what you need. For this kind of 50 gene package, the minimum order is 20 packages, and the wholesale price is 150 yuan per package. For this kind of 20 gene package, the price is 70 yuan per package." Imohan interrupted the waiter and said, 50 gene per bag. How about 200,000 bags? What's the lowest price? Do you have it in stock?" The waiter was a little shocked. "Uncle, 200,000 bags. Are you kidding me?" Imohan knew that if he always used units of hundreds of thousands, it would be strange for others to believe him. But he was not angry. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely not believe it if others wanted to buy goods in this way. He smiled and said to the waiter, "How about this? You go get the boss and I'll talk to him." "Okay." Although the waiter didn't believe it, he still obediently went to get the boss. The boss came over and saw Imohan, who had a stubble on his face and a hunched body. He hoped in his heart that he was really a big buyer and not an old man suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Imohan said to the boss, "I want 200,000 bags of flour at 50 yuan per pound. Give me a price." The boss came up to me with a smile and said, "Old man, if you really want so much, I'll charge you 2 yuan per pound. A bag of 50 pounds is 100 yuan. But we only have 50,000 bags in stock now, and it will take 3 days to arrive if you order." "Okay, I'll pay a deposit first, and I'll contact you in 3 days." Imohan took out his mobile phone and paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan. I left my contact information to the shocked boss, turned left, and went to the next store. Imohan was very cautious. The contact number he left for others was not the one he used to apply for a card with his ID card, but a number he bought on a small website. It was a virtual number that could not be found on an ID card. Just being able to connect with others is fine. The next one is a large food wholesale department, which has the most complete range of food in the entire market. There are a lot of things, no matter which one, Imohan can use it. Even if you don't need it, it won't go bad if you keep it in space. Originally, if Imohan wanted to make a purchase for free, he could empty out the wholesale department in minutes. But he didn't want to do that. As a dragon citizen, I still have some patriotic feelings. 0 yuan purchases are only available to those people abroad. In your own country, if you can afford it, try to spend money on it. This is Imohan's last bit of conscience. Imohan wandered around the food wholesale department for a long time, thought about what he needed, and said to the shopping guide, I am planning to open a large supermarket recently, and I need to purchase a lot of things. 100,000 wide noodles, 50,000 thin noodles, and 50,000 medium noodles. 100,000 bags of 50 gene sorghum flour, 100,000 gene vermicelli, 100,000 gene soybeans, 100,000 barrels of lard, 100,000 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100,000 barrels of salad oil. After saying a lot in one breath, the shopping guide's expression changed from excitement to sadness. My dear old man, your order is indeed very large, but unfortunately not all the goods in the warehouse have so many. For noodles and the like, let alone 100,000 pieces, even 30,000 pieces may not be available. Emohan nodded, yes. Everything I need is priced in units of hundreds of thousands, and no one really has that much stock. The shopping guide suggested, Uncle, how about this? Where is your supermarket? You can make a list, and I will prepare all the goods and send them to you. Emohan thought this was a good idea and asked with a smile, how long will it take? The shopping guide thought for a moment and said, based on my previous experience, it may take about half a month. Half a month? Emohan smiled. There are only 9 days left to the end of the world, but the shopping guide said it would only take half a month. How is that possible? However, it is a good idea to stock up on yourself using the gimmick of opening a supermarket. How about this, young man? Let your boss come and talk to me. Emohan said to the shopping guide. Soon the shopping guide found the owner of this food wholesaler. Emohan stated his needs and said to the boss, I'll give you a week to help me get the goods in order with guaranteed quality and quantity. Do you think you can do it? The boss's waist was almost bent at a 90-degree angle. With a gentle smile, he said, I guarantee that all the goods will be delivered in 1 week. Emohan was very satisfied with his boss's attitude, but he still warned him, if I find out that you have cheated on any of the goods, you will definitely forget how to write the word cry. The boss nodded and bowed quickly. Don't worry, old man. Doing business requires integrity, and there will be absolutely no deception. Don't worry. In order to ensure that the boss could prepare the goods with confidence, Emohan paid a deposit of 1 million. The boss didn't need Emohan to draw up a list of goods because their wholesale department already had a food list that was more than 10 pages long. Emohan himself was too lazy to sort out how many portions of each item were needed, so 200,000 portions of grain, oil, rice and flour would be enough. We had previously purchased millions of kilograms of rice from India for 0 yuan, so there was no need to buy any more. Other items such as sorghum flour, corn kernels, cake flour, sweet potato flour, etc., a total of 200,000 bags. Rapeseed oil, castor oil, salad oil, sesame oil, sunflower oil, etc., also 200,000 bottles. There is also yeast powder, butter, and cream for making cakes, all of which need to be purchased in quantities of 100,000. Order according to a normal supermarket proportion. The boss made a rough calculation and found that according to Emohan's requirements, it would cost at least 200 million yuan to deliver the entire supermarket. Uncle, it will cost about 200 million yuan if the supermarket covers an area of about 5,000 square meters, as you said, because you will definitely not only sell our food, food is food. You also need to sell clothes and daily necessities. Emohan smiled and said, yes, it should be complete in variety, covering all aspects of life. Emohan knew that the boss was firstly giving his supermarket some advice on how to purchase goods out of kindness, and secondly, was worried that he didn't have that much money. Of course, worrying about having no money is the most important thing. Seeing that his boss was really worried, Emohan signed an order agreement with him and paid another 20 million as a deposit. Together with the previous 1 million, the deposit is 21 million. Now the boss can go about allocating and replenishing goods with confidence. Chapter 17, Buying a Snack Wholesale Store. When Emohan came out of the food wholesale department, his phone rang. Hey, Mr. Han, the storefront of that large underground shopping mall on Nanyuan Street that you mentioned last time has unfortunately been rented out. Han Jialuo is the fake ID card used by Emohan. Before Emohan went abroad, in order to stock up on goods when he returned home, he asked someone to help him rent a storefront in a large underground shopping mall on Nanyuan Street. At that time, I saw the rental information. The annual rent for renting a place worth 5,000 square meters would cost 500,000 yuan. Who rented it out and how much is the rent? Emohan asked. The person who helped him rent the supermarket was a business runner he had temporarily hired. It's a Mr. Su Ming. The rent is 480,000. Okay, I understand. Could you please find his contact information for me? After hanging up the phone, Emohan walked into another food store. This food store focuses on snacks and drinks. Although Emohan had asked the boss of the food wholesale department to prepare goods for him according to the supermarket shopping list, Imohan still walked into the food store to see if there was anything he particularly wanted to eat and bought some first. There is a constant stream of people coming to buy snacks wholesale. Imohan looked around and found that there were many things he liked to eat. For example, shikima, beef tendon, spicy strips, shredded potatoes, potato chips, walnuts with dates, beef jerky, black sesame slices, various nuts, cheese sticks, etc. Boss, I want 20,000 packs of these things. Ham sausage, hot dogs, corn candy, white rabbit milk candy, peanut milk candy, sesame candy, and cowhide soft candy. Also 20,000 packs. Instant noodles, braised eggs, diced radish, rice noodles, hot and sour rice noodles, river snail noodles, crossbridge rice noodles. All 100,000 boxes. Bread, milk, yogurt, Coca-Cola, Sprite, 250 ml mineral water, instant coffee, rock sugar and snow pear, pulse, scream, Giaduobo, orange juice, apple cider vinegar, Red Bull. 100,000 items each. The boss stood in front of Imohan, and only his mouth was seen moving. With tens of thousands of pieces like this and hundreds of thousands of pieces like that, the boss felt like he had severe tinnitus and his ears were buzzing constantly. Imohan ordered the things he liked, and found that the things he didn't order seemed good too. Finally, Imohan's impatience came out. He felt that it was troublesome to count in this way, so he said directly to the boss, "How about this? I will buy this from your store. How much is it?" The boss looked at him in surprise. The lady boss looked down on him and said, "Old man, do you know how much it costs to run such a big store like mine?" Imohan stroked his graying beard and asked with a smile, "How much?" The lady boss said disdainfully, "If you want to buy something, buy it quickly and don't make trouble. This shop of mine costs more than 2 million. You can't afford it." "What? More than 2 million?" Imohan said in panic. "Is it so expensive?" The proprietress was busy serving goods to other customers. She saw Imohan dressed shabbily and looked old, like a stick, dressed like a poor city person. He mocked, "You must be joking. The cost of buying so many snacks is more than 2 million. If you can afford my store, I will not only pay you the cost, but also kneel down and call you dad 3 times. The boss didn't say anything. After hearing what his wife said, he also felt that it was very strange for this old man to ask for 100,000 copies at every turn. He might be a lunatic. Imohan ignored the two and continued to ask, "Tell me, how much is it exactly?" The lady boss sneered, 2.1 million. "Do you want to buy it?" "Buy it, why not? Give me the bank card." The lady boss took out her bank card and continued sarcastically, Here you go, you old man. If you have 2.1 million, I'll give you all the goods I just brought back from outside. That's 360,000 yuan worth of goods." Mohan looked up at the surveillance camera, confirmed that it was working normally, and said with a smile, "The surveillance camera is proof." The lady boss smiled and said, "Yes, I have surveillance cameras at home, and I can hear everything clearly. If you have the 2.1 million, scan it to me immediately, and I'll give you everything in the store, including the truckload of goods outside." Imohan pretended to be embarrassed, turned around, and prepared to escape from the store. In fact, he didn't really want to escape. He just pretended to do so to make the boss lady more determined to sell the store to him. As he turned around, he did not leave the proprietress's sight. The boss lady cursed at his background. "Why? What you said sounded like fart. Turning around and leaving, not buying my store anymore? You're really crazy. 100,000 copies of this, 100,000 copies of that, and you thought it was real. In fact, you're just a lunatic, wasting my time." Imohan knew that he looked old and ugly, and purchasing goods in large quantities would definitely be questioned. He turned around and wanted to leave, intentionally trying to provoke the landlady. As soon as the lady boss started talking, Imohan felt stimulated. He quickly turned around, took out his phone and transferred money to the lady boss's card, saying, Okay, we have surveillance cameras, so we're not afraid that you'll default on your debt." The proprietress was watching the show with her hands folded, when suddenly a loud voice sounded in the air. 2.1 million yuan received from CCB. "Boss. Lady boss." Imohan shook his phone and said to the lady boss, "This store is mine now. You two can go." The proprietress didn't react for a moment and was speechless for a long time. The boss was the first to react and said, "I won't do it. I won't sell it. This is just a joke my wife is playing on you, old ghost. Don't take it seriously." Imohan sneered, "There is surveillance evidence. You can choose to sue in court." After that, he said to the employees working inside, "Okay, I have bought this store. We will not do business today. Everyone, please close the store. Those who listen to me will get double the salary than before." The 5 employees who were helping to pack in the store all stopped what they were doing and stared at Imohan. Imohan asked one of the employees to come over to him and said, "Give me your WeChat. How much was your previous salary?" The employee answered truthfully, 3,000 yuan a month. Imohan scanned 6,000 yuan on his WeChat account and said, "This is your salary for this month. Now all you need to do is close the store. For those who ordered before, refund them double the price. For those who come in later, just persuade them to leave." "Okay, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." The employee thanked Mohan excitedly and went to do his work. The other 4 employees looked at each other. After hesitating for a few seconds, 2 people came to Imohan. The remaining 2 went to the original boss and his wife because they were cousins of the couple. Imohan paid them their wages and asked them to unload all the goods from the truck outside and load them into the warehouse. The boss and his wife cursed and swore, and Imohan ordered the 3 employees, "If they try to stop you, you can beat them up. I will pay for all the medical expenses, and I will give you a 20,000 yuan salary increase after that." When the 3 employees heard this, they immediately straightened their backs. When they were working, the boss's wife often scolded them. Now they were looking for an opportunity to vent their anger, and they wished that the boss and his wife would take action first. The proprietress scolded for a while, but finally had to admit defeat and gave the key to Imohan. Chapter 18: Underground Warehouse. Several employees were unloading goods together with the factory employees who had brought the goods in, while Imohan was sitting in the store with his legs crossed. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang. The errand boy he had hired earlier told him that he had found the phone number of Su Ming, who rented the storefront in the underground supermarket. Imohan called Su Ming, who said on the phone that he wanted to rent the 5,000 square meter storefront to run a clothing mall and did not plan to sublease it within 3 years. Imohan thought for a moment and said, "Boss Su, how about this? I'll give you 50,000 yuan and rent the storefront to me for 9 days. I'll return it after 9 days. How about that?" Su Ming was confused. "Why did you spend so much money just to rent it for 9 days? Imohan explained, "I used to run a supermarket, but it went bankrupt. But I have too much stuff at home, and I can't find a warehouse to store the old stuff. I'll leave it at your place for a few days, and then I can rent a warehouse somewhere else and move." 50,000 yuan for 9 days rental is equivalent to more than 5,000 yuan a day. Even if you're just a fool, there's no reason for you not to do it. Therefore, Su Ming immediately stated, "Mr. Han, since you are only renting for a short period of time, how about this, 50,000 yuan, rent for 9 days, and give you 1 day for free, a total of 10 days. Anyway, we will start business next month, so I can do the decoration a few days later." When Imohan heard this, he was very moved and thanked him repeatedly. The 2 agreed to meet at 6:30 in the afternoon, one hand over the money and the other hand over the keys. Several employees had not yet finished moving the goods, so in order to save time, Imohan found a few helpers on the street to help. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the goods were moved. Mohan said to the 3 employees, "You don't have to work today, go home and rest." The 3 employees looked at him gratefully. In the past, they would not be able to go home until 8 or 9 in the evening. The new boss is so nice. As soon as the employees left, Imohan closed the store. The surveillance cameras in the store were linked to the former boss lady's mobile phone, so the boss lady knew everything Imohan did in the store. So, the first thing Imohan did after closing the store was to break the surveillance camera. After taking out the surveillance detector and making sure that there were no surveillance cameras in the entire store and the warehouse inside where the goods were stored, Imohan gently placed his hand on the snacks, and with a thought, he put all the snacks and drinks into the space. In just a second, the originally crowded room was empty. Imohan walked out of the shop, closed the door, and left the key at the door. Although he bought snacks from the store, it doesn't mean that the 2 million yuan can buy their store. Imohan still has this self-awareness. In order to avoid being discovered by the surveillance cameras on the street, Imohan deliberately walked forward for a distance, came to a place without surveillance, and disappeared into the space. Then he flashed all the way to another intersection, disguised himself as another old man, and walked out of the intersection with a hunched back. Walking in the crowd, no one could notice that the old man now was the same one as before. I looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock. There was still exactly half an hour left before the meeting time I had agreed to meet Su Ming. Time was precious, so Imohan came to a place not far from the entrance of the underground mall on Nanyuan Street and randomly found a noodle restaurant to eat a bowl of noodles. At 18:20, Imohan arrived at the entrance of the underground mall. A few minutes later, Su Ming appeared in a suit and tie. He was obviously a successful business owner. He had a good vision to open a clothing store in Nanyuan Street, an underground mall with a large flow of people. Unfortunately, the end of the world is approaching, and no matter how far-sighted he is, he cannot calculate the unknown. "Boss Su, please give me the payment code, and I will pay you the rent first. Mo Han paid Su Ming 50,000 yuan and got the key from Su Ming. Mr. Han, I just had the walls of the store simply painted. It hasn't been renovated yet, but it should be fine for you to use it as a warehouse. Okay, thank you. In order not to expose himself, Mo Han did not have too much conversation with Su Ming. Su Ming gave the key to Mo Han and left. Mo Han opened the door and walked in. The inside had indeed not been renovated yet, with just the walls painted white. Fortunately, there was a light inside. Mo Han turned on the light and saw that it was very spacious inside. There is no surveillance inside, which makes it convenient for him to store goods in the space. Mo Han nodded with satisfaction, indicating that it was very good. After locking the door, Mo Han left the underground mall. It was already 7 o'clock, but because it was summer, the days were longer and it wasn't completely dark yet. Mo Han was walking on the street, thinking of the 2 injured dogs at home who needed food and medicine, so he went to the nearest pet shop. The owner of the pet shop enthusiastically asked about the condition of Mo Han's pets at home and helped Mo Han prepare nutritious meals for the dog. This food is enough for 10 days. The boss handed a plastic bag to Mo Han. Mo Han shook his head and said, "Not enough, not enough. Boss, how much is the stuff in your entire pet store worth? How about I buy it for you? You can make some money and then restock it in a couple of days." The boss was very happy to hear this and quoted a price to Mo Han. 300,000. Okay, Mo Han said with a smile. Boss, please help me transport all the things to store 308 in the underground mall on Nanyuan Street. Old man, would you like to send it over now? Asked the pet shop owner. Mo Han thought for a moment and said, I'll go to the veterinary clinic first and contact you later. The two exchanged contact information and Mo Han paid the boss a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Mo Han went to the veterinary clinic and asked the veterinarian to sell all the medical equipment and drugs in his store. The entire store purchase costs 510,000. Mo Han paid the money on the spot, but with one condition. He asked the boss to send a driver to help transport all the items in the store to the warehouse on Nanyuan Street. The owner and driver of the veterinary clinic drove a large truck and started heading towards Nanyuan Street. Mo Han called the pet shop and asked the owner to drive away. The boss knew that Mo Han wanted to run a supermarket business, so he would not cheat or deliberately hide goods. Everyone knows about the Nanyuan Street Underground Mall. Those who run large supermarkets, they are all multimillionaire bosses. The pet shop is actually not far from the underground city, but there are so many pet supplies that it is impossible to move them there by yourself. It has to be transported to the underground parking lot by a light truck and then taken to the store by elevator. Mo Han didn't take any car, but walked back to the underground city by himself. When we arrived at the warehouse door, the two owners and employees had already started using the elevator to transport goods one by one. Large boxes of goods were piled up outside the store. Mo Han opened the door for them. When the two bosses saw that it was a large supermarket covering more than 5,000 square meters, they looked at Mo Han with great admiration. Anyone who can afford to open such a large supermarket must be either rich or noble. Even though Mo Han is now dressed like a hunchbacked, very simple old man, it does not affect his image as a tall and mighty boss in their hearts. It turns out that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Chapter 19, Who Covers the Blanket? After the two bosses and their drivers moved all kinds of pet supplies into the warehouse, Mo Han closed the door and put everything into the space. Then lock the door and go home. As soon as I opened the door, Dabing came running towards me, jumping up and down. Mo Han squatted on the ground, gently touched its head with his hand, and asked, Big Pancake, are you hungry? Dabing nodded repeatedly. Mo Han smiled and said, We can eat soon. Standing up, walking around Dabing, Mo Han changed his shoes and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Dabing immediately followed closely. The chicken demon was lying on the carpet under the sofa. Because he was injured, he did not stand up when he saw Mo Han, but just raised his eyelids to look at him. Of course, Yaoji's character is also relatively serious, not as lively and cute as Dabing. Mo Han bent down from the sofa, touched the demon chicken's back, and said softly, Demon chicken, do you want to eat? The chicken blinked its eyes, indicating that it wanted to eat. Mo Han had an idea and took out 2 boxes of dog food from the space, tore open the wrapping paper, handed 1 box to Dabing and 1 box to Yaoji. Dabing pounced directly on the dog food and started to eat it. His chubby body rolled on the ground twice and couldn't get up because he moved too fast. Mo Han stretched out his hand and grabbed its scruff, lifted it up and put it on the ground, and said with a smile, You little fat boy, why are you so impatient? Dabing whined twice at Mo Han, then pounced on the dog food on the ground. He showed off his foodie side to the fullest. Yaoji is also eating dog food, but he is a completely different type from Dabing. The monster chicken has the seriousness and vigilance of a police dog's offspring, and eats seriously and carefully. A mature and steady look. Strictly speaking, he is mature beyond his years, because at this time the demon chicken is just a half-grown dog and has not fully grown yet. Emohan looked at the two dogs eating and ignored them. I lay on the sofa and began to think about my past life. According to the memory of the previous life, on May 17th, a strange virus will suddenly break out all over the world. The virus spread rapidly, and in less than 20 days, the whole world was affected. People infected with the virus will first have a persistent high fever, then bleed from the mouth and nose, and become zombies with no independent consciousness, who can only howl and bite people. Among the billions of people in the world, more than 90 have died from this virus, and the remaining less than 10 will have to deal with various natural and man-made disasters that will follow. Human survival is quite difficult. The natural disaster will begin with continuous high-temperature weather, which will not end until 3 months later. After the extreme heat, it is extremely cold. Then there were fire rain, earthquakes, insect tides, plague, acid rain, etc. Emohan thought about his previous life, when he and his uncle, cousin, and fiancée Yin Yuer's family had to hide from place to place. In order to enter the Ark base, the last few people even designed to kill themselves. Buildings on the ground are indeed very unsafe when extreme weather begins. Even if you use the best materials to build your own building, it is inevitable that it will be coveted by others. The person who covets it may be a powerful person with supernatural powers, or it may be an official. In short, it is very difficult to protect your own shelter by yourself. Therefore, in this life, Emohan has to build a shelter, but not directly on the ground. Instead, he has to build it in a place where it is not easily discovered by others. After today, there will only be 8 days left until the doomsday virus breaks out. After the end of the world in the previous life, Emohan fled everywhere and learned that there was a very high mountain called Xianyutan on the outskirts of Jiangyang City in the neighboring province. This mountain is very high, surrounded by cliffs on all sides. There is only a narrow stone staircase to reach the top of the mountain. If you are not careful, you may fall into the cliff. In Emohan's previous life, when his supernatural powers were not strong enough, he was chased and bitten by a monster in order to protect Yin Yuer. He had no choice but to mistakenly enter the cliff below Xianyutan and accidentally discovered the mountain of Xianyutan. On top of the mountain is a very flat and spacious area, at least 3,000 square meters. There is a thatched house on top, but it has collapsed due to years of disrepair. The collapsed area was covered with red ropes that had long faded. It was probably a Yulao temple in the past. When Emohan reached the top of the mountain, he found that this place was very suitable for living. It was simply a treasure trove. Also, because of the dangerous terrain, normally no one would go up there, so it is very safe to avoid some natural disasters and man-made calamities. At that time, Emohan was sitting on the top of the mountain, and he sighed. If only I had discovered this place earlier, I could have built a few cabins here and lived a leisurely life like in a paradise. I didn't expect that God was so merciful and allowed Emohan to be reborn. In this life, Emohan wants to build one of his shelters in Xinyu village. Be sure to use the best bulletproof, anti-toxic, fireproof, and acid rainproof materials to build a super sturdy clifftop shelter. In addition to the shelter in Xianyutan, Emohan also needs to find a place that will not be affected by earthquakes or volcanic eruptions and dig 2 more underground shelters. The reason for building several is to be prepared. In case one of them cannot be used due to special reasons in the future, there are still 2 others. The weather has been getting hotter recently. Emohan lay on the sofa and fell asleep unknowingly. In the middle of the night, Emohan got up to pee and found that he was covered with a thin blanket. There is no surveillance at home, so I don't know if it was the pancake or the chicken that built it for him. Anyway, there was no one else at home, so it must be one of these 2 dogs. Early the next morning, Emohan was woken up by the alarm clock. I opened my eyes and saw that it was only 6:30. I turned off the alarm clock out of habit and crawled under the blanket to continue sleeping. After sleeping for a few minutes, I suddenly realized that there were only 8 days left before the apocalyptic virus outbreak, and there was still a lot to prepare. No, we have to hurry up and stock up. Emohan got up quickly and disguised himself as an old man with a sallow face, about 60 years old. To be honest, Emohan's disguise skills are not very good, but who cares? As long as no one can recognize his real appearance, it's fine. He doesn't need to look good, he wants safety. Right now, I don't have any special abilities except space, so I must keep a low profile. Otherwise, when the end of the world begins, various forces will be eyeing me. My revenge has not yet been taken, and my journey around the world in the end times has not yet begun. How can I make myself the target of public criticism? He took out the steaming beef noodles he had stockpiled from the space and ate his breakfast quickly. I gave dog food to Dabing and Yaoji. After applying medicine to the wounds on the monster chicken's legs and back, he went out. Dabing chased to the door and wanted to go out with Emohan. Emohan squatted down and comforted it. Don't follow me. Stay at home and take care of the monster chicken. When it grows up, I will marry it to you as your wife. Dabing, woof woof woof. I don't want a man. The chicken demon protested loudly from the sofa. I am a male. A male. Chapter 20. Things that were taken inappropriately are really useful. Emohan knew that they were both males, so he teased them on purpose to see how they would react. As a result, the reaction was huge. It seems that these two guys don't have the potential to be gay. Just as he was about to go out, Emohan's cell phone rang. I answered the call with a confused look on my face, and the other end said, Mr. Emo, are you available now? We are going to come over to take a look at the house. Oh yes, the house. Emohan then remembered that when he was abroad, he put his house up for sale at a price of 15 million, but sold it for 11 million. So many people asked about it. However, most of them do not have cash and want to pay in installments. Only a few bosses are willing to pay in cash. Bossy was one of them. He was planning to buy a house for his wife. He talked to Emohan on the phone and said he would pay in cash. The person who is coming to see the house now is the wealthy boss. Well, that's convenient. Where are you now? I'll open the door for you at the gate of the community. 9-12-1. Big Pancake, Yaoji, please stay in my space for a while. Someone wants to come and see the house. Emohan hung up the phone, put the pancake and the monster chicken into the space, and quickly cleaned up the house. It was quick to clean up because the house was still 90 new. Emohan rarely came here to live before, and he hung out with his cousin Emohai every day. I only come here when I'm on a date with Yenuer. Otherwise, I usually either stay in a hotel or sleep in an internet cafe. After tidying up the room, Emohan went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he looked up, he found that his face in the mirror was very pale and the image of an old man appeared in the mirror. Damn, I almost forgot to wash my face. Emohan quickly washed his face so as not to scare the people who came to see the house. The phone rang and Bossy was already outside the community gate. Emohan opened the door for him remotely. When he got home, Emohan met the wealthy Bossy, who looked to be in his 60s and was accompanied by a beautiful wife in her 20s. Emohan's smile continued. This combination of a beast and a beauty was most likely the boss and his mistress. No matter whether she is a mistress or a concubine, as long as you get the money, it's okay. Other people's lives have nothing to do with you. Bossy held the beautiful bride's hand and walked around the room, feeling very satisfied. Boss Missouri, can you lower the price a little? I'll give you the cash right away. Bossy negotiated while sitting on the sofa. 11 million, not a penny less. If Bossy sells it after a while, the selling price will definitely be more than 15 million. Emohan likes to be straightforward. The beautiful lady said coquettishly, Mr. Emo, how about this? Reduce it by 1 million and make it 10 million. Emohan sneered and talked to the beautiful lady, but his eyes turned to Bossy. Why do you want 1 million less? Bossy said with a smile, Mr. Emo, only a few people can afford more than 10 million in cash. You should give them a little more. 1 million was missing for no apparent reason. Emohan sneered, do you think I'm an idiot? However, if he sold the house immediately, he would have no place to live. After pretending to think for a long time, he said reluctantly, I am willing to sell this house for 10.8 million, 200,000 less. However, Bossy has to let me live in it for another month. It will take a month to decorate my residence in the United States. When Bossy heard this, he was happy in his heart but did not show it on his face. Emohan's house is located in the best location in the city center, and the average house price is around 185,000 yuan per square meter. Buying this house is a sure profit. The boss pretended to be embarrassed. Mr. Emo, I want my little darling to move in as soon as possible. Emohan smiled and said, we can write it clearly in the agreement. We will return it immediately when the time is up, and we will never owe you a day more. Also, it's said to be a month, but I estimate that it will take less than half a month for the house over there to be renovated. In fact, it only takes 8 days, but the outbreak of the doomsday virus does not cause all social order to collapse immediately. It takes a process. So, it would be good to spend more time talking. After the two parties reached an agreement, Bossy was worried that if someone else came to buy, Emohan would change his mind, so he decided to do it today. The two of them immediately wrote out the necessary agreement and went to handle the relevant procedures. Emohan thought that the formalities would take more than 1 day to complete, as he would have to pay taxes, transfer ownership, etc. He didn't expect that a phone call from the wealthy boss he would save him a lot of trouble. However, it will take at least 3 days to be completely completed. In order to reassure Boss He, Mo Han directly handed over the property certificate, purchase contract, and other documents to Boss He for safekeeping. However, before handing it over, the entire process was recorded on video as evidence. Mo Han asked Boss He to transfer 7 million first. Boss He was rich and not afraid that Mo Han would run away, so he swiped the card directly to keep evidence. In his heart, he didn't take Mo Han seriously at all. Mo Han had never sold a house in his previous life and had never seen such a person. At that time, he played games, had fun, and was a bootlicker every day, and he didn't pay attention to these business tycoons. I typed the 3 characters He Ming Guang into Baidu and found out that he was a local financial tycoon. There must be a lot of people he knows behind the scenes. But Mo Han didn't care. He just wanted to get the money, and then when the end of the world came, he would make sure that he would lose both his money and his goods. After sending Boss He and his beautiful wife away, Mo Han didn't dare to delay for even a minute and went to stock up on supplies. I have stockpiled rice, flour, quilts, snacks, and other necessities for now, but I haven't stockpiled any meat, vegetables, fruits, dry goods, or frozen goods. There is no medicine either. Mo Han turned on his cell phone, opened the address book, and contacted Yang Hu, a friend from a pharmaceutical company with whom he used to eat and play often, and wanted to ask him to buy a batch of drugs. Hey, Brother Han, my uncle is the general manager of the pharmaceutical company. I'll take care of this matter. Yang Hu replied. Thank you very much, buddy. You will get the bonus. After hanging up the phone, while waiting for Yang Hu to coordinate, Mo Han disguised himself and went to the largest frozen food processing factory in the city. Boss, my supermarket on Nanyuan Street will open soon, and I want to purchase a batch of goods from you. Mo Han directly bypassed the shopping guide and found the owner of the processing plant. The boss' eyes lit up when he saw that although Mo Han was dressed like an old man, the clothes he wore were from the world-famous brand 8 Wolves. Mo Han was secretly happy to find out that his boss knew what was good. He pretended to lift his hair casually, revealing the watch on his hand that was worth more than 1.5 million yuan. Now, the boss's eyes are shining green. Mo Han smiled secretly. These things were not his at all. He bought them all for free in the supermarket when he was in the United States. Although the way he came here was not very legitimate, it had obviously attracted the boss's great attention. Uncle, please make a list of the goods you want and transfer some deposit. We can deliver them all to you tomorrow morning. Chapter 21. It's easier to get things done with acquaintances. Okay, thank you, boss. There were quite a few people picking up goods at the processing plant, but Mo Han received VIP treatment. The waiter prepared fragrant tea for him, asked him to sit in a comfortable armchair, and slowly sorted out the shopping list. 200,000 kg of fresh pork. 300,000 kg of fresh beef. 200,000 kilograms of fresh fish. 300,000 kg of fresh chicken. 200,000 kilograms of fresh mutton. After taking a sip of tea, Mo Han continued writing on the paper. 200,000 kg of frozen pig intestines. 100,000 genes of frozen duck intestines. 100,000 kg of mushroom balls. 200,000 genes of frozen shrimp. Shrimp balls, crab chops, chicken legs, beef balls, 100,000 gene each. It took me more than an hour to write, and I wrote down all the foods I like to eat and the names of which I could remember. As for the rest, which I didn't know whether they tasted good or not and had never heard of, I asked the factory owner to pack them all according to the existing quantity of goods in the factory. After this wave of operations, 13 million in cash was spent. The boss of the processing plant was beaming with joy. This single deal brought him a profit of 4.78 million. But Mo Han kept shaking his head. Alas, at this rate of spending, how long will it take to spend all the 10 billion? Sad, so sad. Moreover, in order to continue the cooperation, the boss actually said to Mo Han, Uncle, it's okay, you don't have to pay all the money. You can transfer 6 million first, and then settle the remaining amount when you purchase goods next time. Okay. Mo Han frowned and took out his card to pay. The boss saw that he was frowning and thought that he was asking for too much money. Fearing that he would be unhappy, he gave him some more fresh pork. Boss, that's it. Please arrange for the delivery around 8:30 tomorrow morning. I still need to go to other places to purchase goods. Mo Han said goodbye to his boss and prepared to leave. The boss smiled and said, Uncle, if you don't mind, I can arrange for some staff to go shopping for you. The supermarket needs a lot of things, and it would be so tiring for you to go shopping by yourself. Moreover, as long as the news of your supermarket is spread, many businesses will come to rent the space to sell goods. Then you don't have to spend a penny to open a large supermarket. Really? Mo Han thought for a moment and said with a smile, I'm preparing to recruit managers and employees. If Boss Xiao can help me out, how about this? When the supermarket opens, I will give you a 2 million kickback unconditionally. Okay, Boss Xiao was very happy and said repeatedly, Uncle, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Mo Han nodded and said in a cold voice, but if I find out that you use inferior goods in there and eat my money for nothing, I can make your store closed in a minute. Since I can spend 13 million to buy the goods of your entire processing plant, I naturally have the strength to make your processing plant disappear forever. The boss quickly said, how could that be possible? Uncle, don't worry. I recommend myself because I have many cooperative businesses, know many resources, and have experience in supermarket distribution. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be handled smoothly. If you are still worried later, you can find someone to investigate privately to see if I have taken your money. Well, you wouldn't dare to do that. And Mo Han was thinking, what business doesn't take money? This boss has been doing business for a long time and has introduced people to the supermarket, so he must get some kickbacks from the business. But just eat it, it's the merchant's money anyway. I want to open a large supermarket in a good location on Nanyuan Street. All wholesale merchants will be eager to cooperate with me. My prices will not be high, but lower than others. However, as for supermarkets, some supermarket owners purchase the goods themselves, while others rent space to sell their goods and pay the supermarket a space fee. Mo Han agreed with either method, and he asked Boss Xiao to make arrangements and deliver the goods to the supermarket as soon as possible. Boss Xiao guarantees that it will be done well. While they were talking, Mo Han's phone rang. It was Yang Hu calling. Brother Han, I've already told my uncle that there's no problem here. Just drive a truck over here and get it. Okay, thank you, bro. I'll be right there. Mo Han met Yang Hu at the door of the pharmaceutical company. The two had never met again since the end of the world in the previous life. As for whether Yang Hu was alive or dead, Mo Han didn't know. When they met again after 5 years, Mo Han almost didn't recognize the short and fat Yang Hu. I thought he was just an ordinary drinking buddy, but I didn't expect Yang Hu to be so helpful. As soon as they met, Yang Hu ran over, patted Mo Han on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Hey, it's only been half a month since we last met. Why do you look so haggard, Brother Han? Mo Han replied, Alas, my kidney function has not been very good recently, you know. Haha, I understand. It's better not to practice martial arts with women, otherwise you will age quickly. The two chatted for a few minutes about topics between men. Mo Han asked, Brother, my friend wants to open a big pharmacy, but he hasn't got the business license yet. He wants to purchase goods. Do you think it's okay? Of course you can, Yang Hu answered truthfully, but some medicines are limited in purchase, so I'm afraid I can't buy too much. It's okay. I'll buy as much as I can. The two waited at the door for a few minutes. Yang Hu's uncle came out and looked at the tall, sunny and handsome Mo Han. He smiled and said, Xiao Hu, is that the brother you were talking about? Yang Hu said, Yes, uncle. Uncle Yang made a gesture of invitation and led Mo Han into the house. There was naturally no shortage of medicines from the pharmaceutical company, and Mo Han bought antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers. There are also anesthetics and their auxiliary drugs, neurological drugs, psychotropic drugs, and anti-tumor drugs. Cardiovascular drugs, respiratory drugs, digestive drugs, urinary system drugs, blood sugar regulating drugs, hormones and related drugs, and various injections, aqueous solutions, etc. There are also various pastes, ointments, patches, suppositories, sprays, etc. Normally, it would be impossible to buy so much outside, but it is easier to get things done with acquaintances, so Mo Han bought more than 6 million worth of medicine at once, all thanks to the help of Yang Hu and Uncle Yang. In order to express his most sincere gratitude to the two, Mo Han transferred 200,000 yuan to each of the uncle and nephew. The two were shocked when they saw so much money deposited into their bank accounts. Mo Han sighed in his heart, so many medicines, but only more than 6 million yuan, alas, it was too little. But he didn't say it. After all, he wasn't a fool. How could he take the initiative to tell others, Hey, there are so many drugs, why don't you sell more? Seeing that Mo Han did not drive over, Uncle Yang considerately drove the company's light truck to deliver the medicine to Mo Han at the warehouse on Nanyuan Street. Uncle Yang drove one car and Yang Hu drove another car, 2 large light trucks, and it took 2 trips to transport all the medicine. When the goods arrived at the store, Mo Han spent a few hundred yuan to find a few people on the street to unload the goods. After all the goods were loaded into the warehouse and Yang Hu and his nephew left, Mo Han put all the medicines in the warehouse into the space. Just as he put the goods into the space, Mo Han's phone rang. It turned out to be that bitch Yen Yue who called. Chapter 22, How dare you call me? Oh, how dare you call me? Mo Han sneered and hung up the phone. Yen Yue called again. I didn't want to answer the call at first, but Mo Han also wanted to know what Yen Yue wanted to do. What's wrong? Mo Han answered the phone with a cold voice. Hey, the usual coquettish voice, as if the incident that day. It has never happened before. Brother Han, where are you? I miss you. You haven't contacted me these days. Do you not want me anymore? I'm busy these days. I'll come to see you when I'm done. Mo Han sneered. Brother Han, what happened to you that day? Did you oversleep? It made me, finally get home. Yin Yuer's voice revealed her dissatisfaction with him, but she didn't dare to really lose her temper. I heard from Mo Hai that Mo Han took 3.1 billion yuan and opened a big company abroad. As long as I can coax Mo Han to be with me, then all of Mo Han's money will be mine, right? As for Mo Hai, he was under his control and could make him submit in any moment. Oh, that day, Mo Han pretended to be helpless. I suddenly fell to the ground and fainted that day. I'm sorry, Yuer. I have something to do these days. I'll contact you in a week. Don't call me during that time. After saying that, Mo Han hung up the phone. There is no need to be polite to a bitch like Yin Yuer, but Mo Han likes the feeling of slowly torturing others. Give her hope first, then let her hope be dashed. Let her enjoy the feeling of despair. That's really refreshing. Just as Yin Yuer hung up the phone, Mo Han's phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Han. I'm the manufacturer of the mineral water you ordered before. We have rushed to deliver 200,000 barrels of water overnight. I'm contacting you now to deliver the goods. Where do you think you should send the goods to? Deliver it to number 103, Nanyuan Street. Mo Han said to the mineral water merchant. Hey, Mr. Han, where should the rice you ordered be delivered? Hello, Mr. Han. The flour you ordered is expected to be delivered to you at 1 p.m. Hello, Mr. Han. Hello, I am from Mingyang Clothing Factory, and I would like to discuss with you the matter of entering the mall with my products. Mr. Han, I am a merchant selling children's clothing. For a moment, Mo Han's phone was about to explode. After receiving these merchants, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. While the merchants were moving goods to the warehouse, Mo Han went to the building materials and hardware wholesale market to look around and bought a lot of hardware, machinery, and building materials, including hardware materials, kitchen and bathroom hardware, instruments and meters, welding machines, welding tools, electrical appliances, wires and cables, wood, stone, bamboo, reinforced concrete, bricks and tiles, ceramics, glass, composite materials, solid wood flooring, paint, tiles, wallpaper, glass, marble, melamine board, paintboard, faucets, bathroom cabinets, toilets, hardware accessories, security doors, latex paint, etc. I bought them all and spent more than 24 million yuan. Almost the entire hardware and building materials mall was cleared out. Seeing that there was still an account balance of more than 10.7 billion, Mo Han really wanted to pluck a hair and create billions of himself to go shopping together. Otherwise, the end of the world is getting closer, but the speed of spending money is too slow. As soon as all the merchants left, Mo Han closed the shop and put all the things into the space. After leaving the mall, I went to have a small hot pot. The authentic Chongqing spicy hot pot and a bowl of sweet iced jelly, combined with the hot weather, are so relaxing. After eating, Mo Han walked home, passing by 2 large tobacco shops on the way. Mo Han thought that in the end of the world, money would be nothing but waste paper, while cigarettes, alcohol, gold, and silver would be hard currency, so he went in and bought all the cigarettes and alcohol from the 2 shops, including their inventory. Come to think of it, all those famous cigarettes and liquors only add up to 8 million. Alas, it seems that these things are not that valuable. Mo Han asked the boss to deliver the things to the warehouse tomorrow morning and continued walking home. The reason I walked was that I thought I could stock up on things while walking. Anyway, he is disguised as an old man. Even if the end of the world comes, if someone wants to find this old man who hoards goods, they won't be able to find him. It takes about 40 minutes to walk from the street to the community where I live. Mo Han kept shopping along the way. Buy whatever you come across. I even went into a maternity and baby store and took a look around. When he was almost at his doorstep, the boss of the frozen food manufacturer called and said that the supermarket stocking had been fully arranged, and even the shelves and stuff. Mo Han didn't need to worry about it, and everything could be arranged in just 5 days. Mo Han thanked the boss of the frozen goods manufacturer, walked to a place where there was no surveillance, and with a thought, he took out the small car in the space. Drive home. I should have driven a car before so that I could buy goods and put them into the space. But he looked carefully and found that there was surveillance equipment watching the street, so he didn't dare drive out. Passing by the beef noodle shop where he had eaten before, he cooked 100 bowls of beef noodles with added meat and mutton. As soon as the shop owner packed them and put them in the car, Mo Han put all the beef noodles into the space. Before leaving, Mo Han ordered another 5,000 bowls of beef noodles and said to the boss, "My supermarket on Nanyuan Street is about to open soon. This is for the employees. In the future, you don't have to be busy doing other people's business. Just send 1,000 bowls of beef noodles to my store every day. You have to deliver these 5,000 bowls in 5 days. But you have to deliver them as soon as possible, Otherwise, the flour will become fuzzy and not taste good. Normally, a bowl of noodles costs 15 yuan, but Imo-han added a lot of beef and offal, so a bowl of noodles costs 36 yuan. 5,000 bowls cost a total of 180,000 yuan. When the boss thought about how much money he could make in just 5 days, he was so happy. Imo-han paid a deposit of 80,000 yuan, gave a few instructions and left. The boss quickly called his wife and said, "Honey, something big has happened. Hurry up and call mom, sister, uncle, and other relatives to come over and buy some beef and cook noodles." His wife was puzzled. "You're crazy. There are already 2 employees in the store with you. Why do you need to call so many people?" "Oh, I got a big order." An old man came to order 5,000 bowls of noodles. The beef noodle shop owner and his family don't know how much profit they will make, but they will have to work nonstop for the next few days and nights. For the same reason, Imo-han ordered mutton noodles, hoof powder, pork chop noodles, 3 fresh noodles, spicy chicken noodles, hot and sour noodles. All 5,000 copies were delivered to the Nanyuan Street warehouse within 5 days. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with all kinds of fans. He thought that it would be convenient to eat cooked food in the end times. After all, at that time, people would be experiencing natural disasters and man-made calamities all the time. How would they have the time to cook? Therefore, things that are made by others are the most convenient. Anyway, the space has a freshness-preserving function. No matter how long it has been since these things were cooked, they will still be steaming and fragrant when you take them out to eat. Chapter 23 Wang Feng, the genius of the end times. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Imo-han finally returned home. Dabing ran over to greet them happily. The pain of the demon chicken was obviously relieved a lot, and when he saw Imo-han's eyes, he was also full of joy. However, because of its disabled leg, it couldn't run over. Imo-han picked up Dabing and stroked its head lovingly. He held it and walked to the demon chicken and checked its wound. The wound has healed well, but the problem is the fracture. "How about I take you to the vet tomorrow, demon chicken?" In the previous life, the demon chicken's legs were a little disabled, but Imo-han didn't know why. Because the disease had already occurred before Imo-han encountered it. So, Imo-han didn't take it to the veterinarian 2 days ago, and he did think that its leg might not be able to be cured. However, after all, he is living a new life, and many things may not be the same as in his previous life, so Imo-han wants to give it a try. The chicken demon shook its head to show that it disagreed. Imo-han tried to persuade her. "Yaoji, I know you can fully understand what I am saying. The veterinarians have professional medical equipment and may be able to heal your leg. Go and try. Demon chicken, be obedient. Your life will not be endangered." "Yaoji, look, Dabing is intact except for a missing ear." After Imo-han's repeated persuasion, the demon chicken finally agreed to see a veterinarian. The 2 guys took 2 boxes of dog food, and Imo-han sat down next to the computer. He contacted Wang Feng, the captain of a construction team in Province G, thousands of kilometers away, online. Wang Feng was a genius he met at the end of the world, and his skills in building shelters were truly advanced. Based on his memories of his previous life, Imo-han found Wang Feng's contact information on the internet and hired him with a high salary to build an underground shelter. However, because it needs to be completed in a short period of time, Wang Feng needs to bring many people to help build it. Imo-han made a rough estimate and found that there were only 7 days left before the apocalyptic virus broke out, but it did not spread to the city where he was immediately. Therefore, even after the virus breaks out, he still has 3 days to build a shelter, as long as the shelter is built within 10 days. The reason why Imo-han dared to openly ask Wang Feng to do things for him was because he knew that Wang Feng died of cancer only 3 months after the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, Wang Feng's existence will not threaten the safety of the doomsday shelter. As for the other construction workers, after the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, all transportation systems were paralyzed. Even if others knew the exact location of the shelter, they could not get here at all. Even if someone was lucky enough to reach the shelter alive, these ordinary people, without superpowers, would not be able to deal with Imo-han at all. This is why Imo-han chose to go far away and specifically select construction workers from outside the province to build the project instead of choosing those from this city, for the sake of his own future safety. Wang Feng in this life did not know Imo-han, but he had always wanted to build a doomsday shelter. Others did not understand, and when they heard him talk about the end of the world, they all laughed at him for being mentally ill. Now, suddenly hearing Imo-han asking him to do what he likes and get paid for it, Wang Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. 2 shelters, with a budget of 1 billion. The salary is 100 million. Wang Feng, who is impoverished and regarded as a mental patient, can instantly become a billionaire as long as the shelter is built. After hanging up the phone with Imo-han, Wang Feng began designing the shelter. Imo-han, on the other hand, had a good sleep. The next morning, Imo-han got up, and continued to stock up. The owner of the frozen food factory gave him full authority to stock the goods in his fake supermarket. Logically speaking, there are already a lot of goods, and they are very complete, but Mo Han is too lazy to care. Since he has money anyway, the boss will arrange it, and Mo Han will stock up his own goods. Feeling that the cigarettes and alcohol he bought yesterday were not enough, Mo Han went on a shopping spree and bought all the cigarettes and alcohol in the entire city. However, he purchased this batch of cigarettes and alcohol with the help of his uncle Yang Hu, who was the manager of a pharmaceutical company. Seeing that Yang Hu was so helpful, Mo Han simply arranged for him to help him stock up on goods. Anyway, I have a big supermarket as a cover, so no matter how much I stockpile, no one will suspect me. At worst, if Yang Hu finds that the goods in the warehouse are missing, he can just say that they were stolen after the apocalypse. After stocking up on cigarettes and alcohol, Mo Han went to various famous men's clothing stores and bought all kinds of clothes. If one store doesn't have enough stock, go to another store to buy more. In the end, Mo Han himself had forgotten how many suits, shirts, pairs of trousers, and various down jackets and cotton-padded coats he had bought. There are also t-shirts, socks, and underwear. I also bought various clothes for women. Mo Han didn't know how to buy women's things, so he just cleared out the items in one shopping mall after another. Down jackets, skirts, underwear, home clothes, thermal underwear, and so on. We have everything. The reason I buy women's things is to be on the safe side. What if I meet someone I like in the future and can't help but want to marry her? You have to plan for the future. There are also clothes for babies and toddlers. In total, he bought clothes worth more than 20 million yuan. Mo Han entered his own space, looked at the countless clothes inside, and sighed that he might not be able to wear them all in his lifetime. Yang Hu bought a lot of vegetables and fruits for Mo Han. All are in units of 100,000. For example, 100,000 kilograms of carrots, 100,000 kilograms of potatoes, 100,000 kilograms of tomatoes, 200,000 kilograms of apples, 200,000 kilograms of mangoes. Since so many items are needed, it is impossible for the merchants to have so much stock at once, especially since these are fresh goods that are easy to spoil. Therefore, it takes 5 days to prepare so many items and deliver them. As long as it is prepared before the end of the world, Mo Han thinks it's okay. Yang Hu did such a big thing for Mo Han, so naturally he would get some benefits. The remuneration is 200,000. It's not that Mo Han is reluctant to spend it. It's just that the money is too much and there's nothing he can do. Arrogant. After hanging up the phone with Yang Hu, Mo Han started to go on a shopping spree in the busiest golden street in the city. Clear out all the gold shops and buy up all the gold, silver, jewelry, and diamonds. After all the gold shops printed out their bills, Mo Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Alas, it turns out that the most expensive things are gold and silver jewelry." How much? Not much, just 100 million. In order to prevent the news of his purchase of so much gold and silver from leaking out, Mo Han asked all gold shops not to make it public before making the purchase. So, until all the gold shops on the entire street were sold out, no one knew what happened or who bought them. Chapter 24. Good boy, good chicken. All the gold and silver jewelry were transported by the merchants to Mo Han's warehouse. Of course, once the merchants left, the warehouses were emptied. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still a long way from dark. Mo Han still has too many things to buy. The food, clothing, and daily necessities are all similar, and if there is not enough, Yang Hu will be asked to help buy them. Mo Han suddenly thought of the end of the world. If there was no means of transportation, it would be difficult to go anywhere. Although there are bulletproof cars and various armored vehicles in my own space. But after all, there are no big ones, such as heavy trucks, light trucks, and the like. So, Mo Han went to the largest car dealership in the city to buy a car. Bought 20 heavy trucks, 20 light trucks, and 20 general trucks. He also bought 100 off-road vehicles, 50 sedans, and 50 wheeling cars, including more than 100 motorcycles and electric vehicles each. There are also various car maintenance products, repair products, and various types of car tires, wrenches, pliers, car repair tools, windshield washer fluid, antifreeze. Mo Han bought so many things at once, which caused a big sensation. The owner of the car dealership was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground and called him dad. But Mo Han stated in advance, "Boss, if you want to make money, just shut up and sell cars obediently. Buying a car certainly cannot be done in one go, and you have to go through various procedures." Mo Han was unwilling to get involved in the formalities and entrusted his boss to handle it. The boss nodded his head like a woodpecker. He paid for the car in full at one time, and the car was delivered to him in a large open-air parking lot on the outskirts of the city. There are surveillance devices there, and it is not easy to put the car into the space, but Mo Han has a way. To put it simply, The mountain people have their own clever ideas. After buying the car, Emohan went back home first and took the demon chicken to see a veterinarian. I promised it last night that if I don't take it with me, it will definitely be sad. No matter how busy you are, you can't ignore it. Emohan returned home. The moment the door opened, Dabing was still as excited as ever. The drooping head of the demon chicken suddenly stood up the moment he saw Emohan. Maybe in its heart, it felt that Emohan would not really take it to see it, and was just talking about it. Emohan forced a smile. It seemed that no matter whether it was a human or an animal, they all longed to be loved and cared for. When they arrived at the veterinary clinic, the veterinarian gave the demon chicken a thorough examination and finally said to Emohan, "I'm sorry, sir. It's impossible for your dog's right hind leg to fully recover because the injury is too severe and it's been a long time. We can only try our best to treat it and make sure it can still walk in the future. It's certain that the leg will be a little lame. Is there no better way?" Emohan asked somewhat unwillingly. Although he knew that he was just asking, this was already the best veterinary clinic in the city. The doctor shook his head. "Well, then please ask the doctor to do his best to make its legs not too lame and ugly." Emohan said helplessly. "Okay, I promise the limp won't be too ugly." The doctor smiled bitterly. Emohan gave the doctor an extra red envelope of 20,000 yuan. The doctor put the red envelope in his hand and weighed it, nodded to Emohan, and called his assistant to give the demon chicken anesthesia and perform the operation. Before the anesthesia, Yaoji curled up in Emohan's arms in fear like a wounded child, not daring to see the doctor at all. Emohan comforted it. "Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? You are the descendant of a police dog. Be brave and set an example for Dabing." Deep down, I really want to tell it. Demon Chicken, in your previous life, you were the famous thunder god Demon Chicken, the most powerful existence in the entire blue planet. Why are you so weak now? It would be better to change his name to Thor the Weakling. However, what Emohan said was, "Good boy, good chicken." It almost made the doctor laugh. I have never seen a man coax a dog like this. The operation didn't take long, just over 10 minutes. The doctor put a splint on the chicken to protect its legs. However, the doctor repeatedly stressed that the leg would definitely not be completely healed. After sending the monster chicken back and leaving some dog food and water, Emohan went out again. The things I stocked up this time were mainly department stores. A face towel costs 10,000 yuan and toothbrushes cost 10,000 yuan. 100,000 cartons of wet wipes. 100,000 rolls of paper. 100,000 rolls of tissue paper. Even trash cans, gloves, bibs, etc. were bought. Emohan also bought cat litter. It's the end of the world, and sometimes it's inconvenient to go to the toilet. To put it bluntly, there may not be a toilet for you to poop, so it is very necessary to prepare some cat litter. After buying a lot of things in the department store, when passing by the computer city, Emohan didn't want to go in at first. But then he thought, although there is no internet in the apocalypse and computers cannot be used, laptops, tablets, and power banks can be used. Go directly to the manager and ask him about the above things. How much goods are there in the warehouse and how much can be mobilized at most through his social circle? The manager replied, "As for laptops, there are currently 10,000 laptops in all the computer malls in the city, 30,000 tablets, and even more power banks. 100,000 is no problem. That's fine. Pack everything up and send it to store number 103, Nanyuan Street. How much is it in total?" The manager calculated on the computer for a long time and then gave a price. Emohan smiled and said, "Contact everyone you can contact and ask them to help me fully charge all my laptops and tablets, download all the movies and songs, and send them to my warehouse in 5 days. Each person will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. How about that? This. The manager was stunned with surprise. At the same time, he also doubted that it was hard to believe that Emohan would buy so many things. It was even more outrageous to ask him to charge so many things and download movies. It was not until Emohan scanned the payment QR code at the computer city and paid 5 million that the manager began to feel overwhelmed, secretly saying that pie had fallen from the sky and he had made a fortune. Emohan bought a computer and rushed to another place without stopping. Chapter 25, Building a God-level shelter. This time, he wanted to buy bulk goods. There was a global power outage at the end of the world, so Emohan had to buy a generator for future use. Diesel generators, gasoline generators, wind generators, hydro generators, buy them all. The ones I bought are all electrostatic, and they don't make any sound when generating electricity. I also bought 200 units and asked the boss to deliver them to the warehouse that day. Then, as soon as the boss left, Emohan immediately put it into the space. At noon on the third day, people from Wangfeng's side came over by plane. There were more than 1,000 people in total. When Wangfeng saw Emohan dressed as an old man, He smiled politely and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I will build the shelter within 10 days, even if I have to work day and night." Imohan smiled and nodded, drove his newly bought wooling car, and took Wang Feng and his party to the top of a mountain in the suburbs of the city. If Imohan had not paid Wang Feng a huge deposit, Wang Feng would have thought that Imohan was a psychopath when he saw him looking old and frail and driving a broken wooling car. The person who is willing to spend 1 billion to build a shelter looks so stupid? Still driving a broken car? Haha, not to mention that Wang Feng doesn't believe it. I'm afraid Imohan himself won't believe it either. There is a very flat piece of land on the top of the mountain. Thanks to Yang Hu's connections and more than 1 million yuan, no matter what method is used, this piece of land now belongs to Imohan. Imohan can do whatever he wants. After pointing the land to Wang Feng, the next task of building the underground shelter was left to him. With 100 million as salary, Imohan knew that Wang Feng would do his best. They met in the last days, and he understood what kind of person this person was. This man enjoyed drawing apocalyptic blueprints and designing various apocalyptic god-level shelters throughout his life. It can be said that he was obsessed with it. Unfortunately, he was unemployed and had no money to realize his lifelong dream. Imohan's visit to him this time was exactly the opportunity he had been looking forward to countless times. Therefore, he will not only build the doomsday shelter, but also design it to be almost perfect. Because he is such a paranoid person. Wang Feng, I'm also a fan of apocalyptic architecture, and I want to build my own apocalyptic shelter for fun. If I'm satisfied with your design, just name it and ask for more money. 1 billion or 2 billion is no problem. But you have to know that if you want to cheat and play tricks on me, as someone who can afford to pay you so much money to do something, I can make you and your family disappear silently in a matter of minutes. Imohan knew that Wang Feng would use all his life's knowledge to complete this task, but he still had to give him some pointers. If he really took the money and did something wrong, Imohan would definitely punish him, if not his family. By then, Imohan's punishment will be severe. That would be fatal. Wang Feng assured again and again, "Uncle, I am lucky enough to have someone to support me financially to build the shelter of my dreams. How could I not do my best? Don't worry, it will be flawless." Okay. Imohan handed Wang Feng a card and said, "There are 1 billion in it. You can withdraw as much as you want. If you don't have any, I will transfer money in. Just focus on building the shelter." Imohan was willing to give Wang Feng so much money because he understood him and knew that he would not run away. He just works hard. Imohan wanted to build another shelter on the Tibetan plateau west of Manhwa. However, after some thought, Imohan decided not to tell Wang Feng about the location. Although Wang Feng is trustworthy, Tibet is too far away from here, and he does not have enough time to travel between the two places. Besides, we have to be careful with Wang Feng. He simply spent 5 million to buy a design drawing from Wang Feng. When he returned home in the evening, Imohan hired a construction team online with a high salary and asked them to build a shelter in a good location on the western Tibetan plateau, according to the blueprints. Like the first shelter, the project cost 1 billion yuan and the wages were 200 million yuan. This engineering team is amazing. Imohan found Ayers, one of the top scientists in the world. However, due to time constraints, the project may not be completed until after the apocalypse breaks out. After receiving the deposit, Ayers led his team to the designated location the next afternoon and began construction. The two parties signed the agreement via email, and Imohan also gave the other party 500 million yuan in funds in accordance with the agreement. After the shelter was built, Imohan approved it and paid the remaining money. Ayers sent Mohan a video of the on-site construction, showing that the workers were working day and night to ensure the quality and quantity. With a salary of 100 million yuan distributed, each person can get at least 500,000 yuan. Workers rarely see so much money in their entire lives. So, everyone worked very hard. "I'm afraid if I don't do a good job, I'll lose my salary." Mohan said to Ayers, "If I am very satisfied with the completion of the work, I can consider increasing your salary by 100 million. Ayers nodded repeatedly in the video and said, "Mr. Han, I will add my innovative ideas to the original drawings and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Imohan made it clear to Wang Feng on this side and Ayers on the other side that the shelter must be able to prevent poison, bullets, acid rain, typhoons, floods, earthquakes. The answer from both sides was no problem at all. Moreover, Imohan looked at the designs of the two and found that they had added escape space, entertainment space, automatic oxygen supply, automatic attack on others, and so on. Many functions that Imohan could not think of have been taken into consideration. The shelter is a big concern for Imohan. Even though it has been built, he may not be able to live in it in the future. But who knows how long the apocalypse will last. As for the Zionuten treasure land in Jiangyang City, Imohan does not need anyone to design it. After the end of the world breaks out, he will climb up by himself and build a small wooden house to live in. Enjoy the good life. Anyway, there are so many hardware and building materials stored in the space, they will definitely be useful when the time comes. Oh, by the way, everything else is there, but it seems that there are no nails for nailing the wood boards. Imohan went to the hardware wholesale market again. I specifically found a shop that sells nails and packed up all the nails in the shop. It wasn't expensive, the total cost was more than 500,000 yuan. Imohan also bought an air gun, a screwdriver, expansion screws, etc. Because there are only 4 days left until the end of the world, Imohan still has 8 billion in his card, so he has to use it up quickly. To be honest, I'm quite worried. There are still many apocalypse supplies that I haven't stockpiled yet. For example, coal gas and natural gas have not been stockpiled yet. For example, I haven't stocked up on shoes, bedding, books, etc. There are so many things to stockpile. If Imohan wasn't afraid of being too high profile and being noticed by others, he would have bought out all the goods in an entire county. More than 8 billion, definitely more than enough. Chapter 26, let's go to the water plant and steal water. There are still 4 days before the doomsday virus breaks out. During these 4 days, Imohan dares not delay even a quarter of an hour. Must buy quickly. At the end of the world, if the money is not used up, it will just become a string of numbers in the account and will be of no use at all. He had seen videos online before and found that most rural areas in western Longwa burn coal in winter. When extreme cold comes and there is no means of heating, the role of coal will be very huge. So, Imohan rushed to the coal mine early in the afternoon and directly purchased more than 5 million tons of coal. The coal boss came to meet Imohan in person and asked him where he should help transport the coal. Imohan thought about it and decided that he had no place to move the coal out. Besides, it would be a waste of time to haul it back and forth, so he simply said, "Don't haul it for now. Ask your employees to work overtime and transport all the coal to your open field. I'll bring workers to haul it tomorrow night." In fact, it is not up to him to decide whether to pull it or not. Anyway, the coal boss is rich and powerful, and he doesn't need this little money. When the time comes, Imohan can just use some abnormal means to take the coal away. According to normal calculation, more than 5 million tons of coal will cost more than 5 billion yuan. Imohan complained that the money was spent too slowly, but he was reluctant to spend it like that. In order to make the boss trust him and do things for him, Imohan transferred 200 million yuan to the coal boss first. The coal boss who received the 200 million yuan was beaming with joy and immediately ordered all the workers in the mine to stop receiving other individual customers. What is a casual customer? For the coal boss, all orders worth 10 million yuan are from casual customers. Everyone concentrated on processing Imohan's coal. The next morning, the boss of the frozen goods manufacturer called and said that the promise to Imohan to distribute the goods to his shopping mall had been completed. All the goods will be loaded up today, and Imohan will take the key to open the door. Imohan drove over and gave the keys to the owner of the frozen food factory. Thousands of employees from major stores were all working in an orderly manner. Some were organizing the shelves, some were spreading the goods. All were working in an orderly manner. Imohan told the boss of the frozen goods factory that he must get the job done within 2 days, and he would give him an additional 500,000 yuan as compensation on top of the 2 million yuan. The boss smiled and narrowed his eyes into a line. He kept saying, "Uncle, don't worry. It will be done perfectly." Imohan nodded and left. In fact, he doesn't care whether it is done or not. It doesn't matter how much money you spend, as long as the difference is not too big. All he cared about was stockpiling. It is difficult to cover everything when you stock up by yourself. When these experienced merchants stock up, they can take every aspect of food, clothing, transportation, etc. into consideration. The food manufacturers contacted before will also distribute their products to Imohan's so-called supermarket today. Imohan opened the door for them, arranged things, and went shopping again. I bought a lot of cars yesterday, but I haven't stocked up on gasoline and diesel yet. I called Yang Hu and said, "Brother, I want to stock up on some gasoline and diesel. Please hire more people and use oil barrels to fill up the gas station." "Sure, brother, leave it to me." An hour later, Yang Hu found 3 minibuses with a total of 90 people in them, each of whom was holding 2 gas buckets in their hands. "Brother, each of these oil drums can hold 20 liters of oil. With 180 oil drums, we can hold 3,600 liters of oil. After we finish this gas station, we'll go to the next one," Yang Hu said with a smile. In the past, Imohan only thought that Yang Hu was a righteous man and thought he was just a drinking buddy, but he didn't expect him to be so efficient. "Okay, thank you, brother." Yang Hu handed Imohan 2 gas barrels and took 2 for himself. The 2 men talked as they entered the gas station and queued up to refuel. The employees at the gas station were surprised to see 90 people lining up with buckets of gas, but they still filled up everyone's tank. After filling up the gas at this gas station, Yang-Hu took a new fuel barrel from the minibus to refuel. There are a total of 6 gas stations in and around the city, and everyone went to fill up their tanks. He asked the minibus to secretly transport the oil to the warehouse, sent these people away, and then Mo Han put the oil into the space. More and more items are piling up in the supermarket, and various fancy shelves are also built. Mo Han was too lazy to care about them and let them do whatever they wanted. 10 million yuan was transferred to Yang-Hu, and he was asked to bring people to refuel every day. The location does not have to be only in the city, but also in the surrounding cities. Then all the oil drums will be put somewhere, and Mo Han will find a place to put them. Then the 2 of them can just contact each other by phone. After separating from Yang-Hu, Mo Han went to the outskirts of the city's new urban area, where there were many factories under construction. There are also some simple processing plants and in-use storefronts. Mo Han called the above contact number and spent 30,000 yuan to rent an old factory building of more than 10,000 square meters for 5 days. I called Yang-Hu and told him that after filling up with oil, he should store it in this factory and someone would come to take it away when the time comes. Yang-Hu was very efficient in getting things done. In order to maximize the amount of refueling, he asked a few of his good friends to drive large trucks to the gas station to refuel, and then drive the trucks to the factory gate and use large oil barrels to dump the oil. Add oil after it is drained. Add more after it is empty. Mo Han himself also drove out all the vehicles he had previously purchased in the space to refuel. All the cars, including his motorcycle, were fully tanked. Yang-Hu was in charge of refueling, while Mo Han went to do other things. He specially went to a manufacturer that made large water barrels and purchased more than 200,000 barrels that could hold more than 20 tons of water. Originally, these more than 200,000 glue barrels were a large order to be shipped overseas. The boss was unwilling to give it to Mo Han, but Mo Han offered double the price. No matter how stupid the boss is, he won't just sit there and wait for the money to be earned. As for overseas orders, we just need to rush the work. As long as it does not exceed the delivery time. More than 200,000 barrels of glue were all transported to Mo Han's factory on the outskirts of the city. As soon as the manufacturer left, Mo Han put all the glue barrels into the space. In the evening, Mo Han started working all night in his kitchen, filling the glue bucket with water. While filling the buckets, he cursed, "Fuck, there are more than 200,000 buckets of glue. It will take a long time to fill them all up." After working hard all night, we collected 100 buckets of water. Mo Han was so exhausted that he fell asleep halfway through. The bucket of water was full and spilled all over the ground. Fortunately, the demon chicken and Dabing were smart. The demon chicken managed to stand up, and Dabing used its body as a cushion to jump onto the sink and turned off the faucet, otherwise the house would have been flooded. "No, we can't get much water this way. Let's just go to the water plant and steal water tomorrow." Mo Han muttered a few words and then went to sleep. Chapter 27 Things that Relieve the Loneliness of the Soul. Early the next morning, Mo Han didn't even have time to eat breakfast and rushed to the water plant. I looked at the watch. It was only 5:30 and the people from the water plant had not come to work yet. Mo Han found the blind spot of the surveillance and sneaked in. Where there are surveillance cameras, we use space flash so that the surveillance cameras cannot capture the images. First, sneak into the monitoring room, turn on the computer, and destroy other people's monitoring equipment. Then he went to the pool boldly. Turn on the tap first and wash your hands. Put your hand into the water again, and with a thought, try to get a bucket of water from the bucket in the space to see if you can do it. If the water entered the space and did not flow into the bucket by itself, but instead spilled onto the ground in the space and submerged other things, Mo Han would not dare to use this method. Fortunately, the water entered the space, and there was a bucket in the space, so we just opened the lid and caught the water. So, Mo Han boldly put his hand in the water, and with a thought, half of the water from the water plant flowed into his space, filling up the more than 200,000 glue barrels that could hold dozens of tons. Damn, you're quite good at pretending. The waterworks pool must be huge, but the loading capacity of more than 200,000 glue barrels is indeed very strong. Mo Han had bought 200,000 barrels of mineral water before, which should have been enough, but mineral water had to be saved for drinking. From now on, you can use the tap water for daily use. After filling the water, Mo Han flashed away. From beginning to end, no one found any trace of him. Because the water in the pool is circulating, the pool automatically filled up again shortly after Mo Han left. After leaving the water plant, Mo Han went to the street to eat a bowl of breakfast. Still dressed as a sallow old man, he passed by a shop selling crop seeds and bought all the seeds from others. Rice, corn, peanuts, peas, sorghum, wheat, Chinese cabbage, celery, coriander. Everything is available. These things are bought and kept, and can be used for planting when Imohan has avenged his great hatred and lives in seclusion in the future. On the top of Zion Newton, build a small wooden house, dig some soil, put up a fence, and raise a few chickens. It must be beautiful to imagine the feeling of Tao Yuanming's planting beans at the foot of the southern mountain, where the grass is lush but the bean sprouts are sparse. Hey old man, you bought so many things, how are you going to take them back? The shop owner was a pretty girl, and her crisp voice brought Imohan back to reality. Imohan looked at the crop seeds packed into more than 20 large bags on the ground and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can carry this." After saying that, he carried 10 big bags in his left hand and 10 big bags in his right hand. After walking a few steps, I suddenly thought that this amount of seeds might not be enough. He put down the bag in his hand and said to the beautiful girl, "Do you have any seeds left in your warehouse? Count them and see how many bags you have. Pack them all and take them to the store at number 103, Nanyuan Street. Send these 10 bags as well." The beautiful girl turned on the computer and checked it out, then smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, we still have 1,000 kilograms of corn seeds, 200 kilograms of peas, and 1,200 bags of coriander." Imohan didn't have time to listen to her counting slowly and said directly, "Just tell me how much it is, and I will pay you right away." The beauty calculated and said, 143,000. Imohan nodded and paid the money. Of all the things he bought, the seeds were the cheapest. After leaving the seed shop, Imohan went to the bookstore. In the end of the world, without various communication and transportation equipment for guidance, a map book is indispensable. Otherwise, you will have no idea where to go or which routes to take. Imohan entered the bookstore, originally planning to buy a few atlases, such as the World Map, the Dragon Country Map, the G-City Map, the Jiangong City Map, and so on. After picking up the map, I suddenly discovered that the food books next to it were also good and could teach others how to cook delicious food. Then I found various books teaching how to do handicrafts, which I could also buy some. More than 40 minutes later, the bookstore owner pointed to the boxes of packed books on the ground floor and said to Imohan, "Excuse me, old man, where should I send these books to you?" 820,000 yuan received via WeChat. Imohan looked at the empty bookstore with satisfaction and felt that these books were not enough. You need to stock up more. In the end of the world, people are bored. Books can comfort people's hearts and relieve their lonely souls. We have to clear out all the books from the nearby bookstore. Even Longwell Bookstore, which is known as one of the 3 largest bookstores in the country, had to be vacated. Send it to number 103 Nanyuan Street. Imohan left after saying just one sentence. 2 hours later, all the bookstores in the city were packing up the books and sending them to number 103 Nanyuan Street. The buyer, Imohan, was also honored to pay more than 40 million for the knowledge he loved. Compared to other commodities, knowledge is neither expensive nor cheap. But the role of knowledge is the greatest. Since his rebirth, Imohan has either been buying things for free in foreign countries or spending money on them in the country. I am shopping almost all the time. It feels like spending money like water. But after spending a lot of money, I found that there was still 7.6 billion yuan in the cart. More than 10 billion yuan was used, but only more than 2 billion yuan was used. He asked Yang Hu to buy a batch of winterproof clothing and acid rainproof clothing, and Imohan purchased another batch through his own means. In addition to protection against cold and acid rain, we also bought fireproof clothing and gas masks. He also contacted the gas and natural gas companies, gave their main leaders gifts worth millions, and purchased 100,000 bottles of gas and 100,000 bottles of natural gas. They also bought more than 30,000 gas stoves of various styles and functions, as well as lighters. All these things were delivered in batches by the manufacturers to the factory he rented in the suburbs. As soon as the goods were delivered and the manufacturers left, Imohan immediately loaded the goods into his own space. The 3rd day before the apocalyptic virus outbreak. In the evening, Imohan called Yang Hu and said, "I want to buy a batch of medical equipment, oxygen, ventilators, and so on. Also, ultrasound machines and photo machines. If I can get them, I'd like to get some. Brother Han, let me try." After hanging up the phone, Imohan sat in a snack bar on the street and ate fried noodles and pickled radish. At the same time, he asked the boss to cook him 50 bowls of food to take away. I was halfway through eating the noodles when Yang Hu called. "Brother Han, I'll ask a few friends to help me with oxygen cylinders. It's no problem to get 50,000 cylinders. There are about 30,000 ventilators. If we can't get the machines, we need to register them with the medical department." "Okay," Imohan said. "Whatever we can do." "Well, bring it over the day after tomorrow afternoon." Imohan continued to eat noodles. After eating the noodles, the store had already fried 20 bowls. Mo Han was afraid that the noodles were all fuzzy, so he said to the store owner, "How about I take these 20 bowls home first and come back later to get the remaining 30 bowls?" Okay. The shopkeeper put the noodles in a large food bag for Mo Han. Mo Han took it to a corner where there was no surveillance and put it directly into the space. He also ordered barbecue worth several $1,000s at a roadside barbecue restaurant and asked the owner to deliver it directly to his house later. Anyway, after the apocalypse begins, Mo Han won't be living in that house for long and will move out. No one will suspect that there is anything wrong with him just because he ordered such a small amount of barbecue. Chapter 28. Either he's an idiot or he has Alzheimer's disease. I ordered food all the way at the night market, and all of them cost several thousand yuan. After sweeping the entire street, Mo Han went to pick up the 30 bowls of fried rice noodles he had ordered earlier. After paying the money and giving the address to the barbecue merchants, Mo Han went back. When we got home, we were greeted by both dogs. Dabing's injury had healed, and he came to him happily. The chicken demon dragged its injured leg and walked towards him step by step. "Hey, demon chicken, your leg isn't healed yet. No need to come over. Just lie down obediently." Mo Han quickly squatted down and carried the chicken back to the carpet. In the past, the demon chicken would never stand up to greet him. It was probably because he took it to see a doctor, so its guard against Mo Han decreased, and it liked him more. Looking at the ground, Mo Han still had a lot of dog food left for the two dogs, and the water was not finished. They can neither be hungry nor thirsty. After playing with them for a while, Mo Han turned on the TV and started watching TV. I have been so busy running around stocking up on supplies that I forgot to take a look at what is happening in the overall environment. The TV was turned on and the news broadcast was playing. It is expected that high temperatures will continue in the next few days. Citizens are requested to take precautions. Mo Han pressed the remote control and changed the channel. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and everyone has gotten used to it. The average temperature is around 30 degrees Celsius, which is still within the tolerable range. The continued high temperatures reported in the news will last from around 35 degrees Celsius in the next few days to over 60 degrees when the apocalypse breaks out. People are not aware of this now, but when the temperature reaches over 60 degrees, many people will not be able to survive. Mo Han suddenly realized that not only others, but even he himself was not alert. Because it is May, a very hot season, I was busy stocking up all day and didn't even think of buying anything to deal with the hot weather. We have generators. I'll go to the mall tomorrow to buy some hairdryers, ice makers, and other things. Also buy a few more refrigerators and freezers. While I was thinking about it, the doorbell rang and the barbecue merchant came up. Mo Han brought all the barbecue to the kitchen. Since the weather was hot, it wouldn't cool down in a short time. As soon as the barbecue merchant left, Mo Han immediately put the barbecue into the space. The doorbell rang again. This time it was another snack bar. That night, Mo Han received takeout until midnight. Barbecue is his favorite. When the end of the world comes in a few days, no one will barbecue anymore, and he won't be able to eat it even if he wants to. Therefore, you have to take advantage of the fact that the end of the world has not yet begun and order has returned to normal, and put all the things you want to eat in your pocket. There were many businesses on a certain tour group that did not close in the evening, and Mo Han ordered the largest portions. For example, 500 servings of grilled oysters with garlic sauce, 200 servings of spicy duck intestines, 200 servings of stir-fried crayfish, fried chives 200 servings. There are only a few hundred copies, which is too small. So, Mo Han placed orders from all the businesses that were open. Until 4 in the morning, there were still riders delivering food to him. He didn't sleep the whole night and kept playing with his cell phone. Open the forum. Someone above is speculating based on the recent weather forecast, saying that with temperatures of over 30 degrees every day, this year will be hotter than last year. Someone else said, "It's always over 30 degrees, so we can't trust what the experts say. It would be nice if the temperature stayed above 30 degrees. I'm afraid it will get hotter and hotter." It's getting hotter, but it won't get that hot. Don't worry. It can't kill people with the heat, or what? Mo Han read the comments, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. These people probably don't know that in the future, this temperature will really be enough to kill a person. However, the apocalyptic virus had already broken out by then, and people's focus was mainly on zombies eating people. Whether it was hot or not was already a matter for a later stage. At that time, people all over the world died or turned into zombies. Those who were lucky enough to survive can no longer share their feelings of heat with others because of lack of water, electricity, and internet. When it was almost dawn, Missouri Han was finally able to take a nap leaning against the sofa. However, he set the alarm and got up after 7. There are only 3 days left until the end of the world. If you don't work hard, you will have no money to spend. Mo Han used to love playing games and reading apocalyptic novels. Other people's money was usually only 3 or 2 billion, and it would be used up in a few days. Only Imo Han's money can never be spent. Come to think of it, I will probably be the only male protagonist with endless money. Alas, it makes me sad just thinking about it. After sitting at home and having a quick breakfast, Imo Han went out. I'm going to do something big today. At the end of the world, there will be heavy rains and floods. Therefore, it is essential to stock up on large and small boats. Imo Han drove his Range Rover all the way to the next city and found the owner of the large ship transporting goods at the West Pier. After a conversation, the boss was extremely shocked by Imo Han's remarks. Uncle, you said you wanted to buy my boat? Haha. Do you know how much my boat costs? Imo Han looked puzzled. Why, who are you looking down on? How much is it? This big cruise ship cost at least 200 million. The big and small ships over there cost at least hundreds of thousands or tens of millions. The boss looked at Imo Han as if he was looking at someone with Alzheimer's. Imo Han naturally felt his gaze. The way he was dressed today, his beard was gray, his face was sallow, and had a few pockmarks. At first glance, he doesn't look like an idiot, but rather a person with Alzheimer's disease. There is indeed a reason for that sympathetic look in his eyes. How about this? You can handle the subsequent purchase procedures slowly. Oh, it's okay if you don't want to do it. I'll give you the money. I'll take all the boats on this dock as long as they are yours. Imo Han swallowed and continued, it's not yours. As long as the owner of the boat is willing to sell it, I will buy it. Imo Han deliberately spoke slowly, and the way he swallowed his saliva didn't look like a normal person at all. The boss held back his temper and listened to him finish his words, then said with a smile, Uncle, if you can't find your way home, I can help you call the police and ask your children to pick you up. Don't talk nonsense here. Alas, Imo Han held his forehead with his hand. He never thought that these days, having money to buy things would be questioned by others as abnormal. What bad luck. It seems that if I don't use my trump card, people will really think I'm crazy. Here, Imo Han handed over the black card he carried with him and said, check it. The boss called his assistant over. The assistant took Imo Han's card, turned around and made a phone call. A few minutes later, he came back and said to the boss, there is 1 billion in this card. How is it? Imo Han said with a smile, Boss, can I buy your cargo ship? The boss's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. His cargo ship is worth 210 million, which costs Imo Han 300 million. It's not much. The other ships, big and small, total 100 million, adding up to Imo Han's 200 million, which is not much. But how could such a rich old man be so crazy as to buy so many ships? Uncle, why did you buy a boat? The boss couldn't help but ask. My family is too rich and I can't find a place to spend it, so I just buy a boat, a plane, or something like that for fun. When the boss heard what he said, his mouth opened into a big O. Chapter 29, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Imo Han spent 500 million on this trip to buy the ship. The boss was a little hesitant at first. After all, he was afraid that if he took the crazy old man's money, what would happen if his children sued him? Who knew that Imo Han would dispel all the anxiety of the ship owner with just one sentence? Boss, I have no children and I am alone. There is no need to go through the transfer procedures. Just give me the boat, and I will give you the money. But we have to record it as evidence. I have already given you the money, and you can no longer say that the boat is yours. When the boss heard this, he thought it was a great idea. Since he had no children, he didn't need to go through any formalities, and there was indeed that much money in the card. What are you afraid of? Just drive away the boat. As long as you can drive. Haha, the boss underestimated Imo Han. He can indeed sail a boat. Because when he was in the sports school, there was a period of time when he followed one of his senior brothers to deliver goods to the Atlantic Ocean every day. His senior brother directly taught him how to drive a large boat. He is smart, has a good memory, and can sail a large ship, so other small boats should be no problem for him. As for airplanes, he almost became a pilot. It was just because Yin Yuer didn't allow him to go to work, saying that she was afraid that he would fall in love with those beautiful stewardesses, so Imo Han didn't become a pilot. Come to think of it, Imo Han feels that he is quite versatile. His only weakness was that he trusted Yin Yuer too much and acted as her bootlicker for several years. Gave everything, only to be murdered in the end. Thinking of Yin Yuer, Imo Han's eyes suddenly turned cold. One hand pays, the other hand receives the goods. Now, the money belongs to the boss, and the boat belongs to Imo Han. The boss told Imo Han to wait for another day for transportation and then give the ship to Imo Han tomorrow. Imo Han shook his head quickly. How is that possible? You contact the ship again and take all your goods away. Otherwise, I won't buy it and you give me back my money. When the boss heard this, he thought it was impossible. He made hundreds of millions in just a conversation. Only a fool would give it back. Isn't it just unloading your own goods and taking them away? It's simple and can be done in minutes. He hurriedly asked his employees to do the work. Imo Han wanted to take the boat away, but there were many people on the dock at that time, so he had to wait until midnight and destroy the surveillance on the dock before taking it away. After buying the boat, Imo-han went to the furniture store and cleared out the furniture. I also bought a lot of refrigerators, freezers, ice makers, etc. The Nanyuan Street warehouse called and said that the supermarket stock had begun to take shape, but there were still a lot of goods and no warehouse to store them, so Imo-han was asked to find a solution. Imo-han drove to the new city area. The old factory he rented was now filled with oil that Yong-hu and his colleagues filled for him every day. The ground was neatly filled with mailboxes. Imo-han thought about it and put all the oil barrels into the space. The old factory building is over 10,000 square meters and is very spacious, so it can accommodate a lot of things. But the goods that Imo-han purchased were all in quantities of 100,000 pieces, so this factory was totally not big enough to store the things. Adjacent to his old factory building are several large houses, all of which are over 10,000 square meters in area. Imo-han called the rental phone number at the door and rented 3 houses together. In the last 3 days before the apocalypse, the only thing he had left to do was to stock up like crazy. However, the subsequent purchase of food, clothing, and other necessities was arranged by Yong-hu and the owner of the frozen goods factory. What Imo-han told them was, buy as much as you can. Money is not a problem. During these 3 days, Imo-han plans to stock up on some cooked food. However, he did not stock up in the city. He went to the next town, opened a hotel, and started ordering takeout like crazy. I ordered all the food and drinks that could be ordered on the group tour or the Are You Full app. Imo-han booked meals at the hotel for more than 30 big restaurants in the neighboring city, pretending to hold a wedding banquet. The starting point is more than 100 tables. However, he also booked banquets at all the restaurants in the city. It's just that the pickup time of the 2 restaurants is staggered. Imo-han did this so that he could eat as much cooked food as possible after the end of the world. After all, the end of the world is turbulent, and Imo-han has not yet taken revenge. He must be either looking for enemies or on the way to find enemies. How would he have time to cook? For the hotel's banquets, Imo-han required that all of them be prepared according to VIP standards. All the dishes you cook must be specialties. In his words about the hotel, his son is the richest boss, and all the guests he invited are well-known figures. The cigarettes prepared by the hotel are all Huazi and Maotai. In this way, Imo-han can stock up more cigarettes and alcohol. In order to make it easier to take away the cooked food, Imo-han asked the hotel to pack up the food for each table and drive a large truck to pick it up, under the pretext of holding a banquet in his hometown. There is a very awesome 9th-floor restaurant in the next city, Luyang Restaurant, and the chefs hired there are all top chefs in the country. In addition to ordering a banquet table at the hotel, Imo-han also asked the chef there to prepare thousands of special dishes for him every day. Each special dish is made into 1,000 copies. The price Imo-han offered was enough to keep the hotel operating normally for 50 years. Therefore, the hotel attaches great importance to Imo-han's request. Worried that his hotel alone would not be able to complete Imo-han's task, the hotel owner called other urban areas and asked all employees of his chain stores, except for 3 or 2 people who were retained to look after the stores, to drive to the hotel overnight to help. The hotel cooks its own dishes and Imo-han does his thing. I stocked up so much stuff that I almost forgot about ice cream and other things. In the extremely hot weather at the end of the world, eating a bite of refreshing ice cream is simply refreshing. So, Imo-han packed up a cold drink processing factory. In addition to ready-made ice cream, popsicles, mini puddings, big feet, chocolate, etc. There are also thousands of bowls of ice jelly powder. Imo-han also packed up the crude processing materials, including equipment for making cold drinks and desserts. Once things settle down, I can make my own food when I have free time. At 12 o'clock noon, Yong-hu called and said that oxygen cylinders, ventilators, etc. had all been delivered to the factory in the suburbs. Imo-han smiled and said, "Thank you, brother." Then, 1 million was transferred to Yong-hu's account. The end of the world is approaching. Although Yong-hu helps me more for the kickbacks, there is also friendship. Imo-han felt that it would be unkind of him not to remind him about the end of the world. It is not convenient to remind directly. There are still 2 days before the end of the world. Imo-han asked him to stock up 30,000 bags of rice and 30,000 barrels of mineral water, and told him to find a place to put them and come to get them on May 18th. Imo-han did not specifically emphasize where Yong-hu should put the goods as he did in the past. However, based on Imo-han's understanding of him, he would definitely store the goods in the factory. It doesn't matter where it is stored. What matters is that he has been running around and doing things for Imo-han every day these days. Whether it was for financial gain or for brotherhood, Imo-han didn't want to owe him anything. Let him store rice and water so that he won't starve to death when the end of the world comes. By doing this, Imo-han would not expose his own space and could also repay Yong-hu's favor. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 30: The Final Harvest. May 15th, 2 days before the apocalypse. The temperature is getting higher and higher, from an average of 30 degrees in the previous few days to 34 degrees Celsius. In just a few days, the temperature rose 4 degrees. The news broadcast repeatedly reminded, the weather has been abnormal recently and the temperature continues to rise. Citizens are requested to take precautions. Citizens also felt the heat, but no one took the high temperature seriously. After all, it's only 34 degrees Celsius, which is not a very high temperature. Girls can at most wear cooler clothes, such as exposing their belly buttons or wearing a vest. As for boys, they just go shirtless at home and wear a t-shirt and shorts when they go out. In the evening, Imo Han just wore a vest and flowered shorts, sat at home, ate cold drinks, and played with his mobile phone. I have bought almost everything I needed. I'll go out and buy some batteries, data cables, electrical wires, sockets, and so on later. I also need to go out and buy some seafood. Oh, and get more Australian lobsters. It was too hot at noon, so I went home to rest for half an hour and feed the pancake and the chicken. The person from Digital City called just now and said that the laptop, tablet computer, and power bank he bought earlier have been charged and asked Imo Han where to deliver the goods. Imo Han gave the merchant the address of an old factory on the outskirts of the city. He quickly dressed up as a sallow old man and drove out in his car parked in the underground garage. When they arrived at a place in the suburbs where there was no surveillance, they put the car into the space and drove the truck out. The merchant had been waiting at the factory gate for a long time. When he saw Imo Han coming, he quickly came to greet him happily. "Uncle, these things are all fully charged. I have also downloaded movies, TV series, and songs. I have also downloaded all the novels on the market for you. Please take a look and count them." Imo Han opened a few tablets at random and saw that there were indeed videos and ebooks inside. He was very satisfied and paid the remaining money to the merchants and gave him a generous tip. The hotel also called and asked Imo Han to go over and get the dishes for the banquet. Imo Han drove a large truck, picked up the goods from each store one by one, and then loaded all the goods into the space. The food from the hotels in both this city and the next city has been collected, and it is almost dark. In the next city, Imo Han went to the seafood market and cleared out all the Australian lobsters, giant prawns, crabs, turtles, scallops, clams, etc. The boss who was selling Australian lobsters was so excited when he saw Imo Han buying something worth millions of yuan at once that he stuttered, "Boss, why did you buy so many lobsters?" Imo Han smiled and said, "My son has made a fortune and is hosting a banquet with 100 tables at home to entertain the neighbors." The lobster owner was immediately stunned with surprise. Imo Han was no longer surprised by his expression. The average price of a large lobster was more than 400 yuan, and only a few people could afford it. Imo Han was not in a hurry to pay, and said to the boss, "How many big lobsters like this do you have in stock? Or you can contact the seafood manufacturer to send them directly. The more the better." "Okay, please wait. I'll contact you right away." The lobster boss immediately went to the side to make a phone call. A few minutes later, he returned to Imo Han and said to him, "Boss, the factory just said that there are more than 30,000 Australian lobsters and 40,000 large shrimps." "Okay, I'll take them all." Imo Han took out his phone, paid the boss a deposit of 1 million, and said, "Have them deliver it to the old factory on the outskirts of the city tomorrow, as fast as possible. Once the goods arrive, the rest of the money will be paid immediately." After thinking for a while, he continued, "By the way, boss, if you do a good job, I will pay you an extra 500,000 yuan. When the boss heard this, he jumped up excitedly. He almost saluted Imo Han and shouted, "Yes, sir." After leaving the seafood market, Imo Han drove to the hardware and electrical machinery wholesale market. Jiangyang City's hardware and electrical machinery wholesale market feels even bigger than my own urban wholesale market. The night was already dark, but most of the businesses were still open. Imo Han bought more than 200 high-power storage batteries and several bundles of electrical wires in one go. I saw the guy next door selling plows and bought 10 more. Because I bought seeds, if I want to plant something on the land in Zionuten, I need a plow to hoe the land. After thinking about it, I realized that since I had already bought a plow, how could I not buy a hoe? He also bought 30 or 40 hoes, sickles, and dustpans. After thinking about it, I decided to buy a barbecue grill in case I want to have a barbecue in the future. On second thought, why not buy all the things from this wholesale market? You can use whatever you want in the future. How convenient. So, Imo Han spent 200 million yuan to clear out the entire wholesale market. Starting from that evening, all the major merchants in the wholesale market called on all their employees and began packing things frantically, using large trucks to transport the goods one truck after another to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of G City. Basically, as soon as the merchant in front left, Imo Han would put the things into his own space, to make room for the merchants coming later. That night, Imo Han destroyed all the surveillance equipment at the Qingxi Pier in Jiangyang City. In the dead of night, she sneaked over and put all the large and small ships she had purchased into the space. The day before the apocalypse, Mo Han went to his own warehouse on Nanyuan Street, and the goods in the entire shopping mall were neatly arranged. The owner of the frozen goods factory was kind enough to help him install surveillance equipment, which provided 360 degrees high-definition surveillance with no blind spots. Mo Han looked at the dazzling array of goods and sighed that if it weren't for the end of the world, he could just be a supermarket owner. However, because the doomsday virus has not yet broken out, it is not convenient for him to take away all the things in the supermarket now. The owner of the frozen food factory was still arranging the distribution of goods for him, so he asked him to do that first. All the things that cannot be loaded or placed here are put in the old factory in the suburbs. Including the factory that was rented before and the one that was rented later, there are 4 factories in total, covering tens of thousands of square meters, filled with the things that Mo Han requested. There are instant noodles, sausages, hot and sour noodles, and various drinks. Goods from the aquatic product manufacturers were also delivered in frozen foam boxes, filling up the second floor of the old factory building. From large machines and equipment to small items like a needle, Mo Han has stockpiled them all. Compared with the male protagonists in apocalyptic novels, the goods I have stockpiled are considered a lot. What a pity, after all the calculations, I still have 5.3 billion of my own money. Mo Han arranged for Yang Hu to buy out all the gold, silver, jewelry, cigarettes, and alcohol in several surrounding cities for him. Unfortunately, he only spent 400 million yuan. There is still 4.9 billion left. Mo Han wants to buy a plane, but the procedures for buying a plane are too complicated. He thought about it and decided that if the money was left, then just leave it there. Things like airplanes and ultrasound machines can be purchased for free when the end of the world comes and order is in chaos. What else to buy? Chapter 31. Before the end of the world, we must do something big. May 16th, the day before the apocalypse. All ordered and customized goods are in place. The last batch of oil that Mo Han asked Yang Hu to fill up at major gas stations also arrived at the warehouse. Put everything into space. He went to the slaughterhouse again and bought 10,000 freshly slaughtered pigs, 10,000 freshly slaughtered cows, and 20,000 freshly slaughtered sheep. Because living things can enter Mo Han's space, but the time they can stay there is only 1 hour. If it lasts for more than an hour, the living things inside will be squeezed out by the space. It would be nice if living things in space could stay longer. It's a pity that Mo Han knows the way to upgrade this space. No need for gold or silver. What is needed are the crystal cores in the brains of intermediate level and above zombies. Half a year after the apocalypse, zombies began to slowly evolve. Some still retain their original appearance, only making a crunched sound and biting people everywhere, with slow speed, clumsy movements, and underdeveloped vision. This is called a low-level zombie. They bite harder, run faster, have a little bit of self-awareness, and will sneak attack others. Such zombies are called intermediate zombies. High-level zombies are very powerful. Not only do they run fast and move agilely, but they also have independent consciousness and can attack others in a planned and purposeful manner. They will also bring countless of their own kind to form a zombie tide to attack human bases. It is difficult for humans to survive when encountering high-level zombies. Therefore, in the late apocalypse, in accordance with God's will, many people awaken their special powers in order to deal with these high-level zombies. The end of the world has not yet begun. Even if it has begun, the zombies will slowly evolve due to chance and coincidence. Therefore, Mo Han's space cannot be upgraded for the time being. Mo Han didn't know where Tulong, the great villain of the last days, was now. In his previous life, the Dragon Slayer wore a mask all day long, and no one knew who he was. If Mo Han knew who he was now, he would go and seek revenge on him. We know that space cannot store goods for a long time, but once the end of the world truly comes, all poultry and livestock will either be hunted and killed by humans or by various aliens, or they will be infected and turned into aliens. In order to leave some pure poultry bloodlines for this world and make it easier for him to eat fresh poultry in the future, Mo Han must now raise some poultry in the space. At worst, after an hour, the poultry will be squeezed out of the space and can be put back. Mo Han bought the poultry and livestock that had not yet been slaughtered at the slaughterhouse. Lock them all in cages so that when they are squeezed out of space in the future, it will be convenient for Mo Han to take them back. If there was no cage, Mo Han would have to chase them around everywhere. How could that be possible? It would be so tiring. Bought 4 buffaloes, 2 males and 2 females. 2 pairs of goats and 10 pigs. For yellow cattle. It is also a male and female pairing. The people in the slaughterhouse thought Mo Han was a psychopath. No one would go into the slaughterhouse to buy live animals. But there was no way. Mo Han just bought it. Mo Han also went to the vegetable market and bought 10 roosters and 10 hens. He locked them all in cages and asked the staff to help carry the cages into his truck. Then he found a deserted place, climbed into the truck from the cab, and put the cages containing the animals into the space. Tomorrow the doomsday virus will begin to break out all over the world. Even if it is just a few spots, it is enough to contaminate all of humanity. Before the doomsday virus broke out, Imo Han prepared to deal with a few people. His greatest enemy, Yin Yuer, Imo Jalan, Imo Hai. Imo Han was at number 103 Nanyuan Street at this time. He had just returned from the suburbs. Imo Han has already stored all of the millions of items stockpiled in the old factory in the suburbs into the space. Except for the rice and water that would be left for Yang Hu in the future, everything that belonged to him was taken away. Number 103, Nanyuan Street. The former warehouse is now a large supermarket. The first thing Imo Han had to do was to go to the general manager's office and destroy all the surveillance systems. While destroying the surveillance camera, he shook his head and said, "The owner of the frozen food factory was kind enough to install surveillance cameras for me. He spent a lot of effort on it. But he didn't know that I destroyed the surveillance camera again." After destroying the surveillance, Imo Han moved his mind and put everything in the supermarket, including those colorful shelves, into the space intact. Imo Han likes this feeling. All the goods are classified into categories, and even if you use your mind to take things out, they will come out automatically. But if you don't want to use your mind to take it, you can directly enter the space and find things according to the location of the goods. This space has an automatic categorization function. Help Imo Han to sort out his things. First, divided into 3 categories: food, clothing, and daily necessities. Food is divided into grains, oils, condiments, and so on. In short, I will classify them in detail by myself to ensure that I can see where I want at a glance in Imo Han-Eugene space. Imo Han really likes his own space. After the goods were taken away and the door was closed, the original tenant Su Ming was contacted and the keys were returned to him. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call Yin Yuer. After thinking about it, I decided not to fight. Just go to her place and find her. According to previous memory, Yin Yuer lived in Xiangjiang Liyuan on Huafu Road. Imo Han took a taxi to Xiangjiang Liyuan. There was a rogue smile on his face. Tonight, some people will never see tomorrow's sun. Because the developer has set up an access card, Imo Han cannot enter Xiangjiang Liyuan. He flashed into his own space and waited at the entrance of Xiangjiang Liyuan for more than 10 minutes until finally someone came out. The moment the door opened, Imo Han used Space Flash to sneak into the community. Flash all the way into the elevator and press the button for the 21st floor. Seeing the familiar door, Imo Han felt mixed emotions. Thinking back to the beginning, I bought this house for Yin Yuer. Yin Yuer cried in front of him every day, saying that her sister was driven out by her husband's family and had nowhere to go, and begged Imo Han to take her sister in. Imo Han was so impulsive at the time that she almost gave the house she lived in, which was worth 15 million yuan, to her sister. Fortunately, I thought about it later and decided to keep a base, so I made an appointment with Yin Yuer and treated her to lollipops and something. So I kept the house. I spent more than 3 million to buy this house for Yin Yuer's sister. Later, according to Yin Yuer, her sister returned to her hometown and the house became uninhabited. Imo Han only had love and trust for Yin Yuer at that time and said to her, "Silly girl, if your sister doesn't come to live here, then you can live here. I'll give you this house." In order to express her gratitude to him, Yin Yuer flirted with him and played all kinds of tricks with him that night. When he arrived at the door, Imo Han didn't knock. When he gave the key to Yin Yuer, he didn't expect to leave a key in the shoe cabinet at home. At this moment, Imo Han took the key and gently opened the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, an unbearable sound came from the room. Chapter 32, Dog Bites Dog. So exciting. Ah, how come you were so amazing? Baby, you think of me so badly. The unbearable sound is heard every time. If it were in the past, Imo Han would be so angry that he would go crazy, vomit blood, and be heartbroken. But at this moment, these sounds caused nothing but disgust in his ears. In order to create the effect of a surprise attack and record a video at the same time, Imo Han did not make any loud noise, but walked in quietly, all the way into the bedroom. The room is still the same as when I first gave it to Sister Yin Yuer. The brown leather sofa was selected by Imo Han himself. Imo Han used his whole heart, but in the end he didn't get even a bit of sympathy from others. Damn, all my love has been wasted. When we reached the bedroom door, the noise inside became even louder. Yin Yuer's tenderness and panting almost made Imo Han vomit. This slut is really like this with every man. The bedroom door was not completely closed, leaving a gap that was just big enough for Imo Han to watch the live broadcast. Imo Han took out his cell phone, switched it to silent mode, and turned on the video recording switch. I thought the battle would last for a long time, but unexpectedly, it ended in less than 3 minutes. The man had his back to Imo Han from beginning to end, and Imo Han didn't know who he was at first. Just knowing to listen to the voice, it is not a strange see. Haha. It's really unexpected that the little white lotus in Imo Hai's mind has hooked up with another man. Until the end of the battle, Yin Yue was lying on the bed with her legs spread out. The man turned and walked out of the bedroom, wanting to go to the bathroom to pee. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Imo Han standing behind it. Both of them were startled. The man was frightened because he saw Imo Han. Before the end of the world began, everyone knew that Imo Han was Yin Were's official boyfriend. At this moment, the door that I thought was tightly locked was actually opened, and my real boyfriend was standing in front of me to catch me. Anyone would be scared. Imo Han was surprised because the man in front of him was none other than Yin Were's brother-in-law, Gao Wenjiang. I can't believe that this bitch Yin Were wouldn't even let her own brother-in-law go. How can I be worthy of my sister? The sound outside the door startled Yin Were, who was lying on her back, savoring the experience just now. "Ah, Han, brother Han." Yin Were exclaimed and pulled the thin blanket beside her to cover her body. Imo Han looked at the two flustered people in front of him, shook the phone in his hand, and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law and brother-in-law, wow, so interesting." After saying that, regardless of Yin Were's pleas, he walked straight into the bedroom and picked up Yin Were's cell phone from the bedside table. When Yin Were saw that he took her cell phone, she panicked and rushed over to grab it without caring that she was naked. While trying to snatch it, she cried out, "I'm sorry, brother Han, I was wrong. I'm sorry, brother Han, it was Gao Wenjiang who seduced me first. It was him. Brother Han, it was him." Imo Han smiled and opened Yin Were's WeChat communication history. Yin Were, fearing that the matter would be exposed, pounced on Imo Han like a mad dog and held his arm tightly without moving. He turned around and called out to Gao Wenjiang, "Why don't you come over and grab it?" Gao Wenjiang was covering his front with both hands, and his shy look made people think that he was being forced. Realizing what Imo Han was going to do with Yin Were's phone, Gao Wenjiang no longer cared about the things in front of him, even forgot to pee, and rushed over to grab Imo Han. Imo Han had already found several people he was looking for in his address book. I first sent a copy of the video to Imo Hai, and then selected Group Message. I sent messages to several groups. One is the owner's group of this house. When Imo Han bought the house, in order to get information from the property side more conveniently, he first let Yin Were join the owner's group. Her sister was brought in later. After being pulled in, Yin Yue probably forgot to leave the group. Now this video has been sent to the group in full naked form. The property owners of the entire community were able to enjoy a wonderful show. Then, send it to Yin Yue's work group. Post another circle of friends. Just a few steps, all done in one go. Gao Wenjiang and Yin Yue grabbed one of Imo Han's hands at the same time and tried to take the phone from his other hand. However, at this time Imo Han had completed all the actions. Without asking them to snatch it away, he just threw the phone to Yin Yue. By the way, he punched the scumbag Gao Wenjiang in the nose. In an instant, Gao Wenjiang's nose bleeds and a tooth is broken. You. Gao Wenjiang covered his mouth desperately. The blood in his mouth mixed with blood from his nose and flowed through the gaps between his hands. The bedroom floor was covered in blood. Gao Wenjiang rushed over and swung his fist to hit Imo Han. However, Imo Han, who is over 1.9 meters tall and graduated from a sports school, is strong and healthy. How could Gao Wenjiang, who is short and fat, be his opponent? He knocked him down with just a few punches. Imo Han beat Gao Wenjiang, not because he was angry because he was with Yin Yue, but he clearly had a wife, but he was having an affair with his sister-in-law. Such behavior is despised by Imo Han as a man. So, beating him was to teach him a lesson for Yin Yue's sister. Beat him for justice. Yin Yue's sister is honest, gentle, and family-oriented. She is completely different from Yin Yue. After beating Gao Wenjiang up, Imo Han walked out of the bedroom, sat down on the sofa in the living room, crossed his legs, and smoked in a naughty manner. Imo Han admitted that this trick against Yin Yue was a bit harmful. However, compared to Yin Yue's meanness and viciousness, the only fate for him is to be a grandson. After humiliating Yin Yue, Imo Han will take her life, just like she had disregarded their feelings, betrayed herself, humiliated herself, and caused her tragic death. The feeling of being cut into pieces is still vivid in my mind. Woo-woo. Yin Yue's crying voice was heard from the bedroom. It was so miserable. In less than a minute, Yin Yue's cell phone rang. Imo Han couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone, but Yin Yue's voice was filled with tears. "Sister, listen to me. It was him, my brother-in-law, Gao Wenjiang. He forced me." While explaining, he put all the blame on Gao Wenjiang. Haha, Imo Han sneered. It turned out that it was her sister who called. Gao Wenjiang had been so affectionate towards Yin Yue just now, but after being beaten by Imo Han, he became even more determined to be with Yin Yue, who knew that the video was seen by Yin Yue's sister, and Yin Yue actually tried to clear herself of the charge, saying that she had forced herself on him. Gao Wenjiang was so angry that he pointed at Yin Yue's nose and cursed. You bitch, it was you who flirted with me first and asked me to see your new lace. When did I force you? The two people started arguing in the bedroom. As they were arguing, Gao Wenjiang slapped Yin Yuer in the face with a loud slap. That sound is so loud. Mo Han changed into a comfortable position on the sofa and continued smoking. From his angle, he could clearly see what was happening in the bedroom. Haha, the dog-bite-dog drama is really exciting. Chapter 33. This battle is not that battle. You dare to hit me? Yin Yuer covered her swollen face and threw the phone in her hand at Gao Wenjiang in tears. Bang! The phone hit Gao Wenjiang's bloody nose. The tremendous pain made Gao Wenjiang rush over like a mad beast and grab Yin Yuer's hair. Looking back at Mo Han, who was sitting on the sofa and saw no reaction, Gao Wenjiang became bolder and bolder. He started slapping Yin Yuer's face left and right. It was a loud bang. You were so affectionate just now that you wanted to rub each other into your bodies. Now that the truth was revealed, the two became enemies in minutes. Mo Han put the cigarette in his mouth, freed his hands, and clapped for the two of them. Yin Yuer struggled hard and reached out to grab Gao Wenjiang's face. Gao Wenjiang punched her hand open. The two naked dogs started fighting again. But this battle is different from that battle. Mo Han took out a kitchen knife from his space and held it in his hand, and said to Gao Wenjiang seriously, "Hit her harder. If you don't beat her half to a pulp today, I will cut off your hands." The two people who were fighting listened to Mo Han's words and looked at the kitchen knife in his hand. They stopped fighting and looked at Mo Han in surprise and fear. Mo Han laughed coldly and raised his voice by 1 decibel. "Gao Wenjiang, you can't hear what I say, right?" Gao Wenjiang had just been beaten black and blue by Mo Han and was very afraid of being beaten by Mo Han. He slowed down his tone and said to Mo Han, "Brother, I was wrong to play with your woman, but you really can't blame me. I came back to get something, but she insisted on holding me and letting me try what ecstasy tastes like." "Oh." Mo Han dragged out the ending tone and asked, "Have you tasted the taste of ecstasy?" Gao Wenjiang was frightened by his sinister look. He didn't know that Mo Han had asked Yin Yuer to go out late at night before, and he thought that Mo Han lost control because he cared too much about Yin Yuer. Therefore, he didn't dare to answer Mo Han's question. He quickly stood up and picked up the clothes he had thrown on the ground and put them on. "I had just picked up a pair of shorts and hadn't had time to put them on when suddenly a knife was thrown at me. It fell right on the wooden floor at his feet, right next to his feet. If it had tilted 1 centimeter to the left, the knife would have stabbed his foot." "Ah!" Gao Wenjiang screamed in fright. He was already in a hurry to pee, and now he had a stomach full of urine, and he almost leaked it out of fright. "Throw away your pants and beat that bitch. Beat her as hard as you can." Mo Han didn't move at all, still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. There was a harmless smile on his face. The tone of his speech was also bland. It was as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. However, in the eyes of the two, his smile at this moment was more terrifying than the shuro of hell. Gao Wenjiang just stood there, not knowing whether to move or stay still. Yin Yuer curled up at the head of the bed, trembling, staring at Mo Han without blinking. Tears of grievance welled up in my eyes. "Oh, you still feel aggrieved. TSK, TSK. Mo Han changed to a comfortable sitting position on the sofa again. He looked at the two people in the bedroom as if he was watching a show. Gao Wenjiang and Yin Yuer exchanged glances. Suddenly, Gao Wenjiang picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and rushed towards Mo Han screaming. Yin Yuer also grabbed the desk lamp beside her and rushed towards Mo Han. Because they were afraid of Mo Han, and Mo Han didn't have a knife with him at that time. Better to strike first. Kill him. 2 lumps of meat, 1 black and 1 white, ran towards him. The places that should be shaking are still shaking. Mo Han suppressed a chuckle from his lips, and just as the 2 men rushed to his side, he suddenly disappeared. Gone, the whole person suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Yin Yuer, Gao Wenjiang. The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Ghost. Finally, Yin Yuer screamed, quickly ran back to the bedroom and closed the door. Gao Wenjiang was still standing in the living room, holding the kitchen knife that Mo Han had just thrown at him. He gripped the handle with both hands and held the kitchen knife tightly in his hand. His whole body was in a defensive posture, and he moved slowly towards the bedroom, staring at the entire room without blinking, as if he had seen a ghost. The boy was clearly on the sofa just now. How come he is gone now? Is it that I am dazzled? That's not right. I saw it clearly. What happened? Where did the people go? Just as he was looking around warily and thinking, Mo Han suddenly took a kitchen knife and appeared behind him. Ha ha! Mo Han laughed and slashed his butt with a knife. The force used is not small at all. In an instant, blood gushed out. Gao Wenjiang screamed and rushed to the bedroom in fear. While shouting, "Help! Help!" where he ran, He left behind a pool of yellow urine and a trail of bright red blood. In the bedroom, Yenyuer heard the noise outside, so she quickly put on her clothes, locked the door, and hid behind it, not daring to move. Help! Yenyuer, open the door quickly. He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Gao Wenjiang's voice was filled with extreme sorrow and fear. Yenyuer was shaking in the bedroom, looking for her phone everywhere, wanting to call the police. Thinking that Imo Han had caught up with Gao Wenjiang and his bad deeds, and now he wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. He must be unable to bear the blow and was going crazy. Imo Han is very strong and has a solid physique. If he fights, 3 or 2 ordinary people are no match for him. Yenyuer has known this for a long time. If Imo Han really wants to kill tonight, neither himself nor Gao Wenjiang will be able to get out alive. Yenyuer couldn't understand why Imo Han, who had obeyed her every word a few days ago, suddenly became like someone she didn't know. There was no longer the former tenderness in his eyes. Did the liquor come to his senses? Did he not want to continue licking? Yenyuer lay on the ground, looking everywhere for her cell phone. However, to her great disappointment, when she threw her phone to hit Gao Wenjiang stepped on the phone screen when he rushed over to hit her, and the entire screen shattered, so she couldn't make any calls at all. Yenyuer took her mobile phone and pressed the power button desperately to light up the screen. However, the busier she became, the more confused she became. Outside, Gao Wenjiang's shrill cries came one after another. Yenyuer was extremely scared. Although Imo Han had been nice to me before, any man would be unable to tolerate something like this. If you can't handle it, he will really kill someone. Why can't I turn on this phone? Yenyuer couldn't turn on her phone, and sweat started to seep out of her forehead. I looked everywhere for Gao Wenjiang's cell phone, but couldn't find it. I was looking for my phone everywhere when suddenly, bump, the door of the room was kicked open from outside. Chapter 34. Yes, it is quite mean. Ah. Yenyuer looked up suddenly and stared at the person outside the door in horror. It's not Imo Han, but Gao Wenjiang. At this time, Gao Wenjiang's lower limbs were already stained with blood. He endured the pain and moved towards the bedroom step by step. Gao Wenjiang, what are you going to do? Yenyuer felt scared as she watched him approaching her step by step. Gao Wenjiang walked up to Yenyuer, tore her clothes to pieces, pulled her hair, and punched her in the front teeth. In an instant, Yenyuer let out a half, and her 2 front teeth fell out. Help, my life. She opened her mouth and wanted to call for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bump. Before the pain had subsided, Gao Wenjiang punched her in the nose again. Yenyuer suddenly felt extremely dizzy, and before she could react, her nose bridge was broken. She squatted on the ground, covering her face, looking at Gao Wenjiang in horror. Why did you hit me? When she spoke, because she had just lost her 2 front teeth and was bleeding, she spoke like an old lady and her speech was not clear at all. Imo Han flashed out from the space, stood at the bedroom door with his hands folded, and watched Gao Wenjiang beating Yenyuer violently with punch after punch, feeling very excited. Under normal circumstances, he would not hit a woman, but Yenyuer really did not deserve to be called a woman. She is worse than an animal. Gao Wenjiang beat Yenyuer violently, then turned around to look at Imo Han standing by the door and asked tremblingly, "Is it okay?" Imo Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's enough. Now it's her turn to beat you." Gao Wenjiang. Yenyuer looked at Imo Han in panic, and Imo Han pointed at Gao Wenjiang beside her. Yenyuer immediately struggled to stand up and punched Gao Wenjiang hard in the face. "You hit me, and I hit you." The fight was almost over, so Imo Han asked them to stop and take a break. "Haha," Imo Han said with a malicious look. "Now, Gao Wenjiang, do you still like her?" Gao Wenjiang shook his head and cursed viciously. "What a bitch, so disgusting." Brother Han. Yenyuer was worried that she would be beaten again and was afraid that she would be beaten to death. "Hurry up and crawl forward from the ground." She crawled in front of Imo Han and cried for mercy. "Brother Han, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. He forced me. Please let me go, Brother Han. Please, let me go." In his previous life, Imo Han was always gentle and easy to talk to in front of Yenyuer. He never lost his temper or got angry with her. But in this life, Imo Han suddenly seemed like a different person. The look in Yenyuer's eyes when she looked at him was more frightening than seeing the evil spirits from hell. She didn't know why a person changed so quickly, but the current situation didn't allow her half a minute to think. Imo Han was too lazy to pay attention to Yenyuer and turned back to sit on the sofa. Yenyuer was about to continue crawling over when suddenly, the door of the house was pushed open. His 2 sisters, Yin Wanner and Mo Hai, walked in one after another. "Yenyuer, why are you doing this to me?" As soon as Yin Wanner walked in, She saw her sister kneeling on the ground with no clothes on and a bruised face. And her good husband Gao Wenjiang just rolled into bed with Yan Yuer when he was asked to come back to get the household registration book. At this time, Gao Wenjiang was also naked, and blood was still oozing from his buttocks. Yan Waner was so angry that she couldn't speak. He rushed forward and grabbed Yan Yuer's hair, yelling, "You little bitch, how could you do this to me? Every time I look for a boyfriend, you hook up with my boyfriend. I'm married, and you hooked up with my husband. Yan Yuer, we are sisters. How have I wronged you?" Yan Yuer's hair was pulled, and her head tilted back. "It hurts. It hurts." She stretched out her hand and tried desperately to pull Yan Waner's hand away. But I couldn't pull it open. Yan Waner beat Yan Yuer severely before rushing into the bedroom to beat Gao Wenjiang. Gao Wenjiang squatted on the ground, feeling dizzy from the beating she gave him. Emohan lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and watched the performance of several people quietly. Emohai came in behind Yan Waner and looked at Yan Yuer, who was naked. My feet felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't move forward. "Brother Han, you are here. Please save me. Brother Han, please save me." Emohan listened to Yan Yuer crying and saw blood coming out of the corner of her mouth, and his ears began to buzz. Yan Yuer had clearly told him that her feelings towards Emohan were fake, and she had no sincerity at all. The only person she loved in her life was Emohai. However, in the video, she hugged her brother-in-law and screamed more and more happily. All along, I thought she was a pure, cute, timid and weak girl, but I didn't expect that she would be such a person. Emohai, who couldn't accept the blow, kept calling Yan Yuer but couldn't get through. The big bed in the video is in Yan Yuer's sister's house. So, Emohai came here in person and wanted to see Yan Yuer. How should he explain to him? But I didn't expect to see Emohan here. "Han, brother Han, why are you here?" Emohan sneered. "Xiaohai, I said you are smart all your life, but confused for a moment. Do you think that video was recorded by Yan Yuer herself and sent to you by mistake?" Emohai was speechless for a moment. In fact, that's what he thought. Emohan talked to Emohai and suddenly realized, "Hey, Xiaohai, how did you know that Sister Yan Yuer's house is here? Also, something happened to my girlfriend, and I'm the one who's worried. Why are you here?" I. Emohai kept saying "I" for a long time, but couldn't say a word. I secretly glanced at Yan Yuer, who was kneeling on the ground without clothes, and thought about her appearance in the video just now, and my heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife. But facing Emohan's questioning, he could only find an excuse. "Han, brother Han, she is my future sister-in-law. Something like this happened. As a brother, I want to help you come and take a look." "Oh." Emohan pretended to know nothing and said with a smile, "Xiaohai, you are really thoughtful. I am lucky to have a good brother like you. Come and sit on the sofa." Emohai stood still. It's not right to sit, and it's not right not to sit. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, she suddenly heard Emohan say, "Xiaohai, she cheated on me, and the man she cheated on was her own brother-in-law. Tell me, is this kind of woman cheap?" The corners of Emohai's mouth twitched a few times, and he finally said, "Bitch. Yes, she is quite mean. Xiaohai, you are my brother. This woman hurt me so much. Give her a few slaps on my behalf and teach her a lesson." Brother Han, I can't do anything to your woman. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Yan Yuer listened to the conversation between the two brothers from beginning to end. In her heart, she was certain that Emohai would come forward to protect her. Unexpectedly, Emohai ignored her and wanted to get away. Yan Yuer yelled at the top of her voice, "Emohai, you coward. You've been in my bed since last year, but now you're being so ruthless to me. You bastard." Chapter 35 Septic Tank Day Trip. Emohai had no choice but to leave, feeling heartbroken all the way. If I stay there, I can't help Emohan fight Yan Yuer. Just now he wanted to take action to teach Emohan a lesson and help Yan Yuer. Although Yan Yuer made a big mistake, I still felt a little bit sorry for her when I saw her covered in scars. It's a pity that I can't beat Emohan. Besides, my dad said that I shouldn't turn against him yet, but should wait until all the shares are sold and the dust settles before turning against him. Although everyone signed an agreement when they paid $3.1 billion to buy his shares last time, it has not been notarized by the notary office. If Emohan wants to turn against them halfway, there is nothing they can do. We have to take advantage of the next 2 days and let Emohan go to the notary office with them. Now is not the time to turn against each other. After walking for a while, I couldn't help but take out my phone and called Emohan. "Brother Han, Yuer is usually very nice, gentle, and well-behaved. She must have been deceived by Gao Wenjiang. Let's part ways in peace. There's no need to hit her." Emohan held the phone, still with a gentle smile on his face. "Well, Xiaohai is right. I know. Thank you for your reminder." After hanging up the phone, Imohan walked to Yanuer, grabbed her hair, and dragged her downstairs. He smiled and said, "My cousin Imohai asked me to beat you into the shit. Well, I thought about it and realized that there is shit only in the septic tank downstairs. I have to ask you to come with me." Yin Wanner saw Imohan's actions and did not stop him. At this moment, in her eyes, her sister stinks worse than shit. Imohan grabbed Yanuer's hair and walked downstairs, shouting to Yin Wanner in the house, "Remember to go to the septic tank downstairs to find your sister." "No, I don't want to go. Brother Han, please don't go." Sister, save me." "Imohan, you hypocrite, idiot, let me go." Brother-in-law, I love you. Please save me, brother-in-law." Yanuer was not wearing any clothes to begin with, and being dragged away by Imohan like this, she felt that all her face was lost. He tried desperately to tear Imohan's hands apart with his hands, leaving Imohan's hands covered with scars, each one shocking. But, compared with the pain in my heart, what does the wound on my hands matter? At this moment, Imohan only felt hatred and disgust towards Yanuer, without any love for her anymore. In his previous life, he had been cut into pieces before Imohan realized that in addition to the Imo Jalan father and son, the bitch Yanuer was also involved in his parents' fatal car accident. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. If Yanuer and Imo Jalan and his son are not dead, they will be letting down the spirits of their parents in heaven. Imohan dragged Yanuer all the way downstairs. I met a few neighbors passing by on the way. They followed me all the way and kept persuading me. When a couple quarrels, they quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Young man, you are too much to treat your wife like this. A neighbor turned his back and called the police. When the police car arrived, Imohan had already thrown Yanuer into the community's septic tank. Imohan once said that shit should be put into the toilet, which is its best destination. It's a pity that there are no pit toilets in the city, so there are only septic tanks. When the police arrived, Imohan had already fled. Yanuer also fell into a coma due to inhaling too much feces. The police called 120 and sent her to the hospital for treatment. The doctor performed a crazy gastric lavage on Yanuer, which washed out a stomach full of feces. Imohan deliberately did not hide himself so that the neighbors could see him dragging Yanuer. It was not because he was too stupid and could not disguise himself, but he had destroyed the surveillance system of the building, and he was wearing gloves when he caught Yanuer. As long as he didn't admit it, the police would not be able to convict Imohan based solely on the statements of a few neighbors. As long as he insists that he didn't do it, the police can't wrongly accuse a good guy, right? As for Yanuer, she would not die so easily. If she died easily, it would be too easy for her. The end of the world is dangerous. Imohan wants her to die slowly in endless despair. That feeling is really satisfying. Are you sure it was a tall guy who threw her into the septic tank? The police are taking statements from the neighbors who just spoke. Of course, they also took a record of Yin Wanner's statement. However, Yin Wanner hated her disgusting sister to the core at this moment, and she kept silent and did not answer the police's questions. Either they say, "I don't know, I'm not sure," or "Ask her yourself when she wakes up." Imohan left Xiangjiang Liyuan and went to the supermarket. There is no rush to deal with the Imo Jalan father and son today. The doomsday virus will break out tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tianfu New Town. Imohai just returned home and complained to Imo Jalan, who was sitting on the sofa. "Dad, what's wrong with Imohan? Doesn't he love Yanuer very much and regard her as his life? How could he beat Yanuer like that?" Imo Jalan was watching a TV series leisurely. He became impatient when he saw Imohai wandering around in front of him. "Hey, higher, can you please stay away from me? Since you came back just now, you have been complaining here nonstop. Are you annoying? You are disturbing me from watching TV." Imohai seemed not to hear what his father said, and he was swaying back and forth in front of the sofa. Said, "Dad, do you think Imohan knows about his parents? Will he see through our plan and refuse to go to the notary office with us?" Imo Jalan was shocked. "Why do you suddenly have this idea? Is there something wrong with him?" Imohai sat down on the sofa and said, "My friend called me just now and said that Imohan threw Yanuer into the septic tank of the community. Yanuer is now in the hospital for emergency treatment." "Oh, is this true?" Imo Jalan paused the TV, sat up straight, and said to Imohai, "Let's calm him down first and get the agreement notarized tomorrow." "Yeah." Imohai nodded and made a gesture of grabbing his neck. "When the time comes, the worst that can happen is that the car accident will happen again. I wonder how many days he can still jump around." Imohan walked around the supermarket for a few rounds and bought dozens of induction cookers. It's only 9 o'clock in the evening and the supermarket doesn't close until 10:30. So, Imohan thought, It would be boring to wait for dawn when he returned home, so it would be better to buy more things before the end of the world. The money in the card is really endless. There are still more than 4 billion yuan left, so we can spend as much as we can. He bought everything in the supermarket that he could see and use. He piled all the purchased goods in the large truck he drove over, and used high prices as bait to get the supermarket employees to speed up the loading of the goods for him. While loading the goods, he saw that the hardware and electrical machinery store on the opposite street was still open. Mo Han entered the space, disguised himself, walked to the other person's shop, and bought all the steel bars, insulated windows, and other things. Mo Han paid the money, and the boss was going outside to contact the driver to deliver the goods to Mo Han. When I turned around, I found that all the goods in the store were sold out. The boss was so scared that he called the police immediately and turned on the surveillance equipment to check. Unfortunately, the surveillance camera never breaks down except today. Here, the boss's panic has not subsided. At the supermarket entrance, Mo Han was already driving his truck, heading home leisurely. Chapter 36. The end of the world is coming soon. Why should we be afraid? Mo Han drove the truck back to his community. On a road section without surveillance, the truck and its cargo were put into the space. He wore a big hat and glasses and drove a car without a license plate. Wearing a hat and glasses is to prevent the surveillance camera from recording who you are. After all, the police are not done with the matter of throwing Yin Yuer into the septic tank. All surveillance related to him will definitely be retrieved. Want to find clues of his crime? Fortunately, he dressed up when he was shopping in the supermarket just now. No one could recognize him. He drove the car back to the community's underground garage and parked it in a blind spot where there was no surveillance. Mo Han used Space Flash and went all the way back home. There was no surveillance camera at the door of his house, so he didn't show up until he arrived at the door and opened it with his key. In the room, a 90-inch TV was playing the cartoon Dog and Mouse. Mo Han was surprised when he saw the TV turned on. I closed the door and couldn't help but walk to the sofa. At this time, the two dogs were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When he saw Mo Han coming back, for the first time ever, he did not come over to greet him. He just raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Woof woof, twice, indicating that you have greeted him. Who put this on? Mo Han pointed at the TV and asked the two dogs. He knew that his dog was smart, but he didn't expect it to be so smart that it could even watch TV and choose its favorite cartoons. This is really exaggerated. The chicken raised its claws, which were still covered with steel plates, and pointed at the pancake. The Bing glanced at Mo Han, afraid that he would be angry, so he quickly jumped into his arms and rubbed his head against him hard. Mo Han patted Bing's head and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm not angry. I just want to know which dog in my house is so smart that it can turn on the TV?" Bing immediately pointed his paw at himself and barked at Mo Han. It's me. It's me. Master, your pancake is the smartest. Are you hungry?" Mo Han asked the two dogs. Woof. The two little heads fiddled like rattles. Mo Han brought them dog food and water, then went to the bathroom to wash up, then lay on the sofa and started playing with his phone. Today is May 16th. Tomorrow, an unknown virus will break out in many parts of the world, and many people will become zombies. There will be sporadic virus outbreaks in City G where I live tomorrow, but it will not fall overnight. As for the virus, till today, no one from the authorities has issued any notification to alert citizens to take precautions, because the officials themselves know nothing about it now. The official report is that the high temperature weather has continued for many days. In the past 2 days, the temperature has risen to 36 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat stroke. It is expected that the temperature will continue to rise in the coming period. Please try not to go out and work from home if possible. Recently, there have been many cases of citizens suffering from heat stroke. Please do not take high fever lightly. Below the official reminder, a large number of comments flooded in. Cat Rabbit, damn. Will the temperature keep rising to 50 or 60 degrees? Will we still be able to survive? No, I have to go out and buy an air conditioner tomorrow. GG who loves bullfrog. It's not certain. It is said that in human history, the temperature once rose to 52 degrees Celsius, and many people died at that time. Flower. Oh, no, I have to buy an air conditioner too. Xiaoya loves to eat farts. The temperature is so high. Do you think the end of the world is coming? Bullshit. It's the end of the world. Have you read too many novels? Mo Han read the comments one by one and felt that the netizen named Xiao Aichikit was quite prescient. However, I guess he was just doubting it and was just talking about it. No appropriate measures were taken to deal with the end of the world. After all, if Mo Han had not been reborn, he would not have believed in the end of the world. I would never believe it even if you kill me. Who would believe it? Everything is fine. The temperature is just a little bit higher, and it's going to be the end of the world? So, Don't blame people for being stupid. Those who have not experienced it will not think too badly of it. Apart from the comments about the hot weather, the internet was peaceful and there was nothing wrong. Shopping websites are still happily doing business. People on the video app are still filming crazily. Taking pictures of myself, others, mountains and fields, and life vlogs. It's really busy. In the community owner group, some owners were discussing the current high-temperature weather. Emohan clicked on the messages and glanced at them casually. 961 Wang Huan. This damn weather is too hot. Does anyone in the group know the phone number of the store downstairs? I would like to ask them to send some popsicles up. 9-20-3 Li Wei 182-8803. This number is also his WeChat ID. If you add him on WeChat and buy more than 5 popsicles, his family will personally deliver them to you. 8-23-1 Xia Xiaolan. Neighbors, the temperature is 36 degrees Celsius. It's too hot. Does anyone know the phone number of the air conditioner installer? It's all about the hot weather and some of the ways property owners are coping with it. It's nothing more than ordering a few more barrels of mineral water, installing air conditioners, and eating a few popsicles. No one thought about stockpiling food or vegetables. The weather is too hot. People feel weak and just want to sleep at home all day long and don't want to eat at all. Emohan closed WeChat and was about to lie down on the sofa and rest his eyes. Suddenly, a video popped up in the browser. Yan Yuer, an employee of XX company, hooked up with her brother-in-law. When the affair was exposed, she was thrown into a septic tank. Whose fault is it? Yan's trip to the septic tank reminds us that we should abide by the rules. Journey to the septic tank. Who should pay for emotional mistakes? Emohan saw the blurred video screenshots and related news information and knew that the police would come to find him soon. If nothing goes wrong, he will invite me to have tea tonight. Although I know that as long as I refuse to admit it, the police can't do anything to me. But at least you have to go to the police station and you will not be able to have freedom in your life for the time being. Emohan curled his lips and smiled. To be honest, he is not afraid. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He got up from the sofa, took out a self-heating hot pot from the space, went to the kitchen, and heated it on the induction cooker. Just take the bowl and chopsticks and start eating. Just one word, delicious. No, please buy more of this self-heating hot pot. I quickly dialed Yang Hu's cell phone, but before I could make the call, Yang Hu's call came in. Brother, let me tell you, we got those planes. 1 passenger plane, worth 2.5 billion, and 3 civilian planes, worth 450 million each. We bought them all, as you ordered. Well done, Emohan said while eating. I never thought that Yang Hu was such a powerful person. His skills cover almost every aspect of life. In my previous life, I was so busy being a bootlicker that I even forgot there were such awesome people around me. Brother, I'm eating self-heating hot pot now. I tell you, the taste is so delicious. Please stock up on all kinds of self-heating hot pot and cooked food for me. Okay, brother, how much do you want? Yang Hu asked. Let's stock up on 300,000 or so boxes. Brother, are you going to buy another factory? Chapter 37. The police came to the door and were shocked. After hanging up the phone with Yang Hu, Emohan ordered some takeout. Various burgers and barbecue. There was originally 4.9 billion yuan in the card, and almost 3.9 billion yuan was spent on buying the plane. If I buy some cooked food, self-heating hot pot, etc., it will probably cost tens of millions more. No matter how Emohan uses it, there will still be several hundred million left. Originally, when the end of the world began, various items could be purchased for free, and Emohan didn't have to spend unnecessary money multiple times. But there is no way. I have too much money. If I don't find ways to spend the money, I'll always feel sorry for the long string of numbers in the card. I feel even more sorry for the Sakura country and the Gyazi country that I have harmed. Ever since he stole from the military account of the Big Bear country and used other people's military supplies, he transferred 5 billion military pay to the private account of the palmistry of the Sakura country. The login address is deliberately in the country of Gyazi. 10 days ago, the Big Bear nation began to demand an explanation from these two countries. Of course, it was definitely not explained clearly in the end. Therefore, the president of the Big Bear country was furious and launched a large-scale military offensive, madly crushing the two countries. The war has now reached its final stage, and it is expected that both countries will be destroyed by tomorrow noon. Emohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he had known that the end of the world was coming in his previous life, would he have lived such a miserable life with his amazing computer operating skills? He must have stolen the military pay of the Big Bear country a long time ago. By then, it won't be as simple as just putting the blame on these two countries. No matter what country it is, the kimchi country, the transsexual country, or the beautiful country, none of them will be spared. After finishing a box of self-heating hot pot, only a little chili pepper was left. Imohan took out a bowl of iced jelly from the space. On a hot day, hot pot and iced jelly are a perfect match. I had only finished half of my iced jelly when the door rang. Imohan curled his lips. The police came to the door. But, do I want to go over and sit down tonight? No, that's impossible. The doomsday virus is about to break out tomorrow, but Imo Jalan and Imo Hai, the two archenemies, are still alive and well. How could Imohan go to police station now? I have to go, and I have to go tomorrow. I wanted to put all my leftovers into the space, but after thinking about it, I decided to just leave them where they were originally. Because even if you put the things into the space at this time, the spicy smell in the air will not disappear no matter what. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, let me tell you, there's someone knocking on the door right now. The bad guys are pretending to be the police and want to arrest me. I'm going to hide in the space first, and you just pretend. These things belong to both of you. Yaoji, go over and open the door for the police. After Imohan finished speaking, he flashed into the space. My two dogs are so smart. Let's see how they deal with the police. 5 or 6 policemen with guns were guarding the door. I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. Just when everyone thought there was no need to knock on the door and they should just break in, suddenly, the door opened. 2 dogs, one yellow and one black, one fat and one thin, squatted behind the door with their eyes wide open. The dark and skinny one had bandages wrapped around the legs. The police didn't care about how cute the 2 dogs were. They rushed into the house and searched all the rooms, but found no one. That's not right, Captain Sheen. It doesn't look like there's no one in this room. The 4 skewers of self-heating hot pot smell so good, and the iced jelly powder, it's obvious that they were just eaten. Policeman Wang Gang asked. Yeah. Qin Jinwu nodded, holding the pistol and looking around vigilantly. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. I saw that the fat yellow dog among the 2 dogs behind the door was using a chair to jump to the side of the rice cooker. He held the spoon in his mouth and scooped rice into the empty bowl next to it. After serving 2 bowls of rice, the fat yellow dog held the bowl in his mouth, jumped to the ground, put the bowl on the dining table, and pushed it in front of the thin black dog. The fat yellow dog went to get another bowl of rice. Huh, Wang Gang laughed. This little golden retriever is really smart. Qin Jinwu nodded without saying anything. His eyes were fixed on the 2 dogs in front of him, a golden retriever and a Doberman Pinscher. The golden retriever placed the bowl of rice in front of him, and the 2 dogs began to eat. If it was just a simple meal, these policemen wouldn't think anything of it. The key point is that when people eat, they will use a spoon to scoop food from the self-heating hot pot. The meat and vegetables inside were all eaten up, and there was still some chili peppers. The 2 dogs insisted on eating the chili peppers while eating the meal. And looking at them, it seems that they don't feel spicy at all. After eating a few bites of the food, the chicken pushed the iced jelly in front of the pancake. Dabing didn't hesitate to put his mouth in and took a gulp. After drinking it himself, Dabing pushed the iced jelly to Yaoji. The 2 dogs were like 2 people, completely ignoring the presence of the 6 policemen next to them and eating and drinking on their own. Wang Gang whispered, "It seems that there is really no one here. These 2 dogs ate these things." Qin Jinwu nodded. He suddenly had an impulse to take the 2 dogs back to the police station and use them as his own police dogs. Although golden retrievers are not suitable to be police dogs, this golden retriever is really very smart. After so many years as a police officer, Qin Jinwu had to admit that he had never seen such a smart dog. As for the black Doberman on the opposite side, it's really awesome. Although it looks weak, its eyes are sharp and its every move is very purposeful. With Qin Jinwu's many years of experience as a police officer, this black Doberman is mature beyond his years, smart and clever, with sharp eyes. If he is trained a little, he will definitely become a very good police dog that will scare the bad guys. It's not very kind to take away someone's beauty, but Qin Jinwu squatted down and said to De Bing and Yao Ji, "Hey, 2 little guys, are you willing to go to the police station with me, be a police dog, and catch bad guys?" Dabing and Yao Ji looked at each other. It seems that what my father said was right. These people are really bad guys. They actually want to trick me away. Then the 2 dogs shook their heads. "Captain Sheen, we don't give a shit about you." Wang Gang laughed loudly. "It seems that our Captain Sheen can also be defeated sometimes." Qin Jinwu raised his hand and pretended to hit Wang Gang. Wang Gang quickly held his head and begged for mercy. "Captain Sheen, spare my life." Seeing that these people were rejected and refused to leave, Dabing couldn't help but look up at the demon chicken opposite and woofed a few times. Translated it means, "What should we do, you evil chickens? Why don't they leave? I'm almost dying of the spiciness." Monster Chicken, "Woof woof woof. Do you think I'm not spicy? I'm about to get blisters on my tongue." Imohan is really something. Instead of eating light food in such hot weather, he insists on eating hot pot. Now, he ran away by himself. We have to wipe his ass. Two dogs, you bark towards me, and I bark away. Several policemen followed their conversation and kept guessing what they meant. Finally, I finished my meal and drank up the ice jelly. The chicken jumped down from the dining table and sat on the sofa. Dabing took the remote control and turned on the computer. Hold down the button on the remote control and keep it pressed down until you select a children's cartoon, then click play. Ignoring the surprised looks from the policemen, the two dogs started watching cartoons. After watching for a few minutes, the two dogs suddenly turned their heads in surprise and found that the police were still at home. Dabing jumped off the sofa and started to chase them away with a grin. Chapter 38. Go to heaven first, then go to hell. Pancake, woof woof woof. You're so embarrassed. Why are you still in my house? Get out. After Dabing called out like that, the policemen realized that they had forgotten what they were doing and were actually watching TV with the two puppies. Wang Gang said with a smile, Captain Qin, it looks like we have to leave. The dogs are starting to chase us away. Qin Jinwu shook his head and sighed. What a pity, such a smart dog can't be a police dog. No, I have to go back to the bureau and apply to buy these two dogs back. When he heard that someone wanted to buy him, Dabing looked disdainful and shouted even louder. Bah, bah, bah. Buy your cake, brother? It's worth 1,000 gold. I just want my Han dad. After the police left, Imo Han came out of the space. The two dogs couldn't hold it anymore. They changed their calm demeanor, rushed to the bathroom, opened their mouths facing the squat toilet, stuck out their tongues, and tried to exhale desperately. It's so spicy. It's so spicy. Imo Han found it funny to see them like this, but also felt sorry for them. Both guys were so spicy because of me. Alas, I am an incompetent master. He quickly took 2 ice creams from the space, tore them open, and let the two dogs lick them. The two dogs' tongues felt a little more comfortable after feeling the cool sensation. After the police leave, they will definitely look for Imo Han everywhere. However, I will never come to Imo Han's house again. They had just searched the room, and there was no one in it. This was perfect. Imo Han lay on the bed and had a good sleep. The next morning, as soon as Imo Han turned on his phone, the text message alerts seemed to explode. It's Yang Hu calling. Yang Hu called him but couldn't get through, so he left him a message. Brother Han, the plane is now parked on a large flat ground outside the city. You can go over and take a look when the time comes. Brother Han, all the cooked food is ready. There are also several large pots of steamed rice, as well as seaweed egg drop soup, carrot soup, vegetarian melon bean soup, cabbage soup. Imo Han listened to the news about Yang Hu one by one and thought that this boy was really awesome and cute. He quickly got out of bed, put on a pair of shorts, and ran out of the community. As soon as I left the community, I saw several plainclothes policemen squatting across the street. One of them was even looking towards the community gate with a telescope. Imo Han thought. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't come out directly. These policemen must have thought that Yin Yuer had woken up and cried out for her crimes, so they came to arrest her. I didn't catch him at home last night, so today I went to the gate of the community and waited for him. Imo Han shook his head and continued to flash along the way. Yin Yuer, this bitch, participated in the murder of her own parents and even wanted the police to get her killed. Is it possible? I, Imo Han, am not unwilling to be arrested, but at least I have to do my job first. Imo Han reached the next intersection, suddenly appeared in the crowd, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the suburbs. It's not the police's fault for waiting and not using phone number tracking or other communication methods to find him, but they simply couldn't find him. The mobile phone number used by Imo Han has always been a virtual overseas number and cannot be traced. Wow, so many. Imo Han stood in the abandoned factory, looking at the boxes of various cooked foods, self-heating hot pots, and other foods, and marveled at Yang Hu's delicious pork. Why didn't I realize before that he had such great powers? Xiaohu, you're amazing. Imo Han left a voice message to Yang Hu. Put everything in the factory into your own space. They went to the large flat land in the suburbs where the planes were parked. Imo Han saw that there was no one around, so he put several planes into the space. Yang Hu was not without suspicion, as Imo Han bought so many things every day. However, in Imo Han's words, Xiaohu, don't worry about what I did, and don't ask. Those piled up goods will be taken away by someone. What I do is not a legitimate business. Yang Hu understood immediately. I guess he was just taking things to resell, or something like that. Right now, the Big Bear country, the Sakura country, and the Kidney country are fighting fiercely. Yang Hu guessed that Imo Han was doing international activities. No more questions. Anyway, as long as I help Imo Han do things, I can get a large reward. Who can resist money these days? In the past half month, the bounty Yang Hu received from Imo Han was at least 20 million. Now for Yang Hu, Imo is not only a good brother, but also his god of wealth. Imo took away everything except the 30,000 bags of rice and 40,000 barrels of water that he had asked Yang to buy. After thinking about it, I decided to take half. In the past half-month since the apocalypse, Yang has been helping him with things. The apocalypse virus is about to break out at 1 p.m. If he takes away everything, it will be tantamount to cutting off Yang life. There are already too many things in my space to count, so just treat those pieces of rice as something I accidentally forgot. Just beat up those who hurt your loved ones. If anyone's life is in danger, then kill them all. He will never repay the people who have done him a favor with evil or ruin their life. This is Imo character. Yang treated me out of friendship at first, and later I gave him money as a reward, so naturally he did things for the money. But if Imo didn't leave him some food, after the end of the world began, social order would be in chaos, and it would not be easy to get something to eat. In his previous life, Imo would fight with others with knives just for a piece of biscuit. If someone else provides him with a full meal, he will behave like a dog with its tail between its legs. In short, for food, you can do anything. After getting his things, Imo took a taxi to Tianfu City. Tianfu City, the residential area where Imo and his son live. Using Flash, he arrived at the door of room 602 as if he was familiar with the place. Knocked on the door gently. It was Imo who came to open the door. When he saw Imo he was very happy and welcomed him into the house warmly. Why happy? Just now, the father and son were discussing calling Imo and asking him to come over and take the agreement to the notary office. Who would have thought that someone would show up before the call was even made? God really helps me. Imo was sitting on the sofa smoking. He waved to Imo and said with a loving smile, "Honor, come and sit here with Uncle." Imo walked over calmly, sat down, and said with a smile, "Uncle, I want to ask you for help with something." "Oh, what's the matter?" Imo looked at Imo meaningfully and asked, "What difficult situation did Hanu encounter?" "Oh, stop talking." Imo sighed and said, "It's all because of Yenyuer. Uncle, let me tell you, she cheated on me, and I was so angry that I threw her into the septic tank, and she ate a lot of shit. Now the police are looking for me everywhere. Uncle, you have to save me." Speaking of septic tanks, a cold light flashed across Imo face. Imo pretended to know nothing and asked worriedly, "Hana, what's going on?" Imo had a smile on his face, and his smile was 3 times more genuine than Imo I had already started cursing in my heart. "Old fox, you think I'm an idiot, but I have to tell you everything. Little do you know, I just want you and your son to experience how wonderful it feels to go to heaven first, and then to hell." Chapter 39, the more I think about it, the more sour it gets. Alas, Imo sighed and said helplessly, "Uncle still doesn't know. Yenyuer, that slutty vixen, appears to be a good person on the surface, but in fact, she is extremely dark and secret. That girl looks nice, but I didn't expect she's such a person. Honor, such a fickle woman deserves a good beating." When Imo spoke, he glared at Imo intentionally or unintentionally. As a father, how could he not know about the affair between his son and Yenyue? But I just turned a blind eye. Now that someone had helped him deal with that bitch Yenyue, he was naturally extremely happy. "But, Uncle, the police are looking for me everywhere now. I guess I'll have to stay in jail for a while." Imo gently patted Imo shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, wait for Uncle to find a way for you." Imo took the opportunity to say, "Brother Han, your case is a bit difficult to handle. If you hit someone with malicious intent, you will go to jail." "Yeah," Imo sighed, "but what can I do? I was impulsive at the time, and now I regret it." Imo and his son looked at each other. God is really helping me. Originally, they wanted Imo to go to the notary office with them, but they were worried that he would not go. That's good now. We can just ask the notary office to come to our home. Imo pretended to answer a phone call, then turned back and sat on the sofa and sighed. Imo deliberately asked, "Dad, what's the matter?" Imo sighed and said, "Hey, the people at the notary office asked us to go over there now." "Notary office? What's going on?" It's still about Hana's shares. Let Hana and I go over there to notarize it." Imo pretended to be embarrassed and didn't say a word. Imo knew what he was up to, so he smiled and said, "Uncle, it's just a notarization of the ownership of the shares. Don't worry, I'll go with you to the notarization." Hearing what Imo said, Imo said worriedly, "No, Hana, the police are looking for you everywhere now. What if you go out and get caught?" Imo stopped talking, waiting to see what the old man Imo would say. After a few minutes of silence, Imo said, "How about this, Hana? I'll ask the notary office to come to your house, so you don't have to go out." "Well, Uncle, I'll follow your arrangements." After getting Imo permission, Imo happily made the call. About 40 minutes later, 3 staff members from the notary office came over. The notarization information was quickly completed. As soon as the worker left, 6 policemen suddenly rushed in. As soon as he entered the room, he pointed his gun at Mo Han and said sternly, "Don't move." Mo Han smiled. He already knew what was going on. But when he looked back at Mo Jalan and Mo Hai, he still looked panicked. "Uncle, Xiao Hai, what's going on?" Mo Jalan changed his kind look and sneered, "You bastard. Don't you know what you did?" Mo Hai also sneered at the side, throwing others into the septic tank. "Such a mean trick. You're lucky you can come up with it." "No, Uncle, you guys." Mo Han pretended to be heartbroken. "How could you betray me?" Mo Jalan laughed and said, "Honor, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by betrayal? We are abiding by the law and will never cover up anything." Yes, Dad is right. When they saw the police taking Mo Han away, both the father and son were so happy that their faces blossomed. Mo Hai stood by the door and said loudly to Mo Han, "Bye, Brother Han, you are in the company of the great beauty country. I will go over and help you manage your business." Mo Han's act of making others eat shit was full of subjective malice. To put it mildly, he would be fine after getting Yin Ware's letter of forgiveness. But if you take a more serious approach, Mo Han might be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years wouldn't hurt Mo Han in any way. At most, he would lose his freedom. What the father and son were really happy about was that they notarized the agreement between the two and completely gained control of the 4 billion shares. Mo Han was escorted out and took the elevator to the underground garage. "Hey, officer, what did I do wrong? Why are you arresting me?" Mo Han turned his head and looked at Qin Jinwu, who was walking beside him. "Why did we arrest you? Don't you know what's going on?" Qin Jinwu said unhappily. "To be honest, I really don't know." Mo Han argued seriously. Qin Jinwu and others drove a police car and took Mo Han to the police station. In the interrogation room, Qin Jinwu threw the photo of Yin Yue with a bruised face on the table in front of Mo Han. "Do you know this woman?" Mo Han was surprised. "Sir, are you kidding me? My girlfriend, how could I not know her?" "You know she's your girlfriend?" Qin Jinwu wanted to punch Mo Han to the ground. "How could you do this to your girlfriend? What did you do?" "Beating, insulting, throwing into a septic tank." Alas, Mo Han laughed. "You said I threw her into a septic tank. I admit it. As for beating or insulting her, that was absolutely not the case. I looked up at the time in the interrogation room, 11:20. At 16:50, the doomsday virus will break out. That's right, Wang Gang, pack up." Qin Jinwu nodded to Wang Gang and walked out of the interrogation room. Mo Han saw the 2 police officers walk out and raised his voice to ask, "Hey, officers, why are you leaving before the trial even begins?" Wang Gang had already walked out of the interrogation room. When he heard Mo Han yelling loudly, he couldn't help but step back and sneered. "Didn't you admit that you threw someone into the septic tank? What's the point of interrogating him?" Mo Han's hands were burned by the handcuffs. He stood up from the chair and advised seriously, "Officer, details. You haven't asked for the details yet." "Humph, don't be too proud too soon." Wang Gang glared at him and strode away. He caught up with Qin Jinwu, who had already walked a long way, and said, "That kid is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson." Qin Jinwu laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Can he get away?" Mo Han sat in the interrogation room. No one came to interrogate him, and no one sent him anywhere. He just sat there. Time passes by every second. After waiting for more than an hour, someone finally came and took him to the temporary house. Sitting on the small iron bed, Mo Han was thinking about a question. What if things change after rebirth and the end of the world doesn't come? Or, if the end of the world is postponed for 3 to 5 years, won't I be sentenced? Haha, why does this make me feel more and more sour the more I think about it? Chapter 40. The more you spend, the happier you feel. Mo Han stayed in the temporary room of the police station for more than 20 minutes, calculating in his mind that since the crazy looting and purchasing at the end of the world, more than 10 billion yuan had been spent, and nearly 1 billion yuan had not been used up so far. If you use it, you will definitely not be able to use it up. Who wanted me to be so bold and make so much money? No, the apocalypse is only a few hours away. I have to get out quickly and use the last wave of money. There was no one in the temporary room. Mo Han looked up and there seemed to be no surveillance. It seems that there is surveillance only in the interrogation room. It's just right that there is no surveillance. Isn't that God helping me? Mo Han didn't hesitate at all. He quickly took off the space ring on his hand and threw it out through the crack in the door. Then he slipped into his own space. Because the ring is the carrier of the space, the ring is outside the door, which means that after Mo Han enters the space, as long as he comes out of the space, he will also be outside the door. However, there were surveillance cameras everywhere outside, and Mo Han would not be so stupid as to come out of the space directly. Instead, he used Flash to pick up his ring and put it back on his hand. Flashed all the way out of the police station. At the door of the police station, I happened to meet Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang, who were chatting. Qin Jinwu said to Wang Gang. He has such an arrogant attitude. Let's lock him up for a few more hours and see if he still acts arrogant. Wang Gang looked at his watch and said with a smile, it's closed. It's 12:35 now. I'll go find him at 3:30 in the afternoon. I'll have to dampen that brat's spirit. Oh. Mo Han couldn't help but curl his lips and sneer. About me? That's just right. I was afraid that you wouldn't care about me. More than 3 hours, just enough time to go out and spend some money. Spend as much as you can. The more you spend, the happier you feel. He flashed all the way to the street, put on some makeup in his own space, and turned himself into an ugly, sallow old man. Then he walked down the street with a swagger. First we came to the gold shop. I bought out all the jewelry in the jewelry shop last time, but I didn't expect that in just a few days, the store would be full of goods again. There was no time for nonsense. He patted the glass cabinet and said, Boss, quickly calculate how much the gold jewelry in this store is worth and pack them all for me. When the boss saw that it was him again, the ugly old man who bought his entire store last time, he hurriedly prostrated himself to him as if he had seen the god of wealth coming in. He quickly urged the manager, hurry up, calculate quickly, how much are all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the store worth? Clap, clap, clap. The manager began typing on his computer. While waiting, Mo Han said to several employees, come here. Help me go to other gold shops on the street and ask them to pack up all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the store and send them to me within 30 minutes. Just say that the stinky old man came to buy something from them last time. If the job is done, I will give you 200,000 yuan as a reward. Last time, Mo Han cleared out all the gold shops on an entire street, and everyone was talking about it. The gold shop owner even worships him as the god of wealth from heaven. The several employees he named rushed out of the store and went to tell the owners of the gold shops one by one about the matter. In less than a minute, the boss rushed over to confirm. I saw Mo Han sitting in the store with a cane, looking old but relaxed. Everyone wanted to jump up and shout loudly, we are rich. We are rich. 5 minutes later, the manager who was calculating the value of the gold, silver, and jewelry in the store told the owner of the gold shop, the total value is 9.8 million. Oh, Mo Han sighed. Only 9.8 million. So little. The boss heard him sigh and thought the price was too high, so he quickly said flatteringly, Uncle, how about this? I'll give you 9.6 million, a discount of 200,000. Mo Han shook his head. The boss was unsure what the shaking head meant, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only quietly step aside and let the employees pack up everything quickly. He also helped. All the gold jewelry was packed in boxes and placed in a huge box. As for those that didn't need boxes, several employees were preparing to pack them one by one into boxes, but Mo Han stopped them. Don't pack them, just throw them into the boxes. Just throw all the boxes in there. The employees looked at each other. Look at the boss, then look at Mo Han. The boss was unsure and was about to ask Mo Han, but Mo Han smiled and said, don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Okay. The boss turned around and told his employees, everyone, just do as the old man said. The owners of other shops also brought their employees and carried the packed gold jewelry over in large boxes. Mo Han didn't even count the goods and paid directly. This one has 9.2 million, that one has 8.86 million, and that one has 10.12 million. When paying, he didn't even blink. Others think he is rich, but only Mo Han himself knows that the doomsday virus will break out in just a few hours. If he doesn't spend the money now, he will never have another chance to spend it. As for the company that I just mentioned with 9.6 million, because they borrowed his venue, Mo Han waved his hand and generously transferred another 1 million to their account. He also gave 200,000 yuan each to several employees who were assigned to do tasks by him. At this moment, the employees who received the money cried with joy. They ran over and hugged Mo Han, shouting, old man, I love you. A tall beauty threw herself into Mo Han's arms and said coquettishly, old man, is your family still in need of a young wife? Mo Han smiled and said, no, I like men. The little beauty was so angry that her mouth pouted, and she looked like she could hang an oil bottle on it. The owners of several gold shops were so excited that they almost knelt down and called Mo Han Dad. The employees of the gold shop filled Mo Han's truck that was parked on the street. Mo Han saw that the goods were loaded, then drove away. He walked to a place where there was no surveillance and put the car and the gold jewelry into the space. I turned left at the intersection and entered a snail noodle shop. I ordered a large bowl of snail noodles with tofu skin, yuba, and spicy chicken. Pack up 50 bowls to go. Boss, cook faster. I have to catch the high-speed train. In order to urge the boss to speed up, Mo Han deliberately said that he had to catch the high-speed train. The boss called his employees to speed up the cooking. Mo Han, on the other hand, was leisurely eating noodles and watching short videos. An employee whispered, aren't you going to catch the high-speed train? Why are you so leisurely? The boss growled in a low voice, just do your job, it's none of your business. Imo Han ate the noodles and watched videos for a while before the boss finished cooking the noodles. After paying, Imo Han carried 25 bowls of noodles in one hand and walked out of the store. Go to a deserted place and put the snail noodles into the space. Look at the time, it's just a few minutes past 2. There was still an hour and a half before the time the officer said he would meet him, and he also had to do some shopping. Chapter 41. The end of the world has finally come. Imo Han found a more remote place, drove out the truck, and used the last hour to frantically buy goods and loaded them all into the truck. Originally, the last few items, such as the fine goods from the 2 yuan store and the fruits from the fruit store, could have been purchased for free. However, he is a rather persistent person. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he would not do such a thing before the end of the world breaks out. It's okay to do things like $0 shopping in other countries. As for Dragon Country, one has to wait until the end of the world begins and order is in chaos before considering buying for 0 yuan. This is his bottom line. Of course, there is another reason. He has to consider his future carefully. What if the end of the world has not come, and he forces himself to buy at 0 yuan? Wouldn't it cause social panic and official attention? If I am careless at that time, I might be caught by the authorities and taken to the laboratory for research. After finally being reborn, who would be willing to die? I looked at the time, and it was already 3 o'clock. Imo Han quickly entered the space, wiped his face with a wet wipe, and flashed all the way to the police station. Return to the room where you were before. Imo Han was so exhausted that he was out of breath because he had been running so hard using Space Flash. He lay on the only small iron bed in the room and fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before Imo Han woke up when someone patted his face. Hey, you're still asleep. You're so careless. Wang Gang said angrily while slapping Imo Han's face. Hey, don't hit people in the face. Imo Han slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Gang's face enlarged in front of him, which scared him. Back to the interrogation room. The camera was facing Imo Han. Qin Jinwu asked seriously. Name? Imo Han. Age? 23. Profession? A homeless person. Why did you go to the police station? Throwing my girlfriend into a septic tank. Because of what? Hey, officer, you're asking this even though you already know the answer, aren't you? Bang. There was the sound of slapping the table, and Wang Gang yelled, Can you please talk properly? Alas, Imo Han shrank his neck, because she slept with her brother-in-law. So, officer, Imo Han looked up at the clock on the wall. 15:55. There are still 10 minutes until the apocalyptic virus breaks out. Qin Jinwu asked seriously. You need to pay the victim's medical expenses. Do you have any objection? Silence. Wang Gang. Imo Han, I'm asking you a question. Officer, I suddenly have a headache when I think about what she did to me. No, I need to think for 3 minutes. Qin Jinwu asked. Headache? Do you need a doctor? Imo Han waved his hand. That's not necessary. My heart hurts more than my headache. Wang Gang and Qin Jinwu sat side by side, looking at his painful expression. Just now I was angry at him for treating a weak woman like that, but now I suddenly felt that he was quite pitiful. However, they are police officers, and when police officers investigate cases, they cannot put too much of their own emotions into the case. They were waiting for Imo Han for 3 minutes. Imo Han calculated the time in his mind. 1 minute, 1 minute and 5 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. In a blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. Imo Han, officer, how long might I be sentenced to? Qin Jinwu said righteously, the sentence is not decided by us. However, if you can take the initiative to obtain the victim's forgiveness, it will definitely help you in the later stage of pardon. Imo Han. The problem is, you locked me up and I can't go out to ask for forgiveness. Alas, I choose to remain silent. Qin Jinwu. Imo Han, do you have anything else to say? Imo Han looked out the window and said with a smile, Officer, it's 16:04 now. Qin Jinwu stared at him in surprise, adjusted his voice, and said, What do you mean? Silence. Imo Han, will the end of the world not come? If the end of the world does not come, will I have to go to jail? Finally, the clock on the wall shows 16:05. Bump. There was a loud thunder in the distance. Alarm bells rang loudly inside the police station. Qin Jinwu's pager rang. Calling 001. Calling 001. An unknown meteorite has fallen from the sky in the city center. An unknown meteorite has fallen from the sky in the city center. Please go and deal with it immediately. Okay, command center. 001 received. 001 received. Qin Jinwu hung up the pager and said to Wang Gang, Let's go out for a while. Imo Han looked distressed and was reluctant to let the two officers leave. Hey, officer, what about me? Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang ignored him and ran out of the interrogation room. A policeman came and took Imo Han to the room they had just been in. Imo Han stood in front of the window, looked up at the sky outside. A smile appeared on his face, The end of the world has finally come. You can't hide or escape from it. What's coming will always come. However, the beginning of the end of the world in the previous life seemed to be different from this life. Or maybe, in his previous life, Imo Han was so busy playing games in the internet cafe that he had no idea how the end of the world began. He only knew that in his previous life, when he came out of the internet cafe, many people around him started to fight with each other. He was so scared that he thought some lunatic from a mental hospital had come out to bite people, and they were running away together. After finally escaping back home, Imo Han learned through a mobile phone video that due to the fall of unidentified meteorites, severe poisonous fog was generated in surrounding areas all over the world. Anyone who absorbed the fog would fall to the ground and lose their life. After a few minutes, the person who fell to the ground got up again, biting people everywhere with stiff movements, becoming a disgusting and scary zombie. In this life, Imo Han personally heard the loud noise of a meteorite falling. In the distance, you can vaguely see black fog spreading into the sky. Fuck. This is the poisonous fog. It looks like the big black smoke from the chimney. Imo Han threw the ring out through the crack in the door just like he had slipped out before. Then with a thought, he entered his own space. He then used space flash to hide his body, picked up the ring on the ground, and flashed out. From beginning to end, no one saw him walk out of the police station. Now that the end of the world has already happened, what's the point of holding a trial? The police are busy. Imo Han rushed nonstop to Tianfu City, the residential area where the Imo Jalan father and son lived. He said that when the end of the world comes, he will take the lives of both father and son to comfort the spirits of his parents in heaven. Come to Tianfu City and open the door to go in. Unfortunately, both the father and the son were not at home. Where would those two bastards go? Imo Han sat on the sofa and drank a cup of tea. Imo Jalan usually liked to visit his mistress Wang Kylie. Now that he had obtained his own shares, he was probably too happy and shared them with her and fed her a big lollipop. As for Imo Hai, he must have gone to see that bitch Yin Yuer. It is true that like father, like son, the father and son are the same character. Imo Han thought about it, opened the door and walked out. Chapter 42, Killing the Enemy. Imo Han first came to the Zero Distance Bar, which was 3 streets away from Tianfu City. That is the love nest of Wang Kylie and Imo Jalan. This place is quite far from the city, so the chaos over there has not spread here yet. When Imo Han entered the bar holding a 20-centimeter long dagger in his hand, the bar was still full of singing and dancing, and people were toasting each other, completely unaware that the world outside had changed. Imo Han looked around the bar but didn't see any sign of Imo Jalan. Open the small door next to it and go up to the second floor. The owner's quarters on the second floor. Imo Han stood at the door holding a knife. After listening, Imo Jalan was indeed inside. Damn it, he's living a pretty cool life. The door was not locked, probably because they thought no one would come in. After all, Imo Jalan has a net worth of billions and is a well-known figure in the local area. Who wouldn't give him some face? Besides, the bar is full of thugs. Who would they be afraid of? But they overlooked one problem. Imo Han used to come to this bar with Imo Hai every day, and they were already regulars here. He came and went and came, and the thugs who were watching over the place didn't care about him at all. The door was not closed, but Imo Han was no longer in the mood to slowly push it open. Just kick it in. 2 people were sitting on the big sofa in the room drinking red wine. Wang Kylie's face flushed, and the look she gave Imo Jalan was full of affection. It was clearly a very ambiguous atmosphere, a great prelude to eating lollipops, but it was ruined by the uninvited guest, Imo Han. The loud noise of the door being kicked open scared the 2 people who were flirting inside. Imo Jalan suddenly stood up from the sofa, put the red wine glass in his hand on the dining table a few steps away, pointed at Imo Han and cursed, "Asshole, weren't you in the police station? Why are you out?" Imo Han locked the door with his backhand and sneered, "Uncle, I came out? You seem surprised? You wish I would stay in there for 3 to 5 years, right? He's my uncle. You're really vicious." Imo Jalan didn't expect that he would speak to him in such a tone. Doesn't this idiot usually obey me? How come he has grown wings and dares to resist? "Asshole, what are you doing here? Get out of here." "Huh?" Imo Han walked towards Imo Jalan step by step and said with a smile, "Uncle, what am I doing here? Of course I'm here to take your life. My parents miss you. Go meet them." "You." Seeing Imo Han walking towards him step by step with a sinister look, Imo Jalan felt panic inexplicably in his heart. However, how could he lose his momentum in front of his beloved mistress Wang Kylie? Looking at Wang Kylie and then at Imo Han, Imo Jalan straightened his chest, pointed a finger at Imo Han, and shouted loudly, "Imo Han, you still have time to get out of this room now. Otherwise, I will make a phone call. Do you think my people will let you go? Will the police let you go?" Imo Han walked 2 or 3 steps in front of him, pressed his hand down, and said with a harmless smile, "Uncle, take your fingers away and don't point at me. Otherwise, I will chop your fingers off." "You dare?" Imo Jalan shouted loudly. "Ah, stupid." Imo Han shook his head and stopped talking to him. He twisted his neck, pointed the finger at himself, and chopped it off with a knife. In an instant, Imo Jalan's index finger fell to the ground. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Unfortunately, the first floor was too noisy and the thugs couldn't hear his shouts. Imo Jalan was horrified. He didn't expect Imo Han to be serious. He immediately covered his left fingers with his other hand and screamed in pain. Someone come! Someone come quickly! Wang Kaili was also frightened by the scene before her. He ran towards the door. Imo Han immediately rushed forward, grabbed her collar, took out a nylon rope from the space, and tied her hands and feet. When Imo Han took the nylon rope, Wang Kaili did not see Imo Han's movements. At this moment, she was only concerned with running away in fear, so she had no idea where Imo Han got the rope from. They squatted on the ground and tied Wang Kaili's hands and feet. Imo Han, why are you tying me up? The one who hurt you was Imo Jalan, not me. Why are you doing this to me? Imo Han sneered and stuffed a large handkerchief into Wang Kaili's mouth, so that she wouldn't have to howl here with her mouth wide open. Having been Imo Jalan's mistress for so many years, Imo Han knew exactly what kind of slut Wang Kaili was. Although she was not directly involved in her parents' affairs, she did a lot of things together with Imo Jalan to deceive Imo Han's trust. Tie her up first and kill her later. It's the end of the world anyway, so killing one or two is the same. When Imo Han tied up Wang Kaili, Imo Jalan had already escaped to the door, ready to turn the door lock and run out. But as soon as his hand touched the lock, a dagger suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. His hand trembled in pain and the dagger fell from the back of his hand. With his fingers chopped off and a knife stuck in the back of his hand, Imo Jalan's panic had reached its peak. He continued to open the door regardless. Imo Han rushed to him, grabbed him, and threw him on the floor of the room. Disliked that the sofa here was too dirty, Imo Han took out a new plastic chair from the space in front of Imo Jalan. Imo Jalan was lying on the ground, with his hand bleeding. He reached out and secretly opened the screen of his mobile phone, wanting to call for help. Imo Han sat on the chair with his legs crossed and said with a smile, "Why, do you want to call someone?" Imo Jalan's trick was exposed. He did not stop dialing the phone, but his eyes were looking at Imo Han, with endless panic and pleading. "Hana, it's all Uncle's fault. I shouldn't have blamed you today, but I really didn't call the police. You see, I was sitting at home the whole time, accompanying you in Shanghai. I didn't go out to call the police or anything like that." "Huh?" Imo Han sneered. "Imo Jalan, do you think I will still believe your nonsense? Look, who are they?" Imo Jalan looked up tremblingly and saw the two spirit tablets in Imo Han's hands. "That is Imo Han's father Imo Jiadong and mother Lu Minwei." "Hana, what are you doing? How can you run around with my brother and sister-in-law's spirit tablets?" "No, take it home quickly." Imo Han sneered. "Brother, sister-in-law, are you worthy of calling me that?" "Uncle, my parents said they missed you and want you to go down and stay with them." Imo Jalan was shocked and cried out immediately. "Hana, Uncle is wrong. I shouldn't blame you, but you can't take your parents' spirit tablets lightly. Hana, Uncle has treated you like his own child since you were a child. How could you hurt Uncle?" "Oh," Imo Han dragged out the ending. "What a man who treats you like his own son." Imo Jalan saw how crazy he was and knew that he couldn't say anything to him now. The pain from both hands penetrated into his heart, but he didn't dare to anger Imo Han, for fear that he would kill him with a knife. I could only continue to play the emotional card, crying, "Brother, sister-in-law, please beg Honor for me. I have loved him since he was a child, but I don't know who instigated him to use a knife to chop at me, his dearest uncle." Imo Han laughed out loud at his wonderful performance. I couldn't help but applaud him. Crouching on the ground in front of him, she smiled and said, "Imo Jalan, what did you and Imo Hai do in the car accident involving my parents a few years ago? Do you think I, Imo Han, know about it?" Chapter 43. Sigh. Let's make the two of them happy. Tie them up and feed them to the zombies. You, Imo Jalan refused to admit it even when he was about to die. "Honor, what are you talking about? When my brother and sister-in-law had a car accident, we heard the news and rushed over to save them immediately, but unfortunately, we didn't save them in the end." Imo Jalan was crying as he spoke. Imo Han looked at his face with disgust, which was full of fat due to long-term indulgence in alcohol and sex. He didn't know whether the painful expression on his face was due to the pain from his index finger or a deliberate performance of family affection in front of Imo Han. "Ah." Imo Han looked down at the dripping blood on the ground. It was all from Imo Jalan's index finger. "Uncle, does it hurt when your finger is cut off?" "It hurts. It hurts." Imo Jalan ignored the blood on the ground and knelt on the ground to beg him. "Honor, please, call an ambulance for your uncle. Please, Honor, I am your uncle and your father's brother." "Imo Jalan, you still know that it hurts to have your fingers cut off. You are my father's biological brother, right? Then why did you and Imo Hai tamper with his brakes? You murdered your own brother, and kept me by your side for the sake of the 4 billion shares. Imohan squatted on the ground, looking down at Imojalan. When his crime was exposed, Imojalan turned pale and felt panicked instantly. But how could he admit that he had done such a thing now? If he admitted it, with Imohan's current crazy state, there was no way he would be able to get out of this door alive. Bang bang bang. Although Imojalan's call to the bodyguard didn't go through, the bodyguard already suspected that something was wrong upstairs and rushed up with his weapons. Imohan listened to the knocking on the door, calmly took the knife in front of him and blew on it with his mouth. Seeing that he was about to draw his knife again, Imojalan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to rush forward, knocking Imohan to the ground. Help! Murder! Murder! Imojalan shouted and ran towards the door. Imohan was knocked down unexpectedly by him. He got up from the ground and said self-deprecatingly, "Alas, I am a graduate of the sports college. I have been addicted to being a bootlicker and playing games for a long time. My body is empty and I don't have much strength. It seems that I have to start exercising in a few days." Getting up from the ground, Imohan took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Imojalan's side. He put all his strength into it, slashing left and right. Just listen. With 2 long sounds, all 9 of Imojalan's fingers were chopped off. Gurgle. The bloody fingers rolled all over the floor. And Imojalan also successfully fainted. The bodyguard heard the screams from inside the house, kicked the door open and rushed in. However, there were only Imojalan and Wang Kylie in the room. Imojalan fell to the ground. His hands were bloody and his 9 fingers were scattered around. There is another finger in the middle of the room. Wang Kylie was also in a coma. When Imohan's knife chopped off Imojalan's fingers for the second time, her eyes widened and she finally fainted from fright. Mr. Imo. The captain of the bodyguards shook Missouri Jalan hard. However, Imojalan's brows were furrowed, his eyes were closed, and he showed no signs of waking up. The bodyguard quickly called the police and called 120. 120 came and took away Imojalan's 10 fingers. Wang Kylie was also taken away by ambulance. Imohan came out only after everyone had left. Why didn't he just kill Imojalan? Oh, wouldn't it be too easy for him to just kill him? Imohan wanted him to experience the painful and desperate feeling of having no fingers in the apocalypse, being unable to fight those zombies, and having to be bitten and eaten alive. It feels just like when I was cut into pieces alive in the laboratory. Imohan was now standing by the window on the 2nd floor, watching the ambulance roar away. Calculating the time, by the time we get to the hospital and the doctor performs surgery on Imojalan, the zombie virus will be transmitted to the hospital. By then, Imojalan, who has already regained consciousness, will be able to personally experience the feeling of powerlessness that comes with not having his 10 fingers fully recovered and being unable to escape. Imohan looked at the foggy sky and just hoped that the virus would spread more slowly. No matter what, we have to wait until Imojalan wakes up before the virus can spread to the hospital. If he is bitten to death while unconscious, wouldn't that be too easy for him? He must also be bitten to death by his own son. Imohan gave a wicked smile and flashed away from the zero distance bar. Now, his destination is also the hospital. Look at the hospital address on the ambulance just now. It's the municipal hospital. What a coincidence. That bitch Yenuer is in Ward A of the municipal hospital. It's just eating some shit. How serious can it be? He has been lying in the hospital for 2 days, just to defraud Imohan of more medical expenses, pretending that the situation is more serious, so that Imohan can stay in jail for a longer time. This woman is very scheming and completely evil. Why didn't I realize she was this kind of person before? It turns out that only when the bootlicker comes to his senses can the bystanders see things more clearly. Imohan appeared on the street, and the order here was not yet chaotic. I took a taxi to the city hospital. Outside the door of Ward 302, Area A, Imohan stood by the door and peeked at the situation inside through the small glass on the door. The reason I knew Yenuer was in this ward was because of the information I got from the 2 police officers. Imohan felt that he was quite a rogue, and before leaving, he took away the interrogation materials of Qin Jinwu and others. In the room, Yenuer was half lying on the hospital bed, looking at Imohai, who was sitting beside the bed with a loving look on her face. Imohai was fiddling with something in his hands. Yenuer pouted and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Hai. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I will never sleep with another man again. Brother Han, Brother Hai." Ugh. When Imohan thought about how Yenuer used to call him like this every day, he felt disgusted and got goosebumps all over his body. Hearing the sound of almost vomiting, the 2 people in the room looked outside the door at the same time. Imohai walked over, opened the door, and looked, but there was no one there. Finding no one there, he sat back down. He muttered, My phone is working fine. Why can't it turn on all of a sudden? Oh, it turns on now, luckily. Brother Hai, are you listening to me? Yan Yuer said coquettishly when she found that Mo Hai ignored her. Mo Hai still didn't answer her. The person you love so much has betrayed you. You can't bear to let her go, but you don't want to care about her either. Mo Han suddenly wanted to help this couple. At least, Mo Hai's love for Yan Yuer is pure and true love. Well, let's help them both, tie them up and feed them to the zombies together. That's it. Just as he was about to walk into the room, suddenly, Mo Hai's cell phone rang. Mo Han stopped what he was doing and continued to stand outside the door, eavesdropping on what Mo Hai was going to do. What? My dad's 10 fingers were all chopped off, and he's in the emergency room right now. Chapter 44 Martial Arts Secrets. Mo Hai hung up the phone in a hurry, opened the door, and ran to the emergency room of the orthopedic surgery building. The stumbling and falling sight of him running seemed ridiculous to Mo Han. It turns out that bad guys can also have feelings. When you murdered my parents, did you ever think that I would be left helpless? Later, when the end of the world began, I did everything for you, but you betrayed and killed me in order to enter the Noah's Ark base. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. After Mo Hai left, Yan Yuer's face changed from the aggrieved expression just now. Her face was gloomy, and she cursed. You spineless idiot, I will throw you away as soon as I find a better support. As she said that, she took out TikTok and started flirting with other men. Mo Han looked at Yan Yuer's ever-changing face, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. She is delicate and charming in front of people, but dirty and ugly behind their backs. Alas, it would be a waste of talent if such a person didn't become an actor. Mo Han shook his head, and with an idea, he took out a long rope from the space, pushed open the door of Yan Yuer's ward, and walked in swaggeringly. Yan Yuer, who was chatting with someone about explicit content, looked up and found Mo Han standing beside her bed. She was so scared that she screamed, "Help! Help!" Mo Han grabbed a dirty handkerchief beside him and stuffed it into her mouth, and the world immediately became quiet. The handkerchief was probably forgotten in the corner by the hospital's cleaner when she came to clean. Haha, it's just right to shut up, dirty mouths. Listen, if you don't want to die, shut up. Mo Han narrowed his eyes, stared at Yan Yuer in front of him, and said in a cold voice. Yan Yuer pulled the handkerchief out of her mouth, finally calmed down her breath, and begged. Mo Han, I know I shouldn't be with others, but I was beaten and thrown into the septic tank by you, and my video is known to everyone. I'm already miserable now, what else do you want? Huh, Mo Han sneered. Compared to the harm my parents and I have suffered, what you have done is nothing. When Yan Yuer heard Mo Han talking about his parents, a look of panic inadvertently appeared on her face. None of this escaped Mo Han's eyes. Sure enough, this bitch didn't lie. She was also involved in her parents' car accident that year. I don't understand what you are talking about. What does your parents' car accident have to do with me? Yan Yuer naturally would not admit it. Mo Han shook the rope in his hand and said with a smile, Yan Yuer, do you want to experience the feeling of being torn to pieces? Yan Yuer stepped back in horror, suddenly got out of bed and ran outside. Mo Han grabbed her. He smiled and said, if you can escape, it will be your credit. After thinking about it, he put the rope into the space and took out a pair of handcuffs from the space. I just picked up these handcuffs at the police station. I took 2 pairs. What are you doing? Help, help. Yan Yuer opened her mouth to call for help, but Mo Han picked up the dirty handkerchief and stuffed it back into her mouth. Mo Han pulled Yan Yuer to squat beside the bed, and then he put the middle part of the handcuffs around the iron railings of the bed and handcuffed Yan Yuer's hands to the bed. Yan Yuer struggled hard, but could neither break free nor escape. Only humming sounds could come out of his mouth. Mo Han stood by, looked at his work with satisfaction, then turned and left, all the way to the operating room in the orthopedic surgery building. At this time, the lights in the operating room were on, and Mo Hai was walking back and forth anxiously at the door of the operating room. Mo Han did not show up, nor did he say anything. He just took a look and left. The end of the world is coming, and in a few hours, chaos will come to the hospital. There's no rush. Let's wait until the doctor performs the operation on Mo Jalan and the anesthetic wears off, and he wakes up. Go out and see what's going on outside first. Mo Han walked out of the hospital. People were coming and going in the hospital, and nothing wrong had happened so far. Outside the hospital, vendors were pushing food carts around selling things. Mo Han stopped in front of a stall and bought 10 skewers of grilled sausages. You know what? I'm quite hungry. He ate the sausage while hailing a car on the street. Squeak. A taxi stopped in front of Mo Han. Master, let's go to the city center. The taxi driver was a chatterbox and kept chatting with Mo Han all the way. I heard that a meteorite fell from the sky in the city center, creating a big crater on the ground, and a lot of poisonous fog came out of the meteorite. Did you know about this? Imohan took a bite of the sausage and said, I heard about it. Didn't it hit anyone? It was smashed. How could it not be smashed? It was all on the news. A house collapsed and many people were injured and hospitalized. So serious? It's very serious. Little brother, if you are all right, you should stay away from the crater. I heard that if you are contaminated by the poisonous gas, your skin will fester. Got it. Thank you, master. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped 3 blocks away from the city center. The master refused to move forward no matter what. Little brother, I can only take you here. I dare not go any further. If you are contaminated by the poisonous fog and your skin ulcers, it will cost a lot of money to treat it. You should be careful too. Okay, thank you, master. Imohan got out of the car and walked forward a few steps to see if anyone around him was feeling unwell. The outbreak of the zombie virus has a certain process, and he came to take a look, not just out of curiosity. He wanted to go to the old martial arts school he had been to before to find some books on physical fitness. At the end of his previous life, he had accidentally come to an ancient martial arts school, and it seemed that he went in to find something to eat. There were several fitness books in it, especially a book called Ancient Martial Arts. He practiced every day according to those martial arts methods. In the early days of the apocalypse, when he had not yet awakened his superpowers, he could survive with a little martial arts value. Otherwise, in the end times, you have to deal with zombies and humans. Relying solely on your physical fitness as a sports student, you can barely survive, but you may not live to the end. The ancient martial arts school is opposite the place where Imohan got off, and you have to turn left on one street. In this way, we are very close to the poisonous fog. Oh, my memory is so bad. Imohan slapped himself on the forehead while walking on the road and said angrily, I only remembered to stock up on the goods earlier and forgot about the existence of this book. I just came here to look for it now, and I don't know if the book is still there. Police cars and ambulances whizzed along the way. Police cars came to maintain order and handle the situation. The ambulance came to take the injured. Imohan sighed, fearing that the wounded who were taken away would soon spread the virus everywhere. Along the way, Imohan observed carefully and found that many passers-by had red spots on their skin. After the red spots appear, the skin will soon ulcerate, pus and bleeding will occur, and the person will die and turn into a zombie. In order to prevent himself from being infected, Imohan put on anti-gas clothing and a gas mask in the space. Flashed all the way to the door of the ancient martial arts school. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Imohan was stunned and couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Who set the fire? Chapter 45. Oh no, I'm dead. Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I had known earlier, I should have come here first, stolen the books, and then stocked up on supplies. But there was nothing to be done, as it just so happened that the martial arts gym caught fire. It was really unexpected. The fire was quite big. Several fire trucks were parked in front of the martial arts hall. Firefighters were racing against time to put out the fire. Imohan was watching from the side, but because he used space flash, it was equivalent to being invisible, so others couldn't see him. There were 2 people standing next to him, one tall and one short. The taller one said, I heard that the owner of the martial arts gym had an argument with her husband, and in a rage, she poured gasoline everywhere, and a fire started. The shorter one said, Oh, impulse is the devil. I thought that only young people are impulsive nowadays, but I didn't expect that when old people in their 60s or 70s are impulsive, they are more terrifying than young people. The 2 shook their heads and continued looking at the sea of fire. Imohan had no choice but to turn around and leave. In fact, for this couple, leaving now is not the worst thing. It is better than being bitten to pieces by zombies. Don't mind so many other people's business. In his previous life, Mohan was busy working for others all day long. He regarded himself as a great hero and believed that he could save the world. However, he did not know that this world is a place where only the fittest survive. Many people ran desperately towards the fire. As he ran, he said, Today there have been so many strange things. A meteorite smashed down the Mingyang department store on Xingfu Street, killing and injuring many people, and there was a big fire here. Yeah, all the bad things happened in one day. Oh, my neck is itchy. Mine itches too, and I have several big red bumps. As they talked, the 2 began to pick at the red pimples on their bodies. Imohan tried to stay as far away from them as possible. The sirens of police cars and ambulances continued. While order was still under control, Imohan took a taxi back to the city hospital. The time is 8 o'clock in the evening. According to his memory from his previous life, at the latest at 8:30, someone would turn into a zombie and start biting people crazily. The car stopped in front of the city hospital. Imohan looked at the ambulances that rushed into the hospital screaming, filled with wounded people from around the meteorite crater. Not only can this group of people not be saved, they will soon become zombies and attack people in the hospital. Several hours had passed since Mo Jalan's surgery. Orthopedics is the specialty department of the municipal hospital with many world-class medical experts. Therefore, for Mo Jalan's operation, it should take about 2 to 3 hours. Let him have the surgery first and reconnect his hand. Give him hope of life. Then he turned his son Mo Hai into a zombie and rushed into the intensive care unit to bite him and tear him to pieces. That feeling of despair must be really great. Huh? Why is there a fire department car? Mo Han frowned as he walked in. The fire brigade car came in. It seemed that the bitch Yan Yuer was found by the nurse, so they asked the firefighters to help her. Mo Han flashed all the way into Ward 302 in Area A. Sure enough, there were 2 firefighters inside, trying to find a way to unlock Yan Yuer. Mo Han sneered. What lock do you want to unlock? The keys are all here with me. Yan Yuer was crying and listing Mo Han's crimes. Officer, not only did he throw me into the septic tank and almost drown me, but now I'm injured and recuperating in the hospital, and he actually chased me here and handcuffed me to the bed. One of the firefighters asked curiously while unlocking her car. Is he your fiancé? Why did he throw you into the septic tank? Yan Yuer. Because I cheated on you. But how can I say it out loud? The firefighters used a pneumatic gun and other tools and squatted beside the bed, making sure not to hurt Yan Yuer's hands while also making sure the lock was opened, step by step, carefully. Just as they were unlocking the door, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard in the hospital corridor, scaring everyone present. Several doctors ran while crying out, "Help! Rabies is biting people randomly." Rabies? The firefighters who were working looked at each other. Listening to the sound, it seems so chaotic. How could there be so many rabies patients? One of the firefighters ran out to take a look out of curiosity. Just one look, and when I came back I couldn't walk properly. With his body twisted and his neck crooked, he walked in twisting his body. Mo Han was in his own space and couldn't see what was happening outside. But as long as he thought about it, he would leave the space in an instant and enter in another instant. Before others can react, you can use this in and out, flash, and see what's happening outside. What's wrong with you? Why are you rolling your eyes when you come back? Were you bitten? The firefighter who unlocked Yan Yuer was about to unlock one of the handcuffs. I looked up and saw a colleague walking in with strange behavior, but I didn't suspect his presence and continued to work on my own thing. Unexpectedly, the firefighter who rolled his eyes suddenly pounced on him and bit his neck. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. The squatting firefighter had a large piece of flesh bitten off his neck by his colleague, leaving a big hole on his neck. Blood gushed out like a river bursting its dam. The firefighter fell to the ground instantly, his whole body convulsing. The colleague who bit him simply laid on top of him and began to tear his flesh piece by piece. Because of the big hole in his neck, the firefighter could no longer shout. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was open, and a woo sound came from his throat. Yan Yuer looked at the scene in horror. I was so scared that I peed my pants. She cried out for help and struggled desperately to break free from the handcuffs. The handcuffs were firmly on her hands, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get them free. Her actions disturbed the zombie firefighters who were enjoying their feast. The firefighter slowly twisted his neck and raised his head. His eyeballs were bulging and white, veins were bulging on his face, and half a piece of bloody flesh was hanging at the corner of his mouth. The firefighter who turned into a zombie walked towards Yan Yuer step by step. Yan Yuer was already extremely frightened. She struggled hard and kicked desperately, trying to kick the firefighter zombie away. However, her restlessness made the firefighter zombie even more excited, and it pounced on her while shouting a woo dash. Ah! Her scream instantly resounded throughout the entire floor. At this moment, the firefighter whose neck was bitten on the ground also turned into a zombie. He crawled up crookedly, walked to Yan Yuer's side, bit her proud face, and tore off a large piece of flesh. In an instant, half of Yan Yuer's face was gone. The 2 zombies were biting her here and there. Outside the door, more and more zombies heard the noise and stumbled in to get a piece of the pie. A zombie placed its sharp fingers directly on Yan Yuer's belly, reached out and pulled out her intestines, and started eating them in big mouthfuls. Yan Yuer was in extreme pain. Oh no, she died. Chapter 46. Why? You don't even recognize me. 1 is down, 2 more to go. Mo Han is a very persistent person, and he will definitely repay those who have done him a favor. Never let go of anyone who has hurt you. The grudges are clear, the loves and hates are distinct. Just like he treated Yang who had helped him, he left behind tens of thousands of bags of rice and tens of thousands of barrels of mineral water. He showed no mercy to Yan Yuer, who had murdered his parents and caused him to be cut into pieces and pierced by thousands of arrows. Now, there are two more people who must die, Mo Jalan and Mo Hai. Not only must these two people die, but they must also die miserably enough to be worthy of the spirits of their parents in heaven. Of course, the great devil of the last days, Tulong, must also die. However, Tulong's whereabouts were erratic, and Imohan had no idea where he was right now. All we know is that he is a mysterious person. Maybe he is someone in the official high position. In this life, Imohan must find ways to improve himself as quickly as possible, awaken his psychic abilities as soon as possible, find the Dragon Slayer, and kill him with his own hands. When he was cut into thousands of pieces for research, Tulong specifically instructed the laboratory researchers not to give Imohan anesthesia so that he would die in pain. Tulong always wore a mask. Imohan didn't know who he was or what he did before the end of the world. All we know is that behind him is the leader of the Noah's Ark base, who has a hoarse voice and extremely powerful superpowers. His whereabouts are elusive, and he can kill others in a moment. Kill whoever you want, and don't kill whoever you want. Who can live and who must die depends entirely on his words. He looks like a great devil at the end of the world. People called him the Dragon Slayer. What this means is that he even dared to slaughter the god of heaven and earth, the dragon. In fact, his real name is Yuan Su. It is impossible to find him based on his name alone. After all, there are so many people named Yuan Su in this world. However, the first thing to deal with now is the Imo family father and son. I will slowly settle the score for slaying the dragon later. Imohan's current strength is not enough. When we arrived at the orthopedic surgery ward, it was already a mess. Many zombies were wandering in the corridor, and they would start biting people when they saw them. Even the doctors were not immune, and they staggered in the corridors in their white coats and yelled. Imohan flashed all the way, and the zombies couldn't see him. From time to time, he would come out of the space, causing the zombies to howl. Imohan arrived at the door of the intensive care unit and found that there was no one there. I couldn't help wondering, where's Mo Hai? Is he dead? I searched in the corridor for a few minutes, but didn't see Mo Hai, who had turned into a zombie. Imohan came to the door of the ICU again. Since Mo Hai hasn't turned into a zombie yet, and he's so timid and cowardly that he doesn't dare to go anywhere else, he can only hide in the intensive care unit. Imohan pushed the door hard, but it wouldn't open. The door was locked from the inside. If Mo Hai knew that I was outside the door now, he would never open it. It's impossible to crash in even if you try to hit it. The door of the intensive care unit is very thick. It is not an ordinary door. The only way is to wait. Waiting is no problem, but the problem is that there are 5 or 6 zombies wandering around in the corridor, and Imohan can only stay in the space for 1 hour. After 1 hour, he must actually walk out and then go back in to stay for another hour. Come out and go in immediately. As long as you are not too close to the zombies, there will be no problem. Dealing with zombies isn't a big problem. Besides, Imohan didn't want to deal with them now. He wanted to keep them for later use. The big problem was that the weather was too hot. Imohan dozed off while standing. He wanted to directly bring out a stool from the space and sit at the door of the ICU to wait. I was also worried that if I wasn't careful, I'd be ambushed by zombies. So, I couldn't sit down and could only stand obediently. I was still worried. If Imohan didn't come out, wouldn't I have to wait for a long time? Who knew that just as Imohan was thinking about this question, the door of the ICU opened a small gap. Imohan stretched out his dog head and looked around vigilantly. I guess he was hungry, so he wanted to check out the situation and go out to find something to eat. It was during this glance that Imohan quickly seized the opportunity, left the space, grabbed Imohan's hair, and pushed open the door of the ICU with all his strength. Ah, who is it? Let me go. Imohan's hair was pulled, his head was tilted down, and only a pair of flowered shorts and a pair of black slippers could be seen. Imohan pulled his hair back and said with a smile, "Why? You don't even recognize me." It hurts." Imohan grabbed Imohan's hand with his backhand. "Why is it you? Why are you pulling my hair?" "What? Of course, I'm going to feed you to the zombies." Imohan shouted to the zombies outside. "Hey, come on, brothers, there's a delicious meal here." The zombies in the corridor have just become zombies and have not evolved yet. They are slow and stupid. Hearing Imohan's shout, he walked over staggeringly and unsteadily. "Imohan, are you crazy? Those are zombies. They can kill people." Imohan became anxious when he saw the zombies slowly approaching him and struggled desperately to try to break free from Imohan's restraints. It's helpless. All along, when it comes to fighting, Imohan has never been a match for Imohan. After all, going to a sports school is not for nothing. Mo Jalan, who was lying on the bed in the intensive care unit, had slowly woken up. When he heard the quarrel between Imohan and Imohan at the door, he was so scared that his already pale face turned even paler. With a trembling voice, he called out, "Higher, higher." Imohan, let me go quickly. When Imohai heard his father's voice, he suddenly realized that he was carrying a dagger on him. He pretended to talk to Imohan to divert his attention, then suddenly pulled out a dagger from his trouser pocket and stabbed Imohan in the stomach. Imohan had noticed his movements just now. When his dagger stabbed at him, he suddenly bent his body to move away and then pushed Imohai out with force. Imohai was pushed out by the huge force and fell to the ground all of a sudden, holding his dagger tightly in his hand. Imojalan was lying naked on the hospital bed, with oxygen in his nose and N4 hanging on the back of his hand. Hearing the sound outside the door, he knew that Imohan had come and would definitely not let Imohai go. In a hurry, he pressed the pager beside the bed and said with all his strength, Imohan, don't kill him. I will give you everything, including the shares. The 5 zombies who had stumbled to the door saw Imohai fall to the ground and pounced on him. Imohai raised his dagger in horror and stabbed fiercely, but unfortunately, he was no match for many people. He often played games and knew that to kill a zombie you have to kill the head, but he had just killed the head of a zombie when another zombie bit him on the shoulder. Then, the chest, stomach, thighs, and every part of the body were torn apart. The tremendous pain caused Imohai to let out the last scream of his life. Imojalan, who barely managed to turn over and get out of bed, had no idea that a zombie virus had broken out outside. He thought his son had been killed by Imohan, and in panic, he fell off the bed. As luck would have it, he fell on the finger that had just been reattached. The pain made him sweat profusely. He lay on the ground and tried hard to crawl out. Chapter 47. Does it hurt? It's okay if it hurts. By the time Imojalan crawled to the door, Imohai was left with only the sobbing sound of whoa-whoa. He opened his eyes wide in unwillingness, blood gurgling from his throat. All I saw was him lying miserably on the ground, with 5 monsters crawling on him and biting him. Imojalan felt like his heart was about to break. With trembling hands, he pointed in the direction of Imohai. Higher! Imojalan shouted loudly and stood up from the ground with all his might, trying to pull away the monsters that were pouncing on his son and biting him. However, when the monsters heard his voice, they were not afraid. Instead, they stood up and walked towards Imojalan. Imohan quickly took out a big iron hammer from the space and hit the 5 zombies on the heads with it, bang bang bang. The 5 zombies' brains burst instantly and they fell to the ground. Imojalan must die, but it would be more satisfying if his own son bit him to death. That's why Imohan killed those zombies. Although Imojalan felt strange about Imohan's behavior, huge anger had already occupied his heart. He struggled to stand up and rushed towards Imohan. Imohan, you bastard, I should have killed you too. You bastard, I will fight you to the death. Imohan sneered and gently stepped aside. Imojalan fell to the ground all of a sudden, landing in the mud. You bastard, you killed my hire, I will fight you to death. Imojalan got up from the ground again. His eyes widened and he rushed towards Imohan again. He kept shouting, awe in his mouth. Unexpectedly, suddenly, the sea on the ground moved. Imojalan looked at his son, got up from the ground stiffly, rushed over, hugged him, and cried with joy. Hire, Dad thought you were dead. Imohan looked down at Imojalan and said with a smile, Imojalan, your son is already dead, and what you are holding now is a zombie. Imohan had just finished speaking when Imohai bit Imojalan's shoulder. The tremendous pain made Imojalan push Imohai hard, trying to push him away. However, Imohai hugged Imojalan's shoulders tightly, gritted his teeth, and bit off a piece of flesh from his shoulder with a flick of his mouth. It hurts so much. Imojalan endured the pain in his shoulder, sweat pouring down his forehead. Imohan squatted at the door, looking at the father and son, and said with a smile, Imojalan, Imohai, you two murdered my parents and murdered my brothers, so death is easy for you. I will let you two become zombies and wander around everywhere, haha. That's really fun. Yenyuer also participated in your affairs. She has now become a zombie. Imojalan's 10 fingers and shoulders were aching. At this moment, he knew that he was powerless to save the situation. I just called the pager next to the bed, hoping to ask a doctor to come and save him, but I have waited for so long and no doctor has come. Moreover, there were 2 monsters in white coats biting Imohai on the ground. He was old and didn't understand that these things were called zombies, but seeing how they were biting each other and his son's eyes were empty and bloody and scary, he knew that he must have been infected with some virus and had gone crazy. Now after hearing what Imohan said, I knew that this thing was a zombie. People who are bitten will also be infected with the zombie virus and become zombies. Imojalan wanted to escape back to the ICU, but Imohai pounced on him again, knocked him to the ground, and bit his chest. Imojalan let out another painful wail. Of course, Mo Jalan was not the only one in the intensive care unit. There are 12 beds in total, and 6 people are lying in them. At this time, everyone heard the sound. Those who were unconscious remained unconscious, while those who were awake raised their heads and asked what was going on. There was an irritable old man, lying on his sickbed, shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! Where is the doctor?" Those people have no grudges against him, so Mo Han will not hurt them. He walked around Mo Jalan and his son and exited the intensive care unit. Pull hard and close the door completely. In this way, even if Mo Jalan turns into a zombie later, he won't be able to open the door and get in to hurt those innocent people. There were only the father and his son in the wide corridor. Mo Jalan had been torn to pieces, and the only sounds in the corridor were his painful moans. Mo Han stood aside with his hands folded, watching the fight. I originally wanted to watch until the end, until Mo Jalan also turned into a zombie, and then leave. Who knew that Mo Jalan's wailing alarmed the zombies on other floors? The zombies also stumbled towards the sound. Dozens of zombies came to Mo Jalan at the same time. Like a hungry wolf seeing food, it pounces on it instantly. You take a piece, I take a piece, and then we start to share the food. Mo Han stepped back and watched all this from a distance, and said with a smile, "Uncle, you see, even if you are eaten up in a while, you will not die. You can become a zombie and wander around, so that your life can be continued. In fact, your nephew is doing this for your own good." This is what Mo Jalan said to Mo Han in the laboratory. At that time, Mo Han would be divided into thousands of pieces for research. Mo Jalan laughed beside him and said, "Honor, when your research is successful, there will be countless of you in this world, and your life will be eternal. Uncle, this is also for your own good. It's really a case of tit for tat. Retribution will come true." Mo Jalan probably never dreamed that Mo Han, whom he killed, would be reborn and come back to seek revenge on him. Mo Jalan could hear what Mo Han said, but he no longer had the ability to speak. While the zombies were enjoying their meal and had no time to pay attention to him, Mo Han walked over and said to Mo Jalan, "Uncle, thank you for your planning over the years. I wish you a happy zombie life." But, after dealing with several of his archenemies, Mo Han felt much more relieved. There are more and more zombies in the hospital now, and we can't stay here any longer. Killing any number of these low-level zombies will not help in awakening one's superpowers. Dealing with them is a complete waste of time. Therefore, Mo Han planned to go home directly to play with his 2 puppies. First, let it go for a while, wait for the zombies to mutate, and then wait for the intermediate zombies to appear. Then kill the zombies to get the crystal cores and kill them as hard as you can. The more you kill, the better. Mo Han swaggered out of the intensive care unit. When you don't encounter zombies, just go your own way. When passing by, just to be on the safe side, I still hold the gun in my hand. When the zombies appeared, Mo Han avoided conflict and flashed past them. Of course, Mo Han's flash function also has drawbacks. For example, when Mo Han flashed into the space, there was nothing where he disappeared. But if he uses flash, just when he is leaving the space, he is actually still in the same place. It's just like an invisibility trick, and others can't see him. If someone shot him at this time, he would still be hit by the bullet if he didn't move quickly. Therefore, flashing only makes him invisible. It does not mean that he disappears. Chapter 48, Deadly City Hospital. The situation in the hospital is very chaotic now. There were shrill screams everywhere. Mo Han walked to the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator door opened, and 3 zombies were wandering around inside. As soon as he saw Mo Han, he rushed over yelling. Mo Han picked up the gun in his hand, shot them in the head one by one, and then walked into the elevator. The elevator stops at the underground parking lot on the -2ND floor. The reason why Mo Han chose the underground parking lot was because there were fewer people in the parking lot, so there would be fewer zombies. Second, he can take the car from his space in the parking lot and drive directly home. As expected, the parking lot was not crowded. However, there are zombies. Mo Han is actually not afraid of zombies. As long as they are not in a relatively closed space, if a zombie walks near him, he can just flash into the space. Or, he could just flash from start to finish. However, he also didn't want to see the zombies wandering around in a timid manner. After all, he didn't have the patience to fight such low-level and incompetent zombies. It's useless except being tired and wasting time. In the underground parking lot, Mo Han thought about it, and a whirling magic car appeared on the ground. The apocalypse has just happened, so traffic outside will definitely not be affected too much. However, we must also prevent the situation where there are zombies on the road, and we have to collide with them. When it comes to hitting zombies, Wooling's magic car is the best. The most important thing is that this car is cheap, so you won't feel bad if it gets damaged. Mo Han drove the magic car all the way out of the hospital. At the flower pole in the hospital, the security guard had died, so the flower pole could not be opened. There are zombies everywhere, or people being chased and bitten by zombies. Seeing Imohan driving the car, several people clung to the side of his car and begged desperately. Master, please, save me. Take me away. Please, please be kind. Master, the zombies are coming, please. Imohan looked at the teeth marks on one of the men's hands indifferently, said nothing, and rolled up the car window. Several cars drove out behind Imohan's wooling magic car. Because Imohan was stuck in front, the drivers behind him honked their horns excitedly. Little did they know that this would attract a large number of zombies. Seeing that Imohan looked indifferent and refused to save them, those who were trying to steal the car went to steal the car behind. However, at such a dangerous moment, who would dare to open the car door and risk their own life? Hwagon blocked his way, and Imohan wanted to get out of the car and go to the guard to open the flower pole, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. There are zombies everywhere outside. Even if he can flash through space, he cannot guarantee his survival. The car behind was still honking its horn desperately. Imohan curled his lips. He had no choice but to bump into her. He drove the magic car directly into the flower pole. Bump. The flower stem wasn't broken, but it was knocked to one side and was hanging there swinging back and forth. Imohan stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the hospital. The streets were in chaos. There were screams everywhere. Countless zombies were biting pedestrians madly. People ran and shouted, some hid in other people's shops, but were scared out by the zombies inside. Although it was chaotic, cruel, and tragic, fortunately it was at night, and the zombies' eyesight was not very good. If people did not run past them or they heard screams, they would not be able to see them easily. So, many people were still able to escape. It was not even 10 o'clock and some shops had already closed, so a disaster was avoided. Some businesses were open for business, but zombies entered and bit the people inside. In short, tonight, survival or destruction depends entirely on luck. Imohan was driving his wooling magic car and came across a store that was still open but had been occupied by zombies. He parked the car in front of the store, flashed all the way in, and looted all the goods inside. It truly embodies the essence of the words zero yuan shopping at the end of the world. On the way home, Imohan bought a lot of things for free. He would go in and take a little of whatever he saw. Even if he passed by a store selling contraceptives, birth control pills, and condoms, he would go in and empty the items. He was very serious when he took the condom. Although the end of the world is cruel and he has just been cheated on by his girlfriend, who can guarantee that Imohan won't use condoms when he meets a girl he likes in the future? Since he was thinking of girls, Imohan curled his lips and smiled, and put all the sanitary napkins, panty liners, and other things from the shop next door into the space. When he took these things, he felt like a pervert. If a woman saw him holding these, she would definitely say, "Hey, look at that man. He's holding a sanitary napkin. What a pervert." Thinking about it, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. He bought things near the hospital for free, and when he was almost home, Imohan saw a mother and baby store. There are no zombies at the door yet that have bitten their way in. However, it is estimated that it will not take more than half an hour. The door of the maternity and baby store was closed. Imohan took out a master key from his space, opened the door directly, went in, and took the things. The end of the world has come, and no one will buy these things anymore. So, Imohan told himself, this is not called stealing, this is called taking. I keep them for myself so that they don't expire here. What a waste if it expires. A few steps forward, a children's playground is still open. 7 or 8 parents were playing with their children in the playground. Of course, the so-called belt is not actually a belt. Because the parents are playing with their mobile phones, the children are just playing by themselves. Imohan saw those innocent and cute children, some of whom were 7 or 8 years old, and some were only 2 or 3 years old. He really couldn't bear to see them become food for the zombies in half an hour. I couldn't help but walk into the store and said to the parents who were playing with their phones, "There are zombies biting people everywhere over at the city hospital. It won't be long before the news spreads here. Everyone, take your children home." Several parents continued to play with their phones with their heads down and didn't say anything. One of the parents looked up at Imohan and said with a smile, "Thank you." But the body did not move and remained sitting. Imohan shook his head. If these parents died, their deaths would have nothing to do with me. But these kids are so cute. Imohan was so angry that he walked out of the amusement park directly, flashed in from outside, and put all the facilities of the amusement park into the space. The child's crying attracted the attention of the shop owner and parents. When they looked up, they saw that the slides, twirling balls, cars, airplanes, sand, were all gone. All that was left of the playground were empty floor tiles. The boss was scared to death. The parents were also terrified, shouting, "What the hell? and pulling their children, they ran home as fast as they could. Those who lived nearby returned home safely. Those who lived far away were intercepted by zombies on their way home, and they themselves became zombies and could never return home again. Emohan sat in the divine car, watching everything that happened on the road, and could only shake his head and sigh. All living beings suffer, and the only way to save themselves is to save themselves. In my previous life, I tried my best to save others, but in the end, I failed to save others and ended up killing myself. If good intentions are destined not to be rewarded, then in this life I will just be a cold-blooded executioner, picking up a knife and killing people. The end of the world is cruel and does not allow for any pretentiousness. But Emohan also has his own principles, for example, not killing good people and not killing children. Drive back to the underground garage in your community. The community is still peaceful. The zombies haven't gotten here yet. The city hospital, the virus spread so quickly because the people who were taken there by ambulance turned into zombies and started biting people crazily. Other places will take a while before they are occupied by zombies. Emohan put the magic car into his own space. It's the end of the world anyway, and no one will check surveillance footage or anything. So, no matter what he does, no one will find out. When Emohan returned home, Dabing and Yao Ji were watching TV. Seeing Emohan coming back, the two dogs rushed over to greet him. Dabing is in good health, agile, and can run fast. The demon chicken's leg injury had not yet fully recovered, so it could only hop over here. Emohan held one in each hand and kissed them hard. The two dogs pushed him away in disgust. It's so annoying. I'm busy watching TV, but he's kissing me all the time. Chapter 49. So disgusting. Emohan clearly felt the two guys' disdain, especially Dabing. While Emohan was kissing it, it turned its head to watch TV. It was definitely a TV addict. Out and About Dogs is playing on TV. Goda and Go-Air try to find ways to deal with the big-headed Chong, who is cutting down trees indiscriminately every day. The two Chong, stop right there. Stinky dog. The two Chong, will come back again. Emohan watched it for a few minutes and found it quite interesting. After going to the bathroom, Emohan came back and sat on the sofa, playing with his phone out of boredom. The latest news is being reported on the news. Recently, zombie attacks have occurred in many places. Citizens are requested to stay at home as much as possible and not go out unless necessary. According to expert research, the outbreak of the zombie virus was mainly caused by the impact of meteorite haze. For those citizens who are infected and have red bumps on their bodies, please do not scratch them, stay calm, and use antibiotics immediately. Stay away from humans who have turned into zombies and don't get bitten by them. Below the news broadcast, there are tens of thousands of comments showing people's excited emotions. Fuck. Stay at home as much as possible. Nothing to eat. Are you just waiting to die at home? Yeah. If I had known the zombie virus was going to break out, I should have stockpiled some food. Experts, what the experts say is bullshit. Don't you understand? It's just that people breathe in the smog and get red bumps on their bodies, and they get sick. Do you need to study this? Yes, that's right. If I have to study this, I can be an expert. What a joke. Don't scratch the red bumps. Who wants to scratch them? They itch. I can't stand the itch. What should I do if I don't scratch them? I have so many red bumps on my body now, and I can't help scratching them. I can't stand it. In the owners group, 99+ messages also popped up. Emohan opened it and saw that everyone was discussing the zombie outbreak in the city hospital. Someone stood downstairs of his house and filmed a video of a zombie biting someone and posted it in the group. Everyone was panicking. 9-10-3 Wong Mumu. So scary. This zombie is just like the ones in those zombie movies, bloody and scary. 731 Zhang Ying. That's right. What should I do? I'm so scared. 481 Lin Lo. There's not much food left at home, and there are zombies outside. How are we supposed to survive? 812 Kikiai. It's over, the end of the world is coming. We are all going to die. Emohan shook his head. This was only the first day of the apocalypse, just the beginning, and people were already so panicked. In 10 days or so, the world will be cut off from water and electricity. Then there will be real panic. In addition, the weather was extremely hot, and many people died and rotted at home without anyone knowing. After death, they become zombies, with their bodies covered with rotten flesh and maggots. So disgusting. It opened its big mouth and roared, biting people everywhere. Alas, just thinking about this situation, Emohan felt goosebumps all over his body. Looking at the time, it was getting late, so Emohan got up and washed up in the bathroom. While the power was still on at the end of the world and the water in the water heater was still very hot, he moved his mind and took out 20 large pots from the space. Just turn on the tap and fill the pot with water. It is extremely hot weather now, the temperature is high, and the demand for hot water is not high. But as the end of the world begins and extreme cold arrives, hot water becomes very important. The water from the water heater was only enough to fill 5 large pots. Emohan put the 5 pots of water into the space and let the water heater continue to boil water. The water temperature is specially adjusted to 75 degrees. After the water boiled, Emohan added 5 more pots. Emohan felt that relying solely on a water heater was too slow, and he didn't have the patience to wait. Therefore, when the water heater was boiling water, he turned on the induction cooker and gas stove in the kitchen and put 2 large pots on the fire to boil water at the same time. This way it will be faster. By the time he went to bed at 12 o'clock, Emohan had boiled a total of 20 large pots of water and stored them in the space. The space is still, and the hot water is kept inside. But no matter how long it has passed, when you take it out and use it later, it will still be hot. Emohan boiled 20 large pots of water, but he lost his patience and went to bed. Comforting myself, at most, when it's extremely cold and I need hot water, I can just use an electric stove to slowly heat it up. Anyway, I have stockpiled generators, electric tigers, batteries, gasoline. Gasoline? Emohan suddenly realized that he had stored a lot of gasoline, but it was far from enough to last for another 30 or 20 years. Since it's the end of the world, he wants to go out and buy some more things before they are all snatched away. Especially gasoline. This thing is extremely precious. You should stockpile as much as you can. However, it's too late tonight. I need to get a good night's sleep. We will set off again tomorrow morning. Dabing, Yaoji, turn off the TV and go to sleep. Emohan shouted at the 2 dogs to go to sleep. After shouting 3 times, the 2 dogs went to sleep. He slept on one side of the wide bed, and the 2 dogs slept on the other side. In the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a shrill, long scream coming from downstairs. Emohan opened the curtains and looked down. He saw a group of zombies chasing a woman who was returning home at night. The woman seemed to be drunk and was stumbling as she ran. Finally, she sprained her ankle with her high heels and fell to the ground. The group of zombies pounced on her and bit her. The low roar of the zombies and the painful wails of the women disturbed the peace of the entire community. Everyone secretly stuck their heads out of the window to look, but then immediately retracted their heads and hurriedly closed the doors and windows, fearing that the zombies would see them and run into their homes to bite them. The messages in the group kept ringing. Emohan was too lazy to read it, so he just turned his phone to silent mode and went to sleep. The next morning, Emohan got up early, ate something casually, and went out. This time he brought pancakes. He originally didn't want to take it with him, but Dabing just bit his shorts with his mouth and almost bit the pants off. There was no choice but to take it outside for a walk. The little guy is very smart and can even keep watch for himself when the time comes. As for the demon chicken, the chicken's leg injury has not healed yet, so he stays at home. Emohan left food at home, so it wouldn't starve. I took the elevator downstairs carefully and didn't encounter any zombies along the way. I guess many people were so scared at home about what happened to that woman last night that they didn't dare to come out. When we got to the parking lot, there were a few zombies wandering around. Emohan took the pancake and quickly ran to his car. When you unlock the car, it beeps twice. A few zombies saw this and limped towards him. Dabing nervously looked at the zombies running towards him and Emohan, baring his teeth and trying his best to look ferocious. He opened his mouth and with a puff sound, a little fire as big as a match flame spurted out. Emohan said with a smile, "Big Pancake, hurry up and get in the car. With your firepower, you can't kill them. Wait until your superpowers become stronger." Dabing glanced at him and quickly jumped into the car through the open window. The zombies have already run to the car. Emohan was hailing a taxi, and Dabing, who was about to jump out of the car, was almost grabbed by a zombie. Chapter 50. Get some gasoline at the gas station, for free. Emohan had already called the Wooling Magic car, and Dabing was sitting in the passenger seat, still in shock. Emohan rolled up the car window and said with a smile, "Did I scare you?" Since Dabing was not reborn and is still a little puppy, his superpowers have not become strong yet, so he is still afraid of the zombies with rotten and smelly bodies and bleeding mouths. However, the little guy is very proud, so if Emohan asks it like this, it will definitely not say that it is afraid. He just shook his head vigorously and grinned at the zombies outside. Of course, Emohan could see that he was pretending, but he didn't expose him. The love of face is a common problem for every big-name guy, and there is no cure for it. Emohan drove the car out of the garage and onto the street. Look at the time, it's only 6:30 in the morning, but the temperature is already very high. With natural disasters and zombie viruses, life is really difficult for ordinary people. The streets are full of zombies. They rolled their eyes, blood came out of the corners of their mouths, and they were roaring and spinning in circles. No living person was to be seen. It's not that there are no living people left, but it's still too early and everyone is hiding at home and sleeping, not daring to come out. Even in the middle of noon, no one dared to come out. It would take more than 10 days for the survivors to finish all the food and drinks in their homes and become too hungry to think of finding food outside. After all, going out means death, and staying at home means death as well. It would be better to go out and find something to eat. Even if I die, I'd rather die well fed. After all, the feeling of hunger is really uncomfortable. The Wooling magic car started and stopped all the way. Emohan took all the food and drinks he could take away from the roadside shops. When he passed by his own milk tea shop, he took out his master key, opened the door, and walked in. Get the equipment inside, sell tea, and recipes. This key is really useful. Emohan left the milk tea shop and continued driving forward. If you encounter a zombie blocking your way, just run over it. Coincidentally, the master key in his hand was bought by Emohan at a street stall before his rebirth. Only 29.9 yuan. At that time, I didn't think it was really a master key. I just thought it looked nice, so Emohan bought it. Who knew that after the end of the world, we would find out how useful this key was. In the end times, if you wanted to enter anywhere, you could just kick the door open. However, kicking the door directly will make a loud noise. It would be better to use a key to open the door gently and sneak into someone else's house. Although Emohan's space flash is powerful, that is because the zombies he encounters now are only low-level zombies. In another month or two, the zombies will mutate and become mid-level and high-level zombies. By then, their sense of smell will be keen, and even if Emohan uses space to become invisible, they will be able to smell him when he flashes out. However, Emohan is unable to awaken his superpowers now, because awakening his superpowers requires 10,000 crystal cores of mid-level zombies. 10,000 of them meant that he had to kill tens of thousands of mid-level zombies before he could awaken his psychic abilities. Because some mid-level zombies may not have crystal cores in their brains. The doors of the shops on both sides of the street were tightly closed. The shops were too small, so Emohan didn't waste his time going in. But he would go into those big supermarkets and sweep through them, leaving nothing behind. There are many zombies on the streets, and there are also damaged vehicles lying across the road, but traffic has not completely collapsed. After all, only a few people became zombies. Most people had gone home from get off work at night because the virus broke out, and they temporarily escaped. Emohan arrived at the largest gas station in the city. The employees at the gas station have all turned into zombies. Wearing a blue work suit, he paced back and forth in the gas station, roaring every now and then. Emohan parked the Wooling magic car outside the gas station and locked the door. Turn up the music in the car to the maximum volume. The vast horizon is my love. This is the most dazzling folk-style song that made the whole audience excited. Emohan took the pancake and used space flash to hide his body. Several zombie employees at the gas station heard the music and walked towards the Wooling magic car one by one. There is a convenience store inside the gas station, which is a place specifically for drivers to pay for gas, buy cigarettes, drinks, snacks, etc. Now the glass door is closed, and there are two employees inside who cannot get out. They are howling and banging on the glass door desperately. Emohan glanced around, and there were no other zombies. He boldly took out hundreds of large iron barrels for refueling from the space, picked up the oil gun, and started refueling. There are a total of 6 gas pumps at the gas station. Emohan placed a large iron bucket next to the gas pump and opened the gas gun to refuel. Each time a bucket is filled, tighten the lid and put it away in the space. Because the gas pump refuels very quickly, Emohan was worried that the oil barrel would be full, so he didn't dare to delay for even a minute. From beginning to end, I was almost running around in front of 6 gas pumps. Fill up this bucket, put another bucket on top, and add another bucket. The oil gun has just been put in place here, and the bucket over there has already been filled. He was so busy that he was sweating profusely. At this moment, a zombie in front of the Wooling magic car deliberately came here and staggered towards Emohan. Emohan was busy tightening the lid of the oil barrel and didn't notice the zombies coming. Fortunately, Dabing noticed it and gently pulled Emohan's flowery shorts. And Emohan then noticed the zombie walking over. He took out a knife from the space and slashed the zombie's head with it. The zombie immediately fell to the ground and died. Emohan looked at his little yellow dog with admiration. No wonder he was called Fire God Pancake by people in his previous life. Indeed, he is quite clever. If it were any other puppy in a situation like the one just now, they would all have cried out loudly. The reason why Dabing didn't bark was because he understood that shouting loudly would disturb other zombies. And then the barking would attract all the zombies, which would be detrimental to his owner. Good job, Pancake. Emohan put the fuel tank barrel that he was twisting just now into the space. Gasoline actually smells really bad. Fortunately, the space is still, and the smell of gasoline will not spread throughout the space. Outside the gas station, the loud music of the Wuling magic car attracted more than a dozen zombies on the road. Some of the zombies surrounded the Wuling magic car. Some walked towards the direction where Imohan was refueling. Imohan was not in a hurry. He was ready to shoot them in the head as soon as they came over. Seeing that he was not impatient, Dabing was frightened and rushed towards the zombies, barking, "Woof, woof, woof," successfully attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombies began to roar and strode over to chase and bite the pancake. Dabing ran around the gas station, shouting. If a zombie suddenly stops chasing it and is about to come and bother Imohan again, Pancake will immediately run to it and correct its wrong behavior. Pull him back into the running circle of the pancake. While Imohan was cheering, he looked at Dabing's little thoughts and shook his head and laughed. This clever little ghost. Chapter 51. Extremely hot weather. I am going to have heat stroke. There are tens of thousands of refueling barrels in Imohan's space. He bought this on purpose to ensure that everything would go well. Store it in space, and when the end of the world comes, use it to stock up on oil when you come across a gas station. Of course, Yang Hu and his men had stored a lot of oil for him. There must be at least several thousand barrels. However, how could thousands of barrels of oil be enough? How much fuel do Imohan's planes and ships need to be refueled each time? Plane or ship? Imohan suddenly wanted to get the planes and ships out of the space for refueling. Looked around the venue. Shaked his head. Forget it. How can such a narrow space be enough to park airplanes and ships? After filling more than 1,000 large iron barrels of oil, the 6 gas pumps at the gas station could no longer dispense a drop of oil. Imohan used up all the gas in the gas station. Alas, it seems that this gas station is just SOSO. It can't hold much gas. Imohan put the last iron bucket into the space. I peeked into the convenience store through the glass door. There is quite a lot of food and drink inside. In the room next to the convenience store, there are many gas barrels stacked up. Imohan smiled and strode towards the convenience store. As soon as the glass door was opened, the zombies inside started howling. 2 zombies walked out of the glass door one after another, opened their bloody mouths, and pounced towards Imohan. Imohan stepped aside and took a few steps back. The zombies also took a few steps forward. They were now extremely hungry and desperately wanted to eat human flesh. However, before they could reach Imohan, Imohan disappeared out of thin air. The zombies looked around blankly. He walked away shouting, "Roar, roar, roar. Go to the place where the Wuling magic car is outside the gas station." Imohan walked out of the space, opened the door, and walked into the convenience store with a swagger. Put all the convenience store merchandise, including the shelves, into the space. I went to the convenience store next door and put all the gas pumps stacked up inside into the space. Finally, I found several thick piles of tissues next to the cash register. They were used as gifts. Some people filled up their gas tanks with 200 yuan worth of gas and gave them to them. Now, Imohan placed his hand on the tissues, and with a thought, all the tissues on the ground entered his space. Of course, the things in the space will not be placed in a disorderly manner. Instead, after entering the space will automatically classify them into categories and sort them neatly. When the time comes, whatever Imohan wants to use, he just needs to think about it and concentrate his attention on that thing, and that thing will instantly appear in front of him. Imohan hummed a song and walked out of the convenience store. Outside the gas station, Dabing was still leading the zombies in circles. There were also 3 zombies surrounding the Wuling magic car. Imohan walked all the way to where the Wuling magic car was and yelled at the 3 zombies surrounding the car. "Come on, your Grandpa Han is here. Come and bite me." Several zombies turned their heads to look at him, with their heads drooping, and pounced towards him in a crooked manner. Imohan immediately disappeared from the spot. The zombies were confused. Especially the 2 zombies in the convenience store. They were confused just now, and now they are confused again. However, the word confused was automatically filled in by Imohan. These low-level zombies do not have thoughts yet. They only have the instinct of hunger. Imohan had already walked to the side of the divine car, opened the door, and walked in. When Dabing saw his master get into the car, he ran in the opposite direction with all his strength for a distance, luring away the zombies behind him, and then immediately turned back. Imohan saw Dabing rushing over and quickly rolled down the car window, and Dabing jumped in from the window. "Big Pancake, with your jumping speed, if the apocalypse hadn't come, you could have fought for China and won the World High Jump Championship." Dabing tilted his head, thinking seriously about what Imohan was saying. It didn't quite understand what the high jump champion was, but it did understand when Imohan praised it for jumping so high. The little darling was very happy to be praised by his owner. He kept jumping back and forth in the passenger seat. Sit tight. I'm going to drive. Emohan started the car and said to Dabing, the oil in this gas station has been drained, so Emohan plans to go to the next gas station and fill up all the oil barrels in the space. If the next gas station runs out of gas, go to the next gas station. In short, you must take all that you should take at the beginning of the end of the world, when people haven't thought of buying things for free yet. Especially gasoline. In the chaos of the end times, so many people can hardly protect themselves. Who will be able to make gasoline in the future? So, now you have to pack as much as you can. Because I have lived in this city since I was a child. This is Emohan's old nest. Therefore, Emohan knew exactly which street had a gas station and which street had several internet cafes. Drive the magic car along the road outside the gas station. Turn left at the intersection after 5 minutes. Then drive straight ahead for 15 minutes to reach another gas station. Refuel in the same way. This gas station has much more gas than the previous one. Emohan filled 200 large barrels of oil here. He was so tired that he was out of breath. Looking at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The scorching sun was hanging in the sky. The asphalt road on the ground was extremely hot under the sun, and there was a strong smell of glue in the air. Emohan climbed onto the wooling magic car weakly, and Dabing also jumped into the car. Because it was too hot, Dabing kept opening his mouth and sticking out his tongue to cool down. Damn, it's probably 43 degrees now, too hot. As he spoke, he rolled up all the car windows. Turn the air conditioner to maximum setting. After a few minutes, the air conditioner started to work. Emohan sighed and said, it's finally not hot anymore. It's so comfortable. No, I have to go home quickly and lie on the sofa to enjoy the air conditioning. He took out a bottle of pulse from the space, unscrewed the lid, and took a few big gulps. A bottle of water is empty. Dabing saw him drinking water and looked at him eagerly. The pleading look in those little eyes was too obvious. Emohan also took out a bottle of Pocari Sweat and a large bowl from the space. Pour all the pulse into a bowl and give it to Dabing. Dabing stretched his head over and started drinking with a slurp. Soon the bowl of water was empty. After drinking some water and turning on the air conditioner, Emohan's feeling of weakness finally slowly faded away. However, I didn't dare go to the next gas station. The sun is at its highest point and the air temperature is at least 43 degrees. If I continue to work, I'm afraid I'll get heat stroke and die. Wouldn't that mean I was reborn in vain? God gave me a chance to be reborn. This is such a great opportunity. If he died like this at the first stop of the apocalypse, in extremely hot weather, and went down to the underworld to meet those ghosts, he would definitely be laughed at and thought of as a real greenhorn and a loser. Driving all the way home, I saw a woman on the road with disheveled hair, running desperately on the road, followed by 4 or 5 zombies. Seeing Emohan's wooling car passing by her, the woman felt like she saw a savior. She ran while shouting, "Master, Master, please, save me." Chapter 52, KO in minutes. Seeing the woman desperately banging on his car window, Emohan's eyes turned slightly cold, but he did not stop. After the end of the world, situations like this happen every day, and he can't save everyone. In his previous life, he was a savior, but he did not die a good death. In this life, he wants to live a more carefree and selfish life. So, Emohan not only did not stop the car, but instead sped up and drove forward. However, out of curiosity, he glanced at the rearview mirror while driving. When the woman was about to be bitten by the zombie, a police car happened to pass by her and stopped. A female police officer got out of the car and rescued the woman. It was too far away, and Emohan couldn't see clearly what the policewoman looked like. All I know is that she has a curvy figure and a heroic appearance. Needless to say, she is a beauty. Every man likes to look at beautiful women. Needless to say, Emohan naturally likes to look at them too. However, no matter how he looked at her, there was only Yin Yuer in his heart before, and never any other woman. He just appreciates the beauty of women from a man's perspective. But he never crossed the line, not even for the occasional flirtation. The car drove forward towards the direction of the residential area. There are places where the traffic is smooth, and there are places where vehicles are blocked in all directions. Since this road is blocked, Emohan will choose another one. Originally, he could put the wooling magic car into the space, pass through the place with the roadblock, and then take it out from the space and continue driving. In order to prevent being seen by others and exposing the secret of the space, he took a few more detours. Since the zombie virus has just broken out, coincidentally, the incident started at the city hospital last night, when many people had already returned home from get-off work. After seeing the scenes of zombies eating people through the news and videos, everyone stayed at home today and didn't dare to go out. Life safety is temporarily guaranteed. Those who had not yet finished get-off work last night or who were driving home or taking the bus on their way home from get off work, were bitten by the zombies that suddenly rushed over, never going home again. Those who get off work at 5:30 and go home to watch movies or read novels, without paying attention to the news or watching videos, get up as usual in the morning to go to work. As a result, he died as soon as he went out and became a member of the zombie army, howling and biting people everywhere. What is written in TV dramas and apocalyptic novels, that once a zombie virus breaks out, everyone in a city will be wiped out instantly, is simply not scientific. The extinction of mankind is a slow process. Some people died from zombie attacks last night. Some people were bitten to death and turned into zombies while searching for food. Some starved to death at home, while others died of heat stroke. There will always be someone who has to escape the threat of death, and there will always be someone who has to save themselves. Just like now, turning the corner, Imohan discovered that there was not only his car on the street, but also many police cars, which were destroying and clearing zombies all over the street, providing survival guarantees for those who were lucky enough to survive. Shoot with guns, hack with knives at close range, and shoot directly with high-pressure water guns. These low-level zombies are no match for the police. He was knocked out in minutes. Therefore, even if a zombie virus breaks out, it is impossible for everyone in the city to be wiped out at once. It will take at least half a month for the city to become a completely empty one. Now is only the early stage of the zombie virus outbreak, with at most 20 to 30 of people infected. The government, public facilities, and police are still operating effectively. On the loudspeakers above the city, the announcer was playing over and over again. Recently, a zombie virus has broken out. Citizens are requested to stay at home as much as possible and not go out unless necessary. Imohan took a detour all the way, and when he was about to reach the residential area, he was stopped by the police. "Stop, pull the car over." The police waved at him. "What's wrong, officer?" Imohan stopped the car and accepted inspection. After confirming that he had no wounds on his body, the police told him seriously, "There are zombies everywhere outside now. It's too dangerous. The government is trying its best to eliminate them. Go back home quickly and try not to come out." "Well, thank you, officer." Imohan was just about to drive away when he saw Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang walking towards him from more than 10 meters away. In order to avoid being caught by the two again, Imohan quickly started the car and ran away. The sky was filled with flying dust. Along the way, many zombies have been cleared by the police. When encountering zombies that had escaped cleanup or were wandering over from other places, Imohan would just drive his car into them. He then got out of the car and stabbed the zombie a few more times, completely finishing it off. "I didn't want to kill zombies at first, but seeing that the government was trying its best to wipe out the zombies, Imohan decided to help out as well. However, he knew it was useless. This is just the early stages. By the middle stage of the virus outbreak, when about 50 or more of the people are infected, the government will be powerless, sporadic crimes and robberies will begin to occur, and the police will be unable to take care of them. By the late stage of the zombie virus outbreak, more than 70 of the population will be infected, and the entire society will enter a state of anarchy, with the police, government, public facilities, etc. becoming completely ineffective. Robbery, murder, arson, anything can happen. The social order completely collapsed. In order to survive, people began to return to animal society and live by the law of the jungle. Imohan drove all the way, thinking of the cruelty of the end of the world in his previous life, and couldn't help sighing. The end of this world is also extremely cruel. You must quickly awaken your special powers, kill the dragon, and live a miserable life in your own shelter. Imohan went around in circles and finally returned to the community. There were a few more zombies in the underground parking garage than in the morning. Imohan got out of the car and just closed the door when the zombies surrounded him, howling. The pancake in his arms was trembling. Imohan laughed and said, "The famous Vulcan pancake in the previous life turned out to be a coward." Dabing barked at it twice, meaning, "I haven't grown up yet. I'm still a baby." Imohan touched Dabing's head, and with a thought, he put it into the space. Imohan himself used space flash to quickly run behind the zombies and fired several shots at the zombies' heads. The zombie died instantly from a headshot. Imohan could have gone home directly without killing the zombies. But he was in a bad mood now, because the stupid look of the zombies with their stinky mouths open and howling scared his pancake. Damn it. When the zombies mutate and upgrade in the later stage, you can kill them, take their crystal cores, and awaken their superpowers. However, mid-level and high-level zombies are very powerful and not easy to kill. Woof woof woof. When I returned home, the demon chicken limped over. He looked at Imohan with aggrieved eyes, as if he thought he had been out for too long. It felt insecure and was particularly afraid that Imohan would no longer want it. Chapter 53. You won't change your mind, right? Imohan squatted down, picked up the demon chicken, and said with a smile, Don't look at me with such a wrong look. Are you afraid that I will take the pancake and leave? Don't want you? Coward. When the chicken demon heard what he said, its eyes sparkled with joy, but on the surface, it still did not appear to be very active. It was Dabing, however, who hadn't seen the monster chicken for a long time and missed it very much, so he pounced on the monster chicken and started to eat it. Nibble the ears, nibble the mouth, nibble the belly. Ugh, the demon chicken shook its head in disgust. Nausea. Imo Han put the two dogs on the ground and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. The two dogs outside were still laughing. However, almost only the sound of pancakes was heard. Dabing and Yaoji have completely different personalities. Dabing is lively, cute, enthusiastic, and cheerful. The demon chicken is serious, reserved, and cautious. Of course, each has its own advantages. Imo Han had just finished taking a shower and came out with a bathrobe tied around his waist when he heard his phone ringing. I walked to the coffee table, picked up the phone, and saw that it was Yang Hu calling. The voice was urgent. Hey, Brother Han, where are you now? Yang Hu asked anxiously. Imo Han was a little confused as to why Yang Hu called him. What's the matter, Tiger? Brother Han, there is a zombie virus outbreak now, and there are zombies biting people everywhere. I don't know if the government can clean it up. I am trapped at home now, and there are several zombies at my door. I can't go out to help you watch over the goods in the old factory. Imo Han listened carefully but didn't say anything. Yang Hu continued. I went to the old factory the day before yesterday and found tens of thousands of bags of rice and tens of thousands of barrels of mineral water. My family has a lot of food. If you don't have food in a few days, remember to go get it. After hearing what Yang Hu said, a smile appeared on Imo Han's lips. It seems that my original decision was right. I left the rice and water to Yang Hu, but I didn't expect that he didn't quietly take it all for himself just because the end of the world was coming. This guy is quite a friend. No need. Shahu, Imo Han said seriously, I'll leave those foods for you. If the police fail to clean up the zombies, they will be very angry if they don't have food for a long time. Yang Hu refused no matter what. Give me the food. What will you eat and drink? Brother Han, I still have 3 big bags of rice and 2 barrels of mineral water at home, which will be enough for a long time. When there is no food, I will find a way. This virus should not last long. These are your things. You can't take them, brother. Can't last long? Imo Han shook his head, thinking, brother, this won't last long? It will last for many years. It's just that I, my brother, died in the 5th year of the apocalypse in my previous life. I don't know what happened afterwards, whether the earth recovered or was destroyed. Imo Han would think it was normal if Yang Hu casually accepted the supplies or secretly took them for himself. After all, moral integrity means nothing when it comes to life and death adventures. However, it is also possible that Yang Hu has no idea of the power of the zombie virus and thinks that as long as all the police officers are mobilized, a few bullets and a few shots can wipe out the zombies in one fell swoop. I guess many people still believe that the government can solve their hidden dangers. Brother, I still have some food and daily necessities here. It won't take much. I'll leave them to you. Take them when you can, or they'll be snatched away by others later. But, Brother Han. Yang Hu wanted to refuse, but Imo Han said seriously, it's settled. Take care, brother. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yang Hu to speak. Yang Hu didn't call again. Big pancake, monster chicken, please watch TV quietly. I want to take a nap. Imo Han put the phone next to the pillow, laid down, and fell into a deep sleep. I slept until the evening. I woke up, sat at the dining table, and opened 2 cans of dog food for the 2 dogs. Imo Han stocked up a lot of dog food for them. What kind of beef flavor, mutton flavor, chicken flavor, dog meat flavor? Oh, no, it doesn't taste like dog meat. It smells good anyway. Imo Han himself had a Chongqing chicken hot pot. The dishes were all taken out from the space and were still steaming. The rice was also hot. For the side dish, have some vegetarian melon and bean soup. The chicken is very fragrant and the melon and bean soup is very thirst-quenching. The room is air-conditioned. As for life, there is no more comfortable life than this. The day before yesterday, Wang Feng called and said that the shelter provided to Imo Hanxio was almost completed. Only a few crucial steps remain. He had already settled the workers' wages and sent them home. Now he is the only one in the shelter, designing the next few steps. Today should be designed. I just don't know whether Wang Feng already knows about the zombie virus outbreak. What if he finds out and refuses to come out of the shelter? Imo Han called him. The phone rang more than 10 times, but Wang Feng didn't answer. I called again, still no answer. Imo Han was somewhat grumbling in his heart. This bastard is not going to hide in the shelter just because the end of the world is coming, and then wait for his cancer to break out and die in there, turning into a zombie. Didn't that unlucky Imo Han spend over $1 billion to build a god-level shelter for a zombie? To be honest, Imo Han was also a little nervous. Fortunately, Imo Han got the blueprints when the shelter was being built. Imo Han knew where to enter the shelter, how to walk through the passages, and how to use the equipment inside. Finish your meal quickly. Look at the time, it's 3 minutes past 7 in the evening. Because of the extreme heat, the days are long and the nights are short, so it is still daylight now. Imo Han couldn't sit in the house any longer and had to go to the shelter immediately. Dabing, Yao Ji, you two take good care of the house. I'm going to be out for a while. If I'm not back at night, you two must not go out to look for me. I will definitely be back tomorrow. Afraid that he might encounter some emergency and wouldn't be able to get there in a short time, Imo Han thought and took out a lot of dog food, canned dog food, milk, etc. from the space. When Dabing and Yaoji saw that he was about to go out, they were very worried and barked at him, woof woof woof. Imo Han squatted down, stroked a dog's head with one hand, and said with a smile, I'm so powerful, what can happen? Don't worry, I'm just taking precautions. The two dogs were still worried, and there was a strong look of worry in their eyes. Imo Han took out a cell phone from the space and said with a smile, I'm really worried. Leave your phone at home. I'll call you later. He has always had 2 cell phones. The only difference is that the number you use to contact others is a virtual number, while the one you often use is the real number. After being reborn, he stole the company's network and canceled his real number. In this way, no one can track him down through his mobile phone number, and he won't use his real number to call others. The 2 dogs didn't understand anyway, so Imo Han left his phone number and Dabing took the phone and put it on the coffee table. He used his paws to press here and there to turn up the volume on the phone to the maximum. After arranging things at home, Imo Han was about to open the door to go out when suddenly, Wang Feng called. Chapter 54 Confession. Hello, Mr. Han. Wang Feng's voice was obviously lacking in strength. Mr. Han, this is the name on Imo Han's ID card. Imo Han was shocked when he heard Wang Feng's sick voice. It's over. This bastard is really going to die. If you die in your own shelter, then the construction of this shelter will be in vain. Hello, Wang Feng. I'm Imo. I'm Mr. Han. How's the construction of your shelter going? Mr. Han, you come over here right now. I can't hold on any longer. Okay, where are you? I'll be right there. In the shelter, outside. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Imo Han quickly ran to the underground garage. He wanted to drive to the shelter immediately. Judging from Wang Feng's voice, he is about to die. We must not let him die in the shelter. His shelter number 1 is a huge project worth nearly 1.5 billion. The original budget was only 1 billion yuan, but it was later increased to 1.5 billion yuan. Imo Han didn't care about money. As long as Wang Feng built a safe and secure shelter for him, that would be okay. Imo Han got in his own woolen car in the underground garage and stepped on the accelerator to start off. On the road, he encountered a policeman who stopped his car again, but Imo Han refused to stop and rushed forward at a faster speed. He looked in the rearview mirror and muttered a few words. Why don't you just fight the zombies? Why are you stopping the car? Hey, drive the car back. Go home and lock the door. It's dangerous outside. The policeman was still shouting from behind. Imo Han's car had already sped away for a long distance. When he got to the main road, Imo Han deliberately took a few detours and parked the Wuling magic car on the side of the road. He changed to a high-end off-road vehicle, stepped on the accelerator until smoke came out, circled back, and rushed all the way to the top of the mountain to where the shelter was built. Imo Hanjan was at the top of the mountain. Looking around, the mountain was flat, and he couldn't see where the shelter was at all. He took out his cell phone and called Wang Feng. Hello, Wang Feng, where are you? Wang Feng hung up the phone. Imo Han called again, but was hung up again. Groove. What the hell is going on? Imo Han thought he was stood up and became furious. He looked everywhere for Wang Feng, wanting to catch him and beat him up. Who knows? Squeak. The floor beneath Imo Han's feet suddenly moved. He was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side and stared at the ground. I saw a wide crack suddenly appeared where I was standing. The cracks opened to both sides. A bottomless cave was revealed. Imo Han wanted to walk over to take a look, and just as he was about to raise his foot, a small elevator suddenly appeared in the cave and brought Wang Feng out. Wang Feng walked out of the elevator, and the elevator shrank back with a loud noise. The cracks in the ground also closed instantly. Imo Han walked over, looked left and right, up and down, but could not see any signs of the crack closing. Wang Feng stood weakly beside him, leaning on a cane, and said, Mr. Han, there's no need to look. The soil on top of the shelter is made of a mixture of special materials and ordinary soil. The panels on top are also completely fitted together, so you can't see it. Imo Han curiously knocked on the ground around him and said, but this is clearly soft soil. Yes, Wang Feng said with a smile. There is more than 3 meters of thick soil on the roof of the shelter. Every time the roof door is opened, the soil will be automatically pushed aside. When the top door is closed, the soil will be pulled back. However, Because the soil used in this piece is specially customized, it is impossible to see that the soil has been loosened. Wow, that's awesome. It's magical. Imo Han couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Feng looked at the hunchbacked old man in front of him with astonishment. He didn't expect that the old man, at his age, was still so fashionable and kept saying the young people's catchphrases such as fuck and awesome. Imo Han realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and quickly said with a smile, "Young man, don't look at me like that. Who said that old men can't use popular terms? This is called fashion? Fashion? Do you understand?" Wang Feng smiled weakly and said to Imo Han, "Mr. Han, the shelter has been completely built. I asked you to come here today, first, to let you check the situation inside the shelter. Second, you enter the facial recognition. In this way, when you come here and stand on this panel for 2 seconds, the top door will automatically open and the ladder will come out to pick you up." Good. Wang Feng took a key in his hand and placed it on the ground. The key automatically sensed the top door and it opened. That is to say, Wang Feng explained to Imo Han weakly, from now on, whether you use a key, facial recognition, or even your voice, you can open the door of the shelter. But only you can open it. After saying a few words, Wang Feng would stop and catch his breath for a few minutes. Imo Han knew in his previous life that Wang Feng had cancer and would leave this world completely 3 months after the end of the world. But now he was coughing like this and his body was extremely weak. It felt like he would die at any time. I couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Wang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Han, I will die soon." Imo Han said seriously, "Don't joke. Why did he die for no reason?" Wang Feng coughed a few more times and said, "I have brain cancer, liver cancer, stomach cancer." Imo Han was shocked. "So many cancers?" "Yes." Wang Feng said, "The doctor said I only have 3 months to live, but I suddenly felt very uncomfortable yesterday." "Why do you feel this way? Is it because building the shelter is too tiring?" Wang Feng didn't say anything. Imo Han didn't continue asking, waiting for his answer. Wang Feng suddenly sobbed. "I was on a video call with my family yesterday. In the video, I watched my mom, my wife, and my children all get bitten to death by my dad." Imo Han, does his father like to bite people so much? However, he was still shocked and saddened, and said sincerely, "Wang Feng, I'm sorry. If I hadn't asked you to come and build the shelter, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." Wang Feng sat down on the ground, was silent for a few seconds, and then burst into tears. After crying enough, she stood up weakly from the ground and said, "Mr. Han, I don't blame you. It was unavoidable. My dad liked to go to the park to play chess with others. He got infected with the virus and came back late at night. He bit my mom and the others." Sighing, Wang Feng continued, "There is something I want to confess to you. If my family were still alive, I might have secretly sent them to a shelter and never come out again. That would be like taking advantage of you. Now that they are gone, I am the only one left in this world, and I won't live for many more days. This shelter should be returned to its original owner, to you. It is the hard work of my life, and only when it is in your hands can its value be realized." Imo Han nodded. In the current situation, he didn't know whether he should be happy for himself or sad for Wang Feng. Chapter 55, Little White Rabbit, Open the Door. "Okay, let's go down and take a look together," Imo Han said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng opened the door of the shelter, and the elevator immediately flew up along 2 thick iron ropes. "Come in." Wang Feng went in first. He was weak and couldn't help coughing. Imo Han also strode in. Before coming, he was extremely wary of Wang Feng, but now, his vigilance against Wang Feng has been reduced a lot. Wang Feng knew in his previous life that he had cancer and would soon die. When he met Wang Feng in his previous life, Wang Feng also told him that his wife, children, and mother were bitten to death by his father, who had turned into a zombie. These things are the same as what happened in the previous life, except that they happened in a different order. The elevator is not big and can accommodate 5 people at a time. You can stand. If you don't want to stand inside, just press the button on the wall that looks like a seat, and a small chair will slowly pop out next to it for those who don't want to stand to sit down. At this time, Wang Feng was sitting on the chair. Imo Han knew in his previous life that this person was an extraordinary genius. It was a pity that he died young. If he had lived healthily, he would have created many amazing buildings. I can't help but sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Feng saw him shaking his head and naturally understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, "Life is always like this. Every step is predetermined. I have been in poor health since I was a child, and I am not interested in anything else except the structure of houses. To be honest, don't laugh. Even my wife was forced by my parents to marry me." Imo Han laughed and said, "They forced you to marry your wife, so they also forced you to have a child? You slept with your wife and got the child, haha." Wang Feng also laughed and said, "Sleeping is indeed wonderful, haha." She continued, I thought I would never be able to realize my dream until the end of my life. I didn't expect that someone would be able to support me and fulfill my wish while I am still alive. Even if I die in this life, I will die without regrets. As the two were talking, the elevator quickly descended to the underground shelter. A huge conical dome suddenly appeared in front of Mo Han. The huge shelter stands in the darkness like a shining pearl, full of endless mysterious power. Mo Han stood on the top of the conical dome and looked up. It was pitch black above, and he had no idea what the exact height was. Wang Feng saw his look and said, the ladder rope is 30 meters long. 30 meters? Mo Han asked in surprise. Does that mean we are now 30 meters underground? Wang Feng nodded. Mo Han counted on his fingers. One floor of commercial housing is 3 meters high. 30 meters is the height of a 10-story building. It costs nearly 2 billion yuan. It's worth it. Wang Feng interrupted his calculations and gently stepped on a button under his feet. The conical dome was closed, and instantly there was a rumbling sound, and a thick brown door slowly rose up. Although Mo Han had seen the blueprints before the shelter was built, he was still shocked when he saw the actual building. Wang Feng pointed at the door in front of them and said, Mr. Han, now, please stand in front of the security door and enter your identity into the system. Okay, how do we do it? Mo Han stood straight in front of the security door. Wang Feng saw his standing posture and suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Han, please take off your makeup, otherwise the facial system will not be able to recognize you. Proof. You know I put on makeup. Mo Han was puzzled. How do you know I'm wearing makeup? Wang Feng shook his head. First, aren't you a hunchbacked old man? How come your back can suddenly stand up straight now? Second, haha Mr. Han, your beard fell off. Mo Han. He quickly pulled out his cell phone from his shorts and took a selfie with the screen facing his face. Hey, he thought his disguise was perfect, but it was exposed because of that little bit of beard. However, even without the beard, it would be impossible to recognize who Mo Han is based on the wrinkles and pockmarks on his face. Wang Feng said, but if you don't use your real face, how can you use facial recognition to enter the shelter in the future? Okay, Mo Han had no choice but to take off the mask in front of Wang Feng. Anyway, Wang Feng won't live long if he continues like this. He has lost his relatives, and he will not give the shelter he designed with great effort to anyone except Mo Han, who admires him and is capable. As for the refuge on the western Tibetan plateau, we will find a way to get rid of that foreigner, heirs, when the time comes. Following Wang Feng's instructions, Mo Han performed facial recognition. Ding! Face recognition successful. After completing the facial recognition, Wang Feng asked Mo Han to perform voice recognition. However, the voice recognition is a bit funny, as it requires Mo Han to sing a song. Robot voice, sir, please sing a nursery rhyme. Mo Han pursed his lips and looked back at Wang Feng. Do you really have to sing nursery rhymes? Robot voice, yes sir, please start singing. Mo Han had no choice but to quickly search his head for a nursery rhyme that he was good at. In the end, I only found one song called Little White Rabbit. Cough cough. Mo Han cleared his throat and prepared to start singing. But suddenly he felt that he might have been fooled by that bastard Wang Feng. Turning around and looking at Wang Feng, seeing his expression of trying hard to hold back laughter, he said, you psychopath, is it really that funny? Why do you have to set a certain song? Can't you change it to something else? Wang Feng smiled and said, can you recite ancient poems? If you can, I will choose the poetry recitation mode. Oh, forget it, Mo Han said. I'll just choose to sing. There was a video on the security door, and Mo Han sang to it. My dear little white rabbit, open the door, open it quickly. After singing, wait for the security door to open automatically. Unexpectedly, the machine voice prompted. The singing voice is not attractive, and the expression is not cute enough. Please re-record. Mo Han. He almost vomited blood. He turned around and scolded Wang Feng. You son of a bitch. What are you setting? Cancel it now, so childish. Wang Feng said. Once you set up the sound recording, you can't cancel it. You. Mo Han glared at him and turned to look at the security door screen. The machine voice reminded again. Your expression is too fierce. Please calm down. Please record the sound. Mo Han had no choice but to adjust his facial expression, make faces to make himself look cuter, and sang happily. My dear little white rabbit, open the door, open it quickly. While singing, he raised his hands and made a pair of rabbit ears. After singing, wait for the voice to be recognized successfully and the security door will open. Unexpectedly, the mechanical voice suddenly sang cutely. No, I won't open. When Mo Han heard this, he was almost furious. What kind of indecent shelter was this? Just when I was about to turn around and scold Wang Feng, suddenly, there was a ding. Sound recognition successful. I was so scared, I thought I was going to continue singing. Wang Feng, you are so boring, you did such a childish thing. Wang Feng smiled and said, don't you think this machine is cute in the end times? People will live in shelters for a long time. It will be too depressing and they will go crazy. But if there are some cute things to do, it can also alleviate some of the loneliness. Isn't it? Chapter 56. One word of FCK can take you all over the world. Okay. Yes. Emohan said impatiently. What else is there to do? Do it quickly. I tell you, I can't wait to go in and see what the hell is going on inside. Wang Feng nodded. Let Emohan record his fingerprints. In other words, whenever Emohan comes to the shelter in the future, he can open the door directly with his key, facial recognition, voice recognition, or fingerprint. While entering the fingerprint, Emohan smiled and said, these functions are just like this. They are functions that most anti-theft doors on the market have. Wang Feng shook his head. There is such a cute robot on the market, and it requires you to sing? Emohan smiled and said, that's not the case. Ding. Fingerprint recognition successful. As beautiful light music sounded, the door with the video retracted and the real door emerged from another location. Wang Feng said, that was a fake door just now. This is the real safety door. If you can't pass the test of the machine door, the safety door will not appear. This cover cannot be broken even if you attack it with a missile. Fuck, this is awesome. Wang Feng said proudly. Of course. I will use all my life's knowledge. After coming out of the door, it automatically moves to the sides. Wang Feng and Emohan walked in. Go down a set of steps. We arrived at the first floor of the shelter. The first floor is the monitoring room and medical area. The monitoring room is responsible for monitoring the entire shelter within a 2-kilometer radius. If an enemy appears, it can be quickly detected and reported to the shelter, activating defense mode. Next to the monitoring room is the medical area. The main purpose is to prevent people in the shelter from getting sick and to provide medical treatment as soon as possible. The second floor, food storage area and general merchandise storage area, mainly responsible for storing basic necessities such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Wang Feng has stockpiled a lot of things, the most abundant of which are compressed biscuits with a shelf life of 5 or 6 years. Wang Feng said, the food on the market usually expires in 1 or 2 years, so we still have to save some compressed biscuits with a long shelf life. Although they are not very delicious, they are more practical. The third floor, planting area, mainly responsible for the supply of fresh food for the entire shelter. This includes growing food, grain, raising poultry, etc., to achieve a complete food chain. Packaged food will eventually run out, so planning for growing areas has to be considered. Moreover, plants can be planted and the oxygen released by the plants can be absorbed into the oxygen delivery system and supplied to the shelter for recycling. Of course, relying solely on the small amount of oxygen provided by plants is obviously not enough, so every floor of the entire shelter is equipped with an oxygen input system. The oxygen from the outside world is passed through multiple layers of filtration devices to filter out toxic and harmful substances so that the shelter can get a pure oxygen supply. Fourth floor, living area. There are 3 standard houses on this floor, which are equipped with kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, bathroom, etc. The waste from the toilet was handled by sewage treatment equipment and was directly connected to the valley several kilometers away. No one can find out. When Emohan went down to this floor, he felt the warmest. Because of this floor, the warm yellow and light blue colors of the bedroom walls make the room look like home. Emohan followed Wang Feng's footsteps and continued to walk to the next floor. Fifth floor. This floor is mainly the entertainment area. It is equipped with basic facilities such as a bar, KTV room, billiard room, swimming pool, dance room, and study room. Emohan looked at the complete entertainment equipment and said with a smile, "You are really thoughtful." "That's right," Wang Feng said. "It's boring to be locked up in the basement for too long. These entertainment devices can help you relieve your boredom." "Okay, you got it." Emohan patted his shoulder with a little force, and Wang Feng suddenly started coughing. Emohan was so scared that he quickly calmed him down, fearing that he would die in the shelter by accident. "Don't worry," Wang Feng said with a smile. "You won't die yet. Even if you do, you have to get out of the shelter before you die." Hearing him say this, Emohan felt much more relieved. Go all the way down to the last level. The 6th floor, water filtration area, and power generation area. End-of-the-world disasters include not only fires, earthquakes, etc., but also various types of pollution. When it comes to survival, water is more important than food, so underground water extraction facilities are set up on this floor. However, We do not know whether the underground water source is polluted, so we set up multiple levels of filters and purification systems. When the polluted water source enters the water intake system, it will first pass through multiple filters. Filters prevent harmful microorganisms, toxic chemicals, and radioactive materials from entering. In this way, the underground water source is clean and pollution-free. Moreover, in the process of filtering water, kinetic energy and wind energy outside the shelter can be used to generate electricity for the entire shelter. After touring all 6 floors, Wang Feng said to Emohan, "What do you think?" Emohan looked at the various power generation equipment around the last floor and felt particularly shocked. He wanted to find some nice sentences to praise it. I thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a bird. All he could say to Wang Feng was, "I wanted to write poems and paint, but I'm uneducated, so I can only say wow." Wang Feng laughed and said, "Everything is in the FCK." "Yeah, that's right." Emohan stretched out his hand, shook hands with Wang Feng vigorously, and said, "Brother, you are really a genius. This shelter is so practical and great." Wang Feng smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. You only see the interior of this shelter. On the surface, it doesn't seem to have anything special, but in fact, the materials it uses are all bulletproof. It is built with special concrete, with an outer wall thickness of 3.8 meters. In the thickened wall, there are 1,200 tons of high-strength steel bars to withstand the shock waves and radiation caused by the nuclear bomb explosion." Emohan listened quietly and said, "This is too awesome." "Yes, it is awesome. It is also poison-proof, waterproof, earthquake-proof, and volcanic-proof. In short, this shelter I built is absolutely unique in the world." Wang Feng looked at his masterpiece and said proudly. When the two of them went up to the upper floor, because Wang Feng was too tired to walk, the two of them took the elevator directly. Outside the shelter, there was an elevator, the same elevator that had taken them down from the shelter. There is another elevator inside the shelter, which circulates between the 1st and 7th floors. If you want to go to a floor, just press the button for that floor. "Wang Feng, what should I do if you die, the elevator breaks down, or some other equipment breaks down?" "I use the best equipment, which can last more than 100 years. "Do you mean that you can live to be 120 or 130 years old?" "Who can tell for sure? What if it's broken? What should we do?" "Don't worry." Wang Feng took out a hand-drawn strategy book from his clothes and said, "Everything I have learned in this life is in it. If it really breaks, you can repair it according to the instructions in the blueprint." Wang Feng paused and continued, "Of course, to be on the safe side, I also set up an artificial passage back to the ground in the shelter. Climb up the stairs from the small door on the southeast side of the vertebral body and climb all the way to a valley. However, it may take some time to climb up." Chapter 57. The mountains are high and the waters are long. We will never meet again. The two took the elevator back to the ground. There was a panel on top of the elevator, which was connected to the monitoring equipment on the 1st floor. The situation on the ground could be seen through the panel. 360-degree high definition without blind spots. "I was just thinking, if I didn't know there were people outside and I just blindly came out like this and happened to be seen by others, wouldn't it expose the location of the shelter?" Wang Feng said confidently, "I had already considered this when I designed it. Also, there are wires on the walls of the living area that connect to the monitoring equipment above. You don't have to go to the 1st floor. You can also see everything that happens on the ground within a few miles in your own room. There is an alarm inside. If the shelter senses that there will be an earthquake, volcanic eruption, flood, or other extreme danger nearby, it will issue an alarm in advance. As for whether you want to continue hiding inside or come out and find a new place to hide, it's up to you." Emohan asked, "Will the shelter be damaged by volcanoes and earthquakes?" Wang Feng replied, "No." Emohan asked again, "Then in which situation might it be unsafe?" "If the world's sea levels rise by 60 meters, that will be beyond the capacity of the shelters." 60 meters. Wang Feng stopped talking. In his previous life, he only lived for 5 years and had not yet experienced the disaster of melting glaciers and rising sea levels that flooded the world. Therefore, he really didn't know how many meters deep the severe flood in this life would be. It's okay. Since the sea level rises and the whole world becomes a vast ocean, the underground shelters will lose their meaning. That will probably take at least 5 or 6 years. By then, Emohan can build a big ship and live on it. If all else fails, you can just move to Zionuten in the next city area. The mountain of Zionuten is at least 1,000 meters high, not to mention 60 meters of water. Even 600 meters of water cannot flood that place. Anyway, for Emohan, the shelter is just a precaution. In case poisonous gas or smog occurs, and we cannot hide in the open-air cabins in Xinyu village, we can live in the shelter. When it is safe, We will return to the cabin in Xianyutan and fully experience the beautiful mountains and rivers. Mr. Han, Wang Feng said to Mo Han after leaving the shelter and standing on the top of the mountain. I have a request. I wonder if you can help me? Mo Han didn't say anything, just looked at him steadily. Wang Feng also looked at Mo Han. The two looked at each other for half a minute, and finally Wang Feng couldn't help laughing and said, Don't get me wrong, I won't touch this shelter. It would be a waste for a dying man like me to occupy such a good place for a big project. Mo Han still didn't say anything, so Wang Feng continued, I want you to help me get a car. I want to drive back to be with my family and finish the last journey of my life. While the zombie virus hasn't infected everyone, the government is still functioning, and road traffic isn't completely blocked. Mo Han finally nodded. If the plan is to take over the shelter, Mo Han will not agree. It's just a car, that can be done in minutes. Look, my car is over there. Mo Han pointed at his car and said, Take me down the mountain first, and you drive the car away. Okay, thank you, Mr. Han. In my life, I have let my parents down and my wife and children down. Now that the end of the world has come, I will find them and be with them no matter what. Wang Feng didn't shed tears when he spoke, but his voice sounded so empty and desolate. Just like this human civilization, which is becoming increasingly lonely. The two men got in the car, and Mo Han drove it to the place where he had parked his wooling magic car before. On the way, Wang Feng solemnly handed the key to the shelter to Mo Han. He said, There is only one key in the world, so make sure you keep it safe. Although you can enter through facial recognition, voice recognition, and fingerprint entry, this is not an ordinary key. You can use it to open the shelter's automated equipment. If you don't want to move, just let the robots take care of you. There are sweeping robots, cooking robots, and more. Haha, okay, Mo Han said with a smile. Mo Han got out of the car, switched to the Wulingshan car, and said to Wang Feng, Wang Feng, thank you. This SUV is of good quality. You can drive it away. Of course it is. It is the Aoqi Q9, a world-famous mountain bike that is very good at climbing mountains and has strong impact resistance. This bike must cost at least 8 million. Mo Han shook his head. Let's go. It's the end of the world. 8 million is just a beg. Wang Feng bowed deeply to him and drove away in the Q9. To be honest, Mo Han himself was reluctant to drive. He had been driving the Wuling magic car recklessly on the streets these days. It's just a crappy van. If it's broken, just throw it away. He was reluctant to part with these 8 million plus items. It wasn't because he was reluctant to part with the money. He had plenty of it. The main reason is that I am a little reluctant to give up my car, and it is convenient for climbing mountains. Mr. Han, thank you. See you later. Wang Feng drove the car for a distance, suddenly stopped the car, leaned out, and waved to Mo Han. Wang Feng suddenly burst into tears, but because they were too far away and it was already completely dark, Mo Han couldn't see the tears in the corners of his eyes. Wang Feng cried, firstly to thank the only person in the world who appreciated him. Second, from this farewell, we will never see each other again in this life. Mo Han also waved goodbye to him. Wang Feng, see you later. After watching Wang Feng's car drive away, Mo Han also drove his own Wuling car back to the city. The streets were brightly lit, as if the zombie bites had never happened. Of course, if you ignore the bloodstains on the ground, everything seems to be moving in the right direction. Police and armed forces personnel have cleared out most of the zombies. Traffic on the streets also began to be sorted out. Mo Han drove the car back and encountered several waves of policemen. Fortunately, he did not meet Qin Jinbo and Wang Gang. When he was about to reach the street of his neighborhood, Mo Han saw a female police officer clearing zombies on the street. She was the same police officer who rescued the woman who called for help when he was returning home from the gas station. Seeing Mo Han's car approaching, the policewoman waved to him to stop. Mo Han drove the car closer and rolled down the window so that he could see the beauty up close. What's wrong, officer? Mo Han asked deliberately. The government is now clearing out the zombies. From now on, drive your car back home and don't go out again in the next few days. Lin Yin said to Mo Han. Okay, thanks for the reminder, officer. You should be careful too. Mo Han saluted her cutely and drove away. As soon as Mo Han's car drove away, Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang came over. Wang Gang looked at the van that just drove by and said, Captain Qin, why do I feel that the van that just drove by looks familiar? Qin Jinwu glared at him and said, Fool, a van running all over the street. Of course you are familiar with it. No, Wang Gang said, Captain Qin. It was a slip of the tongue. I meant the man driving the van just now. Why does he look so much like Mo Han? Chapter 58. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Mo Han. Qin Jinwu frowned. How is that possible? Mo Han is in the police station. He can't escape even if he has wings. Wang Gang touched his head and said, "That's right. How could Mo Han come out? I guess I am dazzled." Qin Jinwu laughed and said, "Even if that guy grows wings and escapes, we don't have time to deal with him now. Let's clear out the zombies first and deal with him later." Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Qin Jinwu walked to Lin Yan's side and said with concern, "Yinzi, you still haven't recovered from the cold you caught a few days ago? Go back and rest if you feel uncomfortable. Leave this to us." Lin Yan smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine, Captain Qin. Thank you for your concern." Qin Jinwu smiled and said, "Yinzi, you are too polite." Lin Yan smiled with his hat on and said nothing more. He held the gun in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Wang Gang asked Qin Jinwu, "Captain Qin, the Bureau asked us to go to Dongshan Road. When will we go there?" Qin Jinwu wanted to say a few words to Lin Yan, but after Wang Gang's reminder, he remembered that he had not yet done the important business. He quickly said, "Yinzi, we are going to Dongshan Road. There are a lot of zombies over there. You must be careful here." Lin Yan nodded and said, "Thank you, Captain Qin." Wang Gang stood aside and shook his head helplessly. Everyone in the Bureau knew that Qin Jinwu liked Lin Yan, and he tried every day to please the beauty, but the icy beauty never took him seriously. Wang Gang was so anxious that he wanted to help Qin Jinwu chase the goddess and warm her bed at the same time. "However, I can't let Qin Jinwu know about the warm bed. It's going to be a fuss." Mo Han drove back to the community, and there were no zombies in the community. It should have been cleaned up by the police. This was the early stage of the virus outbreak, and the government believed that as long as the guns were powerful enough, all the zombies could be eliminated. In the eyes of the government, this is not a zombie, but a virus similar to rabies. As long as we isolate the source of the virus and prevent it from spreading further, we can restore society to its original state. Mo Han parked his wooling car in the parking space, got out of the car, and took the elevator home. The reason why the car was not directly stored in the space was because the car body was too dirty, covered with all kinds of mud and zombies' blood. The mud alone is not scary, the blood of zombies is the most disgusting. Mo Han was also afraid that the blood would stain the supplies in the space. Therefore, Mo Han would rather throw the car away than put it into the space. I walked all the way from the underground garage to the elevator entrance, but didn't see a single zombie. The entire community was silent, giving people the illusion that it had returned to the way it was before the zombie virus outbreak. I thought I wouldn't encounter any zombies along the way, but when Mo Han took the elevator home, the moment the elevator door opened, a pungent smell of blood hit me in the face. At this moment in the elevator, a big male zombie was lying on a little girl, biting her madly. The little girl was covered in blood. She still had a trace of consciousness, but she could no longer make a sound. Seeing the elevator open and Mo Han appear at the elevator entrance, the little girl wanted to open her mouth to call for help, but only woo sounds came out of her mouth. Mo Han shook his head, took out a pistol from the space, and shot the big man zombie on the ground, and the big man zombie fell down. The little girl's eyes were distressed, and her mouth was moving. Mo Han heard her utter two words after woo, "Dad." "Oh, Dad." Mo Han said to the little girl, "I'm sorry." He also shot her in the head. This should be a father and daughter. The father suddenly turned into a zombie and bit his own daughter. The little girl who was bitten could not survive. In a few minutes, she would become a zombie and start attacking others. It's better to give her a quick death. After dealing with the two people in the elevator, Mo Han took out a pair of shoe covers from the space, put them on his feet, and walked into the elevator. The elevator stopped at the 12th floor. Mo Han walked out of the elevator. No zombies appeared on this floor yet. It was quiet all around. He threw his shoe covers in the corridor outside the door. Mo Han opened the door of his house and walked in. As always, the two little cuties ran towards him. "Have you two eaten?" Mo Han sat down on the sofa, holding a dog in one hand. Dabing licked the back of his hand with his tongue, barked twice, and tilted his head to look at the can on the ground, meaning that he had already eaten it. The demon chicken also nodded. "Huh," Mo Han said coldly. "After eating, why don't you throw the can into the trash can?" Dabing and Yaoji looked at each other, and suddenly, as if the pause button was pressed, both of them stood still. Mo Han patted to Pancake's head and didn't move. "Pancake, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either." Take another pat on the monster chicken. "Monster chicken, the enemy moves first, then I move." Mo Han got angry when he saw the two stupid dogs. "You two, are you going to throw it away or not? If not, either the garbage goes out tonight, or you two go out." When Dabing and Yaoji heard this, they were outraged. They quickly got down from the sofa, one holding a box of cans in his mouth, and prepared to throw away the trash. "Dabing, just go and throw it away. The monster chicken's leg injury hasn't healed yet. Dabing bulged his big, round eyes and glanced at the monster chicken. The chicken demon quickly put the can on the ground and straightened it out. Dabing came over with a can in his mouth and raised his two front paws to hold one. Throw the can into the trash can under the kitchen. Imohan sat on the sofa, tilting his head to look at the night sky outside. There is air conditioning in the room, so it doesn't feel hot. But soon, the zombie virus will break out completely, the government will lose control, and the world will be cut off from water and electricity. Completely crazy. But now, Imohan can't do anything. Right now, he neither knew where his enemies were nor had he awakened his special powers. All they can do is sit back and wait for the city to spiral out of control and for most people to turn into zombies. The zombies slowly evolved, some remained the same, and some became intermediate zombies. After a while, the intermediate-level zombies will continue to evolve and become difficult to deal with high-level zombies. At that time, the high-level zombies will even lead their own kind to attack humans. However, we can't just sit and wait like an idiot. Imohan decided to take advantage of the zombie mutation period to do some physical training at home. It is true that he is a student of a sports school, but since graduating from college, he has been playing games every day. His unhealthy lifestyle has made his physical fitness much worse than before. If I go out to fight zombies like this, it's okay if there are only 2 or 3, I can knock them out in minutes. But if there are too many zombies, I will be exhausted before I can even kill a few. Although there is a space where you can hide, you can only stay there for 1 hour at a time. If you want to awaken your superpowers, you must fight zombies and take the crystal core. Otherwise, you will always be an ordinary person and let the great devil Tulong live freely in this world. He did what he said. Imohan moved his mind and took out a huge standing tumbler sandbag from the space and started to attack the sandbag fiercely. Chapter 59 Live Broadcast of Zombies. Hitting sandbags. Practice boxing by recalling how you practiced boxing in your previous life. Do push-ups and sit-ups. Do horse stance and splits. After practicing for more than 2 hours, Imohan was so tired that he stopped, completed the stretching training, and sat on the sofa to rest. Open your phone, and you'll find any app playing news about the government's successful zombie eradication efforts. The news anchor was reporting, today, under the leadership of the government, a one-day zombie eradication operation was carried out, clearing out most of the zombies in the entire city. As long as citizens stay at home and don't go out, zombies won't have a chance to bite people. I believe the government will lead us all to quickly eliminate the zombie virus and give us a warm home. Please, citizens, supervise each other. If you find a zombie around you, just kill it. It is not illegal. If anyone is infected, please call Yalingling to report it. During this process, please stay away from the infected and ensure your own safety. Please, citizens, lock their doors and windows, relax, and believe that the virus will be defeated soon. The host reported the news calmly, giving people a very calm, steady, and reliable look. Everyone has seen the government's zombie eradication operation from their own windows or from videos uploaded by self-media. Although everyone is afraid of zombies, they still have great faith in the government and believe that it will lead everyone out of the predicament and into the future. Some self-media authors who are not afraid of death even risk their lives to go out and shoot zombie videos. Some people filmed zombies howling in the streets, and some formed groups to film people beating the zombies. Some even broadcast zombies live on the streets. As a result, he was chased and bitten by zombies all the way and almost died. All of a sudden, news, information, and videos about the zombie virus flooded the internet and became the top hit on all websites. Some self-media bloggers have also made a fortune by shooting videos related to zombies. Alas, a bunch of ignorant people. Imohan looked at those people who were courting death angrily, thinking that they were arrogant and ignorant. In their view, the zombies will soon be cleared out by the government and society will soon return to normal, so they have to seize the last opportunity to harvest traffic. Little did they know that this was only the prelude to the end of the world, not the end. In all major groups, people are also discussing the police's efforts to clear out zombies. Of course, in addition to this matter, the high fever issue is also being discussed. In addition to zombies, what threatens people's lives now is the increasingly hot weather. I can't stand it anymore. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the air conditioner is broken. I'm afraid I'll die from the heat before I'm bitten to death by the zombies. Yeah, given the conditions today, it should be at least 44 degrees. The number 44 is really unlucky. I think it may be more than this temperature. I am so hot that I can't sleep. I still feel hot even when I lie on the floor at home. It's hot. It's really hot to death. I want to go out, but I don't dare to because I'm afraid of the zombies. A bunch of people are complaining that they don't have air conditioning at home, or that the air conditioning is broken, and all kinds of bad luck. However, a discordant voice exploded in the group. Luckily, I have an air conditioner at home, a Faber one, which is super easy to use. Wow, the cool air is so comfortable. When those people in the group who were driven crazy by the enthusiasm saw this message, some chose to ignore it without saying anything. Some people even responded directly, "Wow, what's so great about having air conditioning? TSK, what are you showing off for? You couldn't even get the air conditioner, and you got bitten to death by a zombie. I've used Faber's air conditioner at home. It consumes the most electricity and is not easy to use at all." For a while, people's attacks shifted from the outbreak of the zombie virus to high fever, and then to excessive fever to attacking the person who said he had air conditioning at home. Mo Han also saw the person who sent the message in the group and thought that this person was really an idiot. In this situation, everyone should watch their mouths and never tell others that they have air conditioners at home. Those in the group who say that they don't have air conditioners at home or that their air conditioners are broken may not really have them, nor may they really be broken. It's just to stop other people's suspicion and avoid arousing other people's bad thoughts. Too lazy to watch a group of people quarreling inside, Mo Han put his phone on the sofa and prepared to have some midnight snack. There are a lot of midnight snacks in the space that I bought last time I was abroad, such as grilled leeks, grilled lamb skewers, grilled garlic oysters, etc. With a thought, Mo Han took out one person's portion and placed it on the table. There was some cold beer in the refrigerator that he had put in the refrigerator. Mo Han opened the refrigerator door and took out a bottle directly. Sitting at the dining table, watching a movie on my phone, drinking beer and eating snacks. Life is so comfortable. When the two dogs saw him eating snacks, they also wanted to eat, but when they saw the snacks, they found that they were very spicy. Thinking back to the day when the police came to the door, in order to hide the traces of Mo Han at home, the two dogs had to force themselves to eat Chongqing hot pot. As soon as the police left, they almost died from the spiciness. Seeing the chili peppers on the table, the two dogs swallowed their saliva and felt that their whole bodies were spicy. It felt like a burning fire. Mo Han smiled and said, "I can't eat spicy food. How about ice jelly? Ice powder?" Dabing looked very excited. Eating ice jelly in this weather was naturally the most pleasant thing. The demon chicken also stared at Mo Han with bulging eyes, waiting for him to suddenly produce 2 bowls of ice jelly. Mo Han looked at these 2 greedy little dogs and really wanted to say, "Like master, like dog. Greedy, so greedy. Woof woof woof." Mo Han was eating barbecued skewers while watching the movie The Wandering Planet for the second time, enjoying the pleasure brought by high technology. Suddenly, I saw the chicken demon standing by the window in the living room, looking downstairs and calling nonstop. Dabing, who was sitting in a chair watching a movie with Mo Han, quickly jumped off the chair, rushed to the window, took a look, and also shouted. However, although the 2 dogs barked, they were very smart and did not make any loud noise. "What's wrong?" Mo Han walked to the window curiously and looked down. There were 4 or 5 police cars and 2 120 ambulances parked downstairs. Police car, ambulance? Mo Han stood by the window and took a look, and immediately understood. This is all arranged by the government. Clearing the zombies from the streets is the first step. Now that the zombies on the streets are gone, we must search every house and every corner for zombies. Once a zombie is found, kill him immediately. If an infected person is found, he will be taken away for experiments. Give the subject various antiviral drugs, and if he dies, he's dead. If he's not dead, continue to observe whether there are genes in his body that are resistant to the zombie virus. If so, continue researching and promoting it. In fact, the government always considers the long term. Mo Han quickly walked to the dining table and ate the barbecue on the table in no time. It would be a lie to say it's not spicy, it's still quite spicy. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the space and was about to open it and drink it. Suddenly, Mo Han heard the sound of bang 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 knocking on his door. He quickly hugged the pancake and the chicken in his arms and flashed into the space with them. Chapter 60, Man-Eating Rats. The police outside knocked on the door for a long time and found that there was no one inside, so they asked the locksmith who was with them to open the door and come in. As expected of the royal locksmith, he is really awesome and can open a door in just a few seconds. The police, each holding a gun, searched the house, including the bathroom, bedroom, and closet, but found no trace of zombies. Everyone retreated to the living room. Maybe I was too tired, so I sat on the sofa for half a minute. Mo Han used Space Flash to observe the movements of the group at any time. Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang were not among the group. It seemed that no matter whether they knew he had escaped or not, they had no time to care about him now. If I had known they weren't coming, I wouldn't have hidden just now. The policemen sat there for a while, relaxed themselves, then closed the door and left. From beginning to end, not a single stitch or thread was taken from Mo Han. Mo Han came out of the space and felt that the police were all good comrades. After the police went to other floors, Mo Han opened his door and checked, but there was no sign of damage anywhere. He decided to wait until the police left the neighborhood completely so that he could install the security door himself. By the way, install a monitoring device on the door. so that if anyone walks to your door in the future, you can see them clearly through the monitoring device on the top of the door. Although Imo-han is not good at installing doors, windows, etc., he can watch the installation methods in short videos while there is still internet. When Imo-han was buying various home furnishings in the furniture store, he bought a lot of cabinets, furniture, lamps, etc., which are now in use. Imo-han locked the door and sat back on the sofa, but this time he didn't have the urge to continue eating barbecue. Just because he felt that the bottle of beer he just drank was not satisfying enough, Imo-han took out the beer from the refrigerator, put it in the quick freeze layer, and froze it for 2 or 3 minutes before taking it out. After one drink, wow, so refreshing. I drank 2 bottles, and then 2 more bottles. Is drinking alone too boring? Well, let's get some more grilling going. In the end, I ate 40 grilled oysters and drank 9 bottles of beer. After drinking so much, Imo-han didn't feel drunk at all. He had been drinking for a long time, so he had already practiced it. I just feel, burp, a little full. After eating and drinking his fill, Imo-han lay on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out. Dabing was watching TV while massaging Imo-han's legs affectionately. Well, Dabing, it feels good, keep going. Imo-han said to Dabing while squinting his eyes and watching the video of security door installation. Dabing's 2 fat little legs kept jumping on Mo's body. Well, you know what? I have some skills in pleasing my master. Below the community, police cars and ambulances roared away. Imo-han also sat up from the sofa. He walked to the door, and with a thought, he found a security door with built-in surveillance in the space. He quickly removed the original door of his house and installed a security door. I thought installing this door would be very difficult, but it turned out to be so simple. Moreover, there was no loud noise from beginning to end. Only the neighbor next door came out to take a look and asked him, "Why did you install this?" Imo-han smiled and said, "To prevent zombies." The neighbor is an old man in his 60s. He said his son works in Beijing. The old man stood with his hands behind his back and watched Imo-han install it for a while, then said, "Young man, can you install one for me too?" Imo-han shook his head. "Uncle, I can't help you with this. You have to ask the merchant to come and install it yourself." The old man didn't say anything and went home to watch TV. Imo-han installed the security door, went back to the house and closed the door. Look at the time. Damn, it's already past 1 o'clock. Go to bed quickly. Early the next morning, Imo-han was awakened by a call from Mr. He, the boss who had bought his house before. Imo-han listened to Boss He's voice coming from the phone with sleepy eyes, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. "Depend on. Not hung up yet?" Early in the morning, he called me full of energy. "Boss He, move out of that house quickly. I'm moving in tomorrow." Imo-han felt strange. "Boss He, didn't we agree that I would stay here for a month? I've only been here for more than 10 days. Why are you kicking me out?" "There's no way. My mistress was bitten and turned into a zombie. I don't dare to live in the previous house." He Mingguang said anxiously. Imo-han was surprised. "Damn, you are too timid. You are afraid of a zombie. Can't you just find a way to lure it out? The house is full of her blood. Don't worry about it. I'll give you 1 day to move out. I'll move in tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Imo-han sneered. "Are zombies so scary? I'm afraid that someone did something wrong and turned him into a zombie, and then was killed by himself. I wanted to take a nap, but I was woken up and couldn't fall asleep again. Just pick up the phone and see what news there is." As a result, as soon as I opened the app, I saw 99 plus messages in the owners group. Imo-han quickly climbed the stairs. What I saw was not about zombies or high fever, but the person who boasted last night that his home had air conditioning and was super comfortable, and whose air conditioner was smashed by someone while it was still hung. I don't know how the external machine on the 5th floor was smashed to pieces by stones thrown at it. In short, today, the protagonist of the incident was very angry, and he cursed in the group that the person who smashed his air conditioner was an idiot, and that he would give birth to a son without an anus, and his whole family would be hanged. The others were inside teasing him. "Oh, there's no air conditioning. It's so hot. Oh, the temperature is too high. It's uncomfortable. That's right, I'm sweating all over now. I told you to be low-key. Air conditioning incident 741. Fuck you. Who are you criticizing? You are such a person. Why did you curse me? Did I say anything about you?" Imo-han couldn't help but want to call the owner of the air conditioner incident an idiot. People are smashing air conditioners now. In a few days, when the virus infection breaks out, others will smash his door and steal food. Under the current circumstances, we must keep a low profile. Looking at the short videos and videos on the news, they all say that the zombie virus has been initially controlled and citizens are asked to continue staying at home and observing for a few days. Imo-han turned off his phone, got up, washed, and had breakfast. Looking down through the window, I saw a few people who were not afraid of death and went out with sticks in their hands. The air outside was very hot. Emohan took an air thermometer and reached outside to measure it. It was 45 degrees. It's so hot. Turn down the air conditioner temperature a little bit. Dabing and Yaoji were watching TV, and Emohan was lying on the sofa watching with them. Cartoon Tom and Jerry. I was watching the movie with great interest when I suddenly heard someone screaming outside the door. Help! Help! Rats are eating people. Chapter 61 Mutated Corpse Rat. Rat. Emohan was startled and quickly got up from the sofa, walked straight to the door, and checked the situation outside through the surveillance video of the security door. One particularly good thing about this security door that I installed myself is that the surveillance camera on it is not like ordinary security doors, which require someone to get close to it to be seen. Ordinary anti-theft doors have a small visual range. The surveillance camera of this anti-theft door is on the top of the wall in the corridor and can move automatically following the movement of the target object. Lock on the target at any time. The screams outside had turned into screams, but they were not at Emohan's door. But it's next to the old man who lives alone diagonally opposite. The door of the room was open, and hundreds of rats were running in and out. The screams came from that room. Emohan stood behind his door, frowning as he watched the situation outside. This was the first time he knew that someone lived next door to the lonely old man. Even the old man next door had only moved in these 2 days. In the past, he was the only one living on this floor, and he himself seldom comes here. Those who can buy a house here are either rich or noble. Everyone is busy. Others are busy doing business and making money, but Emohan is busy playing games and being a bootlicker. My tongue was swollen from his licking, but I still had to wear a big green hat, which was bright green. Damn it. The old man next door gently opened the door a little, wanting to see what was going on outside. Suddenly, a group of rats suddenly crowded at his door and pushed forward in a dark mass. He was so scared that he screamed, "Oh my God," and quickly closed the door. Fortunately, the gap in the door was very small, otherwise the mouse would have gotten in. Emohan laughed. I didn't expect that this old man is still so agile at his age. The screams from the old man next door have stopped. Emohan stared at the camera without blinking and saw 2 ghosts staggering out of the room where the scream had happened before. There were a few big, disgusting rats hanging on his body. If you say they are zombies, they have flesh and blood. But the 2 things that came out had their clothes and skin completely bitten off, leaving only a skeleton on their bodies, and they were still biting around in their mouths. Fuck. What the hell is this? Emohan frowned, wondering which one has stronger combat power, this thing or a zombie. 2 skeletons came out of the house, followed by the group of rats. Suddenly, one of the skeletons, with its big eyes like black holes, saw the 2 big rats climbing on the fire hydrant on the wall. It looked at them for a few seconds and suddenly rushed over. Mouse. What is this? It's so scary. Emohan stared at the skeleton in the surveillance video. In just a few seconds, he ran to the fire hydrant, grabbed the 2 big rats standing on it, and threw them into its big mouth with sharp teeth. Crunch and chew. Emohan, how can you see things without eyeballs? Crunch. The chewed rat meat fell out of the skeleton's abdominal cavity and scattered all over the ground. Because all the organs in the skeleton's abdominal cavity were eaten by rats. There is nothing to put in it now. The skeleton that ate the rat meat, together with another skeleton, wandered aimlessly in the corridor. There was a crunching sound in the mouth. Once a rat climbs onto a wall, fire hydrant, or water pipe, they can quickly catch it and chew it up and eat it. But the strange thing was that they couldn't see the rats on the ground, or even the rats crawling on them. This is strange. Through repeated observations, Emohan discovered that this ghost thing would not bend down to look at the ground. You can only see things at eye level. Emohan estimated that these 2 skeletons should be the people living in that room. They had just moved in and were attacked by rats infected with the zombie virus. They were instantly bitten into skeletons. It's quite miserable. However, why didn't the police find any rats in the room when they came to check the room last night? Could it be that this rat had just run over from another floor? Are the people on the other floors still alive? Just as Emohan was thinking this, he heard screams coming from all over the building. The origin of the rats is unknown, but judging from the intensity of the sound and the curvature of the trembling, we know that someone has been infected again, and it is not just one person who has been infected, but many people. Emohan stopped looking at the 2 skeletons outside the door and quickly ran into each room to check whether his windows were closed. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen. Because it was so hot, all the windows were open. Emohan quickly turned off all of them. Emohan breathed a sigh of relief only after all the windows were closed. Just as I was about to lie down on the sofa and continue watching TV, I suddenly saw a huge rat poking its head out of the kitchen with a fierce look in its eyes, and it was about to run under the sofa. I don't know when he came in. Emohan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up, picking up a piece of wood in his hand. If there is only one mouse running into the room, it is not a big problem. But if many mice run in and hide, it would be terrible if you were bitten by them accidentally. The two people outside the door are a living, tragic lesson for us. Da Bing and Yao Ji, who were watching TV on the sofa, sensed the danger before Imo Han. Da Bing jumped down from one end of the sofa quickly, and Yao Ji jumped down from the other end regardless of the injury on his leg. The two dogs began to fuck the big rat. Imo Han was so nervous that he immediately put the sofa, carpet, coffee table, and stools into his own space, leaving the big rat with no place to hide. The big rat looked at himself in confusion. The sofa a few meters in front of him suddenly disappeared. He had to turn around and run into the kitchen to find a place to hide. However, although it was fast, it was not faster than the big pancake and the monster chicken. The two dogs surrounded the mouse, one on each side, and caught it in no time. Press it firmly to the ground. The mouse squeaked and struggled desperately. He also tried to bite the pie's claws. Imo Han took a few steps closer and squatted in front of the rat. He found that its eyes were red and there was a rotten smell on its body. Puzzled, mutated corpse rats? Isn't this something that will only appear half a year after the end of the world? Could it be that because the weather has been too hot recently, many people have died of heat stroke at home, rotted and turned into zombies, and the flesh on his body happened to be eaten by rats, so the corpse poison has spread more and more widely? Chapter 62. Just kill him. Although Imo Han was reborn, the order of development of many things in his previous life and this life may not be exactly the same. Just like the butterfly effect, a change in one thing can lead to many different consequences. For example, Imo Han's rebirth has triggered a butterfly effect. Therefore, it is possible that the occurrence of various natural disasters and man-made disasters in the future will have variables. Big pancake, monster chicken. How do you two think we should torture this ghost thing? Da Bing tilted his head and was thinking, while the demon chicken was barking and no one knew what it was saying. Forget it. This damn thing is dirty and disgusting, and its blood can infect others. Let's just kill it. Imo Han took out an iron box from the space and said to Da Bing, "You breathe fire on it, and then I will put it in this iron box." Da Bing responded with a woof 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 with an excited expression on his face. Speaking of the awakening of superpowers, Da Bing's superpower was the first to awaken. I don't know what kind of opportunity or coincidence led to the awakening of this supernatural power, and I don't know why, but in a foreign country, I inexplicably recognized Imo Han as my master. The chicken pressed the big rat hard. Da Bing opened his mouth, exhaled hard, and a breath of fire came out of his mouth. However, the fire it sprayed this time was a little bigger than the first time Imo Han saw it. After the superpowers are awakened, even without the help of the crystal core, the abilities of the superpower user will slowly improve on their own. However, the improvement speed is very slow. Only by killing mid-level zombies and taking the crystal cores in their brains can the strength of the psychic be quickly improved. There are no crystal cores in the brains of low-level zombies, so it is useless to kill them. How to distinguish between low-level, mid-level, and high-level zombies? See how fast your body reacts. If the reaction is particularly slow and the threat is small, it is undoubtedly a low-level zombie. They react very quickly and will chase and bite people. They are mid-level zombies. In the middle of the apocalypse, the zombies on the streets had basically evolved into mid-level zombies. High-level zombies are conscious and strong in all aspects. It is said that there is also a king-level zombie, but that is no longer within the realm of zombies and has risen to the level of aliens. The fire from the pancake suddenly sprayed onto the big rat, and Imo Han quickly closed the box and locked it. The big rat with fire on its body will not put out the fire by itself. The key point is that unless the big pancake is on fire, no one else can put out the fire. This is not ordinary fire, but the Samadhi true fire that specifically kills zombies and aliens. The big rat in the iron box could only let the fire on its back burn and squeak in pain in the box. He banged the iron box repeatedly, trying to get out. Momo waited until it was completely dead before throwing the box into the trash can. Worried that there was only one mouse in the house, Imo Han took Da Bing and the monster chicken and searched everywhere in the house. I searched every corner carefully. If Imo Han went to search alone, there would definitely be some fish that slipped through the net. However, with Da Bing and the demon chicken around, the dog's nose is so sharp, especially Da Bing who has awakened his supernatural powers. Even if Imo Han flashed in space for half a second, it could smell the scent, not to mention the mouse. Although the demon chicken has not yet awakened its special powers, as a descendant of a police dog, its own alertness and sensitivity of smell are also very high. Therefore, with these two dogs, there will be no more rats in the house, posing a safety hazard to Imo Han. Screams were heard one after another in the community. Imohan looked down from the window. Downstairs, a few people who had just gone out with sticks, probably looking for food, were being chased by a group of rats and were running desperately towards the community. Imohan was surprised. Could it be that there are rats on the street? Suddenly, one of them accidentally fell down while running. The rats swarmed over him and climbed onto his body. Imohan watched intently and saw that in just a few minutes, the man who was full of energy just now had his clothes bitten off and his flesh and blood eaten dry, leaving only a skeleton glowing with a sinister white light. The skeleton crackled and turned its neck, then climbed up from the ground, wandering around aimlessly in the community. Imohan had witnessed the power of corpse rats in his previous life. It would be very difficult for humans to defeat them. It requires huge manpower and material resources. Imohan sat on the sofa and snatched the TV remote control from Dabing, wanting to see whether the rat infestation problem was only in this neighborhood or was happening everywhere. On TV, the news anchor is broadcasting the news. There have been several cases in the news of rats attacking poultry. No footage of the attacks was shown. I don't know whether the government is unaware of rat attacks on people, or whether they think the video is too gory and not suitable for public broadcast. Anyway, the rat attack incident was not broadcast. The host comforted everyone. The previous zombie virus has been effectively controlled, and the government is now investing a lot of manpower and resources to control the rat plague. We will use aerial drops, meat scattering along the streets, and other methods to place large amounts of rat poison, mouse traps, and sticky boards to kill the rats. Please lock your doors and windows and stay out for a few days. Many people commented under the post. It's over, it's over. Is humanity going to be extinct? Why is the rat plague coming again before the zombie virus is completely eradicated? Does this mean we don't want to live anymore? A lot of people have died in our neighborhood. A bunch of skeletons are crunching around in the neighborhood. I'm running out of food at home. Yes, the weather is hot. The zombies haven't been killed yet, and the rat plague has come again. I am ready to die. My dears, take care. My name is Yang Mumu, and I live in 8-13-1, Lanwan community. I want the world to remember that I have been here. A group of people below were comforting Yang Mumu. Mumu, don't be so pessimistic. Believe in our government. It will definitely lead us to overcome the difficulties. Yes, believe in the government. We will definitely win. Those comments were filled with people's pessimism and despair about the current situation. Many people posted their own photos under the comments, telling everyone that if he unfortunately left, he had loved life very much. Woof woof woof. Dabing and Yaoji saw that Imohan had occupied the TV for a long time and had not returned it to them, so they started to resist. Dabing, woof woof woof. Master, you have a cell phone, so please return the TV to us. Demon Chicken, silence means I disagree with the master occupying our TV. There was no choice, but Imohan returned the TV to Dabing and Yaoji. Dabing took the remote control and switched to their favorite cartoons as if he knew it by heart. No, I have to go out and try to see if there is a crystal core inside the head of the skeleton outside. In the current situation, if you can't awaken your superpowers quickly, it will be difficult to survive when some powerful monsters appear in the future. After thinking for a while, Imohan stood up from the sofa, holding 2 electric batons he had bought before, and said to Dabing, "Let's go, kill monsters, and level up." Chapter 63. A sneak attack on your brother Han. Dabing stood up happily and followed Imohan to the door. When Imohan was stockpiling supplies, in addition to basic human medicines, he also stockpiled a lot of things to fight poisonous insects, ants, and rats. There are all kinds of pesticides, strychnine, sticky rat traps, etc. Imohan had an idea and took out a large piece of meat from the space. He sprinkled more than a dozen large bottles of colorless and odorless rat poison on it, making sure that the poison was soaked into the meat. That big piece of meat was half of a pig's meat, at least more than 100 kilograms. It was enough to easily deal with thousands of dead rats. However, to be on the safe side, Imohan took out another large piece of meat from the space and put the same rat poison on it. The rat poison that Imohan bought is the strongest. If the corpse rats eat it, they will definitely die. Imohan looked carefully at the surveillance video to make sure there were no dead rats outside. He opened the door at lightning speed and threw out 2 large pieces of meat. Then closed the door quickly. All the movements are done in one go, taking no more than a minute. The sound of Imohan opening and closing the door attracted 2 skeletons that were spinning around at the door. The 2 skeletons suddenly howled and rushed towards Imohan's door, barking nonstop at his door. Imohan saw their horrible looks from the monitor and found their cries annoying. However, collecting them will have to wait a while. Imohan stretched out his hand and knocked hard on the security door of his house. The loud knocking sound attracted the corpse rats that were looking for food on other floors. Hundreds of corpse rats crawled up and saw the two large pieces of pork on the ground. They immediately rushed over and started to eat them frantically. Imohan looked at the densely packed dead rats on the ground and felt secretly happy. This is not a large-scale rat plague. Only a small number of rats have mutated. A large-scale rat plague is simply not something that these hundreds of rats can handle. Every time rats appear, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Humans, poultry, and any living creature will have no chance of survival in front of these disgusting creatures. As long as the rats are killed, Imohan can go out and kill skeletons to see if there are crystal cores in their brains. After the mice ate 2 pieces of pork, they immediately vomited blood and died. All of them lay motionless on the ground. Imohan was worried, so he slapped the back of his door again. Apart from the 2 screaming skeletons just now, no other rats came up. The rats on the pork died horribly. Not a single one survived. This rat poison is really strong. The pork hasn't even been eaten safely yet, but the corpse rat door is dead. When he was stockpiling seeds, Imohan also stockpiled a lot of things at the pesticide store, including this poison for dealing with rats. According to the boss, this is a super upgraded version of the previous rat poison. I saw that there was no movement outside, and all the corpse rats were dead. Imohan opened the door and wanted to go out. After thinking about it, I decided not to panic. To be on the safe side, put on protective clothing first. Imohan's protective suit was stolen from the military base in the United States. The material of this clothes is the same as that of a bulletproof vest. It is tightly sealed all over the body. It cannot be bitten by animals or penetrated by bullets. Imohan put on his protective suit, took the pancake, opened the door, and walked out. Because the door of his house opened outwards, Imohan pushed hard, pushing the 2 skeletons back a few steps. Imohan walked out of the house, quickly closed the door, and started discharging the electric baton in his hand at the 2 skeletons. In a matter of seconds, the 2 skeletons were electrocuted to death on the ground. Imohan pulled out a short knife from the space and pried open the skull's head. Great! What surprised Imohan was that there were crystal cores in the heads of the 2 skeletons, but they were relatively small. Well, it's small, so what? Something is better than nothing. In his previous life, before Imohan awakened his superpowers, he ate 10,000 crystal cores. On average, he had to eat dozens of crystal cores every day to awaken his superpowers. In this life, if you want to awaken your superpowers, you must kill more mid-level zombies. The reason why this type of skeleton has a crystal core may be because of the effect of the mutated corpse rats, which directly turned them into mid-level zombies. Imohan took dabbing, put on protective clothing, and started going downstairs. He deliberately didn't take the elevator because he could do a lot of things by walking up and down the floors. If there are still dead rats, poison them. If you encounter a skeleton, just kill it and take the crystal core. Going down from the 12th floor of his house, his target was the skeletons in the community downstairs. There weren't many rats on the road, but there were 1 or 2 skeletons on each floor, looking around the corridors for targets to attack. When he saw Imohan, he jumped up happily. Unexpectedly, Imohan hit him with an electric baton, and the volcano was instantly destroyed. The skeleton fell to the ground and died. Imohan walked all the way downstairs and had collected 12 crystal cores in his hand. Haha, it seems that collecting 10,000 crystal cores isn't that difficult. There are now more than a dozen skeletons in the community, howling with their mouths wide open. Imohan walked over with an electric baton, and more than a dozen skeletons immediately surrounded him. He looked so excited, like an old ghost who had been hungry for decades. Imohan really couldn't understand. He didn't even have any stomach, so where did the hunger come from? The skeletons surrounded him very quickly and started biting Imohan right away. If he hadn't been wearing protective clothing, I'm afraid Imohan wouldn't have been able to do it at all. When Dabing saw that the skeletons were besieging his master, he barked a few times at the group of skeletons, and some skeletons began to chase Dabing. There were only 8 skeletons left by Imohan's side. The 2 electric batons in his hands worked together, and with a few hissing sounds, 2 skeletons fell to the ground and died. When he was electrocuting the 2 skeletons, another skeleton suddenly bit the elbow of his protective suit. You can't bite through it, but the protective suit is relatively soft, not like hard armor, so it still hurts a bit when bitten. Damn it, you actually tried to sneak attack your brother, Han? It would be too easy for you to electrocute you to death. Imohan took the electric baton in his hand and smashed it towards the skull's head with determination. Bang, bang, bang. Imohan continued to kick the skeleton twice until his head was smashed to pieces and the skeleton fell to the ground. Upstairs, many people were standing by the windows watching this scene. Oh my god, that person downstairs actually dared to kill a skeleton. He's too strong. How can this guy be so powerful to fight so many skeletons alone? That's great. Once he kills all the skeletons in the neighborhood, I'll be less scared. Is this also someone from our neighborhood? Which floor does he live on? Some people raised their phones to take pictures, while others zoomed in to record videos for him. In order to get more traffic, some people directly turned on the live broadcast and directed the video to Imohan, who was downstairs. Imohan just wants to keep a low profile and has never thought about becoming famous. He didn't know that people were taking pictures of him from upstairs. Anyway, he was wearing protective clothing, so no one could recognize him. Bang, 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 he killed all the skeletons in front of him. Seeing that there were no skeletons on his side, Dabing brought the skeletons following him to Imohan. Chapter 64, Pervert, Eating Skulls. Imohan was holding an electric baton in his hand and had just killed 8 skeletons. Now Dabing lured the remaining skeletons to him to kill, and he could finish them off in minutes. This caused Dabing to cheer and jump on the side, thinking that his master was so awesome. There were more than a dozen skeletons lying on the ground. Imohan prepared to start taking the crystal core. When he looked up, he found that people on every floor of the community had opened the windows and were looking in his direction. Many people also raised their mobile phones to him. Needless to say, it's either taking photos or shooting videos. Imohan sighed softly. It seems that it would be better to go out at night to get the crystal core next time. It is said that people are afraid of becoming famous just as pigs are afraid of getting fat. If you become famous accidentally, it is not a good thing. However, since I have been photographed, I don't care anymore. Just be afraid of it. Imohan pretended to reach into the pocket of his protective suit to take something. In fact, he just moved his mind, grasped the dagger in his hand from the space, and then took it out of his pocket. The purpose of doing this is to prevent others from discovering the secret of his space. Nonsense. Taking things from the space in front of so many people in the entire community, aren't you tired of living? Imohan took a dagger and cut open the heads of the skulls. There were 13 skulls, and except for 2 whose heads had just been smashed by his electric baton, he didn't need to use a knife. He could open the heads of the others with a knife. Among more than 10 skeletons, only 7 had crystal cores. Not all of them have it. Those crystal cores were wrapped in bloody brain matter. Someone upstairs zoomed in on his phone and said in surprise, "Oh my God, there's brain matter inside the skull. I thought it was just a dry hole." The person standing next to him said, "Oh, how disgusting. What is this guy doing? What is there to pick out of such disgusting brain matter?" No one knows. From the window on the 7th floor, a woman looked at Imohan, who was searching for something in the skull. Her expression changed from admiration to fear. "I thought he was a hero, helping everyone kill skulls. I didn't expect him to be a pervert who eats skulls' heads." Imohan squatted beside the skeleton, concentrating on collecting crystal cores. Others would wonder why there was brain matter in the skeleton's head, but he didn't. Because these are not real skeletons at all, they are actually some zombies, but they are similar to mid-level zombies, and their skin and flesh have been eaten by corpse rats. Because the bones in the head were hard, the corpse rats couldn't chew it all at once, so the brain inside was not destroyed. Put the collected crystal cores into a food bag, then tie the bag and put it in the pocket of your protective suit. Looking up at the heads of people near the windows on each floor, Imohan said to Dabing, "Dabing, go back first and come back in the evening." After Imohan finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to go to his own building 9. Unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, Dabing suddenly started barking woof 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 towards the outside of the community gate. Imohan turned around quickly and stared outside with caution. Realizing something was wrong, he yelled, "Big Pancake, run. Just run to building 9. Those who were watching them upstairs also looked outside in horror. The next second, everyone quickly closed the windows and drew the curtains. The man and his dog had just run into building 9 when a swarm of rats rushed in from outside, rushing towards Imohan and Dabing. Imohan had already run into building 9 by this time. Just now, in front of the residents of the neighborhood, he couldn't sneak into his own space and hide. "You can't use poison pork to kill rats, because I'm afraid of exposing the secret of the space. But now that we've run to the elevator entrance, there's nothing to hide anymore." He quickly took out a large piece of pork from his space and sprayed rat poison on it. As soon as the spraying was completed, the group of rats ran to the elevator entrance. Imohan quickly threw away the large piece of poisonous pork and immediately flashed into his own space. The mice all rushed over and lay on the pork to eat it. The only sound that could be heard in the air was squeaking. The pork underground disappeared in an instant. No, there's too little meat and too many rats. Imohan quickly took a fresh pig from his own space, sprayed it with strychnine, then walked out of the space and quickly threw the poisoned pig in front of the rats. Then he used space to flash and watched everything from a distance. There were at least 1,000 or 2,000 rats on the ground. Those who failed to grab the first piece of poisoned pork quickly went to grab the second piece. The second piece was much bigger, a whole pig's worth of meat. When Imo-han was stockpiling supplies, he never thought that pork could be used in this way. At that time, I thought that if there was a rat infestation or insect plague, I would hide in my underground shelter. But now, he doesn't want to avoid the shelter for the time being. It won't be long before many horrible aliens, monsters, and prehistoric beasts appear in this world. If Imo-han didn't awaken his special powers quickly, he would have no chance of surviving in this cruel apocalypse. Therefore, he must now quickly collect 10,000 crystal cores to awaken his superpowers. The rats on the ground, having eaten the poisoned pork, all fell to the ground and died, forming a large black mass. Imo-han was wearing thick protective clothing, and the weather was hot. The heat made him feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. No, it's too hot. We have to go home and rest, and then go out at night, Imo-han said to Dabing. Woof woof woof. Dabing was also feeling very hot and kept sticking out his tongue. Big pancake, Imo-han said when he saw the black mice all over the ground. Can you try and see if you can burn these mice with the fire you spit out? There are a lot of rats on the ground. If we burn directly here, it will definitely cause fire and air pollution. Imo-han was just teasing Dabing, wanting to see if there was any limit to its ability. After all, its current fire ability is like a baby still breastfeeding, without much killing power. Sure enough, Pancake opened his mouth and puffed at the mouse on the ground, spraying out fire that was larger than the flame of a match. Probably as big as the flame of a red candle used at a wedding. Pancake breathed fire on the back of one of the dead mice, and the mouse's back began to sizzle. Big Pancake, spray a few more, Imo-han said. Dabing started to breathe fire at the dead mice on the ground one by one. As a result, when he sprayed the 10th fire, the fire in Dabing's mouth disappeared. Only 10 mice were burned in total. How unlucky. Dabing, who are you looking down on? I'm still young. No, it's so hot, and the dead rats are piled up here. In 2 days, the maggots will crawl everywhere. It's disgusting. Imo-han took out his cell phone and dialed 110. Oh, yes, the elevator lobby on the first floor of Building 9 in our community is full of dead rats. Please come and deal with it, officer. Chapter 65. He is a pervert. Imo-han made a phone call and returned to his upstairs home with Dabing. At the door, there were hundreds of dead rats piled on the ground. It's so hot today, if it's not dealt with, there will be a smell at night at most, and Imo-han will regret living in this place the next day. Imo-han had an idea and took out a broom, a shovel, and a large plastic bag from the space. He quickly cleaned up all the rats on the ground and put them into the plastic bag. I had no choice but to go downstairs again and throw the plastic bag into the trash can next to the underground parking lot. Then he returned to his room. There are more than 2,000 dead rats in the elevator lobby. There are too many. He is too lazy to clean them up, so he lets the police deal with it. Imo-han returned home, took off his protective suit, and disinfected the entire surface of the suit with Type 94 disinfectant. I went to the bathroom and washed my hands with disinfectant. The demon chicken was very happy to see Imo-han and Dabing coming back. His leg injury has not yet fully recovered. Fortunately, Imo-han applied medicine to it and changed the gauze of the bandages every day. It also had a strong self-healing ability and had recovered more than half of its strength. It should take a few days before you can walk without pain. It's a pity that even if he fully recovered, he would still be a cripple. In the previous life, the demon chicken had a lame leg. Demon chicken, come here. I will change the medicine for you. Imo-han sat on the sofa and held the demon chicken in front of him. With a thought, the coffee table was filled with things that Imo-han was about to use. Hydrogen peroxide, medicine, gauze, and scissors. The chicken lay obediently on his legs, waiting for him to change the dressing. Dabing, as usual, looked up, squatted on the ground, and watched attentively. His eyes rolled around following the movements of Imo-han's hands. What a little cutie. Too bad it's a male. If it was a female and paired with the demon chicken, 2 dogs with special powers, who knows what kind of monster would be born. Big Pancake, your thoughts are too dirty. Yaoji, can you please stop thinking about pairing up all day? How horny are you? Imo-han, to be honest, I'm quite hungry. When you're a bootlicker, you can go to Yinware at any time to relieve the pain of missing her. Now that there is no woman around him, Imo-han's body wants to communicate with a woman more than his heart. It's wrapped up. Be careful not to hurt the wound. Gurgle. Suddenly, Imo-han felt his stomach growl. Am I that hungry? Then I realized it wasn't my stomach. Haha, it's a pancake. What a foodie. Looking at the coffee table, the dog food that was left for them has been almost eaten. Imo-han had an idea and took out dozens of cans of dog food from the space. Dabing and Yaoji's eyes lit up, and they felt that they had recognized this master well. The 2 dogs are very smart and cooperate with each other to eat. Pancake was biting the can box, and the chicken was biting the tab on it. With a swish, he opened a box of dog food. Repeat this process again and open another box. The 2 dogs squatted on their own and went to eat lunch. The dog has been eaten. If Imo-han doesn't eat it, wouldn't he be doing himself a disservice? Imo Han sat at the dining table and with a thought, a few dishes were placed on the table. Cold cucumber salad, braised pork with chestnuts, stir-fried shrimps, and spicy pork intestines. Serve with a vegetarian soup. Have a pot of rice too. While eating, I opened my phone to check the latest news. Ding dong ding dong. In the WeChat group, messages kept flashing. When Imo Han opened it, he saw the video of himself killing skeletons downstairs. A large group of people were discussing intensely. It probably revolves around a few topics. Why did he hit the skeleton? He killed the skeleton. Why did he cut open the skeleton's head? He cut open the skull's head. Why did he pick something out of it? Finally, several conclusions were drawn. First, he is a pervert who feeds on skulls. Second, he is a fan of doomsday novels, and he is looking for a crystal core inside the skull's head. Third, if he really finds the crystal core, will he awaken his special powers like in the novel? Finally, someone in the group suggested, why don't we go kill skeletons and look for crystal cores? Okay, I'm going to awaken my superpowers and go to the supermarket to grab some food. I'm out of food at home. Looking for crystal cores, look at the scary skeleton. Do you dare to go? I dare not. Imo Han put a big piece of braised pork into his mouth and ate it with such relish. There was still beer in the refrigerator that he had frozen in the morning, and he had already drunk 3 bottles. Cold beer, a tableful of delicious food. Enjoy it slowly. After finishing the meal, wash the dishes. Until the afternoon, Imo Han didn't hear the sound of the police car. I have a bad feeling in my heart. The government departments are probably out of control. As for who lost control, the zombies or the rats, Imo Han did not get any definite information. But one thing is certain. When the police were clearing out zombies, a few of them escaped and accidentally bit rats to death. The rats then turned into zombies and bit themselves or other animals, including humans. Then, the second wave of zombie virus began, and it spread wider and wider. If humans are attacked by just 1 or 2 rats, they will not turn into skeletons. At first, they were just slightly injured and then felt unwell, but the virus is powerful and mice carry many germs. The zombie virus was spread through mice as a carrier, and they mutated greatly and soon became zombies. The spread of this zombie virus is more powerful than zombies biting people directly. After all, if zombies can't bite people, that person won't turn into a zombie. But mice are different. They will bite you or pee in your rice cooker, and you will be infected with the virus. This is why people in all dynasties have been most afraid of rat infestations. But this rat is not an ordinary rat, but a mutated corpse rat. As for those who were swarmed by the rats, they will be gnawed into skeletons. Anyway, skeletons and zombies are the same. Neither of them is a good thing. Zombie, are you a good guy? Skeleton, give me back my crystal core. You want to eat people and humiliate others. Do you have any shame? H.U. After finishing his thoughts, Imo Han sneezed for some reason. Who is scolding me? After thinking about it, it seems that no one should scold me. After dinner, Imo Han took out all the 9 crystal cores he had collected from the space and rinsed them under running water. Give me 2 pancakes and 2 chickens. Eat 5 of them yourself. It has no taste, neither sweet nor salty, and is crunchy when chewed. 5.99.95 more to go before Imo Han can awaken his superpowers. Gently open the mobile page. News channel. The host is issuing an emergency notice. Dear citizens, due to the rat infestation, the zombie virus has rebounded and worsened, and the situation is getting more and more serious. Please try to stay at home and close the doors and windows. Before the host could finish her words, her colleague behind her suddenly stood up and bit her neck. Chapter 66 completely out of control. In front of the national audience, the news anchor was bitten through the neck by her colleague behind her and screamed miserably. A large amount of blood gushed out from the hole bitten through her neck. The colleague's complexion turned blue, his veins were bulging, and it was obvious that he had turned into a corpse. The host struggled for a few times and finally fell to the ground, his body still twitching. The live broadcast room suddenly became a mess. Imo Han frowned. It seems that things are heading in a worse direction. Although Imo Han did not want to experience the end of the world again, it was too bloody after all. But since there is no choice on the road ahead, we have no choice but to move forward. What's more, in this life, Imo Han has to kill his archenemy Tulong. Imo Han took a nap on the sofa. I was quite impressed with myself that I could fall asleep even with the 2 dogs watching TV so loudly. It was dark when I woke up. Imo Han decided to take action. Although he can stay in this space for an hour, he can also flash by entering and exiting very quickly. However, he also had to be in an open area where the zombies could not besiege him. Once you are surrounded in a small area, hide in the space. Once the hour is up, you will be kicked out immediately. Use flash. It's just from the perspective of sleight of hand. Others can't see him, but the moment he flashes out of the space, others can touch him. It is equivalent to that he is just invisible, but his body will be in the space half of the time and outside half of the time. In this case, close contact with zombies is still very risky. Therefore, Imohan still put on thick protective clothing. He took the pancake and went downstairs. Although Dabing is just a weakling who is still young and has weak superpowers. But as a dog, with good ears and a sensitive nose, Imohan's safety factor will be much higher if he stays with him. Who knows, at the critical moment, Dabing may be able to turn the tide. Imohan did not choose to take the elevator, even though it was faster. The zombie virus has completely gotten out of control, and water and power outages may occur suddenly at any time. What if you enter the elevator and there is a sudden power outage, trapping you inside? Although elevators have backup power supplies, what should we do if the backup power supply suddenly becomes unusable? The 1 in 10,000 probability means Imohan's life. For Imohan, that is 100. So, Imohan refused to do it. How could someone who had experienced the apocalypse take a 1 in 10,000 chance? Walk down the stairs, and you will come across a skeleton circling at the entrance of the stairs. When he saw Imohan, he pounced on him and bit him first. Imohan calmly took the electric baton and poked it at it. The special 100,000-volt high-voltage current instantly knocked the skeleton to the ground. Imohan took out a big hammer from the space, hit the skull's head. With a bang, the skull's head shattered instantly, and Imohan directly picked up the crystal core inside the skull's head. He used to cut with a knife, but suddenly he felt that using a knife was too gentle. It would be faster to use a hammer. From the 12th floor all the way to the 1st floor, I never encountered any zombies again. I didn't see any live mice either. When he came to the 1st floor, Imohan saw thousands of rats still piled on the ground. After a whole hot afternoon, the ground was already smelling bad. I guess the neighbors haven't noticed the dead rat yet. Ever since the news anchor was bitten to death by a zombie, and then turned into a zombie and crawled up again a few minutes later, people no longer dared to go out. When Imohan called the police in the morning and asked them to come and clean up the rats, there was someone answering the phone inside the police station. But no one came from the afternoon till evening. Imohan called Yao Yaoling again. The phone rang many times, but no one answered. Needless to say, with so many people in the police station, they were probably also defeated. The policemen with guns have become zombies, and those civilians without guns are even less able to deal with the zombies. The government is out of control, the police department has collapsed, and public health has ceased to function. This world has completely started the cruelty of doomsday. Imohan took the pancake and walked out of the community. Because the power had not been cut off, the street lights were still on. Under the dim light, there were zombies everywhere with white eyeballs, purple faces, and exposed blood vessels. As soon as the zombies saw Imohan and Dabing, they howled and staggered towards the man and the dog. Slow in movement and slow in reaction, this is just the most basic zombie. There is no crystal core in the brain, so it is not worth Missouri Han's time. So, when these zombies pounced in front of Imohan, Imohan held the pancake and disappeared on the spot in a flash of space. The zombies stood there in a daze, howling, not knowing where their food had gone. Imohan carried the pancake to the other side of the street, where there were 4 skeletons, chasing and biting a man madly. Judging from the man's appearance and the security uniform he was wearing, he should be a security guard in the community. However, Imohan didn't come to the community often, so he was not familiar with who the security guard was. The security guard shouted for help while running forward desperately. If he hadn't shouted, he could have still given himself a chance of survival. But he ran and shouted. In this way, in addition to skeletons, there are also zombies chasing him. The only difference is that skeletons are fast and zombies are slow. When Dabing saw the skeleton chasing the security guard, he got excited and barked a few times. Shoo! Imohan made a hushed gesture to Dabing and quickly ran towards the security guard not far ahead. However, he was not going to rescue the security guard. He was afraid that the skeletons would run away and his crystal core would disappear. The security guard heard the dog barking and looked back while running. Seeing Imohan and Dabing, he was overjoyed. He walked around the bus stop and ran quickly towards Imohan. He was still shouting, "Help! Help!" Of course, Imohan couldn't save him. The most taboo thing in the last days is the Virgin Mary. Usually in those apocalyptic novels, the Virgin Mary never survives more than 3 episodes. Imohan himself was a super saintly man in his previous life. He took it as his mission to save the world all day long, saving this and that. In the end, he ended up with a tragic death. Therefore, in this life, Imohan must be ruthless and decisive in killing in order to live safely. However, if the security guard can successfully escape while he is killing the skeleton, that would be another matter. It has nothing to do with Imohan. The security guard had already run to Imohan's side, and several skeletons also caught up with him. The security guard said to Mo Han, "Save me." As he spoke, the security guard gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he pushed Mo Han, who was only concerned with guarding against skeletons and zombies, to the ground. Mo Han fell to the ground, and instantly 5 skeletons lay on him, and the zombies pounced on him and bit him. This scene scared Dabing so much that he started barking, "Woof, woof, woof," trying to divert the skeletons and zombies that were piled on Mo Han. The security guard took advantage of the opportunity when the zombies and skeletons attacked Mo Han, ran forward quickly, ran into the sentry box in front, and closed the door heavily. Chapter 67. Fuck you. The security guard looked at everything outside the booth in shock. At the same time, I was also glad that I finally escaped the pursuit. Escaped the fate of death. However, the next second, he was stunned with astonishment that the man who had been pushed to the ground by him just now was standing intact next to the group of skeletons and zombies that were stacked up. With a baton in his hand, he rubbed the zombie on the top of the stack. There was a flash of lightning in an instant. Mo Han looked at the skeletons and zombies on the ground with cold eyes. The moment the security guard pushed him, he flashed into the space and then used the space flash to jump to the side. The skeletons and zombies had no time to react and fell to the ground one after another, thinking they could have a good meal. Who would have known that their dinner was standing right beside them, watching them and treating them to electric stick brand spark candy? Eating it once will last you a lifetime, and you will be reborn as a human in your next life. The powerful electric current killed all the zombies on the upper layer. As for the layer of skeletons below, they no longer had the power they had at the initial moment because the electric current had been transmitted to them. So, when Mo Han smiled coldly, he took all the zombies off their bodies. The 5 skeletons instantly broke free from the pressure of gravity and crawled up from the ground tremblingly. Mo Han glanced at the skeleton that had already crawled up from the ground. Because of the after effects of the electric current, the movements were not as fast as before. Singing loudly, he led them towards the security booth. "Sister, go forward bravely, go forward, don't look back." While Mo Han was singing, his eyes were fixed on the security guard in the security booth with a half-smile. Damn. The end of the world has just begun, and the evil of human nature has been fully demonstrated. If he hadn't had the space, dodged quickly, and was wearing a bite-proof protective suit, he would have definitely become a member of the zombie army at that moment. If he doesn't avenge this, he won't be called Mo Han. Silly dog. Dabing, why do I feel like your words are directed at me? The security guard was holding a shovel in his hand, looking at Mo Han and the skull who were getting closer and closer, his whole body shaking like a sieve. There was endless fear in his eyes, and he kept muttering, "Don't come over, don't come over." Mo Han's broken voice is like a loudspeaker with unstable voltage. The sound it produces is a bit unpleasant, but it is definitely attractive. Not only the skeletons just now, but also the zombies around were attracted to him. Mo Han walked to the side of the sentry box and suddenly there was an 80-centimeter long iron rod in his hand. He hit the glass door of the sentry box several times with bang, bang, bang. The glass door shattered. Mo Han was also surrounded by a group of skeletons and zombies. But the moment they pounced, Mo Han hid in the space. Anyway, he could hide in the space for an hour. An hour was enough. Wait until the zombies move away, and then you will slip out. Dabing knew that his big turtle master liked to retreat into his shell, so he was too lazy to even call out. He just stood quietly not far away, waiting to watch the security guards show. The glass door shattered, and several skeletons and a large group of zombies outside the sentry box all swarmed in and squeezed into the sentry box. Before the security guard could even bring the shovel down, he was knocked down by the skeletons and zombies that rushed in. Instantly, the sound of teeth gnashing was heard, and the security guard's screams echoed throughout the entire community. The ground was also covered with bright red blood. Mo Han appeared outside the guardhouse, raised his middle finger to the dazed security guard inside, and cursed, "Fuck you, you dare to plot against me? You feel good now, right?" Dabing also ran over, imitating Mo Han's behavior, tilting his head, wanting to give the security guard a middle finger, but his little paws could not separate. I had no choice but to give up. Mo Han took to Bing and deliberately stayed far away. He waited until there was no movement in the security booth and confirmed that the security guard was dead. Then he picked up his 80-centimeter iron stick and walked into the security booth and started slapping the zombies and skeletons that were still eating. Mo Han originally just wanted to kill a few skeletons to get the crystal cores, but he didn't expect the zombies to be crowded there and too troublesome, so he had to kill them all at once. After taking the crystal core from the skull's brain and leaving the booth, Mo Han's protective suit was stained with red and white blood and brain matter. I'm too lazy to worry about it. I'll find a place to wash it later. The protective suit won't get wet anyway. Come on, Pancake, change the map. Mo Han called to Bing, and the man and the dog started to look for skeletons in different places. There are more zombies than skeletons on the streets right now, so it is not easy to find a few skeletons. Skeleton, leave me alone. As soon as they reached the corner of the street, Imohan and Dabing couldn't stand the heat anymore. Although it was night, the temperature was still nearly 40 degrees, and Imohan was wearing thick protective clothing. He was almost fainting from the heat. If he hadn't died accidentally, he really wanted to take off this troublesome protective suit. The pancake was so hot that it made me want to stick out my tongue. Big pancake, would you like an ice cream? Imohan sat down on the stone steps outside a store. Dapan, woof woof woof, I want 3. No, 5. Imohan thought about it, and 2 popsicles appeared in his hand wearing protective clothing. No hurry, let's eat this one first and then get another one. Imohan tore off the wrapper of the ice cream, gently removed the protective glasses on his face, and put the ice cream into his mouth. Take a bite. Well, don't be too comfortable. Just put a food bag on the ground and throw the ice cream on the bag, and then Dapan will lick it hard. He licked it and turned in circles on the ground from time to time. He's so fucking delicious. 1 person and 1 dog. 1 for you and 1 for me. I thought he would only eat 5 ice creams as Dabing said, but Imohan actually ate 10 in one go. Then he stood up from the ground. The place where they were sitting was considered a relatively remote place, and no zombies came until they finished eating the ice cream. Just as I got up and was about to go, squeak. A police car suddenly stopped on the road 5 or 6 meters away from Imohan. A man got out of the police car, holding a gun and covered in blood. Imohan looked carefully and found that this was the policewoman from before. The one with a curvy figure, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. At this time, Lin Yin parked the car on the road, holding a gun in her hand, her body in a defensive posture, and walked towards Imohan step by step. Her house was on the 6th floor, and she had to go up the stairs next to where Imohan was standing. The police station is out of control and many colleagues have turned into horrible zombies. Not daring to stay in the police station any longer, Lin Yin drove away, intending to run back home to be with her cat. Take it one step at a time. Lin Yin saw Imohan wearing protective clothing. Because it was dark, she couldn't see clearly who was inside, but looking at Imohan's expression, she was full of vigilance. Pointing the gun at Imohan, he said coldly, "Who are you?" Imohan quickly raised his hand and said, "Officer Lin, I'm not a bad person. When I drove the van back to the community, you reminded me that it was dangerous outside and I should drive the car home quickly and not go out. Did you forget?" Lin Yin frowned. The van. She had no impression of him, but she later found out that Imohan, who drove the van, was the one who threw his girlfriend into the septic tank and escaped from the police station. Coward. It's you. Lin Yin snorted coldly, "You are the fugitive." Imohan smiled awkwardly and said, "It's the end of the world now. Why are you still running away? If I hadn't run, I would have died in the police station." "That's true. No one is here to catch you now. Get away from me," Lin Yin said coldly. Then he walked around Imohan and went upstairs. Chapter 68 Gurgle Big Yellow Ball. "Hey, Officer Lin, you forgot to lock your car door," Imohan said loudly as he watched Lin Yin carefully going up the stairs. Lin Yin turned her head sharply, fired a shot at his feet, and cursed, "Shut up." Imohan quickly dodged to the side and said with a smile, "Officer Lin has personality." Lin Yin glared at him and went upstairs cautiously again. Awoo. After hearing the gunshot just now, several zombies immediately came over and were about to meet Imohan face to face. Imohan hurriedly walked forward with the pancake. Low-level zombies are not scary, but it is annoying to hear them chasing you all the time. Moreover, if there are too many zombies and he is accidentally trapped, Imohan can only stay in the space for an hour. If you are kicked out of the space after an hour, you might become a meal for the zombies if you are not careful. Imohan would never take such a risk. His target is the mid-level zombies. Although the zombies have not evolved yet, there are already crystal cores in the skeleton's brains, similar to the crystal cores of mid-level zombies. The road to awakening superpowers is difficult, and you must collect 10,000 crystal cores. Imohan, on the other hand, had collected 9 before and just collected 5, a total of 14. Moreover, of the previous 9, 4 were shared with the 2 dogs, leaving him with only 5. Invisibly, 4 more crystal cores were missing. Come to think of it, there is still a long way to go. You can't just sit at home and wait for death, waiting for the mid-level zombies to appear before taking action. Because mid-level zombies are fast and responsive, they are difficult to deal with. Moreover, along with the mid-level zombies, there will also be various monsters and aliens. When Imohan wants to kill others, others will also want Imohan's life. Awakening superpowers is not easy. Although in the later stages, by chance, many people will awaken their special powers on their own. But that speed is obviously not as fast as eating the crystal core directly. If Imohan doesn't want to suffer the humiliation of his previous life again, he must collect the crystal cores as soon as possible, awaken his superpowers before too long, and form his own team before he can kill Tulong. We can think about forming a team later. Let's awaken our special powers first. Team members must be of great use and have to be powerful psychics. They cannot be just any cats and dogs who are worthy of consuming Imohan's food. Now no one has awakened their special powers yet, so Imohan doesn't know who is what kind of bird, a good bird or a rookie. No rush. I'll think about it later. If there is time, I will go collect some more supplies. After all, once a team is formed, the more supplies the better. Imohan carried the pancake and walked along the intersection. We arrived at a square. The zombies dressed in colorful clothes were still staggering and twisting their bodies. In front of the square, the huge speakers were still playing dynamic music, but the power was a little weak. Needless to say, this group of people in the square must have been dancing in the square and were accidentally bitten by zombies. Then, the team was wiped out. Imohan took a rough look and saw that there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Groove. Quite a lot. There were more than a dozen skeletons mixed in with the zombies. Imohan swallowed. That's more than 10 crystal cores. Dabing, lure those dozen skeletons over here. Imohan said to Dabing. Dabing looked up at Imohan, then turned to the group of zombies and started barking. Woof woof woof. Imohan held electric batons, one in each hand. Ready to attack. The zombies reacted slowly and walked towards us slowly, staggering from side to side. The skeleton appeared in front of Imohan in a few seconds. In terms of speed, skeletons are many times faster than zombies. Imohan quickly turned on the electric baton and poked it at the skeleton. After a huge burst of purple light, the 4 skeletons that rushed to him fell to the ground instantly. The other skeletons had already rushed over, only to be greeted by the same fate. When more than a dozen skeletons were killed, the zombie team had already arrived in front of Imohan. Imohan didn't have time to collect the crystal cores from the skeleton. There are too many zombies. Imohan doesn't want to take the risk. They must be led away. Dabing was barking woof 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 nearby, attracting a dozen zombies to follow him. The remaining 20 or so zombies followed Imohan hungrily, wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Imohan ran in one direction, and more than 20 zombies followed him. After leading the zombies to the square, Imohan quickly used Space Flash to run back. He squatted in front of a dozen skeletons and hit them with a sledgehammer, causing their heads to burst. He took the crystal core, called Dabing, and went to look for other skeletons. After walking a few steps forward, because the lighting in this place was not very good, Imohan accidentally stepped on something soft. Only a squeak sound was heard. It turned out to be a mouse. Ever since he saw how this thing ate people, Imohan now felt his stomach cramp whenever he saw it. I was wondering where the other mice had gone. Where were the groups of mice I had seen before? Why did they disappear? Then I saw a large group of rats coming towards me. The mouse split into 2 halves. One half chased and bit Imohan, and the other half chased and bit Dabing. Dabing is still young and fat, but when he runs, he is very fast. Like a big yellow ball rolling, Gulula ran away. Compared to it, mice are much slower. Imohan was wearing thick protective clothing, so he definitely couldn't outrun the rat. I had to hide in the space again. Take out a large piece of pork and sprinkle it with rat poison. With a thought, he threw the poisonous pork on the ground. Rats have a very sensitive sense of smell. When they smelled the meat, the other mice that were chasing the pancake stopped chasing and turned around to come back and grab the meat. Fortunately, this rat poison is colorless and odorless, otherwise the rats would have no way to eat it. A group of thousands of rats all died under the power of rat poison. Imohan looked at the mouse on the ground and felt sorry for the piece of pork he had thrown away for dozens of seconds. Although there is more pork than can be eaten in the space, the end of the world is long and we have to use it sparingly. Thinking of pork, Imohan suddenly had an idea. Before the water and electricity were cut off, he should go to the cold chain food processing factory on Dajiang Road to get some. With a thought, a van appeared in front of Imohan. Not the one he was driving before. That car was parked safely in the community's underground garage. Imohan arrived at the door of the cold chain processing factory. The doors and windows of the processing plant were closed. The thick glass factory building emits a faint light because many freezers work together. Imohan took out a huge glass cutter from the space and slashed it hard on the glass door. The glass doors of cold chain food processing factories are made of the best tempered glass because of the special nature of food production. Even if you hit it with a large iron spike, it won't break it. Fortunately, Imohan had a pair of glass cutters. This was taken from a military base in the United States. Imohan kicked away a large piece of scratched glass and walked into the cold storage room. In the cold storage room, rows of freezers are filled with various kinds of pork belly, pork chops, pork stomach, pork kidneys, beef, mutton, and fish. There are also various frozen goods. The food here is similar to that in frozen food processing factories. Imo Han placed his hands on the rows of freezers, and the frozen meat inside, along with the cabinets, entered Imo Han's space. After clearing out the contents of this cold storage, Imo Han was about to go to the next cold storage room when suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Stop. Chapter 69, Crazy Metamorphosis. As soon as Imo Han turned around, several gleaming white steel pipes were pointed at him. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and tall stature. Standing next to him were 4 young men in their 50s, 20s, and 30s. Hey, get out. This is our territory. The middle-aged man pointed the steel pipe in his hand at Imo Han's forehead and said. Imo Han looked at the 6 people surrounding him. He smiled and said, Brother, let's talk. Are you the staff here? Haha. Staff? The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. The staff inside were already bitten to death by zombies. He snorted coldly and said to Imo Han, Listen, this place is ours now. If you want to find food, go somewhere else. Otherwise, you will get beaten up later. Imo Han thought about it and said, Okay, I'll bother you buddy then. Humph. You're smart. The middle-aged man shook his head at Imo Han. Get lost. In full view of everyone, Imo Han took the pancake and walked away with his tail between his legs. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said to the others, No, I have to bring some food back. Otherwise, I'll drive all the way here and get nothing. Isn't that a waste of time? This is the largest cold chain factory in the city. You can't finish all the food. Yo, are you getting excited? The middle-aged man was extremely angry. Damn it, if we can't finish it, it won't be your turn. Several young people nearby also echoed. Yes, it's not your turn. You're really brave. You dare to come out alone to steal things. Brother, beat him to death with clubs and put him in the freezer. As he spoke, the middle-aged man took the lead and hit Imo Han with a stick. Others also raised sticks and prepared to drive on. Imo Han actually disappeared right in front of them. The middle-aged man's iron rod hit one of the young men on the head. The young man cried out, Ouch, and immediately fell to the ground with blood all over his head. The middle-aged man didn't expect that he would hit so hard that he knocked his younger brother unconscious with a stick. The end of the world has just begun, and occupying the cold chain processing plant is already a bold move. Now he didn't even know whether his younger brother was dead or not. Imo Han used space to flash and now is watching everything in front of him with indifference. If the young man is hit by such a heavy iron rod, he will be mentally retarded if he doesn't die. If that stick had hit me on the head, I would be the one with the moron. Brain dead? Ugh. How can you say that about yourself? Soldier, how are you? Soldier. A group of people surrounded the young man with his skin torn apart on the ground. Brother, hurry up, call Yaoer 0 and send him to the hospital. Yes, brother, he will die. The middle-aged man said in annoyance, Why fight against the Demon 20? Where are the hospitals in the end times? Everyone stood up angrily and blamed all the faults on the idiot in protective clothing. But at the same time, everyone was also very scared, wondering why that person could suddenly disappear. I'm afraid he knows some kind of spear mountain escape technique? Otherwise, it's a ghost. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and there was always a feeling that we couldn't hold our urine. At this time, Shabi Imo Han was in another cold storage, packing things quickly. Pork, mutton, beef, horse meat. Whatever he saw, he put it all into his own space. After closing this cold storage room, go to the next one. The meat that Imo Han took away was enough for him to use for several lifetimes. After all, the entire city's supply of frozen goods comes from this cold storage room and the frozen goods processing factory where Imo Han had stockpiled goods before. However, maybe in order to deal with the Dragon Slayer later, it may be necessary to establish his own sphere of influence, so the more things the better. Never too much. I will go visit that frozen goods processing factory after Imo Han takes over this place. Imo Han cleared out the entire cold chain processing factory and didn't see a single zombie. Needless to say, it must have been taken care of by those people at the cold storage room door. Fortunately, he got an easy ride. At the door of the cold storage room, a group of people were guarding the young man with his skin torn. Suddenly, a wow sound came from the young man's mouth. He sat up from the ground and bit the middle-aged man's neck. Ah! The middle-aged man struggled desperately, wailing in pain. The young men next to him were all scared to death, leaking urine while running. Everyone's shorts were wet. Imo Han shook his head and swaggered out of the cold chain food processing factory. Ah, he. A young man who ran to the door was so frightened when he saw Imo Han coming out in protective clothing that he talked to the people next to him for a long time but couldn't express himself clearly. The person who was listening to him was also frightened to the point of feeling weak all over. What he experienced in recent days refreshed his nearly 30 years of cognition. It was already scary enough, but Imo Han gave them the middle finger before getting into his van. The two men were so frightened and scared that they almost fell down and died. Imo-han drove the van and rushed to the frozen food processing factory. The frozen food processing factory is not far from here, just 2 blocks away. The van drove along the road, which was littered with vehicles lying all over the place. When encountering an impassable area, Imo-han simply retracted the van into the space, passed the obstacle, took the van out, and continued driving. Under the gray streetlights, zombies were running around everywhere in the streets. If Imo-han could get rid of the enemy, he would take a detour to do so. If you can't get rid of it, just bump into it. The zombies were knocked several meters away. Some of them had their bodies broken into 2 pieces, but their mouths were still whimpering as if they were trying to bite people. Imo-han arrived at the entrance of the frozen food processing factory. Push the door gently. The door is not locked. Needless to say, this place is definitely occupied by zombies. If there are so many living people, how can the door not be locked? Imo-han held a big iron stick in his hand and carried a big pancake as he walked into the frozen food processing factory. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the roar of zombies. Imo-han looked up and saw that the first zombie he encountered in the processing plant was actually the boss who had helped him stock the supermarket. At this moment, the zombie boss body had grown bigger, and he was wearing work clothes that could not cover his belly. He was walking around in the hall, howling. The lights were on in the hall and it was very bright. Seeing Imo-han coming in, the zombie boss rushed over roaring. He said, "I want to eat your brain." Imo-han. Crazy transformation? The evolution of zombies generally follows the normal process, evolving from low-level zombies, mid-level zombies, high-level zombies, to king zombies. However, some zombies may become mad mutants after eating something by mistake or being infected by other viruses. The so-called crazy mutation is a creature that evolves rapidly to the limit of life overnight, gains a little consciousness, and its attack capability becomes extremely powerful. However, such crazy mutants often exhaust all their energy in the process of evolution and will explode and die within 2 or 3 days. At this moment, the zombie boss had already walked in front of Imo-han. Chapter 70. Can you please stop being so shameless? Imo-han looked at the zombie boss in front of him, who was 2 heads taller than him and whose body had swelled a lot. He wondered what he had experienced to become such a crazy mutant. A few days ago, he was still enthusiastically stocking his fake supermarket, but he didn't expect it to become like this now. However, as long as the end of the world hasn't happened yet, no one will believe it. Even if Imo-han reminded him before the end of the world, it would be useless. Not only would he not believe it, he would also think Imo-han was a psychopath. Moreover, Imo-han didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs so as not to expose the secrets of his own space. While he was thinking, the zombie boss roared and pounced towards him. Imo-han looked up and scanned the hall of over 1,000 square meters, which was filled with mountains of goods, all of which were pre-packaged foods. There are also some bulk foods in the refrigerated warehouse. Of course, in addition to the zombie boss, there were also 20 or 30 zombies in the hall, all roaring and walking towards Imo-han. Imo-han just wanted to get the food and didn't want to cause any trouble. He is not afraid of ordinary zombies, he just needs to lure them away. But the crazy transformation is not the case. He is fast, strong, and will always follow you. The pancake next to Imo-han started barking woof 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 to attract the zombies. The zombies were rather stupid and were quickly attracted to the pancake, following it in a crooked manner. Dabing ran around and wiggled his butt towards the zombies. Imo-han raised his paw and gave the middle finger. While Imo-han was being chased by the zombie boss, he was amused by Dabing's little appearance. The weather was hot, and he was wearing thick protective clothing, which almost made him die of laughter. The zombie boss never gets tired. Like a piece of smelly sticky candy, it follows Imo-han wherever he goes. I almost caught up with Imo-han several times. Damn it. Imo-han was so angry that he took out a silent gun from the space and shot at the zombie boss. However, the zombie boss reacts quickly and is very agile. Every time Imo-han fired a bullet, it was dodged. The most important thing is that as long as you don't hit its head, it won't be fatal. Even if you beat every part of its body into a sieve, it will be useless and it will not die. Imo-han shot at the zombie boss while quickly retreating. The zombie boss was conscious and narrowly avoided his own head each time. It seemed as if it knew that the head was his fatal spot. Since he failed to hit the zombie with his gun, Imo-han simply stopped running and waited for the zombie boss to approach. He flashed into the space, came out with a hard iron hammer in his hand, and smashed the zombie boss down with the hammer when he wasn't paying attention. When this hammer came down, Imo-han used all his strength, preparing to knock out this crazy mutant with one blow. However, he underestimated the reaction speed of the crazy mutant. As soon as the hammer came down, the zombie boss immediately retreated to the side. Imo-han seriously suspected that he had awakened the ability of teleportation. Groove. Why does it take me to gather the energy of 10,000 crystal cores to awaken my superpowers, while the zombie boss awakened his superpowers just a few days after the apocalypse? This sudden change is a bit too crazy. However, Emohan was not envious. After all, although the crazy mutant could be very powerful in a short period of time, it could only live for a few days. It will die after a few days. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. While Emohan was stunned, the zombie boss had already raised his hand and attacked. The weather was too hot, and Emohan was wearing thick protective clothing, too lazy to argue with the zombie boss. I planned to take the supplies away first. He used space flash to run forward quickly, ran to the place where the goods were piled in the hall, came out of the space, put his hands on the goods, and the row of goods on the ground instantly entered Emohan's space. I want to eat your brain. When Emohan was about to touch the second pile of goods, the zombie boss had already rushed in front of him and slapped him hard on the chest. Emohan didn't expect that the zombie boss could catch up to him so quickly. This means that when he flashes, the zombie boss can smell his information. Emohan's space flash function is useless against powerful psychics. Flash is equivalent to invisibility, using a very fast speed to quickly flash in and out of space. In front of the psychic, the moment he flashed out of space, Emohan could be smelled. It's just that the speed was so fast that the psychic suspected that there was something wrong with his nose. The Berserker is equivalent to a first-level Awakener, who can crush Emohan who has no superpowers at all. Fortunately, Emohan has space. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to live in peace before awakening your superpowers. In his previous life, Emohan was a great saint in the base. He went out early and came back late every day to fight zombies and aliens. Although he almost died many times, he later collected more than 10,000 crystal cores because he went out frequently, making him one of the first people to awaken his superpowers. Later, as various natural and man-made disasters continued to escalate, the monsters, behemoths, and aliens in the deep sea and the abyss beneath the earth all came out to wreak havoc on the world. Hunting those giant beasts and seizing the advanced crystal cores in their brains can greatly enhance the superpowers of the psychic. Crystal cores are also divided into different levels. Levels 1 to 3 are primary crystal cores. Levels 4 to 6 are intermediate crystal cores. Levels 7 to 10 are advanced crystal cores. Level 11 to 12 is the king-level crystal core. If you eat a king-level crystal core, you will have energy equivalent to that of the monster carrier itself. If you eat a lot of them, you can fuse the supernatural energy of the monster carrier and add it to a person. For example, the crystal core in the brain of the giant beast in the Shanhaijing is a king-level crystal core. However, it is not easy to capture a giant beast from the classic of mountains and seas. Still very fierce. Emohan was slapped by the zombie boss, and the sharp wind from the palm made his ears hurt. Fortunately, at the moment the slap came, he quickly flashed into the space. Just barely avoided the harm of this slap. If you get beaten up, you'll either have cramps or your skin will be peeled off. The zombie boss found that Emohan was gone, and he was furious, kicking and hitting everywhere, repeating mechanically, "I want to eat your head." Emohan had already run to another pile of goods. This time, he no longer blindly drilled out of the space, but directly used space flash to collect the goods. Thousands of boxes of goods piled on the ground disappeared in the blink of an eye. The zombie boss ran around smelling Emohan's scent, but he didn't know where Emohan was exactly. Emohan collected the goods and arrived at the door of the freezer warehouse. I saw a zombie wandering there, blocking the road. Emohan came out of the space and kicked the zombie to the ground. Pointing at the zombie boss not far ahead, he said to the zombies underground, "Damn it, I can't beat him, but I can't beat you, right?" The zombie who was kicked to the ground, "Can you please stop being so shameless and a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong?" The zombie boss saw Emohan coming out of the space and hurried over. The speed is quite fast. It instantly appeared in front of Emohan and stretched out its sharp claws to grab Emohan's protective goggles. Emohan dodged again and disappeared. The next second, he started collecting supplies in the freezer warehouse. The weather is hot, and Emohan was almost exhausted from chasing the zombie boss just now. This time I entered the freezer, the cool feeling was like entering heaven. "Ah, ba. What are you talking about?" But Emohan couldn't be found anywhere. The smell of the brain made him drool disgustingly all over the floor. Fortunately, the freezers are all sealed, otherwise Emohan would be disgusted to death. The zombie boss also chased into the freezer warehouse. Damn it, this is never-ending, is it? Emohan was too lazy to argue with the zombie boss and wanted to collect the supplies and get away, but he didn't expect him to chase him into the freezer again. The reason why Emohan used a silent gun just now was because he was afraid that the sound of the shooting would be too loud and attract more zombies. Since the zombie boss is so persistent, it's not Emohan's fault. Emohan had an idea and took out a large submachine gun from the space and started shooting at the zombie boss's head. Beep, beep, beep. A huge gunshot rang out. Now, not only did the zombie boss body become a sieve that was exposed to light, but even his big head became a hornet's nest. He fell to the ground dead. Damn it, I should have just used a submachine gun. Emohan dealt with the zombie boss and put all the frozen goods into his own space. However, the loud gunshots attracted more and more zombies. One by one, they roared and came towards the freezer. Emohan looked at the time. It was already past midnight, so he had to go back to bed. Dabing just ran out of the hall with the zombies, and no one knows where he is now. Emohan squeezed out of the zombie crowd, flashed all the way out of the processing plant, and looked around the door for traces of the pancake. But the pancake was missing. Chapter 71, Cat Demon. The pancake. The pancake. Emohan shouted at the top of his voice, standing at the door of the processing plant, but he did not hear the pancake's voice. The zombies in the warehouse heard his shouting and started to roar and chase after him. Emohan began to feel worried. Dabing has always been smart, and it is impossible for him to get lost. How could he have disappeared? Unless in danger. Without time to think, Emohan hurriedly ran along the entrance of the processing plant, shouting. Emohan's high-pitched loudspeaker instantly attracted the surrounding zombies, who howled and staggered towards him. Pancake! Pancake! Emohan shouted as he ran. In this age of zombies, sound is the thing that is most likely to cause trouble. Everyone should learn to shut up. But there is no way. Emohan's little cutie is gone. Woof woof woof. After running about 50 or 60 meters, Emohan heard the sound of Dabing at the door of an abandoned warehouse in the southwest corner of the processing plant. The voice was very urgent, as if warning Emohan not to go in. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Emohan doesn't care about so many things. Now the safety of Dabing is the most important thing. No matter what monsters are inside, the worst that can happen is that we can just rush in and use Space Flash to run away. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. If you can't win, just run away. There's nothing to be ashamed of. In his previous life, when Emohan was fighting against all kinds of bad guys and super fierce aliens, he did so in order to save face in front of Yenuer and to spread the halo of the Virgin Mary to everyone. But he never ran away. As a result, he died miserably in his previous life. This is what Emohan thought in this life. Revenge must be taken. Life must be saved. At the critical moment, you have to run. Don't run, unless you're a fool. Bird, how did I provoke you? You still have to rely on me to pee. Emohan had an idea and walked inside cautiously with a pistol in his hand. The warehouse was pitch black, with only a few pairs of green glowing eyes visible. He was staring at Emohan cautiously, ready to pounce at any time. Those are not the eyes of the pancake. Although Dabing's eyes are big and watery, they are also the standard black eyes of a golden retriever. It's just that other golden retrievers have small yellow bean-shaped eyes, while Dabing's looks a bit weird, with its eyes being the big, kiss-me eyes. Big pancake. Without any more hesitation, Emohan aimed directly at the pairs of green eyes in the darkness and pulled the trigger, bang bang bang. A woo. A shrill scream was heard in the darkness. At the same time, something flew towards Emohan. Emohan didn't hesitate for half a second and flashed directly into the space. The thing that rushed over missed and hit the wall behind Emohan, making a few bang-bang sounds, making such a loud noise. Woof woof. Emohan couldn't see anything in the dark and could only judge where Dabing was based on the sound it made. He quickly ran towards the pancake. Suddenly, there was a bang. Emohan tripped over a piece of wood in the warehouse. Emohan fell to the ground and retreated from the space. He jumped up quickly and retreated a few meters. At the same time, turned on the flashlight just taken out from the space. Brush. The light from the flashlight made the surroundings look white. Emohan finally saw clearly what had just attacked him. 3 monsters. 3 cats as big as dogs. Monster. Woof. Dabing barked at Emohan, his voice filled with happiness and worry. Emohan's eyes were fixed on the 3 cat demons in front of him, and he retreated step by step towards Dabing. I was still wondering why the pancake disappeared. It turned out that I accidentally stepped on the mousetrap. The leg is injured. In order to avoid being caught by the cat demons, he tried desperately to squeeze into the gap between the wood, leaving only a pair of watery eyes, looking at Emohan pitifully. What a stupid dog, Emohan muttered, and at the moment when the 3 cat demons pounced towards him, he pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Every shot hits its target. The 3 cat demons fell to the ground. Emohan was worried and fired a few more shots. After seeing that the cat demon had stopped moving, Emohan walked over and kicked it a few times. After making sure that the 3 cat demons could not wake up, he turned around, walked to Dabing, squatted down, and untied the mousetrap on its feet. Big pancake, can you please bring your head with you next time? How can you be so stupid? A mousetrap can catch you. Emohan took out a master key from the space, unlocked the pancake, and laughed at it. Dabing felt a little embarrassed. He didn't get angry, even though Emohan laughed at him. He rubbed his head against Emohan's hand hard. Seeing it licking the dog, Emohan touched its head and said with a smile, "Okay, I was just kidding you, but be careful next time." Dabing nodded at Emohan, his eyes rolling around. Seeing this, Emohan's fatherly love was overflowing. He immediately picked it up from the ground, held it in his arms, and patted its back gently, like a father coaxing his son. Suddenly, Emohan thought of something and gently placed the pancake on the ground. There must be crystal cores in the brains of these 3 cat demons. Emohan walked to the side of several cat demons, and with a thought, a big iron hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and he smashed it down on the heads of the 3 cat demons. The cat's head shattered into pieces in an instant. 3 crystal cores rolled out from the cat's head. Although they were only the size of a thumb, Emohan recognized them at a glance. They were 3 intermediate crystal cores. Primary crystal nucleus, red. Intermediate crystal core, green. Advanced crystal core, purple. King-level crystal core, golden in color. The 3 crystal cores in Emohan's hand are green. If awakening superpowers requires 10,000 primary crystal cores, then only 3,000 intermediate crystal cores are needed. Only 1,000 advanced crystal cores are needed. And 1 king-level crystal core can enable ordinary people to awaken their superpowers and possess powerful strength. It's quite a harvest. Emohan put the 3 crystal cores in his hand into a food bag and put it into his own space. Holding the pancake, he walked out of the old warehouse. As soon as I left the warehouse, I almost collided head-on with a huge berserker that was wandering over. Fortunately, Emohan dodged quickly and avoided getting hit. Damn it! Why is there another crazy mutant? I want to eat your head. The crazy mutant uttered the same words that the zombie boss had said just now. Emohan wondered why this thing was so disgusting. Why did it always want to eat people's heads? Zombie, we want to eat brains too, but unfortunately we can't speak. The key point is that when there is no one on the road, the mutant walks slowly, just like ordinary zombies. Once it sees delicious food coming, the speed of the crazy transformation will instantly increase by more than 10 times. He vividly portrayed the appearance of a big foodie. Want to eat my head? Then I can only eat your crystal core. Emohan took out a submachine gun from the space and pulled the trigger at the moment the berserker violently pounced on him. Bang, bang, bang. Only a few gunshots were heard. The crazy mutant's head was instantly torn into pieces and brains splattered. Chapter 72 Officer Lin's Request for Help. Another intermediate crystal core. We have collected 4 intermediate crystal cores tonight. Not far from where the zombie boss fell, Emohan found a green intermediate crystal core. The harvest tonight was really good. We cleared out the frozen goods in 2 cold storages and obtained more than 10 primary crystal cores and 4 intermediate crystal cores. Emohan felt that he was one step closer to awakening his supernatural powers. I couldn't help feeling happy and walked away humming a song while holding the pancake. Behind him were groups of howling zombies. Emohan's speed was slightly faster, and he always kept a distance from the zombies behind him. Primary zombies are very stupid and simply cannot speed up to attack others. As long as the number is not too large and they are not in a closed space, Emohan will not be afraid of them at all. Humming a song as he got into his van, Emohan sat in the driver's seat and put the pancake on the passenger seat. When the group of zombies just caught up to the car, he suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right, knocking the zombies to the ground. Although they were not pretending to be dead, they just fell to the ground with broken arms and legs. They can still drag their mutilated bodies and stroll around the streets. But Emohan seemed to enjoy seeing them with broken limbs and unable to catch their prey. Ha! Emohan found it funny when he thought of the zombies howling, but could only crawl on the ground. Dabing was standing by and looking at him with a look of disgust on his face. However, thinking that his foot was caught in a mousetrap just now and he didn't feel disgusted with himself, Dabing changed his expression back to that of an ant. Emohan turned his head and looked at Dabing, who was sitting next to him with a silly grin on his face, and thought it looked so silly. Why do I suddenly feel that expression looks like that of an old man? It was 12:30 in the evening, and Emohan was driving his van all the way home. It was too hot on the road, so I took off my protective clothing and left it in the back seat of the van. It's finally much cooler. He took out a bottle of Red Bull from the space and drank 1 bottle each with pancake. The streets were still brightly lit. Scattered zombies were staggering on the road, and no one knew where they would go next. When he saw Emohan's van approaching, he roared and walked towards the car. The van moved along, and the zombies followed. More and more zombies followed the car. It's not good that all these zombies are following me. If there are too many zombies and a tide of corpses is formed, no matter how powerful Emohan's space is, he will not be able to leave alive. Because after the huge tide of zombies formed, The zombies pushed each other, and if Imohan was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to use his spatial flash. At that time, you can only stay in the space for 1 hour. Once the time is up, you will be kicked out and Imohan will become a delicacy for the zombies. Only a fool would be willing to cook delicious food for zombies. The opportunity to be reborn doesn't come every year. Imohan took out a large tweeter from the space and recorded his hoarse voice into the speaker. Then he threw the horn out of the van and gently dropped it on the street. A large group of zombies were instantly attracted by the most exciting national style coming from the loudspeakers. Everyone stood around the loudspeaker, trying desperately to find the source of the singing. Imohan looked at the group of stupid zombies in the rearview mirror and shook his head. No wonder they are primary zombies, so stupid that they don't even bend down to see where the loudspeaker is. The singing from the tweeter weakened the clanging sound of Imohan's van. Imohan successfully shook off this group of stinky tails. On the way home, the van attracted new zombies while driving. Imohan used the same trick again and shook off wave after wave of zombies. Anyway, there are hundreds of thousands of loudspeakers in his space, so he can use them lavishly. When he's done with it, he'll go clear out all the large shopping malls tomorrow. There are so many tweeters and woofers. Because of the zombies' obstruction, the journey that usually takes only half an hour took Imohan an hour to finally return home. The time is 1:30 in the evening. Imohan disinfected his entire body and also helped the Bing disinfect. Open the door again and go in. I thought the chicken had gone to sleep. Unexpectedly, the silly dog was still waiting for them to go home. As soon as I saw them open the door and go in, I screamed with joy. Imohan walked into the house and put the pancake in his arms on the ground. The demon chicken fluttered over instantly. Imohan quickly stopped him. Don't move. Yaoji, Dabing's leg, is injured. The demon chicken immediately stopped its actions, looked at Imohan in confusion, and then looked at the pancake. Dabing lay dying on the ground, waiting for the care of the demon chicken. The chicken understood immediately, walked over quickly, smelled the wound on Pancake, and licked its face. Dabing received the care from his brother. Although his legs hurt, his heart felt warm. Imohan took out the old equipment from the space, disinfected the pancake, applied medicine, and wrapped it with gauze. He looks so focused that people who don't know him might think he is a skilled veterinarian. After making the pancake, Imohan was really too sleepy. I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. Jump into your warm bed. Lying on the bed with his legs spread out. The next second, the snoring had already caused the bed to shake. In the neighborhood, people could be heard screaming all night long. Some people were bitten by zombies, and some became zombies. But these had no effect on Imohan at all. He sleeps deeper than a pig. I don't know when it was. Imohan got up to go to the bathroom, and suddenly saw several missed calls. When I picked up the phone, it turned out to be Officer Lin Yan calling. Officer Lin changed his usual aloof attitude and said to him in a trembling voice, Imohan, please come to my house quickly. My cat has turned into a monster. I am hiding in the bathroom now. Please come and save me. Imohan's hand was shaking as he held the phone. Officer Lin, don't be afraid. Lock the bathroom door. I'll come to rescue you right away. Imohan, please come quickly. If you are any later, I will die. Officer Lin pleaded. When Imohan heard Officer Lin's voice, his heart started pounding. I couldn't help it, so I put on protective clothing, opened the door, and walked out. Along the way, Imohan was thinking about Officer Lin's fair skin and beautiful face, especially the proud peak of her chest. He was so excited that he suddenly fell off the stairs. Get up quickly and rush forward quickly. Carrying a hammer along the way, he beat the zombies. When he arrived outside Officer Lin's house, Imohan saw the cat that had turned into a monster at a glance. It was as big as a tiger, with red eyes and sharp fangs, and it growled at Imohan outside the door. Imohan took out a gun from the space, kicked the door open, and fired several shots at the huge cat monster that pounced on him. The bullet pierced the cat demon's head, and the cat demon fell to the ground instantly. Officer Lin, the cat demon is dead. Come out quickly. Imohan stood at the bathroom door and said to the people inside. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom. The glass door does not block light very well. Imohan stared at the curvy figure inside the door and couldn't help swallowing. Lin Yan suddenly opened the bathroom door from the inside and pulled Imohan in. Chapter 73 Test. When Imohan woke up, he reached out and touched it. Hey, there's no one around. After all this time, I realized that last night was just a dream. Warm, fragrant, crispy, and soft. This is so damn real. He stayed in bed for a while with his eyes squinted before lazily getting up from the bed. Wearing shorts and flip-flops, I brushed my teeth and washed my face while listening to dynamic music. Looking out the window, the sun was shining brightly outside, making the staggering and roaring zombies downstairs look even more disgusting and terrifying. This damn weather. It must be at least 48 degrees. Emohan reached out to the window to try. As soon as I stretched out my hand, a huge wave of heat rushed to the back of my hand. Dabing and Yaoji got up a long time ago, ate dog food, and are now sitting on the sofa, one on each side, watching cartoons. Emohan glanced at him. Wow, I'm actually watching Paw Patrol. He didn't even blink. How obsessed must he be? Emohan sat at the dining table, and with a thought, a sumptuous breakfast appeared on the table. 3 braised eggs, a large plate of boiled shrimps, 5 fried dough sticks, a bowl of porridge, a plate of pickled radish, and a plate of spicy crispy peas. Breakfast is suitable for a light meal. It's too hot, and I don't want to eat anything greasy. While opening the phone, check what news is out there. No new official announcement has been issued. I understand that the authorities are also very frustrated at the moment. Once the water and electricity are completely cut off, the authorities will send people out to collect supplies, and then set up bases to accommodate survivors. But the end of the world has only happened for a few days, and everyone has not yet reacted. We need to take it easy. Messages from various groups popped up one after another. Emohan clicked on one at random. Owners group. It's over. We are really finished. There are zombies everywhere outside. I have no food at home, and I am almost starving to death. Can any neighbor in the group be kind enough to give me something to eat? Yes. I have no food at home. Neighbors, please give me something to eat. It's an emergency, and no one has any food stored at home. How about we team up and go outside to find some food? Anyone willing? I would like to, but look at those zombies. They are so scary. No, there are zombies everywhere outside. I don't dare. Emohan didn't finish reading the group messages, mainly because there were too many messages. As soon as one came out, another covered it. It's nothing more than complaining, being afraid, and asking for food. Emohan shook his head. In a day at most, the people upstairs and downstairs would start looting other people's supplies. By then, another fight is inevitable. I'm used to it. In major forums, people are discussing how to survive next. Discuss survival strategies. Complaining about why the authorities don't publish a survival guide. Many people's families have begun to run out of food, and some people are running low on food. The amount they used to eat in one meal now has to be carefully calculated to feed a day. Some migrant workers who rent houses usually eat out and don't have pots, pans, bowls, or dishes at home. I managed to survive for 2 days by relying on the snacks and instant noodles that I usually have at home, but I couldn't hold on any longer. I'm so hungry that my legs and hands are weak. The authorities didn't say anything about sending food to everyone. Everyone was desperate and wondered if the authorities were dead as well. Emohan was browsing the forum while leisurely eating shrimps. After eating, I lay down on the sofa. It was too hot during the day to move. Stay home and have a rest first. Wait until the weather turns cooler in the evening before going out. I lay on the sofa and fell asleep before I knew it. Dabing and Yaoji are watching TV. Seeing that Emohan fell asleep, Yaoji took the remote control and turned down the volume a little. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 minutes, Emohan's snoring became deafening. The snoring was so loud that Dabing and Yaoji couldn't concentrate on watching TV. There was no choice but for Dabing to take the remote control and turn the volume up to 100. Dabing looked at the TV, then at Emohan, and lamented that he was too weak, otherwise the 2 dogs would have thrown him onto the bed in the bedroom. It's really, really noisy. Bang, bang, bang. While half asleep, Emohan heard someone knocking on his door. The force was so great that it felt like the security door would have been broken if it wasn't strong enough. Emohan stood up impatiently and walked towards the door. I don't know who opened the door. Could it be that Lu Mingguang, the buyer of this house, is coming to take the house away? Lu Mingguang called yesterday and told Emohan to move out quickly. While thinking, Emohan had already arrived at the door. Through the surveillance screen on the door, he saw that the person standing outside knocking on the door was not Lu Mingguang. A group of strangers. 1, 2, 3. Emohan counted on the surveillance camera, and there were 7 people in total. They were all tall and strong young men, holding knives, iron rods, table legs, and other objects in their hands. The person knocking on the door was a fat black man. Emohan thought he was quite dark, but he didn't expect that when compared with the guy outside, his body suddenly became several shades whiter. Hey, is anyone home? Black Fatty knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. He shouted, is anyone home? If so, please open the door. Emohan hesitated for a few seconds and didn't open the door. The apocalypse has only just begun for a few days, so no one should be brave enough to kill anyone. However, he didn't know what the other party's purpose was. Did he want to break into the house and rob it, or do something else? I know nothing. With his strength, it would only take him a few minutes to defeat these people. But Emohan didn't want to talk to them. The main fear is manslaughter. Several people knocked on the door for a long time, but found no one opened it. so they went to the next one. The surveillance screen rotated as the figures of several people moved. The old man living alone next door heard the knock on the door and opened it. Seeing a few people carrying things outside the door, he sternly asked, "Hey, what are you doing, trying to rob?" When the young men saw that it was an old man, they laughed and said, "It's an old man, forget it. Let's go to the next one." The lonely old man frowned and said, "You are talking half-heartedly, and it's not clear. Tell me, what's the matter?" The leader said to Depang, "Uncle, we have no food at home. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. We want to team up with the young and middle-aged people in the community, take care of each other, go out to fight zombies, and collect food. Since you are old, forget it. We will find someone else." The old man frowned and said, "Well, I'm old now, so I won't go with you to find food. Will you share what you find with me?" Several young people seemed to have heard something ridiculous. "Uncle, what you said is not right. You are too old to go out to look for things. Why should we share the things we find with you?" The old man who lived alone sneered, "Humph, I thought you were all righteous, respecting the elderly and loving the young. I didn't expect you weren't such good people." A young man was not convinced and said, "Can respecting the old and loving the young be eaten? When you die, you go to the underworld. There you will respect the old and love the young. Etiquette is most valued there." The fat black man quickly gave the young man a look. "Shut up, young." The fat black man asked, "Old man, if you can't go, you can ask your son to go." The elderly man living alone sneered, "My son doesn't want to go, he's busy watching TV at home." "Oh, okay." The fat black man left with a few people behind him. Emohan listened quietly to the conversation between the few people, secretly sighing that it was not easy for an old man living alone. I could actually tell from the temptations of several people just from a few words. Chapter 74, How About Going Crazy? Several young men, ostensibly knocking on doors from house to form a team, were going outside to collect supplies. In fact, it is also a test to find out how many people are there in each household. In this way, when they take action at night, they will know the whereabouts, and that will be convenient. If Gang Mohan hadn't opened the door, they would have thought no one was home. Emohan sneered. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would come to pry open his door at night. After seeing a few people leave on the surveillance camera, Emohan returned to lying on the sofa, scrolling through his phone boredly. People in the group gradually formed teams to find food. Some people simply robbed their neighbors. Emohan shook his head. The crazy crime was about to begin from this moment on. Time passes quickly. At night, Emo was sleeping soundly on the sofa when suddenly Dabing and Yao Ji called out, "Woof, woof, woof," to wake him up. "What?" Emohan sat up suddenly and found that it was pitch black all around. Suddenly realized, the power is out. Went to the kitchen and took a look. The water in the tap is gone. Oh, the water and electricity are out. Emohan stood barefoot by the window, looking at the dark night sky, knowing that the time had come when humans would be completely cut off from water and electricity. There were screams one after another in the community. People are of course aware that once water and electricity are cut off, the possibility of restoration is very small. Moreover, it was such a hot day, and there was no electricity or water. There is no food at home. If you want to go out, there are zombies everywhere outside. Everyone began to despair and become furious. Emohan originally planned to go out and fight monsters to get crystal cores. Think about it first and don't rush out. See if those people during the day will take any action at night. What surprised him was that those people didn't come until after midnight. The internet was also down. Emohan could not get any information from the group, nor could he learn about the current situation at home and abroad from the news or short videos. Emohan sat at the dining table, eating skewers and drinking cold beer. 12:30. There were faint sounds of smashing and looting coming from downstairs. Emohan opened the window and stretched his head to look outside. The noise of smashing and smashing became louder. Out of curiosity, Emohan used Space Flash to go all the way downstairs of the community to see what everyone was doing. By the way, check if there are any animals that have transformed into zombies and kill a few to practice. Emohan used Space Flash all the way to the residential area. Sharp shouts were heard from a distance. "Let go, you bunch of robbers. How can you rob others' things? Help! Someone is robbing me. Someone is robbing me." The shouting came from a large supermarket on the first floor of the community, which supplies the daily necessities of everyone in the community. Emohan knew that as long as the situation became serious, the first place people would start to rob would definitely be the big supermarket in the community. Really, it was unknown how many people were snatching things here. Emohan only saw a large group of people desperately carrying things out, making the supermarket a mess. The supermarket was originally closed, but unfortunately it had a glass door, so the food, drinks and daily necessities inside could be seen by others at a glance. The supermarket owner probably knew that his things would be snatched away by others, but the outbreak of the zombie virus was too accidental. He and his family have been hiding at home for the past few days, not daring to go out. He wanted to find a place to hide his things, but he couldn't find a place for a while. When Imohan saw the broken glass door and the black cloth next to the glass shards, he knew that the supermarket owner was on guard against people and had used the black cloth to cover his own glass door. But what's the use? Everyone in the community knows that there is a big supermarket on the first floor. So, it is understandable that they rob. The supermarket owner and his family fought back desperately, but to no avail. Everything was taken away by others. In the end, I could only sit in the empty room and cry. This cry attracted the zombies outside the community. There were a few zombies in the community just now. In order to make it easier for everyone to steal things, a few people teamed up and bravely killed them. Now the zombies outside the community, hearing the crying of the boss's family, are staggering in. The boss and his family quickly looked for a place to hide. Those young men who robbed the supermarket tonight probably wouldn't cause trouble for their own family. Imohan used space flash to quickly leave the community. I was in my room upstairs just now and didn't want to move, but when I heard the noise downstairs in the community, I came down curiously to see what was going on. Now we know what happened. It was all expected. Imohan was too lazy to go upstairs and decided to go out and kill a few monsters first. Use space flash all the way out. Imohan strolled around the street and didn't see any mid-level zombies except the howling low-level zombies. After walking around, I felt it was too hot. The temperature during the day is 48 degrees, and the temperature at night is at least around 43 degrees. Since he couldn't find any mid-level zombies, Imohan decided to just collect some supplies. The streets are full of shops. Imohan came out of the space and used the master key in his hand to open the door. Open the doors one by one, go in to find things, and then put them all into the space. There is a pharmacy on the corner. Imohan arrived at the door of the pharmacy, took out the master key, opened the door, and walked in, when a hard gun was pointed at his forehead in the dark. Imohan was shocked for a second, then instantly flashed into space. He used space flash to run forward 5 or 6 meters before turning on the flashlight in his hand and loading the gun at the same time. Is it you? Is it you? Both of them exclaimed at the same time. But no one took back the gun first. Imohan looked at the heroine in his dream last night and thought about how crazy he and her were in the bathroom. Everything is so real. How about, since there's no one here, let's go crazy. Officer Lin, what are you doing here? Imohan spoke first. Lin Yin still pointed the gun at Imohan and said coldly, "You beast who can attack women is not worthy to talk to me." Imohan was helpless. Officer Lin, could you please stop bringing up irrelevant issues? Women can be divided into good and bad types. Some are worthy of respect, and some are worse than dogs. It's not your turn to carry out the punishment. Lin Yin said disdainfully. Imohan took back the gun in his hand, took a few steps towards Lin Yin, and said with a smile, "So, Officer Lin, how would you handle things like adultery?" Whenever Lin Yin saw his playful look, she felt like she was being fooled by him, but she couldn't tell what it felt like exactly. In short, just don't talk to this person. Don't want to pay attention to him. Lin Yin was carrying a large travel bag on her back, and now she was carrying the bag in front of her. There are a lot of medicines in the medicine cabinet. Lin Yin specially selected various antipyretics, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers, and put them in her bag. What? Aren't you here to get medicine? Seeing Imohan standing motionlessly at the door looking at her, Lin Yin felt a little nervous for no reason. Chapter 75. A Hero Saves a Beauty. Imohan's mouth curled up. Looking at the huge pharmacy, he smiled and said, "Ladies first." A woo. While the two were talking, on the second floor of the pharmacy, after a few roars, something heavy rolled down from the elevator. It landed 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Yin. Lin Yin turned around and saw that it was a zombie. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes for a moment, but then she returned to her indifferent expression. When she used the master key to open the door just now, she looked around deliberately and did not see any zombies. Unexpectedly, the zombies were actually upstairs. "Officer Lin, there's something I'm curious about." Imohan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, looking a bit pretentious. "How did you get in?" Lin Yin was too lazy to pay attention to him. Don't say anything, just ignore his existence. The zombies were already roaring and coming to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yin pulled out a dagger from her waist, took a step forward, and stabbed the zombie's head with the knife. Clean and neat. That's what a policewoman should look like. Imohan was just about to open his mouth to praise her when he suddenly discovered that Lin Yan's knife was stuck in the zombie's head. Lin Yin held the knife handle with one hand and tried to pull the knife out with all her strength. The zombie with a knife stuck in its head roared and pounced towards Lin Yin. Lin Yin hurriedly dodged backwards and accidentally tripped over a box of medicine that she had just placed on the ground and was about to take away. A bang! Lin Yin fell to the ground, and the zombies pounced on her. He opened his disgusting, stinky mouth and started biting Lin Yin's neck. Although Lin Yin is a policewoman, she is essentially just a woman after all. Compared with the tall and strong zombies, she is still not at an advantage in strength. Seeing that the zombie was about to bite her neck, she had no choice but to kick hard from below, but couldn't reach it. I had to use both hands to push the zombie's head up to prevent it from biting me. The weather was too hot, and the flesh on the zombies had rotted. When Lin Yin was pushing the zombie's head, the zombie's left face collapsed on Lin Yan's face because she pushed too hard, and the skin on its face was rotten and smelly. Lin Yin closed her lips tightly and turned her head quickly, and the zombie's left face fell to her neck. There were maggots wriggling on it. A huge stench filled the entire pharmacy. Emohan still stood by with his hands folded, watching coldly, until I saw the zombie's rotten flesh falling onto Lin Yan's neck. I was afraid that the maggots would get into places where they shouldn't. He took a few big steps forward and picked up the zombie off Lin Yin. He threw it aside, grabbed the handle of the knife that Lin Yin had just used to kill the zombie, and pushed it hard. The knife was pulled out of the zombie's head. The zombie was not dead yet. It was still howling and trying to get up from the ground. Emohan clenched the knife in his hand and slashed a few more times quickly. A pile of rotten and smelly liquid flowed out of the zombie's head. Zombies die? Lin Yin, who was lying on the ground, was probably frightened. She quickly stood up and desperately shook off the maggots on her body. Emohan walked up to her, and her face looked pale in the light of the flashlight. If the zombie maggots stay on the surface of your body for a long time, they will burrow into your body and make you a member of the zombie army. Emohan reached out and shook the toilet paper in his hand, wanting to help Lin Yin wipe off the maggots on her body. Lin Yin slapped his hand away. Lin Yin snatched the toilet paper from Emohan's hand and pulled her t-shirt down hard. Seeing that Emohan was still looking at him, he scolded with a stern face. "Turn around." Emohan stole a glance at the towering mountain, swallowed, and turned his head. "Get out," Lin Yin yelled again. Emohan walked towards the door reluctantly. As soon as he opened the door, he quickly closed it heavily. At the door, there were zombies howling. As soon as I heard the sound, I knew there were at least a dozen of them making such a racket. "Officer Lin, outside." Emohan turned around and wanted to tell Lin Yin that there were zombies outside. However, at this time, Lin Yin was too nervous that the corpse worms would drill into her neck and chest. He took off his t-shirt and underwear and wiped his neck and body with toilet paper. When Emohan turned around, he saw a scene that made his blood boil. "Ah!" Lin Yin covered her chest with both hands in desperation. At the same time, he cursed, "Get out of here, you bastard." Just now she saw Emohan open the door and thought he had gone out. The maggots on his body kept wriggling, so he quickly took off his clothes in a hurry. Unexpectedly, he turned back. Sure enough, what kind of quality can a person have if he can even throw his fiancée into a septic tank? Quality. "Officer, please don't insult me. I don't want to be associated with someone." Seeing her body being seen, Lin Yin felt ashamed and angry, and she wished she could shoot Emohan. Emohan said he was helpless. "If there weren't zombies at the door, I wouldn't have come back. Do I look like someone who doesn't respect women and would have wild thoughts about a strange woman?" Fortunately, Officer Lin had seen the woman inside before, so she was not a stranger. "Lin Yin, for someone who can throw his fiancée into a septic tank, what else can't you do?" Emohan was so angry that he almost fell to the ground. "Lin Yin, if I didn't save you just now, you would be a zombie now. Do you still have a chance to talk nonsense to me now?" Lin Yin finally shut up. All the maggots and rotten flesh on his body had been wiped clean. The clothes thrown on the ground can no longer be worn. With one hand across his chest, he pointed at Emohan with the other hand and said, "Come here." Emohan smiled. Of course he knew what she was going to do. Walked over reluctantly. Walked to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan pulled Emohan in front of her. The two people just stood face to face. Emohan looked down and saw the snow-white skin in front of him, shining even in the darkness. That is the beauty that belongs only to Lin Yan. For a moment, my blood boiled. Emohan just felt his nose getting hot, and a lot of stuff flowed down his nose. He quickly reached out and wiped it. Lin Yan pulled Emohan in front of her. A pair of hands reached from the front to the back and surrounded him. Emohan said shyly, "Officer Lin, I am a good citizen. What do you want to do?" As she spoke, Lin Yan lifted his arm and instantly pulled off his large white t-shirt. "Put it on yourself all at once." Emohan was stripped of his clothes, but he was not annoyed. He smiled and said, "Officer Lin, aren't you bullying me too much?" Lin Yan snorted coldly and said, If the situation wasn't so pressing, I wouldn't even bother with your stinky clothes. Emohan pointed at his black shorts and said with a smile, "Where are the pants? Do you want me to lend them to you reluctantly?" "You." Lin Yin cursed angrily. "You bastard." A hand also hit him in the chest. Emohan shook his head. "It's always the same sentence. No innovation." Lin Yin stopped talking to Emohan and turned around to continue putting medicine into her bag from the medicine cabinet. Emohan looked at his bare upper body and shook his head. With a thought, he took out a white vest in his hand and quickly put it on. Lin Yin's backpack was already filled with various medicines and could not hold any more. Emohan followed her and asked, "Officer Lin, why did you think of coming to the pharmacy to get medicine?" Lin Yin looked back at him and said coldly, "What do you care?" Emohan stood by and said leisurely, "Last night, I had a dream that your cat ate a mouse that had transformed into a corpse and turned into a cat demon. Are you looking for medicine for your cat?" As soon as Emohan finished speaking, Lin Yin looked at him with her mouth wide open. Chapter 76 Marshmallow, a good name. As soon as he saw Lin Yan's expression, Emohan knew that he had made a wrong guess. However, the fact that she was able to come out to get medicine showed that the cat was only injured and had not yet turned into a zombie. Lin Yin, don't waste your energy. If your cat is really infected with corpse poison, it will turn into a corpse sooner or later and will not survive. Emohan looked at the busy Lin Yin and said, "There is nothing to save a stupid cat that eats dead rats. Besides, you can't save it at all." Lin Yan's backpack could no longer hold the medicine, so she zipped up the backpack tightly. "I'm not willing to go out like this. After all, it's not easy to get out when there are zombies everywhere." Emohan was talking beside her, but she didn't answer at first. The feeling given to people is that he looks very cold. When she heard Emohan say that her cat was stupid, she turned her head to look at Emohan and said coldly, "My cat tried to save me. You are stupid." After saying that, Dong 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 walked to the pharmacy counter and pulled out a few large food bags from under the counter. Bang, 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 bang. They started putting medicine into the bag again. Emohan leaned against the wall and watched her get the medicine. "You said your cat saved you? You were bitten by a zombie, and it helped you block the zombies?" Lin Yin filled a bag with medicine and then put it into another bag. He looked up and said to Emohan, "Last night, because there was a hole in the corner of the rental house, a dead rat ran in, and Marshmallow was injured in order to save me." Marshmallow. Emohan smiled and said, "That's a good name. What a pity." A trace of pity flashed across Lin Yan's eyes, and she tied up the two pockets containing medicine. "No matter if the marshmallow has a chance to be saved or not, I have to save it myself." Lin Yan carried a travel bag on her back, 2 large bags of medicine in her left hand, and a gun in her right hand. "Prepare to open the door and go out." Emohan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, wanting to see how this beautiful police officer would walk out of the pharmacy. Lin Yin opened the door a crack. With a squeak. "Close the door quickly." Emohan couldn't help but want to laugh. The door was shaking, and there were more than a dozen zombies guarding it. Lin Yin closed the door and put the 2 bags of medicine in her hand on the ground. With the gun in hand, he went upstairs cautiously. Emohan followed curiously to see what this beautiful woman wanted to do. "Bring up some medicine from downstairs." Lin Yin walked to Emohan's side, snatched the flashlight from his hand, and directed Emohan to get the medicine. Emohan smiled and really did as she said, taking all the medicines on the container into his arms. Lin Yin walked in front, and Emohan walked behind. They went up the stairs one after the other. The second floor was still pitch black. Lin Yin swept the flashlight around casually, but did not see any zombies. "Throw something in there," Lin Yin said to Emohan. Emohan smiled. It seemed that Officer Lin was not that stupid after all. Just do as you were told. Originally, Emohan could run away in a few minutes, but there was nothing else to do at the moment. There were no mid-level zombies on the streets, and he could just go home and sleep. Just play games with the beautiful girl and see what she wants to do. Bang! The box of medicine in Emohan's hand was thrown on the ground not far in front of the 2 of them. After waiting for a long time, I didn't see a single zombie come out. Emohan said to Lin Yin, "If there were zombies, they would have come out long ago when they saw the light of the flashlight." Lin Yin nodded. The 2 of them stepped onto the second floor together. I followed Lin Yin all the way to the window, but didn't see any zombies. It seems that the second floor is quite safe. The ground was filled with large boxes of various medicines, syringes, needles, and infusion belts, and the air was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Lin Yin and Emohan walked to the window, looked down, and found that the zombies were mainly concentrated at the door of the pharmacy. Lin Yin walked around the room, then connected several infusion belts together with a pair of medical goggles tied at the bottom. The infusion belt with goggles tied to it was lowered from the window and hung in the air on the first floor. The switch of the goggles was on, and there was a faint green light on them. This light might not be very obvious during the day, but in the dark night, hanging in the air on the first floor, all the zombies around were attracted. They all gathered around the dangling goggles, roaring and howling. Some zombies raised their hands, trying to grab the goggles. I tried several times but couldn't reach it. Lin Yin saw the zombies leaving the door and said to Mo Han, "Let's go. There are no zombies near the door now. Take this opportunity to run out." Mo Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Ladies first." Lin Yin looked at him strangely. He had used the term ladies first twice tonight. Is he really not afraid of death and is giving in to the woman? Or is he deliberately trying to win her favor so that she will change her previous opinion of him? Lin Yin didn't think too much about it. Said, "Please." Ran downstairs alone. Mo Han did not follow him downstairs. He stood by the window and looked outside. The downstairs door creaked open. Lin Yin ran out of the door carrying a large travel bag, holding 2 bags in one hand and a gun in the other. The zombies wearing goggles turned around and saw Lin Yin coming out of the pharmacy. They roared and walked towards Lin Yin one by one. Mo Han stood on the second floor and shouted loudly to the people downstairs. "Hey, those stupid zombies downstairs, raise your dog heads quickly. Grandpa is here." As he shouted, he held in his hand a flashlight, the kind used in coal mines to go down the shaft. Turn the flashlight to its brightest and put it on your head. The group of zombies underground immediately looked up at Mo Han, roaring, as if they wanted to eat his brain every minute. Mo Han did this on purpose to make Lin Yin feel that he was helping her. This person is from the police station. When the official base is established in the future, Lin Yin will be one of the first managers to move in. Mo Han didn't need to enter the base. He didn't want to go to the base and be controlled and ordered around by others. But as long as you keep in touch with Lin Yin, it will be easier to get to know official personnel through Lin Yin in the future. From the tragic death of Mo Han in the previous life to until now, he still doesn't know who the Doomsday Boss Tulong is who caused him to be doomed. Maybe it's a senior official. It is said that friends are scattered everywhere, and it is easy to borrow an umbrella whether it is sunny or rainy. These zombies are nothing but a piece of cake in front of Mo Han and pose no threat at all. But for Lin Yin, it was different. So, do some favors for others. Maybe they will be useful in the future. The zombies were all attracted by Mo Han, so Lin Yin quickly bypassed the zombies and disappeared at the corner of the street. Before disappearing, he raised his head and looked in Mo Han's direction with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Mo Han stood on the second floor of the pharmacy. After seeing Lin Yin running away, he walked to where the medicine boxes were stacked. With a thought, he gently put all the large quantities of medicines on the ground into the space. Chapter 77. The Robber Met the Robber. After clearing out everything on the second floor, Mo Han went down to the first floor and put all the medicines on the first floor, along with the medicine cabinet, into the space. This way, when you get medicine in the future, it will be easier to get the medicine you want because there are labels and notes on the medicine cabinet. After clearing out the drugstore, Mo Han then looted the tobacco and liquor store next door. If I had known that I wouldn't have to run around shopping before the end of the world, I could just shop for free after the end of the world. However, I stocked up on supplies first, so I feel more confident. After all, it's the end of the world, and not all supplies can be obtained by ourselves. The water and electricity have been cut off, and people have no supplies to survive. They will surely come out in groups and frantically search from house to house. By that time, it might not be free to buy, and many things may have been sold out. Next to the tobacco and liquor store is a steamed bun shop. Mo Han pushed the door open and went in. He saw a lot of ready-made buns in the refrigerator, at least about 300. The owner of the bun shop must have been afraid that the buns would go bad, so he froze them in the refrigerator. The power just went out today, and the ice in the refrigerator has not been removed yet, so the buns are still cold. Mo Han put all those hundreds of buns into the space. Previously, he had stockpiled steamed buns, steamed bread, and wawatu in his space. Now I see steamed buns, and I start hoarding them again. These buns are just there anyway. By the time the ice in the refrigerator melts, the buns will have rotted. Mo Han is doing a good deed. It is euphemistically called, save the life of the bun and maximize its value. Next to the steamed bun shop is a stationery store, and next to the stationery store is a flower shop. Mo Han quickly collected the things from the 2 shops and rushed to the next one without stopping. Damn, this is the first time I've realized that getting something for nothing can be so exhausting. Looking at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and Mo Han entered the last house to be cleared out tonight. Braised meat shop. The braised meats were all placed in the freezer. Mo Han touched the braised meats and found that, just like the buns from the previous shop, there were still ice cubes on them. Putting his hand on the freezer, Imohan took away an entire freezer full of braised meat and the freezer itself. Imohan also put the seasonings used for braised meat in the store into his own space. They robbed other people's shops along the way, and some of the shops had no owners inside. Some shops have owners, but they have turned into zombies. For example, the owner of the braised meat shop has already become a zombie. When Imohan used the master key to open the door and went in, the boss accidentally locked himself in the bathroom and kept screaming inside. This actually reduced some trouble for Imohan. As long as the bathroom door is not opened, the boss can't come out. No one stopped Imohan from looting things. 3 o'clock in the morning. Imohan used space, flash all the way back home. I used the key to open the door and went in. Dabing and Yaoji were still awake. The two puppies were squatting by the door, and as soon as the door opened, they pounced on Imohan. Imohan saw the worry in the two dogs' eyes and their surprise when they saw Imohan return. "What's wrong? Why aren't you two sleeping yet?" Imohan asked deliberately. Even though he knew they were worried about him, he still teased them on purpose. Dabing was the first to bark. "Master, you are asking questions without even knowing the answer. I am worried about you." The demon chicken also barks. "You're already so grown up, but you didn't come back early. You made the two dogs worry. Is that okay?" Imohan naturally couldn't fully understand what they were saying. But that woof 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 tone, coupled with the expressions of the two dogs, Imohan could still guess what the two dogs wanted to express. "Okay, I got it. I'll come back earlier next time, so you won't worry," Imohan said while holding the two dogs. Because of the power outage, Imohan forgot to prepare lighting equipment in the house, so the two dogs squatted behind the door in the dark until Imohan came back. At this moment, Imohan came back, and with a thought, he took out a number of large lights. This light is very useful and can last for 3 days on a single charge. There are tens of thousands of such lamps in Imohan's space, enough for a long time. Damn, they forgot to turn off the water. Imohan stood naked in the bathroom, ready to take a cold shower before going to bed. I turned on the faucet and found that not a drop of water came out. Only then did I remember that the water and electricity had been cut off. Imohan raised the corners of his lips and took out a large bucket of tap water from the space. Put it on the sink in the bathroom. Imohan took out a small water pump from the space and plugged it into the battery. Place the pump into the large bucket. Connect a pipe to the water and connect it to the shower head. A simple bathing device is ready. Imohan used the pressure of the water pump, turned on the shower, and started taking a shower. I was tired from walking around outside collecting things, and my body was sticky with sweat. Now that I've taken a shower, I feel much better. Lying in a big letter shape on the big bed in his bedroom, Imohan fell asleep quickly. I just slept for less than half an hour. The demon chicken limped into Imohan's room and whispered, "Woof woof woof," into his ear. "Hey, you devil chicken, what are you doing? I want to sleep." Imohan was woken up from his sleepiness and was very impatient. If it weren't for the fact that the monster chicken had an injury on its leg, Imohan really wanted to slap it away. Imohan turned over and continued to sleep. The evil chicken kept calling in his ear. Finally woke Imohan up. "What are you doing? You devil chicken, I just went to bed. What the hell are you doing?" The demon chicken looked at Imohan, turned back, and called while walking forward. Imohan suddenly became alert. If nothing happened, the chicken demon wouldn't have called him. Could it be that? Imohan quickly put on his shoes and followed the demon chicken to the back of his own door. Dabing didn't make any noise on the sofa. He was limping, with his ears erect and his eyes fixed on the door. The surveillance camera on the door is connected to electricity, but now there is a power outage, so the surveillance camera is not working. Imohan couldn't see what was happening outside. Put your ear behind the door and listen carefully. I heard something prying at the door. There is no doubt that they are the few people who used the excuse of forming a team to inquire around. Because Imohan didn't open the door for them before, they thought no one lived in the house. I wanted to kick the door open, but I was afraid the noise would be too loud and be heard by others. Just pry the door open. Imohan deliberately loosened the door key. The movement was so subtle that people outside didn't notice it at all. Imohan turned off the light on the sofa and waited for someone outside to come in. "Fool, isn't the door open? Look at you. You've been trying to pry it open for so long." Outside the door, the fat black man pushed the door hard and found that it opened. Chapter 78. What kind of weapon is this? Black Fatty thought his subordinate was a fool. It's obvious that this door can be pushed in with just a push. The man who was trying to pry the door open fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't get it open. Imohan was sitting on the sofa and knew who was outside the door by the sound of the voice. They formed a team and tested those people during the day. The big pancake and the monster chicken beside him stood with their ears erect, waiting for his orders. As long as he gave the order, the two dogs would rush out and bite those people to death. "Hush, calm down. Emohan stroked the two dogs' heads and soothed them. I know you two want to go out and deal with the people outside, but you are still puppies, you haven't grown up yet, and you haven't awakened your superpowers. You are no match for them now. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. They are just a few petty thieves. It will only take a few minutes to deal with them. After hearing what Emohan said, De Bing and Yao Ji were no longer furious. Anan sat quietly beside Emohan. Black Fatty and 7 others pushed the door and entered Emohan's room. The room was dark. He Depang turned on the flashlight in his hand, shone it around, and found Emohan, De Bing, and Yao Ji sitting on the sofa. The younger brother behind him saw Emohan and was the first to react. He trembled and said, Big brother, there is silver on the sofa. Shut up. Black Fatty had already noticed Emohan lying on the sofa, and he felt a little guilty at first. But when I thought about the fact that it was the end of the world and no one would care about what I did, not to mention that there were 6 brothers with weapons following me, I'm not afraid of a bird. In an instant, He Depang became bolder and spoke with confidence. Hey, the man on the sofa, we are here to rob you. If you know what's best for you, don't resist. Otherwise, we won't show mercy to you with the weapons in our hands. Emohan took the cigarette box from the table, took out a cigarette, and lit it for himself. He crossed his legs and leisurely blew smoke rings. Before the fat man with a dark face could finish his words, his 6 men began to search the room with an arrogant look on their faces. Emohan took a puff of his cigarette and said with a smile, My friend, are you sure you want to rob me? Black Fatty picked up the cigarette box that Emohan had just put down, took out a cigarette from it, lit it, and took a few puffs. He looked down at Emohan and said, Brother, we are really robbing you here. What can you do to us? Several of He Depang's men searched every room. He came out and said to Black Fatty, Brother, I didn't find anything to eat. How is that possible? The dark-faced man was obviously unconvinced. Look at the man's complexion. You can tell at a glance that he is not hungry. Search him again. He must have hidden the food. Emohan sneered. What a bunch of idiots. Several of He Depang's men walked around the house again and finally found that Emohan's refrigerator was empty and there was nothing to eat at all. Brothers, since there is no food, let's not waste time. Let's go to the next one. The fat black man walked forward while smoking and took Emohan's cigarette. You know, Yin Mohan has only smoked twice, and the one he just smoked wasted by He Depang. It's such a pity to just take it away like this. Emohan is reluctant to give his things to others. Stop. Good Depang had already walked to the door. Emohan stood up from the sofa and said to the people at the door, You searched my house, and now you want to leave? Black Fatty turned around with a look of disdain and said to Emohan in a cold voice, Damn it. Look at your ugly face. What can you do to me? Several of his men echoed, That's right. You are overestimating your own abilities. How dare you mess with my big brother? Back then, he was a bully in G City. He was sent to the police station for beating someone up so hard that he had a severe concussion. He was only released half a month ago. Brother, don't waste your words on him. Just beat him up and beat him to death. While they were talking, they had already walked out the door. The fat black man snorted coldly, glared at Emohan with disdain, and walked away with a swagger. Prepare to rob Emohan's neighbor, the weird old man who lives alone. Emohan walked out slowly and calmly. He walked to the door of his house and said to De Bing and Yao Ji, Go to sleep first and leave me alone. 2 dogs, woof woof woof. Pancake, big pig's hoof, be careful. Monster chicken, let me go with you, and let brother monster chicken take care of you. Otherwise, you will be beaten by others and come back with a bruised face. How embarrassing. The demon chicken expressed its meaning clearly, then limped towards Emohan. Emohan knew what it meant, so he patted its head and said with a smile, When it comes to fighting, Brother Han has never lost. The chicken demon said, I don't trust you. You old man are so evil. Believe in your brother Han. The society is the best. The chicken demon returned to the sofa and sat down half believingly. After all, he was still a baby and easily believed Emohan's words. Comforted his 2 dogs. There was already a loud noise outside. Emohan walked out and locked the door of his room. I don't want to fight at home, lest my territory gets dirty. It would be disgusting if blood or something splashed around the house. It would also be inconvenient to clean up without electricity or water. At this time, Black Fatty couldn't open the door of the old man who lived alone with his key, so he got angry and kicked the door violently and yelled outside, Everyone inside, come out. Just as they were shouting, the old man who lived alone suddenly opened the door and shouted at them, You son of a bitch, you don't want us to sleep at night, right? Black Fatty pulled the old man who lived alone out of the door. The old man living alone lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The fat black man sneered, You old bastard, You're blocking the door and getting in the way." After saying that, several people swaggered into the room. The old man living alone struggled on the ground for several times before he climbed up tremblingly, cursing as he chased the people into the house. Emohan strode to the door of the elderly man living alone and yelled at Haida Pang and the others inside. "You bastards, come out and have a fight first." Haida Pang and his gang were busy robbing an old man living alone. When they heard Emohan's arrogant words, they got angry and threw a box of instant noodles in their hands to the ground. He picked up a steel pipe and rushed out. Several of his younger brothers also rushed out with weapons in hand to fight Emohan. Emohan took a few steps back into the corridor, and a bag of chili powder suddenly appeared in his hand. The fat black man and his friends didn't notice where his chili powder came from, but seeing him preparing to use chili powder on himself was like seeing a huge joke. "Ha ha, idiot, what kind of weapon is this?" The fat black man pointed at Emohan and laughed out loud, as if he had discovered something particularly funny. But before the laughter ended, Emohan in front of him suddenly disappeared. "Where is the person?" Black Fatty felt a little scared when he saw Emohan disappear out of thin air. "Open your eyes wide and look around." Suddenly, a handful of chili powder was sprinkled into Haida Pang's eyes. Chapter 79: The Ghost Appears. Ah! The fat black man covered his eyes and screamed in pain. Several of his brothers quickly gathered around him and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? What's wrong?" The fat black man yelled and cursed. "The damn guy threw chili powder in my eyes." The people behind him looked at each other. They also saw that Emohan suddenly disappeared just now. Now there was chili powder sprinkled in Haida Pang's eyes, and his whole body was convulsing in pain. Haida Pang's words didn't seem false, because his hair and eyebrows were covered with chili powder. The painful expression on his face told everyone how terrifying the tall man just now was. Several people felt as if all the hair on their bodies were standing up. Everyone was facing a powerful enemy. Suddenly, a little brother behind the fat black man was hit from behind with an iron rod and fell directly to the ground. "Ah, my shoulder, my shoulder." The person who was beaten curled up on the ground, screaming in pain. Others clenched their tools tightly, fearing they might be attacked at any time. Emohan used Space Flash and stood not far away from the few people. He smiled and looked at the people in front of him. It would only take a few minutes to deal with these minions, but it was unforgivable that they disturbed his sleep. "I would be so angry if I didn't play a good trick on them." Emohan had a sneer on his face. He used space to flash and walked in front of several people. He slapped the nervous minions in the face with his left and right hands. Several minions were beaten to the ground. They just felt that they were beaten, but they didn't know where Emohan was. At this moment, everyone present felt extremely frightened. They felt that what they encountered was not a human, but a ghost. Thinking of this, Black Fatty's little brothers screamed and ran forward for their lives, not daring to care about Black Fatty anymore. Haida Pang's eyes hurt a lot, so he rubbed them hard. The chili powder was dissolved a little by his tears, and he barely opened his eyes to look around. Because 5 of the younger brothers had already run away, the one who was knocked to the ground didn't care about the pain in his body, got up, and started running. Black Fatty looked around as if he had seen a ghost and prepared to run away. Emohan suddenly appeared, blocked Haida Pang's way, and said with a smile, "Why? You want to run away after disturbing other people's sweet dreams?" Black Fatty blinked hard, trying to relieve the pain in his eyes. Looking at the calm and composed Emohan in front of him, he trembled and said, You. What's wrong with me?" Emohan walked up to him, grabbed his collar, and said sternly, "Brother Lingchen, you're not sleeping in the morning, you're disturbing my sleep. Damn it." After saying that, Emohan punched Haida Pang's big black face with his left punch and his right punch. With a pu sound, 2 teeth on both sides of the fat black man fell out. You dare to hit me." The fat black man covered his face with one hand, squatted on the ground, and wanted to pick up the steel pipe he had just thrown on the ground. Emohan stepped on his hand with one foot and crushed it hard. "Ah!" The fat black guy screamed and suddenly hit Emohan with his head. Emohan dodged immediately. He kicked back hard and hit the fat black guy in the nose. The fat black man was bleeding profusely in an instant. Emohan did not stop and beat the fat man, Haida Pang, severely. At this time, the old man living alone wrapped a bandage on his hand and walked out the door. Just now he was pulled to the ground by the fat black man and his hand was sprained. Seeing Emohan beating up the gangster, the lonely old man cursed angrily. "You overestimated your own abilities. You beat me up. You disturbed my sweet sleep so early in the morning." Looking into Emohan's eyes, he was full of gratitude. "Neighbor, thank you. My name is Zhang Chaoyong, a retired doctor from Beijing First People's Hospital. I hope you will take care of me in the future." Zhang Chaodong. Imohan didn't say anything. He nodded to the old man as a reply. He has no idea who this old man is. He is in very good health and does not need to see a doctor. However, since this old man knows medical skills, as long as he doesn't die early, he will probably be of some use in the future. While the two were talking, Black Fatty got up from the ground and ran for his life. Imohan sneered and followed him. He also wanted to know which floor this idiot lived on. However, at the corner, where the lonely old man couldn't see him, Imohan hid in his own space. Because of the power outage, the elevator was no longer working, so Black Fatty had to run up the stairs. Although he was beaten all over, he couldn't help but tremble all over when he thought of the horrific scene just now. He ran with injuries, but his running speed was many times faster than usual. Imohan flashed through space and followed He Depang to the 19th floor. Looking at the house number 9-19-1, Imohan sneered. Oh, it turns out that a fool lives here. The fat black man banged on the door, and someone came to open it for him immediately. Imohan was standing behind the fat black man and saw that the person who opened the door was one of the younger brothers just now. Wang Erjuan, you fucking idiots, you just left me alone and ran away, causing me to get beaten up. Damn it, your brothers are in trouble, and you run away first. How disloyal. The fat black man went into the house cursing. Imohan took the opportunity to slip into the house. And you guys, your mother's criticism is so disgusting. You usually talk about morality. Where were you just now? Ouch, it hurts so much. As soon as he entered the house, Black Fatty started scolding his younger brothers. Because two teeth on both sides fell out at the same time, his mouth was full of blood, and he was lisping when speaking, which made people feel particularly miserable and funny. At this time, the younger brothers were huddled on the sofa, their whole bodies still trembling. Everyone saw what happened just now. There was clearly no one around, but they could feel a hand hitting them hard. Imohan was standing in the room, and no one could see his presence. There were no lights, only candles lit in the room. The flickering candlelight added to the terrifying atmosphere. The fat black man cursed and reached out to hit the people on the sofa. Hit the face with hands, pull the hair, kick with feet. No one present dared to fight back. Normally, He Depang is just a small gangster, but because he has some connections with the higher-ups, he opened a foot massage parlor in Xinjia. Usually, these people follow him to eat, drink, and have fun all day long, and obey his orders. He thought he was a brother who would share his life with him, but he didn't expect that he would abandon him at the critical moment. The fat black man beat these people while swearing at them. Wang Erjuan said, Brother Hua, what happened just now was really too weird. I still feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. Li Tailan also said, Yes, Brother Hua. It's not that the brothers wanted to abandon you just now. It was just too scary at that moment. Let me tell you, that house must be unclean and haunted. Yes, some time ago, the news in the United States reported that, yes, a ghost. In the United States, unclean things are called ghosts, which are actually what we call ghosts in our country. I never believe in ghosts, but just now I really felt like someone in the air was hitting me in the face with his hand. Oh, the person who is speaking has not finished speaking. Sudden, with a snap, the person who spoke received a solid slap on the face. The 5 fingerprints are clearly visible. Chapter 80. The smell in the bed. Who was hitting me and why? The person who was hit was still talking and didn't react to who was hitting him. By the time he realized he was the only one sitting at the very edge of the sofa, with everyone else looking at him in horror. He covered his face and looked to his right. There, Imohan was standing beside him with his hands hanging down. At this time, Imohan was wearing a terrifying ghost mask on his face. No need to say a word. Just laughed he. All the men in the room were frightened and ran around in panic. Li Tailan fell off the sofa. Wang Erjuan was urinated on directly. Black Fatty stood there, so scared that he forgot to run. Imohan suddenly appeared in front of him, and his entire ghost face enlarged and enlarged in front of him. Suddenly he grinned. The fat black man screamed, "Oh my God!" His eyes turned black, and he collapsed to the ground. The whole room was in chaos and screams were heard everywhere. 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky was beginning to get light. The screams in the community finally subsided. Imohan was lying on his warm big bed, sprawled out. Thinking of the frightened looks of those people just now, I couldn't help but laugh. He still wants to be a little devil, but with that little courage, he really doesn't deserve the word man. However, Imohan did not kill them. It just knocked out a few teeth and broke a few ribs. Scared some people to pee. A lesson has been taught to them. It's the end of the world, and it's normal for people to rob each other. As long as they didn't intend to take his life, Imohan wouldn't take their lives. However, after being beaten and frightened by Imohan, from now on, these people probably won't dare to rob people again. It increases the difficulty of one's survival in the apocalypse. Of course, Imohan is not a good person either. When he went downstairs to his room, he also put all the supplies in other people's rooms into his own space. Imohan lay on the bed and slept until noon. He was just trying to sleep a little longer when the devil chicken ran into his bedroom and started barking at him. Imohan was woken up and couldn't fall asleep. "What the hell are you doing? Don't you know I'm going to bed when it's almost dawn?" Imohan yelled at the chicken monster impatiently. The chicken demon looked at his master in front of him, who had greasy hair and dark circles under his eyes due to staying up late, and looked like a typical greasy uncle. He called out and patted his belly with his paw. "Are you hungry?" Imohan asked impatiently. "Can't you cook for yourself?" After saying that, he fell on the bed again and pulled the quilt over his ears. The chicken demon was very angry, but there was nothing he could do to Imohan. He had no choice but to walk out of the bedroom and woof 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 to the pancake who was lying on the sofa waiting for his fate. "Demon chicken, woof woof woof, brother, I can't shout at you. I still need to sleep." "Bing, woof woof woof, brother, please find a way to take me to the bedroom. I feel a little bloated and I have to fart." Imohan continued to sleep soundly. Yaoji took a pillow from the second bedroom, let Dabing sit on the pillow, and pulled Dabing into the bedroom like pulling a cart. Yaoji pulled a few more pieces of clothes as cushion so that Dabing could climb onto the bed smoothly. Beep, beep. After a few long and distant loud noises from under the quilt, Dabing quickly rolled out of the quilt as if escaping. Ignoring the injury on his leg, he jumped onto the pillow. The chicken grabbed the pillow and ran away. "What's that smell?" Imohan fell asleep in the quilt. He pursed his nose. "I always feel like there is some smell in the bed. It smells like a fart. A strong stench." The smell made it difficult for him to breathe. Imohan quickly threw off the quilt and finally breathed smoothly. Looking at the clothes beside the bed, I roughly understood what was going on. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Big pancake! Monster chicken! Which of you did it?" At this time, Dabing and Yaoji were already sitting quietly on the sofa, as if nothing had happened. Imohan rushed to the sofa barefoot, pointed at the two dogs and asked, "Don't play dumb. Who farted in my quilt just now?" "Huh?" Dabing looked at Imohan blankly, his big eyes blinking. The round head shakes like a rattle. Looking at the innocent look on Pancake's face, it probably wasn't it that did it. Imohan turned his head and stared at the demon chicken again. Yaoji quickly stood up from the sofa and shook his head vigorously at Imohan. "How strange. Wasn't it put there by those two?" Imohan patted his butt and went to the bathroom to wash up. I cursed myself for being a fool. He let out a loud fart that shook the world, but instead of reflecting on himself, he went to ask the two dogs if it was done. I am probably the only master like this who is out of touch with reality. It's impossible to go back to sleep because the bed is so smelly. I need to let the smell air out. Imohan casually brushed his teeth and washed his face in the bathroom. When I walk out of the bathroom, I always have an illusion. The pancake and the chicken on the sofa seemed to be smiling at him. Looking closely, he wasn't smiling. Could it be that I didn't get enough rest and my eyes are blurry? When preparing to have breakfast, Imohan saw that there was no food in front of the two dogs. He had an idea and put a lot of dog food on the coffee table, enough to keep the two dogs entertained for a while. Imohan himself sat down at the dining table. Take out a bowl of beef noodles with meat from the space and start eating. I habitually opened my phone and wanted to check the news outside, but found that those short videos and apps could not be opened at all. I almost forgot, the water and electricity are out, so the internet is also naturally down. Imohan shook his head, put his phone on the dining table, and continued eating noodles. Zombies or extreme heat, any one of these two disasters is enough to destroy humanity. Unfortunately, the two disasters overlapped. No one knows exactly how many people are left in the human race, but 7 out of 10 people must have died at the hands of zombies. It was extremely hot, there was no electricity or air conditioning, and many people died from the heat. Of the more than 9 billion people on the blue planet, at least more than half have gone there. There are no more than 1 billion people alive today. In the future, there will be various natural disasters and man-made disasters. People's survival faces great challenges. In his previous life, Imohan only lived for 5 years before he was betrayed and died tragically. Later, he had no idea what happened on the blue planet, whether humans would survive or perish, because those things happened many years after his death. After eating the noodles, I looked outside. The bright sun made my eyes hurt. Imohan took the air thermometer and measured it. It was 51 degrees. No wonder it's so hot. I remembered that I had stored various generators in my space. Imohan took out a silent generator. Connect various lines. Then he poured half a bucket of gasoline into it, and the silent generator started working. The lights, televisions, and various electrical appliances in the house have been restored to power. Imo Han turned off the lights as he didn't want to waste electricity by leaving them on in broad daylight. Even at night, he won't open it. Think about it. The whole world was in darkness, and he was the only one with electricity at home. Could he be trying to attract attention for no reason? Otherwise, why be so stupid? Chapter 81. True Gentleman Imo Han. The generator generates electricity, and the air conditioner in the house starts working naturally. Otherwise, with the temperature over 50 degrees, even if Imo Han was reborn, he would die soon without air conditioning. Move over a little. Imo Han pushed the two dogs to the corner of the sofa and started lying on the sofa again. Imo Han took out the tablet computer that the merchant had fully charged and downloaded with movies, and began to watch the movie while lying on the sofa. There's beer in the refrigerator. Although the air conditioner was working, the room was not hot. But Imo Han felt thirsty. I sat up from the sofa, holding a bottle of beer, and watched a movie while drinking. After watching the movie, I drank 4 bottles of wine. Boom, boom, boom. There is a knock on the door. Imo Han glanced toward the door vigilantly, put down the tablet in his hand, and walked towards the door. From the surveillance video, we saw that it turned out to be an old man living alone next door, Zhang Chaoyong. Imo Han opened the door and asked coldly, "What can I do for you, Dr. Zhang?" Zhang Chaoyong held a large box in his hand and handed it to Imo Han, saying, "Thank you for saving me yesterday, young man. I am very grateful, but I have nothing to repay you. There is still a lot of food at home, so I will share some with you." Imo Han waved his hand indifferently and said, "No need." After saying that, he turned around and closed the door. As soon as the door was closed, Zhang Chaoyong knocked on the door again from outside. Imo Han opened the door again and said, "Dr. Zhang, I told you not to. I will go out to find food myself. You are an old man, and you send food outside. You deserve to starve to death." Zhang Chaoyong. "Young man, my son will come to pick me up soon. You can keep this thing, Xiao." Bump. The door was closed. It almost hit the old man's nose. Imo Han is a very stubborn person and never takes advantage of others in distress. At the beginning, except for special circumstances. The reason why old man Zhang gave him gifts was simply to express his gratitude for his previous help. Only Imo Han himself knew that it was not really a helping hand. He just didn't want to clean up other people's house for fear of dirtying his own house. "I just went outside to tease those people. It just so happened that they robbed old man Zhang's house again. Let the old man misunderstand. I thought I was some great hero who wasn't good at speaking. No, Imo Han will never save anyone in his life. Of course, except for beautiful women. In the previous life, he died miserably as a bootlicker. In this life, Imo Han wants to be a flower-picking dog and let others lick him. Lick hard. Dog. Stop licking me like this. Isn't that disgusting?" Old man Zhang was holding a large box of things and didn't send them out. I felt even more respect for my tall neighbor. Do good deeds without leaving your name, and don't ask for things when given. This is a true gentleman. A true gentleman, Imo Han, watched the remaining 10 minutes of the movie, then turned on his computer and started playing games. There is no internet, so I am playing a standalone game that I downloaded before. Anyway, things like Plants vs. Zombies, cutting watermelon, and crying elimination. The temperature was too high during the day, so Imo Han did not go out. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Imo Han put on protective clothing and went out. Dabing's leg is basically unable to walk because it was caught in a mousetrap before. Imo Han left the demon chicken at home to take care of it. He then staggered out of the door. In fact, during this period of time, he just went out to look for supplies. Only mid-level zombies have crystal cores in their brains, so Imo Han is waiting for the appearance of mid-level zombies. Of course, if you are lucky enough, you can just wait for a giant beast from the classic of mountains and seas to appear, find a way to kill it, take its crystal core, and then you can directly awaken your superpowers. Imo Han drove the van out of the community. All the stores nearby were emptied out by him, so he decided to go somewhere farther away. There is a big shopping mall in the city center called Mingzhu Department Store. There are 7 floors in total. There is a large supermarket on the first floor, which sells all kinds of supplies. The second floor is an adult clothing store. The third floor is a children's clothing store. The fourth floor is the home textile city. The fifth floor sells various toys. The sixth floor is a bookstore. The seventh floor is home to various restaurants and snack bars. Before the apocalypse, this super mall received tens of thousands of visitors every day. It's extremely popular. Imo Han didn't want to take his time getting things from the nearby small shops. He preferred to be straightforward and empty out the goods from one supermarket after another. The van stopped at the entrance of Mingzhu Department Store. Imo Han tied a flashlight to his head and held a hammer in one hand. Walk into the mall quickly. With a slight force from both hands, the two hammers collided with each other, making a sharp clanging sound. After a while, A group of shadows staggered towards Mo-han from the darkness. Mo-han quickly turned on the flashlight tied to his head. The dazzling light quickly spread around. The zombies didn't have any focused eyes. Hunger made them run over howling. Mo-han took a rough look and saw at least 20 zombies. In such a large shopping mall, when the virus broke out, there must have been many employees working normally and many customers shopping normally. Therefore, in a 7-story shopping mall, the number of zombies will not be less than 200. Most people don't dare to come to this place. Although they know there are a lot of supplies, there are also a lot of zombies. If any desperado forces his way over, he will become the zombie's meal if he is not careful. When the zombies have eaten their fill, the people who have been eaten to pieces become new zombies. He goes and harms others. Therefore, not many people dare to come to this place. It's better if there aren't too many people, so that Mo-han can get the most benefits. Mo-han couldn't ask for more. Mo-han used a hammer to attack all the way, and he could almost kill a zombie with just 1 or 2 hammers. Originally, Mo-han could use the space display to launch a sneak attack on the zombies. There is no need to waste much effort at all. But Mo-han has been addicted to games for a long time, and his physical strength is not as good as before. He exercises with a sandbag at home. Therefore, outside, as long as the situation was not too dangerous, he would try his best to fight zombies to see if his physical strength could be restored to the state it was 1 or 2 years after the apocalypse. Bang! Bang! Hit them one by one with 1 hammer. If they fall to the ground but are not dead, hit them again with 1 more hammer. Mo-han killed all the 20 or so zombies around him. He himself gradually felt tired as he kept swinging the hammer. After finally getting rid of the zombies around him, Mo-han began to put things into the space. In the supermarket, there are rows and rows of snacks and all kinds of food and daily necessities. Mo-han placed his hands on the foods along the way and had an idea. In an instant, those things along with the container entered Mo-han's space. Mo-han walked and collected along the way. It was such a big supermarket, and he had to walk a long way just to get around. The main thing is that we can't put the supermarket into the space all at once. Instead, they should be collected slowly in rows or piles. Mo-han walked around the supermarket and had almost sold out all the things in the supermarket. Squeak! Suddenly, Mo-han heard the sound of a car stopping outside. Quickly turn off the flashlight on your head. Chapter 82 Brother Yang, who is a trustworthy person. Turning off the flashlight, Mo-han hid under a cabinet, trying to listen to who would come in. In the darkness, the footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. Judging from the voices, there seemed to be more than 10 people. Mo-han half knelt down, staring at the door vigilantly. However, it was pitch black everywhere, and I couldn't see clearly. Who is coming, and what are they doing? Yang, who brought 12 brothers with him, a total of 13 people, each holding an iron rod in his hand. He walked into the mall and said to the brothers behind him, "When we go in later, try not to shoot if you can. The loud noise will attract more zombies." "I understand, Brother Hu," Li Si said. "Hush, brothers, don't get separated. Try to stay close together and be on guard against sneak attacks from zombies at all times." "Yes, Brother Hu." The 12 people behind him answered him in a low voice. Yang, who held a flashlight in his hand. He turned it on gently and looked around. I found that the huge shopping mall was empty everywhere. Except for a few containers in the southeast, there was almost nothing inside. Li Si was surprised and said, "It's really weird. This mall is so big, and the entire first floor is full of food. I haven't seen it for a few days. Not to mention the food, even the shelves are gone." Yang, who nodded and said, "It's really strange. Normally, when someone comes in to collect supplies, they should take the food and leave. Who would take the shelves with them?" Everyone found it incredible. But there was nothing we could do. The shelves just disappeared. "Brother Hu, there are a few containers over there. Let's go over and see if there is anything food." Li Si whispered to Yang Hu. Mo-han was shocked. From the voices, he knew that the person having a private conversation not far away was his brother Yang Hu, who had purchased various supplies for him before. At this time, Yang Hu, with a group of people, was walking cautiously towards the place where Mo-han was hiding. Mo-han didn't want to have too much interaction with Yang Hu, although he didn't intend to be a lone wolf. It might be difficult for him to kill the great devil Tulong of the end times relying on his own strength, even if he awakens powerful supernatural powers in the future. It is also impossible to annihilate the Dragon Slayer in one fell swoop. After all, the Dragon Slayer has many skilled craftsmen and people with special powers under his command. In order to completely defeat the Dragon Slayer, you must find a group of very powerful people and form your own team. Mo-han still understood the principle that when many hands make light work. But now, many people's superpowers have not yet awakened, including Mo-han himself, so he has not started recruiting talents. As long as he awakens his supernatural powers and reaches a certain level, Imohan can immediately start creating his own sphere of influence. How many people can he win over in the end times with the food he has stockpiled? You know, without food, all ideals are empty talk. As for why he didn't choose Yang Hu, it was mainly because the two separated after the end of the world in the previous life and had no intersection at all afterwards. No one knows whether Yang Hu has awakened his special powers. Not everyone can enter Imohan's sphere of influence. One must be a person with special abilities or a very powerful person in a certain field. For example, the extraordinary talent Wang Feng who built the underground base before. It's a pity that this person died young. Otherwise, Imohan could consider recruiting him under his command. Yang Hu arrived at the place where Imohan was hiding. In order to avoid being discovered here, Imohan quickly slipped into his own space. Yang Hu and his group slowly walked to the shelves and found that there were no zombies, which they found very strange. When I walked to the shelves, they were empty. The first floor has been completely looted. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Yang Hu, holding a gun, took his brothers with him and watched every step of the way. Go upstairs very cautiously. Imohan used space flash and followed behind several people. Li Si said in confusion, Brother Hu, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should have taken the tens of thousands of bags of rice and barrels of water that Brother Han left in the abandoned factory. With so many things, we don't need to come out slowly to look for supplies. Yang Hu said sternly, That's Brother Han's stuff. How could I take it? If I take it, what will Brother Han eat? Will he starve to death? Yang Hu turned around and looked at his brothers around him and said, Listen to me, everyone. Those are Brother Han's things. No one can have any idea of taking them. Do you hear me? Li Si knew that Yang Hu had made up his mind, and once he had made up his mind, 8 horses could not pull him back. I could only say in frustration, I know, Brother Tiger. Others also said, Don't worry, Brother Hu. We will collect the supplies ourselves. We will never touch Brother Han's things. Now Imohan, who was standing behind them, heard their conversation in person and couldn't help but respect Yang Hu a little more. Yang Hu had called Imohan before to discuss the ownership of the batch of supplies. Imohan gave it directly to Yang Hu, but Yang Hu refused on the spot. He believed that those things belonged to Imohan, and the end of the world had already begun, so he would never take up Imohan's survival supplies. Imohan just thought that Yang Hu was just talking. It won't be long before they go to the old factory and secretly take away the supplies. Unexpectedly, Yang Hu actually didn't take it. In Imohan's heart, he couldn't help but look at Yang Hu with admiration. This person is capable, honest, and a real man. Yang Hu led his men up the mall elevator. Due to a power outage, the elevator in the mall was no longer working. The elevator was long and slanted, so one had to walk up by themselves. As soon as I stepped into the elevator, I heard a continuous roaring sound coming from the darkness on the second floor. Yang Hu, who was walking in front, unconsciously tightened the iron rod in his hand. Be careful, brothers. There are zombies at the elevator entrance. Yang Hu quickly turned on the flashlight and took a look, clearly seeing the location of the zombies. He turned around and said to Li Si, Xiao Si, you take care of the one on the left, and I will take care of the 2 on the right. Follow my instructions. Okay, Li Si nodded. Walking to the elevator entrance, Yang Hu whispered, Go. Li Si rushed out and killed the zombies on the left with a large iron stick. Yang Hu also quickly rushed to the right and killed the zombies on the right. Yang Hu whispered to everyone, Brothers, there is no food here, only clothes for sale. Everyone, grab a few clothes later, so that you don't have clothes to wear when picking up girls. As for food, we will take the clothes and go downstairs quickly to rob the surrounding food stores. Haha, Brother Hu is right. We can't come here for nothing. Pick out some nice clothes, or you'll be single forever before and after the end of the world. That's right, that's right. I'm going to go to the adult store and find some condoms, so that the whole world won't be filled with my babies. The group chatted with each other, and under the cover of Yang Hu, Li Si and others, they quickly collected a bunch of clothes from the adult men's clothing area and took them away. Imohan looked at the group of people who were running quickly to the first floor with a smile on his face. The original plan was to loot the food. As a result, the food was not received. But he was not discouraged and took the clothes and ran away. They are a group of people with a very good attitude. Imohan flashed out from the space and put all the clothes in the men's clothing area on the second floor into the space. I originally wanted to skip the women's clothing area. I thought about it. What if I have a girlfriend in the future? I would have to prepare some clothes for her, right? Although a lot had been stockpiled before the end of the world. But now the great clothes are right in front of me. I would be a fool not to stock up on them. Thinking of this, Imohan walked into the women's clothing area. Who knew just walked in? Bump. Imohan was knocked unconscious. Chapter 83. The Two Sisters of the Hua Family. Sister, look at him, his skin is just a little dark, but his facial features are still quite handsome. Lingyu, all you do all day is look at handsome guys. I think you're obsessed with girls again. Hey, it's a free handsome guy, it's a waste not to look at him. Sister, come on, take a good look at him, he is really handsome. Hua Lingyu stared at Imohan's face without blinking. Strong outline, sharp features, and thin lips. If his skin wasn't a little darker, even those celebrities who make a living by their looks couldn't compare to him. Oh, don't look at it. Being handsome can't make a living. Hua Lingrong was sitting on a stool nearby. Hua Lingyu dragged her to Imohan's side, and she admired Imohan lying on the ground. Although she thought the man lying on the ground was indeed handsome, Hua Lingrong still said, being handsome can't be used to make a living. Sister, do you think we knocked him out? Will he be angry when he wakes up? I don't know, but we didn't abandon him. We stayed here to watch him wake up. He won't blame us, right? As soon as Imohan opened his eyes, he found two unfamiliar faces infinitely enlarged in front of him. Look left and look right. He kept looking at him from every angle. Ah! Both sides screamed in fright and took a few steps back. You two are the ones who knocked me out. Imohan looked at the two people in front of him and felt that they were very strange, but within the strangeness, there was also a sense of familiarity. The two sisters calmed down. Hua Lingrong came over and said, I'm sorry, we were wrong just now and hit you by mistake. I hope you can forgive us. Imohan frowned. I don't understand why these two women attacked me. Brother, we didn't mean to hit you. Hua Lingyu ran over and said, we were packing clothes to take away just now, and you came over here staggeringly in your protective suit. We thought you were a zombie, so we beat you up. I see, after all this time they thought I was a zombie. Fortunately, I didn't shoot myself in the head. Otherwise it's game over. Do I look like a zombie in my hazmat suit? Imohan stared at the two sisters coldly, with a look of great confusion on his face. Hua Lingyu quickly took out a medium-sized mirror from the shoulder bag she was carrying. Well, you can see for yourself. Imohan took the mirror and only saw the area of his face. The goggles were covered in blood. It really does look like a zombie. He looked down at his clothes and saw a blood-red patch as well. No wonder others misunderstand. How is it? Imohan sat on the ground. Hua Lingyu squatted in front of him and said, do you believe what I said now? Imohan didn't say anything, looked around, and got up from the ground. The two sisters quickly bowed to him and said, I'm sorry, please forgive me, little brother. Call me little brother, on the left and on the right. This made Imohan feel embarrassed to ask for more money. But he is a vengeful person and he can't just take a beating in vain. Well, I can forgive you. But first tell me your names, and then I'll consider asking you to do something to compensate me. Ouch, my head still hurts. It has a headache, and I'm not lying. It really hurts. My name is... Hua Lingrong didn't want to tell Imohan her and her sister's names. After all, she didn't know whether Imohan was a good person or a bad person. While she was hesitating, Hua Lingyu said quickly, my name is Hua Lingyu, and my sister's name is Hua Lingrong. Imohan. Hua Lingyu? Hua Lingrong. Is it them? No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw these two people at the beginning. It turned out that they were the two Hua sisters from the previous life. In his previous life, Imohan and the two Hua sisters had fought each other several times. Sister Hua Lingrong is the most powerful person among those with water-related abilities. She owns a spiritual spring space, in which there is a spiritual spring water that is inexhaustible. Drinking it can quench your thirst and relieve fatigue. When encountering danger, Hua Lingrong's spiritual spring water can be transformed into a water sword, flying around and attacking others. The younger sister Hua Lingyu possesses the supernatural power of space and spiritual earth. Her space is filled with endless black soil, where she can grow crops and raise poultry. Usually, it only takes 10 days from sowing to harvesting crops on black soil. Moreover, regardless of season or time, the previous batch was harvested immediately, and the next batch was planted, and they began to sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. The same goes for poultry. A 15-pound piglet can grow into a 200-pound pig in 2 months. The pigs are fed with crops harvested from the black soil. Hua Lingyu has no attacking ability and is usually protected by her sister. But her special ability is the most amazing. What is the most lacking thing in the end times? Lack of food. Hua Lingyu is the food producer and the guarantee of life for everyone in the base. Without food, what can you talk about your ideals? In their previous life, this pair of sisters were soldiers of the great devil who slayed the dragon. Imohan fought with Hua Lingrong because Tu Long attacked him. He could have killed Hua Lingrong, but he felt compassion for her and did not kill her. Later, Hua Lingrong fell in love with Imohan in turn. However, both confessions were rejected by Imohan. At that time, Imohan only wanted to be Yin Yuer's lapdog and would not tolerate any other woman in his eyes. There are many women who like him, but he never pays attention to them. Imohan didn't know whether Hua Lingrong would fall in love with Imohan again in this life. Will Imohan fall in love with her? I don't know. It seems that the two Hua sisters have not yet awakened their special powers. Imohan's previous thought was to wait until his special powers were awakened before recruiting talented people. But if we get separated from these two sisters, it will be very difficult to find them again without any communication facilities in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, Imohan decided that from now on, he would first establish a good relationship with the two sisters and then recruit them under his command. The first step to building a good relationship is, of course, to make them admire you. Worship is the best weapon for a man to conquer a woman. Only if you make her admire you will she scream for you. Imohan cleared his throat and said, Hua Lingrong, Hua Lingyu, these are good names. Alas, why don't you go to the first floor to get food, but come to the second floor to pick out clothes? Is beauty more precious than life? Hua Lingyu pouted and said, No way. Life is important, and beauty is important too. I've packed all the food in my bag. Here, look, he said as he patted the backpack on his back. The big travel bag was packed full. Hua Lingrong stood quietly by the side without saying a word. Imohan looked carefully at the two women in front of him. They were completely different people from when he met them 5 years after the apocalypse. They are still relatively immature now. Unlike 5 years after the apocalypse, after experiencing the beatings of the apocalypse, the two sisters have become more mature and more beautiful. Chapter 84. Be my subordinate, and you will never have to worry about food and clothing. No wonder Imohan couldn't recognize them at first. They had indeed changed a lot. How long will that little bit of food in your bag last? Imohan shook his head and said with a smile, It will be gone in a few meals. As soon as Imohan said this, Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu's expressions became serious. Hua Lingyu sighed and said, Yes, it's really not easy to go out and find something to eat. Hua Lingrong also took over the conversation and said, What's so difficult about it now? The end of the world has just begun. After a while, when everything is snatched away by people, it will be really difficult. Imohan nodded. That's the truth. Not too silly. After Hua Lingrong finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and asked Imohan, Hey, I forgot to ask your name. What are you doing in the mall? Me? Imohan said with a smile. Call me Brother Han. Why? Only you can come to this mall to look for things. Can't I come to get something? Hua Lingrong smiled and said, That's not what I meant. My sister meant that you are not here to get supplies. I didn't even see your backpack. With nothing in your hands and wearing a clumsy protective suit, how are you going to get things, and where are you going to put them? Hua Lingyu has a lively personality, which can be seen from the way she speaks. He is straightforward and speaks quickly. But people are not stupid. They can even be said to be very smart. If Imohan had not been knocked down by the two sisters just now, I guess they would definitely ignore Imohan now. He must be extremely wary of Dai Imohan. I never bring any tools when I go out to collect things. But what I collect is more than you two sisters can eat in several lifetimes. Imohan said seriously. Hua Lingrong sneered secretly. I suspected that the man in front of me had hit his head. A feeling of guilt instantly rose from the bottom of my heart. Hua Lingyu laughed and said, Haha, Brother Han, you are such a joker. If we collect things without tools, how many lifetimes will it last? You are just bragging. Imohan raised the corners of his lips and turned on the flashlight above his head. Fortunately, the flashlight blocked the blow from the sisters just now. Otherwise, Imohan would have suffered a concussion. Haha, Imohan laughed. Then let you two sisters see what it means to harvest endlessly without using any tools. Hua Lingrong didn't say anything and followed Imohan silently. She felt more and more that Imohan was really beaten stupid by her. For a moment, I felt guilty and didn't know what to do. Hua Lingyu put down the clothes in her hand and followed Imohan to see how he could cover up his lies if he boasted without thinking. Did you see that? Imohan raised an eyebrow at the two sisters. Is it simple? Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingyu. Sister, he can do magic. He can do magic. Imohan nodded and said, Yes, I know magic. I can make all the clothes in this mall disappear and then make them appear again when I get home. As Imohan spoke, he reached out to touch the clothes in the mall. In less than a second, all the clothes he touched entered his space. It's amazing. Sister, it's really amazing. The two Hua sisters followed Imohan all the way and watched him buy out all the women's clothing in the mall. Hua Lingyu screamed all the way, causing the zombies upstairs to stumble downstairs. I can't wait to rush over and eat up these annoying interrupters. Hua Lingrong has a relatively stable personality. She was also stunned by Imohan's strange behavior, but she didn't scream like her sister Hua Lingyu. How is it? Am I good? Emohan looked at the two beauties beside him and said, "Do you know how big a mistake you made just now? You almost killed a great magician. Clear out the things on the second floor." The two sisters followed Emohan to the third floor again. The third floor is a children's clothing store. The entire floor is dedicated to selling children's clothing. As soon as the three people climbed to the third floor, a zombie rushed out from the elevator entrance. The two sisters held daggers in their hands and stared at the zombies in front of them nervously. Emohan turned around and smiled at the two sisters. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Emohan only said this to Yenuer. When he was a bootlicker, the amount of sweet words Emohan said to him was so many that even 64G of memory couldn't store them all. Now when Emohan said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here," he wasn't really trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. His aim was the worship of these two sisters, so that I can become his person and work hard for him in the future. If the two sisters joined Emohan's revenge camp, the Dragon Slayer would lose two capable generals, and Emohan will have two more powerful helpers. Therefore, Emohan must behave well and let the two sisters admire him. It's like if you want to win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach first. Emohan, if you want to capture a woman's heart, you have to be tough, man. With a thought, an iron rod instantly appeared in Emohan's hand. Amid the exclamations of the two sisters, he knocked out the zombie in front of him with a few swings of the iron rod. A few people went upstairs, and because the flashlight on Emohan's head was too bright, the zombies roared towards them. Emohan counted them casually and found that there were about 16. Although the two sisters were a little scared, they still held the daggers tightly in their hands and followed Emohan to kill the zombies. After dealing with all the zombies, Emohan collected all the children's clothes on the third floor. Then came the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, and the seventh floor. Emohan took the two sisters to fight zombies. Then he put all the goods on all floors into his own space. "Brother Han," Hualingrong said bluntly as they went downstairs, "I know you're very capable. When we go to the food supermarket on the first floor, can you leave a van's worth of the food there for Lingyu and me?" Emohan laughed. "It's too late. All the things have been taken away." "Then, Brother Han, can you give us some?" Hualingrong asked in a begging tone. "No problem at all," Mohan said. "If you follow me and work for me, you won't have to worry about food, clothing, and daily necessities in the future. However, this is your freedom, so consider it carefully." Hualingrong didn't say anything. Hualingyu was also considering it. The other party is a man, and my two sisters are beautiful, so of course I have to think carefully. What if someone has bad intentions towards you? Hualingyu asked. "Brother Han, what kind of work do I need to do as your subordinate?" Emohan thought for a moment and said, "First, go out with me to fight zombies and collect supplies. Second, cook and clean at home." "That's it. That's all." Hualingyu laughed. "I thought it was something difficult, just collecting supplies and cooking. Haha, I can do it." "Lingyu." Hualingrong quickly stopped her silly sister. "No matter how powerful Emohan is, he is still a stranger after all. We have to observe him first." Chapter 85. Don't do business at a loss. "Brother Han," Hualingrong thought for a moment and said, "We need to think about this matter carefully. Once we have thought it through, we will come to find you. The meaning of the unexpected is that if you can't think it through clearly, then just go your separate ways." Emohan frowned. "How is it possible for us to go our separate ways?" Based on his understanding of Hualingrong in his previous life, the reason why Hualingrong was polite to him now was that she felt guilty for having hit him just now. The second is the admiration for his magic skills. But as long as they separate now, when Hualingrong calms down, she will find that if she follows Emohan just for food, she will be grateful. In the future, you will inevitably be restricted by Emohan. Therefore, no matter what the situation, Hualingrong would never agree to let the two sisters serve as Emohan's subordinates. Of course, Emohan also knew his own limitations and understood that it would be impossible to easily recruit these two people under his command. Hualingrong is calm and thoughtful. Hualingyu looks innocent and cute, but she is actually very smart. If she figured out the whole thing, or if her sister analyzed it for her, she would change her mind. Therefore, Emohan cannot let the two sisters go so easily. Even if we cannot recruit them under our command, we should communicate with them more often and never allow them to become helpers in slaying the dragon. If they go over to Talung's place, they can get food and drink. Food can be grown in Hualingyu's space. For drinking, you can use Hualingrong's spiritual spring water. "Sure," Emohan said. "I mainly want to find someone to cook for me. You hit my head and it hurts. I'm the only one at home and usually no one cooks for me. It doesn't matter if you two don't work for me, but you have to take care of me for a month at least. You can leave after my injury heals." The two sisters looked at each other, neither saying a word. The current two people have not yet been genetically modified by the Dragon Slayer to become evil and only obey the Dragon Slayer's orders, still keeping the original kindness. It has not yet been tainted by the blood of the end of the world. Now is the best time for Emohan to conquer them. Moreover, in addition to subduing them, Emohan is a vengeful person, so how could he be beaten in vain? He never does business at a loss. Since it was just a misunderstanding and it was impossible to fight back, I would just let them serve me for a month. One stick in exchange for 1 month, but Emohan still feels it's not worth it. What? You hurt me and you don't want to care about my life or death. Emohan frowned. If it were a normal time, I could order takeout if I had nothing to eat. But this is the end of the world. If I have nothing to eat, I can only wait to die. As he spoke, he looked at the expressions of the two sisters. When Hua Lingyu heard what Emohan said, she quickly stepped forward and said to Hua Lingrong, "Sister, I think what Brother Han said makes sense. He was injured because of us. We can't just ignore him, right?" Hua Lingrong glanced at her silly sister. She was indeed a typical face control freak. She couldn't move away when she saw a handsome guy. She didn't want to take care of him at all. She just thought he was handsome and wanted to have more contact with him. Emohan nodded. Hua Lingyu was more intelligent. Hua Lingrong refused to speak and stood aside, not knowing what she was thinking about. Emohan didn't bother her either. Touching his head, he sat at the elevator entrance on the first floor. Hua Lingrong walked up a few steps, and using the light of the flashlight, she looked at the big bump on Emohan's head, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "Brother Han, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I did hit you hard. It's not impossible for me to take care of you. If you have a place to live nearby, Lingyu and I can move in for a month. We'll leave after your injury heals." "Thank you very much, sister." This is what Emohan was waiting for. Hua Lingyu was also very happy. Okay, let's take care of each other together." Hua Lingrong glanced at her, and she immediately pouted and stopped talking. Emohan stood up by holding the handrail beside him. Hua Lingyu immediately came over to support him. "I couldn't help but ask, Brother Han, when you took us upstairs to collect supplies just now, it wasn't this serious." Emohan: "Alas, I guess he got a concussion from the fall, and it's only just starting to act up now." "Concussion? You old man, you are so bad. I never make a fuss when I have an attack." Hua Lingrong: "Haven't you ever heard of a concussion with a delayed onset?" However, looking at the big bump on Emohan's head, there was still some blood on it. "It doesn't look fake. Forget it, just be responsible to them." The streets were full of howling zombies. My sister and I had left, and if we accidentally let someone die at the hands of the zombies, we would feel bad about it. The most important thing is that this person possesses space-related abilities and can store a large amount of supplies. In the end times, supplies are in short supply, and clinging to this person will bring you benefits without any harm. After thinking calmly, Hua Lingrong decided to take care of Emohan for a month until his injuries healed. "By the way, hold this thigh tightly and store it. If you are worried about being a woman and that others may have improper thoughts about you, then just find a house nearby. Prepare every meal and serve it to him, and don't spend time together alone, especially at night. Should I live with you, or should you live with me?" Emohan asked seriously. "Of course, no matter what, it's impossible," Hua Lingyu said with a smile. "How can a single man and a single woman live together?" Emohan: "Why isn't the little girl enlightened?" Hua Lingrong laughed at her silly sister. "What are you thinking? Brother Han meant that he can come to our place to find a place to live, or we can go to his place to find a place to live. What are you thinking?" Hua Lingyu: "Haha, I was thinking wrongly." Emohan: "Actually, I also have some crooked thoughts." Emohan smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll go to your place. It's more convenient for me to move than for you." The three of them walked out the door together, where 2 vans were parked. One belongs to Emohan and the other to the Hua sisters. In order to enhance their relationship, Emohan waved his hand and put his van into the space. He said to Hua Lingrong, "I'm too dizzy to drive, so take your car. But I have to go home first to pick up my Bing and Yaoji." Hua Lingyu was surprised. "No, Brother Han, didn't you say that you are the only one in your family?" Emohan shook his head and smiled. "Do you think that people's names would be called Bing and Yaoji?" Hua Lingyu: "Could it be a cat?" "They are 2 dogs." Emohan said, "Yeah, I like dogs. If my sister hadn't told me not to feed the dog before, I would have fed it." "Why didn't your sister let you feed the dog?" "My sister said that I should focus on studying." Hua Lingyu glanced at Hua Lingrong, his eyes full of grievance. Emohan laughed and said, "Then your sister is really a good sister." Hua Lingyu. Chapter 86: The Dog is Her. Number 35 Xingfu Road, Building 9, Lana Liyuan, Underground Parking Lot. Emohan directed Hua Lingrong to drive all the way. "Okay, got it. Turn left here." "Yes, turn left, go uphill, then turn right and go down. The van stopped in the underground parking lot. The road was pitch black, with the only light coming from the car. Many zombies on the road were following the van and stumbling forward. Hua Lingrong is worthy of being the most powerful water-related psychic in the previous life. She remains calm and composed when encountering problems. When zombies attacked from the front along the way, she would just drive the front of her car into them. In an instant, the zombies were knocked away and scattered everywhere. What does it mean to fly away? It flew up, fell apart, fell down again, and died. If there are zombies on the left, hit them on the left. If there are zombies on the right, hit them on the right. Hua Lingyu was not as calm as her sister and kept chattering all the way in the van. Even if she awakens the spatial black soil power in the future, she will not have any attack ability. Emohan looked at the lively little girl in front of him and couldn't help but smile. In the future, various natural disasters will occur. Acid rain, fire rain, etc. will corrode the land, and most of the soil on the earth will no longer be able to grow crops. At this moment, Hua Lingyu, who possesses the black soil ability, seems so precious. Therefore, Emohan must protect her. If this little girl died, my hope of growing crops in the future would be ruined. Hua Lingyu was originally looking out the window, and when she turned around, she saw Emohan staring at her tenderly. When their eyes met, the little girl blushed immediately. The little girl, about 18 or 19 years old, has a rosy face, like a flower bud about to bloom. It is so beautiful that it makes people's heart beat faster. Emohan was too embarrassed to watch any further, so both of them turned their heads towards the window. Oh my, why are there so many zombies? If I turn off the lights, I won't be able to see the road. Hua Lingrong, who was driving in front, couldn't help but complain. Emohan stared out the window steadily. Along the way, because of the headlights, more and more zombies followed their car. A woo, a woo. The roaring sounds along the way are creepy. Emohan curled the corners of his lips and said to Hua Lingrong, "Don't be afraid. Just keep driving. I have a way." With a thought, Emohan took out 3 smoke bombs from the space. Red, blue, and green, 3 colors. Hua Lingyu stared at Emohan's hand in amazement and shouted, "Brother Han, you are so awesome." Emohan looked up and smiled at the naughty girl. "Of course. Brother Han, how come this thing suddenly appeared in your hand? Can I see your hand?" Hua Lingyu wanted to find the answer from Emohan's hand. Emohan smiled, held all the smoke bombs in his left hand, and extended his right hand to her. Hua Lingyu held Emohan's right hand. The smoke bomb just appeared out of thin air above his right hand. She looked left and right, trying to see what was so magical about Emohan's right hand. After looking for a long time, I found that it was just a pair of ordinary hands. Didn't find anything unusual. Brother Han, there's no mystery in your hand. How can you make something out of it? Emohan smiled and said, "I don't make things appear with my hands. I make them appear with my mind." Thoughts? Hua Lingyu looked at Emohan in confusion. Emohan raised his hand, touched her head, and said with a smile, "Let me deal with the zombies first, and then I will explain it to you in detail later." Yeah. Hua Lingyu, who was touched on the head, immediately turned into a cute little cutie. He sat aside obediently, his face turning red again. Emohan rolled down the window of the van, lit the smoke bomb in his hand, and threw it hard towards the back. Bang! The smoke bomb fell to the ground, emitting red smoke with a hissing sound. The zombies that were walking towards the van saw this, and immediately turned around and walked towards the direction of the smoke bomb. Afraid. Afraid. Emohan threw out blue and green smoke bombs as well. Throw it far away, and the zombies will chase it far away too. Almost all the zombies around the van were attracted by the smoke bombs. There are only 4 or 5 zombies near the car, but they are not scary anymore. Hua Lingrong continued driving forward. Soon they arrived at Emohan's neighborhood. In the community parking lot, 4 or 5 zombies were howling not far away. Hua Lingrong parked the car somewhere randomly, holding a short knife in his hand. Emohan and Hua Lingyu also got out of the car. Emohan held a big hammer in his hand and said to Hua Lingrong, "Your short knife is not powerful enough. Come, use this one of mine. If you like it, I'll give it to you. It will be your exclusive weapon from now on." Hua Lingrong looked at the big hammer in Emohan's hand and said with a smile, "Great. This hammer can be used to blow the zombies' heads off." As she spoke, Hua Lingrong took the big hammer from Emohan's hand and smiled faintly, which was rare. "Thank you." Emohan chuckled. "Don't be polite. We are teammates from now on." Hua Lingrong nodded. "What about me?" Hua Lingyu also held a dagger in his hand and had no other weapons. Seeing Emohan giving the hammer to Hua Lingrong, he said, "Brother Han, what about me? I want a weapon too." You want one too?" Emohan just thought of his previous life when Hua Lingyu didn't have any attacking abilities, so he never thought of giving her a weapon. "Yeah, I want one too." Otherwise, what should I do if the zombies come? Hua Lingyu looked at Imohan, her big eyes blinking. For some reason, every time Imohan saw Hua Lingyu, he would associate her with his own big pancakes. I feel like she is the dog, and the dog is her. Dog. You, you, what are you talking about? Imohan thought about it, took out an iron rod from the space, and handed it to Hua Lingyu. You and your sister, one uses the iron rod, and the other uses the iron hammer, so that the weapons will not be easily confused in the future. Hua Lingyu happily took the hammer from Imohan's hand and held it tightly in his hand. There are many iron rods and hammers in Imohan's space. Imohan casually picked up a hammer. At this time, 5 zombies had already walked in front of them. Hua Lingrong clenched the hammer in her hand and hit the zombie's head without hesitation. Hua Lingyu was a little less courageous. He stood close to Imohan and hit a zombie in front of him with the iron stick in his hand. It took 3 or 4 hits to kill the zombie. Compared to Hua Lingrong, Hua Lingyu lacks calmness and ruthlessness. Imohan picked up the hammer and swung it down. Kill a zombie with 1 hammer. 3 hammers were enough to beat all the zombies to pieces. He picked up the flashlight and led the 2 sisters up the stairs to the 12th floor. Imohan took out the key from his trouser pocket and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the 2 little ones rushed in. It's the cute pancake and the serious chicken. The 2 little guys, one is lame and the other has not yet healed from a wound from a mousetrap. So, when the 2 pounced, their movements were not very fast. When I arrived in front of Imohan, I saw 2 beauties following behind Imohan. The 2 dogs suddenly slammed on the brakes and stared at the 2 beauties in front of them without blinking. Chapter 87. These 2 girls are so hot. Hua Lingyu and Hua Lingrong stood behind Imohan, letting the 2 dogs look at them. Dabing, woof woof woof. Brother, these 2 girls are so hot. Demon chicken, woof woof woof. Brother, this idea is not good. You can't have such dirty thoughts. Dabing, woof woof woof. You don't understand men's happiness. Demon chicken, woof woof woof. I haven't grown into a man yet. Dabing and Yaoji were speaking in dog language while looking at the 2 hot girls in front of them. The 2 sisters are the same height and thin. Sister Hua Lingrong has a neat short haircut, giving people the impression that she is a bold and careful person. The younger sister Hua Lingyu has long hair that falls like a waterfall and is lively and cute. De Bing and Yao Ji were discussing in dog language which of them would be better to marry Imohan. Later, the 2 men unanimously decided that, why not give both of them to Imohan as his wives? Little dog, you're so cute. Before the 2 dogs had finished discussing, Hua Lingyu squatted on the ground, touched De Bing's head, and said sweetly, "What's your name?" De Bing was almost touched by her sweetness. He quickly straightened his body and replied, "My name is De Bing. Do you understand? You actually let a dog tell you its own name." Imohan saw disgust and contempt in De Bing's eyes. De Bing is very arrogant and always thinks he is the smartest. I guess it was because Hua Lingyu asked it what its name was just now, and it felt that no one would understand it even if it told it. Imohan shook his head helplessly and said to Hua Lingyu, "This is a pancake, and this is a monster chicken." Hua Lingyu touched De Bing's head again. "Wow, your eyes are so beautiful, so watery." De Bing, woof woof woof. Isn't that nonsense? Brother Bing, I'm a rare handsome guy. Hua Lingyu interacted with De Bing and saw the black Doberman next to them. It stared at itself. There was no hostility, just scrutiny. Although he doesn't look as cute as the golden retriever, he looks more like a mature teenager. But its fur is shiny black, and its whole body exudes an inviolable kingly aura. "Hello, demon chicken." Hua Lingyu greeted the demon chicken. The demon chicken nodded to Hua Lingyu. Hua Lingrong stood beside Hua Lingyu and was also looking at the 2 dogs. Golden retrievers are cute, Dobermans are calm. Well, I couldn't help but sigh. It feels like my 2 sisters have such a strong connection with Imohan. The personalities of the 2 dogs are like 2 sisters. One is cute, the other is calm. Come, sit inside. Imohan closed the door and asked the 2 sisters to sit on the sofa. The 2 sisters put their weapons behind the door, went to the bathroom to wash their hands, and then came back to sit on the sofa. Imohan drew the curtains in the living room, placed the flashlight on top of the TV cabinet, and shone it into the room. The 2 dogs turned on the TV and watched the TV series that had been cached previously. The sisters were surprised. Hua Lingyu asked, "Brother Han, how come your TV has power?" Imohan pointed to the red silent generator on the windowsill and said, "It's powered by the generator." Generator. Hua Lingyu and Hua Linrong exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Hua Lingyu said, "Why didn't we think of collecting a few generators?" Hua Lingrong looked up and said to Hua Lingyu, "Look at this generator. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Can you move it?" "That's true." Hua Lingyu looked at Imohan's generator with envy. Imohan saw the envy in her eyes and said, "Don't be envious. We will be partners from now on. As long as you need them, there are plenty of generators." Huang Yu looked at Imohan gratefully and said, "Thank you, Brother Han. Would you like some midnight snack?" Imohan looked at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock. It was 9 o'clock when he went out. He didn't realize that he had been out for so long before coming back. My stomach started to growl. Speaking of food, Huang Yu immediately touched her stomach and nodded. "Yeah, I want to. I'm so hungry." Imohan looked at Huang Ling also nodded. Imohan had an idea and took out 3 boxes of instant noodles from the space. He said to the 2 sisters, "It's too late. It's not convenient for you to cook. Let's just make do with instant noodles." The 2 sisters nodded. My elder sister Hua Lingrong, 21 years old, was originally a law student. She has graduated from university and is now interning in a law firm. My younger sister Hua Lingyu, 19 years old, is a freshman studying in the music department. On the night when the zombie virus broke out, the 2 sisters sat at home watching TV series and avoided being attacked by zombies. The next day, they found zombies everywhere, and the 2 sisters never left the house since then. Today, I came out to look for food because I had run out of food at home and was so hungry. When they arrived at the mall, the 2 sisters filled their travel bags with food. Just as I was about to carry the things into the van outside the door, I heard the sound of Mo Han driving over. The 2 sisters were a little scared, so they ran to the 2nd floor, intending to hide from the bad guys. As a result, when they went to the 2nd floor and saw those beautiful clothes and skirts, the 2 sisters couldn't move away. I quickly found a bag at the counter to pack my clothes. Before I had finished packing my clothes, I heard the sound of a car downstairs. When there was finally no sound downstairs, the 2 sisters felt relieved and prepared to go downstairs with their clothes. Then go to the 1st floor and carry everything that can be lifted and put into the van. Before we even set out, a zombie wearing a white protective suit and covered in blood staggered over. Bump. In order to give himself courage, Huang Yu picked up a stick next to the counter. Knocked it hard. It was not until he heard a muffled groan that he realized he had hit a person. Fortunately, Huang Yu hadn't eaten for a day and didn't have much strength. Otherwise, Mo Han would have been killed with a stick. They were already hungry, and when they heard Mo Han talking about food, the 2 sisters couldn't help but swallow. Seeing their greedy looks, Mo Han felt a special sense of accomplishment. There is a shortage of food in the apocalypse, especially 2 or 3 years after the apocalypse, when all prepackaged foods have expired. Being able to eat some fresh food is simply a pipe dream. It only exists in dreams. Mo Han has countless supplies. Just based on this point, how many people are willing to join him? Including the 2 sisters in front of us. After the end of the world, it will take at least a year for them to awaken their special powers. Moreover, superpowers do not become the strongest all at once, but need to be upgraded slowly. Without superpowers, and without any military force, it would be difficult for the 2 sisters to survive in the apocalypse. Therefore, Mo Han was certain that they would definitely want to cling to him. Of course, Mo Han would never doubt the loyalty of the 2. After all, in the previous life, the great devil Tulung signed a contract with the 2 sisters, even though they were treated cruelly by the devil. Neither sister betrayed the devil. Even though Hua Lingrong accidentally fell in love with Mo Han in the end, she never betrayed Tulung. Chapter 88. Neighbors with Beautiful Women. Lingyu, go heat up some water and make some instant noodles. Mo Han said to Hua Lingyu. Yeah. Hua Lingyu nodded, stood up from the sofa, and walked into Mo Han's kitchen. I filled a basin with water in disbelief, turned on the induction cooker, and it actually started working. Brother Han, you are too awesome. Hua Lingyu stood in the kitchen waiting for the water to boil. Other people don't have electricity, they all use gas. In a few days, the gas will run out, and everyone will be out of gas. It's better here, you can use the induction cooker directly. Mo Han smiled and said, yes. Once they run out of gas, there will be nothing they can do. As for me, I not only have various generators and gas stoves, but also various real coals. Heating and cooking will not be a problem at all. Hua Lingrong sat on the sofa, a little further away from Mo Han. While Mo Han was speaking, Hua Lingrong kept looking at Mo Han. Although he didn't say anything, he did feel a bit of admiration for Mo Han. Mo Han demonstrated his supernatural powers directly in front of the 2 sisters, not afraid that they would betray him. First, they met in their previous life and knew each other's personalities. Second, Mo Han not only wants to let them know that they have superpowers, but also takes them out to fight zombies and find crystal cores to help them awaken their superpowers. Only by keeping this pair of sisters by your side can you use them for your own benefit. Hua Lingyu brought over boxes of instant noodles and placed them on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The 3 of them started eating instant noodles. Hua Lingyu sipped the instant noodles and said contentedly, "It smells so good. I haven't eaten something so delicious in a long time. Since the water and electricity were cut off, eating a bowl of instant noodles like this has become a luxury." Hua Lingrong didn't say anything, but ate instant noodles quietly. Emohan looked at the two sisters, took out a tray from the space, which contained more than 30 skewers of barbecue, and said, "Grill some instant noodles. Would you like a skewer?" Hua Linyu stared at the barbecue in front of him with bulging eyes, spicy potato chips, grilled leeks, grilled gluten, and grilled lamb. I couldn't help swallowing and asked, "Brother Han, is this also your magic?" "Yeah." Emohan picked up a bunch of grilled leeks from the tray, took a bite of instant noodles, and then took a bite of grilled leeks. Seeing him eating, Hua Lingyu couldn't help it either, so she took a string of roasted gluten and put it in her mouth, saying, "Wow, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Woo woo, it still tastes the same, so fragrant." Seeing that Hua Lingrong didn't take the barbecue, Emohan turned around and asked, "Would you like one?" Hua Lingrong nodded to Emohan and reached out for a bunch of roasted potato chips. "Brother Han, you see you can perform magic, but in fact you can cook your own food. You don't need us at all." Hua Lingyu said quickly. Emohan shook his head. "It's not healthy to eat these things for a long time. It's better to eat the food you cook yourself. Besides, I have a head injury now, and I need to take good care of it." Hua Lingyu stuffed another string of gluten into her mouth and said with a smile, "Then you really found the right person. Although my sister has a bad temper, she is an expert at cooking." Emohan looked at Hua Lingrong and said with a smile, "I'll trouble you in the future. It just so happens that if you eat the things in the space for a long time, you will get tired of them. If Hua Lingrong cooks well, won't I be able to enjoy delicious food in the future?" Emohan walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and said to the two sisters, "Cold beer. Would you like a bottle?" "Okay." Hua Lingyu was about to ask for a bottle, but unexpectedly Hua Lingrong glared at her, so she could only say, "No, you're a girl. You'd better not drink." The sisters' little expressions were all caught in Emohan's eyes. Emohan just felt that these two sisters were really not the same kind of people. The younger sister is cute, and the older sister is calm. However, if you want to live in peace in the last days, being cute doesn't seem to play as big a role as being calm. It was normal for Hua Lingrong to have some concerns. After all, Emohan was just a stranger and it was the first time they met, so they had to be on guard. Emohan opened a bottle of beer and sat on the sofa between the two sisters with the open beer. He smiled at Hua Lingrong and said, "If I were a bad guy, I would have drugged the instant noodles you two just ate. How could you two still be alive and kicking here?" Hua Lingrong curled her lips and said, "That's not what I meant. The main reason is that she is only 19 years old, still young, and can't drink." Emohan laughed and said, "What about you? You make yourself sound very big. 21, not young anymore." Hee. Emohan smiled and said nothing. "You are already 21, not young anymore, and you can consider getting married." In her previous life, Hua Lingrong liked Emohan in many ways, but unfortunately Emohan already had someone in his heart and only wanted to be Yin Yuer's lapdog. Emohan didn't know what would happen to him and Hua Lingrong in this life. "I don't want to think about this matter right now. The most important thing for him now is to quickly awaken his special powers, find the Dragon Slayer, and kill him as soon as possible." The three of them ate instant noodles and barbecue. Because in Mohan's community, there are no empty houses upstairs or downstairs. The house next to the old man living alone was empty, but because of the corpse rats that had eaten people before, the room was covered with bloodstains, a horrible sight. Hua Lingrong didn't care and said it was okay for them to stay in that room. Hua Lingyu yelled, "No, living in that room is disgusting and uglier." Emohan was very sleepy and wanted to just sleep at home, but he was worried that the two sisters would treat him as a pervert. "Don't scare the sisters. There's no other way. I'll have to go to your place," Emohan said to the two sisters. "It's more convenient for me to move." Hua Lingrong nodded. "It just so happens that there is an empty house next door to us." "Good." As he spoke, Emohan had already put away all the dismantled items in the room into his own space. Even the chandelier on the ceiling was not spared. Now there are only empty walls left in the room. Emohan was holding a pancake, and the demon chicken was following behind him. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 people and 2 dogs got into Hua Lingrong's van and went to the sisters' residence, number 02, Shirshir East Road, Rose Garden Community. Along the way, there were zombies following the car, so Emohan used smoke bombs to lure them away. Hua Lingrong drove around here and there and finally arrived at the Rose Garden. Speaking of this place, Emohan had been here once. That time, I went with Yin Yuer to visit her best friend. Her best friend was sick at the time. 8-10-6, this way. Hua Lingrong parked the car casually outside the community and took Imo Han into the community. In the community, zombies rushed over with howling sounds. Imo Han was too lazy to fight and just threw a smoke bomb. The zombies saw the smoke bomb emitting red light and chased after it. Climbed the stairs all the way to the 10th floor. Imo Han still felt a little dizzy. However, he only had 1 point of dizziness symptom, but he managed to show 8 points of effect. Chapter 89: What to do. There was no other choice, so the two sisters had to carry him up, one on each side. 10th floor. Imo Han stood at the door of the two Hua sisters. After a quick look, I found that this community has 2 elevators and 4 households. In other words, there are 3 neighbors living next door to the 2 sisters Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu. The owner of this house seems to be a boss who has been living in the United States and rarely comes back once a year. Hua Lingrong pointed to the house next door and said to Imo Han, "Just pry it in." After saying that, Hua Lingrong swung up the big hammer that Imo Han had given her, ready to chop the door open with the hammer. Imo Han was surprised by her action and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, this is what you call prying open the door?" Hua Lingrong turned around and glanced at Imo Han. "What else? Do you have the tools to pry the door open?" Imo Han smiled, took out a master key from the space, reached into the door, and opened it in a few seconds. Hua Lingrong looked at the key in Imo Han's hand with some surprise. It's said to be a key, and it looks quite strange. It feels like a thick iron wire with complex patterns. Hua Lingrong couldn't help but ask, "What is this? It's not a master key, is it?" "Yeah." Imo Han nodded. "Master key? Let me see, let me see." Hua Lingyu squeezed forward excitedly and took the key from Imo Han's hand. "Look left and look right." "I can't see why." I had no choice but to return the key to Imo Han. Now that the door was open, Imo Han walked in. Just as the Hua sisters said, there was no smell of fireworks in the room except for the brand new furniture. The furniture was covered with transparent plastic bags to prevent dust. Imo Han walked from the living room to the bedroom. The whole room was decorated in a popular, simple, and elegant style. It suits Imo Han's appetite very well. It felt like it was tailor-made for him. "This room is comfortable." Imo Han couldn't help but praise Hua Lingrong. "You have a good eye." "Thank you very much." Hua Lingrong shook her head a little embarrassedly. "Alas, taking advantage of others' misfortune, you and I are both robbers. What's so glorious about it?" Imo Han smiled and said, "He doesn't come to live here anyway, so it's just empty. Maybe he's already dead in the beautiful country." That's right. Hua Lingrong no longer worried about the issue of breaking into a house. Several people helped to peel off the transparent plastic bags on the sofa, bed, and furniture. Then I carried some water and cleaned it casually. Imo Han asked the two Hua sisters to help remove the sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases in every bedroom of the host's house. He took new bedding from the space and spread it out. Less than half an hour. A brand new apartment with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms was presented to everyone. Looking at the time, it's already 5 in the morning. Hua Lingyu yawned and said, "Oh no, I'm too sleepy. I have to go back to sleep." Imo Han was also very sleepy and said to the 2 sisters, "I'm going to sleep too." Hua Lingrong nodded to Imo Han and walked out the door first. When Hua Lingyu left, he squatted down and rubbed the pancake, his face showing his delight. "Fatty pancake, I'm leaving." The pancake was rubbed by her, with a look of disgust on her face. "Turn your head to the side." "TSK, why are you stroking me? I'm a dog, not a cat." After the 2 sisters left, Imo Han was so sleepy that he didn't even wash his feet and just closed the door and went to sleep. "Big pancake, monster chicken, this is your bed. I'm sleeping. Don't disturb me." Imo Han took out 2 doghouses from the space and threw them to Dabing and Yaoji. The color of the doghouse is the same as the dog. The yellow doghouse is a pancake. The black doghouse belongs to the demon chicken. Imo Han had an illusion that when the 2 dogs crawled into their dens, if you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find that they were lying in the dens. Because it is hot weather, the days are long and the nights are short. When Imo Han fell asleep, it was already dawn. Imo Han was so sleepy that he slept until noon. I had just gotten up, brushed my teeth, and washed my face when the door banged. Imo Han walked over to see the door. Hua Lingrong walked in and said, "Brother Han, my house only has the snacks we found yesterday, no rice or anything like that. Also, there's no gas. Can you conjure something so I can cook?" Imo Han smiled and said, "No problem." Took Hua Lingrong into the kitchen. With a thought, a lot of dishes were instantly placed on the kitchen counter. Pork legs, chicken, cauliflower, carrots, tomatoes, eggs, potatoes, ginger, onions, garlic, etc. A lot of. Imo Han was afraid that it wasn't enough, so he asked Hua Lingrong, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Hua Lingrong shook her head. "I don't have anything in particular that I want to eat. How about I stew a pork leg? Okay, I'll run some water to wash the meat for you. Imohan took out a big bucket from the space and placed it in the kitchen. The white glue bucket has a faucet at the bottom. When you turn on the faucet, water will flow out. Hualingrong wanted to wash the pig's legs, but she didn't have a pot. Brother Han, there are no pots, pans, bowls, or dishes in this room. I guess the owner never eats in here every time he comes back. Otherwise, I'll go get a few pots from my place. Imohan looked up and saw that indeed, all the things needed for cooking were gone. No need, I have stockpiled some. Imohan said to Hualingrong. Hualingrong stared at Imohan seriously, wanting to see how he created these things in front of him. However, no matter how hard she opened her eyes, she couldn't figure out what was going on. Those pots, bowls, chopsticks, rice cookers, steamers, salt, MSG soy sauce. They all appeared on the table in front of Hualingrong. Hualingrong suppressed her inner excitement and appeared calm on the surface. In fact, she was sighing in her heart. She didn't expect that Ling Yu's hit with the stick would actually bring back the god of wealth. What a huge profit. However, Hualingrong is not like her sister who says whatever she thinks. Hualingrong was unwilling to say whatever was on her mind. Just hold it in. I feel dizzy. Let me sit on the sofa. Thank you for your hard work. Imohan nodded to Hualingrong and sat on the sofa. Hualingrong washed the pig's legs and suddenly remembered something. She said anxiously, Brother Han, there is a pot and rice, but no fire. Oh, yes, look at my memory. I'm confused by you. Imohan went to the kitchen, took out the battery from the space, and connected a power strip from it. The storage battery is of high power and can be used for at least 3 days on a single charge for normal household use. I'm sorry, Brother Han. Hualingrong apologized from the bottom of her heart when she heard Imohan mention the beating again. Imohan said this deliberately to arouse her sense of guilt. In this way, she would be willing to take care of herself for a few more days. Hearing Hualingrong say sorry, Imohan replied weakly, It's okay. Is Ling Yu still asleep? Well, Hualingrong said as she washed the pig's legs. She said she was too sleepy, so I asked her to sleep a little longer, and I'll call her when the meal is almost ready. Well, I did go to bed too late last night. Hualingrong was busy in the kitchen. Imohan brought her an induction cooker and installed the gas cylinder. Chapter 90 Royal Chef. The two people have clear division of labor. Imohan was lying on the sofa watching a movie. The movies were all downloaded on his tablet by the merchant. Hualingrong is cooking in the kitchen. A movie lasts 2 hours. Imohan was halfway through watching it when Hualingrong's meal was ready. Hualingrong came over, stood beside Imohan, and said, Brother Han, the meal will be ready soon. I'll go and wake Ling Yu up. Just finish speaking. Just hear bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Ling Yu's voice came from the door. Sister, Brother Han, I'm here. Hualingrong went over to open the door. I found that my sister was wearing light makeup for the first time. She usually looks lazy and doesn't even bother to wash her face, but now she's putting on makeup. Hualingrong couldn't help but look at Imohan, and Imohan happened to be looking over here as well. Imohan is tall and handsome. His only shortcoming is that his skin has become a little darker from playing basketball frequently. However, this little bit of black doesn't affect his handsomeness at all. It just makes people feel that he is full of health and vitality. However, it's just a feeling. In fact, Imohan stayed up late every day playing games, and his physical functions were not as good as before. That's why he exercises at home. The end of the world is dangerous. If you don't have enough physical strength, it will be difficult to survive before your superpowers awaken. Wow, it smells so good. Ling Yu walked towards the kitchen, sniffing the smell like a greedy cat. Sister, you are stewing pork leg, my favorite. Imohan curled his lips. It turns out that Ling Yu is really a greedy little cat. As long as you can successfully grasp their weaknesses, you can make them follow you wholeheartedly and become your right-hand man. Obviously, Hualingrong's weakness is Ling Yu. Ling Yu's weak spot is delicious food. Hualingrong brought the food to the dining table, and Ling Yu helped to carry the bowls and chopsticks and serve the rice. The three of them sat at the dining table and started eating. Braised pork leg, stir-fried meat with shredded carrots, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How is it? Ling Yu asked while chewing on a pig's trotter. Is my sister's cooking delicious? Imohan tasted all 3 dishes carefully and said, It tastes really good, comparable to that of a 5-star hotel chef. It's a compliment, but I also really feel good about it. Imohan has eaten dishes cooked by many chefs and is very picky about cooking, so he naturally knows which ones taste good and which ones taste bad. Although Hualingrong's cooking skills are amateurish, she does have some skills. Hearing Imohan praising her, Hualingrong smiled and said, Is it that exaggerated? Sister, your cooking is delicious, and that's not an exaggeration at all. Ling Yu quickly flattered her sister. This made Hua Lingrong very happy. After they had their meal, Hua Lingrong washed the dishes. Just as she was about to go to her house, Emohan stopped her. Why? In broad daylight. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Do you want to run away as soon as you finish your meal? Hua Lingrong looked up at Emohan and said, There's nothing to do here. You have nothing to do? Emohan said with a smile. If you have nothing to do, go watch a movie. As he spoke, he handed Hua Lingrong a tablet computer, which was full of downloaded novels, songs, and movies. Hua Lingrong turned on a comedy movie, and her sister Hua Lingyu hurried over to watch. So, on the big sofa, Emohan sat on the far right side of the sofa. Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu sat on the far left of the sofa. Watch a movie separately. Dabing and Yaoji were also squatting beside the coffee table. There was a tablet computer on the coffee table, playing Lu Yang and Big Bad Wolf. Outside the window, the sun is scorching. It's especially cool inside the house. When he got up in the morning, Emohan plugged in the battery, placed a fan on the ground, and kept turning it to blow air towards the sofa. After watching the movie, Emohan connected the controller to the TV and played a single-player game with Hua Lingyu for 2 hours. Hua Lingrong continued watching another movie. There was food and drink in the room, and Emohan's head had not fully recovered yet, so he did not go out for a week. The Hua sisters did not go out either. During the day, they come to Emohan's place to cook, eat, watch movies, and play games. At night, the two sisters went back to their own room to sleep. After a week of treatment, Dabing's leg has almost recovered. The monster chicken's leg injury has completely healed, but unfortunately, its leg is a little lame and can no longer fully recover. Emohan touched its head and decided to find a good doctor to treat its leg when he had the chance. June 8, 2030. The apocalyptic virus outbreak lasted 15 days. Emohan, who hadn't gone out for more than a week, began to get restless. The temperature outside has risen to 56 degrees. In this weather, many people did not die at the mouths of zombies, but died from the extreme heat. In the community where the Hua sisters live, no human voice has been heard for many days. People may have gone into hiding or died of heat, hunger, or thirst. Some were bitten to death by zombies that suddenly rushed out while they were out looking for food. In the afternoon, Emohan was standing in front of the window board, looking at the dazzling sky outside. 56 degrees is not that hot. The hottest time was 68 degrees. Attention! Attention! If there are still survivors, the authorities have established a future base outside the new city area. Survivors are requested to rush there as soon as possible. Attention! Attention! Outside the new city area, future base, survivors, please hurry there as soon as possible. Base. Emohan saw the helicopter flying slowly outside and said to himself, the official speed in this life is much faster than in the last life. The base has been built. From the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus to the completion of the base today, it took the official only half a month to complete it. But it's hard to say for sure. Maybe the authorities had already taken precautions, and the base was built before. Brother Han, what are you doing? Hua Lingyu walked over and heard the shouting from the helicopter outside. The future base? Where are the survivors headed? Hua Lingyu almost jumped up with excitement. Great, I want to see what the base looks like. Hua Lingrong quickly scolded her and woke her up. Base? There are so many people in the base, and the food and supplies are limited. Moreover, you definitely can't eat for free in there. The authorities will definitely ask you to go out to collect supplies and hand in contribution points in order to stay in the base. It's better to hold on to Brother Han's thighs. Emohan smiled and said, It's not impossible to go to the official base. Let's wait a few days and see. The reason why Emohan wanted to go to the base. First, it is only easy to get information about the Dragon Slayer in a place where there are many people and official personnel. Second, by being with official people, you will be better informed of various other information. Chapter 91 Intermediate Level Zombies Appear. Emohan was hit on the head by the two sisters, but he actually recovered a long time ago. He deliberately stayed at home with the Hua sisters every day, just looking for opportunities to spend time together. Let's go out this afternoon and collect some more supplies. By the way, let's kill some mid-level zombies. The mid-level zombies should be appearing. Emohan stood outside the window and said to the two sisters, Okay, Brother Han. Hua Lingyu said excitedly. Hua Lingrong just nodded to Emohan. The girl is young and doesn't talk much. He has a completely different personality from Hua Lingyu. However, Emohan likes both girls very much. Only abnormal men would not like two such beautiful girls. Emohan said that he is a normal man. 6 o'clock. Hua Lingrong made a pot of local chicken stewed with mushrooms. The three of them had a quick meal. Dabing's leg injury has healed, and there is no problem with Yaoji's legs at all. Emohan took the two sisters, Dabing and Yaoji. Each of them took their weapons and set off. I walked all the way down from home to the first floor and then drove the van that showed the beauty of the flower through the community. In the community, the number of zombies has doubled again. Imohan had an idea and took out 3 electric batons from the space. He said to the 2 sisters, "Each of you can use one to stab the zombies directly. However, the power is limited. You can only shock about 30 zombies at a time. If you encounter a group of zombies, run away first." "Yes." Hua Lingrong nodded and took the electric baton in her hand. Hua Lingyu put the electric baton in her shoulder bag and said, "When there are not many zombies, I will use the hammer first. I will use the electric baton in an emergency." Imohan looked at Hua Lingyu with admiration. Not bad, quite clever. When the zombies in the community saw Imohan and his companions, they started howling and pounced on them. Imohan noticed that the speed of these zombies was obviously much faster than at the beginning of the apocalypse. Sure enough, the zombies evolved very quickly. If things continue to develop at this rate, if Imohan doesn't act quickly, someone will definitely awaken their superpowers before him. Imohan is not the only one who knows that zombie crystal cores can awaken superpowers. Modern people, anyone who loves to read novels, knows how to awaken superpowers. The zombies have already arrived in front of Imohan and his companions. Hua Lingrong clenched the hammer in her hand and faced the zombies that pounced towards her. Like Hua Lingyu, she also put the stun gun into her bag. However, before the 3 had a chance to fight the zombies had already been led away by Dabing and Yaoji. Dabing and the monster chicken were shouting and jumping hard in front of the zombies. The zombies saw it. There were more than 20 zombies, and at least a dozen of them went to chase Dabing and Yaoji. The remaining few came to Imohan, who then electrocuted them to death with an electric baton. The whole process was unhurried. The 2 sisters thought he was very powerful, but in fact, only he knew that when he couldn't win, he would just flash into space and hide. Anyway, when it comes to running away, Imohan is second to none. All the way outside the community, 2 zombies were standing staggeringly in front of Hua Lingrong's van. Imohan walked forward and killed the zombies one by one with a hammer. Although these zombies are much faster, they are not mid-level zombies. A true mid-level zombie, with fast running speed and strong bite force. Its basic speed is no different from that of a normal person. Just one look at the eyes of a mid-level zombie, with blood red in the white eyeballs, and you'll know it's a mid-level zombie. Imohan got into the van. The wound on his head was no longer a problem, so Hua Lingrong asked him to drive, saying that men have excellent driving skills. The 3 of them got on the car almost at the same time. The car door was not closed, waiting for Dabing and Yaoji. After leading the zombies out of the community through another door, Dabing and Yaoji ran quickly towards Hua Lingrong's van. Imohan was sitting in the driver's seat. When he saw his 2 dogs running towards him, he shouted in the car, "Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, come quickly. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof." The 2 dogs were running one after the other. Although the demon chicken has a limp, it does not affect its running speed at all. However, Imohan still felt distressed when he saw it limping. In the previous life, the demon chicken followed him wholeheartedly and protected him wholeheartedly. But he believed other people's slander and caused it to die tragically. In this life, Imohan vowed to protect the demon chicken well. As for Dabing, although his origins are unknown, since he follows Imohan, it is fate. During the time they spent together, Imohan had already regarded it as his own family. The 2 dogs got into the car, and Imohan drove away. The rice, flour, grain, and oil stored in Imohan's space would take several lifetimes to eat up. He went out to stock up on supplies now, mainly because he wanted to go to the hospital first. Put all the high-tech equipment in the hospital into your own space. After all, if you establish your own power in the future, medical care and other things will be essential for a base. If we talk about the largest hospital in the city with the most advanced medical equipment, it must be the municipal hospital. So, Imohan drove all the way to the municipal hospital. The van arrived at the entrance of the city hospital. Imohan moved his mind and took out 3 sets of protective clothing from the space. 1 set for myself and 1 set for each sister. Put on your protective suits first. The hospital is different from other places. There are a lot of zombies in the hospital. Hua Lingrong took the protective suit and put it on quickly. Hua Lingyu said as she was putting on her clothes, "Hey, do you think we will get heat stroke? The temperature now is at least over 50 degrees. If we don't collect the supplies, we will all get heat stroke and collapse." After listening to what Hua Lingyu said, Imohan said, "It's very likely. So, I'll give each of you 2 ice packs. Put them in the bag of your protective suit. When there are no zombies, reach in and feel around. Can ice packs prevent heat stroke?" Hua Lingyu said it was the first time he heard of it. Imohan urged her to put on her clothes quickly, saying, "It's better than nothing. You can't eat popsicles while fighting zombies." The 3 of them put on protective clothing, and Imo Han drove the van into the city hospital. The three of them got out of the van. There is no protective clothing suitable for big pancakes and monster chickens. But Imo Han doesn't need to prepare. The two dogs are fast and smart. No matter how fast the zombies are, they can't catch up with them. All three of them had weapons in their hands. Imo Han and Hua Lingrong used hammers, and Hua Lingyu used an iron rod. Since Hua Lingquanshui felt that Imo Han and Hua Lingyu were both using hammers, she wanted to use one too, and the three of them had to be unified. So Imo Han replaced Hua Lingyu's iron rod with a hammer. As soon as I got out of the van, more than a dozen zombies surrounded me. Imo Han and Hua Lingrong attacked without hesitation, hitting one with their hammers. Hua Lingyu was relatively weak, and although he managed to grow stronger to fight the zombies, he was unable to blow their heads off with one blow. I was almost bitten on the arm by a zombie. If Imo Han hadn't hit the zombie with a hammer and Hua Lingyu hadn't worn protective clothing, he would have been infected today and would never be able to return home. Dabing and Yaoji were barking to lure away the zombies that were following them. After dealing with the zombies next to the van, Imo Han took the two sisters and ran all the way to the radiology department. When they were halfway there, 4 or 5 fast zombies with blood-red eyes came running towards them. Imo Han looked at the zombies in front of him and clenched the hammer in his hand. His expression was solemn, but also excited. The intermediate zombies finally appeared. Chapter 92. Why can't I use Space Flash? Brother Han, why are those zombies in front so fast? Hua Lingrong discovered the problem. The other zombies were staggering, but the zombies running towards them more than 10 meters away from Imo Han were moving very fast. Yes, Brother Han, look how fast they run. Hua Lingyu also saw it. There was no time to answer the two sisters. Imo Han pulled his sisters and family members into his own space. Intermediate-level zombies are fast, and with Imo Han's current physical strength, he will have no problem dealing with 3 or 5 intermediate-level zombies. But this is the city hospital, and it's almost full of zombies. There were at least tens of thousands of medical staff and patients showing up at random. So, Imo Han decided not to take the risk. After all, when you are physically exhausted, you may accidentally encounter unavoidable dangers. The zombies arrived at the place where Imo Han and the others had just stood, and Imo Han took the two sisters into the space. 5 mid-level zombies were roaring angrily on the spot. After all, it would be hard for anyone to have food that is right in front of their mouths gone. Imo Han tried to use Space Flash to get behind the zombies and attack them. I thought about it, but found that I couldn't use the Space Flash function. Can only stay in space. I could hear the two sisters' extremely shocked voices. Where's this? Hua Lingyu was the first to scream. Hua Lingrong was also frightened. Brother Han, where is this? Imo Han said to the two sisters, this is my space. My supplies are stored in here. Space. The word space is not unfamiliar to the two sisters. After all, it is written in many apocalyptic novels. For the protagonist, space is standard. However, what I have seen in novels and what I have experienced personally are two completely different things. At this time, the two sisters were standing in the space, looking at the space filled with white mist, which was full of neatly classified supplies. It was nothing but shock. Wow, there are too many things in this space. I'm afraid I can't finish eating them all in several lifetimes. Hua Lingyu kept walking back and forth in the space, looking at the space that stretched as far as the eye could see, and his admiration for Imo Han instantly rose by dozens of levels. Hua Lingyu also looked around curiously. This space contains not only food, but also clothes, daily necessities, and toys. Even airplanes and large ships have them. Hua Lingrong, who had always thought that Imo Han was powerful, now felt that she and her sister had really followed the right person. With everything in Imo Han's space, he can win over anyone he wants. Hua Lingrong secretly felt lucky that Lingyu had hit Imo Han with a stick, otherwise the two sisters would have no chance to stay with Imo Han. Hua Lingyu walked up a few steps and whispered in her ear, Sister, the thigh we are holding is the thigh of the Savior. When you cook in the future, you must use 12 times the strength. If you can conquer a man's stomach, are you still afraid that he will ignore us? After hearing what Hua Lingyu said, Hua Lingrong secretly glanced at Imo Han. Imo Han was thinking about why the Space Flash could not be used. His expression was cold and focused. When Hua Lingrong saw how handsome he was, her face instantly turned red. Imo Han didn't notice what the two sisters were talking about. Just thinking about my own things. Space Flash can be used normally. Even if I took Dabing on a junk plane last time, I could still flash it. But why can't I use the flash function now? Could it be that animals can be brought into the space, but not humans? But aren't humans and animals essentially living beings? I couldn't figure out why flash couldn't be used. Imo Han said to the two sisters, Lingrong, Lingyu, you two stay in the space. I will go out to fight the zombies, and I will let you out later. Yeah. Hua Lingrong nodded. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I admire Mo Han, and after spending some time with him, I feel that Mo Han doesn't seem to be very serious on the surface, and he always says something provocative. But in fact, he is very disciplined and never crosses the line. So, when talking to Mo Han, my heartbeat would unconsciously speed up. Hua Lingyu still looked carefree, lively and cute, and said to Mo Han, Brother Han, then you should be careful. No. As Mo Han spoke, he disappeared in front of the two sisters. Out of space. For some reason today, the space flash cannot be used. Mo Han cannot see the status of several mid-level zombies in the space. Mo Han came out of the space in a flash and happened to come face to face with one of the zombies. The person who suddenly appeared confused the zombies for half a second. Half a second later, the zombie opened its mouth and bit up. Because the distance was too close, the big hammer in Mo Han's hand was ineffective, so he had to use an electric baton to knock down the zombies. While Mo Han was using the electric baton to deal with the zombie, other zombies that were farther away also came back howling and screaming. Fortunately, those zombies ran to Mo Han, and the zombie in front of Mo Han just fell down. Mo Han put away the electric baton, picked up a big hammer, and started attacking. Although he killed almost one zombie with one blow, after defeating these 4 mid-level zombies, other zombies also surrounded him. Dabing and Yaoji were standing next to Mo Han. When they saw the zombies surrounding them, they quickly started shouting in the opposite direction. Their cries attracted a group of zombies away, and another group gathered around. Because there were too many zombies, Mo Han killed the 5 mid-level zombies, but he was unable to take out the crystal core from the brain of the mid-level zombie amid the heavy crowd of zombies. Because if he squatted for even 1 second, he would be knocked down by the zombies around him. Although he was wearing protective clothing, the zombies could not bite through it, and he would not be infected with the zombie virus due to injuries. But the zombies can bite off his bones and flesh and put them in protective suits. To put it bluntly, if you are not careful, you will still die. There were too many zombies, and Mo Han had no choice but to hide in the space again. However, before entering the space, he shouted to Dabing and Yao Ji, lead these zombies away. Dabing and Yao Ji immediately stepped forward and started barking at the zombies again. When the zombies heard their cries, all they could see were the brains in their heads. I was so greedy that my mouth was watering with disgust. He left the spot and ran all over the hospital, chasing after Dabing and Yao Ji. As soon as Mo Han entered the space, the 2 Hua sisters surrounded him and asked, Brother Han, what's wrong? Mo Han shook his head. There are too many zombies. There is no way. We can't kill them all. Hua Lingyu asked excitedly, what should we do then? Mo Han said, wait a minute. Wait for Dabing and Yao Ji to lead the zombies away. Then I will go get the crystal core of the intermediate zombie. Crystal core. The 2 sisters exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Hua Lingrong asked, Brother Han, do you want to eat the crystal core to awaken your superpowers? Mo Han nodded, yes. How do you know about the crystal core? Hua Lingyu smiled and said, we both read novels every day. The protagonists there all kill zombies, take crystal cores, and then awaken superpowers to fight monsters. Haha. Mo Han also laughed. It seems that you two are very down to earth. I don't need to explain too much to you. Chapter 93, Level of Crystal Core. That's right. Hua Lingyu smiled mischievously. Brother Han, we are smarter than you think. Haha. Mo Han laughed. That's pretty smart. So, do you want to awaken your superpowers? The 2 sisters are really in tune with each other and often speak in the same tone. Yes, you guys. As long as we gather 10,000 crystal cores of mid-level zombies and eat them, we can awaken our superpowers. 10,000. Hua Lingyu exclaimed. How long will it take to collect so many? Besides, we can't eat so many of them. We will vomit if we eat them all. Haha. Mo Han laughed. That makes sense. Hua Lingrong said. To obtain 10,000 crystal cores, we need to kill at least 10,000 zombies. Even if we kill dozens of them a day, it will take almost a year. Yeah. Mo Han nodded. Hua Lingrong asked, Brother Han, isn't there any faster way? Mo Han thought for a moment and said, there is a way, but it's a bit dangerous. Hua Lingyu became interested, came up and asked, Brother Han, what method? If an earthquake occurs, underground cracks will open up, and all kinds of prehistoric monsters will crawl out of the abyss. As long as you kill a monster and take the crystal core in its brain and eat it, you will be able to awaken your superpowers. The stronger the monster you hunt, the stronger the superpowers you will gain. However, it is not necessarily the case. Some people hunt monsters that are not very strong, but they also awaken strong superpowers. Hua Lingrong understood what Mo Han said. In other words, the strength of superpowers is only a medium of the monster's crystal core. It still depends on each person's luck. Emohan nodded. That's the truth. He glanced at the two sisters and said, I'll go out and get the crystal core first. As he said this, he suddenly appeared at the place where he had just disappeared. As expected, the zombies were led away by the big pancake and the monster chicken. Emohan clenched the hammer in his hand and hit the heads of the intermediate-level zombies underground. After the red and white liquid flowed all over the ground, Emohan picked up the crystal core on the ground. 5 intermediate zombies and 5 crystal cores. If we continue collecting at this rate, it will be quite difficult to gather 10,000 crystal cores. But no matter how difficult it is, there is no way. Now, apart from space storage and space flash, Emohan only has brute force. And, strangely, space flash cannot be used today. Probably because there were 2 more people inside. The space flashed, and only Emohan was recognized. Dabing seemed to recognize it too, because when Emohan carried it, he was able to use the flash function. Moreover, every time Emohan used flash, Dabing could accurately smell Emohan's breath. I really don't know what other abilities Dabing will have in the future besides breathing fire. I feel like I have a good fit with Emohan's space. As for the demon chicken, Emohan had never tried to bring it into the space, nor had he ever used the flash function with it. You will know after trying it. There were no mid-level zombies around, only some low-level zombies, howling not far from Emohan. As soon as Emohan thought about it, the 2 Hua sisters came out of the space. Fuck, Hua Lingyu exclaimed, Brother Han, you are so awesome. I didn't feel anything, and suddenly the scene changed. It felt like playing a game. Haha, you'll get used to it. Emohan said. Hua Lingrong looked at the zombies underground and said, Brother Han, what should we do next? Fight the zombies, or go directly to collect supplies? Emohan looked at the zombies around him. Just now there were only ordinary zombies, but now 5 or 6 intermediate-level zombies have appeared. I don't know where it came from. The evolution of zombies never takes place together. Some evolve quickly, some evolve slowly. Just like human learning. Some make slow progress and become poor students. Some made rapid progress and became top students. However, for Emohan at this moment, being a zombie academic master is not a good thing. Let's fight the zombies and collect supplies at the same time. Emohan pointed at the mid-level zombies running towards them about 20 to 30 meters away and said to the 2 sisters, Look, the ones that move slowly and wander aimlessly are low-level zombies. Crystal nuclei have not yet formed in their brains. The zombies that are agile, purposeful, and have blood-red eyes are mid-level zombies, and they have crystal cores in their brains. The mid-level zombies were getting closer and closer. Emohan clenched the hammer in his hand and said, We will specialize in fighting these mid-level zombies. Those ordinary zombies are of no value. There is no need to waste time. Hua Lingrong said, Hua Lingyu said directly, I know, but I'm a little scared. Emohan pulled Hua Lingyu behind him and said, Don't be afraid. At this time, the ordinary zombies were still far away from them because of their slow speed. The intermediate-level zombie had quickly walked in front of Emohan and the others. Bump. The hand rose, and the hammer fell. Emohan instantly killed a mid-level zombie in front of him. Bump. Hua Lingrong also killed one. Emohan swung the hammer and hit another one. Hua Lingyu, who was behind him, saw that both of them were fighting zombies. He suddenly gritted his teeth, swung the big hammer in his hand, and with a few swings of the hammer, he knocked another intermediate-level zombie next to Emohan to the ground. In fact, she had fought zombies before, but those were ordinary zombies. This was the first time she had seen a mid-level zombie. Plus, Emohan said that mid-level zombies were fast, so she was a little scared. Well done, Lingyu. Emohan encouraged her while fighting the zombies. The 3 of them worked together and killed all the mid-level zombies around them in just a few rounds. Look, this is the crystal core. Emohan took out the crystal core from the zombie's head in front of the 2 sisters. Hua Lingrong kept her expression unchanged as she watched Emohan's actions calmly. Hua Lingyu felt like vomiting. Brother Han, the crystal core is red? How disgusting. Emohan put the crystal core in his hand into a bag, put the bag into his pocket, and said, The red crystal core is the lowest level of primary crystal core. There are also green, purple, and gold crystal cores. The corresponding levels are from small to large. Red corresponds to the primary crystal core, green corresponds to the intermediate crystal core, purple corresponds to the advanced crystal core, and gold corresponds to the king-level crystal core. I heard that there is also a pharaoh-level crystal core, which is colorful and the size of a goose egg. Eating one can give you the power to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth, but no one has ever seen such a pharaoh-level crystal core. It is probably just a legend. I didn't expect that crystal cores are divided into so many levels. Hua Lingyu looked at Imo Han with reverence and said, "Brother Han, you know so many things." Imo Han smiled and said, "I also learned about this from reading novels. What I thought in my mind was that I must know a lot. After all, as someone who has been reborn from the apocalypse, I have experienced many things personally. How could I not understand?" Chapter 94 High-Level Mad Transformation. After killing the first intermediate-level zombie that ran over, other ordinary zombies also surrounded them. They were just ordinary zombies, so Imo Han was too lazy to even fight them. He took the two sisters and ran directly to the radiology building. Those zombies are not fast, but they have a lot of numbers. Surround several people from all directions. Arrived downstairs at the radiology department. There were many zombies walking around the curved glass door. There are ordinary ones and also mid-range ones. Those zombies were just wandering around aimlessly, and some of them were holding reports in their hands, and they were obviously patients who came to see a doctor. When Imo Han saw them, he felt very sad. They went out to see a doctor, but ended up staying in the hospital and could never go home again. But there is no way. Now they have become cold, heartless, and sexless zombies. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Imo Han looked back at the two sisters following behind him. With the abilities of 3 people, it is almost impossible to break through the zombie army. With the 2 of them, I can't use my space flash ability. Lingrong, Lingyu, the 2 of you stay here and wait for me. I'm going in to kill the zombies and get the crystal cores. I'll take the hospital's medical equipment and leave. As soon as Imo Han said this, the 2 sisters stared at him in amazement. Hua Lingrong opened her mouth slightly, but said nothing. Hua Lingyu didn't realize what he meant and anxiously asked Imo Han, "Brother Han, should we wait for you here? There are so many zombies, won't they bite us?" Imo Han was stunned for a moment and found that his words had scared the 2 sisters. With a quick thought, a sturdy mountain off-road vehicle stopped in front of the 3 people. "Ah, car." Hua Lingyu was so excited that she was speechless. Hua Lingrong understood clearly. I almost misunderstood Imo Han just now. He asked the 2 sisters to stay here, not to block the zombies for him, but to wait for him safely in the car. Imo Han didn't have time to pay attention to the sisters' expressions. He unlocked the car door and said to the 2 sisters, "Get in quickly. This is a limited edition mountain off-road vehicle. The vehicle body is sturdy and the glass door can withstand heavy forces. Ordinary zombies can't break it. Wait for me in the car." The 2 sisters quickly obeyed and got into the car. Imo Han threw the keys to Hua Lingrong and said, "If there's an emergency, just drive away." Hua Lingrong picked up the key in her hand, looking embarrassed. "But my van." The zombies have reached the car. Imo Han didn't have time to answer Hua Lingrong's words and suddenly flashed into the space. Hua Lingrong glanced out the window and quickly locked the car door. The 2 sisters sat in the car, staring out nervously. Imo Han flashed into the space, and they couldn't find Imo Han anywhere. Imo Han in the space thought about it and said flash. It immediately flashed normally again. It seems that space flash cannot be used by other people. With the flash function, it is much easier for Imo Han to fight zombies. He flashed behind several mid-level zombies and hit them hard with a big hammer. The zombies' heads suddenly exploded. Imo Han picked up the crystal core on the ground and went straight to the CT room and nuclear resonance room. The door of the CT room is open. Several mid-level zombies wearing white coats were walking in and out. Imo Han used flash to pass by the mid-level zombie. After entering the CT room, I put all the imaging machines and the computers that came with them into the space. The printed films were also stored in the space. Just as I was about to leave the CT room, I heard the sound of hammers banging on the door next to it. With every blow, the door shook a little. Imo Han looked at the shaking door in shock, wondering what kind of monster appeared inside. To be on the safe side, I decided to run away first. Bump! As soon as he ran out of the CT room's main door, the small door was smashed open. A giant zombie about 2.8 meters tall, with a body as swollen as a bucket, appeared. The giant zombie punched the broken wood next to the small door and rushed towards Imo Han with a few quick steps. Imo Han did not show up from beginning to end, but the giant zombie was able to accurately determine his location. Imo Han ran wildly while looking back at the zombies following him. When you get tired of running, stop and rest for half a second, then run in another direction. Unexpectedly, the huge zombie had a mouth full of blood and laughed towards Imo Han. Imo Han's scalp felt numb. The giant zombie opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp fangs, and said to Imo Han, "Ha! Don't run away. I can smell your breath. There's no point in running away. Let me eat your brains." Before he could finish his words, he pounced towards Imo Han as fast as lightning. Damn, Imo Han reacted. This was not an ordinary zombie, nor a mid-level zombie, but a high-level berserker zombie. It's not like Imo Han hasn't encountered crazy mutants before. The The zombie boss of the frozen food processing factory is a crazy mutant. But that boss can only be considered a mid-level zombie. Because no matter in speed or thinking reaction, he is far inferior to the person in front of him. Just now, when Emohan was running, this giant zombie was able to use a feint to lure Emohan, so that Emohan had no way to escape and became its meal. Low-level and mid-level zombies have no thinking ability. High-level zombies not only have thoughts and are fast, but they can also speak and use weapons to attack others. The advanced crystal nucleus in its brain is purple. When the huge zombie pounced on him, Emohan jumped away. The giant zombie missed its target. Emohan took the opportunity to run to the nuclear resonance room. The giant zombie became a crazy mutant due to genetic mutation and has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. The moment Emohan flashed out of the space, it could smell Emohan's breath. When Emohan entered the space, he couldn't smell it anymore. Because the space is static, the smell inside will not dissipate. Fortunately, the crazy mutant couldn't see Emohan at all except for smelling the scent. As long as Emohan is far enough away, the crazy transformation will not be able to hurt Emohan. Emohan ran to the door of the nuclear resonance room. I want to put away the nuclear resonance machine first. Deal with the berserker when you leave. Because if fighting alone, Emohan with his current state is no match for the crazy mutant. If you use a pistol, the loud noise will attract more zombies. I don't know if there will be other crazy variants by then. Therefore, when Emohan and others were about to leave the radiology department, they would kill the mutant, who knew that the door of the nuclear resonance room was closed and there was no way to get in. That door is a heavy iron door. If you can't get in, there's no way to get the machine. In terms of the quality of equipment, the urban hospital in the entire G City has the best equipment. I don't know if other hospitals have this kind of equipment. Even if there is, Emohan still has to spend time looking for it. For now, let's find a way to open the door first. Ha. Hee. I want to eat your head. Head. Before Emohan could think of a solution, the crazy mutant had already rushed in front of Emohan. Chapter 95. Go to hell, you little bastard. Emohan looked at the crazy variant, appeared from the space, stood in front of him, and said, "If you are really capable, break this door open and I will eat my head for you." The crazy mutant didn't listen to Emohan and pounced on Emohan with a grin. Emohan flashed into the space and ran far away. He kept saying around the crazy mutant, "Smash the big iron door of the resonance room and eat the head. Smash the big iron door of the resonance room and eat the head." The crazy mutant was brainwashed by him and couldn't catch up with him. In anger, he actually walked to the big iron door of the resonance room, waved his fists, and started banging on the door. Emohan just stood by and watched. However, he kept using space to flash in and out, so that the zombies didn't discover him. The berserker clenched his huge fists and banged on the door, repeating, "Break the door, eat the head. Break the door, eat the head." Emohan stood aside, feeling amused in his heart. Berserkers like this are high-level zombies. Compared with the king-level zombies, although they have thoughts, they are not that smart. Fortunately, I am not too smart, otherwise I would not be able to open the door of the nuclear resonance room with Emohan's strength. Bang, bang, bang. As the giant zombie moved, he smashed a hole in the door of the nuclear resonance room. The giant zombie reached into the pit and pulled hard, pulling down the entire iron door. Emohan closed his eyes and searched the space, and found that he had hoarded tens of thousands of silenced guns. They are all stored at military bases in the United States. At that time, I was so focused on putting my weapons into the space that I didn't notice what specific things were there. With a thought, a silenced gun appeared in Emohan's hand. Emohan took the gun, secretly pulled the trigger, and aimed at the giant zombie's head. In fact, when the giant zombie was smashing the door just now, Emohan had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But he didn't. His target was the nuclear resonance device in the iron door, so he had to wait until the giant zombie broke the door open. Before he could even fire a shot, the giant zombie had already walked into the nuclear resonance chamber. Emohan quickly chased after him, ready to deal with the giant zombie in the nuclear resonance room. Emohan rushed into the nuclear resonance room and found that the giant zombie was gone. Emohan nervously held the chong in his hand. After taking a quick look around the room, I discovered that the huge zombie was hiding under a large curtain. Emohan cursed inwardly. Idiot. Emohan fired 3 shots at the bulging curtain without hesitation. However, after 3 shots were fired, there was no movement under the curtain. Just when Emohan was confused. Oh woo. Several zombie roars were heard. Emohan looked back. Oh shit. There are zombies at the door. Not only are there zombies, but there are also 3 crazy mutants. The body shape is exactly the same as the previous berserker. Because his clothes were torn apart when he transformed, one could only vaguely see half a piece of white coat stuck in blood on the arm of one of the transformed bodies. It can be speculated that this crazy mutant is the same as the previous one and was transformed by the doctor. As for the remaining two mutants, they are either doctors or patients. It doesn't matter who they were before. The important thing is that the crazy mutant behind the curtain now came out with a grin. There were 4 crazy mutants in a room with only one goal: to besiege Imo-Han, eat his flesh, drink his blood, and pry open his head. As for the ordinary zombies and mid-level zombies, they were all wandering around the door, looking around, and did not enter the nuclear resonance room. The berserker zombies can smell Imo-Han's scent, but the low-level and mid-level zombies cannot. Imo-Han sneered. Looking at the crazy mutant coming out from behind the curtain, he sneered, "You old man, you are still scheming." Just now, Imo-Han had underestimated this huge zombie, thinking that it was so easy to fool and could break the door whenever he told it to. I didn't expect that he was scheming. The purpose of smashing the door was to attract more berserkers to come and deal with Imo-Han. Second, they can also lure Imo-Han into the nuclear resonance room, making it easier to beat him up. Imo-Han shook his head. He didn't expect that many things had changed after his rebirth. The high-level zombies in the previous life didn't have such smart brains. As he spoke, Imo-Han took out a submachine gun and started shooting at the several berserker monsters. Bang, bang. The loud noise of the submachine gun attracted more zombies. One by one, they all rushed to the nuclear resonance room. The few crazy mutants didn't expect that Imo-Han would have a submachine gun in his hand. As he pounced towards Imo-Han in anger, he was sprayed with bullets and fell down. The 3 berserkers died completely after the gunshots. The only one left was the one behind the curtain, who had already sneaked behind Imo-Han. When the submachine gun fired, it only hit other parts of its body and did not injure its vital parts. So, it was still jumping around behind Imo-Han. When Imo-Han's sharp claws were about to grab his back, he suddenly flashed into space. Use space flash to run a little further, then use a submachine gun to shoot at the huge zombie. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet hit him squarely in the head. Although Imo-Han has never used a gun in this life, the memories of his previous life are still there. In fact, he still has those fighting skills from his previous life. But as for fighting, it is only effective against ordinary people. Forget about dealing with this giant mutant. Especially in this life of mine, because I eat, drink, and have fun every day, my body functions are completely different from those of myself a few years after the end of the world. So, when it is time to use weapons, use them. Before, Imo-Han was worried that the gunshots would attract more zombies. Now I'm not worried anymore. Many zombies heard the sound of the berserker hammering on the door and are rushing to the nuclear resonance room. Imo-Han's gunshots accelerated their arrival. All 4 crazy mutants in the room were dealt with. The zombies outside the door also rushed into the house. Imo-Han used space flash to collect the nuclear resonance equipment and took the computer away. Those mid-level and low-level zombies couldn't see or smell where Imo-Han was. When Imo-Han's space flashed, he squeezed past them. The zombie was pushed away with great force and let out a howl. There were too many zombies in the room, and Imo-Han was wearing protective clothing. Even if the zombies caught him when he flashed out of space, they would not hurt his skin and cause infection. Besides, it took him no more than 1/10 of a second to flash out and go back in. So, the zombies couldn't catch him. Unless the room is completely sealed, full of zombies, and he can't get out. The space flash will become ineffective after an hour, kicking him out of the space. Then he got angry. Even if he is not bitten to death by the zombies, he will be crushed under the zombies that suddenly pounce on him and eventually die of suffocation. Most of the zombies outside the house squeezed into the nuclear resonance room. A smile appeared on Imo-Han's lips. "Go to hell, you little bastard." He raised his submachine gun and fired at the zombies inside. Boom, boom. The huge noise shook the entire radiology building. Chapter 96. It's over. After a burst of fierce shooting, all the zombies in the nuclear resonance room were killed by Imo-Han. Hearing the sound, other zombies slowly rushed over. Imo-Han is now standing outside the door of the nuclear resonance room, looking at the army of zombies shaking their heads and walking towards him. The submachine gun in his hand had run out of bullets. With a thought, a new submachine gun appeared in Imo-Han's hand. Imo-Han did not flash into the space, but stood directly at the end of the corridor, constantly pulling the trigger at the army of zombies coming towards him. Those were low-level and mid-level zombies, relatively stupid, so Imo-Han shot at them in rows, and they fell down in rows. The zombies behind stepped on the corpses of the zombies in front and kept crawling forward. Imo-Han killed at least 800 or 900 zombies. You have to look at the radiology department hall across the corridor, as zombies keep staggering in. 2 or 3 crazy mutants also came over. After Imo-han killed the 3 berserkers, he slipped into the doctor's night lounge next door. The door closed with a bang. Damn, it's too hot. Imo-han looked around in the lounge. Under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom. After confirming that there was no zombie inside and the door was locked, he took off the hood of his protective suit, lay down on the iron bed in the lounge, and gasped for breath. The temperature outside is at least 59 degrees. Fortunately, the temperature in the hospital is not that high. It is 2 or 3 degrees lower than outside. It's strange that the hospital always gives people a gloomy feeling. Even if you walk in on a hot day, you will feel a burst of cool air. However, because the temperature has exceeded the normal high temperature of more than 30 degrees on a hot day, even the hospital is only slightly cooler than outside. But in fact, the current temperature in the hospital is at least 52 or 53 degrees. After lying on the iron bed for a few minutes, Imo-han felt better. He sat up from the bed, picked up a bottle of Red Bull, and gulped it down. Oh, it feels so good. Putting the empty bottle of Red Bull aside, Imo-han lay back on the iron bed, squinted his eyes, and began to sleep. I was tired and hot just now. I need to take a break before going out to fight the zombies. Originally, Imo-han could have just left, but he couldn't. The purpose of his coming to the hospital was to fight mid-level zombies and obtain crystal cores. Among the 800 or 900 zombies just now, at least 200 were mid-level zombies, all of whom had crystal cores. Imo-han will have to go out later and take away the crystal core in the head of the intermediate zombie. I was afraid that I would accidentally oversleep and make my 2 sisters outside worry. Imo-han took out his cell phone from the space and set an alarm for 20 minutes. Don't sleep too much, just 20 minutes is enough. Imo-han put his phone next to his pillow and closed his eyes to sleep. However, before I had slept for 5 minutes, I heard banging on the door. Someone was banging on the door of the lounge where I was sleeping. Imo-han was shocked. With this kind of force, he knew without thinking that it must be some disgusting mutant who smelled his scent and wanted to eat his head. Because Imo-han did not flash into the space, but just lay on the bed to sleep. The mad mutant's sense of smell was particularly sensitive, so he could naturally know that there was a stranger in the room. Damn it, you disturbed my sleep. Imo-han quickly got up from the bed and put on the hood of his protective suit. Holding a submachine gun in his hand, he slowly retreated behind the small iron bed. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant was still banging on the door frantically. Judging from the sound of the fists, there are at least 3 berserker variants. Ordinary zombies are not scary, but the crazy zombies still make Imo-han feel nervous. After all, berserker zombies have intelligence and can calculate, but ordinary zombies don't have this ability. Snap! The door was torn apart. A berserker came in crookedly from the door, carrying a stool in his hand. Imo-han looked at the crazy monster standing by the door with cold eyes. Awesome, you can use tools now. The stool in his hand is probably going to be thrown at himself. The berserker came in, his bloodshot eyes looking around, searching for Imo-han. Imo-han suddenly appeared when it wasn't paying attention and fired a burst of shots with a submachine gun. The crazy mutant suddenly fell to the ground. The huge body completely blocked the door of the lounge. Alas, Imo-han shook his head. This time, we're done for. The crazy mutant's body blocked the door tightly. The zombies outside couldn't get in, and Imo-han inside couldn't get out. Imo-han sat back on the small iron bed with a worried look on his face. I don't know how to get this big thing out. Sat there for more than 10 minutes. Gurgle. Imo-han touched his stomach. He clearly had eaten something when he went out. It was only 2 hours and I felt hungry again. Forget it. Let me eat something first, and then get rid of this big guy blocking the door. Find a way to get the crystal core, and then go back. Imo-han thought about it, and a large piece of pancake appeared in his left hand, and a bottle of beer in his right hand. Eat hand-pulled pancakes and drink beer. A whole hand-pulled pancake was finished in just a few bites, and it was still not enough for Imo-han to fill his teeth. He took a few more hand-pulled pancakes from the space, and after eating 9 of them, Imo-han finally felt full. I don't know why, but in recent times, Imo-han has clearly felt that his appetite is bigger than before. He couldn't eat so much before. Could it be that the food Hua Lingrong cooked was so delicious that it whetted his appetite? Thinking that the 2 Hua sisters were still outside the building and hadn't seen him come downstairs in several hours, they would probably be anxious. Besides, the 2 sisters should be hungry by now. Imo-han drank the last sip of beer, put on the hood of his protective suit, and stood up from the iron-barred bed. Decide to fight quickly. He put away the gun in his hand, picked up a big hammer, smashed the mutant's head, and took out the crystal core. Then use a large electric saw to saw the mutant into 2 pieces. Pull it hard into the house. At the same time, he held a submachine gun in his hand and fired wildly at the other 2 berserkers at the door and the zombies in the corridor. All the actions happen in a flash. If it weren't for his extremely fast speed, Imo-han would have almost been attacked by the berserker. After a burst of shooting, the zombie at the door died. Imo-han put away his gun and flashed into the space. Then he picked up a big hammer in his hand and went out to collect crystal cores. Imo-han used space to flash into the corridor and hit the middle-level enemies on the head one by one. Then he directly took away the crystal core in his head. Some crystal cores need to be picked up by Imo-han with his hands, while others roll out directly from the zombies' heads. There were at least hundreds of zombies standing around Imo-han, but they could not smell Imo-han's scent. All they could do was watch helplessly as their fellow humans around them suddenly had their heads exploded for no apparent reason. It took Imo-han more than 20 minutes to extract the crystal cores of the mid-level zombies and berserker zombies he had killed. I roughly counted them, and there were 212 in total. I plan to go back tonight, wash them with water, and eat them. Imo-han flashed out of the corridor of the nuclear resonance room, came out of the space, and walked out of the building in a swagger. Suddenly, a voice called him from behind. Chapter 97. Damn, stand up. Imo-han, I want to eat your head. Imo-han turned around and saw another crazy mutant. I couldn't help but frown. I saw that crazy mutant with his rotten and smelly mouth grinning and laughing. A pair of eyes as big as copper bells, revealing a strange blood red. His body was bloated, rotten and smelly, and his left hand was broken off. It's hard to tell male from female. What Imo-han found strange was that it kept repeating Imo-han's name. Imo-han, I want to eat your head. Head, he. Imo-han. Knowing me, could it be Yinhuo? Strange see? Or is it his vicious uncle Imo-jawan? While Imo-han was thinking, the crazy monster had already pounced towards him quickly. Imo-han raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired wildly. However, this berserker seemed to react quickly, and as soon as Imo-han's submachine gun fired, he immediately ran away, looking for a place to hide. It ran away, so Imo-han naturally wouldn't sit idle. He flashed into his own space and used flash to run out of the radiology building. However, after running a few steps, he saw the two Hua sisters rushing in with big hammers in their hands. The two sisters were covered in blood and no longer had the fear they had before. As soon as he saw Imo-han, he shouted, "Brother Han, are you okay?" "Brother Han." Imo-han frowned. "Why did you two come out? Didn't I ask you to wait for me in the car?" "We." Hua Lingron wanted to speak, but Hua Lingyu spoke first. "Brother Han, we are worried about you." Imo-han shook his head and smiled bitterly. It would have been a good thing if the two sisters hadn't come. I can totally deal with that crazy mutant by myself. Once they arrived, not only would they be unable to help, but they would be used as bargaining chips by the crazy mutant to deal with Imo-han. Sure enough, when the crazy mutant saw the Hua sisters, he rushed over with a roar. It was the first time the two sisters saw such an ugly and disgusting monster, which was almost as tall as the roof. They were so frightened that they stood there in a daze, forgetting to react for a moment. Imo-han was anxious and shouted, "Run back to the car." He took out a submachine gun and stood in front of the two sisters. When the two sisters heard Imo-han's voice, they wanted to run away in a hurry, but when they saw the huge monster stretching out its sharp claws and pouncing towards Imo-han, they didn't care to be afraid and stood firmly beside Imo-han with hammers in their hands. Alas, Imo-han was really speechless. Without the sisters, he could use flash to escape. If you can't defeat a monster, you don't necessarily have to fight it head-on. Imo-han was not a great hero, and he never felt ashamed of running away. If you can't run away and lose your life, that's stupid. Because the sisters were behind Imo-han, Imo-han was afraid that if he flashed away, his transformation would hurt them and they would stay where they were and unable to run away. I had no choice but to stay where I was. The moment the berserker pounced, a burst of submachine gunfire broke out. Because the berserker was running and jumping around quickly to dodge, the submachine gun only fired at the berserker's body and face, without damaging the brain at all. If the brain is not damaged, the mutant will not die. Get out of the way. The crazy variant ran towards Imo-han and the other two with submachine guns. Imo-han shouted in a hurry, "Go back to the car." The two sisters have not yet awakened their special powers. They are just two ordinary girls and are no match for the crazy mutants. Even Imo-han, with his bare hands, couldn't defeat the berserker. In order to cover the two people's escape, Imo-han stood where he was without moving a step. Bang! The berserk mutant ran over quickly and slapped Imo-han. Damn! Although Imo-han was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he was blown away. The power of this crazy mutant is really fucking strong. "Brother Han!" Hua Lingyu screamed, and Hua Lingron quickly pulled her out. Imo-han was blown more than 10 meters away. If he had fallen directly on the hard ground of the hospital, he would definitely not have survived. So, the moment he landed, Emohan moved his mind, and a thick and large bouncing mat instantly appeared on the ground. After falling onto the mat, Emohan was immediately bounced up. Fortunately, it's intact. The moment the berserker came running over again, Emohan had already put the mat on the ground into the space. He himself also hid in the space. A woo. Without Emohan, the angry berserker let out an earth-shaking roar. Emohan took advantage of this opportunity and used space to flash, firing a burst of gunfire at the disgusting, stinky mouth of the mutant. Oh! The bullet entered the mutant's mouth and flew out from the back of his head. In an instant, red and white brain matter flew all over the roof and floor of the radiology department hall. Bang! The crazy mutant fell to the ground with a bang. The sound of gunfire and the fall of the berserker attracted the low-level and mid-level zombies nearby, and they roared and walked towards Emohan. Emohan smashed the berserker's head with a hammer and took out the crystal core. Just as the zombies were about to pounce on him, he flashed into space. The zombies looked around in confusion, wondering where the fat meat that was about to reach their mouths had gone. Emohan broke away from the zombie group and retreated to a wider area. After observing from a distance who was the intermediate zombie, he walked straight over with a hammer in hand. Hit the heads of the intermediate zombies one by one. Those zombies often die before they even have time to react to what is happening. After killing all the mid-level zombies around, Emohan picked up the crystal cores and put them into the food bag he had just used to hold the crystal cores. Use space flash to walk out the door. Outside the door, zombies were staggering and roaring. There were a lot of zombies on the ground, which were killed by the sisters when they rushed in to find Emohan just now. Emohan walked all the way to the car before emerging from the space. The two sisters were staring nervously at the curved glass door of the building. I was startled by Emohan, who suddenly appeared beside the car. Unlock, Emohan said to the person inside. Yes. Okay. Hua Lingrong hurriedly pressed the unlock button inside the driver's door. Because I was too excited, I pressed it twice but failed to unlock it. Emohan said outside the car. The car key can also be unlocked. I know. Hua Lingrong's hands were somewhat out of control. Bang. The door was finally unlocked, and Emohan got into the back seat of the van. Sit down and lock the car doors. No, it's too hot. Emohan sat in his seat tiredly. When I took off my protective suit, a puff of hot air came out of my clothes. Emohan's t-shirt and shorts were all wet. The clothes on my upper body were tightly attached to my body, but I didn't feel anything. But the shorts on the lower body are also sticking too. Hua Lingrong looked back without noticing and exclaimed, "Ah!" Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly turned her head away. The air conditioner was on in the car, and Emohan, who had taken off his protective suit, felt extremely refreshed in an instant. After noticing Hua Lingrong's reaction, he bent down to take a look. Grass. Stand up. Chapter 98, Angry Parrot. In an instant, Emohan himself felt very embarrassed. Quickly zip up your protective suit a little. This kind of thing is really embarrassing. Ahem, Emohan said to ease the awkward atmosphere. Why did you two run away just now? Hua Ling Yu didn't notice what was happening between Hua Lingrong and Emohan. He was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the zombies outside the window banging on the window. Hearing Emohan's question, he turned around and said, Brother Han, you haven't come out yet. We are worried that you might get hurt. Emohan raised his head and glanced secretly at Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingrong was starting the car and didn't say anything. Emohan did not blame them. After all, they were worried about him and wanted to help him. Emohan nodded to Hua Lingyu and said, Today's harvest is good. We have collected about 400 crystal cores and more than 10 high-level crystal cores. Hua Lingrong started the car and turned around. Without looking back, she sat in the front and asked Emohan, Where are you going? Emohan looked at the zombies surrounding the car. All of them were roaring around the car. It was already afternoon when I left home, and now it was almost dark. I'm very tired today. Let's go home first and come out tomorrow. Emohan said to Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingrong said drove the car to knock the zombies away in a few swipes, and rushed all the way, straight out of the gate of the municipal hospital. Hey, wait. Emohan suddenly called Hua Lingrong. Where are Da Bing and Yao Ji? Why can't I see them? Hua Lingrong turned around, looking surprised. Oh, I forgot about them. I haven't seen them since they went to lure away the zombies. Hua Lingyu also suddenly remembered this matter and said anxiously, They haven't come back for so long. Are they in danger? Emohan didn't say anything, just stared out the window. To be honest, the two dogs were smart and he wasn't worried about them. Last time, Pancake accidentally stepped on a mousetrap, but thanks to its cleverness, it will not make the same mistake again. There is only one possibility. The two dogs found something interesting and went to play with it. Lingrong. Emohan turned to Hua Lingrong and said, "Honk the horn. If they don't come, we'll just drive away." Hua Lingrong obediently pressed the horn a few times. Hua Lingyu said anxiously, "Brother Han, if we leave, what will happen if the two dogs come back and can't find us?" Mo Han smiled relaxedly and said, "They are just having fun. I guess they went somewhere to have fun. Don't worry, they can find their way home." "No way, they have never been to these places. How can they find the way?" "Yes, even farther away," Mo Han said. Hua Lingyu asked again, "What about the zombies?" "I'm afraid they will be bitten by the zombies." Mo Han smiled and said, "You saw it just now. Which zombie can catch up with them? Don't underestimate them. One of them is fat and the other has a limp. If they really run, they will be very fast." Hua Lingrong said, "I have seen it. It is indeed fast. Although the monster chicken is lame, it feels more powerful than the pancake when it runs." The horn sounded a few times, and then a series of barking sounds were heard. Dabing and Yaoji came running one after the other. Above their heads, a colorful object was flying. It looks like a bird. Because it was getting dark, no one could tell what kind of bird it was. It was not until Dabing and Yaoji ran to the side of the car that Mo Han could see clearly that what was flying above their heads was a beautiful parrot. Parrot. Mo Han felt strange. Where did these two dogs get such a parrot? Pancake, chicken, and parrot came to the car, and the zombies around them roared and wanted to bite them. Mo Han quickly threw a smoke bomb to the other side. The zombies saw the smoke bomb making a sound on the ground on the other side and surrounded it. Mo Han quickly opened the car door and let Pancake and Yaoji in. A parrot also flew in and landed on top of the driver's seat. Mo Han looked at the parrot in front of him strangely. "Look at the pancake and the chicken again." The parrot also tilted its head and looked at Mo Han carefully. What Mo Han was thinking was, "This parrot is so skinny and small, it doesn't even have 2 tails of meat on it. Why bring it back?" The two Hua sisters were also puzzled by the parrot in front of them. Why isn't this little thing afraid of people? "Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, this little thing is so skinny. The meat is not even enough for me to fill my teeth. Throw it away, or you two can share it," Mo Han said to Dabing and Yaoji. Dabing and the demon chicken looked at each other and started barking at Mo Han. As Mo Han spoke, he reached out to grab the parrot. "Want to throw it out? After all, the end of the world is dangerous and not suitable for keeping pets." Before his hand even touched the parrot immediately screamed in fear. "No, Brother Han. Dabing said you are a good person." Mo Han, Hua Lingrong, Hua Lingyu. The 3 people in the car were petrified on the spot. This. Know that parrots can talk. But this is the first time I've seen someone explain it so clearly. Seeing that Mo Han didn't say anything, the parrot continued to beg. Dabing said you have a treasure box with a lot of delicious food in it. I'm almost starving to death. Please, give me something to eat. Mo Han. By the way, Brother Han, I mainly want to eat some chocolate. That stuff is so delicious. The parrot kept chattering to itself, and the 3 people in the car didn't realize what kind of mutant species it was. It was not until the parrot spoke that Mo Han came back to his senses and said to the parrot, "Can you speak?" Tisk. The parrot felt that Mo Han had insulted its intelligence. "I've said so much, and you're asking me if I can speak?" Yoho. Still a grumpy parrot. Haha. Mo Han looked at the arrogant look of the little parrot in front of him. Not only was he not angry, but he smiled and said, "You have a pretty bad temper. Little guy, where are you from?" The parrot tilted its head and thought for a moment, then said, "It fell from the sky." After hearing what the parrot said, Hua Lingrong laughed and said, "This little thing is so funny." The little parrot immediately emphasized, "You are the little thing." Hua Lingyu saw the parrot scolding her sister and said, "If you are not a little thing, then what are you? You don't even have a name." The parrot blinked and said to Mo Han, "Brother Han, I want a name." Mo Han thought this thing was very interesting and said with a smile, "Look, you are covered in colorful things, so let's call you Xiaohua." Xiaohua. The parrot thought for a moment and said, "What a tacky name." Then, Mo Han said with a smile, "You can also call me Xiaomei." Short video explanations often go like this. Pay attention, this woman's name is Xiaomei, and her husband's name is Dazhuang. The parrot shook its wings and said, "I'd better call myself Xiaohua." Chapter 99, Parrot's Perception Ability. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. 2 dogs barked excitedly in the car. It's as if they are the ones with names. No, they have names. Just being happy for the parrot. Brother Han. Xiaohua's tone was full of begging. "Chocolate, delicious chocolate." Huh, this is so simple. Mo Han thought for a moment and took out a large piece of chocolate from the space. "Oh, it's really chocolate." Xiaohua excitedly flew down from the seat, stood on Mo Han's lap, waiting for Mo Han to feed her chocolate. Mo Han tore open the packaging, pinched the chocolate into small pieces, and placed them in the palm of his hand. Xiaohua then began to eat the chocolate in Mo Han's hand bite by bite. It's so delicious. Oh my god, he exclaimed while eating. This made Dabing and Yaoji eager to make a move. If Mo Han hadn't told them that dogs can't eat chocolate, they will die. Both guys couldn't help but jump up to grab some food. Soon, a big piece of dove chocolate went into Xiaohua's stomach. Xiaohua contentedly hugged her belly with her wings and said to Mo Han, "Brother Han, Xiaohua doesn't want to leave. It's too lonely to be a bird alone. Please take me in." Mo Han looked at the guy standing on his lap with a bulging belly. Said, "Why should I take you in? I, Mo Han, never keep idle people. Not even idle birds. I have a small stomach and can't eat much." Xiaohua is fighting for her own interests. "That won't do," Mo Han said firmly. "You were brought here by Dabing and Yaoji. Now I've given them face by not eating you or crushing you to death. I've even given you chocolate to eat. I've done my best. Get lost. I won't leave." Xiaohua suddenly tilted her head and fell on Mo Han's thighs. She kicked her legs hard and said, "I won't leave." The two Hua sisters were amused by the parrot and laughed out loud. From childhood to adulthood, I have never seen such an interesting bird. Mo Han was also amused and said, "If you want me to stay, you have to give me a reason to keep you. Of course, except for being a rice bucket." Xiaohua kicked her legs hard a few times, flapping her wings, and stood up from Mo Han's thighs. He opened his mouth and started singing, and coordinated with the movements. Even though the singing was terrible, I tried my best. Mo Han looked at Dabing and Yaoji. Both dogs' eyes were filled with love for Xiaohua and begging for Mo Han. "It seems that my two dogs really like this parrot. Forget it, I'll take it back with me. It can be used to relieve boredom when I'm bored. Okay, I'll take you back. You have to be obedient from now on," Mo Han said to Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised her head, looked at Mo Han with a flattering expression, and said, "Brother Han is so handsome. Brother Han is so handsome. Come on, stop flattering me." Mo Han told Xiaohua to shut up. Xiaohua quickly shut up, jumped onto Dabing's back, and went to sleep. Mo Han said to Hua Lingrong, "Let's go." Hua Lingrong released the brakes and drove back home. The road was filled with staggering zombies. Hua Lingrong would just knock it open if it could be knocked open. If it can't be knocked open directly, Mo Han will throw a smoke bomb to divert the attack. When encountering a mid-level zombie, Mo Han asked Hua Lingrong to stop the car. He zipped up his protective suit, got out of the car to kill the mid-level zombie, took the crystal core, and returned to the car. On the way, they came across a grain, oil, and non-staple food store. Mo Han asked Hua Lingrong to stop the car and said, "Go in and rob it." Hua Lingrong stopped the car, and Mo Han took the two sisters out. Everyone held a big iron rod in his hand. In comparison, if it is a close-range fight, Mo Han prefers a big hammer. So he deliberately only took the hammer and not the gun. The door of the grain, oil, and non-staple food store was closed. Xiaohua stood at the door and said to Mo Han, "There is danger. Crazy transformation." Mo Han, "Xiaohua, what are you talking about?" Xiaohua lowered her voice and repeated, "It's dangerous inside. There are two crazy mutants." Mo Han had seen how powerful the berserker was. "Lingrong, Lingyu, you two stay in the car and lock the door. I'm going to deal with the crazy transformation." The two sisters had followed Mo Han out of the car, but when they heard about the crazy transformation, they knew they couldn't deal with it, so they obediently returned to the car. If they followed Mo Han would not be able to use Space Flash, and it would be even more difficult to deal with the berserker. Therefore, the two sisters knew the key point, and not coming out to make trouble was the greatest help to Mo Han. The berserker has strong attack capabilities, and only Mo Han can deal with it. Mo Han saw the two sisters get into the car and walked to the door of the grain, oil, and non-staple food store. He suddenly had an idea and took out the master key he had found before. There were zombies roaring nearby, and Mo Han put a luminous circle on the neck of Dabing and Yao Ji respectively. The two dogs ran in the darkness, and the zombies behind them instantly followed in piles. The zombies no longer had any interest in Mo Han, a living person. Xiaohua stood on Mo Han's shoulder. Mo Han bent down to open the door with the master key and almost shook it off. It quickly flapped its wings and flew to the branch nearby. Before Mo Han opened the door, he heard a roar from inside. As soon as the door was opened, they fired wildly at the inside with a submachine gun. The gunshots stopped, and the screaming stopped. Xiaohua stood on the branch and said, "Safe." Mo Han took out a flashlight from the space, scanned the room, and found no zombies. Then he went in and took out all the grain, oil, rice, and flour inside. Although there was already a lot of food and drink in his space, the grain, oil, rice, and flour could last for several lifetimes. But don't miss it. It's just along the way anyway, so just take it when you see it. There is no loss to myself. After collecting the things, Imohan returned to the car. Dabing and Yaoji saw that Imohan had dealt with the problem, so they quickly got rid of the zombies and ran towards the van. Xiaohua also flew in from the window. Let's go home directly this time, Imohan said to Hualingrong. Hualingrong drove the car and headed straight towards home. On the way, Imohan suddenly remembered what happened just now and said to the parrot, Xiaohua, before I entered the grain, oil, and non-staple food store just now, how did you know that it was dangerous and that there were 2 mutants inside? Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, Induction. Imohan was surprised. Can you sense danger? Xiaohua nodded. Imohan gently stroked the small tuft of yellow hair on its head and said, You are really good. I was ecstatic inside. I didn't expect that Dabing and Yaoji would bring back such a magical baby after going out. It can not only speak, but also sense danger. Imohan said that he wanted to build up his power in the end times, but he would never keep idle people. The Hua sisters will be powerful supernatural beings in the future. Dabing and Yaoji will be the 2 strongest men in the future. It is known as the god of fire pancake and the god of thunder chicken. Now this parrot also has its own abilities. Being able to speak is not rare. What is rare is its ability to perceive. This parrot awakened its superpowers earlier than everyone else. Thinking of this, Imohan suddenly felt that this trip to the city hospital was really worth it. Chapter 100, Can You Stop Being So Straight? Hualingrong drove the van and finally returned to the Rose Garden community. This time they did not park the car outside the community, but in the basement and went back through the fire escape. They encountered a staggering zombie on the road, and the 3 of them rushed up and beat it to death with a few hammers. Arrived on the 10th floor, Imohan stood at his door and opened it with his key. Just as he was about to enter the house, he saw the 2 Hua sisters with flickering eyes and were reluctant to go in. Imohan felt puzzled. Why, you don't recognize me? Hua Shurong's face turned red with shame. She lowered her head and said nothing. Hualingyu stood in front of Hualingrong and said, Brother Han, you go back first. We have something to do and we'll come to you later. Why? Imohan asked. Hualingyu rolled her eyes. Can you stop being so straight? Oh, although Imohan still didn't understand what Hualingyu meant, he stopped asking and just said, Okay, I'll go in first. After saying that, he walked into the door. Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua had already run into the house. It was Xiaohua's first time entering Imohan's house, and she was curious about everything. Fly to this room and take a look there. He kept yelling loudly. Wow, what a beautiful room. Wow, the sofa is so soft. Wow, Han, you're so sexy. The weather was too hot, so Imohan rushed into the bathroom and took a cold shower as soon as he entered the door. He used a large basin, filled it with water, and used a towel to wipe his body. Because he was in a hurry, and Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua were all males, Imohan ignored their existence. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua flew into the bathroom like a SP, stared at Imohan's whole body, and said thoughtfully, Well, Brother Han is awesome. Brother Han is awesome. You? Imohan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who taught this parrot to be so useless? It only looked at a certain part of others. What he said was so funny that it made people laugh and cry. What do you mean by mighty? You're just a parrot. What do you know? Go away. Imohan scooped up some water in his hands and used it to water the little flower. Xiaohua screamed and quickly dodged. Imohan closed the bathroom door so that he could take a bath in peace. After taking a shower, he took out a clean t-shirt and shorts from the space and put them on. Come out in slippers. Dabing and Yaoji have already sat on the sofa and are watching cartoons on their tablet computers. Xiaohua stood on Dabing's back and watched with great interest. Imohan walked over, put away the tablet, and said, You're so dirty. Go take a shower and lie down on the sofa. Pancake protested. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaohua translated beside him. Brother Han, can you please not wash it? The demon chicken was also barking woof, woof, woof nearby. Xiaohua. Yao Ji said, Hey, Brother Han, you are a grown man. Why are you being so picky? Xiaohua translated the 2 dogs' words to Imohan verbatim. The 2 dogs were frightened and quickly shut up. I wanted to say something like, fuck, but I didn't dare to say it. I was afraid that the little flower god would translate it for Imohan again. Did they really say that? Imohan asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua replied, That's what I said. Imohan walked forward, twisted the scruff of a dog's neck with one hand, and threw them into the big basin where Imohan had just taken a bath. I ran cold water over them again and poured some shower gel on them. You 2 help each other wash. Wash quickly, otherwise you won't be allowed to finish dinner tonight. The 2 dogs were dawdling. Dinner? Haha. All the dog food was stored under the coffee table, and there was still plenty. Imohan's mouth curled up when he saw the 2 lazy little dogs. You're not afraid of being hungry, are you? Well, if you can't wash it in 10 minutes, don't watch cartoons tonight. Wow. Wow. Before Imohan could finish his words, there was a fight going on in the bathtub. All I could hear was the sound of rushing water. The room was filled with shower gel bubbles. Xiaohua was so happy when she saw this scene that she jumped into the bathtub with a splash. A new round of war has begun. Imohan didn't bother to care about them. I sat on the sofa in the living room, picked up the tablet that my 2 dogs and the parrot had just been watching, and changed a new video. I was actually feeling a little hungry and wanted to get something to eat from the space. After thinking about it, I gave up the idea. If they had enough food to eat and didn't need Hua Lingrong as their personal chef, then the 2 Hua sisters would have no reason to stay any longer. How could Imohan bear to let go of these 2 powerful psychics? Then you must stay? Imohan sat on the sofa and waited for 5 or 6 minutes. I went to the bathroom to change the bath water for Dabing and the others. I replaced it with clean water so that they could wipe off the bubbles on their bodies. The 2 Hua sisters opened the door at the door, and Imohan walked over and opened it for them. Hua Lingyu walked in carelessly, without even saying hello to Imohan, and sat down on the sofa. Hua Lingrong, contrary to her usual behavior, followed shyly behind. But he didn't sit on the sofa, but went into the kitchen. Imohan couldn't quite understand. Although Hua Lingrong is usually calm, she is decisive in doing things and does not have the shyness of a girl. What exactly happened to her? I wanted to ask her, what's wrong? Suddenly, I remembered that when Hua Lingyu blocked Hua Lingrong from entering their own house, there was a big red spot on the buttocks of Hua Lingrong's blue jeans. Imohan understood instantly. It turns out that she is having her period and thought that Imohan saw her, so she is shy. Alas, she is indeed a girl who has never been in love. Thinking of this, Imohan said, Lingrong, I didn't see anything just now. Hua Lingrong. Imohan. It's over, it's better not to say anything. Having said that, I feel like there's something fishy going on here. Before he could digest the words, Imohan immediately added, It's okay, just sit down, I'll cook today's meal. Hua Lingrong. His face turned red instantly. Imohan held his forehead with his hand. The more he talked, the more confused he became. I simply stopped talking and went straight to the kitchen to do something. Hua Lingrong also followed in. You go sit down and rest, I'll do it. I can cook, but it's not very tasty. Imohan said to Hua Lingrong. It's okay, let me do it. Hua Lingrong pushed Imohan out of the kitchen with a firm attitude. Yeah, he is quite strong. Imohan didn't leave, but leaned against the kitchen door and watched Hua Lingrong cooking inside. Hua Lingrong turned her head and glanced at him, a cigarette in her mouth, looking so nonchalant. She really deserved a beating. Hua Lingrong steamed the rice. I made 3 dishes and 1 soup. Mixed stir-fried meat, diced chicken with mushrooms, and spicy potatoes. Cabbage and bean sprout soup. The simple 3 dishes and 1 soup are as ordinary as can be for Imohan. But the 2 sisters already thought it was a delicacy. If they had known this, they would have been hungry for 2 days. They were so hungry that they had to muster up the courage to go out to find food. Chapter 101 Dead Rabbit. After dinner, Hua Lingyu went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Hua Lingrong sat on the sofa to rest and watched cartoons with Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua. Imohan also held a tablet and sat on the other side to watch a movie. I watched a science fiction movie that men like. The house has a silent generator and air conditioning. Although it was night, it was still very hot outside. But there was a slight coolness in the room. Hua Lingyu washed the dishes and said to Imohan, Brother Han, do you have many tablets in your space? Give 1 to each of my sisters, and we can go over and watch a movie. Okay. Imohan nodded, and 2 tablets appeared in an instant. It contains all kinds of movies, novels, and songs. It has a huge memory. Imohan said to Hua Lingyu. By the way, he took out a battery and gave it to Hua Lingyu. Use this to charge it in the future. The power of a battery like this can be used for about a week. Okay, thank you, Brother Han. Hua Lingyu said excitedly, holding the 2 tablets in his hands. The battery is relatively large and heavy. Hua Lingrong was about to bend down to pick it up, but Imohan said, Let me do it. As he spoke, he picked up the battery from the ground and took the Hua sisters back to their own room. Hua Lingrong opened the door and the 2 sisters walked into the room. Imohan put the battery next to the door and said, I'm not going in. Hua Lingrong smiled and said, Why? Do you look down on us? Hua Lingyu also deliberately said, Brother Han thinks we are not pretty enough and doesn't want to enter our house. Imohan raised the corners of his lips and walked in holding the battery. To be honest, the 2 Hua sisters had always been wary of Imohan and had never taken the initiative to invite him to their room to sit down. Maybe because they had been together for more than a week, the 2 sisters found that Imohan was a bit talkative and liked to make jokes. Otherwise, when it comes to the way he does things, he is truly a gentleman. In addition, Today in the city hospital, when the crazy mutant ran over, Imohan stood in front of the Hua sisters without hesitation. At that moment, the two Hua sisters had more than just the desire to curry favor with him. Instead, treat him as a teammate who shares weal and woe with you. The reason why Hua Lingrong asked Hua Lingyu to get in the car quickly was because she knew that Imohan could use space to deal with the crazy mutant. If the two sisters did not leave and continued to stay where they were, they would drag down Imohan instead. It's indeed a girl's room. Imohan walked in, and instantly a faint fragrance entered his nose. Because it has the same type of house as the one next door, the layout of the house is almost the same. The only difference is that the Hua sisters' room is full of various toys. Toy dog, teddy bear, toy cat, toy penguin. There were piles of them everywhere, on the sofa and on the floor. There are two small flower baskets on the TV cabinet in the living room. The whole house is decorated in a very warm style. But watch it. Imohan is a rough man and cannot enjoy such women's things. It's more comfortable to have the big sofa next door without all these toys taking up space. My own big pie and chicken already take up enough space. Okay, I'm leaving. After putting down the battery, Imohan was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly he thought of something and said to the two sisters, "I'll leave something here for you. You may need it." "What is it?" Hua Lingyu asked. "Let's have the same things. We have everything to eat and use." While Imohan was speaking, he had already taken out a lot of things from the space, all piled on the floor next to the sofa. Beautiful clothes, skirts, slippers, 4-piece bedding sets, snacks, instant noodles, mineral water, drinks, tissues, toilet paper, etc. There are also lots of sanitary napkins. Sanitary napkin? The moment they saw the sanitary napkin, the two sisters' eyes widened and their faces turned hot as they looked at Imohan. Imohan didn't think too much about it. He just took out everything he thought girls might need. After piling these things on the ground, Imohan walked into the kitchen again. With a thought, he took out 2 large buckets from the space. "From now on, you can use this for water." He turned around and said to the two sisters, "I'll get more if it's not enough." Imohan took out 2 large storage batteries and said, "You can also use the washing machine if you don't want to wash clothes. It's just a bit of a waste of water. Resources are already scarce. Why bother using a washing machine?" Hua Lingrong said seriously, "We don't know what the situation will be like in the future, so don't waste resources." Hua Lingyu also nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Han. We will save water." "Well, I'll go over first." Imohan returned to his room. "I was pretty tired from fighting zombies in the hospital today, so I plan to take a good rest." However, before going to bed, Imohan took out all the more than 400 crystal cores in the space and washed them in the kitchen sink. "I threw a few directly into my mouth. It is colorless and tasteless and melts in your mouth. It dissolved in the mouth in 1 minute, but it did not dissolve when I was washing the sink just now, because only human saliva can dissolve them. Water cannot." Imohan grabbed a handful of it in his hand like he was eating a snack, then sat on the sofa and ate while watching a movie. Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua, the 3 guys were enjoying the movie. When they found Imohan eating, they quickly jumped onto Imohan's lap and looked at Imohan flatteringly. Dabing, "Woof woof woof. Please, master, give me a crystal core." Demon chicken, "Woof woof woof. I want one too." Xiaohua said directly, "Oh my, it's incredible. Isn't this a crystal core? Brother Han is so powerful. Brother Han is so powerful. Give me some to try." Imohan looked at the little thing in front of him and smiled. "You know a lot. You even know about the crystal core." Xiaohua said proudly, "It's in my head. I'll feel it after I eat it." Imohan was shocked. Could it be that Xiaohua also awakened her superpowers after eating the crystal core? In addition to eating crystal cores, the awakening of superpowers can also happen naturally due to some kind of coincidence. In other words, without the help of external forces, a person or an object may suddenly gain superpowers one day due to something happening. For example, a person who was hit by high-voltage electricity did not die. From then on, not only would he not be electrocuted, but his body would continue to release electricity. This is actually the awakening of an electric ability. "Xiaohua," Imohan asked, "you ate the crystal core, that's right, but how did you get it?" According to Imohan's guess, with Xiaohua's weak appearance, it is impossible for her to defeat the zombies and obtain the crystal core by herself. The only way is like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and the process of obtaining the crystal core is purely accidental. Xiaohua tilted her head, thinking. The tuft of yellow hair on its head kept swaying with its head. It comes from the head of a dead rabbit. A dead rabbit has a crystal core. Dead rabbit. Imohan was shocked. Could it be that there are already infected animals? Chapter 102 The Secret of the Parrot. Where is the dead rabbit? Imohan asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua tilted her head again, thinking and thinking. Finally, he said, valleys, cracks. Emohan touched its head and said with a smile, where is the valley or crack? Xiaohua started to tilt her head again. Emohan waited patiently, waiting for it to reveal some valuable information. You know, it is impossible for Xiaohua, such a small parrot, to awaken her superpowers by eating a large number of crystal cores. The only explanation is that it accidentally picked up a king-level crystal core. It is said to be the crystal core of a rabbit. A king-level crystal core is like this. Once you eat one, you will have energy equivalent to that of the monster carrier itself. The reason why Xiaohua is not aggressive at all and can only sense supernatural powers is probably because it eats the crystal core of the rabbit. Rabbits are too gentle to attack others. Therefore, Xiaohua does not have any aggressiveness. However, for Emohan, the ability to perceive is already very impressive. It can help you identify dangers in advance, so that we can formulate response strategies in time before the danger comes. Xiaohua, you've been thinking with your head tilted for a long time. Have you remembered it? Bang! Xiaohua's body fell straight off Emohan's legs. Dabing and Yaoji screamed twice and quickly jumped down to see if Xiaohua was hurt. Emohan bent down, picked up the little flower from the ground, and took a look. Depend on. This little guy actually fell asleep while thinking. Emohan poked its belly with his hand, but there was no response. I poked elsewhere, but there was no response. This made Emohan a little suspicious, wondering if it was dead. I quickly used my hand to feel its breath. Still alive, not dead. Forget it, let it sleep, don't disturb it. Emohan said to Bing and Yao Ji. You two should go to sleep too. I'm sleepy. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The two dogs responded to Emohan and ran to their own kennels to rest. Dabing was lying in the doghouse. The big watery eyes rolled around. Seeing the lonely Xiaohua sleeping on the sofa, he ran out of his doghouse, jumped onto the sofa, took Xiaohua to his doghouse, and slept with her. Emohan was so sleepy that he fell asleep immediately. The next morning, I didn't get up until after 11 o'clock. The two sisters have come over and prepared the food. When Hualingyu came into Emohan's house and said, I'm here to call him for breakfast, Emohan was shocked. Hey, how did you get in? Hua Lingrong smiled and said, Bing and Yao Ji opened the door for me. Emohan, something is wrong. The door lock is so high. How did they open the door? Hurry up, Brother Han, my sister's fried rice noodles are almost ready. Hua Lingyu was about to pull Emohan's quilt. Emohan quickly grabbed the quilt and said, Lingyu, go out first, I'll get up right away. Hurry up. Hua Lingyu went out to help her sister. Before Emohan got up, he smelled the aroma of fried rice noodles in the kitchen. Get up quickly and wash up. 3 people ate fried rice noodles. Big Pancake and the Devil Chicken eat dog food. Xiaohua ate some rice grains and half a Dove chocolate. After breakfast, Emohan asked the parrot, Xiaohua, where are the valleys and cracks you mentioned last night? Xiaohua started her standard head tilting action again. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't name the place, so he said to Emohan, I don't know the name. Emohan touched its little head and said, Then can you take me over to have a look? Xiaohua nodded her head vigorously. Sure. Brother Han is so awesome. Brother Han is so awesome. Hua Lingyu smiled and smelled Xiaohua. Why do you say Brother Han is so powerful? What's wrong with Brother Han? Xiaohua glanced at a certain position of Emohan, turned around, and said to Hua Lingyu, I'll tell you. Ahem. Emohan quickly grabbed Xiaohua and threatened, If you dare to talk nonsense, I will kill you and make soup with you in a minute. Hua Lingrong smiled and said, You don't scare Xiaohua. Look, its whole body is shaking. Emohan stared into Xiaohua's eyes and said seriously, I'm not trying to scare you. Don't say anything careless. Xiaohua was caught in Emohan's hand and felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly begged for mercy. Brother Han, please spare me. Brother Han, please spare me. Only then did Emohan let it go. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiaohua was free, he immediately said to Hua Lingyu, Brother Han is super big. Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingyu. Emohan couldn't help blushing. What kind of vicious words are these? Is it really okay to say this in front of 2 girls? Xiaohua, come here. Emohan was furious. However, Xiaohua had already flown far away. The two sides were deadlocked for several minutes. Finally, Xiaohua begged for mercy. Brother Han, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that Brother Han was super big. Emohan. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather is the hottest. Emohan looked out the window and saw that the windows were all hot from the heat. Not suitable for going out. In the evening, Hua Lingyu came over and asked, Brother Han, didn't you say you wanted to go out and lie down? Are you not going? Emohan thought for a moment and said, If we go to the place Xiaohua mentioned now, it will probably be too late when we arrive. It will be dark by then, and and we won't know what the situation is in the valley. The risk factor will increase by several percentage points. Okay, then let's not go for now, Hua Lingyu said, and went back to the next room. Imohan sat on the sofa, lamenting that he had gotten up late today. If he had gotten up earlier, he might have already returned from the valley. Big Pancake, Devil Chicken, these are the cartoons that never change. From Boonie Bears to Paw Patrol, they are simply their favorites. Now, another little flower has joined their team. I was so addicted to watching cartoons. Imohan sat next to the three guys, eating spicy strips leisurely. Ask Xiaohua, how did Dabing and Yaoji find you? Xiaohua was busy watching TV. Imohan called her several times, but there was no response. In the end, it was Imohan who pulled it over. Xiaohua then answered while watching TV. This is a sad story. I was trying to snatch a chocolate from a zombie that day, but I was caught by the zombie accidentally. I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect Big Pancake to save me by breathing fire. So, you became friends, and then you were fooled by it? Yeah, that's what happened. Xiaohua answered Imohan and went to watch cartoons in a hurry. Imohan looked at the time, and it seemed to be past midnight. Just as I was getting ready to go to bed, I heard a slight sound outside the door. When he peeked out through the hole in the security door, he saw three grown men sneaking around and trying to pry open the door of the Hua sisters' house. Imohan sneered. Some stupid things. It was probably the residents on this floor who had targeted the two sisters. Chapter 103 Brother Han, can I live with you? The three men were carefully prying open the door of the Hua sisters and did not notice Imohan standing behind his own door next door, watching their every move. Imohan originally wanted to open the door and go out to take a look, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait and see. He thought that the two sisters would not be able to deal with a few petty thieves. Even if she awakens her superpowers in the future, she will only be indecisive and need his protection everywhere. In their previous life, the two sisters were the Dragon Slayer's right-hand men, and their strength must have been very good. But in this life, things won't necessarily be the same as they were before. Many things are like a butterfly effect, which will bring about a series of unpredictable consequences. Just like the fact that I was reborn, it was outrageous in itself. So even if other things are a little outrageous, they are completely normal. Russell. The three men finally pried open the sisters' door. One of the tall and thin men pulled the door handle and gently opened the door. The three men sneaked into the house. Imohan stood behind his door, observing the situation at all times. As soon as the three people entered the house, they heard a few ah sounds. Imohan then saw three people covering their eyes and running out in embarrassment. The cries were so miserable. Imohan smiled. These two sisters did a great job. I guess he used his previous trick and threw things in other people's eyes. Just looking at the screams of those people, it is estimated that the thing that was splashed into their eyes was even stronger than the chili powder used by Imohan. Very good. As soon as the three men ran out of the door, the two Hua sisters chased them out with big sticks and started beating them on the heads. Ouch, it hurts so much. Damn, two crazy women. It hurts so much. The three were knocked to the ground, crying for their father and mother. I tried desperately to escape to the corridor. Imohan thought that the two sisters would beat the three people to death, but Hua Lingrong just said, "Get lost. If you dare to pry open my door again, I will beat you to death." Hua Lingyu also said fiercely, "A few thieves want to target my two sisters, no way." When the three men heard that the two sisters were willing to let them go, they got up from the ground and stumbled away. Imohan saw this scene and shook his head behind the door. The two Hua sisters have never experienced the dangers of the end of the world, and the end of the world has not begun for long, so they have not yet learned to be ruthless. If you are not ruthless and give the bad guys a chance to breathe, they will definitely come back. If nothing unexpected happens, several men will come to take revenge on the two sisters. Imohan didn't open the door and go out. Now is not the time for him to take action. Because the two sisters only know that zombies are scary, but they don't understand how hateful human hearts are. Imohan wanted them to understand it for themselves. Tonight, those people will definitely not come back. Because the pain in their eyes hasn't healed yet, but in the next few days, they may come to harass the two sisters at any time. The most taboo thing in the last days is to have a soft heart. Because the Virgin Mary is not only of no benefit to oneself, but also brings disaster to oneself. The Hua sisters waited until the bad guys left and hurried back to the house. I guess they were all still feeling frightened that night. Imohan did not make any sound, nor did he let the Hua sisters notice that he was standing behind the door. He went back to his bedroom and went to sleep quietly. The next morning, Hua Lingrong knocked on the door and came to make breakfast. Hua Lingyu also came over and said to Imohan with a smile, "Brother Han, every time we come here, we have to knock on the door. Can't you give us a key?" "That won't work. Mohan said bluntly. With the key, you can come and go whenever you want. It's convenient for you, but what about me? After all, I'm a man. When I'm alone at home, I don't dare to take off all my clothes because I have to be on guard against you coming in at any time. It's inconvenient. Mohan's words made Hua Lingrong blush. There are only 3 words in my head: strip naked. But Hua Lingyu was ignorant and continued to ask, Brother Han, why are you taking off all your clothes in broad daylight? Mohan. Hua Lingrong couldn't stand it anymore and called Hua Lingyu. Come and help me peel the green onions. We'll cook noodles today. Hua Lingyu was successfully interrupted by her sister and replied, Coming. Mohan leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. I was thinking about the valleys, cracks, rabbits, and crystal cores that Xiaohua mentioned. All the plots are strung together, that is. In a valley, a crack appeared. A rabbit in it died accidentally. Xiaohua happened to eat the crystal core in the rabbit's brain, and then she gained superpowers. Mohan imagined the plot in his mind and fell asleep unknowingly. Suddenly, he felt something pecking at his mouth. He opened his eyes and saw it was Xiaohua, with colorful fur flashing in front of him. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Mohan grabbed Xiaohua and said, You are a male, don't try to steal a kiss. Xiaohua, I just saw a tuft of my hair on your mouth, so I pecked it off. Don't look at me like that. Mohan teased Xiaohua again. I like women. Xiaohua, I like girls too. I am really speechless, banana you blah. Hua Lingyu had already brought the cooked noodles to the table and said, Brother Han, come and eat some noodles. Mohan got up from the sofa and sat down at the dining table. Hua Lingrong was frying steak in the kitchen. The steaks were grilled and served on 3 plates. The 3 of them ate noodles and steak at the same time. Hua Lingyu looked at Mohan and said, Brother Han, did you hear any noise at the door last night? Mohan knew what she was referring to and pretended to know nothing. I was wearing headphones and listening to music when I went to bed last night, so I didn't hear anything. What's the matter? Let me tell you, last night, 3 shameless people pried open our door and tried to sneak in to attack us. Then my sister and I sprinkled chili powder in their eyes, beat them up, and they ran away. When Hua Lingyu talked about those 3 scoundrels, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Mohan suddenly became dramatic. What? Is this true? If I knew about this, I would go out and beat them to death. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. Hua Lingrong was eating quietly on the side. When the 2 of them got excited, she interrupted and said, Lingyu, those 3 people must be holding a grudge after suffering a loss. They will look for opportunities to deal with us. We must be careful at all times. Hua Lingyu didn't take Hua Lingrong's words seriously and said childishly, What are you afraid of? If they come, we'll beat them to death. Mohan didn't say anything. Hua Lingrong suddenly said to Mohan, Brother Han, can we live with you in the future? Mohan, cough cough cough. Hua Lingyu, okay, let's live with Brother Han. Brother Han will protect us. Mohan didn't say anything and just ate the noodles vigorously. I cough after taking a few bites. After coughing, he said, Sister, it's not that Brother Han doesn't want to, but the main thing is that if you all live together, it will affect your reputation and it will be difficult for you to get married. How about this? I'll help you change a new lock later. Chapter 104 Underground Abyss. When Hua Lingrong heard Mohan say this, a moment of disappointment flashed across her eyes. But I felt relieved immediately. It would be bad if Mohan couldn't wait for them to come in and live with him. This shows that Mohan's thoughts are not simple. But Mohan directly refused, which just shows that Mohan is a gentleman. For some reason, Hua Lingrong felt a little relaxed and happy. Hua Lingyu did speak frankly. Hey, Brother Han, are you afraid that we will take advantage of you? Mohan laughed and said, That's right, I don't live with a female hooligan. I'm still very innocent. Dabing and Yaoji were sitting on the sofa watching a movie, but their ears were facing this side. After hearing the conversation between Mohan and the Hua sisters, she felt that Mohan was too pretentious and couldn't listen anymore, so she barked, woof 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 at them. Just pretend, are you still naive? I don't know how many women he has oppressed. Just a piece of wool. Mohan glanced at the 2 dogs and said with his eyes, You are still young, I won't bother with you. Xiao Hua flew from the sofa to the dining table and stood there, saying to Mohan, Brother Han is so awesome. Brother Han is so awesome. Brother Han is so big. Mohan, cough cough cough. Mohan almost coughed up what he had eaten. He grabbed Xiaohua off the table, held it in his hand, and warned it. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you away. Xiaohua quickly begged for mercy. Brother Han, spare my life. Several people had breakfast. In accordance with his promise, just now, Mohan installed a new lock for the Hua sisters. He used a password lock that was not easy to steal and had a built-in surveillance video function. Huang Yu looked at the newly installed lock and said happily, "It's good now. Anyone who shows up at the door will be able to see it in the house." Hua Lingrong also said, "Yes, even if bad guys come, we can prepare in advance and not passively take the beating." Mo Han put the tools for installing the lock into the space and said to the Hua sisters, "I have to go out for something, and it may not be convenient to take you with me. If nothing goes wrong, I will be back in the evening." After saying that, Mo Han took Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua and prepared to go downstairs. Hua Lingrong called him, "Brother Han, you are going to the valley crack that Xiaohua mentioned to look for the crystal core, right? I'll go with you." Hua Lingyu also said, "I want to go too." Mo Han turned around and said to the two sisters seriously, "There may be many unknown monsters crawling out of the cracks. It is extremely dangerous. I am worried about taking you there. I will kill a few more monsters and bring back the crystal cores for you to awaken your superpowers." "Brother Han." Hua Lingrong walked up to Mo Han, looked up at him, and said sincerely, "It's hard for a person to keep an eye on all directions and hear all ears. Take us with you. If it doesn't work, we can wait for you in the car. It will be fun along the way, and we can also have someone to take care of you at the critical moment." Speak softly, but with a firm attitude. Mo Han couldn't bear to refuse. Looking at the girl in front of him with short hair, who looked very capable but had a nice voice, Mo Han said, "Okay, you go with me." "No, I want to go with you too." When Hua Lingyu heard that her sister was going too, she decided to go no matter what. Mo Han's eyes swept over the two sisters. He thought, it would be better to go and leave Hua Lingyu here. What if those petty thieves come back for revenge? With Hua Lingyu's strength, there is no way she could be a match for a few grown men. Then take them all out. Keep it with you to avoid any mishaps that may cause talent loss in the future. You know, Hua Lingyu awakened the black soil space in the future and could grow food and raise animals in the space. This is a national protected animal. We must protect it. Okay, let's go together. Mo Han nodded to the two sisters, turned around, and went downstairs first. Xiaohua stood on Mo Han's shoulder. Dabing and Yaoji ran to the front in a flash. The Hua sisters followed behind. Arrived at the underground garage, Xiaohua said on Mo Han's shoulder, "There are two zombies in the west, intermediate level." West. Mo Han looked up and saw a thick wall blocking the way, so he didn't see any zombies. Xiaohua nodded. "No threat, get in the car quickly." When sensing danger, Xiaohua looks nothing like a parrot and has a serious expression. It perfectly interprets the idea of work when you work and play when you play. Mo Han reached out and gently tapped its bulging belly to show his affection. Mo Han did not go over to fight the mid-level zombies. After all, if there really are valleys, abysses, and monsters, then a monster's crystal core can awaken superpowers, so why should Mo Han waste time? Got into the car quickly. Mo Han was driving, while the Bing and Yao Ji were sitting on the passenger seat. The two sisters sat in the back seat. Xiaohua acted as a signpost, directing Mo Han in which direction to drive. The weather is very hot, extremely hot. The temperature is at least 59.5 degrees. The ground outside was cracked and dry from the sun. Many plants have died due to lack of water and turned into dead branches and leaves lying helplessly on the roadside. The dried shells of animals were everywhere. Inside the van, Mo Han turned on the air conditioner, enjoying the cool breeze, and everyone was talking and laughing along the way. The two Hua sisters were eating melon seeds and munching on cold watermelons. Life is really not so comfortable. Xiaohua. Mo Han asked Xiaohua to fly out and explore the road every time the car drove a certain distance. Go and see which direction to go. Xiaohua flew out with a splash, circled twice in the air, and quickly flew back, muttering, "Oh my, it's so hot. Fly to the southeast." Southeast direction? Mo Han frowned. "I was driving in the northwest direction, but you asked me to drive southeast? Well, just drive. There is no traffic control and no traffic light restrictions anyway. If this road does not lead to another road, there is a roadblock, or it is too roundabout. Mo Han will simply put the car, the two sisters, and the dog into the space." He walked over, crossed the roadblock, released the car, put it on the ground, and continued to drive forward. The car quickly left the city. There are more zombies in the urban area, but there are almost no zombies on the highway. Occasionally, you would encounter one or two people howling on the road, their bodies covered with maggots, and the soles of their feet burned by the scalding ground without them realizing it. When he saw a van whizzing past, he screamed and chased after it. Hua Lingrong saw the zombie behind her in the rearview mirror and thought of how it was once a living person with meat and fish. She couldn't help but sigh. In fact, zombies were once human beings. How pitiful. Mo Han sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do. Survival of the fittest, that's the law of nature." The car drove forward according to Xiaohua's instructions. Mo Han had no impression of the place Xiaohua mentioned because he had never been there in his previous life. In the previous life, an abyss appeared in the underground, and monsters came out in droves. But Mo Han didn't know where the abyss first appeared, because when monsters were rampant, there were already many underground abysses on the earth. The abyss only appeared after several disasters. Considering the time sequence, the underground abyss should not have appeared at this time. Chapter 105 Awesome Bulletproof Car. The car drove from day to night. The tires were already smoking, and finally arrived at the place Xiaohua said. It is in Qinglong Mountain in Nanyang City, which is 3 districts away from Mo Han's home. After the car got off the highway, it kept driving on the small road. Fortunately, it was able to pass the car. After driving forward on the small road for more than 40 minutes, there was no road ahead. Mo Han parked the van on the side of the road and said to everyone, "Let's stay here tonight and set off again tomorrow morning. Visibility is poor at night and the risk factor is high. If we encounter a difficult monster, none of us will survive." The Hua sisters nodded obediently, listened to Brother Han. Dabing and Yaoji lay on the chairs and didn't speak to Mo Han. Xiaohua flew out of the car, circled in the air, and came back to say to Mo Han, "It's dangerous." Mo Han was shocked. Xiaohua's perception is never wrong. If it says it's dangerous, then it's really dangerous. Everyone get ready and get out of the van immediately. The van is not safe. Mo Han said to the 2 sisters. Hua Lingyu felt puzzled and asked, "Brother Han, if it's dangerous, why do you want to get off the car?" Mo Han smiled and said, "You'll know when you get off the car." After saying that, he got off the car first. With a thought, his old friend AK-250 was parked steadily on the ground next to the van. AK-250, the world's top bulletproof vehicle, Mo Han's exclusive mount in his previous life. The protective materials of the entire AK-250 vehicle are made of titanium steel alloy, and its own weight exceeds 27 tons. The entire body of the car is at the level of a heavy truck. 16 meters long, 5.9 meters high, and 2.59 meters wide. It is not only bulletproof, but also can protect against various dangers. It is also equipped with a fire extinguishing system, an oxygen supply system, and explosion-proof tires, and can withstand attacks from grenades and even rocket launchers. There were also many giant beasts in the classic of mountains and seas in the previous life, but as long as Mo Han sat in the car, no monster could have any effect on him. Moreover, the bulletproof vehicle itself is about the size of an RV. It is equipped with basic living facilities, including bed, toilet, table, sofa, kitchen, etc. Even if you are tied up during a war, you will not die from running out of ammunition and food, because there is food, drink, and shelter inside. The car is both gasoline and electric. Every time you start the car and run, the force generated by the car's running can generate electricity through a mechanical generator to produce energy for the car to use. There is only one such good car in the world. Mo Han never uses this car in public because he is afraid that official people will covet it. After all, I haven't awakened my superpowers yet. If I'm not careful, I'll be caught by the authorities and sent to the laboratory for research. That would be terrible. Just like when they came to Qinglong Mountain just now, they could actually fly here. But the plane was too big to be noticed, and Mo Han was afraid of being seen by the authorities, so he confiscated it. Therefore, if you want to protect your things, you must quickly become stronger. In the last days, it has always been a society where the strong prey on the weak, and people make a living with their fists. It doesn't matter what the human relationships are, or what moral principles are. Everything is based on obtaining supplies as number one. Brother Han, is this your car? Hua Lingyu jumped out of the car and exclaimed without caring about the high temperature outside. Hua Lingrong was also surprised and said, "Brother Han, this is a bulletproof car, so domineering." Mo Han smiled and said, "It's mine. Everyone hurry up and get in the car. The van is not sturdy enough and it's not safe." The car door opened quickly and Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu got in. Dabing, Yaoji, and Mohan also got in the car. Xiaohua was standing on Mo Han's shoulder and naturally got into the car. Before getting in the car, Mo Han put the van next to him into his own space. After thinking about it, he let the van out again, opened a door, and put some food on the back seat of the van. The 2 Hua sisters got on the bulletproof car and exclaimed in surprise when they saw the appearance of the RV inside. The interior space of the RV is very spacious, and 3 people are not crowded at all. The car consists of a driver's cab, a leisure area, a living area, and a bedroom. There is also a double bed on top of the cab. "Brother Han," Hua Lingyu said to Mo Han, sitting on the sofa in the leisure area behind the cab, "shouldn't this bulletproof car be loaded with bullets, guns, etc.? Why does it look like an RV?" Mo Han sat on another sofa opposite Hua Lingyu. took 3 glasses of iced watermelon juice from the space, and placed them on the dining table in front of the sofa. He said, "Yes, this is a bulletproof car, but it is essentially a motorhome because it is not driven out to fight, but for the leaders of the United States. It's just that the car has just been produced and has not been delivered to their leaders in time, so I got it first." "Really?" Hua Lingyu looked at Mo Han with admiration and said, "Brother Han, you are so awesome." Mo Han smiled, but said nothing. Generally speaking, the quieter you are when trying to show off, the better the effect will be. Hua Lingrong sat next to her sister, reached out, and took a glass of iced watermelon juice, drank it, and felt refreshed. Looking at Mo Han, who was leisurely and contented across from me, somehow, I always felt that I liked him very much. Mo Han didn't notice Hua Lingrong's gaze. He opened the curtain next to him and looked outside. Nothing suspicious has been found yet. The lights in the bulletproof car were on, and the warm lights made the car feel like home. The air conditioner is on, and it's very cool. Hua Lingyu looked outside and saw the pitch-black forest like a bloody mouth that seemed to swallow everything. "Brother Han, will the lights in the car attract monsters?" Mo Han shook his head. "No, this kind of car window glass can only let the people inside see outside, but the people outside can't see inside. Even if the lights are on, you can't see inside at all. You can only see a dark car parked here." "That's good." Hua Lingyu's words were also what Hua Lingrong wanted to ask. Although bulletproof cars are safe and reliable, if the lights attract a group of monsters, it will not be easy to deal with them. After all, according to Mo Han, the monsters here are not the low and mid-level zombies on the streets, nor are they crazy mutants. But a monster. Monsters with explosive power, super fast speed, super agility, and super high IQ. "Don't be afraid, just relax." Seeing the sisters' solemn and unconfident expressions, Mo Han comforted them. "My bulletproof car, not to mention that they are monsters, even if a missile comes, it can't hurt it at all." "If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Hua Lingyu drank the iced watermelon juice and said to Mo Han, "Brother Han, I think in this situation, we still need a few skewers of barbecue and a few bags of spicy strips." Hua Lingrong glanced at her greedy little sister and said with a smile, "Foodie." "Yes, why didn't I think of this?" Mo Han slapped his thigh after hearing what Hua Lingyu said. "In this situation, with a beautiful woman by your side, there should also be barbecue and beer." Chapter 106 Follow Brother Han. There will be food and drink. Mo Han had an idea, and several large plates of food were instantly placed on the dining table in front of the 3 people. Steak, grilled lamb kebabs, grilled oysters with garlic, grilled leeks, grilled chicken gizzards, and grilled cucumbers. The drinks included ice-cold beer, mango sago, and lemon juice. "Wow." Hua Lingyu looked greedy and stretched out his nose to take a few deep breaths. "It smells so good." "Mua." Hua Lingrong looked at her sister's greedy look and patted her hands. "Look at you, a foodie." "Haha, sister, it's not that I'm greedy, it just smells so good." As he spoke, Hua Lingyu had already taken a grilled oyster, picked up the oyster meat and garlic inside with disposable chopsticks, and put it into his mouth with force. Mo Han looked at Hua Lingyu with a smile on his face. As a fellow foodie, he understood very well the greedy feeling when faced with delicious food. If it tastes good, eat more. There's plenty, Mo Han said to Hua Lingyu. He turned to look at Hua Lingrong. You eat too. As he said this, he handed over a string of roasted chicken gizzards. Hua Lingrong took the chicken gizzard from Mo Han and started eating. Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua all don't like spicy food. Mo Han took out 3 braised chicken legs from the space and said, "This doesn't have any peppers. Eat it." The 3 guys also ate with gusto. Mo Han picked up the beer on the table, flicked it lightly with chopsticks, and the bottle cap fell into the car with a snap. Xiaohua took a look and said to Dabing, "Dabing, your brother Han is littering. Clean it up quickly." The pancake envoy took 2 bites of the chicken leg and glanced at the monster chicken. "Monster chicken, brother Han is yours. It has nothing to do with me." The chicken looked up at the culprit of the incident and finally put down the delicious chicken leg in its mouth, picked up the bottle cap on the ground, and threw it into the trash can. This scene was seen by 3 people who were eating barbecue. I couldn't help but laugh. Get up, the demon chicken is still the most diligent. Mo Han patted the demon chicken's head and said, "Demon chicken, you are such a good little dog. Come, I will reward you with another piece of steak." Steak? When Dabing and Xiaohua heard this, they were dumbfounded. Xiaohua quickly flew to Mo Han, tilted her head, and kissed his face, coaxing him. "Brother Han, you look so handsome today. If I were a female, I would be so fascinated by you. Brother Han, this hairstyle of yours really suits your face. You look so dashing." Mo Han was concentrating on eating barbecue and drinking beer and ignored what Xiaohua said. Dabing was eating a chicken leg while waiting for Emohan to finish the beer in his hand so that he could open the next bottle and throw the lid on the ground. This way it has a chance to perform. Of course, Emohan also noticed Dabing's little move. I deliberately didn't finish a bottle of beer in half a day. After drinking it, he opened the second beer bottle cap slowly and deliberately, holding it with his hand. Once the bottle cap falls off the bottle, throw it directly into the trash can. Dabing was so angry at his actions that he kept barking, woof woof woof. Hey, why don't you let me throw the bottle cap? That's too much, Brother Han. You gave the bottle cap to the demon chicken. You are called a stepmother. You treat her differently. I didn't notice the bottle cap on the ground just now, so I didn't throw it to you. Dabing talked to Emohan in a nonsensical way for a long time. Although Emohan didn't understand, he still understood the general meaning. I don't want to bother with this lazy little dog. Concentrate on eating your own barbecue and drinking your own beer. After finishing the food on the table, the three people still felt a little unsatisfied. Emohan smiled and said, "Would you like some more?" The two Hua sisters looked at each other and said, "It's up to you." Emohan thought about it, and a large plate of stir-fried crayfish was placed on the table. These are disposable gloves. Emohan grabbed a handful of disposable gloves and put them on the table, then started peeling shrimps and eating them. However, he did not peel the first shrimp for himself. He peeled it and gave it to Hua Lingrong. "Here you go." Hua Lingrong was a little flattered, but in an instant her expression turned joyful. She took the shrimp from Emohan's hand, dipped it in vinegar, and put it in her mouth. Vinegar is obviously sour, but Hua Lingrong tasted sweet. When Hua Lingyu saw Emohan peeling shrimps for her sister, she felt a little disappointed, but she couldn't hide her words. "Brother Han, you are biased. You peel shrimps for my sister and not for me." Emohan had already peeled the second shrimp in his hand, dipped it directly in vinegar, and moved it in front of Hua Lingyu. Open your mouth." Hua Lingyu opened her mouth obediently, and Emohan stuffed the shrimp dipped in vinegar into her cherry mouth. Hua Lingyu drank mango sago, and Hua Lingrong drank lemon juice. The three of them toasted over and over again. Cheers. Outside the car, the mountains were shrouded in darkness, seemingly powerless to resist. Inside the car, the lights are bright and the air conditioning is comfortable. There was food, drink, and laughter. For a moment, the three of them seemed to have forgotten the cruelty of the end of the world. Perhaps, because of Emohan's rebirth, the end of the world is not cruel at all. "Brother Han, I respect you. Thank you for protecting us sisters from the wind and rain, even though we only met by chance." Hua Lingrong raised the lemon juice in her hand and used it instead of wine, drinking it all in one gulp. Hua Lingyu also raised the Yangji Ganlu in his hand. "Brother Han, I toast to you too. I will enjoy delicious food and drink spicy drinks with you, and live happily forever." Emohan was secretly delighted. As long as we can win over these two sisters, our chances of winning against the great devil Tulong in the end times will increase by 50. The purpose of spending time together is to enhance our mutual feelings. The Dragon Slayer has so many extraordinary people and remarkable deeds under his command. It is definitely not just because he relies on force to win them over. There must be something else that makes him outstanding. Emohan boldly guessed that it was because of the two sisters of the Hua family that Tulong was able to recruit so many people under his command. Think about what is the most lacking thing in the end times. Of course, it is food and drink. In her previous life, Hua Lingrong awakened her water-related abilities and was able to solve the water problem at the dragon-slaying base. Hua Lingyu awakened the ability of spatial black soil, which enabled her to grow crops, raise animals, and solve the food problem for the people in the base. Food and drink are guaranteed. Who wouldn't risk their lives for him? You know, in his previous life, Emohan would fight with others just for a piece of biscuit, let alone food and drink. If he could have enough food, he could fight with others for 300 rounds. After hearing the sisters' emotional words, Emohan pretended to be calm, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Follow Brother Han. There will be food and drink." "Yeah, follow Brother Han. There's food and drink." "Follow Brother Han. There will be food and drink." "There's food and drink." Cheers. Emohan was so excited that he finished the half bottle of beer in his hand in one gulp. He gulped down the beer in his throat, fascinated by the two girls opposite him. "I feel more and more that this man is handsome and trustworthy. Of course, if you ignore his carelessness and love of joking, he is still pretty good." A dinner lasts from 8 in the evening to midnight. The two Hua sisters were cleaning the table. Emohan drew aside the curtain and looked outside. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. I was shocked when I saw it. In the darkness, there seemed to be a figure sneaking towards the bulletproof car. Chapter 107, Strange Phenomenon in the Valley. Emohan stared out the window motionlessly, until that thing gets closer and closer. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the bulletproof car was again in the mountains and it was pitch black all around. Mo Han could only vaguely see from the outline of the figure that it was a not too small creature. In the car, the two sisters were chatting happily. Their voices were loud and clear. However, bulletproof cars have sound insulation features, making it almost impossible for people outside to hear the sounds inside the car. Come and take a look. What the hell is this thing? Mo Han stared out the window motionlessly, then called the two sisters to come over and take a look. Hualingrong and Hualingyu suddenly leaned against the window and looked outside with their eyes wide open. It looks a bit like a wild boar, Hualingyu said in a low voice. In fact, even if she shouted loudly, no one outside could hear her, because there is a muffler installed in the car. Hualingrong looked out the window seriously, but couldn't tell what it was for a moment. It feels like a wild boar, but not really. It looks more like a leopard. It looks so strong when it walks. Mo Han nodded. I think it looks a bit like a leopard, too. Let's see what it's going to do first. Yeah, the sisters replied. Outside the window, the figure circled the bulletproof car, sniffing here and there. Finally, he fell asleep next to the rear wheel of the car. It should be an ordinary mountain animal, not an infected organism. It seems to be just a false alarm. Mo Han turned around and said to the parrot that was standing on Bing and stroking Bing's feathers, Xiao Hua, I'll open the skylight a little. You fly out and see if there is any danger outside. Xiao shook her wings, scratched her neck with her claws, and said, I don't sense any danger. Mo Han thought about it, and it made sense. Xiao had already told him if there was any danger. It's okay. Everyone, go to sleep and rest assured. Xiao will warn you if there's any danger. Besides, this bulletproof car is extremely sturdy. Let alone some infected bodies. Even if a missile comes, you still have to call it brother. Yeah, okay, Brother Han. The two sisters happily went to wash up and go to bed. The back of the bulletproof car is the sleeping area, which has a large bed that is 2.4 meters long and 2 meters wide. The two sisters slept on it, and the bed was still very spacious. There is another bed on the floor above the big bed. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Mo Han did not plan to sleep there. There is also a bed on the top of the cab, where one can sit upright, and Mo Han plans to sleep there. Outside the window, the figure was still sleeping next to the tire. Mo Han didn't disturb it. Anyway, we are all sleeping, each sleeping on our own, and no one disturbs anyone else. The sleeping area and other areas are separated by a thin door. Both sisters lay down. Mo Han washed up in the bathroom and took a shower. I came out of the bathroom wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and Hualingrong happened to come over to the toilet. Hualingrong was wearing her pajamas, a pink, thin lace/silk dress. Seeing Mo Han, he greeted him. Brother Han, are you done? I want to go to the toilet. Mo Han accidentally glanced at the pink thin skirt. It was convex where it should be convex and white where it should be white. He quickly turned his face away. It's good. Walk to the cab, climb into the bed and go to sleep. Suddenly I felt an itch in my nose. When I touched it, I found a drop of nosebleed. Mo Han shook his head. I wiped the blood from my nose with a tissue and threw it into the trash can. The weather is too hot and I'm so irritable that my nose is bleeding. Because he drank a few bottles of beer, Mo Han was still a little sleepy even though he had a good alcohol tolerance. I lay in bed until dawn. The next morning, Mo Han was woken up by the Hua sisters. Hualingyu stepped on the stairs and stood beside his bed, saying, Brother Han, wake up, wake up. Mo Han turned over impatiently and wanted to continue sleeping. Hualingyu's voice rang out again. Brother Han, wake up quickly, there are so many animals outside. Animals? Mo Han asked drowsily. What animals? Hualingrong, all kinds of animals, lots of them. Mo Han flipped over and sat up from the bed. A lot of animals? He quickly moved sideways, opened the blackout curtain, and looked outside. There are indeed a lot of animals running around the car. From the looks of it, it's just an ordinary animal and is not infected. But their anxious looks made Mo Han feel vaguely uneasy. Brother Han, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Mo Han was still looking outside when Hualingrong's voice came from the kitchen, and the aroma of turkey noodles also wafted over. Mo Han said to Hualingyu, Lingyu, go eat quickly, I will get up soon. Hualingyu nodded and went to the kitchen to help Hualingrong serve the noodles to the dining table in front of the sofa. Mo Han got up quickly and washed his face and brushed his teeth in the bathroom. Then he said to the sisters, try to eat quickly. These animals are behaving very strangely. Something big might be about to happen. In my previous life, the first disaster of the end of the world was extreme heat, followed by extreme cold, then fire and rain, and then other disasters, including acid rain, earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, and so on. When Mo Han saw the appearance of these animals, he did not immediately think of it as an earthquake, because the global earthquake in the last life did not begin until more than a year after the end of the world. Even though a lot of things have changed after rebirth, The arrival of the earthquake is not exaggerated to start so soon. It's only been less than 20 days since the end of the world. Imo Han's words made Hualingron's expression become solemn. When she got up in the morning, she saw the animals running around outside. Although she was anxious, she thought about the high safety performance of the bulletproof car, and that those were just ordinary animals that would not pose a threat to everyone's life safety. He asked Hualingyu to tell Imo Han about the animals while he boiled water and cooked noodles in the kitchen. After all, even if you want to get out of the car and fight those animals, you have to be full and have enough strength. After eating, Imo Han looked for Xiao Hua's voice everywhere in the car but couldn't find it, so he asked the two sisters, "Where is Xiao Hua?" Hualingyu said, "When I woke up in the morning, I asked him to open the window so he could fly out to investigate the enemy situation. He hasn't come back yet." "How long have you been gone?" Imo Han was a little worried about Xiao Hua. "Not long, maybe more than 10 minutes. Hualingron replied. Imo Han nodded. He turned around, drew aside the curtains, and looked at the animals outside again. Rabbits, wild dogs, wild boars, pheasants, mice, snakes, leopards, and brown bears were all standing around the car in a mess. Their ears stood up, and their expressions were terrified. Is an earthquake coming? But if it is an earthquake, why don't the animals run to a safe place? Instead, they gather around the bulletproof car. Hualingron walked to Imo Han, stood side by side with him, and expressed her doubts. Imo Han frowned. Looking at them, it doesn't look like an earthquake. It looks more like some scary animals appeared in the valley, and they all ran to the bulletproof car to seek shelter. Chapter 108. The demonic beast appears. A scary animal? Hualingron looked puzzled. What scary animal could it be? Imo Han looked out the window. I don't know. Judging by their frightened expressions, he must be a powerful character. Open the door. Brother Hua, I'm back. While the two were talking, Xiao Hua's voice rang out from the roof of the car. Imo Han quickly opened the skylight a little to let Xiao Hua fly in. Xiao Hua flew in breathlessly and landed on the sofa in front of Imo Han. I'm so tired, damn it. Xiao Hua cursed as she drooped her wings to rest. What's wrong? What happened? Imo Han asked. Xiao Hua evened out her breathing and said, the crack at the bottom of the valley has gotten bigger. A big monster is crawling out. It can even spit fire from its mouth. It's so ugly. Monster. Imo Han frowned. It seems that Xiao Hua was right. The abyss beneath the ground began to crack. Hualingyu came over and said in surprise, it's spitting fire underground, and you're flying. It can't threaten you. Why are you so tired? Xiao Hua sighed and said, stop talking. I just think it's ugly. Imo Han also became curious. So what? So, Xiao Hua said, I cursed, fuck, ugly. Then it jumped out from the ground in anger and blew a fuming roar at me, almost killing me right there. Imo Han couldn't help laughing. Is the fire so big? Xiao Hua sighed. Oh, it's all my fault, Brother Hua. I wasn't prepared, otherwise I would have pecked it to death. Haha. Hualingron was also amused by it. You and I talked for half a minute, and then the topic returned to the main track. Where's the monster now? Why are the animals in the valley surrounding the bulletproof car? Xiao Hua said. As soon as the monster came out, it started eating animals. Its running speed was quite fast, but it was still a little slower than me, Hua. Why are the animals surrounding the bulletproof car? Xiao Hua stood on her left foot and scratched her neck with her right foot. While doing the one-legged exercise, I accidentally fell head first. The animals know they can't run away, and the bulletproof car is safe, so they seek shelter here. Imo Han understood instantly. It is indeed so. Everyone felt that they couldn't escape and that the bulletproof car was the safest option, so they squatted around it. However, the reason for this situation may be that the animals here have lived around underground cracks for a long time and have more or less developed some perception abilities. Just like Xiao Hua. The difference is that Xiao Hua can talk, but the other animals can't. Oh, a huge noise accompanied by heavy footsteps came from the southwest. More and more animals ran out of the mountains and forests and headed towards the highway. Compared to the animals that were trying desperately to escape, there were actually not many animals around the bulletproof vehicle. All those hiding around the bulletproof vehicle are sentient animals. However, as more and more animals rushed out of the mountain, many of the animals around the bulletproof vehicle also joined the large group. Finally, there was only one eagle left by the car, which kept pecking at the car and cackling at it. Imo Han opened the car window, looked at the eagle that flew to the car window, and held it tightly with its claws, and said, what do you want to do? The eagle cried, Ga, 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 desperately, and there was only pleading in its originally sharp eyes. Imo Han was puzzled. Eagles are naturally proud creatures, so why would they beg others? What's more, the monster can't fly, and the giant eagle can fly far away in an instant, so the monster can't threaten it at all. While he was wondering, the eagle actually used its wings to push towards Imo Han with great effort. In an instant, a pink, hairless little eagle fell onto the sofa in the bulletproof car. Kitty lay motionless on the sofa. His eyes were closed and his bulging belly was moving. It looks like it's only been a few days since it was born. Imo Han held the little eagle in his hands and looked at the eagle in front of him. Shawa translated beside him. Please, save my child. I'm going to die. Imo Han looked at the eagle in front of him. There is a wisp of white hair next to its ear, and it looks like it is nearing the end of its life. Worried that its child would not survive and sensing that Imo Han was not a threat, the eagle handed the young eagle to Imo Han. Such a spiritual animal came to beg him. Imo Han didn't have the heart to refuse. Nodding, he said, Don't worry, I will take good care of it. After getting Imo Han's promise, the old eagle looked at the little eagle in Imo Han's hands with fondness, turned around and flew away. Imo Han stared at the direction it flew away. There is a steep cliff there. The eagle just flew straight into it. Hualingrong was moved when she saw the eagle's behavior. Brother Han, what's wrong with this eagle? Hualingyu was also sighing. Why did he crash into the cliff for no reason? Imo Han didn't say anything. Watch the eagle fall from the cliff. After a minute, he said with great admiration, eagles are natural kings. They can predict their own lifespan, and when their lives are about to end, they will find a remote cliff and crash into it to die. Even if they die, they would rather die than become a meal for other animals. Even if they die, they want to die with dignity. Alas, Hualingyu sighed, is that so? They are so pitiful. Hualingrong raised her head and looked at the animals running desperately. As a living being, who wouldn't feel pity? Yes. It's not easy. Imo Han closed the window and sat on the sofa holding the little eagle. So many animals asked for help just now, but can we save so many? Since we can't save them all, why not follow the laws of nature? Hualingyu was unconvinced and said, Brother Han, why did you save this little eagle? Imo Han turned around and gave Xiaohua a naughty look, then said with a smile, because I want to give it to Xiaohua to pair up with. Hualingyu. Hualingrong. Xiaohua came over with a confused look on her face, looked at Xiaoying's butt, and said, It's a male. The conversation between Imo Han and Xiaohua made the two sisters blush. Oh, the huge roar was getting closer. Imo Han put Xiaoying down, pulled open the curtains and looked out the window, then said to the two sisters, The opportunity to awaken your superpowers has come. Brother Han, does this roaring monster have a crystal core? Hualingyu was a little scared when he heard the monster's cry. Yes. Imo Han said, Not only is there a crystal core, but it is also a king-level crystal core. Only one crystal core is needed to awaken a person's superpowers. Hualingrong was delighted to hear this. Only one is needed? That's great. But Hualingyu felt that his words were a little unstraight. Will the monster eat us? No. Imo Han said firmly, the bulletproof car is very sturdy. The three of them stood by the window, all looking out towards the southwest, the direction the monster is coming from. It was the first time for the two sisters to experience such a thing, and they felt very nervous. Imo Han had fought against countless monsters in his previous life. To be honest, he was used to it. It's just because in this life, I haven't awakened my superpowers yet, and my conventional fighting strength is useless in the face of absolute power. Therefore, Imo Han also needs to use all his strength to kill the monster. Chapter 109 Wolf Demon. The three of them stood by the car window, staring out motionlessly. Even Dabing and Yaoji jumped onto the sofa and watched intently. The roaring became louder and louder. A wolf demon appeared about 10 meters to the side of the bulletproof vehicle. I saw that the wolf demon was at least 3 meters tall, with red eyes. When it roared, its mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of huge and sharp fangs. It makes people shudder. Hualingyu looked at the wolf demon outside that was almost the same size as the RV, and moved closer to Imo Han in fear. Brother Han, I'm so scared. Hualingrong stared at the wolf demon outside and said to Imo Han, No wonder those animals were so panicked just now. This ghost thing is really powerful. Imo Han didn't say anything. He lived for 5 years in his previous life and had dealt with countless monsters and demons. Compared with the giant beasts in the later classic of Mountains and Seas, this wolf monster can only be regarded as a small character. Oh well. The wolf demon suddenly ran out from the woods and saw a shiny black object parked on the spacious grass in front of him. The wolf demon braked vigilantly at high speed, raising a cloud of dust. He stared at Imo Han's RV from a distance for a few seconds, his eyes full of caution and bloody murderous intent. Beep. Rush into the cab quickly. Start the bulletproof car quickly. Turn on the circle of colorful lights around the car and turn up the music to the maximum volume. It was broad daylight and the colored lights were not too dazzling, but the sound of music with strong points suddenly rang out, startling the wolf demon coming from the southwest. After a moment of shock, the wolf demon angrily pounced on the bulletproof car, spewing huge fire from its mouth. Dabing stared at the flames spewing out of the wolf demon's mouth, which could cover an area of about 3 meters. My eyes widened with envy. Compared to the handful of firewood I had, this was real flame. The parrot Xiaohua laughed at Dabing. Brother Bing, Your fire is nothing compared to this fire." The pancake wilted instantly. The fire in the wolf demon's mouth was instantly extinguished the moment it touched the bulletproof car. Instead, the dead branches and leaves around the bulletproof vehicle began to burn with a crackling sound. The wolf demon looked at the bulletproof car in front of him with surprise. "I wonder what the hell this is, because there has never been any object that can block its firepower attack." After failing to burn the bulletproof car, the wolf demon became furious and stretched out its right claw, slapping the outer shell of the bulletproof car hard. Afraid, a loud noise was heard from the bulletproof car. With a click, one of the wolf demon's nails was broken. However, the outer shell of the bulletproof car was intact, without even a claw mark left. Oh well. The angry wolf demon used its huge body to ram the bulletproof car, trying to knock over the bulletproof car in front of it. Bang! Imo-han looked out the window. With the wolf demon's strength, it will not knock down the bulletproof car, but it will cause it to shake. Huang Yu looked confused. "Brother Han, why don't you turn off the music? This will completely irritate it. It's so scary." Huang Rong also said, "Yes, although the bulletproof car is strong, the wolf demon is outside and we can't hurt it." Dabing and Yaoji stared outside, not afraid, but just wishing they could be as strong. "Xiaohua," Imo-han said to the parrot, "if I attack the wolf demon rashly, it will probably run away. In the mountains, a bulletproof car will definitely not be able to outrun it. If I want to kill the wolf demon now, I need your help." Xiaohua flew to Imo-han's shoulder and stood there, with a righteous look on her face. "Don't worry, leave it to me. If I hadn't been careless just now, I wouldn't have been hurt by it. Damn it, I want revenge." Imo-han nodded. "I believe you." Xiaohua, fly out from the skylight and fly around the bulletproof car, humiliating it. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. Make it angry, and then we can attack it. "Yes, sir." Imo-han opened a small crack in the skylight, and Xiaohua flew out happily. The wolf demon was still hitting the bulletproof car hard. Xiaohua flew to 3 meters away from the wolf demon and cursed the wolf demon loudly in the air above the bulletproof car. "Ugly bastard. Country dog. So stupid." The wolf demon naturally understood Xiaohua's words and breathed fire at the sky in great anger. Dabing and Yaoji were in the car, listening to Xiaohua cursing the wolf, demon, and dog, and suddenly they felt very hurt. How can you call that thing outside the car a dog when it's so ugly? Still, local dog. No, Xiaohua's words are too hurtful. We must break up with it. Imo-han stared fixedly outside the car, seeing that the wolf demon's anger had reached its peak and his vigilance towards the surrounding things had dropped to the lowest level. Imo-han quickly sat in the driver's seat and activated the submachine gun firing mode, aiming at the wolf demon's position. In an instant, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. It was deafening in the empty mountains. The wolf demon was so focused on his anger that he didn't prepare for the black thing in front of him, which suddenly made a loud noise. By the time he reacted, a row of bullets had already pierced his chest and stomach. However, even though its stomach was pierced, the wolf demon did not die immediately. Xiaohua was in the middle of the bulletproof car, desperately yelling at the wolf demon, trying to divert its attention so that it would not be scared away by the bullets. Oh, whoa, whoa. The pain of the bullet hitting the stomach made the wolf demon howl miserably. "No more fighting. Just turn around and run." Imo-han cried out inwardly, "Not good. I didn't expect that so many bullets couldn't hit the wolf demon's fatal spot." Although it had many wounds on its body and would definitely die, as long as it ran out of Imo-han's sight, it would not be easy to find it in the future. Bulletproof vehicles are not suitable for mountain driving because of their tall and wide bodies. If you want to drive fast in the mountains, a mountain off-road vehicle is better. "Let's go. Everyone get out of the car quickly, we have to chase the wolf monster," Imo-han said to the Hua sisters. Everyone, including the pancakes and the chicken. Although they are not human. Imo-han opened the door of the bulletproof car and got out first. Everyone got off the bus. Xiaohua is not here anymore. She was chasing the wolf monster when it ran away just now. Imo-han reached out his hand to the bulletproof car, and with a thought, he put the bulletproof car into his own space. Then he got out a mountain off-road vehicle, opened the door and got in. Drive forward desperately. The parrot will fly back and tell you where the wolf demon is. Chapter 110 Tanks Go Out. Imo-han drove the mountain off-road vehicle and rushed all the way to the main road. Because of its huge body, it was not easy for the wolf demon to move quickly in the woods, so it fled in the direction that Imo-han drove. However, after driving for a long time, there was no trace of the wolf demon. Of course, no small flowers were found either. When they reached a 3-way intersection, Imo-han drove the SUV and looked at the 3 roads in front of him blankly. One leads to the main road they came from before, and the other leads to the east. Looking ahead, more than 10 meters away, there is nothing but forest. The other leads to the west, where there is a huge cliff. This thing runs really fast. We ran at full speed but couldn't catch up with it. Hualingrong said in a low voice. Imohan laughed and said, "We chased it for the crystal core, but it ran for its life, so its speed was naturally fast." Hualingyu glanced out the window with a disappointed look on his face. "Oh, why didn't Xiaohua come to find us? She didn't even show us the way." Imohan stopped the car at a three-way intersection and looked out the window. Suddenly, a colorful figure appeared in the air, getting closer and closer. Finally, it stopped on the rearview mirror on the cab side. Imohan was excited. "Xiaohua, where did the wolf demon go?" "Over there on the cliff. I guess your car will be useless there. I want to drag you to death," Xiaohua said while looking towards the western cliff. "You are so stupid. Wouldn't it be better to go to the forest? Then my car will be more difficult to get in." Imohan didn't quite understand the wolf demon's stupid decision. However, perhaps the wolf demon did not have the chance to make a decision just now. It's just a panic. "Xiaohua, keep a close eye on it and don't let it run away." "Yes, sir." Xiaohua scratched her neck with her paws, making a rustling sound. He felt comfortable, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky, heading towards the cliff. Imohan restarted the car and drove towards the cliff. The road in the mountains is difficult to walk on, and we stumble along the way. However, Imohan drove the off-road vehicle at its maximum speed. If there was no particularly spacious place, Imohan would have directly wanted to use the helicopter in the space. Unfortunately, the mountain road is rugged and full of towering ancient trees, making it impossible to find a place for a helicopter to take off and land. After driving for about 10 minutes, the off-road vehicle reached the cliff. At this time, the wolf demon was indeed lying on the cliff, wet and bloody all over. Imohan parked the car about 10 meters away. The wolf demon probably didn't expect Imohan to find this place. It immediately stood up from the ground with sharp eyes, staring at Imohan with caution and a little fear, its mouth opening and closing because of panting. The two sides were facing each other. Hualingrong whispered, "Xiaohua is too smart." She didn't let the wolf demon know that it was following her. Imohan smiled and said, "It's indeed smart." The wolf demon stared at the off-road vehicle more than 10 meters away, then looked back at the 1,000-meter cliff behind him. Imohan didn't dare to jump at it. He said to the two sisters in the car, "You stay in the car. I'll go out and meet it." Imohan opened the car door, hid in his own space, and used space flash to reach the wolf demon. "Oh, The wolf demon suddenly roared angrily towards the direction where Imohan was hiding. The earth-shaking howl brought waves of responses in the valley. "Ouch. Ah. Oh no. Even though the wolf demon can't see me, it can sense where I am." Imohan had an idea, and with a submachine gun in his hand, he pulled the trigger at the angry wolf demon. Boom. Boom. When gunshots rang out, the wolf demon seemed to have predicted it and quickly dodged, only being hit by a few bullets on the knees. Covered in blood and filled with rage, the wolf demon opened its mouth and spit out fire in the direction where Imohan appeared. The fire was raging, and Imohan was so frightened that he quickly shrank into the space and didn't move. When the fire in the wolf demon's mouth died down, Imohan started shooting at its head again. The wolf demon dodged quickly. After all, he was not faster than the bullet and was shot in the face. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. But at the moment of falling to the ground, it suddenly cunningly sprayed continuous fire towards the direction where Imohan was hiding. Imohan was so scared that he ran away with all his strength. He barely managed to dodge the fire attack. Ouch. Imohan was thinking of a way to make the wolf demon lose his mind due to anger and become his prisoner. Suddenly, on the cliff, countless pairs of bright green eyes flashed and walked towards us cautiously step by step. Imohan frowned. This is a really difficult matter. The wolf demon's sons and grandsons all came to help. It seems that a bloody battle will take place here today, and Imohan has no chance to win yet. In the off-road vehicle, sisters Hualingrong and Hualingyu stared out the window intently when they saw the growling of a pack of wolves, at least hundreds of them. There was fear in the eyes of both sisters. From childhood to adulthood, they have been facing a peaceful society. If it hadn't been for the end of the world, I would have fought a few zombies and never experienced any bloody scenes. Now seeing the roar of a pack of wolves, he was naturally very scared. Imohan looked in the direction of the SUV and was also worried about the safety of the two sisters and the dogs. He simply ignored the wolf demon and used space flash to quickly run to the car and put the car, the people, and the dog inside into his own space. The sudden disappearance of the off-road vehicle attracted the attention of the wolf demon and the wolves. Everyone looked at the direction where the SUV disappeared, with a hint of shock and fear in their eyes. Ouch. The wolf demon let out a low howl, and the wolves immediately perked up and forgot their fear. He roared softly in the direction where the car disappeared. At this time, Imohan was already a few meters away from the wolf demon. Boom. Boom. Gunshots rang out again. The wolf demon was caught off guard and was shot in the head. Its huge body swayed on the ground, and then it barely managed to stand up. The wolves started running. Run to the wolf demon's position and surround it layer by layer. Imo-Han retreated to a distance of more than 10 meters and started shooting again with the submachine gun in his hand. This time the wolf demon was not hurt because the wolf pack surrounded it in 3 layers inside and outside, forming a protective circle, protecting the safety of the wolf demon. Damn, this is too sincere. Imo-Han narrowed his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. In fact, the wolf demon is so brave, it would not be impossible to recruit it for your own use. However, Imo-Han's experience as a human in 2 lifetimes told him that wolves are the most restless creatures by nature. If you spare it today, you might be the first person it eats tomorrow. Therefore, the wolf demon must die. Imo-Han thought about it and a tank drove out from the space. A series of artillery shells were fired at the area where the wolves were surrounded. Chapter 111 King-Level Crystal Core. Boom boom boom. The huge bombardment instantly blew up the wolf pack surrounding the wolf demon. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The wolf demon struggled to stand up from the ground. Spray fire hard in the direction of the tank. A huge flame flew to the side of the tank. The tank was slow and could not hide from the wolf demon's fire. Imo-Han has not yet awakened his special powers and cannot directly compete with it. The moment the fire rushed over like a demon, Imo-Han quickly became invisible and returned to his own space. By the way, he also put the tank into his own space. When the wolf demon saw that Imo-Han had disappeared, he looked around with sharp eyes, trying to find any clues about Imo-Han. Imo-Han hid in the space, and then used the space flash to run to the left side of the wolf monster. The wolf demon has already smelled Imo-Han's scent. Because of his severe injuries, he no longer had much strength when he turned around to face Imo-Han. Ouch! The wolf demon growled again. The surviving wolves immediately formed a circle and surrounded Imo-Han. Imo-Han sneered. What are you planning, you little brat? You actually want these wolves to tie me up. The wolves surrounded him, but Imo-Han had already escaped from the encirclement while they were surrounding him. The wolf demon had already begun to stumble back, hoping to use Imo-Han's skills in dealing with the pack of wolves to escape. However, Imo-Han would never give it a chance to survive. The crystal core in its brain is a genuine king-level crystal core. Although it is just a lower-level king-level crystal core, Imo-Han only needs to eat one to awaken his special powers. Otherwise, you have to rely on the most primitive method and collect 10,000 crystal cores to awaken your superpowers. The wolf demon stumbled forward. Imo-Han chased after him with a submachine gun. The wolf demon has a large body and 4 well-developed legs. Even if it doesn't run fast, and no matter how fast Imo-Han runs, he can't be faster than it. In a hurry, Imo-Han had an idea and took out a mountain motorcycle from the space. After putting on a safety helmet, he put all his strength into chasing the wolf monster. While chasing, he fired at the wolf demon desperately. Imo-Han had fought with guns countless times in his previous life, so his marksmanship was naturally not bad. However, when facing fast-moving objects, no matter how good your shooting skills are, their effectiveness will be compromised. While the wolf demon was running, it would turn around from time to time and spray a large ball of fire at Imo-Han. Imo-Han took advantage of the opportunity when it was spitting fire and fired hard at its face. Finally, on a piece of grass, the wolf demon collapsed. Imo-Han was so excited that his motorcycle fell to the ground with a bang, and he was hit hard. He grimaced in pain and was about to rub his arm when the wolf demon's minions had already caught up with him. Seeing Imo-Han appearing from space, dozens of wolves rushed over anxiously, wishing they could bite off Imo-Han's neck, skin him, and pull out his tendons. The moment the wolves rushed over, Imo-Han quickly flashed into the space. The wolves began to howl at the wolf demon. Imo-Han quickly took out a big iron hammer from the space and smashed it down on the wolf monster's huge head with determination. 1 hammer, 2 hammers. The wolves were extremely angry and jumped up and down in rage at the axe that appeared out of nowhere but had no one controlling it. However, compared to wolf demons, they do not have much spirituality. Even the wolf demon itself is not their boss, it's just wolves, and the wolf demon is very strong and can control them, so they are obedient. Seeing the axe constantly hitting the wolf demon's head, the wolves roared in anger. Some tried to stop it, but the big hammer suddenly turned and hit the head of the wolf who wanted to help. In an instant, the brain exploded. Imo-Han smashed the wolf demon's brain 5 times with the iron hammer and finally broke open the wolf demon's brain and obtained the crystal core. Finally, I got you. Imo-Han held the golden crystal core found in the wolf demon's head with trembling hands. This is the real king-level crystal core. With this crystal core, he can directly awaken his superpowers. Although after awakening the superpowers, all the powers are not achieved overnight and need to be upgraded slowly, but at least Imo-Han has got the stepping stone to awakening the superpowers. Using Space Flash, Imo-Han quickly left the Wolfpack's gathering place. Emerging from space, the sun in the sky was so bright and hot that no one dared to look directly at it. Imo-Han held the golden crystal core up to the sun, and the crystal core immediately shone with brilliant light. With a thought, a bottle of mineral water appeared in Imo Han's hand. Imo Han used his mouth to help unscrew the lid of the mineral water. Holding the crystal core in his left hand, he poured water with his right hand to wash away the blood on the crystal core. To prevent any accidents, such as the crystal core losing its function, being stolen or robbed, Imo Han directly threw the crystal core into his own mouth. Eat it like candy. Those ordinary crystal cores are colorless and odorless. The higher the grade of the crystal core, the higher the sugar content. I heard that the crystal core of the Abyss Dragon tastes sweeter than honey. After eating the crystal core, Imo Han used Space Flash and ran forward. They rushed out for a long distance and came to a spacious place. Then they released the off-road vehicle which contained Hualingrong, Hualingyu, Dabing, and Yaoji. Park in an open area. Imo Han opened the door of the SUV, got in, and sat in the driver's seat to take a rest. He almost used all his strength to deal with the wolf demon just now. Now I am exhausted. Brother Han, did you put us into the space just now? Why can't we see the things stored in the space like before? Imo Han didn't seem to have studied what it would feel like to store both a person and a car into the space. Hearing Hualingyu's words, Imo Han also expressed his curiosity. What's wrong? Is there any difference? Hualingyu said seriously, Brother Han, when we entered your space before, we could see everything clearly, just like in the daytime. But just now in the space, we couldn't see anything, only endless darkness. To be honest, my sister and I were a little scared. As soon as Hualingyu finished speaking, Hualingrong immediately said helplessly, Who said I was scared? You are the one who is scared. Kiki. Hualingyu stuck out her tongue. Sister just doesn't admit it. In fact, you are also afraid. I am talking about your heart. Hualingrong shook her head helplessly, but spoke to Imo Han. Brother Han, it was so dangerous just now. How did you deal with the wolf demon? Where is the wolf demon? Is it dead? Imo took out 3 bottles of Jiaduobo from the space, one for each sister. Imo Han opened a bottle himself, tilted his head back, and started pouring it into his mouth. I killed the wolf demon. I also got the crystal core. I need to awaken my superpowers first so that I can protect you. Once I have superpowers, I will kill other demons and get the crystal cores for you. After hearing what Imo Han said, Hualingrong quickly shook her head. Brother Han, that's not what I meant. We can do without the crystal core. I'm just worried that you'll get hurt when fighting the wolf demon. Chapter 112 Big Blackhead. That wolf demon is indeed powerful. It took a lot of effort to kill it, Imo Han said. Hualingrong looked at Imo Han's body, confirmed that he was really not injured, and breathed a sigh of relief. After spending some time together, the 2 sisters have come to regard Imo Han as their protector. Imo Han drank some Jiaduobo in the SUV and rested for a few minutes before saying to the 2 sisters, The SUV is not safe. Let's get off and switch to the bulletproof car to rest. Since there is a wolf demon in the mountains, there must be other demons. The parrot has gone to investigate. We will know the situation after we wait in the car for it to come back. Okay, got it, Brother Han. The 2 sisters replied. Okay, get out of the car. Dabing, Yaoji, don't sleep. Imo Han looked around to see if there was anything wrong outside, got out of the car, and at the same time a bulletproof car appeared beside him. The 2 sisters, Dabing and Yaoji, also got out of the car together. Imo Han put the SUV into the space and got into the bulletproof car. Lingrong, Imo Han was a little tired, half lying on the sofa to rest. Make lunch for me. Okay. Hualingrong went to make lunch happily. Hualingyu was helping on the side. Imo Han was half lying on the sofa, not asleep, just resting with his eyes closed. He has already eaten the king-level crystal core, and the most important thing right now is to awaken his superpowers. Although my superpowers have been awakened and my mental abilities still need to be improved step by step, at least there is a transitional thing. According to his experience in his previous life, he will awaken his supernatural powers within the next week, but it is unknown when. When the superpowers are awakened, one will suddenly develop a fever and fall into a coma. This is the time when people are most vulnerable. If someone wants to harm you, they can succeed in minutes. Therefore, Imo Han planned to not go anywhere for a week or so, and just stay in his bulletproof car, waiting for his special powers to awaken. Brother Han, the meal is ready, get up and eat. Hualingrong's clear voice rang in his ears. Imo Han opened his eyes and sat up straight. 3 dishes and a soup have been placed on the dining table in front of the sofa. Hualingrong served Imo Han some food. Imo Han took the food handed to him by Hualingrong and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Lingrong, Lingyu, Imo Han said while eating, we won't go anywhere these days. We will stay in the bulletproof car until I awaken my superpowers. Got it, Brother Han? Yeah, okay, Brother Han. Before we finished our meal, Xiaohua came back. It flew to the window, holding a stone in its claws, and knocked on the window dong dong dong. Imo Han opened the window all of a sudden, and the stone in Xiaohua's claws almost hit his hand. What are you doing? Pick up a stone. Imo Han deliberately teased Xiaohua. The body of the bulletproof car is hard. It is really not easy for Xiaohua to knock on the body of the car with her little paws and head. Brother Han, if I don't use a stone, should I just use my head to hit it? Then you will lose a lively, lovely, suave, and boastful parrot. Imo Han couldn't help laughing, so he grabbed the parrot and brought it in, closing the car door. Huang Yu sat at the dining table and laughed. Xiaohua, I really don't understand how you can be lively and cute, suave, and so arrogant. Xiaohua tilted her head upwards and said proudly, Are you kidding me? Brother Hua, who am I? Oh, no, what kind of bird am I? Huang Yu laughed. Yeah, who the hell are you? Xiaohua was showing off when she suddenly felt that there was something wrong with what Huang Yu said. But it couldn't remember what was wrong. Imo Han sat back in his seat and continued eating. Looking at Xiaohua, who was standing at the other end of the table, he asked, How is your investigation going? Xiaohua then remembered what she had been doing just now. He said, Brother Han, I walked around the valley and didn't see any monsters. The crack that was there before is gone too. The crack is gone? Imo Han felt strange. Under normal circumstances, how could the crack disappear for no reason? It's gone. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Brother Han, do you have any milk? Can I have a glass? Xiaohua drooped his wings. He was a spirited young man just a second ago, but now he was lying on the table with his head tilted back, looking sick. Imo Han poked its white belly and said with a smile, If you don't get up, I'll kill you. Ah, no, I needed to continue my family line. Xiaohua quickly stood up from the table. Huang Yu covered the dish and said, Xiaohua, go to the sofa, so your hair won't get into our food. Okay. Xiaohua looked at the food on the table and felt that she was hungry too. Dabing and Yaoji were lying on the ground gnawing on chicken legs. There were 2 basins on the ground, and there were 5 chicken legs in one basin. Xiaohua flew to Dabing's bowl and called out sweetly, Brother Bing. Dabing took the plate and walked away. Xiaohua pouted again and ran towards the demon chicken. The demon chicken was not as stingy as Xiaohua. It gnawed a small piece of meat the size of a nail shell and put it on the ground. Here, eat it. Xiaohua ate the little bit of meat and said loudly, You 2 stingy guys, you are not brothers at all. He looked up at Imo Han pitifully. Brother Han, look, it's so hot. You guys are eating delicious food in the car, while my brother Hua is out spying on the enemy, so his food should be better than theirs, right? Imo Han smiled and said, No problem. With a wave of his hand, a plate immediately appeared on the ground, with a small piece of fried steak on it, and the steak was steaming. Ah, steak. Xiaohua made a popping sound with joy. That's not all. Imo Han thought about it, and instantly a cup of milk with a rich milky flavor appeared in his hand. Xiaohua was even happier now. Jumping on the ground, he first opened his mouth and drank a few big gulps of milk, then pecked at the steak. When Imo Han saw Xiaohua drinking milk, he suddenly remembered the little eagle that Lao Ying had entrusted to him. Hualingrong and Hualing Yu made a small nest for the little eagle and placed it on top of the washing machine. Imo Han went to carry the little eagle and its nest over and placed them next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, please take care of the little eagle. Raise it until it grows up. It will be your little brother in the future. Xiaohua nodded happily. After Imo finished his meal, he squatted aside and watched Xiaohua feed the little eagle. The little eagle no longer had its eyes closed like before. Now its eyes were open, but because of hunger, it was chirping with its mouth open. Xiaohua first pecked a small sip of milk and put it into the eagle's mouth, then chewed up a piece of tender steak and put it into the eagle's mouth. Imo Han watched it do all this and said with a smile, Not bad, not bad. It has the potential to be a nanny. While feeding the little eagle, Xiaohua said, Brother Han, we all have names, but the little eagle doesn't. Give him a name. Name it. Imo Han thought for a moment and said with a smile, How about calling it Golden Eagle? In the previous life, it is said that there was a particularly powerful eagle, and everyone called it the Golden Eagle. However, the Golden Eagle is difficult to tame. Neither Tulong nor Imo Han could tame it. Xiaohua was unhappy. Brother Han, can you please stop being so perfunctory? This is not an eagle, it's an eagle. Chapter 113 Imo Han awakens his superpowers. Imo Han laughed and said, Haha, don't worry about it. I think the Golden Eagle is pretty good. Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, How about, since it looks so dark, we can call it Black Big Head. Blackhead? Imo Han said with a smile, Okay, let's call him Blackhead. Hualingrong was clearing the dishes and laughing at Xiaohua. I never knew that our Xiaohua is quite capable and can even remove her name. Xiaohua tilted her head proudly and performed her signature move, first standing on one leg, then scratching the hair on her neck with her right paw. Said, That's right, Brother Hua has many advantages. Hualing Yu came over, squatted beside Imo Han, and watched Xiaohua pretending to be cool. I think that little look is so cute. I couldn't help but touch its head. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua suddenly jumped away and shouted, The world is in chaos, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Hualing Yu was amused by it and laughed out loud. Imo-han couldn't help but raise his lips. Come on, stop talking nonsense and feed Hey Dada quickly. Xiaohua jumped back to the plate and continued to feed Haidatu. The eagle, which is only a few days old, has a big head and a small body. It can't even stand up except lying limply in the nest. Imo-han was thinking, it's a good thing that Xiaohua was here, otherwise he might not be able to feed this little eagle. I had promised the eagle that I would take care of this eaglet. Now that I think about it, it's quite dramatic. Why are you carrying an eagle for no reason? But just keep it for now. It will grow up in a month or two anyway, and who knows, it might be of great use to you then. Xiaohua continued to feed him. Imo-han climbed onto his bed on top of the cab and said to the two sisters, I put the tablet on the sofa. You can watch the movie while I sleep. Don't worry about disturbing me. I brought anti-noise earplugs. Imo-han lay on the bed and fell asleep soon. His even and deliberate voice came from the car. Hualingyu sat on the sofa and started watching a movie. Although Imo-han said that he couldn't disturb him, Hualingyu was still considerate enough to turn the volume of the movie down to the minimum. Hualingrong squatted on the ground and watched Xiaohua feed Haidatu. The steak is not small, enough for an adult. I thought the two birds would never be able to finish the meal. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua's appetite is not that big, but Haidatu's appetite is super big. My stomach is already full, but I still want to eat. Only after he had eaten a whole steak did Blackhead fall into a deep sleep. Hualingrong brought its nest back to the top of the washing machine. Xiaohua flew over, squatted beside Haidatu's nest, and closed her eyes to rest. Grumble. The big black head stretched his neck and called out. Xiaohua immediately opened her eyes and looked at Haidatu with concern. From this moment on, it will train its little brother well and make him obey its orders in the future. When Imo-han woke up, he opened the curtain and looked out the window. It was already dark. The Hua sisters were still watching TV on the sofa. Dabing and Yaoji were also guarding a tablet computer. Imo-han glanced at the bed and couldn't see what the two dogs were watching, but there was no need to think about it. They would not watch anything else but cartoons. Imo-han got up and went to the bathroom. When he was about to go back to sleep, Hualingrong looked up and asked him, Brother Han, are you hungry? Do you want to have dinner? Imo-han touched his stomach and didn't seem hungry. Lingrong, I'm not hungry. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. Imo-han returned to his bed. Hualingrong replied, Okay, Brother Han, I'll do it after I watch this episode of the TV series. Imo-han nodded. After being stuck in the car for 3 days, Imo-han did not awaken his superpowers. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, there was still no awakening. Logically, the superpower should be awakened in a week. Imo-han couldn't understand why he had eaten the crystal core for 6 days, but his superpower hadn't awakened yet. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Imo-han was lying on the sofa watching a movie when he suddenly felt dizzy. His face was also very hot. Lingrong, Lingyu, my superpowers are about to awaken, and I will have a high fever for a day and a night. You don't have to worry, and you don't have to feed me medicine. Just let me have a high fever, and feed me half a cup of water after 3 or 4 hours. Hualingrong ran over with a worried look on her face and reached out to touch Imo-han's forehead. Imo-han's face was hot, and when he felt Hualingrong's touch, he suddenly felt cool and very comfortable. Oh, it's really hot. Hualingrong looked at Imo-han worriedly. Brother Han, are you sure you won't do anything except give me water? Imo-han patted the back of Hualingrong's hand and said with a smile, It's okay, you don't have to do anything. It's the only way to awaken superpowers. If the high fever doesn't reach a certain level, the superpowers cannot be awakened. Hualingrong took Imo-han's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. These actions performed by the two people were unconscious. At least Imo-han didn't take it to heart, but Hualingrong blushed to her ears. When she realized that she was holding Imo-han's hand tightly, she was a little surprised. Why did she feel that he cared so much at that moment? Imo-han lay on the sofa, his face getting hotter and hotter, and he gradually fell into a coma. At the moment of coma, Imo-han was wondering what supernatural power he would awaken in this life. Is it like in the previous life, awakening psychic powers, or some other superpowers? To be honest, Imo-han is looking forward to it. Water, water. Imo-han had slept for 3 hours. He felt dizzy and very thirsty. Hualingrong quickly and gently lifted Imo-han's head and rested it on her thighs. Hualingyu poured warm water over, and Hualingrong used a small spoon to feed Imo-han water 1 spoonful at a time. Sister, how's Brother Han? Hualingyu asked anxiously. Hualingrong gently touched Imo-han's forehead and shook her head. I don't know, but my forehead feels very hot. Hualingrong put Imo-han to sleep on the sofa, and the two sisters squatted beside the sofa to watch over him. Imo-han felt very hot at first and kept asking for water. Then it became very cold again. Lingyu, go turn off the air conditioner. Lingyu, bring another quilt over here. Lingyu, bring over the quilt we sleep on. There was no air conditioning in the bulletproof car, and it was extremely hot, so hot that the two sisters couldn't stand it. However, Han not only did not feel hot, but even after covering himself with 2 thick quilts, he still felt extremely cold. Hualingrong reached out to touch his forehead, and he subconsciously grabbed Hualingrong's hand and put it hard on his face. This makes me feel more comfortable. Otherwise, it's really cold. The whole night passed, and Han was either cold or hot. The sisters gave him warm water every few hours, and after a few hours he became too hot, so they switched the warm water to cold water. The next afternoon, it had been almost 24 hours since Han had a high fever, and Han had not yet woken up. The 2 sisters looked at him anxiously, fearing that something might have gone wrong. After all, Han was a reborn person and knew about awakening superpowers, but the Hua sisters knew nothing about it. 6 p.m. There was a loud boom. The bulletproof car suddenly shook violently. Chapter 114. Earthquake? Sister, what happened? Hualingyu almost lost her balance because of the shaking of the RV. I don't know. It feels like there's going to be an earthquake. Earthquake? Hualingyu exclaimed. What should we do? If there really is an earthquake, won't we die here? Hualingrong looked at Han, whose face was flushed on the sofa. According to him, it only takes 24 hours to awaken the superpowers. But now it's only a few minutes away from the 24th hour. Why hasn't Brother Han woken up yet? Brother Han, how are you? Hualingrong gently pushed Han on the sofa. Han was still unconscious and did not respond. Sister, what should we do? Hualingyu was not as calm as Hualingrong. He pulled aside the curtain and looked out the window. There was dust and smoke everywhere. The woods in the distance were shaking, startled, and the birds flew everywhere. In the car, Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua were also lying by the window, staring out without blinking. There was shock and fear in the eyes of both dogs. Xiaohua leaned back and muttered, It's over, it's over, it's over. Hualingrong looked at Xiaohua nervously. Tell me, what's wrong? Xiaohua tilted her head and fainted. Hualingyu poked its belly with her hand and said anxiously, Xiaohua, stop making trouble. Tell us quickly, what happened? Is it an earthquake? What should we do? Oh my god, it's so itchy. Xiaohua was tickled and jumped up from the table, saying, There's an earthquake. The cracks in the abyss are opening up, and the big demon who eats people without blinking an eye is about to crawl out of the cracks. Oh, it's so scary. Bump. Xiaohua fainted again. Xiaohua, what should we do now? Where is safer? Hualingyu asked again. Hualingrong also nervously stared at Xiaohua, who was pretending to faint on the table. But again, no matter how the 2 sisters shouted or tickled it, Xiaohua didn't respond. Hualingrong said helplessly, I guess he really fainted. Lingyu, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to find a way to escape quickly. Hualingyu turned around and looked at Han sleeping on the sofa, her face looking aggrieved and bitter. But, Brother Han hasn't woken up yet. How can we escape? Hualingrong glanced at Han. The shaking of the car almost shook Missouri Han off the sofa. Lingyu, sit on the sofa and block Brother Han to prevent him from falling. Quick. Hualingrong instructed Hualingyu, then immediately rushed into the driver's seat and started the car. He reversed the car, turned it around, headed in the direction they came from, stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and drove forward desperately. Sister, what do you want to do? Hualingyu didn't understand. If it was an earthquake and it was shaking everywhere, what was the point of driving away? Drive the car out first and drive to an open area. It would be such a pity if it were buried here. Hualingrong stepped on the accelerator while speaking. The tires rotate at high speed, stirring up huge amounts of dust and sand. Hualingyu sat next to Han, staring out the window without blinking. Their bulletproof car had just driven a short distance when the spot where they had parked suddenly sank into a bottomless pit. Boom, boom, boom. The earth is shaking. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Hualingrong drove at full speed, while Hualingyu anxiously looked at her sister's back and out the window. Where Hualingyu couldn't see, Han and the parrot opened their eyes at the same time, exchanged glances, and continued to sleep. Hualingrong drove forward and fled. Every few meters the bulletproof car moved forward, a layer of the ground collapsed. It's really a race against time. The bulletproof car was quite wide, so when it encountered a place it couldn't pass through, Hualingrong simply crashed through. Bump. The car body vibrated violently. Han frowned in pain. Fortunately, it was the trees and rubble that were smashed. The bulletproof car was intact. In order to avoid the rocks, the bulletproof car suddenly rushed into a bush. Hualingrong screamed in fright. The car body shook violently and finally stopped. The huge force almost made Han vomit. However, he was strong and calm and continued to pretend to be asleep to see what the 2 sisters would do. In fact, he had already woken up when the car started shaking. He just wanted to see if the 2 sisters would abandon him and run away in such a critical situation. After all, the friendship of sharing weal and woe is the true friendship. Judging from the current situation, Duan Ran will not abandon the two sisters. Sister, are you okay? Hua Lingyu saw that Hua Lingrong was frightened and rushed to the driver's seat to check on her sister. I'm fine. Hua Lingrong said these words to reassure her sister, but she herself was shaking with fear. Hua Lingyu rushed to the direction of the cab and looked forward, and immediately couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, Cliff." In an instant, Hua Lingyu felt sore all over, and his hands that were holding the co-pilot seat were shaking. Because of his unstable center of gravity, he almost fell to the ground. Cliff. Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the table and flew to the window of the cab to look down. She shrank her neck in fear and started to scream. Oh no. Oh no. The wheels of the car are on the edge of the cliff. So serious? Emohan couldn't hold it anymore. He pretended to stretch, acted as if he had just woken up, and slowly got up from the sofa. Ah, Sleepy, what's wrong? He looked confused, as if he knew nothing, but he was actually very panicked inside. Hua Lingrong's face was covered in sweat, and she didn't dare to move at all while sitting in the driver's seat. When he heard Emohan's voice, he only dared to turn around slowly, called out, "Brother Han," and then began to tremble. Hua Lingyu gently stood up from the ground, turned around, looked at Emohan, and said in a trembling voice, Han brother, there is a cliff thousands of feet below. 1,000-foot cliff." Emohan pulled open the curtains and looked outside. On the right was a long row of rocks, with a rock protruding out in the middle. There are trees all over the right side, so the car can't pass. The only way is forward. But ahead is a 1,000-foot cliff? Hua Lingrong might have been too anxious just now, so she panicked and took a dead end. Of course, it is also possible that there was a road ahead before, and the earthquake just now caused the ground to collapse, forming a bottomless pit. Without thinking any more, Emohan quickly got up from the sofa, walked towards the driver's seat, and looked in front of the car. Depend on. Almost died at 21. That's right, there is a huge, deep pit ahead, with mist bubbling up. The row of wheels in front had already left the ground and were spinning in midair on the edge of the cliff. In this situation, the car can't go back at all. Lingrong, Lingyu, don't move, I'll get off right away. Emohan comforted the two sisters. Walk slowly towards the car door. Chapter 115, The Behemoth of the Abyss. Emohan opened the car door and jumped out quickly. Looking at the shaky bulletproof car, he was sweating in his heart. If the car had had an accident before he woke up, it might have really fallen into a deep pit. Because 1/3 of the car was exposed outside the cliff, and there was no place to park. Emohan looked at the deep pit bubbling with smoke and took a breath. He quickly reached out to the car door, and with a thought, the bulletproof car instantly entered his space. The two Hua sisters only felt a black screen before their eyes, and suddenly there was only endless darkness. Sister, we have entered Brother Han's space and are safe. Hua Lingyu said in surprise. Hua Lingrong nodded, got out of the cab, walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the water cup on the table, opened the lid, and drank it all. She was really scared and broke into a sweat just now. This was the worst experience I've had in the past few years of driving. I almost drove the car off a cliff. I still feel scared when I think about it now. Emohan stood where the bulletproof car had just parked. Not daring to stay any longer, he quickly retreated to the back. He took a few steps back and started running. Gah! Ouch! Roar! Moo! All kinds of terrible noises were heard from the pit just now. It was truly like the roars of demons. Emohan ran back desperately, trying to find a more spacious place, take out the small plane in the space, and use the plane to fly away. In the big pit just now, the roar was getting closer and closer. Getting closer. A claw suddenly stretched out from the pit and rested on the edge of the pit. The claw was at least 1 meter wide, and it grabbed the edge of the pit with force and climbed up. Emohan looked back at the huge claw, just took a glance, and ran away quickly. Needless to say, the underground abyss appeared, and all kinds of giant beasts from the classic of mountains and seas came out. The appearance of the giant beast was actually several years earlier than the appearance of the giant beast in the previous life. In the previous life, humans were almost extinct due to natural disasters, man-made calamities, and zombies. When the giant beasts in the classic of mountains and seas appeared, the stronger ones with special powers were able to survive, while those who never awakened their special powers were no better than ants. Because it will be crushed in minutes. Emohan ran like crazy all the way. After awakening his special powers, his hearing, vision, and running speed have become much faster. That's right, what he awakened in this life was still the most powerful psychic ability from his previous life. However, he has just awakened his superpowers, and the abilities he possesses are only at the initial stage. Psychic abilities are divided into 4 levels. An elementary superpower, the ears can hear more clearly, the eyes can see a wider range, and the body's reaction speed is 5 times faster than before. Intermediate superpowers can take objects from the air, can control surrounding objects, such as using tables, chairs, benches, stones, etc. to attack others. The strength will also become very great. A high-level supernatural power, his 2 hands can condense a sharp palm wind, which can shatter a mortal's body within a second, easily destroy a house, and break hard rocks. The ultimate superpower can control the enemy's brain, make the enemies attack each other, or explode themselves to death, and can have the power to overturn mountains and seas, destroy the world. Only by reaching the ultimate superpower can Mohan kill Talong, his great enemy from his previous life. In his previous life, the Dragon Slayer was the most powerful person on the entire blue planet. Not only is he a martial arts expert, he is also immortal. Usually he can kill others, but others can't kill him at all. Moreover, because he had the 2 sisters Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu under his command, he had no worries about food and drink, so he recruited many talented people. Later, he used a virus to control these people, making them unable to leave him anymore, because if they left without an antidote, their internal organs would rot and they would die. No one wants to die. By relying on him, even if there is no dignity, you can survive. But if you force yourself to leave, the only way out is death. Therefore, many people with special abilities are forced into a situation. Unfortunately, Tulong came and went without a trace, and he always wore a mask, so no one knew who he was. Otherwise, Mohan would have killed him before he awakened his superpowers. Roar! Behind him, a 3-meter-long green monster with a sharp mouth and fangs, shaped like a fox, saw Mohan running in front of him, and also ran with all his might. Mohan's running speed was 5 times his usual running speed. But the fox monster is also quite fast. Behind the fox monster, more monsters continued to crawl out of the abyss. Mohan originally planned to find an open place and take the helicopter out of the space. Looking at the situation now, I'm afraid that the plane will be caught by the monster before it even starts. There was no choice but to flash into the space and start running wildly using the space flash. Because of the earthquake, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the road we came from was gone. Instead, there are various bottomless pits. Trees broke and fell, and rocks rolled down. Mohan was running among the rolling rocks, and for the first time he felt the urgency and coldness of the end of the world. Before the apocalypse, there were only some small zombies around, and Mohan never took them seriously. The one that came out right now was a giant beast from the classic of mountains and seas that could accurately obtain information on the location of its body in the few seconds it flashed out of the space. Damn, Mohan feels like he's about to get fucked. If I had known earlier, I should have waited for my superpowers to awaken in the next city instead of staying in this mountain. At that time, I thought that there was an advantage in being in the mountains. If other monsters appeared again, I could catch them all in one swoop and take their crystal cores to feed the 2 Hua sisters so that they could awaken their special powers in the future. Damn, unexpectedly, instead of hitting the monster, he was chased all over the mountain by the monster. After running around aimlessly, Mohan confirmed that the surrounding roads were basically torn apart by the earthquake. There were no roads for cars, so he could only rely on his own strength as a lone ranger and run along the small road towards the highway. Following behind was a group of roaring monsters. Their voices were so unpleasant, yet they had the nerve to make such loud noises. Mohan used space flash to escape, so the monsters naturally couldn't see him. However, because it is an ancient giant beast with various supernatural powers, its sense of smell is naturally more sensitive than that of other animals. Although they can't see Mohan, they can smell Mohan's scent. So I kept chasing him all the way. While Mohan was running away, he entered the space and released Xiaohua out of the space. As soon as Xiaohua flew into the air, she saw the demons dancing wildly, dust filling the sky, and sand flying everywhere. She was so scared that she screamed, "Fuck, why are there so many ugly monsters? Aw, so scary." The abyss monsters, who were called ugly, roared at the little flower in the air, wishing they could slap it away or kill it, and put it in their mouths to use as toothpicks to fill their teeth. Mohan didn't dare to stay in the mountains for a long time, not only because of the monster behind him, but also because of the earthquake. He was afraid that the ground under his feet would collapse and become an underground abyss. Chapter 116, Unlocking New Powers. By then, the abyss will be bottomless and full of monsters. It will be impossible to get out of the abyss. The only things that can fly in Mohan's space, besides helicopters and passenger planes, are the fighter jets that he had previously taken away from the military base in the United States. But Mohan had no idea what the abyss was like, so he didn't dare to take the risk. I can only run forward desperately. Many roads in the mountains have been broken and turned into bottomless pits. As the underground force tore at them, the towering trees collapsed, staggering across the already narrow forest. Brother Han, 45 degrees to the left side is safe. Brother Han, right, a little more to the right. Jump over this tree and climb down. Han jumped in the woods, followed by countless monsters. Every time it passed a place, the soil there would become loose and collapse, forming a huge pit. Xiaohua anxiously gave orders in the sky, wishing she could grow bigger so she could carry Han and fly away. I'm so tired. After finally running out of the forest, Han sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The sounds of landslides and cracking of the earth were everywhere in the mountains and forests. Dust filled the sky. Han sat on the ground, knowing that there were demons dancing all around him, and he really couldn't run anymore. With a thought, the bulletproof car appeared on the road in front of him. Han opened the door of the bulletproof car and was about to get in. Sudden, be careful! The parrot Xiaohua shouted anxiously in the air. When Han turned around, he saw a huge rhinoceros monster rushing towards him madly. He was really tired, but he was also frightened by the rhino monster. In a moment of stress, he pushed his hand forward and flashed into the space with the car. The two Hua sisters and the two Go brothers in the space just came out of the space and saw a little light. Before I had time to get excited, I fell into endless darkness again. In the space, the bulletproof car's lights didn't light up and the door couldn't be opened. Sister, I feel weird. When Brother Han brought us into the space before, everything was clear, just like daytime. Why is it pitch black now? Hualingyu couldn't figure it out. When they entered the space with Han before, they could see everything in the space clearly. Hualingrong also felt strange. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the space function can only be unlocked for us if Brother Han, the master of the space, is present. Hualingyu sat on the sofa sickly. Sister, I'm so worried about Brother Han. I wonder if he will be in danger? Those monsters are so scary. Hualingrong looked out the dark window without saying a word. I was also very panicked inside. Han avoided the attack of the rhino monster, used space flash to run a few steps away, holding a submachine gun in his hand, ready to kill it by surprise. Suddenly, I found that the rhino monster seemed to be on fire. Xiaohua shouted in the air. Oh no! Oh no! The ugly monster is on fire! The ugly monster is on fire! On fire? Han looked surprised. Where does the fire come from? Roar! The rhinoceros monster roared, quickly fell to the ground, and rolled over and over. Oh! Han sneered. You little brat? You're quite clever, trying to use this method to put out the fire. After thinking about it, Han felt something was wrong. Where does the fire come from? In order to verify his guess, Han raised his right hand and slapped the rhino monster rolling on the ground. Use force from a distance to verify miracles. Bang! A fireball about half a meter wide flew straight towards the rhino monster on the ground. The rhino monster had just rolled a few times on the ground, and the fire on its body had not yet gone out. Unexpectedly, a new fire started. Han looked at the palm of his hand in ecstasy. I remember that in my previous life, eating the giant beast from the classic of mountains and seas would awaken my superpowers, and I would be able to possess the energy of the superpower carrier itself. He had gained the fire-breathing ability of the wolf demon because he had eaten its crystal core. Ouch! Roar! Eyes! Han was looking at the rhino monster on the ground with great interest, wondering what kind of newbie and weakling he was. Unexpectedly, the group of monsters had already rushed out of the forest and rushed to the road next to Han. Start running around. Each of them disrupts society. Although Han used space flash to stand among the monsters, most of the monsters had superpowers and they all smelled his scent. Although you can't see him, the monster follows him wherever he is. No, we have to find a way to lure the monster away so that we can drive the bulletproof car out of the space. Otherwise, we will be caught by the monster before we even get into the bulletproof car. Han used flash to retreat while quickly pulling the trigger, shooting at the monsters around him. There are at least 20 or 30 monsters surrounding him, staring at him covetously. Some of them ran away to other places on their own. Some are still howling in the mountains and forests. Some are still in the pit and haven't climbed out. In order to distract the monsters, Xiaohua sang while flying in the air, "Shuffle, shuffle, coo coo coo." Monsters are all big bastards. When the monsters heard Xiaohua's chatter, they all grinned at her impatiently. Han discovered that not all monsters have superpowers. If they all had superpowers, how could they tolerate Xiaohua being so noisy? At least if you can spit fire, spit some fire on it. If you can spit water, spray some water on it. Those who have other skills also started fighting. Han didn't know whether the other monsters in the pit had superpowers, but at least the group around him now did not have any. However, although they have no special powers, their height is generally over 3 meters, some reach 5 or 6 meters, and some are more than 10 or 20 meters tall. Even if he doesn't have special powers, he can still be the king thanks to his strength and rough skin that can't be easily bitten. The attention of many monsters was successfully attracted by the small flower. Of course, there are also those who only want to deal with Emohan. Emohan fired his submachine gun, bang bang bang, while continuously shooting fireballs from his palm. Whenever the fireball hits a monster, the monster will scream and burn. Alas, the firepower is too small. Because the wolf demon's fireball is completely integrated with its body, every time it attacks others, the attack range is at least 5 or 6 meters wide. Because Emohan merged halfway, the attack power of the fireball in his hand is not very strong. However, with the support of a submachine gun, it should be quite powerful. However, Emohan was facing monsters that were taller than houses. Even if he looked up, his submachine gun might not be able to accurately hit their brains. If it hits other parts of the body, it will cause injury, but it will not be fatal. Fuck! More and more monsters came out from the forest. If he continues to pester her, Emohan will not gain anything. With a thought, he took out a dozen flares from the space and lit them. Chapter 117. It feels like the Jurassic period? There are more than a dozen flares of different colors. Red, green, yellow, and blue. Emohan threw the flares into the air behind him, and they immediately exploded in the air, emitting colorful lights, and then fell to the ground. The monsters all looked in the direction of the flare and ran around in panic. Emohan took advantage of this opportunity, quickly took out the bulletproof car, and got in the car in a flash. Running on foot is so damn tiring. Brother Han. Brother Han. As soon as Emohan got into the car, the two Hua sisters surrounded him and threw themselves into his arms. It made him stretch out his hands, but he felt uncomfortable hugging anyone. He simply didn't hug anyone and just held his hands stiffly in the air. The Hua sisters had hugged him enough, and when they saw his posture, they couldn't help laughing. Brother Han, your expression makes it seem like we two sisters are taking advantage of you. After saying that, the two sisters walked away from Emohan. Emohan looked at the huge objects outside the car window. Any one of them was as big as a bulletproof car. Some are several times the size of bulletproof cars. It's so good that the bulletproof car is extremely strong, and there is only one of its kind in the world. No matter how powerful the monster is, it can't do anything to Emohan as long as it gets into the bulletproof car. Emohan walked to the driver's seat, sat down, and activated the bulletproof car's attack mode. In an instant, countless bullets exploded at the surrounding monsters. Emohan pulled the gear lever, constantly adjusting the angle, focusing on the monster's fatal area. The monsters certainly won't sit still and wait for death. They surrounded the bulletproof car and bit it desperately. Unfortunately, I couldn't bite it and ended up knocking out my teeth. And he was also hit with peanuts. While attacking the monsters, the bulletproof car activated the automatic driving mode, moving slowly forward while attacking the monsters. In the end, no one benefited. Emohan was tired of attacking, and except for injuring the monsters, he did not kill them. And the monster was unable to destroy Emohan's RV. However, as soon as one monster retreated, another one came up. They are determined not to give up until they tear the bulletproof car to pieces. The Hua sisters in the car looked at the monster outside the window curiously. They were extremely scared before, but now they were able to accept it calmly. The safety performance of the RV really opened their eyes. Now the monsters were roaring, and the bulletproof car was driving slowly among the monsters. Hualing Yu suddenly felt that this scene was very similar to a scene in a movie. Which movie specifically? Hualing Yu thought about it, and suddenly realized, Sister, have you noticed that we are driving in Jurassic World now? Hua Lingrong raised her lips and smiled. Now that you put it that way, I think it's really the case. Emohan sat lazily in the cab, listening to the conversation between the two sisters. Watching the giant monster passing by, it really felt like being in Jurassic World. I couldn't help but sigh. Many things in this life are different from the previous life. The behemoth of the abyss appeared unexpectedly ahead of time, and many people had not yet awakened their superpowers. Compared to the end of the previous life, this life is obviously much more dangerous. A giant beast is born, and the world changes suddenly. All I can say is that those who survive are the luckiest of the lucky. No, Emohan stayed in the cab for a few minutes, drank 2 bottles of Red Bull, and urinated. He said to the Hua sisters, I have to get off the car and find a way to get a few more crystal cores. Otherwise, you don't have special powers and you won't survive to the end. He looked at Dabing and Yaoji who were staring at him on the sofa. Dabing's fire-breathing ability was still too limited, and Yaoji hadn't awakened his ability yet. There are many monsters around the car now. so we must hurry and kill as many as possible. After hearing what Mo Han said, Hua Lingyu ran to the driver's seat and said to him, "No, Brother Han, it's too dangerous. You finally got in the car, and you get off rashly. What if you get hurt by the monster?" Mo Han looked up at Hua Lingyu and was about to speak when Hua Lingrong came over and said, "Yes, Brother Han, this monster is too big. It's hard to deal with even one monster, let alone so many. Let's take our time with awakening the superpowers." While the three were talking, a sharp wailing sound was heard outside the car. Everyone looked towards the window. I actually saw 4 or 5 rhino monsters besieging a giant bear monster. "Oh my," Hua Lingyu said in surprise. "I thought the monsters were united and would not fight among themselves, but I didn't expect that they would actually eat their own kind." Mo Han smiled and said, "That's normal. What's the difference between the world of monsters and the world of humans? There are battles and deceptions in both worlds." On the rhino monster's head stood a sharp horn, and the fangs in its mouth were at least 40 centimeters long. The 4 rhinoceros monsters were very cooperative in tearing the giant bear monster apart. The giant bear monster was eventually outnumbered and bitten to death on the ground. The rhino monster rushed forward and began to eat its flesh and blood in big mouthfuls. The smaller monsters nearby also stretched their necks and surrounded the giant bear monster to share the food. What a great opportunity! Mo Han slapped his thigh. "God is really helping me. Brother Han, don't do that. It's dangerous. Brother Han, you." While the two sisters were still persuading each other, Mo Han had already walked to the car door, gently opened the door, and got out. He disappeared as soon as I got off the car. Without hesitating for half a minute, he ran straight to the head of the giant bear monster with a big hammer in his hand. There was a rhino monster and other slightly smaller animals surrounding it. Although it is small, it looks quite ferocious. Each one is like a demon from hell. No, they are demons themselves. The demons were busy devouring their own kind. Although they sensed a strange and unique smell, food was more important. He looked around anxiously and quickly bent his head to eat. He was afraid that if he was too slow, the bloody food on the ground would be gone. Mo Han took advantage of this opportunity, raised the big hammer and smashed it hard on the giant bear monster's head. Accidentally, he hit a claw shaped like a crow monster on it. With a crack sound, the crow monster's claw was broken off. The monsters around were startled, but after a moment of distraction, they quickly scrambled for the scraps of meat on the ground. The rhino monster is not easy to deal with. It eats the flesh of the giant bear monster while using its horns to butt other monsters. The monster that was pushed bared its teeth and growled, preparing to bite back. Bang! There was another sound of a hammer hitting bone. The monsters looked around and finally locked onto the direction where Mo Han was hiding. They all stared at Mo Han with unfriendly eyes. They can't see Mo Han, but they can smell it. No wonder I felt a strange aura just now. It turned out to be roar. The monsters threw the scraps of meat on the ground and rushed towards Mo Han together. Fuck! Mo Han put the huge crystal core in his hand into the space. The moment the monsters pounced, he pointed the submachine gun at their heads and fired several rounds. So he hid in the space. Chapter 118, I don't want you to take risks because of me. Mo Han, who had hidden in the space, did not dare to use the space flash again in this situation. Because the monsters were extremely fast and had already discovered his location. If Mo Han continued to use his space flash ability to commit suicide, he would probably be slammed to the ground by the monster next to him. At that time, it will no longer be called Mo Han, but Han Bing, which is the Bing in the shape of a meat pie. Oh, that was close. Hua Lingrong stood in the bulletproof car, staring out the window without blinking. She naturally saw the thrilling scene between Mo Han and the monsters just now. At this time, the monsters discovered that Mo Han's breath suddenly disappeared, and they were all turning around in circles in surprise and franticness. My nose kept sniffing, trying to smell where the smell had gone. Other monsters took this opportunity to come and eat the giant bear monster's minced meat underground. No, I have to go save Brother Han. Hua Lingrong sat in the driver's seat, started the car, turned the front of the car, and crashed into the monster at a speed of 180 yards. Bang! Some of the monsters were eating the flesh of the giant bear monster, while others were smelling Mo Han's scent, and they didn't notice the bulletproof car that was driving towards them at high speed. By the time they reacted, they were already covered in bruises and flew backwards several meters. Beep! Hua Lingrong pressed the horn hard several times to scare away the monsters. In order to give Mo Han a chance to escape, Xiao Hua flew over the heads of the monsters and sang loudly. The monsters are all ugly. Each one is uglier than the other. The monsters naturally understood what it said, and they all bared their teeth and wanted to kill him. Mo Han quickly took advantage of this gap and came out of the space. Hua Lingrong quickly opened the car door, and Imo Han jumped into the car. The moment the car door closed, a monster pounced over in a flash and bit Imo Han on the back. Bang! The car door just closed. The monster's mouth full of fangs instantly smashed into the heavy bulletproof car. A huge tooth fell out in an instant. The monster roared angrily in pain. Imo Han took a breath in the car, wiped the blood off his face with disposable wipes, and said to the Hua sisters, "There's only one. Who of you will eat it first?" Hua Lingrong said without hesitation, "Give it to Ling Yu first. Ling Yu is relatively weak. Let her awaken her special ability to protect herself." Imo Han shook his head. What if she can't awaken an offensive ability? In his previous life, Hua Lingyu awakened a spatial black soil that had no offensive capabilities. We can grow food to provide everyone with food and meet the energy needs of the body. But because he has no attacking ability, he must stay close to the boss in order to survive. It doesn't matter if you can't awaken offensive abilities, Hua Lingrong said with a faint smile. I'm the elder sister. I'll give it to my younger sister first. No. After hearing her sister's words, Hua Lingyu said seriously, Sister, I'll give it to you first. You are calm and decisive. You can protect me after eating it. I am timid. Even if I eat it, it will be useless. I don't dare to face those monsters face to face. Hua Lingrong thought about it and agreed. Just let yourself eat and do the dangerous things yourself. Don't let your sister face danger. In the end times, there are vicious monsters everywhere, and you may lose your life if you are not careful. Even if you have to lose your life, let it be lost by yourself. Thinking of this, Hua Lingrong walked to Imo Han and took the huge, bloody crystal core from his hand. I went to the bathroom, washed it with a bucket of tap water, and started eating it bite by bite. Hua Lingyu watched her eat and couldn't help but be curious. Sister, how does it taste? It's a bit sweet and feels like eating candy. Hua Lingrong smiled. Lingyu, do you want to have a bite? Me. Hua Lingyu thought for a moment. Forget it. My sister will eat it and awaken her special powers to protect me. Okay. Be good. Sister will protect you. Hua Lingrong touched Hua Lingyu's hair, put the half-crystal core in her hand into her mouth, and ate it in a few bites. Since the death of their parents, the two sisters have been dependent on each other. Although Hua Lingrong is only 2 years older than Hua Lingyu, she automatically assumed the responsibility of being an older sister and a mother. She does everything from washing clothes to cooking, taking care of her younger sister in every possible way. After long-term training, Hua Lingrong is quite good at cooking, but Hua Lingyu can only do basic housework. Imo Han went to the bathroom and washed his face. He walked to the window of the bulletproof car and continued to stare at what was happening outside. Just before he hid in the space, he shot the animals in front of him with a submachine gun. The animals looked injured. Hua Lingrong drove the bulletproof car to hit them again. The injuries on their bodies were already very serious. Although they were not fatal in a short period of time, as long as Imo Han got the chance and hurt them again, they would probably not be able to survive. If you want 1 or 2 crystal cores by then, it will only take a few minutes. At this time, the sound of landslides and earthquakes in the valley had stopped. There were no cracks in the ground on the roads around Imo Han. This means that the loud noise just now was not a major earthquake across the country, but a small earthquake occurring locally. Perhaps this is not an earthquake, but just a huge shock caused by the cracking of the underground abyss and the birth of the monster, which caused the valley to collapse under the pulling. If he had not been reborn as a determined modern youth, Imo Han would not have believed that monsters existed in the world. Oh, who could have imagined? There are so many evil spirits hiding under the ordinary ground. Lingrong, back the car up a little. About 20 meters. Imo Han looked out the window and saw several injured monsters still running on their mission. I understand, Brother Han. Hua Lingrong obediently walked to the driver's seat and drove the car. When the car had backed up about 20 meters, Imo Han looked at the monsters running and jumping aimlessly outside the window and said to Hua Lingrong, Okay, let's stop here and open the door. Hua Lingrong was startled. Brother Han, are you going out again? Yeah. Imo Han nodded. Hua Lingyu rushed over and grabbed his arm. Brother Han, I'm not in a hurry to awaken my superpowers. You and sister have eaten the crystal core. You just need to protect me. The monsters outside are too scary. I don't want you to take risks because of me. Imo Han gently patted the back of Hua Lingyu's hand, looked at Hua Lingyu with long flowing hair and watery eyes, and smiled. It's okay. The awakening of superpowers requires a certain process, and it won't be super powerful right away. You need to slowly kill monsters before you can upgrade. Therefore, the sooner you awaken your superpowers, the greater the benefits to you. After Imo Han finished talking to Hua Lingyu, he turned around and saw that Hua Lingrong had not opened the car door yet, and knew that she was concerned about him. Imo Han gave her a reassuring smile and said, Lingrong, open it. Hua Lingrong moved her mouth and opened the car door reluctantly. Chapter 119, Just a Big Dinosaur Toy? Emohan jumped out of the car. Then, with a thought, a tank appeared on the ground in front of Emohan. It was the same one he used to attack the wolf demon before. As one of the main weapons of modern land warfare, tanks have three major advantages: direct firepower, off-road capability, and armor protection. Compared with the defensive performance of bulletproof vehicles, the tank's attack capability is obviously slightly better. Emohan quickly got into the tank and closed its protective shield. Although the protective cover is made of glass, it is made of the world's strongest tempered glass, which is the same grade as the glass used in bulletproof cars. Not to mention that the monster cannot destroy it. It won't rot even if it is bombarded with artillery. Emohan sat in the tank and drove it continuously, firing at the monsters on the roadside. The monsters were so scared that they ran away madly. Some were unfortunately hit by bullets, and they ran away with black blood flowing out and screaming in their mouths. The running speed is much greater than the speed of the tank under Emohan. Tanks are not fast to begin with, but the monsters are experts at the 100-meter sprint. Emohan chased and beat the monster while it ran away. There are very few monsters that keep running on the road. They are very smart. They know that they can't beat Emohan's tank, so they stretch out their long legs and run into the mountains and forests. All the trees in the forest were broken by them. Some also came over to attack Emohan's tanks. The tank's body is not too small, but next to the monsters that are 3 or 4 meters tall, it looks like a big toy car. Just then, a dinosaur, estimated to be about 12 or 13 meters tall, ran over and slapped Emohan's tank away. Emohan looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window in confusion. The tank flew? Bang! Until the sound of landing was heard. Emohan was sure that tank was indeed slapped away by the little dinosaur. Damn dinosaur, what the hell? In the bulletproof car, Hualingron looked at the tank driven by Emohan in shock, which was blown away by the dinosaur. Ah, Brother Han. I couldn't help but exclaim. Hualingyu also opened her mouth wide. It's over, it's over. Did Brother Han fall to death? The sisters were shocked and worried, but the incident happened so suddenly that there was nothing they could do. All I could do was watch. The instantaneous impact made Emohan dizzy. Fortunately, the tank was equipped with explosion-proof devices. The explosion-proof pillows that flew out from all directions saved Emohan's life, otherwise Emohan would have died here. However, the tank is really hard. The explosion-proof pillow pops out to provide protection, and when the button is pressed, it retracts and continues to provide explosion-proof protection next time. I have to say that this weapon of the great United States is quite advanced. The explosion-proof pillow is not like the explosion-proof pillow of ordinary cars. Once it pops out, the car will be scrapped. This tank is not only not scrapped, it can still continue to work. Emohan restarted the tank and attacked a one-eyed monster whose true form could not be seen not far away from him. The one-eyed monster was not too big, about 2 meters tall and a little fat. As soon as Emohan's artillery shell sounded, the one-eyed monster immediately started running away. Unfortunately, he had been shot in the stomach. Black blood instantly flowed out from the Cyclops' belly. The one-eyed monster let out a mournful cry toward the sky, then suddenly fell to the ground. There was soon a pool of blood under him. When many monsters saw the one-eyed monster fall to the ground, they immediately pounced on him, opened their bloody mouths, and started eating. Emohan took advantage of the monsters enjoying their meal and launched another attack. The monsters were very alert this time. While tearing the flesh of the unicorn, they looked up in the direction of Emohan. As soon as the shells were fired, they ran away. Those who ran fast avoided the shells, while those who ran slowly were hit by them. Little guy, can I deal with you? Emohan looked at the monsters fleeing in all directions and made up his mind that he would drive this thing around to kill monsters and pick up more crystal cores. Although in the previous life, many people said that a person's body's ability to absorb the crystal core of a monster that is far more powerful than oneself is already the limit. If you eat too many crystal cores, you may explode and die. But if he could get a few more of these king-level crystal cores, it would be of great benefit to Emohan even if he didn't continue to eat them. What's more, Emohan is a brave man. There is a saying that wealth and honor are sought in danger. The reason why those people said that one person could not accept multiple king-level crystal cores was most likely because they simply did not have many opportunities to hunt and kill these demons. Even if they are from the military, once these abyss monsters completely leave Qilong Mountain where Emohan is now, they will most likely be scattered all over the place. No matter how powerful the officials are or how strong their artillery fire is, it is difficult to kill many at once and only obtain the crystal cores. Therefore, now the only one who can get multiple crystal cores is Emohan. Because he met the monsters just when they came out of the underground abyss, and now these monsters are not yet the strongest in terms of their abilities. When they enter human society in the future and eat human brains and zombie crystal cores, their various potentials will gradually upgrade and be maximized. Boom, boom. A series of artillery shells hit. Emohan drove a tank and chased after the madly running monster. The monsters were all running, But because there were so many of them, Mo Han fired a few shots here and there. As a result, they were unable to run here or there. The small ones were panicked. The larger ones didn't care about Mo Han and just ran away quickly. Hit another one. Nice. After Mo Han's series of attacks, another monster fell to the ground. He slapped the tank's steering wheel excitedly. The sudden sound of the horn startled me. Damn. Crazy. Whose tank has a speaker? Mo Han complained. Damn, the United States is such an idiot. Bang. Suddenly I felt the tank suspended in the air, and after spinning quickly in the air for a few times, it suddenly fell into a bush. Bang. Mo Han was slapped away again. The safety pillows around him popped out again. Mo Han was so angry that he started to curse. Fuck you, you damn dinosaur. The dinosaur opened its big eyes and looked at the tank lying on the ground with curiosity. He sniffed it with his nose and scratched it gently with his paws. Mo Han was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and forgot to hide in his own space. Bing bing. The Hua sisters saw Mo Han's tank being knocked away again and falling to the ground with its limbs spread out. Without caring about being shocked, Hualingrong quickly drove over in a bulletproof car and honked the horn desperately in an attempt to divert the dinosaur's attention. The dinosaur glanced back at the bulletproof car and ignored it. Look back at Mo Han's tank. Oh no, it's gone. The dinosaur looked around in confusion, wondering how the big toy on the ground suddenly disappeared. He turned around and vented all his anger on the bulletproof car. Chapter 120. You actually treat my brother Han as a ball? Roar, the dinosaur roared, opened its bloody mouth, and strode towards the bulletproof vehicle. The bulletproof vehicle is 16 meters long, 5.9 meters high, and 2.59 meters wide. Compared with dinosaurs, it is not small, it is even very big. But the dinosaurs were not afraid of the bulletproof car, as if it was just one of the monsters of the abyss. Hualingrong was startled when she saw the dinosaur slap the car body. He immediately remembered that he was in a bulletproof car and was no longer afraid of the dinosaur's ferocious appearance. He drove the bulletproof car towards the dinosaur. Hualingyu was looking outside anxiously in the passenger seat. Mo Han was no longer there. He and the tank were hidden in the space. Outside, on the grass, on the road, in and outside the mountains and forests, there were roaring monsters everywhere. It really feels like being in Jurassic Park. Sister, this dinosaur knew you were going to hit it, so it was very smart and dodged immediately. Hualingyu saw a dinosaur moving around next to the bulletproof car and couldn't help but worry. Hualingrong comforted her. It's okay. No matter how strong it is, it can't beat a bulletproof car. Hualingyu felt a little comforted. Although I know that Mo Han's bulletproof car is very powerful, I have never seen such a terrifying monster. Especially the dinosaur's jumping ability, roar, and lethality are really eye-opening. Mo Han was in the space, and the tank was still overturned, just like it was outside the space. He struggled hard to unbuckle his seatbelt, climbed out of the tank, then used a jack to pry the tank back and put it in an upright position. Damn. This damn dinosaur treats the tank as a toy. Fuck it. Mo Han cursed a few words, then quickly used space to flash out to see what the dinosaur was doing. Yohu, you're dealing with my AK-250. As soon as Mo Han came out of the space, he saw the dinosaur getting angry and hitting the bulletproof car hard. Hualingrong remained calm and drove the bulletproof car into the giant dinosaur again and again. Was given way again and again. The big dinosaur reacts very quickly. Mo Han flashed in front of the bulletproof car, appeared, and shouted to Hualingrong inside, "Fool, fire at it." Sister, sister, Brother Han, it's Brother Han. Hualingyu saw Mo Han first, and quickly waved to Mo Han while informing Hualingrong. Hualingrong's attention was now entirely on the dinosaur, and she indeed did not notice Mo Han, who was slightly to the left in front of the car. After seeing Mo Han, she was happy and asked loudly, "I know, Brother Han, I forgot about it just now because I was anxious." Mo Han nodded, and flashed into the space the moment the dinosaurs and other monsters pounced on him. Hualingrong opened fire and launched a fierce attack on the dinosaurs and the surrounding monsters. The dinosaur dodged and jumped desperately, but unfortunately, it was still hit by a bullet in the leg. The blood started flowing out all of a sudden. Many monsters around were knocked to the ground, and the blood that flowed out was black. Hualingrong continued to pursue the victory. Dabing and Yaoji lay by the window, staring out motionlessly. The two dogs' eyes were flickering, and I don't know what they were excited about. Xiaohua kept flying in the air, watching Hualingrong open fire and attack the dinosaurs and the surrounding monsters. Being naughty, it would humiliate these monsters in the air at any time. "Oh, you ugly monster. You got spanked. You got spanked on your butt. You deserve it. You damn dinosaur, you actually kicked my brother Han as if he were a ball, you ugly bastard. La la la." The dinosaur was chased all the way and rushed into the forest in a few big strides. It knocked down all the surrounding tree trunks. Hualingrong stopped shooting temporarily. The dinosaur ran away. She wanted to see what instructions Imo Han would give next. Imo Han heard the sound of artillery shells stop in the space, and used space flash to confirm that the area within 3 meters around him was safe, then came out of the space. He continued to sit in his bulletproof car and said loudly to Hualingring, "You continue to fire at these monsters, I will go pick up the crystal cores." "Okay, Brother Han." Bulletproof vehicles have strong defensive and offensive capabilities. People cannot see what is happening inside the car, but people inside the car can see clearly what is happening outside. People outside cannot hear the sounds inside the car because the car is equipped with a sound blocker. The people in the car have 2 choices. If you don't want to hear the noisy sounds outside, just turn on the sound shielding device. Once the shielding device starts working, it will be quiet outside and you can't hear anything. If you want to hear what people outside are saying, just turn off the sound blocker. All the sounds outside can be heard just like sitting in an ordinary car. Hualingring continued to fire at the monsters around her. Perhaps seeing their companions suffer a loss, the monsters immediately scattered as soon as the cannon sounded. Imo Han drove a tank and fired all the way. The 2 cars attacked at the same time, and the surrounding monsters ran away without a trace, except for those lying on the ground. Some of them had been killed by Imo Han's tanks and Hualingring's bulletproof vehicles, and were completely dead. Some were just seriously injured, still roaring and struggling. Imo Han drove the tank over and got off. He took out the big hammer in his hand and started smashing it on the monster's head. Bang, bang, bang. These monsters are generally 2 or 3 meters tall. Hitting their heads is like hitting a big rock. To be honest, it's really hard. Imo Han felt like he was about to collapse. He just smashed a monster's head and took out the large crystal core inside its head. He smashed one monster's head, and then went on to smash another one. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, he was smart this time and put on the protective suit in space first. Otherwise, the black blood on the monster's body would be really disgusting. There are at least a dozen monsters lying underground. Imo Han smashed the monster's head to get the crystal core while remaining highly alert at all times. I was afraid that I would be killed by a monster that suddenly rushed out if I wasn't careful. The 2 Hua sisters also paid close attention to the situation on his side and used artillery fire to cover him. Imo Han looked up at his bulletproof car, confirmed that the 2 Hua sisters could see his smile from that direction, and said, "The girl is smart. Brother Han likes her." The 2 sisters immediately burst into laughter in the car. They all said in their hearts, "Lingrong/you also likes Brother Han." However, what was in my heart remained in my heart, and Imo Han didn't know anyway. Imo Han smashed the monsters' heads one by one. In the middle of the journey, some desperate monsters rushed over. Since there were few of them, Imo Han was not afraid. He hid in the space and used flash to shoot. Although the monster was not killed, it was only injured, and at least it escaped. Imo Han searched for the crystal core in the monster's shattered brain. 1, 2, 12. Although the sizes of the crystal cores are different, just eating one can awaken special powers and become a very powerful king-level crystal core. In his previous life, Imo Han's awakening of supernatural powers was completely accidental. I originally thought that I would have to eat tens of thousands of zombie crystal cores in this life before I could awaken my superpowers. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, I obtained so many king-level crystal cores at once. One of these crystal cores is already amazing enough, but Imo Han actually is 12. 12 in total. Each one is as big as a bowl. Imo Han was extremely excited when he looked at these crystal cores. I couldn't help but shout out, "It's sent! It's sent!" Chapter 121 Giant Dinosaur. The Hua sisters were sitting in the car, and they seemed extremely excited when they saw Imo Han loading crystal cores into the space one by one. Although his protective suit was covered in black blood, he looked like he had crawled out of a garbage dump. It feels pretty disgusting. However, this does not affect Imo Han's majestic image in their eyes at all. All the monsters around ran away, and no more monsters came out of the valley. Imo Han had an idea and took out a bucket of tap water from the space. He held a ladle in his hand, stood on the grass, scooped up the water, and poured it on himself. The protective clothing cannot be bitten, penetrated, or soaked by water. When Imo Han was preparing it, it was specifically for dealing with monsters and future acid rain. There are thousands of protective suits in his space. But the end of the world is long, and Imo Han is reluctant to squander anything. He always prefers to use things slowly and steadily, because these things may not be produced in the future. Therefore, Imo Han would rather rinse his protective suit repeatedly with water than throw it away. Fortunately, these protective suits are made of very silky material, and if there is too much blood on them, they can be cleaned by just rinsing with water. And not even a drop of water will be left on it. Hualingring stopped the bulletproof car and got out of the cab. He took the scoop from Imo Han's hand and said, "Brother Han, let me do the rest." Imo Han nodded. He could wash the blood stains on his chest with water himself. But those behind cannot be washed away. Hualingring scooped up some water and poured it over him. The protective suit on her head was also stained with blood. While Hualingrong was pouring water on him, she said to Imo Han, "Brother Han, where should we go next? Should we continue to stay here and fight monsters to level up, or should we go back to our house?" Imo Han thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back first. These monsters rarely stay here. Most of them go to the city to harm people. There is not much point in leaving the bulletproof car here, and we now have 12 king-level crystal cores, which is already strong enough." As the two were talking, the roar of the dinosaur was heard again. Imo Han raised his head and looked into the forest. Depend on. This time it was not just one dinosaur, but a group of them, rushing towards the bulletproof car at a rapid speed. Hualingrong was so frightened that she was stunned. "Brother Han." Before he could finish his sentence, Imo Han immediately yelled, "Run." He took Hualingrong's hand and ran towards the bulletproof car. "Lingyu, open the door." It happened in a flash. As soon as Hualingyu opened the car door, Imo Han pulled Hualingrong and jumped into the bulletproof car. A few dozen seconds later, more than a dozen giant dinosaurs also arrived around the bulletproof vehicle. But they did not attack the bulletproof vehicle, but turned their heads and stared into the depths of the forest. Hualingrong turned pale with fright, but she still held Imo Han's hand. Hualingyu was terrified. "It's over. It's over. How can we deal with so many dinosaurs?" Imo Han looked out the window. Indeed, the dinosaur just now was just a small dinosaur compared to these ones. Each of these dinosaurs is about 20 meters tall and 30 to 40 meters long. This is the real devil from hell. Hualingyu muttered. No wonder that dinosaur just now kept treating Brother Han's tank as a toy. After all this time, it's still just a baby dinosaur. Imo Han's mouth twitched. It is indeed a baby dinosaur, a little baby that is more than 10 meters long. "Brother Han, do you want to drive?" Hualingrong asked nervously. Imo Han looked out the window and said, "No, the train will attract their attention now. If we piss them off, they will chase the bulletproof car, and we will have no way to escape. What should we do then?" Hualingrong looked at Imo Han for help. "Shoo." Imo Han made a gesture to silence the crowd. "Observe the situation first." 3 people leaned on the window, looking out anxiously. "It's the little dinosaur from before." Imo Han saw the little dinosaur running towards the bulletproof car in a few big strides. It was clearly injured just now, but now it acts as if nothing happened. The little dinosaur ran all the way over, and just when everyone thought it was going to complain to the big dinosaurs, everyone was dealing with the bulletproof car. Its target was not the bulletproof vehicle, but it ran directly towards the tank underground. Under the surprised gazes of many big dinosaurs, he slapped the tank away with one slap. Bang! The 4 people in the bulletproof car were stunned with surprise. No way. So many vicious dinosaurs rushed over just to use the tank as a toy? The tank was slapped and flew more than 10 meters away. The little dinosaur roared excitedly and ran over and slapped it again. The tank was shot away again. "Hey, what's so fun about tanks?" Imo Han frowned. These giant beasts from the abyss were indeed fools who had never seen the world. Bang! The bulletproof car shook violently. The 3 of us looked at each other. There was fear in everyone's eyes. Then, the 3 people lost their balance and began to stagger in the bulletproof car. It's like being on the moon and feeling weightless. Bang! There was a loud slapping sound from the left. Bang! There was another sound of claws flapping from the right. The 3 people who were almost shaken to vomit instantly understood what was going on. The bulletproof car was also treated as a toy by the big dinosaur. Imo Han finally managed to steady the sofa. Suddenly, Hualingrong lost her balance and fell towards him, with her whole body pressing directly on him. Pressed him to the ground. The faint body fragrance that suddenly penetrated into Imo Han's nostrils made him feel irritated all over. The weather was hot, and Hualingrong was wearing thin clothes. The moment she pressed down on Imo Han had to open his mouth. "Lingrong, you are so soft." Hualingrong blushed all the way to her ears in an instant. He said angrily, "Brother Han." Imo Han let Dinosaur play with his bulletproof car since it couldn't be damaged anyway. "The warm, soft, and sticky feeling on my body is so comfortable that I don't want to push it away." "Sister, Brother Han." Hualingyu rushed over and helped Hualingrong up. The softness on his body suddenly disappeared, and Imo Han was quite disappointed. This Lingyu is the same. How come he has no foresight at all? Since Hualingyu had already helped Hualingrong up, Imo Han also got up from the ground. When the bulletproof car rolled again, Imo Han moved his mind and brought the bulletproof car into the space. The big dinosaurs who were having fun suddenly found that the big toy in front of them was gone, and they roared in anger. He sniffed the spot and then looked around. The spacious lawn is really wide. But because of the presence of these huge creatures, the place became too crowded. Xiaohua was flying high in the sky, and when she saw the bulletproof car below escape danger, she breathed a sigh of relief and yelled at these dinosaurs in the air. As a result, the dinosaurs raised their heads and frightened it so much that its body trembled. One of the dinosaurs even blew towards Xiao in one breath. In an instant, a huge gust of wind blew over with a deafening force, blowing the little flower dozens of meters away. Chapter 122. Where did this thing come from? Mo Han put the bulletproof car into the space, and several people waited in the space to see when the dinosaurs would leave. Hua Lingyu looked out the window in surprise and said, "Sister, this is so strange. When Brother Han and we are in the car, we can see what is happening outside the car. But when we are alone in it, we can't see anything." Hua Lingrong smiled and said, "I guess the space recognizes its master. When the master is not around, it restricts the functions of the space, so we don't have the opportunity to do bad things. Right, Brother Han?" Mo Han was sitting on the sofa, having just drunk a bottle of Red Bull. "Well, it should be. Brother Han, these big dinosaurs are so scary." Hua Lingyu thought of the terrifying scene just now and has not recovered yet. Mo Han nodded and said, "These dinosaurs are just medium-sized beasts in the underground abyss. There are more terrifying monsters than them, which are several times larger than them." Hua Lingrong listened carefully and said nothing. Hua Lingyu was so frightened that he started to jump. "What? There are monsters bigger than these dinosaurs. Isn't that terrifying?" "Yes. When those giant beasts come out of the abyss, everything human will do will be just like playing house in their eyes." "Alas," Hua Lingyu sighed. "What should I do? This is so scary." After thinking for a while, Hua Lingyu suddenly said, "Brother Han, how about we go and tell the military that there is a huge abyss here where monsters will crawl out, and have them use big trucks to bring mud over to fill up the abyss. Then we'll see how these monsters can get out." Haha. Mo Han was amused by Hua Lingyu's words. If I had not been reborn, I would still be so naive. But in his previous life, he had seen the crack in the abyss with his own eyes, and he knew very well how big it was. Half of the mountain has fallen into the ground. How much soil can be used to fill it up? Brother Han, Hua Lingyu felt that his serious thoughts were laughed at by Mo Han, and said, "I'm serious. Why are you laughing?" Mo Han glanced out the window. Now they were in space with two people. Mo Han couldn't use the space flash and didn't know what the situation was outside. Outside the car window were Mo Han's own space, which was an area for parking vehicles. "I'm laughing at you. You're too naive." Mo Han said, "The abyss under the ground is so big and deep, it can't be filled up." "Oh, what will happen then?" Hua Lingyu said worriedly, "If we don't take any measures and let the monsters in the cracks keep crawling out, humans will definitely be eaten by the monsters in the end." Mo Han looked at the kind-hearted girl in front of him. She had just entered the apocalypse and didn't know that people's hearts were also very vicious. Still worried about the safety of others. "Don't worry, humans won't be exterminated for the time being. These abyss monsters won't rush into human territory all at once. They will first eat up all the ordinary animals in the forests and then go looking for trouble with humans. However, occasionally a few of them will step into human society out of curiosity." Brother Han, don't even mention how many there are. With a terrifying monster like this, it only takes one or two of them to enter a city. Within a week, they can bite all the people in the city to death. Hua Lingrong interjected, "It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Even though many people died when the zombie virus broke out, there are still many people alive now. The monster doesn't have the ability to hide at home and watch, or sneak out to collect supplies. Even if it runs to bite people one by one, it will take time to bite them. That's right. If everyone hides at home, the monsters won't attack those people unless they are extremely hungry." Mo Han said. Hua Lingyu quickly put her hands together. "I hope these monsters will never go hungry." Boom boom. Above the sky where Mo Han and his companion's bulletproof car disappeared, a helicopter flew over from the city. It just flew over the heads of a group of giant dinosaurs. The military field force chief Zhang Wei, deputy chief Lin Xiao, and two soldiers were sitting in the plane together. Seeing the scene below, the group was so horrified that they almost lost control of the plane and gave chase. Fortunately, the plane flipped several times at high speed, and after passing over the head of the largest dinosaur, it finally managed to maintain its balance without any danger. Because we received an order from the base saying that there were unusual movements in the southwest, we flew over to take a look. Unexpectedly, as I drove along, I saw a horrible scene that I had never seen in my life. "Captain Zhang, what's that down there, a dinosaur?" Lin Xiao was so nervous that he stuttered. Zhang Wei stared at the grass below without blinking. The group of dinosaurs that had just been there were scared away back into the mountains by the roar of the helicopter almost crashing. But he could see clearly that those were the most ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex. "It's the Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus rex." Lin Xiao was frightened. Tyrannosaurus rex. The two soldiers in the back seat of the plane were named Tan Si and Wang Xiaoqiu. The two also saw the giant monster on the ground just now. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Tan Si stuttered. "Where did this thing come from?" Wang Xiaoqiu kept trembling. Could it be that we have traveled through time and accidentally entered the Jurassic world? As the captain, Zhang Wei tried to calm his teammates down and managed to stay calm. There is no such thing as a Jurassic world. They are probably just crazy mutants infected with the zombie virus. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. Damn, if it is really a crazy variant, it is too big. I wonder if it is a crazy variant of the little gecko. Little gecko, Zhang Wei flew the helicopter over the forest in the direction where the dinosaur was running. What made you think it was a little gecko? No, Captain Zhang. I've been thinking for a long time, but I can't figure out where the dinosaurs came from. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. He couldn't figure it out. Where the hell did so many ugly monsters appear in such a good modern society? The plane flew into the forest. Suddenly, Tensi looked at the valley below and shouted, "Why is there such a big pit here?" Wang Xiaochong asked in surprise. "Xiaoxi, wasn't there a pit here before?" "No," Tensi said anxiously. "My home is not far from here. This place is called Qinglong Mountain. It is where we often came to play when we were young. In the past, this place was full of beautiful mountains and clear waters, with only a small valley. There was no such a big Tianqing at all." Zhang Wei flew the plane around the Tianqing, and the three people in the plane were almost scared to death. "Captain Zhang, stop it, drive away quickly. We don't know how deep this sinkhole is. If you fall in, you'll be dead." Zhang Wei just flew around the pit and quickly flew away. The depth of the huge sinkhole is unknown, but the pit diameter is at least 3,000 meters. There was dust and fog in the pit, which was terrifying to look at. The monster crawled out of this pit. This is the abyss under the ground. Chapter 123, Brother Hua falls on cow dung. Tensi pointed at a giant beast that was crawling out of the pit and said, "This pit is too scary. It must be connected to hell. Monsters are crawling out of it." When everyone looked, they saw that the monster was crawling out from underneath. "This thing is too scary. We have to go back quickly to inform the base to prepare as soon as possible." Zhang Wei drove the helicopter, circled in the air, and headed towards the base. Boom boom. The sound of the plane gradually faded away. Imohan waited in the space for about half an hour. Estimating that the giant dinosaur was no longer there, he came out of the space with the bulletproof car. As soon as I came out, I saw Xiaohua flying from a distance, with colorful feathers fluttering in the air. The more I looked at it, the funnier it became. When Imohan entered the space, he didn't know that Xiaohua was blown dozens of meters away by the giant dinosaur. He smiled and opened the car window, saying, "Xiaohua, where have you been? You flew all the way here." Xiaohua jumped from the window into the bulletproof car and lay on the sofa, muttering, "Damn, I'm so tired." Imohan discovered that when Xiaohua came in, she brought a strong smell with her. I kept thinking, what is this smell? Hua Lingyu walked over, poked Xiaohua's white belly, and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Stop talking," Xiaohua said with his belly bulging. "I just called the big dinosaur ugly, and it blew me away. I flew dozens of meters, and luckily, I landed on a pile of cow dung. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me, Brother Hua." "Cow dung?" Imohan frowned. "I was wondering where the stench came from. Turns out it came from you." Xiaohua said aggrievedly, "Cow dung is my second parent." As soon as he finished speaking, he tilted his head and fell asleep. "Hey, what's going on? What are you doing?" In the dream, Hua Lingyu lifted the parrot by one of its wings and brought it to the sink in the bathroom. He filled the bucket with water, took out some detergent, and started to give it a bath. It was so scared that it kept struggling and screaming. Hua Lingyu said as she was washing, "Oh, it's just a bath, calm down." Parrot Xiaohua looked like she had lost all hope in life. "Sister, why are you forcing me? I'm sleeping. How can you disturb my sleep?" No matter how much she complained, Xiaohua was already halfway through her bath, and there was nothing she could do. Hualingrong changed the sofa cover that was stained with cow dung and washed it. Imohan took out a new set from the space and replaced it. The washing machine is the latest model, which washes and dries clothes automatically. After Xiaohua was bathed, he lost a lot of hair. He was so angry that he kept yelling at Hua Lingyu. "You stinky woman, you washed Hua Ji's new clothes. What will I use to pick up girls in the future? If I can't get married, you have to compensate me." Hua Lingyu said bluntly, "Don't repay kindness with enmity, okay? I saw that your feathers were stained with shit, and I was afraid that your talent would be damaged. If the female birds saw you and smelled the stink, they would run away. Then you will really be a bachelor for 1,000 years." "Really?" Xiaohua looked unconvinced. "Are you so kind?" "That must be true. We are teammates who have been through thick and thin together. We must trust each other." Hua Lingyu blinked and said, "What I was thinking was, first of all, the smell of shit on you would get on the things in the bulletproof car. Second, it stinks so damn much." Hua Lingrong heard the two people arguing and went to the bathroom to stop them, but she didn't expect to be amused as well. The parrot is now soaked all over. How can it have the charm it once had? The colorful feathers cling to the body, making the head look particularly large and the back hunched. To be honest, this looks so ugly. Seeing that Hua Lingrong, such a steady person, was laughing at herself, Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror and screamed, "Ah, who is this? So ugly." Hua Lingrong quickly comforted him softly. "Not ugly, not ugly. A man is attractive only when he shows his chest muscles." Xiaohua, wow, I don't want such an ugly attraction. Imohan was amused by their conversation. He walked to the bathroom, took out a hairdryer from the space, and handed it to Hua Lingrong, saying, "Lingrong, stop laughing at it. Dry its fur quickly." Hua Lingrong smiled and took the hairdryer from Imohan's hand, plugged it into the socket on the wall, turned on the wind to low, and gently blew it on Xiaohua's body. A strong gust of hot wind blew towards the little flower, almost making it unable to breathe. "No, I have to slow down. I can't breathe anymore." Xiaohua screamed and escaped from the wind range of the hairdryer. After it recovered, it came back and asked Hua Lingrong to blow on its body. There is a saying that goes, "Clothes make the man and saddles make the horse." After the feathers on Xiaohua's body dried, they wrapped around her body fluffy and restored her beauty. "Haha, brother Hua, my beauty is back. La la la." Xiaohua danced proudly in front of the mirror, obsessed with her own beauty. "Everyone sit down, let's go." Imohan sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and set off. Hua Lingyu asked, "Brother Han, where are we going now?" Imohan looked ahead and replied, "Let's go back to where you live in Rose Garden Community first, and then I'll take you to a mysterious residence." Mysterious residence? Hua Lingyu asked, "Brother Han, where is it? It's so mysterious." Imohan laughed and said, "Let's keep it a secret for now. You'll know when the time comes." The car drove eastward towards City G. Along the way, they encountered several lone monsters that had been injured by artillery shells before, and Imohan collected 3 more crystal cores. Including the 12 in the previous space, Imohan now has a total of 15 king-level crystal cores. As the car headed east, bloodstains and animal remains could be seen everywhere on the road. Needless to say, this was all the work of those monsters. The first thing they did after emerging from the abyss was to fill their stomachs that had been hungry for hundreds of years. The beasts in the mountains are usually ferocious, but now they are nothing in front of these huge monsters. There was relaxing and cheerful music playing in the car. Imohan was driving, and the 2 sisters were leisurely watching a movie on the tablet computer that Imohan gave them. I don't know what they were watching, but from time to time I could hear the 2 sisters' sweet laughter in the carriage. Imohan was tired of driving, so Hua Lingrong went over to take turns driving with him. Imohan, on the other hand, lay on the sofa and fell asleep. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. Hua Lingrong wanted to ask Imohan if he needed to continue driving. Seeing him sleeping so soundly on the sofa, thinking that he must be tired from fighting monsters during the day, she didn't have the heart to wake him up. Said to Lingyu, "Shoo, watch the movie with the volume down. Wait for Brother Han to fall asleep." Hua Lingrong found a relatively open place on the road, pulled the bulletproof car over, and turned off the engine. "Turn off the car lights." "Sister," Hua Lingyu asked, "are we not leaving?" "Wait until Brother Han wakes up and ask before leaving." The 2 sisters were deliberately careful, fearing to disturb Imohan's sleep. Unexpectedly, under the dim light, a loud voice came from the washing machine. "Gah! Chapter 124 Green light? That's the monster's eye? Oh my, what's going on with this big black head? It scared me to death." Hua Lingyu was talking to her sister attentively when she was suddenly startled by the voice of the eagle cub Haidu. Xiaohua was originally sleeping next to Moan. When she heard Haidu calling, she quickly flew over and stood on the lid of the washing machine, imitating the sound of the big black head, Ga. The big black head also Ga. Although they were speaking at cross purposes, neither of them could understand what the other was saying. But based on Xiaohua's experience as a wet nurse the past day, she concluded that Haidu must be hungry. Xiaohua said to Hua Lingyu, "It's hungry." Hua Lingyu smiled and said, "It should be." Hua Lingrong entered the kitchen. There is cooked food in the kitchen and raw meat in the refrigerator. "Xiaohua, this piece of meat should be enough, right?" Hua Lingrong chopped the raw meat into pieces, put it on a plate, placed it in front of Xiaohua, and asked Xiaohua to feed it to Haidu. Data couldn't open his eyes before, but now he looks around with his big eyes open. When he saw the minced meat that Hua Lingrong brought over, he rushed over to eat it. Unfortunately, its body is too clumsy and has very little hair, so it looks like a big naked butt. It struggled for a few times in the nest made by the Hua sisters, but failed to climb out. "Don't be anxious. What are you in such a hurry for?" Xiaohua said, but she quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it into Haidu's open mouth. Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu were watching from the side. Xiaohua is just a small parrot, although it is a little bigger than those on the market. But in front of the big black head that was as big as a bald fighting cock, Xiaohua was really too small. It was so small that every time it fed Blackhead a bite of food, half of its entire body was in Blackhead's mouth. It makes people sweat for it at all times, fearing that the big Blackhead will not be able to hold back and swallow it alive. Fortunately, although Blackhead is just a little eagle, he can still distinguish between having enough food and not having enough. So every time it just eats the meat, it has no interest in Xiaohua's round, smelly head. Hua Lingyu stood by and watched Xiaohua feeding Haidu. Suddenly, she remembered a book she had read before. There was a picture in the book that showed a little sparrow feeding a little magpie. But the little magpie's body is obviously many times larger than that of a sparrow. That scene at that time made me laugh uncontrollably. I didn't expect to see the live broadcast today. Oh, it's so hard to raise a baby. Xiaohua repeatedly drilled into the big mouth of the black-headed boy, and the yellow hair on his head was covered with saliva, making it sticky. After finally feeding the big black head, Xiaohua felt tired and nauseous. He turned on the faucet with disgust, stood under the rushing water, and rinsed the saliva off his head. In the middle of the process, he asked Hua Lingyu to apply some shampoo to its hair, and after washing it clean, he asked Hua Lingrong to blow-dry its hair. Dabing and Yaoji watched curiously from the side. Emohan slept for an hour or two, and when he woke up he saw the Hua sisters sitting on another sofa watching TV. Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua also watched. Emohan opened the curtains and saw that it was already dark outside the window. He asked blankly, "What time is it now?" Hua Lingrong looked at the time on her hand and said, "It's 8 o'clock. Brother Han, are we still going to set off?" Emohan said, "Let's go." The underground abyss has cracked, and who knows how many terrifying monsters will come out of the abyss. Although the bulletproof car is sturdy, it can't withstand being used as a toy by them. If they see us, they will directly move the car into the underground abyss to play. Then we will have no chance of escaping. Emohan's words startled the two sisters. Indeed, what if a monster bigger than a multi-story building crawls out and carries the RV into the underground abyss by itself? Brother Han, you just woke up and your head is still dizzy. Let me drive. Hua Lingrong quickly put down the tablet in her hand and ran to the driver's seat to drive. The moment the car lights came on, Hua Lingrong saw huge green lights flashing around the car. I couldn't help but wonder, Brother Han, why are there green lights around this car? Green light. Emohan shuddered and rushed to the driver's seat and said to Hua Lingrong, "Lingrong, stop the car and let me drive." Although Hua Lingrong was confused, she still stopped the car obediently. The moment the car stopped, the roar outside was like thunder. Hua Lingrong's face was as pale as paper. Only later did she realize that what she had just seen were not green lights, but round-eyed beads bigger than basins. The eyes are this big, how big must the body be? I was so focused on starting the car that I didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Now when I draw back the curtain, I see that there are monsters outside that are more than 10 stories tall. They were not giant dinosaurs, and it was hard to see what they were specifically. Only when they lowered their heads could you see the sparkling green-eye beads on their heads. Emohan sat in the driver's seat and restarted the car. He ran forward at full speed. Bang! The car hit a large pillar and bounced off immediately. Fortunately, bulletproof cars are made of good materials and are not easy to break. Xiaohua couldn't watch the movie because of the shaking of the car, so she quietly flew to the side of the boat to see what character was outside. This is incredible. Oh my god, what is this weird? Of course Emohan had no idea what was outside. But my current idea is to escape from this place as soon as possible. I have just awakened my special powers and don't have any skills to show off yet. The most important thing right now is to save my life. Emohan stepped on the accelerator and rushed out from under the crotches of those big monsters, all the way to the road, and drove at full speed. The sound of footsteps followed closely behind. Needless to say, the headlights were on, attracting the monster. The monster was very large, with a wide distance between its front and rear legs. So even if the bulletproof car was running at a speed of 200 yards, the monster's roar kept lingering in the ears of the few people. No, we can't let the monster keep chasing us. Xiaohua, come here. Emohan ran to the side of the road, slowly slowed down, and stopped the car. With a thought, both the person and the car entered the space together. In the space, Hua Lingyu asked, "Brother Han, do you want to hide for a while and then run away?" Emohan said, "Yes. Wait until they go away before going out. Then how do you know when they'll leave?" "This depends on Xiaohua's ability." Emohan said to Xiaohua, who had already flown to his side, "Fly out later and throw these flares into the underground abyss to attract them back." Xiaohua patted her chest with her wings and said, "Don't worry, Brother Han. My brother Hua is very reliable when it comes to doing things. Hua Lingrong was surprised. Brother Han, Xiaohua is so small. How can she hold these flares? Emohan smiled and said, the flares are not heavy, but there are a lot of them, 10 in total. Xiaohua, are you okay? As soon as Emohan asked the question, the two Hua sisters also looked at the parrot Xiaohua intently. Chapter 125, It hurts so much. Xiaohua, why are you looking at me? You've never seen such a handsome guy before. Emohan put 10 flares into a food bag and said to Xiaohua, don't hide them anymore. Make them bigger. Get bigger? The two sisters looked at Xiaohua in shock. You can get bigger? Emohan smiled and said, it won't get much bigger, it will just be rounder. Really? The round little flowers are so cute. I love them. Xiaohua, change yourself quickly and let's see. The two sisters opened their eyes wide and looked at Xiaohua expectantly. Xiaohua stood on the coffee table and blew hard with her mouth like a toad. As it continued to blow air, its belly became bigger and bigger. Finally, Xiaohua blew herself up into a round, plump object the size of a basketball. There is a white patch under the belly. Due to the pull of the round body, Xiaohua's eyes became smaller and her beak became sunken, almost invisible. That's it. Hualingyu looked at the funny little ball in front of him and laughed. Xiaohua, are you sure you can still fly like this? Xiaohua was not convinced and said, Brother Hua, not only can I fly, I can also fly higher and farther. Hualingyu didn't understand. Then why don't you transform normally? Do you think this big ball is too ugly? Xiaohua snorted coldly and ignored Hualingyu. Snort. Brother Hua, why should I transform? Humph. Are you amused by the transformation into a big ball? Hee. I'll ignore you. I'll ignore you. Hualingyu looked at Xiaohua, who tilted his head to the side, looking angry, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Oh, Brother Hua is still angry? Haha, don't be angry, don't be angry. Brother Hua is still the most handsome in the universe. When Xiaohua heard Hualingyu praising him for being handsome, he turned around and his expression became happy. Emohan put the food bag containing flares on Xiaohua's paw and hung it on her paw. Said, Xiaohua, I will leave the space immediately, open the window, and you fly out. Yeah. Xiaohua nodded. Since everyone's head was almost retracted into the ball, whether Xiaohua nodded or not was all based on everyone's intuition. Xiaohua grabbed the food bag with her enlarged claws. Emohan thought about it, and the bulletproof car left the space. You can go out now, Xiaohua. Emohan looked out the window and made sure there were no monsters around. The little flower flew out of the window in a flash. Hua Lingrong asked from behind Emohan, Brother Han, how do you know Xiaohua can transform? I accidentally saw it change. Emohan smiled. That time, when he was about to go to the bathroom, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a large ball with sparse feathers standing on the sink. Emohan was scared and thought it was a mutant monster from somewhere. He took out a hammer from the space and wanted to kill it and throw it away, but the big ball suddenly spoke. Brother Han, it's me, the super cute little flower. Emohan knew from that time that Xiaohua could not only speak and sense danger, but also transform. Although it can't change much in size after the transformation, it will become very strong after the transformation. A pair of claws can withstand at least 50 kilograms of pulling force. I just don't know if there is still room for improvement in Xiaohua's ability. Although 50 kilograms of strength is powerless, it will always come in handy. For example, now, when the signal is sent out to lure away the monsters, it is time for Xiaohua's chicken ability to come into play. After Xiaohua flew out of the window, Emohan put the bulletproof car into the space again. Everyone waited in the bulletproof car for Xiaohua to finalize the matter. Xiaohua, after flying out of the window, underestimated the height of the monster. I flew a little low when I started. Accidentally, he hit the monster's neck. The pain was so severe that it saw stars and felt dizzy. He was not careful and fell to the ground, under the feet of the monster. The monster's chaotic running steps forced the little flower on the ground to run around trying to avoid it. It screamed, oh my god, oh my, whose big, thick feet are these? They're so ugly. Ouch, the baby is scared to death. While avoiding those big feet, after dodging, he found the right position and flew up from the ground in panic. This man didn't dare to be careless and flew straight into the sky, far above the heads of those big monsters. The monsters were roaring in chaos and did not notice Xiaohua's existence. Xiaohua flew all the way westward, towards the underground abyss. When it was almost reaching the crack in the abyss, it looked up in the air and saw no place for it to land. Xiaohua turned in the air and came up with an idea. It decided to fly and land on the body of one of the big monsters. It was pitch black at night, and the monsters couldn't see it. It's so hot, Xiaohua said as she stopped on the head of a huge monster, stretched her neck, and looked down. He shook the food bag in his claws, and all the flares fell onto the huge monster. Then roll off its body. Bang. Pa. Pa. Pa pa pa. The flares exploded with a crackling sound, and the moment Xiaohua stood up and flew away, she was accidentally slapped to the ground by the panicked giant monster's claws. The huge force of the impact caused Xiaohua to fall backwards repeatedly while high in the air. Fall backwards and fall at high speed. Bang. The little flower fell on the branch of a towering tree, with its round body sandwiched between two branches. After struggling for a long time with no movement, Xiaohua had to blow hard to turn herself into her usual little parrot appearance. Just flew up from the tree branch. Emohan turned off all the lights of the bulletproof car, took the bulletproof car out of the space, and waited for Xiaohua in the dark. However, Xiaohua did not fly back. Afraid that the monster would smell the bulletproof car, Emohan put the bulletproof car back into the space. Release it again. After repeating this 3 times, Xiaohua finally flew back with great effort. Emohan quickly opened the window. Xiaohua flew in from the window and jumped onto the coffee table, but because she couldn't stand steadily, she fell on it. Emohan frowned and took a few big steps forward. Xiaohua, is your leg injured? Emohan picked up Xiaohua from the coffee table and saw that its left leg was broken. He couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Xiaohua was probably in so much pain that she stuttered. It hurts so much. It hurts so much, baby. Xiaohua fainted before she finished her sentence. Emohan quickly took out gauze, bandages, hydrogen peroxide, pliers, labels, and other things from the space. Use a cotton swab dipped in hydrogen peroxide to disinfect the flowers. Then he gently put Xiaohua's broken legs together and fixed them with gauze and bandages. Xiaohua woke up from the pain several times, screaming in pain. In order to get up, Dabing and Yaoji had a look of heartache in their eyes. The 2 Hua sisters felt bad seeing Xiaohua like this. Hualingyu usually loves to bicker with Xiaohua, but now seeing Xiaohua in unbearable pain due to a broken leg, he feels sad and can't help but stroke its little head again and again. The black big head sleeping on the washing machine cover couldn't help but shout anxiously in his nest, "Ga." Emohan felt very guilty after finally fixing Xiaohua's leg. Suddenly, a plan came to my mind. Chapter 126. How about we abandon the car and run away? Emohan wanted to find someone with healing powers. In this way, even if a member of the team got injured accidentally in the future, the person with healing powers could heal the person by simply placing his hand gently on the wound. However, I have never heard of anyone with healing abilities in my previous life. I don't know whether it exists in this world or not. Perhaps such people with special abilities existed in previous lives, but they had no attacking abilities, only healing abilities. In order to prevent others from competing for their abilities, they would generally not reveal their abilities easily. If it were exposed, he might be caught by the authorities and sliced into pieces for research. Hualingrong saw Emohan sitting on the sofa, staring at Xiaohua with gauze wrapped around his legs, and asked, "What are you thinking about, Brother Han?" Emohan came back to his senses and said to Hualingrong, "I was thinking, I should find someone with healing abilities to join our team." "A person with healing abilities?" Hualingrongjiu asked in surprise. "Brother Han, I've only seen people like this in apocalyptic novels. Are there really such people?" Emohan laughed dumbly. "Girl, dinosaurs have come to reality. So what's so strange about people with special abilities? Don't I have a space too?" Hualingyu stuck out her tongue. "That's true. This world is different now." Emohan walked to the driver's seat, started the car, and rushed forward while all the huge monsters were attracted by the flares released by Xiaohua. Along the way, the car's speed soared to more than 200 yards. Fortunately, the giant monster's attention was not attracted by the flares, and there were no large monsters on the road, just small soldiers and monsters, nothing to be afraid of. Emohan drove the bulletproof car directly into them, instantly making their skin burst. The car drove all the way towards G City. On the way, Emohan and Hualingrong took turns driving every 4 or 5 hours. The weather is still hot and humid, but it is no longer as high as the initial temperature of 58 or 59 degrees. The temperature outside should be around 50 degrees now, but it is still hot. When the car was returning to City G, it encountered a large obstacle on the road. Emohan put the bulletproof car into his own space, and then released the car after slowly crawling over the obstacle. Occasionally, a survivor's car would drive into an area with obstacles, and a group of people would have to get out of the car and clear the obstacle before they could pass. But Emohan doesn't need it. He would use external force to lure the group of people away, then quickly put the car into the space, walk forward a few steps, and quickly release the car. Basically, no one noticed his action. If there weren't 2 people in the space who couldn't use the space flash ability, Emohan would have used the flash ability. In that case, no one would be able to detect his existence. It was almost dawn, and when passing another obstacle, Imohan saw a group of people ahead, clearing obstacles on the other side of the fork in the road. Imohan put the car into the space from a distance. Then, wearing an old man's hat, he walked to the obstacle from a distance and climbed over it. After climbing over the obstacle and walking a little further away, he took out the missile vehicle and drove away. One of the survivors, who was peeing on the road without telling anyone, discovered that Imohan had put the car into the space and went back to tell everyone. Just now, a car seemed to have driven over, rolled over the obstacle, and drove away. It seemed that there was someone, an old man, controlling it. Everyone was concentrating on their work and didn't notice any vehicles passing by. Damn it, you don't do your job properly, and you're just bragging. Are you hallucinating? There are so many vehicles, scrap metal, and rocks piled up over there. Is there any car that can crawl over there? You wouldn't be infected with the zombie virus and mutated, would you? For a moment, everyone looked at him intently. The team leader came over and pulled all his clothes to make sure he had no wounds before not kicking him out of the team. Everyone was talking at the same time, and in the end, when they saw Imohan disappear, they all suspected that their eyes were blurry. Yes, if it wasn't for blurry eyes, how could one explain the car being able to flip over the obstacle? Of course, Imohan knew that someone had seen him, but it didn't matter. He had taken the license plate of the bulletproof car. There was no license plate or license, and it was not yet completely light, so all he could see was a dark mass. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the car finally returned to City G. Before entering the city, Imohan put away the bulletproof car and replaced it with an ordinary van. In human society, it is better to be cautious. After all, having experienced the misery of his previous life, he understood that human nature is sometimes far more terrifying than the fangs of a monster. Traffic on the city streets used to be relatively smooth, but now it is no longer so. There are vehicles lying all over the place, parked in a haphazard manner. In every car, there is at least one zombie, whose body is rotting and struggling and screaming constantly. They roared, but didn't know how to climb out of the cab, just screaming in the car. Most of the vehicles were badly damaged. It was probably because people were driving out to find food and accidentally encountered an emergency, so the vehicles had to collide with each other. There were roaring zombies everywhere around the car. The speed is not fast, but the number is quite large, which seriously hinders traffic. I can't believe it. I've only been away for less than 10 days, and I've come back to see a devastated place. Humans' fighting power is really too weak. If I don't awaken my special powers, it would be even more unrealistic than a fairy tale to survive in this society full of demons. Hualingrong sat in the van, looking at the zombies roaring outside the window, and sighed. In front of the van were several cars parked in a haphazard and overlapping manner. They stopped here and couldn't get through. The two Hua sisters were sitting in the car, so Imohan was unable to use his space flash ability. There is no way, this road is blocked, so I have to find another one. He restarted the car, changed direction, and chose another route. However, the car didn't drive far before it was blocked by a crisscross of cars and zombies. The two Hua sisters just thought that he had nowhere to go and liked the place where he originally lived. Imohan's purpose was not the house there. He just wanted to come back to see what the current situation in the city was like, and by the way, kill the people who had pried open the Hua sisters' room that day. Let the Hua sisters see what the cruel end of the world is like. If you show mercy and don't kill your enemy when he's dealing with you, he will definitely kill you if he gets the chance. This is to prevent the sisters from making important mistakes in the future due to being soft-hearted. Brother Han, what should we do? There are things blocking the road everywhere. Hualingrong asked as she looked at the grinning zombies surrounding the car in 3 layers. Imohan frowned and threatened her deliberately. How about we abandon the car and run away? Chapter 127, Refuge. Hualingrong was not afraid, and said with a righteous look on her face, Brother Han, I'll do what you say. Ah no, if I go out, I will immediately fall into the mouths of zombies. I'm scared. Hualing refused. When she thought of the scene of being pounced on and bitten to death by zombies as soon as she got out of the car, she felt trembling all over. Brother Han, how about we not go back to where we live now and find a new place to live? Hualingrong suggested. Imohan looked out the window. There were too many zombies. Well, you two sisters stay in the car. I'll go down and kill a few mid-level zombies, get the crystal cores, and come back. Hey, Brother Han. Hualingrong wanted to remind him to be aware of the danger. Imohan had already gotten off the car. Because of his awakened special powers, his hearing, speed, and agility are now much faster than before. So, after he used Space Flash to get out of the car, in less than 3 minutes, he got into the van covered in blood with a handful of crystal cores. From beginning to end, the two Hua sisters only saw zombies being shot in the head. As to who had blown the head off or what had blown it off, the two sisters stared with their eyes wide open for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Of course, the two people who followed him closely and knew him well didn't know where Imohan was, and those who were hiding behind the windows of the residential buildings naturally couldn't see what was happening outside. When Imohan used flash to open the car door and got in, behind the window of a building, a brother and sister, an adult and a girl, stared at the van below with bulging eyes. The younger brother pointed to the street downstairs, next to the van, and said, "Sister, it's so strange. It seems like there is some mysterious power. The zombies next to the van were shot in the head." My sister also noticed the following situation. "How scary. Is there a demon?" The brother and sister quickly drew the curtains and sat back on the sofa, not daring to say a word. In another room, a man in his 30s looked at the van downstairs and said to the other two men in the room, "See? There are two beautiful women sitting in the van. I really want to go down and grab one to play with." Another man said disdainfully, "Catch one for fun? What a joke. There are so many zombies down there. Do you dare to go out? Use your hands if you need it." Ha ha. Disgusting laughter from several men was heard in the room. "Oh, that's not right. Why did the door open automatically? When did a man get in the car?" Imohan returned to the driver's seat and sat down. "Put the crystal core in your hand into the space as well." Although he already has 14 huge king-level crystal cores that he has not eaten, it is only a matter of time before he can obtain some intermediate-level crystal cores, which will also be beneficial to the improvement of his supernatural powers. Why not do it? We drove the van back along the same route we had taken. On the way, a resident of the community opened the window and shouted loudly, "Hey, people in the van, can you take us away? Kind little brother, could you please send some food up?" The two Hua sisters sat in the back seat of the van, one facing the window. Hearing someone outside calling for help, Hua Lingrong had a sullen face and said nothing. Hua Lingyu kept chirping, "Brother Han, someone is calling for help." Imohan said, "Ignore them. We are not the Virgin Mary. Can we save so many people?" Hua Lingyu nodded helplessly. "I am indeed kind, but with so many survivors, how can I save them?" Imohan is a person who will never let go of any flaws. The reason he came to the city was to return to the Rose Garden community where they used to live and find those bad guys who would definitely break into their house. Let the Hua sisters know what evil human hearts are. Now seeing the zombies all over the ground, I suddenly feel that it is unnecessary. Those are all losers. Imohan doesn't need to do anything himself. They will run out of food in a few days and will be killed by zombies as soon as they go out. Well, now, Imohan should go back to his underground shelter. "Brother Han, where are we going now?" Hua Lingrong saw that Imohan didn't say a word along the way and drove forward familiarly, as if there was some direction to go. As for me, Imohan turned around and looked at Hua Lingrong's pretty face. Unlike her younger sister Hua Lingyu's lively side, Hua Lingrong was obviously more calm and at the same time, gentle yet strong. "Take you to a mysterious place?" Hua Lingrong looked at him mysteriously and couldn't help but laugh. "How mysterious is it?" Hua Lingyu also quickly leaned forward and said, "Brother Han, tell me what you have to say. Don't keep me in suspense. It's so uncomfortable." Imohan still said the same thing. Surprise. Surprise. The two sisters, who didn't get an answer, sat back on the sofa with boredom, but at the same time, they couldn't help looking out the window from time to time to see where Imohan was going. The route Imohan took back from Nanyang City was not the same route he was taking to the underground shelter. When they came to Nanyang City, there were not so many obstacles. It was not until they reached the urban area that Imohan and his party's van was unable to pass because of the shabby vehicles and zombies. There are not so many zombies and vehicles on the way to the underground shelter now. All the way out of the city, heading towards the new city area. So, the trip was relatively smooth. When he arrived near the underground shelter, Imohan was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, parked the car far away. With binoculars in hand, he scanned the surroundings to make sure there were no suspicious people around. Imohan drove the van to the roof of the shelter and said to the two sisters, "Get out of the car." The two sisters got out of the car, and Dabing and Yaoji followed suit. Xiaohua and Haidedu were not in the van. Imohan put them in the space. Imohan got out of the car and walked forward to the center of the shelter roof. But he didn't step on it, but stood beside it. After the two sisters, Dabing and Yao Ji stood up together and surrounded Imohan. Imohan took a step forward and stepped into the middle of the top cover. Crash. The ground beneath the feet of several people suddenly loosened and a crack opened up to both sides. The Hua sisters grabbed Imohan's arms tightly and screamed in panic. What is this? What the hell is this?" It was also the first time for Dabing and Yaoji to come here. They stretched their heads and looked into the middle of the crack. only to see a huge, dark pit. The two dogs were so frightened that they shrank their necks and quickly took a few steps back. Emohan patted the two Hua sisters on the shoulders and comforted them. It's okay. It's okay. Hua Lingrong looked back at the huge dark pit and trembled as she said, Brother Han, could this be another underground abyss? The underground abyss. Hua Lingyu dragged Emohan's arm and looked down with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, an elevator stopped right in front of them. Emohan took the lead and stepped forward, reaching out to pull Hua Lingrong up. It's okay, come up. Hua Lingyu continued to drag Emohan's arm, and when Emohan got on the elevator, she followed him up. Dabing and Yaoji were quite scared at first, but when they saw their master getting on the elevator, they no longer hesitated and rushed into the elevator one after another. Chapter 128 Two Wives, which one do you like better? Standing in the elevator, after the initial dizziness, Hua Lingrong looked at the four walls of the elevator and said in surprise, Brother Han, can I see the surrounding conditions of the nearby mountains from these walls? Emohan nodded. You can see the scene within a few miles. Hua Lingrong's little mouth opened into an O shape. She put lipstick on it, and it looks pink and tender. Hua Lingrong stood close to Emohan, right in front of him. When Emohan lowered his head, he saw her tender lips. He was a little distracted for a moment and wanted to bend over to taste the lipstick. However, a few seconds later, the elevator had dropped 30 meters below and arrived. He quickly came to his senses. As the elevator went down, the cracks on the ground closed automatically. There were trees and grass on top, and no one could find any trace of the cracks. In the cave, the surroundings were brightly lit, and a conical dome appeared under the feet of several people. The two Hua sisters stood on the conical dome cover, and the expressions on their faces could no longer be described as surprise. Brother Han, where exactly is this? Hua Lingrong, who was always calm, couldn't help herself. Hua Lingyu landed on the ground, not as scared as before, but more surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Emohan stretched out his foot and stepped on a button on the top cover, and a thick brown door rose from the top cover. A panel appeared on the door. The light from the panel swept across Emohan and the two beauties beside him, and a voice said, Hey, master, not bad. You went outside and brought back two wives. Emohan said to the panel on the door, Don't talk nonsense, they are my friends. The panel seemed to have not heard and asked on its own. Two beauties, who do you like best? Please answer. 1. The short-haired beauty on the left. 2. The long-haired beauty on the right. Please choose. Emohan twitched his lips and really wanted to pull out the artificial intelligence in the panel and slap it a few times. Who do you like? Can you just choose it at random? I like both, isn't that okay? The two sisters didn't say anything, just looked at Emohan quietly, waiting to hear him say who he likes more. After all, both sisters like Emohan very much. I refuse to answer this question. Try another one. Emohan was unwilling to make a choice. I had no choice but to pick up the pancake and the chicken from the ground and put them in front of the panel. The panel was so happy to see the two cute furry little ones that its voice was trembling as it spoke. Master, since you brought back two cute little friends, I won't let you make a choice. Just sing a song before you go in. Okay, you're smart. Emohan sang Little Rabbit loudly in front of the panel. The two sisters saw his funny look and tried to hold back their laughter at first, but later they couldn't help it and burst into laughter. After Emohan finished singing Brother, the artificial intelligence panel did not make things difficult for Emohan. It directly opened the door and let the 3 people and 2 dogs in. As soon as they entered the door and saw the magnificent scene, the 2 sisters couldn't help themselves. Look here and there. No wonder Emohan had been hiding it before. It turns out this really is a treasure trove. The 2 sisters were like 2 country girls who had never seen the world. They looked here and there in the brightly lit room. Wow! Hua Lingyu looked up and saw 2 large rooms in the very spacious hall. One was labeled Monitoring Area and the other was labeled Medical Area. Ran into the surveillance area curiously. Inside the monitoring area, there were large screens everywhere, which could monitor every inch of land within a few miles of the entire shelter. Hua Lingrong said in surprise, Brother Han, how do you have such a treasure place? It's amazing. From now on, even if someone sets their sights on the shelter, we can see it in the surveillance in advance and think of a way to deal with it. Emohan smiled and said, No need to think of a solution. This surveillance is actually useless. Even if someone comes, I'm not afraid. This house can't be destroyed by planes or cannons. The master who designed it said that the only thing that could break it was an underground volcanic eruption, which is dozens of times more powerful than an atomic bomb. Other than that, no one can shake this solid fortress. Hua Lingyu asked in a desperate tone, Brother Han, what if the volcano really erupts? What should we do? Imo-han thought about it. The volcanic eruption in the previous life occurred 2 years after the end of the world, and the location of the eruption was not here, but several provinces away. The strong waves caused by the volcanic eruption had little impact on City G. Later, the volcanic eruption caused the trees in the mountains to burn, which affected people in City G and even the whole world. However, with Imo-han's rebirth in this life, many things have changed. A volcano may occur earlier or later. It could break out here, it could break out there. Imo-han shook his head and said, logically speaking, there won't be an eruption in the short term. If it's really that unlucky, and the volcano has to erupt right under this shelter, then we can only accept it. Hua Lingrong smiled and said, how can it be such a coincidence? Don't worry, Brother Han. It's not such a coincidence. Imo-han nodded. Right? I hope it's not that coincidental. Otherwise, spending tens of billions of dollars in vain is just a small matter. It would be a shame if such a good place were lost. The two sisters chirped like two happy magpies. Dabing and Yaoji were also looking around, looking like they had never seen the world before. Haha, just like when Imo-han came down for the first time, his face was completely confused and shocked. Imo-han took the two sisters and two puppies to visit the first floor and then the second floor. The second floor is the food storage area and general merchandise storage area. Because Imo-han didn't put anything in there, there were rows of neatly classified shelves, but nothing else. It's food and department stores, isn't that simple? Imo-han stood in the middle of the room. With a thought, all kinds of packaged foods and general merchandise in the space came out of the space and were all piled at Imo-han's feet. However, the space is super large and there are a lot of things inside. What is taken out is only 1/10,000th. Once these things leave the space, they will no longer be preserved. I'll just take some out for your convenience. The two Hua sisters, after being surprised and praising Imo-han, quickly put the items on the shelves according to the types of food and general merchandise. Mohan also worked with the two sisters. It took me half an hour to put everything away. Imo-han suddenly missed the time in his previous life when his supernatural powers were upgraded to the intermediate level, allowing him to pick up objects through the air and control the surrounding objects. If I had upgraded my supernatural power to the intermediate level like in my previous life, I wouldn't have to place all these things myself. I could just wave my hand, and they would all be in their proper places. Finally, it's done. Hua Lingyu clapped her hands. Thinking that these things would belong to her and her sister in the future, she couldn't help but be excited. If Xiaohua was here and saw so much food, she would be very happy. Hey, where's Xiaohua? Xiaohua. Imo-han just realized that Xiaohua and Haidetu were still in his own space. He quickly thought about it and released Xiaohua from the space. Chapter 129 Brother Han, help? Help. Wow, where's this? As soon as Xiaohua came out of the space, he looked around like a country bumpkin, staring with a pair of small eyes. Suddenly, hiss. Xiaohua fell straight to the ground and shouted to Mohan in pain. Brother Han, help, help, help. Dabing and Yaoji ran over and used the doggy style to comfort Xiaohua, licking her face fiercely. Its face and head were covered with saliva and bad breath after being licked. Wow! Xiaohua screamed and fainted from the stench. Imo-han was talking to the two Hua sisters nearby and had completely forgotten that Xiaohua's leg was broken and still bandaged. I guess Xiaohua herself forgot that she was locked in a space and was suddenly able to come out and breathe fresh air. She was so excited. Dear! The wound on the leg split open. Xiaohua, Xiaohua, wake up! Imo-han picked up Xiaohua from the ground, put it on a chair next to the food shelf, and called it softly. Xiaohua didn't wake up. She really fainted. Imo-han doesn't know any medicine and can't find a doctor now, so he can only give Xiaohua random treatment. First, I gently cut the bloody gauze with scissors, applied some hydrogen peroxide to the bloody wound, and then tied it up again with gauze. During the tying process, Xiaohua felt so much pain that she woke up. It found that Imo-han was tying gauze around it, and it was enduring the pain bravely, but its whole body was shaking, suggesting that it was in extreme pain. The Hua sisters gathered around the chair and looked at it worriedly, but since they had no medical skills, they were powerless to do anything. Imo-han finally bandaged Xiaohua, but Xiaohua fell into coma again. Dabing and Yaoji were screaming with worry nearby. Imo-han held Xiaohua in his arms and said to the two sisters, let's go to the living area first and settle Xiaohua down. I'll take you to visit other places we haven't visited another day. Okay, Brother Han. Okay. The two sisters obediently followed Imo-han into the elevator in the middle of the room. Dabing and Yaoji also rushed into the elevator quickly. In less than a second, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The 4th floor is the living area. As you enter the door, you will see a spacious public living room, which is decorated luxuriously and beautifully. There is a large screen hanging on the background wall of the living room, making it look like a home theater. There is a potted tree on each side of the screen. The one on the left is an evergreen tree, and the one on the right is a money tree. The two potted trees are growing green and strong. Hua Lingyu bent down and sniffed the tender green leaves. He hummed and said, "It smells fresh." Brother Han, this means that this underground shelter is ventilated. Otherwise, how can the plants survive? Hua Lingrong laughed softly. Fool, this place is 30 meters above the ground. How can there be ventilation? Hua Lingyu shook her head. Impossible. If there is no ventilation, why don't we suffer from lack of oxygen? Emohan walked over, touched his evergreen tree, and said, "There is an oxygen circulation system underground, so there will be no lack of oxygen." Wow, Hua Lingyu said in amazement. Brother Han, this is really amazing. Hua Lingyu felt that she was greatly shocked today. Underground shelters, artificial intelligence panels, oxygen circulation systems, all of which are beyond my usual understanding of life. There are two long and wide leather sofas in the middle of the living room in the living area. In front of the sofa is an exquisite and beautiful staggered coffee table. Emohan walked over and sat down on the sofa. Holding the unconscious Xiaohua in his hand, he thought about it and took out a toy nest from the space. Put the small flowers in a nest and place it on the coffee table. Take the big blackhead out of the space and put it next to Xiaohua. Although Blackhead is still just an eagle cub, he seems to be very sensible. Emohan released it from the space, and its nest was placed side by side with Xiaohua's nest. Blackhead struggled to support his weak body, turned his head to look at Xiaohua, then looked at his legs wrapped in gauze, and called a few times. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't respond, Haidude turned and looked at Emohan blankly. Ga. Although it couldn't speak, there was no way Emohan couldn't understand the question in its eyes. Xiaohua was injured and passed out. Emohan leaned forward a little and said to Hey Datu, are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Haidu too is still very small, just an eagle cub, but he is very smart and can fully understand what Emohan says. It has been hungry all day from last night until now. I'm so hungry that I almost don't have the strength to even cry. As soon as Emohan mentioned food, Blackhead immediately nodded vigorously. Emohan looked at its clever and obedient appearance and said with a smile, "Well, very good, very obedient." With a thought, he took out a piece of bread from the space and said to the blackhead, "Do you want to eat this?" The black-headed creature stretched its head over to smell it, then looked at the bread in Emohan's hand. It doesn't look like the meat I usually eat. But now Xiaohua was unconscious and there was no bird to feed her, so she had to be very aware of the situation and open her mouth to bite the bread in Emohan's hand. Hua Lingrong stood nearby and saw Emohan feeding the little eagle like this, and said worriedly, "No, Brother Han, Xiaohua usually chews the food in her mouth and then feeds it to the big black eagle. Aren't you afraid that it will choke to death?" Emohan smiled and said, "Blackhead is not stupid. He knows whether he will be choked or not. It is more convenient for him to bite the bread by himself. Right, Blackhead?" The black-headed man looked up at Hua Lingrong, nodded and cackled a few times. Hua Lingyu looked at Hey Datu with a surprised expression, then looked at Emohan and Hua Lingyu. Damn it. This world is so weird. How can any random bird be so human-like and even understand what other people are saying? Emohan laughed and said, "Silly girl, isn't this a miracle? Even dinosaurs have come into reality." "Oh yes." Hua Lingyu scratched his hair and suddenly remembered that they had not yet visited the living area. He quickly pulled Hua Lingrong to look at each room. Emohan sat lazily on the sofa, and the sisters' clear laughter could be heard from the suite from time to time. "Brother Han, you are so smart. This house is so beautifully decorated." The two sisters came out of the suite. Hua Lingyu sat down on the sofa next to Emohan, saying happy words with uncontrollable excitement on her face. When he was excited, he turned around and grabbed Emohan's shoulders and shook him hard. Hua Lingrong squatted beside the coffee table, looking at Xiaohua who was sleeping and Haidetu who was still chewing breadcrumbs. Hua Lingrong was also very happy and kept saying that Emohan was smart. Emohan slowly lost himself in the praise of these two beauties. "Suddenly I feel that I have great masculine charm." This underground shelter seemed as if it was designed and built by him personally. He is the most awesome designer. Thinking of Wang Feng, the extraordinary genius, Emohan felt sorry for him. However, if he hadn't died, Emohan and others would not be among the people living here today. So, it's better that he died. Chapter 130 Advanced 9D High Technology. "No, I'm too sleepy after not sleeping all night," Emohan said to the Hua sisters. "I need to sleep first." With a thought, he took out a pile of bedding sets from the space. "Pick some and see if there's anything you like. Once you've picked one, I'll trouble you to help make the bed." "Haha, you know, men are not particularly good at making the bed." Hua Lingrong smiled and said, "It's okay, Brother Han. Teach me how to make the bed next time." "Well, Lingrong, you're so nice." Emo Han didn't hesitate to praise her. If she could warm the bed at the same time, that would be even better. However, we have to take things slowly and not scare away the sisters. "Brother Han, I can also make the bed for you." Hua Lingyu was originally sitting side by side with him on the sofa, and now she deliberately squeezed closer to him. Emo Han smiled and said, Okay, sisters, make the bed together. We can warm the bed together. This one looks great. This one looks good too. This one works too. I like this one too." The two sisters picked out their favorite pieces one by one from the pile of 4-piece bedding sets. After choosing for a long time, they found that they liked many of the sets. Emo Han smiled and said, "Then leave it in the closet in your own room so you can change it later." Emo Han himself randomly picked a yellow set with a sunflower pattern. It wasn't that he particularly liked sunflowers, he just picked one up and said, "This is it." The two sisters quickly helped Emo Han make the bed. While making the bed, Emo Han went to the bathroom to take a shower. There is hot water in the bathroom 24 hours a day. The 6th floor of the shelter has water filtration equipment and power generation equipment, and water and electricity are circulated around the clock to all floors of the shelter. Therefore, there is hot water in the bathrooms in the living area every day. Because there is electricity, the house is also designed with a smart air conditioner that can adjust itself to suit the human body's temperature based on the temperature in the room. Of course, if Emo Han doesn't like the temperature in the room, he can adjust it himself. Because he had been driving all night and was highly concentrated, Emo Han fell asleep quickly. In order to facilitate everyone's daily life, there are 3 standard houses in the living area, but the two Hua sisters did not choose to live in another one, but directly lived in one with Emo Han. Emo Han slept in the master bedroom, and the two sisters slept in the 2 secondary bedrooms. It was the first time that Emo Han slept in his own shelter, and he slept very soundly. All kinds of comfort. When I woke up naturally, I looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. You can't see outside from the shelter, and you can't tell the difference between day and night. However, when Wang Feng designed it, he specially designed several smart windows. The windows are served by large screens, and the scenery on the screens changes constantly throughout the day. In the early morning, it is a hazy scene. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. At dusk, the sky is full of blue clouds. At night, the new moon is hanging in the sky. Although it looks fake, it is much more comfortable than a bare wall. Emo Han got up and went to the bathroom, and the two sisters woke up at the same time. "Girls, get up, the nightlife has begun." Emo Han put on big slippers, a black t-shirt, and big black shorts. I walked into the living room and moved the small flower and the black-headed nest on the coffee table to a leather chair next to the dining table. Both guys were still sleeping with their necks stretched under their wings. "I can really sleep," Emo Han said, then sat back on the sofa and turned on the huge home theater opposite the sofa. Transfer all the movies downloaded on the tablet to the home theater for playback. When the music starts, the sound of the speakers around the house has a great three-dimensional effect. The two sisters washed up in the bathroom and sat on the sofa where Emo Han was sitting. The sofa is wide and big, not to mention 3 people. Even if there are 3 more people, it won't feel crowded. "What do you want to see?" Emo Han turned his head and asked the two sisters. "What are you looking at?" "I can't think of one." Hua Lingrong said. "Just any one. Brother Han, you choose." Hua Lingyu stared at the screen with bulging eyes, looking at the moving light spots on the screen, and said, "That's it. Brother Han, look at the Ghost King." Emo Han smiled and said, "Are you sure? It's quite scary." Hua Lingrong smiled and said, "Brother Han, we are not afraid of zombies, so how could we be afraid of ghosts in movies?" Hua Lingyu also looked nonchalant and said, "That's right, I was afraid of ghosts before, but now I am not afraid anymore. Since you're not afraid, let's start." Emo Han got up from the sofa and took out 3 9D glasses from the drawer under the huge screen. He handed it to the two sisters and said, "Put this on and watch. It will be more exciting." The two sisters put on their glasses. Hua Lingyu quickly took off his glasses again. "Brother Han, these are just ordinary glasses, nothing special." "Huh?" Emo Han chuckled. "Sit down, I'll adjust the sofa." Amid the sisters' surprise, Emo Han walked to the far right end of the sofa and gently pressed a button hidden in the sofa. After a few rustling sounds, a sofa suddenly had some huge tentacles extending from the back, swaying around the people. Hua Lingrong curiously touched the tentacles on the sofa and asked, "What is this?" Emo Han said, "You will know when you watch the movie later." While everyone was sleeping, Dabing and Yaoji had already run through all 6 floors of the shelter, trying every big thing and small button inside. Except for the water filtration area and power generation area on the 6th floor, They dared not touch anything. Because the sixth floor was too noisy, it was buzzing all the time. So the two puppies went down to that floor and felt it was too high-tech. They couldn't play with it and were a little scared. The two puppies just ran to the food area to steal some snacks. When I returned to the living area, I saw Mo Han, and the other two were all wearing glasses. They walked up to Mo Han and barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Before the movie started, Mo Han took off his glasses and asked, "Do you two want to wear them?" The two dogs nodded. "Here." Mo Han raised his chin. "It's in the drawer under the big screen. Go get it." Dabing and Yaoji excitedly rushed to the big screen, opened the drawer with their mouths, and each took out a pair of glasses from the drawer. I followed the three others' example and put on my glasses. There was a big imperial chair on the sofa, and two TV-addicted puppies sat on it, watching a movie with Mo Han and the other two. However, the two dogs felt it was a little strange. The screen they saw with the glasses looked a little weird. It doesn't feel like watching a movie, but rather like walking into the movie and seeing the main characters doing the things. The movie begins, and the first scene is a super exciting horror scene. A second ago, Hua Lingyu was still praising, "Wow, the 3D effect is so good, it's worthy of being a 9D movie." Hua Lingrong also nodded and said, "It doesn't feel like I'm watching a movie, but rather I feel like I'm in the movie itself." The next second, a female ghost climbed out of the well, scaring the two sisters so much that they screamed, "Ah! Ah! How terrible!" Unexpectedly, the female ghost was crawling towards the two sisters step by step. As he crawled, he came out of the TV. Chapter 131. Hugging girls on both sides. How can I describe how great it is with just one word? Give me back my life. A female ghost came out of the TV and kept crawling forward until she arrived in front of the protagonist in the movie. Suddenly, he grabbed the protagonist's pants. At this moment, the tentacles on the sofa pulled the pants of several people very appropriately. "Ah, no. Ah." After the two sisters screamed, they both rushed into Mo Han's arms. Mo Han sat calmly on the sofa, holding one in each hand with a smile on his face. Late at night, watching a horror movie with girls on both sides. How cool. The two sisters were frightened and huddled in Mo Han's arms, hugging him tightly. But he was very curious, so he squinted his eyes and looked at the big screen furtively. Dabing and Yaoji were watching the movie with great interest when they were suddenly frightened by the female ghost in the movie. Then they became even more frightened when the two Hua sisters screamed. As soon as the two sisters threw themselves into Mo Han's arms, the two dogs jumped onto Mo Han's knees, huddled in front of Mo Han, and couldn't help shaking all over. "Hey, what's wrong with you two?" Mo Han used both of his hands to hug the two sisters of the Hua family, and with Fatty Pancake and Monster Chicken sitting on his legs, he had no freedom at all. He shook his legs, trying to shake off the pancake and the chicken. It's fine if you say that a beautiful woman needs comfort, but how can two dogs need comfort? Or two male ones. They got so scared after watching a horror movie. They don't look brave enough like a man at all. I shook it a few times, but it wouldn't move. The two Hua sisters, two dogs, were like dogskin plasters, clinging tightly to Mo Han. While holding them, Mo Han had to endure the occasional screams from the two sisters. Even Dabing and Yaoji were frightened and started barking "woof woof woof" while trying hard to get into Mo Han's crotch. Mo Han was only wearing thin shorts, and the two dogs took turns stepping on certain parts of his body. After stepping on them for a while, Mo Han shook his legs and they moved away a little. Then step on it again after a while. The pancake's tail swung rhythmically, brushing against Mo Han's important parts constantly. Holding two beauties in his arms and smelling the fragrance on their heads, it was clearly a very pleasant smell, but for some reason, Mo Han felt very uncomfortable at this moment. I feel uncomfortable both physically and mentally. It itches so much. As for why it's uncomfortable, I think every man would understand. Unless he is a fake man. After finally finishing a tower movie, Mo Han reached out for the remote control on the armrest of the sofa and turned on the living room lights. In an instant, the whole living room was bright. There was air conditioning and the indoor temperature was just right, but Mo Han was covered in sweat. I don't know if it was because the two sisters and two dogs kept him too warm, or if he himself was just feeling too itchy inside. It's so scary. Hua Lingyu took off his glasses and saw Mo Han sweating profusely. He smiled and said, "Brother Han, you said you wouldn't be scared, but you're sweating from fear." Mo Han smiled awkwardly. How can this be explained? Hua Lingrong took out a pack of napkins from her pocket, pulled out one and wiped Mo Han's face, comforting him. "It's okay, Brother Han, we won't laugh at you. Men also have weaknesses." "Well, thank you, big sister." Mo Han let Hua Lingrong peck at his face with a napkin like a chicken pecking at rice, and got up from the sofa. "I'm going to the bathroom to take a shower." In the bathroom, Mo Han turned on the faucet, adjusted it to warm water, and rinsed himself from head to toe. Only then did he feel refreshed. I haven't touched a woman for a long time, and recently I feel a little, angry. Thinking of the word angry, Imo Han's eyes unknowingly saw the icy yet beautiful face of the female police officer Lin Yin. After many days, no one knows how Lin Yin is doing now. She went to the pharmacy to get medicine in order to save her mutant cat. I wonder if her cat was rescued? Thinking of this, Imo Han dried himself, changed into a new set of clothes and went out. He said to the two sisters, I almost forgot about the crystal core. I'll take out the crystal core from the space and wash it. Let's share it. Imo Han walked into the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and took out all 14 king-level crystal cores from the space, filling the entire sink. A crystal core is as big as a small bowl. The two largest ones are as big as large bowls. The crystal core is covered with red and black blood. Imo Han put it under the faucet and rinsed it twice before it was clean. That was in this life, when conditions in all aspects were better, and you had to wash the crystal core before eating it. In the previous life, there was very little water to drink, so how could there be extra water to wash things? He took the bloody crystal core and threw it directly into his mouth. People who didn't know him, seeing that he was covered in blood and with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, would think he was a demon from hell. Come, Lingrong, eat too. Imo Han took 2 crystal cores and handed them to Hualingrong. Hualingrong waved her hand and said, Brother Han, I've already eaten one before. I can't eat anymore. You and Ling Yu can eat it. I don't want it. How can that be possible? Imo Han placed the wet crystal core in Hualingrong's hand. No one says you can't eat it again after you've eaten it. Take it. No, Brother Han, I'm serious. Hualingrong waved her hands repeatedly. I don't know if I can eat too much of this. How about this? I'll just eat one more. Hualingrong didn't want to eat it. It was unknown what would happen if she ate it. She didn't know whether she could eat more. But seeing that Imo Han kept persuading her, she took one reluctantly. Including the one she had eaten before, she ate 2 in total. Imo Han gave 2 to Hualingyu. Hualingyu was usually quite timid, but he had no resistance to the crystal cores. Even though it feels disgusting, one must awaken the superpowers anyway in order to have a chance to survive in this world where monsters are rampant. Imo Han ate the 2 largest crystal cores. Including the one he had eaten before, he ate 3 in total. There are still 9 crystal cores in the pool, 2 large pancakes and 2 delicious chickens. Imo Han took 2 and gave them to Hey Dadu, mashed them into a paste, and let it gulp them down. There are 3 crystal cores left now, and Imo Han plans to give 2 to Xiaohua. Just put the extra one in the space first. If you want to eat it later, you can eat it yourself. If you don't want to eat it, it depends on who you leave it for. Anyway, it won't be useless. This thing is precious. Xiaohua. Imo Han squatted under the leather chair and called Xiaohua. Look at you. Blackhead has already eaten all the crystal cores, and you are still sleeping. Hurry up and eat the crystal cores. Imo Han called Xiaohua many times, but Xiaohua didn't wake up. Hualingyu came over gently and said, Brother Han, Xiaohua used to like to pretend to sleep. When I couldn't wake it up, I would tickle it, and it couldn't help it, so it woke up. Imo Han didn't say anything, but motioned Hualingyu to poke. Hualingyu stretched out a finger and gently poked Xiaohua's white belly. Xiaohua, if you don't get up, I will take a picture of your ugly face. How will you find a wife in the future? However, no matter how Imo Han and Hualingyu teased her, Xiaohua showed no signs of waking up. Imo Han touched the corner of Xiaohua's mouth and suddenly said, Oh no, Xiaohua seems to have a high fever. Chapter 132 Qinglong Mountain is on fire. Monsters pour into human society. You have a fever? Hualingrong came over and said, No way. Why do you have a fever? Hualingyu also said, Brother Han, it doesn't even have a forehead. How do you know it has a fever? Imo Han pointed at the corner of the parrot Xiaohua's mouth. The corner of the mouth is burning. Hualingyu was startled and touched the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. I poked its belly just now and it seemed like it was really hot. Hualingrong also stretched out her hand to cover Xiaohua's body and said, Indeed, its body is very hot. What should we do, Brother Han? Imo Han didn't know what to do. If a person has a fever, he needs to take antipyretics. But my bird has a fever and I really don't know what to do. It seems that humans, like birds, need to reduce fever first. Let you 2 sisters help out while I feed it some antipyretic medicine. Imo Han had an idea and took out a box of ibuprofen suspension from the space. He filled it to 1/5 of the bottle cap, squeezed a little with a plastic straw, and asked Hualingrong to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. Imo Han squeezed the antipyretic medicine into Xiaohua's mouth. Repeat several times until 1/5 of the bottle cap of medicine is used up. Brother Han, why hasn't it woken up yet? About half an hour after feeding the medicine, the parrot Xiaohua still didn't wake up. Imo Han moved it to the coffee table in front of the sofa and said, Observe it for another day. If it still doesn't wake up, we must take it out to see a doctor. Oh, per Xiaohua. The Hua sisters shook their heads and sighed. It was obvious that they really cared about Xiaohua. Dabing and Yaoji were guarding under the coffee table where Xiaohua was placed. From time to time, he would raise his head, smell Shihua's scent, and bark, woof woof woof, at it a few times. Looking at the time, it's already 1 in the morning. Xiahua still didn't wake up. Imohan began to panic. Such a spiritual parrot can predict good and bad fortune. It would be a pity if it died. Lingrong, Lingyu, you stay at home. I'm going to go out and find a doctor for Xiahua. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, Xiahua might not survive. There was worry in Imohan's tone. The two Hua sisters suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Brother Han, I'll go with you. Brother Han, I'll go with you. Imohan refused directly. No, I can't use the space flash function with you too. I can go by myself. You wait for me at home. Okay, Hualingyu said with a smile. Then you should be careful. It's actually pretty good at home, with food and drinks, and we can even watch movies. Imohan laughed at her. You naughty girl, you only know how to play. Hualingrong didn't say anything, but there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Imohan remembered that in his previous life, Hualingrong fell in love with him. In fact, he didn't dislike her at that time. Unfortunately, he had always been Yin Ware's most humble dog and had never looked at other women in the eye. Since we are reborn in this life, if there is still a connection between the two of us, it would not be bad to be together. Lingrong, why don't you come with me? You can also help take care of Xiahua. Imohan couldn't bear to see Hualingrong's lost look, so he spoke. An expression of extreme joy flashed across Hualingrong's eyes for a moment. However, her personality was not as lively as Hualingyu's, so even if she was happy, she did not show it very obviously. When Hualingyu heard that her sister could go out with Imohan, she was unhappy and asked, why not take me with you? Imohan smiled and said, because the house needs someone to look after it. Lingyu, you, Dabing and Yaoji stay at home to look after the house. Haidatu is in your care. Remember to feed him and give him water on time. Hualingyu pouted. Okay, brother Han, sister, then you guys go and come back soon. I'm so bored at home alone. Dabing and Yaoji quickly shouted to Hualingyu. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Don't you still have us? What are you bored about? Let's watch cartoons. Imohan put Xiahua into the space and brought Hualingrong out of the underground shelter. 1:30 in the morning. The sky was still dark and there were no stars in the night sky. Imohan and Hualingrong came out of the underground shelter one after another. The underground elevator automatically moved back and the crack closed. Imohan walked forward a few steps and found that for some reason, even in the dark, his eyes were brighter and he could see things more clearly. It seems to be the result of the awakening of superpowers. However, at present, Imohan's spiritual ability is still the lowest level of initial ability. It only makes his physical fitness stronger, but there is no substantial improvement in his skills. Imohan strode forward and found that Hualingrong did not follow him. He turned around and saw that she was still a few meters away, tentatively moving forward with her feet. Imohan walked back, grabbed her hand and said, Come, I'll hold your hand. Hualingrong was flattered when Imohan suddenly held her hand, and her heart began to beat fast. A pair of small hands struggled slightly in Imohan's big hands, and then let Imohan hold them. After walking 7 or 8 meters forward, Imohan thought about it, and a van appeared on the ground in front of them. Get in the car. Hualingrong was still immersed in her beautiful fantasy, but suddenly Imohan let go of her hand and got in the car. She came to her senses, turned around the front of the van, opened the passenger door and got in. Brother Han, do you know where to find a doctor? Hualingrong asked Imohan in the car. I don't know either. The whole city is in chaos right now. I don't know where there are doctors. I can only go to a few veterinary hospitals I've been to before and try my luck. Imohan had no idea whether he could meet a doctor. However, what will Xiahua do if she doesn't try? I can't just watch it die. Imohan drove the van all the way towards the city. The weather was very hot before, with the temperature reaching at least around 60 degrees. The temperature outside seems to have dropped in the past 2 days, and it is estimated that it will not exceed 50 degrees now. It was still very hot though. Because the shelter was built in the suburbs far away from the city, there were not many obstacles along the way. When they were almost in the city, Hualingrong suddenly pointed in the direction of Qilong Mountain in the distance and said, Brother Han, what do you see there? Imohan looked up. I couldn't help but curse. Fuck, it's over. There was thick smoke billowing everywhere in the direction of Qilong Mountain. What's wrong, Brother Han? Hualingrong didn't understand what Imohan meant by fuck. See? The thick smoke. Imohan parked the van on the side of the road and said to Hualingrong, Qilong Mountain is on fire. We are doomed. The mountain is on fire. Those animals will surely be killed or injured. And those ferocious monsters lurking in Qilong Mountain will also go to human society one after another to avoid the fire. Chapter 133. In the van, Hualingrong's face is red. As soon as Imohan finished speaking, Hualingrong said in panic, That's serious. If those monsters come to the city, there will be very few survivors. Who can escape from those monsters? Imohan nodded. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Natural disasters are inevitable. Taking advantage of the night, Imohan drove the car into the city. Because of the bright headlights and the sound of the car running on the road, many zombies were attracted along the way, and they were staggering behind the car. The speed of the zombies is much faster than when the apocalypse just broke out. In order to divert the zombies' attention, Imohan concentrated on driving, while Hualingrong kept throwing flares in the opposite direction of the car. In this way, although there will still be zombies following Imohan's car, half of them will be attracted away by the smoke-emitting flares of various colors. This way, there will be far fewer zombies chasing after their van. When passing by an obstacle, Imohan put the van into the space, and he used space flash to move to the other side of the obstacle. When the road was clear, he took the van out of the space, got in, and drove forward quickly. Number 32, Shinmin Road, house number 103. Imohan parked the van at the door, took Hualingrong's hand with one hand, and got out of the car quickly. He took a few big steps and rushed to the door of room 103. It had Ale Pet Hospital written on it in big flashing letters. Awoo, awoo. The zombies roared and rushed from the front and back of the van, trying to bite Imohan and Hualingrong to death. Fuck it. Imohan moved his mind and pulled Hualingrong behind him. A huge steel plate suddenly appeared between him and the zombies. If one steel plate is not enough, another one will appear. The steel plate leaned against the wall at an angle, protecting Imohan and Hualingrong in the middle. Knock, knock, knock. Imohan knocked hard on the door of the pet hospital. I knocked several times, but no one answered. Hualingrong listened carefully and heard the roar of zombies coming from inside. He turned to Imohan and said, "No, Brother Han, there should be no living people in here." Before he knocked on the door just now, the zombies inside didn't scream, and Imohan was not sure if there were any living people in the hospital. Now the roar of the zombies has been heard, and Imohan's hearing is about 5 times stronger than that of ordinary people. So Imohan naturally also heard the roar of the zombies inside. And he must hear it before Hualingrong. Well, they're all dead. Imohan sighed, turned around immediately and prepared to rush to another pet hospital. Groups of zombies were all lying on the steel plates, waiting for Imohan and Hualingrong to come out so that they could bite them to death. Some zombies directly stretched their arms out from the gaps in the steel plates, but Imohan chopped them off with a knife and threw them out through the gap. Lingrong, stand behind me. Imohan pulled Hualingrong, who was standing in the same row with him, behind him again. Hualingrong was pulled by him obediently, feeling the warmth coming from Imohan's palm. Although it was only a brief contact, she was very happy in her heart and felt that she was valued and protected. Imohan exerted force with his right hand, and a huge fireball immediately appeared in the palm of his hand and sprayed out from the gap between the steel plates. After passing through the splint, the fireball turned into a raging fire 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, burning many zombies around the steel plate. The zombies with burning bodies, as they swayed, the fire on their bodies burned other zombies. The zombies burned, and soon the air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Imohan took the opportunity to put the 2 steel plates in front of him into the space, took Hualingrong's hand, and flashed into the space the moment the zombies saw them. Use flash to move to the side of the van. The van was surrounded by zombies in 3 layers inside and outside, making it impossible to get in or out. Imohan flashed behind the zombie, pushed with both hands, and 2 huge fireballs came out from his palms. It turned into a huge fire net, smashing down on the zombies. The zombie's body immediately caught fire. Although there was fire burning on its body, the zombies did not feel any pain. There were flames on their bodies, but they were still howling. There was no way, the van was surrounded and Imohan couldn't get in. I had to use flash to reach out and touch the van. Brush. The van disappeared to the surprise of a large group of zombies. The zombies ran around angrily, looking for the van. Imohan used flash to push away the zombies around him and walked to a more open area. With an idea in mind, he took out the van and continued driving to find another pet hospital. In the van, Hualingrong's face flushed. I felt so happy having Imohan protecting me all the way. Brother Han, even the voice calling Imohan was much gentler. Thank you just now. Imohan was just focused on driving forward and didn't notice the expression on Hualingrong's face at all. What are you thanking me for? Silly girl, we are a team. There is no need to thank me. It's too distant. Got it, Brother Han. At 2:30 in the morning, a van was speeding down the street. Occasionally, 1 or 2 survivors who had not yet gone to bed would stick their heads out to see what was happening outside. Unfortunately, the van passed by quickly, and any survivors who wanted to call for help were unable to do anything. Because by the time I shouted, "Help, take me away," the van had already run away. Imohan likes driving at night because there are rarely any peeping people. If he encounters obstacles during the day, it will be inconvenient for him to use his own space to collect or retrieve his car, for fear that others will discover the secret of his space. So, night is a good cover for doing things. Imo Han drove a few blocks and came to another animal hospital. The hospital door was open, with bloodstains on it. Imo Han knew without even entering the house that this place had been attacked by zombies a long time ago. Alas, the second pet hospital is also gone. Hua Lingrong's voice was filled with fatigue and despair. I don't know if there will be another pet hospital. I don't know either. Imo Han said, I seldom come to these places. I have no choice but to drive around and look for it to see if I can find it. I have to try anyway. Well, Brother Han, I support you in whatever you do. Okay, sit tight. Imo Han, who was worried about Xiao Hua, stepped on the accelerator and began to look for clues of the pet hospital in the streets and alleys. However, after driving around for half the night and going around all the streets in the city, we didn't find a single undestroyed pet hospital, let alone a living pet doctor. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Imo Han's van was still parked on the street. There was a large group of zombies surrounding the van. Imo Han, who had been sitting in the driver's seat feeling depressed for several hours, suddenly thought of something and started the car and drove towards the community where he used to live. Chapter 134. Damn, luckily there are no maggots. Brother Han, where are we going? Hua Lingrong saw that Imo Han seemed to have suddenly found a direction and drove forward without stopping. Go to the neighborhood where I used to live. Is there a veterinary hospital? No, my neighbor is an old man. He seems to be a famous doctor. Imo Han drove all the way and finally arrived at his own community, which was only 2 blocks away. It's over. The roar of the zombies can be heard from a distance. The voice was so deep and terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end. Even though Imo Han had powerful supernatural powers in his previous life, he did not dare to go into the group of zombies. After all, 3 or 5 zombies are not even a small dish. 300 to 500 zombies need to be dealt with. But seeing such an obvious roar, Imo Han, who had lived 2 lives, knew without even thinking that the number of zombies would not be less than 2,000. Brother Han, the sound of these zombies is so scary. Hua Lingrong was sitting in the passenger seat. If it weren't for the gear lever in the middle, she would have been so scared that she wanted to shrink onto Imo Han's body. To be honest, Imo Han has just awakened his superpowers, and they are not powerful at all. He felt a little nervous, but he couldn't lose face in front of Hua Lingrong. He reached out and ruffled her short hair and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm here. With just these words, Hua Lingrong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, instantly sat up straight and was no longer afraid. Suddenly, I had the courage to face the unknown. Even after many years, Hua Lingrong still felt warm whenever she thought of his reassuring words. But that's another story. In order to find out the reality of the zombies, Imo Han took out a telescope from the space and looked towards the direction of his own community. This sight scared me a lot. Damn, there are too many zombies. The streets and intersections were swarming with zombies. Let me see. Hua Lingrong took the telescope from Imo Han, took a closer look, and said, Brother Han, why are there so many zombies in the neighborhood where you live? I remember there weren't so many zombies the last time I came here. I don't know either. Imo Han said, in the current situation, I can only pray that Dr. Zhang next door doesn't die. Otherwise, no one will be able to save Xiao Hua. Speaking of Xiao Hua, both Imo Han and Hua Lingrong began to feel depressed. Such a smart and cute parrot, so cute and beautiful, if it just died like this, and could it just be resolved with just a pity? Speaking of which, the role of Xiao Hua is not just that she is beautiful and can speak, but also that she has the ability to sense danger, which can protect the lives of team members to the greatest extent. The reason why it was injured was not because it did not sense the danger, but because it did it without regard for its own safety and at great risk in order for Imo Han and the others to escape successfully from under the monster's nose. Brother Han, there are so many zombies, we can't even drive through. How can we get to the community? Imo Han frowned. I have a headache too. Bang. Sitting in the driver's seat, Imo Han took out a cigarette from his bag, lit it, and took 2 deep puffs. Big eye circles appeared from his mouth. The van was also surrounded by zombies, but they were scattered and not as many as in his own community. In order to prevent zombie attacks, Imo Han did not open the window. It was not until he heard Hua Lingrong choking on the smoke and starting to cough that Imo Han quickly opened the car window a crack. I'm sorry, I didn't notice and choked you. It's okay, cough cough. Hua Lingrong put her mouth to the gap outside the window and said while coughing, it's okay. Imo Han quickly threw the cigarette in his hand out of the window, right into the mouth of a howling zombie, burning the cigarette, but the zombie was completely unaware. It continued to howl, and the half-smoked cigarette expanded and contracted in its mouth. Very funny. Imo Han stared at the zombie's mouth and slapped his thigh. Got it. Hua Lingrong looked surprised. What's the matter? I have an idea. Imo Han said to Hua Lingrong excitedly, Lingrong, just wait for me in the car. I'll be back soon. Brother Han, Hua Lingrong looked at the zombies surrounding the van. There were at least 30 of them. To be honest, she was quite scared, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Imo-han knew she was afraid, so he quickly reached out and gently pinched her tender face, stuffed a submachine gun into her hand, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Use this at the critical moment." "Okay, I got it, Brother Han." The look in Hualingrong's eyes when she looked at her was one of trust and dependence. Of course, there was also some emotion that Imo-han didn't notice. After Imo-han was ready, he pushed the door of the van open with force. Used flash to stand on the side of the road. While the zombies were not paying attention, he suddenly took action and handcuffed one of the zombies. Then he opened the door of the van with force and pushed the zombie into the van to sit. Hualingrong leaned sideways and saw everything Imo-han did in a flash of lightning. She was so shocked that her whole body was shaking, but she didn't dare make any sound for fear of being noticed by other zombies. The zombies that were suddenly pushed into the car, as soon as they saw Hualingrong in the car, struggled forward, regardless of whether their hands were handcuffed or not, and wanted to bite off Hualingrong's head. However, because he had no hands to support himself and his body was unstable, he fell into the gap between the people sitting in the back seat as the zombie pounced forward and bit him. With his hands behind his back, his butt sticking out, his rotten mouth roared nonstop through the cracks of the seat. After Imo-han pushed the zombie into the car, he quickly got in as well. Said to Hualingrong, "Lingrong, we don't want this van anymore." After saying that, in the midst of Hualingrong's shocked expression, Imo-han took out a big hammer from the space and smashed it hard at the zombie lying on the car. Bang, bang, bang. Hualingrong's eyes widened as she looked at the rotten and smelly blood splattering on her body, not knowing what Imo-han was going to do. Pushing zombies into the car, hitting zombies, making the car a mess. Why? Imo-han knelt in the driver's seat, turned his body backwards, and smashed the zombies with a hammer. Although the space in the van was relatively small, which somewhat limited his brute force, he still managed to smash the zombies back. Smashing it to pieces was not enough. Imo-han pulled the zombie out from between the seats, turned it over, and continued to hit it hard on the face, stomach, and other parts, until the black intestines collapsed and flowed all over the back seat. A strong stench wafted out instantly. If the smell of the zombies before was just like the smell of rotten meat, the smell now is 100 or 1,000 times stinkier than the poop in the toilet. Imo-han took a closer look at the rotten meat on the floor in the back row and said with satisfaction, "Fortunately, there are no maggots yet." Chapter 135 Zombies are my little brothers. Brother Han, ugh. Hualingrong finally couldn't hold back her nausea. She opened the window and vomited everything in her stomach out of the car window. Be careful. Hualingrong was vomiting when a zombie suddenly rushed over and bit her head. In desperation, Imo-han shot the zombie in the head, and the zombie fell to the ground and died. Immediately afterwards, several more zombies pounced on them. Imo-han pulled the trigger again. In fact, he had not intended to use the gun unless it was absolutely necessary, because the gunshots would attract other zombies, and they would quickly surround the van. But the situation is urgent now, and Imo-han has no choice but to do it. Hualingrong is certainly not a brainless, stupid woman. After vomiting, she quickly retracted her head and closed the window. Han handed her the tissue, and seeing that she looked uncomfortable, he simply wiped her mouth. Hualingrong. I was shocked for a moment, but at the same time I felt a little happy inside. But it didn't show. Imo-han didn't think it was a big deal. He just wiped his mouth. Lingrong. Imo-han took out 2 sets of protective clothing from the space and gave one to Hualingrong. Put on this clothing. Yeah. Although Hualingrong didn't understand why, she didn't ask anything. She obediently took the clothes and put them on herself quickly. Imo-han also quickly put on his protective suit. After putting on her clothes, Hualingrong raised her big watery eyes and looked at Imo-han, waiting for his next move. Hualingrong was a very smart person, but she never thought that Imo-han would actually grab the rotten flesh of the zombie in the back row and desperately smear it on himself. Rotten meat and black intestines were all over his body. Even on the top of the head and the edges of the mask of the protective suit were smeared with rotten and smelly meat. The whole person now looks like not a human at all, but a real zombie. Hualingrong was sitting next to him, not understanding what Imo-han meant. Brother Han, what are you doing? Ugh. Before she could finish her question, Hualingrong felt her stomach churning, and she started vomiting again. This time, she only had time to open the hood of her protective suit and vomited everything in her stomach at her feet. Lingrong, I plan to dress up as a zombie, blend into the zombie group, and go back to our community to find my neighbor, Dr. Zhang Chaoang. Imo-han explained to Hualingrong. Seeing her in pain, Imo-han couldn't bear it and said to her, if you can't stand it, how about I put you into the space and I can go there alone? That won't work. Hualingrong interrupted Imo-han. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I just felt uncomfortable just now, but I'm fine now. It's okay, you can smear the rotten meat on me. Only if I look like a zombie can I follow you into the zombie group. Seeing her determined look, Han also hoped to train her courage. Otherwise, she would be afraid to do anything. It would not be good to be timid. Okay, if you can't bear it, just close your eyes. It's okay, no need to close your eyes, just apply it, Brother Han. Hua Lingrong looked at Han firmly and thought to herself, I'm willing to do anything for you. But how could someone as introverted as her possibly say such words? Han didn't hesitate any longer. With his hands deep in his dirt, he knelt on the driver's seat, grabbed handfuls of rotten meat from the back seat, and smeared them all over Hua Lingrong's body. On the back, shoulders, and legs. The whole body was almost covered except for the chest. Han stretched out his hand several times, but was too trembling to do it. He could only point at Hua Lingrong's chest and said, Lingrong, why don't you rub this place yourself? When Hua Lingrong heard this, her face hidden inside the protective suit instantly turned red to her ears. Did you clean this place yourself? Oh my, Brother Han is really something. He can even say such things. Han didn't know what Hua Lingrong was thinking, but what he was thinking was, I do want to wipe it, but I can't bring myself to do it. They are not boyfriend and girlfriend, so I can't touch places that shouldn't be touched. Hua Lingrong saw that her entire body had been applied except for her chest, but Han refused to continue applying it. I can't just puff out my chest and say to him, Brother Han, it's okay. You come, I can handle it. There's no way. Who wants Han to be a gentleman? Hua Lingrong had no choice but to endure the nausea and imitate Han, kneeling on the passenger seat, reaching behind to grab the rotten and smelly meat and smearing it on her chest. Han just watched her movements. My nose is itchy, and I feel like I'm going to have a nosebleed. Because Hua Lingrong's figure is really straight, every time she smears the rotten and smelly meat on it, she has to press it down. Han felt so embarrassed that he had to turn his head away and face the grinning zombies outside with a disdainful smile on his face. Okay, Brother Han, what do we do now? Han turned around and found that Hua Lingrong had successfully turned herself into a disgusting zombie. Han smiled and said, Very good, that's it. Lingrong, let's get out of the car immediately and move forward with the group of corpses. Don't make any noise during the journey, otherwise we will both die. I understand. Hua Lingrong nodded. Two people got out of the car at the same time. After getting off the car, with his head tilted and his hands vertical, he limped towards the community where Han used to live. The two took a few steps and moved closer to each other. From the rotten smell coming from the two men and the way they walked, not only could the zombies not realize they were fake, but even they themselves, as they walked, suddenly found that they quite liked this feeling. He walked with a swagger, without being hurried, and occasionally let out a whoop. It feels so good. The two of them, along with the zombie group, walked towards the residential area. On the way, there were also zombies staring at Han and Hua Lingrong carefully, sticking their heads over and sniffing them hard. But the zombies couldn't smell anything because there was too much rotten and smelly zombie flesh on Han and the others' bodies. The smell that the zombies smelled now was just the rotten odor of their own kind, nothing else. They followed the zombies all the way into the residential area, and the problem that had troubled Han and Hua Lingrong was solved. Why do so many zombies keep pouring into this neighborhood? As soon as Han entered the community, he looked up and saw a person trapped by a rope hanging on the railing on the third-floor window. She was completely naked, with a loudspeaker tied to her waist, playing songs nonstop. It seems that the person is not dead, but with so many zombies roaring below her, she must have been scared to death. As soon as Han and Hua Lingrong entered the community, they saw such an eye-catching yet cruel scene. The zombies were attracted by the sound from the loudspeaker. When they saw a living person, the hungry zombies all wanted to eat her flesh. Damn it, people in this last days are not very kind, but it's rare to see someone this cruel and insulting. Han was confused and wondered who the hell would do such a wicked thing. Suddenly, he saw three smiling people standing by the window on the third floor, staring at the woman hanging outside and discussing something with relish. Chapter 136. These two are totally different. Lingrong, do you think the three men standing by the window on the third floor look familiar? Han asked Hua Lingrong secretly in the lowest voice among the zombies. Hua Lingrong looked up and saw that these were the three idiots who had tried to break into her and her sister's door last time and were chased away by them. Why did they end up in this neighborhood? Brother Han, these three people seem to be the three who broke into our door last night. Hua Lingrong also spoke in the lowest voice. Well, let's go and show them some color. Han pinched Hua Lingrong's fingers and said. The two looked at each other, walking crookedly into the community. Behind them, there were hundreds of zombies. There are a lot of zombies in the community, and there are also many zombies in the staircase corridor. The two led the zombies all the way to the door on the third floor. Han had an idea and gently threw a music box in his hand. As the melodious music sounded, more and more zombies were attracted and all crowded at the door of the third floor. Imo-han, who was mixed in the group of zombies, couldn't tell what expressions the people in the room had. However, he didn't have time to care about the expressions of the people in the house. He had to go find his neighbor Zhang Chaoyong on the 12th floor first. Imo-han slightly turned sideways and confirmed that the ugly zombie next to him was indeed Hua Lingrong. With an idea, he wanted to take her into the space. Suddenly I realized that I was so disgusting. What if I dirty the space? Imo-han had to give up his decision to use Space Flash to escape the scene. Since I can't use Space Flash, the only way to leave is to leave as a zombie. Crack! Imo-han roared twice, and his body moved forward as if he was having a seizure. The zombies' attention was drawn to the music box, and they had no time to study where the two kind, who were uglier and more disgusting than them standing next to them, had gone. Imo-han took Hua Lingrong all the way into the stairwell, and under the gaze of the zombies, they crawled crookedly into the corridor. The zombies in the corridor did not attack them, because no matter how you look or smell them, they are all the same kind as you. But Imo-han was different. At the corner of the corridor on the third floor, he saw a zombie in the corridor, looking ugly and screaming. Imo-han simply stretched out his shadowless kick and kicked it over. The zombie was kicked unexpectedly from behind, and it suddenly fell forward, fell several times on the stairs, and finally rolled to the bottom floor. Crack! The zombie's already rotten neck broke directly. The body was unable to move, but the head was looking in Imo-han's direction, opening its mouth and biting the air. Hua Lingrong turned around and saw the rotten and smelly head on the ground. Even though only his head is left, he is still dreaming of biting people. She was so disgusted that she got goosebumps all over her body. Imo-han strode forward, and Hua Lingrong followed behind. In places where there were no zombies, the two of them just ran. After finally running to the 10th floor in one breath, the two men could no longer run. They were so tired that they supported their knees with their hands and gasped for breath. At this moment, two zombies twisted their bodies and walked towards Imo-han and Hua Lingrong, and saw the two people bending over and gasping for breath. The zombie sniffed over with its rotten nose in confusion. Imo-han turned around and was shocked to find two zombies standing behind him. Hua Lingrong even let out an ah. The zombies immediately realized that these were not the same kind of people, but two completely different kinds. He quickly opened his big, smelly mouth and bit it. It happened in a flash. Imo-han grabbed one of the zombies with his backhand. With this grab, the zombie's hair was lifted up from its head. There was only a bald spot left on the zombie's head, which was black and disgusting. Imo-han quickly took out a big hammer from the space and hit the zombie on the head with it. After knocking down the zombie behind him, Imo-han swung the hammer again to hit another zombie. After killing the two zombies, Imo-han took Hua Lingrong and slowly climbed up to the 12th floor. Brother Han, this is it, right? The last time Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu followed Imo-han here, it was late at night, and they didn't pay attention to what the door of Imo-han's house looked like at that time. Yes, it is here. Imo-han nodded. The door remains the same as before, nothing has changed. The ground was pitch black, which was the trace left after Imo-han killed the corpse rat. Imo-han knocked gently on the door of his neighbor, old man Zhang Chaoyong, and said, Dr. Zhang, are you home? I knocked for 2 or 3 minutes and shouted for a long time, but no one came to open the door. Hua Lingrong looked up at Imo-han and saw panic in his eyes. It's over. Did he die in there? Imo-han quickly took out a master key from the space and opened old man Zhang's door. However, when I opened the door and went in, I found that the furniture and everything in the house were still there, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. Imo-han and Hua Lingrong searched room by room, including bedside tables, under the beds, and in the bathroom, but they found no trace of the old man. No, old man Zhang is not in the house. If he died in the house, he would have become a zombie. When he saw the two of us coming into the house, he would have come screaming. However, we searched the entire house and didn't see anyone, which means he left a long time ago. As soon as Imo-han said this, Hua Lingrong immediately asked, but if according to what you said, he is just an old man, how did he leave when there were so many zombies on the street? Isn't he afraid of danger? Imo-han shook his head and smiled. That old man is very smart. Unless he has a stroke at home, he will be the best at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Imo-han remembered that when he lived with the old man, he always looked energetic. At that time, I didn't know how powerful he was. I just thought that he was an old man who was a doctor and liked to take care of his health. So naturally, he was in better spirits than his peers. Who would have thought that one day when Imo-han accidentally browsed his phone, he saw a video of him practicing amateur boxing, and then he realized that he was actually a hidden taekwondo master. When a few thugs came to his house to rob him, Old Man Zhang pretended to fall and acted weak. In fact, he was testing whether Imohan, his neighbor, would help him. It just so happened that Imohan beat up a few thugs that day because they robbed his house. As luck would have it, the old neighbor thought Imohan was helping him. She had a great affection for Imohan and even knocked on his door to give him something. Oh, where on earth did Dr. Zhang go? If I can't find him, what will happen to my parrot Xiaohua? Imohan walked around Old Man Zhang's room and walked out disappointedly. Chapter 137. Pack up a few people before leaving. Hua Lingrong followed Imohan silently. Both of them were feeling very depressed. Imohan took Xiaohua out of the space, looked at her carefully again and again, and touched her again and again. Xiaohua was still unconscious and her body was very hot. Imohan called out softly a few times, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, wake up." Xiaohua didn't react at all. Imohan was in extreme despair. Xiaohua was injured because of him. He didn't know if she was infected by the poison from the dinosaur's claws. Why did she have a fever and fall into a coma? He felt very sad, but since Old Man Zhang was not around, Imohan had no choice. He could only drag his heavy feet and said to Hua Lingrong, "Let's go. No matter what method I use, I must save Xiaohua." After saying that, Imohan turned around and walked towards the stairs. "Brother Han, come here quickly and see what this is." Imohan had already walked forward 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly heard Hua Lingrong calling him from behind. Imohan stopped and looked back at Hua Lingrong. "Brother Han, look, this was found on your fire hydrant." Hua Lingrong handed over a note. When Imohan saw the contents of the note, a smile immediately spread across his face. The note read, "Stubborn brat, I'm your neighbor, Old Man Zhang. Thank you for saving me from this crisis. You're a good kid. You know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Haha. If you need me in the future, come to the Tomorrow's base in Dongqing District." Imohan had never seen how Old Man Zhang wrote, but his tone of voice was quite similar to his. "Great. I was thinking the same thing. I want to go to the base to find a doctor." Imohan put the note from Old Man Zhang in his trouser pocket and said, "It's not easy for this old man to go to the base on his own." Hua Lingrong saw that there was news about Dr. Zhang, whom Imohan was looking for, and that Xiaohua could be saved, and she was happy for Imohan from the bottom of her heart. "Come on, Lingrong, let's go to the base." Imohan put the parrot Xiaohua in his hand into the space and said to Hua Lingrong, "Yeah." Hua Lingrong nodded and followed Imohan like a good girl. The two started the zombie show again, all the way to the 3rd floor. Imohan whispered to Hua Lingrong, "Pack up a few people before leaving." Hua Lingrong understood and followed Imohan silently. Imohan walked to the door of 302 on the 3rd floor. The music box he had just thrown on the ground was still playing music vigorously, and the zombies were all anxious and restless in the restlessness of the music. Imohan pushed away the zombies on both sides of his body, walked to the door, and amid the dazed expressions of the zombies, he stuck his butt out and slammed into the door. Once, twice. The door wobbled. Imohan had a sly smile on his face. "I'm afraid the people inside don't even dare to breathe at this moment." The 2 zombies nearby saw Imohan's actions, and after being stunned, they followed his example, sticking up their rotten and smelly butts and slamming the door. Imohan quickly moved aside to make room for the zombies. However, after the bang sound, the door was not broken, but was damaged. The zombie's body was rotten, and his buttocks were covered with rotten flesh. After this collision, it was all over. The rotten flesh on the zombies was no longer on its body, but all stuck to the door. Imohan saw that where the zombie used to have a butt, now there was only a skeleton left. I almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. After his body shook violently, fortunately he held it back. Otherwise, if you were surrounded by a group of zombies, you would only dare to laugh out loud if you don't want to live anymore. Because there was wet, rotten flesh on his body, and he didn't want to slip into the space and contaminate the things in it, Imohan had no choice but to move forward and backward with the zombies. However, in order to avoid the possibility that the people inside had guns and might be killed accidentally, Imohan once again pushed the door open with force, then pulled Hua Lingrong aside quickly. The entire corridor was filled with zombies, and the moment the door opened, they all rushed into the house. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, gunshots rang out instantly. But because there were too many zombies, the gunshots only lasted more than 10 times and then died down. Then, the sound of the beast biting into the flesh and tearing it apart was heard, and the screams of the people inside were heard one after another. The screams are so intense that you can see what the screaming person is facing. Imohan snorted coldly. "Damn it, you're bringing trouble upon yourself. 3 grown men treated a woman like this. Are they still human? They are worse than animals. The end of the world can be cold-blooded and ruthless, but to humiliate a woman like this, strip her clothes off, and hang her outside to attract zombies is a bit too much. The key point is, if it was just that woman being treated like this, it would have nothing to do with Imohan. Imohan would at most call them beasts and would never fight with them. After all, Imohan is also a cold-blooded person. I'm not a saint, and I would never save a stranger. Imohan only recruits people and things that are useful to him as teammates, such as the two sisters of the Hua family, Dabing, Yaoji, Xiaohua, and Heidatu. Although, the role of the blackhead has not yet been seen. However, he looks quite smart, so he shouldn't be too stupid. It hurts so much. Help! Help! The heart-wrenching screams continued in the house. Imohan took Hua Lingrong and left downstairs with a cold face. The reason why Imohan wanted to kill these three people in the room was because they were the ones who had pried open the Hua sisters' door. Needless to say, during the time that Imohan and his friends went to Qinglong Mountain to look for crystal cores, the houses of the two Hua sisters and Imohan's house must have been destroyed to the point of being in ruins by these three people. Because Imohan saw one of them was wearing a set of basketball jerseys that he had washed and put on the clothesline. Damn, it's disgusting to just pick up other people's clothes and wear them. I walked all the way to the community on the first floor, and the cries of pain from the third floor were still getting louder and louder. Imohan turned his head to look at the woman hanging by the window, but found that the woman had disappeared. On the ground, a group of zombies were tearing apart a pool of rotten meat with great interest. Imohan shook his head. In the end, this woman was thrown off the building by the three beasts and became food for the zombies. Imohan and Hua Lingrong walked side by side among the crowd of corpses. Just when we were about to leave the community, suddenly, a helicopter flew over the sky. Someone shouted from the helicopter with a loud speaker. Attention, attention. All facilities at the Dongqing District Tomorrow base are complete. If there are any survivors, please rush to the base immediately. Attention, attention. Imohan and Hua Lingrong looked up and watched the plane circling in the air and quickly leaving. Tomorrow's base is the base that old man Zhang mentioned. Those on the plane were base staff. While Imohan was thinking, there was a sudden pop sound. A bullet hit him right between the eyebrows. Chapter 138, I won't go out. I'm afraid of the pain. Damn. Imohan looked at the bullet flying towards his forehead and dodged to the right at high speed. The bullet he dodged went straight into the forehead of a zombie behind him. After dodging the bullet, Imohan quickly took a few steps forward, took Hua Lingrong's hand, and suddenly flashed behind the wall next to him, quietly observing the situation in front. Bang bang bang. There was the sound of a bullet hitting a zombie's head again. Hua Lingrong asked in a low voice in fear. Brother Han, what should we do? Will others mistake us for zombies and kill us by mistake? Imohan frowned and whispered, it's very likely. What should we do then? Hua Lingrong was a little worried. Should we just fight back? Imohan gently hooked Hua Lingrong's finger wrapped in the protective suit and suddenly slapped his leg lightly. Oh, how could I forget that what we are wearing is a protective suit, and it is also a bulletproof suit. Bullets can't penetrate it. I dodged the bullet just now. It was completely an instinctive reaction. Really? Is this also a bulletproof vest? Hua Lingrong was a little unconvinced. Aren't bulletproof vests thick, like steel armor? Yes, it's a bulletproof vest. Unfortunately, even if the bullet can't penetrate it, it still hurts like being hit by a rock. Forget it, I won't go out. I'm afraid of the pain. Bang bang bang. Another wave of bullet sounds was heard, and the zombies who walked out of the community were shot one row after another and fell to the ground one by one. Imohan didn't understand. Who would be so bored as to kill zombies for fun? The problem is that his shooting skills are quite accurate, and every shot hits the opponent's head. No, we have to see which idiot it is. Imohan thought about it, and took out a pair of telescopes from the space. Put on the goggles and look at the building opposite. Look for the shadow of the mysterious man. Hua Lingrong stood in front of Imohan, sticking close to him, trying her best to block the zombies' sight, so as to prevent the zombies from seeing Imohan using the telescope and exposing his zombie disguise. Brother Han, how is it? Did you see who fired the shot? Hua Lingrong asked in a low voice, lying on Imohan's chest. Imohan put away the binoculars, lowered his head, and said to her, I saw it. Next to the window on the fourth floor opposite, there are 5 men holding submachine guns, pointing their guns at the gate of this community. Bang bang bang. The gunshots rang out again, and Hua Lingrong, who was listening to Imohan, was so frightened that she suddenly grabbed Imohan's waist with both hands. If Hua Lingrong took the initiative to throw herself into his arms in the dead of night, Imohan would be very happy. But now, Imohan couldn't be happy. First, Hua Lingrong dressed up as a zombie, which was really disgusting. There was a piece of zombie's intestines hanging above her head. Second, the people in the window opposite seemed to have disappeared. It's gone. Where did it go? Imohan's heart couldn't help but rise. He held a pistol in his hand without anyone noticing, ready to fight for a chance of victory for himself and Hua Lingrong at any time. Of course, if you can't make it, just get a little dirty and dodge into the space. Try to stand to the side. At worst, you can return to the shelter and then clean the floor of the space. Then it will be clean. Bang! Bang! The gunshots were getting closer and closer, and the sound of a car starting up was heard. Imohan leaned over and saw a bulletproof car driving straight towards the community. Lingrong, come here. Imohan pulled Hua Lingrong's hand and leaned towards the other side of the wall. The bulletproof car drove off the street, crushing some zombies and rushing directly towards the neighborhood. When they arrived at the community, there was a gap in the glass of the bulletproof car, and the black muzzle of the gun was pointing at the zombies in the community. Bang, one died. Bang, another one. The shooting is very accurate. After the bulletproof vehicle rushed into the residential area, several people got off the vehicle. All of them were wearing protective clothing and holding large hammers in their hands. They hit the zombies on the ground on the heads one by one, and then quickly picked up the crystal cores. A man in a protective suit said loudly, "Brothers, these are mid-level zombies, and their crystal cores are larger than those of the primary zombies." Yang Hu. Imohan was shocked. The person who spoke was Yang Hu. Moreover, low-level zombies also have crystal cores? How come things are different? In the previous life, until Imohan was killed, low-level zombies did not have crystal cores. I didn't expect that after being reborn, many things have changed. While Imohan was wondering, Yang Hu said again, "Brothers, drive the bulletproof car to the gate of the community, take the weapons, and go upstairs. Follow me to rescue Brother Han." "Brother Hu, it's been so long. Are you sure Brother Han is still upstairs? If we go up rashly like this, we might get into danger." "Don't be afraid. The protective suits we wear can't be bitten by zombies. Brother Han is a good person. I must find him." As they were talking, the zombies all gathered together and quickly got into the bulletproof car. Boom. The bulletproof car started and drove straight towards the zombies in front. Click, click, click. The zombies that pounced on the bulletproof vehicle were torn into pieces and flew in all directions. Imohan looked in surprise at the broken legs and arms flying around. Fuck. I didn't expect Yang Hu to be so loyal. He really thinks of himself as a big brother. There are huge blades extending out from the wheels of the bulletproof car, which can cut zombies while rotating at high speed. Awesome. Doesn't my bulletproof car have this function? While Imohan was sighing that Yang Hu was a very loyal man, he decided to release his bulletproof car from the space later and take a look to see if it had any hidden cutting function. In his previous life, Imohan was very familiar with the functions of the bulletproof car AK-250. A lot of things have changed in this life. Maybe the beautiful country has added new functions to it, but Imohan just didn't notice it. Yang Hu and his group's bulletproof car drove into the community, and Imohan and Hua Lingrong took the opportunity to slip away. The two of them quickly walked out of the community and mixed in with the group of zombies. Keep walking to a place where there are not many zombies. Imohan had an idea and took out a bucket of tap water from the space and poured it on Hua Lingrong's protective suit. And hold a brush, flush water, and brush at the same time. Soon, the blood and rotten flesh on Hua Lingrong's body disappeared. The two were doing something when suddenly, several zombies pounced on them, howling. Imohan had an idea, took out a silent gun, and fired several shots at the zombies that were rushing towards him. The zombie fell to the ground. Imohan took out another bucket of tap water from the space and asked Hua Lingrong to wash the dirt off his body. Only after the disgusting zombie smell was gone from both of them did they climb onto the bulletproof car. In the car, in order not to dirty the car, the two took off their bulletproof vests as soon as they got in. The weather now is not as hot as before, but it is still very stuffy. To be honest, both of them felt uncomfortable being stuffed in the protective suits. Two people stood in the car, one in front and one behind, taking off their protective clothing. Imohan took off his clothes first, threw the protective suit on the ground, turned around, and prepared to step over Hua Lingrong to sit on the sofa. Who knew that when he turned around, he accidentally stepped on the trouser leg of Hua Lingrong's protective suit. In an instant, my center of gravity was unstable. Imohan's sturdy body pushed Hua Lingrong down. Hua Lingrong screamed, "Ah," and fell backwards. Imohan reached out to pull her up, but failed to pull her up and fell straight on top of her. Chapter 139, Falling Down, Embarrassing Moment in the Bulletproof Car. "Ah." Hua Lingrong screamed even louder. Imohan fell on the other person, unable to react for a moment and in a daze. When I heard Hua Lingrong scream, I realized that I had placed my hands in the wrong place when they fell to the ground. Put one hand on Hua Lingrong's slender waist. This position is still worthy of forgiveness. But Imohan's other hand was actually holding a round object tightly. Very big and soft. What the hell? Hua Lingrong's exclamation made Imohan realize what he was holding in his hand. In an instant, not only Hua Lingrong blushed, but Imohan's face also turned red to the neck. He quickly climbed up from the man's body and apologized. Lingrong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Because he was too excited, he fell down again when he got up without paying attention. Face to face, eyes meeting. Hua Lingrong's face was so red that it was about to burst into tears. Imohan looked at the shy Hua Lingrong and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as his Adam's apple rolled. There was always a voice in my heart saying, kill her. Kill her. However, Imohan suddenly thought that he didn't know how many years it would take until the end of the world. If he was still not sure what kind of future he wanted, why would he destroy a good girl? Forget it, I am a human being, not an animal. Imohan suppressed the impulse in his heart and stood up suddenly. However, the impulse just now caused a certain place to become impulsive as well. In order to ease the embarrassment, Imohan strode over to the sofa, sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a few deep puffs. This still didn't solve the problem, so he took out a bottle of Red Bull from the space and took a few gulps down his throat. Imohan felt a little more comfortable when he felt the cool touch. Hua Lingrong also slowly walked to the sofa opposite Imohan and sat down. Her face was shy and her complexion was rosy. With her beautiful big eyes, she couldn't help but secretly glance at Imohan opposite her. Imohan also looked up at her. In an instant, both of them turned their faces away. Too shy. So embarrassing. Hua Lingrong is still a virgin and has never been in a relationship. Imohan and the former Yin Wei had slept together 80 years ago, but that was because Yin was his girlfriend at the time and the two were already familiar with each other. Everything that happens naturally happens. As for Hua Lingrong, I'm really embarrassed. In order to ease the embarrassment, Imohan took out a bottle of Red Bull from the space, handed it to Hua Lingrong, and said, "Here, take a sip." Hua Lingrong reached out to take the Red Bull that Imohan handed over, and when their fingers touched each other, both of them quickly retracted their hands. Grass. Imohan secretly cursed himself as a coward in his heart. It's not like you've never slept with a woman before. Why are you so inexperienced? Hua Lingrong opened the Red Bull and gently poured a mouthful into her mouth. She was so close to Imohan just now, and both of them were wearing thin clothes for hot weather. Whether it's places that should be touched or not, they're all in close contact. That's why Hua Lingrong feels so embarrassed when she thinks about it now. I'll go drive. Imohan put out the cigarette in the ashtray on the coffee table and drank the last sip of Red Bull in his hand. Walk to the driving seat, sit down, and start the bulletproof car. The first thing Imohan did after starting the car was to look for hidden switches in the car to see if there was a bulletproof car like the one Yang Hu and his team had just driven, with a blade that could cut zombies. It's impossible that there isn't one. The bulletproof car that Yang Hu and his team have is far inferior to mine. Imohan looked everywhere for the hidden blade switch near the gear lever, but couldn't find it. Suddenly he noticed that there was a red switch shaped like a blade on the left third of the oil gauge panel. Imohan reached over and pressed the switch. A warning sound immediately sounded in the car. Cutting mode on. Oh wow, so you're hiding here. In an instant, huge and sharp gear blades popped out from the front, back, left, and right directions of the car. As the car moved forward, the gear blades cut along the way. Those zombies that approached the bulletproof car were sawed into several pieces in an instant, and some even had their entire bodies crushed. Imohan saw the thrilling killing outside from the rearview mirror of the car, and his excitement was beyond words. Great. Damn it. I won't be afraid of zombies anymore. I can drive all the way to the sky and the ground. I can do anything. Yang Hu and his team's car can't compare to this one. Imohan was talking to himself in the front. Hua Lingrong had recovered from the fall just now. She walked to the front passenger seat, sat down, and fastened her seatbelt. He asked, "Brother Han, I heard you say that Yang Hu helped you a lot before the end of the world. And, from their tone just now, it seemed that they were going upstairs to save you. But why didn't you recognize them just now?" Imohan drove the car forward, harvesting the zombies beside him. He turned his head to look at Hua Lingrong and said with a smile, "You can't judge a person by his appearance, but by his heart. Who knows if he went upstairs to save me, or because he knew that I had hoarded a lot of supplies before the end of the world and wanted to rob me. If they wanted to save me, it would be fine. But if they wanted to rob me, keeping a bunch of potential dangers around would make me sleep uneasy. It's impossible to be on guard against them every day." Hua Lingrong felt that what Imohan said made sense, but she still asked, "What if, Brother Han, if he really cares about brotherhood and goes upstairs to save you? No matter what the reason is, this person cannot stay around. If he is a true brother, we will naturally have the opportunity to meet again in the future." The car moved forward, and when it encountered a narrow place without zombies, Imo-han pressed the button next to the oil gauge panel to retract the gear blade. To go to Dongqing District, one has to pass by the abandoned factory where Imo-han previously stored supplies. At the entrance of the old factory, Imo-han said to Hua Lingrong, "Wait for me in the car. I'll be back soon." "Yes, okay." Hua Lingrong nodded obediently and sat in the car waiting for Imo-han. Imo-han used Space Flash to enter the old factory, where he had previously stored rice and water. I found that the rice and water were still there. Imo-han suddenly felt very uncomfortable. It seems that Yang-hu really treats me as a brother. I clearly left these rice and water for him, and I also explained it to him in detail. I didn't expect him to say no, and really didn't want it. Yang-hu is a good man who will not betray his brothers even when the end of the world comes. I just don't know if the brothers around him are good or bad people. Since you don't want it, I'll take it away. Imo-han muttered a few words, and with an idea, he put all the supplies piled on the floor of the warehouse into the space. Then he turned and flashed back to the bulletproof car. "Brother Han, did you go to check on the supplies you left for Yang-hu? Are they still in there?" As soon as Imo-han got in the car, Hua Lingrong asked curiously. Imo-han shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Oh, don't say it. Yang-hu is really a brother. The supplies are still inside? Then Yang-hu is indeed a good person." Imo-han smiled and said, "Of course, there is a possibility that he has already stockpiled a lot of supplies, too many to count, and he simply doesn't care about the little things I left behind." That's right. Chapter 140. Trip to the base tomorrow. Imo-han drove the bulletproof car all the way towards Dongqing District. Ever since he discovered the treasure function of the car's blade cutting, Imo-han has been smiling almost all the way. Because the zombies are nothing under the attack of the bulletproof car. If there are too many zombies, crush them into meat scraps. However, if encountering a large obstacle, Imo-han would still get out of the car and put the bulletproof car into the space. Then people climbed over the obstacles, and when the road became smooth, they released the bulletproof car from the space, got in, and drove forward. Crushed the zombies along the way. Imo-han would deliberately drive to wherever there were zombies. The zombies shattered, and the crystal cores underground rolled all over the ground. It's different now. Before, only mid-level zombies had crystal cores, but now low-level zombies also have crystal cores, but they're smaller. Imo-han parked the bulletproof car on the side of the road, used Space Flash, and carried crystal cores in sacks along the way. It would be quite difficult for others to get the crystal core. But Imo-han is different. Imo-han's big sack is now filled with crystal cores, at least 300 or 400. The crystal core is a very useful thing. Although Imo-han had awakened his superpowers after eating the king-level crystal core, and later ate 2 more big ones, it is unknown what other superpowers he would awaken. However, the levels of those supernatural powers require a gradual upgrade process. For example, Imo-han's current mental abilities are still just elementary abilities, but his physical strength is stronger than before and his physical speed is faster than before. But it didn't reach a very high level. If Imo-han wants to improve his supernatural powers, he must constantly replenish the energy of the crystal core into his body. In the early stage, the crystal core needs to be eaten directly. In the later stage, when the supernatural power reaches a high level, Imo-han only needs to stretch out his hand and absorb the energy of the crystal core. Imo-han filled the large sack and carried it into the car for Hua Lingrong to see. Hua Lingrong smiled and said, "Brother Han, you are amazing. Others have to work hard to get a few crystal cores, but you actually use a large sack to carry them." Haha. Imo-han was also very happy. "That's right, it's all thanks to my AK-250 brother. It's so awesome." After putting the large sack into the space, Imo-han restarted the bulletproof car and started on his way. 40 minutes later, Imo-han's bulletproof car suddenly braked and stopped when it was about to enter Dongqing District. Hua Lingrong followed Imo-han out of the car obediently. Imo-han changed to a van and drove into Dongqing District. "Hey, Brother Han, isn't it said that the Japanese base is in Dongqing District? We have already been to Dongqing, but we haven't seen the base. Could it be fake?" Hua Lingrong sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window carefully. There was no sign of the base. Imo-han explained, "Tomorrow's base. In order to avoid possible floods in the future, the base will not be built directly in the city, but on the mountain." The reason why Imo-han said this was not entirely because he was guessing, but because he knew about the existence of this base in his previous life. However, this base was destroyed when the volcano erupted later, and the people in the base had no choice but to hunt everywhere. Later, the official was no longer the official. There was no official at all in any part of the world. Everyone ruled their own territory and established their own base to live in. There are no boundaries between countries. As long as you are strong enough, you can go to any country you want. Hua Lingrong looked at Imo-han with admiration, thinking that he knew a lot. Sure enough, as Imo-han drove towards the outskirts of Dongqing district, he saw a tall fence at the foot of the mountain. The fence is at least 11 or 12 meters high and is covered with long, thick steel bars. The tops of the bars are shaped like sharp knives. Wow, this base is so majestic. Such high walls and these sharp steel bars. Hua Lingrong sat in the car, like a little girl who had never seen the world, looking at a big door in the middle of the high wall. The 4 words "tomorrow's base" were so dazzling. Imo-han smiled bitterly. So what if it is majestic? In the end, it will return to dust. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe because of the butterfly effect, the result will be different. Because many things have changed between the previous life and this life. For example, Imo-han's rebirth, and meeting De Bing, Yao Ji, and the 2 Hua sisters in advance. For example, the abyss rift that opened in advance. Although Imo-han has memories of his past life, he always feels that they are not very useful because things seem to be changing. The gate of the base was closed, and the high wall extended all the way to the top of the mountain, surrounding the entire mountain. There are more than a dozen outposts on the wall. There are more than a dozen soldiers standing guard at each outpost, and all of them are sharpshooters in the army. It is guaranteed that as long as someone breaks in, they will be hit instantly. In addition to the guns carried on their bodies, there were also heavy machine guns on the sentry post pointing towards the ground. If anyone dares to act wildly at the gate of the base, he will definitely not survive more than 3 seconds. Imo-han stopped the car at the gate of the base and walked out of the van with Hua Lingrong. The soldier at the middle sentry post shouted, "Who is coming?" Hua Lingrong looked at the majestic soldiers above and moved closer to Imo-han in fear. Listening to the soldier's tone, it felt like she and Imo-han had entered a mountain stronghold, preparing to go up the mountain to become bandits. Report to the commander. Imo-han looked up, held Hua Lingrong's hand, and was ready to flash into the space at any time if something went wrong. Imo-han said loudly, "Let's go find a doctor named Zhang Chaoyou. He is my neighbor and asked me to come to this base to find him." Shuejiu stood on a high sentry post, looking at Imo-han who was looking up at him below. Imo-han is probably over 1.85 meters tall, with a strong build, handsome appearance, and slightly dark skin. Hearing Imo-han mention Zhang Chaoyou, Shuejiu said to Shun Shirtu beside him, "Looking for Uncle Zhang." Shin Shirtu whispered, "Uncle Zhang is not here. He is worried about Wei Ge, so he went to Qinglong Mountain to fight monsters and put out fires." "Yes." Shuejiu nodded and said to Imo-han at the entrance of the base, "Dr. Zhang is not here. What do you want to see him about?" "My family member is sick, and I would like to ask him to treat him." Imo-han said loudly. "Who is sick?" Shuejiu asked at the sentry post. Hua Lingrong immediately pretended to be a little dizzy and leaned towards Imo-han's chest. "My sister is sick. Could you please tell me where Dr. Zhang is now?" Shuejiu raised his voice and said, "You too. Our base is for sheltering survivors. You can enter the base first and wait for them to come back. You can't go where Dr. Zhang went. It's too dangerous." Imo-han supported Hua Lingrong, who was lying limp in front of him. The little guy has a talent for acting, and he gets into the role in just 1 second. "Thank you, sir. My sister is seriously ill and cannot be delayed. I will take her to see Dr. Zhang first, and then come back with Dr. Zhang to ask the base to take her in." Imo-han said sincerely. No matter how you look at him, he looks like an honest guy. After Shuejiu heard what he said, he looked at the short-haired girl in Imo-han's arms. She had fair skin and tender flesh, which was a symbol of her. "Unfortunately, I'm sick." Poor thing. Shuejiu felt sympathy for Hua Lingrong, who was sick below, and said, "Dr. Zhang and his men have gone to Qinglong Mountain to fight monsters. There are many monsters in Qinglong Mountain. Are you sure you and your sister want to go and look for him?" Chapter 141. Coughing like this. Is he seriously ill? Qinglong Mountain. Imo-han was surprised. Dr. Zhang went to Qinglong Mountain? Shuejiu thought he was frightened by the 3 words Qinglong Mountain and quickly added, "Yes, Dr. Zhang went to Qinglong Mountain. Why don't you go to the base first and wait for Dr. Zhang to come back?" Shuejiu looked at the weak Hua Lingrong in Imo-han's arms and said, "What disease does your sister have? We have other doctors in our base who can treat her. Why don't you go into the base and give it a try?" Imo-han heard this and said, "Okay, Dr. Zhang has gone to Qinglong Mountain and may not be back for a while. Even if you go to look for him yourself, you may not be able to find him. If we each take different paths, we will most likely miss each other. Since there is a doctor on the base, that would be great." "Thank you very much, sir," Imo-han quickly said politely to Shuejiu. Hua Lingrong, who was in Imo-han's arms, also bowed weakly to Shuejiu, who was on guard duty. He looked so weak that he almost fell down. Shuejiu felt so distressed when seeing this. Oh my goodness. Shuejiu is not actually a lustful person, but because he has never married, he can't help but be tempted when he sees a beautiful girl. In addition, Imohan said that Hua Lingrong was his sister. Shuejiao was very excited when he heard that. Naturally, he had to find ways to win over such a beautiful woman to the base. Of course, the soldiers on the sentry post were also very happy. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Even Imohan likes it. It is no exaggeration to say that Hua Lingrong's appearance is comparable to that of popular stars. She is even more beautiful than them. Shuejiao nodded, and someone immediately came down to open the door for Imohan and Hua Lingrong. Shuejiao also went downstairs with Shin Shirtu. However, although the beauty is pretty, Shuejiao is not a brainless person. As soon as he raised his chin, two soldiers ran up, one male and one female, and began to search Imohan and Hua Lingrong. Only after confirming that they did not have any dangerous items on them would they be allowed in. However, the van driven by Imohan must enter the base. Brother, this van base is not yours either. If you want to use it in the future, you can drive it out in minutes, Shuejiao said to Imohan. Imohan naturally had no objection. No problem. Even if the base needs it in the future, that's absolutely no problem. It's just a van. We can't thank the base enough for taking it in, Imohan said to Shuejiao politely. Shuejiao waved his hand, and someone immediately prepared to drive Imohan's van. Hey, sir, wait a minute, I left something behind. Imohan thought of something and quickly ran to his van before the soldier. Shuejiao saw Imohan holding a colorful parrot out of the car and said with a smile, "This parrot is so beautiful. Did you raise it?" "Yeah." Imohan nodded. "I got hurt fighting with a dog. My calf was broken, and now I'm unconscious. I don't know what happened." Shuejiao reached out and touched Xiaohua's pretty head. "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful parrot." "Oh, your body is very hot. Do you have a fever? We must go see a doctor immediately." Hua Lingrong huddled in Imohan's arms with a pink and tender face. Shuejiao said worriedly, "Your sister also looks uncomfortable and probably can't walk. It's still a long way up the mountain. How about this? Let's take your van up the mountain together and go to the base clinic to check it out." "Okay, thank you, sir," Imohan said politely. Hua Lingrong didn't say anything, but she looked really beautiful despite her sickly expression. Imohan saw Shuejiao's obsession with Hua Lingrong and cursed in his heart. It turns out that men are all LSBS. They get excited when they see beautiful women. Suddenly I realized that I am also a man, and I didn't want to curse anymore. Because I am also moved. Imohan, Hua Lingrong, Shuejiao, Shin Shirtu, and another soldier of Shuejiao got into Imohan's van together. The soldier drove the car, and Shuejiao sat in the passenger seat. Shin Shirtu, Imohan, and Hua Lingrong sat in the back row. The car entered through the gate and sped all the way, winding its way towards the top of the mountain. Imohan looked out through the car window. "I saw that the people at the base are quite smart. One base, two lines of defense." When the car was halfway up the mountain, another large iron gate was locked, and the iron gate was surrounded by a wall more than 10 meters high. There are also sentries and soldiers on the high walls. Shuejiao got out of the car, greeted the soldier on guard, and accepted inspection, and then the car was allowed to pass. All the way to the top of the mountain, there is no sentry post this time. The entire base is in the shape of a ladder, from bottom to top. There are civilian houses, houses for contributors, and houses for official soldiers. At the top is the base leader's house. There is nothing wrong with this division. After all, those who contribute to the base live higher up, stand higher, and see farther. For ordinary people, it is good enough to have a place to live. The van stopped near the top of the mountain. Imohan silently memorized all the house structures, roads, and forks in his road. Originally, the official base had been searching for survivors and would not harm civilians. But it is always good to be more careful. This is it. Shuejiao got out of the car and pointed to a 3-story building, saying, "This is the base village clinic." Imohan also got out of the car holding Hua Lingrong with one hand and holding Xiaohua with the other. Shuejiao led the two into the village clinic, which was quite quiet. It's the end of the world, and medical supplies are limited. No matter whether the illness is serious or minor, you should fight it if you can. If you can't, don't take up the base's housing resources and just kick them out. Therefore, generally speaking, no one would come to the village clinic when they are sick. If it is a minor illness, the clinic will not waste medical resources. If it is a major illness, no one will treat you if the treatment is not good. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the health clinic's existence is to serve people above the civilian population. Above the civilians, of course, are contributors, soldiers, leaders, and others. A man who looked like a doctor came up to them and said, "Captain Shui, aren't you on duty? How come you have time to come and sit here?" Shuejiao raised his chin to him and said, "This sister is sick. Bring her here to see you." Li Liang glanced at Hua Lingrong, who was supported by Mo Han. At this moment, Hua Lingrong was no longer as fragile as before. The body seems to have regained some strength. Come and sit here. Li Liang asked Hua Lingrong to come over. Hua Lingrong sat obediently in front of Li Liang and said, "Doctor, I don't feel any discomfort, but I suddenly felt a little dizzy today." Several men stood nearby, listening to the conversation between the two. Li Liang tore off a prescription and wrote on it with a ballpoint pen, "Name, age, how long have you had dizziness symptoms?" "My name is Hua Lingrong. I'm 21 years old, and I've been unconscious for the whole morning," Hua Lingrong said seriously. "Brother Jiao." As soon as Hua Lingrong finished speaking, Shin Shirtu beside Shuejiao immediately whispered, 21 years old, the age of flowers. Brother Jiao, you must seize the opportunity. Cough, cough, cough. In order to prevent being heard by people present, Shuejiao coughed hard a few times. Li Liang raised his head and said, "Brother Jiao, you are coughing like this. Are you seriously ill?" Chapter 142 is over. This beauty is a fool. Shuejiao. She signaled to Li Liang with her eyes. "Can you please speak properly? You are seriously ill. Be careful, or I will beat you up." Li Liang and Shuejiao are both good friends who like to joke around. After Shuejiao's response, Li Liang stopped joking. Looking back at Hua Lingrong, besides dizziness, are there any other symptoms? Hua Lingrong. Also, my parrot is sick. Li Liang. Shuejiao. Shen Shirtu. It's over. This beauty is a fool. Mo Han. Yes, it should be seamless like this. Hua Lingrong took the parrot Xiaohua from Mo Han, put it on the table where Li Liang was seeing the doctor, and said, "Dr. Li, I feel dizzy because of it. My lovely parrot is sick, and I was worried about it for a while, so I felt dizzy. Please save it. As long as it gets better, I won't feel dizzy anymore." Li Liang. I didn't react for a moment. What happened? Wasn't it the beautiful woman who was sick? How come the patient became a parrot? When did you become a veterinarian? Mo Han couldn't help wanting to laugh, but he finally held it back. I didn't expect that Hua Lingrong, who is always calm, actually has such a cute side like a little woman. "Doctor, please save my parrot." Hua Lingrong once again reminded Li Liang, who had not yet recovered from his shock. "What's wrong with this parrot?" Li Liang asked. Mo Han quickly stood aside and answered, "I was injured in a fight with a dog. My lower leg was broken, and I have been unconscious for a day." Li Liang reached out and felt Xiaohua's belly, and was shocked. "It's so hot. This parrot has a fever. Could it be infected with the zombie virus?" Hua Lingrong quickly said, "No, Dr. Li, my dog is not a zombie. The two were just playing around, and he accidentally slapped the parrot and sent it flying. I guess the fever is related to its fracture." "Yes." Li Liang nodded. "If that's the case, the first priority is to reduce the high fever." Li Liang gently lifted the gauze that was tied around the parrot's calf, took a look, and said, "Oh no, this wound has become festered." While Li Liang was talking, he got up and went to the pharmacy to get some iodine, gauze, and saline cotton balls. First, use iodine to gently clean Xiaohua's wound to drain all the pus. After cleaning it, bandage it with gauze. Mo Han watched Li Liang's operation from the side and said, "I bandaged it in the same way. Why doesn't it wake up?" Li Liang raised his head and glanced at Mo Han. "I can't guarantee that it can wake up. If Dr. Zhang is here, then there will be no problem." After Li Liang bandaged Xiaohua's wound, he handed Mohan a pill. "This is for fever reduction. Crush it, mix it with water, and drink it down your throat." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Li." Mohan took the medicine, but there was no cup or stirring tool. Shuejiao directly took a disposable cup from Li Liang's drawer and handed it to him. "There are a few cups left, but there is nothing to stir." Mohan nodded to Shuejiao, took the medicine in his hand, rubbed it lightly with his thumb and index finger, and crushed the medicine into powder. The powder is all in a disposable cup. Shuejiao took the remaining mineral water from Li Liang and handed it to Mohan. "Don't spill it. The water in the base is allocated and the resource is seriously scarce." Mohan thanked him again and again. He prepared the medicinal water, and together with Li Liang, one of them pried open Xiaohua's mouth, while the other sucked up the medicine with a syringe and gently pushed it into Xiaohua's mouth. "I sat in the infirmary for a while." Li Liang asked Hua Lingrong with concern, "Are you still dizzy?" Hua Lingrong nodded. "I was just too worried about Xiaohua. As long as it gets better, I won't feel dizzy anymore." Shuejiao stood behind Li Liang and quickly poked him. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and cure this beautiful parrot." Li Liang turned around and smiled. "Brother Jiao, I'm afraid you're not interested in the bar. What nonsense are you talking about?" Shuejiao reached out to grab Li Liang, but Li Liang quickly jumped up from the chair and ran away. Mohan and Hua Lingrong sat on the chairs opposite, waiting for the parrot Xiaohua to wake up. However, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed. Xiaohua still showed no sign of waking up. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The parrot Xiaohua moved its body slightly and continued to fall into deep sleep. Seeing Xiaohua's expression, Li Liang said to the two of them, "My medical skills are limited, and I'm not good at treating animals. I can't cure this parrot. Why don't you wait for Dr. Zhang to come back?" Shuejiu also said, "I will immediately have someone arrange accommodation for you and your sister. You can stay here without any worries. Captain Zhang should be back soon." Emohan was surprised. "Captain Zhang?" Shuejiu quickly explained. "Captain Zhang Wei, son of Dr. Zhang Chaoyao. He is the captain of our base's field service department and is responsible for going out to gather information and collect supplies. He is now suppressing bandits in Qinglong Mountain." Haha. Emohan couldn't help laughing. "You call the monsters their bandits? Do you know what those monsters look like?" Before Shuejiu could speak, Shen Shirtu behind him said proudly, "Those monsters, of course, have 3 eyes, 8 hands, and 9 big tails." Don't listen to him. Shuejiu was afraid that this fool would scare Hua Lingrong, so he quickly interrupted. "It's not that exaggerated, but according to Zhang Wei and the others, there is an underground abyss in Qinglong Mountain, and there are all kinds of monsters in it, especially giant dinosaurs from the Jurassic era." Big dinosaur? Unexpectedly, Shen Shida's words did not scare Hua Lingrong, but his own words scared Hua Lingrong. "Dinosaurs are so scary." Emohan also nodded and said, "Yes, can Captain Zhang and his men defeat a behemoth like a dinosaur? They are just a group of low-level animals. No matter how big their bodies are or how strong their armed forces are, can they be stronger than airplanes and cannons? Don't worry, there should be no problem," Shen Shirtu said proudly. Shuejiu frowned and said, "Shirtu, you can't say that. But even if humans can't do it, we have to give it a try. If we let those mutant animals into the city, I'm afraid that the survivors in the city will suffer a great disaster. If we can kill one, it will be a good thing." Shuejiu's words made Emohan couldn't help but look at him with higher regard. Although this man looks unserious, he is actually a man of iron and blood and deserves admiration. "You brothers and sisters, please think about it. If you think it's okay, I will immediately arrange a dormitory for you. However, there are many people in the base, so the conditions may not be that comfortable. Please make do with it." Shuejiu was trying to persuade the brother and sister again. Emohan looked up at the sky outside the window, thinking of Xiaohua's usual naughty and cute appearance, and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Instead of sitting and waiting at the base, why not go to see Dr. Zhang in person? Maybe he can help a little." As soon as Emohan said this, Shen Shirtu beside Shuejiu almost fell down from laughing. "Help? What the hell? Just don't cause any trouble. I tell you, those monsters are really scary. If you drive a van there, the monsters will slap you away with one slap. Do you believe it? You don't really think that the Wooling magic car is really a magic car, do you?" Chapter 143 Return to Qinglong Mountain to save Parrot Xiaohua. Shuejiu also advised, "Qinglong Mountain is very dangerous. The troops went there with planes and cannons. Ordinary people should not go there. Don't lose your lives for a parrot." "Thank you, commanders, but I have made up my mind. Let's go, Lingrong." Emohan held the parrot in front, and Hua Lingrong followed behind, and the two of them walked out of the health room. He turned around and said to Shuejiu, Li Liang, and Shen Shirtu, who were standing by the door, "Then we are leaving, officers. I hope we can work together again. Well, let's continue to sit with you and go back to the sentry post below to be on duty." Shuejiu said. Emohan nodded, got in the car, and turned it around. Hua Lingrong carried Xiaohua into the passenger seat. Shuejiu and Shen Shirtu also got into the car. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Shuejiu had people open the gate of the base and let Emohan and Hua Lingrong out. As Emohan's car drove out of the base gate, Shuejiu was worried and reminded him, "There are monsters everywhere in Qinglong Mountain, so you must be extra careful. I hope you can return to the base as soon as possible. By then, I will arrange a dormitory for you two in advance." Emohan leaned out of the van, waved to Shuejiu, who was on the sentry post, and said loudly, "Thank you, brother." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove forward quickly. Watching Emohan and Hua Lingrong's van go away, Shen Shirtu stood on a high sentry post and said with a smile, "Brother Jiu, are you sure you want to let such a pretty girl go just like that?" Shuejiu pretended to be angry and stretched out his hand to hit someone. "You have too many fucking things to do. Why don't you go stand guard?" "Okay, brother 9, I'll go." Shen Shirtu ran to the other end of the sentry post while making fun of Shuejiu with ill intentions. Shuejiu said he was speechless. Emohan took Hua Lingrong and drove towards Qinglong Mountain. After arriving at a relatively spacious and remote place and making sure that no one saw what he did, Imo-han had an idea and took out a helicopter from the space. Hua Lingrong looked at the big plane parked on the ground and asked, "Brother Han, shall we go by plane?" Imo-han raised his chin and said, "Yeah, driving is too slow and there are too many obstacles. I'm afraid if I keep waiting, Xiaohua's high fever will burn her brain." Hua Lingrong said, "That's true. But Brother Han, can you fly a plane?" Imo-han opened the door of the plane, sat in the main driving seat, pulled the seat belt around him, and said with a smile, "Your brother Han knows a lot of things." Hua Ling quickly climbed into the passenger seat, fastened her seat belt obediently, turned her head, and looked at Imo-han in admiration. "Brother Han, I find that you are really excellent. You know so many things." Imo-han looked very proud. "That's right. Sit tight. The plane is about to take off." Imo-han drove the plane, glided forward a few meters, and then began to take off. However, Imo-han did not fly too high. In order to make it easier to find Zhang Chaoyong, Imo-han flew the plane just above the forest. In the evening, the sky was clear and everything around could be seen clearly. Hua Lingrong was sitting on the plane and couldn't help but want to shout a few times at the forest below. We were also afraid of scaring the monsters in the forest, especially those with wings. If they flew towards the plane, it would be troublesome. Imo-han noticed her hesitation and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? Just yell if you want to." After Imo-han said this, Hua Lingrong immediately relaxed and let out a long ah towards the air. Sure enough, the birds in the woods below were startled and flew up from the trees with a whoosh. Because the plane was not flying very high, Hua Lingrong's voice was indeed very penetrating. Imo-han thought and took out a pair of binoculars from space and handed them to Hua Lingrong, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat. "Lingrong, look carefully and see if there is any sign of Dr. Zhang Chaoyong below. As long as there is a plane parked below, Dr. Zhang should be there." "Got it, Brother Han." Hua Lingrong put the telescope in front of her eyes and stared at the woods below very seriously. The plane flew all the way from Ji City to the neighboring Nanyang City, and then continued to fly forward, almost reaching the direction of Qinglong Mountain. We didn't see any planes parked underground along the way. Hua Lingrong looked around very seriously with the telescope, and finally said to Imo-han in disappointment, "I didn't see any plane. Did the people at the base deliberately trick us into coming here to die?" Imo-han shook his head. "The captain of the base tried his best to keep us when we were leaving. There was no need for him to lie to us and trick us into death, because he knew very well that we were just noobs, and there was no way we could reach Qinglong Mountain." Imo-han said to Hua Lingrong, "If we reach the direction of the abyss and still haven't seen the plane, there are only two possibilities. First, they won the battle and flew back via another route. Second, they were dragged into the abyss by the monster along with the plane." "Ah, Brother Han, what you said is very likely," Hua Lingrong said while observing the area below with a telescope. "I think it is unlikely that they will win the battle." Imo-han shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If they can't find the plane any further, there's a high chance they'll die." After Imo-han said this, neither of them spoke. If Zhang Chaoyong dies, can Xiaohua still survive? Damn, this base is the same. Why send anyone else to exterminate the monsters? Why send an old man here? Isn't this just asking for death? Hua Lingrong said unconvinced. Imo-han smiled helplessly and said, "The base will not send a very capable doctor to die. The only explanation is that his son came out to kill monsters, and the old man was worried and insisted on following him. Lingrong, let me tell you, the old man is not only a good doctor, but also a 9th-degree black belt master in Taekwondo. So powerful." Hua Lingrong took away the telescope and looked back at Imo-han. No wonder he followed his son out to fight monsters. It turns out he is a master. Unfortunately, they all underestimated the fighting power of the monsters. No matter how powerful a person is, they cannot defeat monsters that are many times stronger in speed and physical strength, unless they have supernatural powers. When Imo-han said this, he began to feel worried. His superpowers had just awakened. Although his speed and strength were 5 or 6 times higher than those of ordinary people, and he had also absorbed the wolf's firepower, it was still only in the initial stage. If you encounter a more powerful monster, you will not be able to defeat it at all. Dr. Zhang and his men are just ordinary people without special powers, so they are even less likely to win. Imo-han was in a heavy mood and flew the plane to Qinglong Mountain based on his intuition. Towering mountains stand tall, with thin wisps of mist lingering. It looks like a fairyland. But who knows, beneath the smoke, there is killing. Imo-han flew a helicopter through the smoke and hovered around the underground abyss. A raging fire was burning on a mountain not far away. The huge flame seemed to be about to engulf the world. There are not many monsters around the abyss. The huge dinosaurs that we saw before can no longer be seen at this time. There were so many monsters before, how come they all disappeared all of a sudden? Where did they go? Hualingrong looked at the huge crack under the plane in confusion. Imohan frowned. The fire at Qinglong Mountain has made the monsters highly alert. In addition, many ordinary animals in the mountain have died or been injured. With food scarce, they must go to human society to find ways to fill their stomachs. Chapter 144. It seems to be wreckage. Where is Dr. Zhang? Imohan lowered the plane to the lowest position, preparing to find a place to land, take a rest, and then think of a solution. I'm hungry too. Lingrong, let's eat something later. What do you want to eat? Just as Imohan was about to land the plane on a flat lawn, he heard Hualingrong shouting in surprise, Brother Han, look, the plane. Plane. Imohan was also excited and raised the plane a little higher. Where is it? Alas, Hualingrong's tone suddenly became lost and frustrated. It seems to be a wreckage. Wreckage. Imohan's hand shook as he was piloting the helicopter. The helicopter suddenly bumped in the air. He quickly gripped the steering wheel. Where is it? Over there, Brother Han. Southeast direction. Imohan looked down from the plane and, sure enough, in the woods to the southeast not far from the underground abyss, several planes were toppled and crashed into the woods. Fortunately, it's not broken into pieces. But, even if it is not broken into pieces, no one is there. Imohan looked towards the southeast and saw no flat area. All they had to do was slowly land the helicopter on the flat lawn below the plane. A helicopter is just a small plane, not a large passenger plane, so it does not require a very wide space to land and take off. After the plane stopped, Imohan and Hualingrong got off the plane. Imohan held a gun in his hand and handed one to Hualingrong. The two of them ran quickly towards the southeast. There were some monsters blocking the way along the way. Imohan simply grabbed Hualingrong's hand, used space flash to become invisible, and shot a few shots at the monsters' heads. He ate 3 king-level crystal cores in total. The crystal core of the evil wolf he ate before made him awaken his superpowers. The 2 crystal cores he ate later had not yet reached the time to awaken his superpowers, so their power is unknown. However, Imohan could clearly feel that both his physical strength and speed were much faster than before. When he first awakened his superpowers, his physical strength was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Now, his physical strength is more than 8 times that of an ordinary person. After killing the monster, Imohan took the huge crystal core from the monster's head. Taking Hualingrong with him, he continued to run towards the southeast to see if there was any trace of Dr. Zhang Chaoyang in the crashed plane. Of course, Imohan also put the helicopter and the parrot Xiaohua into the space. When they arrived at the woods southeast of the abyss crack, Imohan and Hualingrong emerged from the space flash and began to look for Zhang Chaoyang's shadow everywhere in the woods and in the wreckage of the plane. However, apart from the monsters that kept pouring out, there was no sign of Dr. Zhang. Not to mention Dr. Zhang, even the soldiers didn't see it. Imohan decided to take Hualingrong with him and search around in the woods. Brother Han, the plane crashed like this. Did those people die, or were they eaten by a monster? Looking at the plane's current state, it doesn't look like it crashed from midair, but rather like it was parked in the woods and was smashed by a giant monster. Imohan explained to Hualingrong, the plane couldn't have been very high. It probably encountered a big one and was slapped down. Oh, what kind of monster is so scary? Hualingrong couldn't help but hug her shoulders and lean towards Imohan. The 2 people walked forward and unknowingly arrived at a place full of stones. Imohan vaguely heard the sound of people talking, but when he listened carefully, it seemed as if there was no sound at all. Brother Han, what are you listening to? Hualingrong asked. The sound of someone talking. Hualingrong calmed down and listened carefully. No, there is no sound at all. Imohan didn't say anything, but listened carefully. Because of his special ability, his hearing is more than 8 times more developed than that of others. Therefore, Imohan can hear clearly the sounds that Hualingrong cannot hear, even if they're just the slightest noises. Follow me. After hearing clearly where the voice came from, Imohan took a few steps forward and Hualingrong immediately followed. After bypassing the numerous and chaotic large and small rocks, the 2 men arrived at a particularly secluded place. Imohan pushed aside the thorns beside him and walked forward about 5 or 6 meters. He saw a cave under the stone. The entrance was just big enough for a person to bend down and enter. Ouch. Roar. Moo. 3 huge monsters, about 3 meters tall, were standing outside the cave, roaring in annoyance. One of the monsters with a long neck stuck its head into the cave from time to time and tried to push the stone at the entrance with its horns, trying to open the cave. Imohan and Hualingrong used space to flash over. Although the monsters couldn't see them, they could smell their scent. So, when 2 people appeared at the entrance of the cave, 3 huge monsters surrounded them anxiously. I can't see the enemy, but I can smell his scent, but that scent keeps changing positions very quickly. This uncertainty made the 3-headed monster feel insecure and panicked. The three monsters looked at each other and suddenly pounced towards the place where Imo Han and Hualingrong appeared in space. The moment the monsters pounced, Imo Han and Hualingrong suddenly entered the space. Entering the space, people are in the space. Flashing means appearing in space for a while and then disappearing from it, but the speed of entering and exiting is so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. Just as the two people entered the space, the three-headed monster pounced down with such force that the three giants collided fiercely with each other. Bang! The horn of the long-necked monster was broken, and the other two monsters were also knocked dizzy and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Imo Han estimated that the time was about right, so he came out of the space, held the gun in his hand, pulled the trigger, and fired several shots at the three-headed monster's head. In a cave not far away, a man's head popped out. He glanced at Imo Han, who was picking up crystal cores, and then suddenly retracted his head. "Oh, Captain Zhang, this is bad. There's a man and a woman outside who killed three monsters with just a few shots." The person who spoke was Tansi, a soldier under Zhang Wei. At this time, on the ground in the cave, Lin Xiao, deputy captain of the field department, had a broken left leg and was unconscious. The field force captain Zhang Wei and his old father Zhang Chaowei were guarding Lin Xiao on the left and right. There was another soldier, Wang Shachong, sitting in the cave. "What? A man and a woman killed three monsters. Tansi, when did you learn to brag? There are monsters all over this deep forest. Where did a man and a woman come from?" Zhang Wei was working with his father Zhang Chaoyong to give Lin Xiao an infusion. Lin Xiao's legs were bandaged, and it looked like he had just had his bones reattached not long ago. "Hey, Wei Ge, why don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, just go out and take a look," Tansi said with a feeling of grievance. "Okay, let me go and take a look." Zhang Wei stood up from the ground and strode towards the cave entrance. After walking a few steps, Imo Han and Hualingrong walked in. Chapter 145, Dr. Zhang is finally found and Xiao is saved. The light in the cave was dim. Imo Han and Hualingrong took a minute to adjust before slowly walking into the cave. Just now when he was taking the monster's crystal core, he saw a head sticking out of the cave and knew that there was someone inside. Bring Hualingrong here to find out the whereabouts of Dr. Zhang Chong. But as soon as he entered the cave, a black gun was pointed at his head. Click! The sound of a bullet being loaded was heard. "Who is it?" Zhang Wei asked sternly. "You." The light in the cave was not very bright, but when Imo Han looked closely at the person in front of him and heard his voice, he was suddenly choked up and couldn't speak. Zhang Wei was very surprised by Imo Han's reaction. Imo Han continued to ask, "Are you Xiao Wei? How do you know my name? Who are you?" Zhang Wei was puzzled. The muzzle of the gun placed on Imo Han's forehead did not move at all. "I'm Imo Han." Imo Han almost blurted out. But immediately he realized that this was not his previous life, but the world he was reborn into. At this time, Zhang Wei did not recognize himself. In the previous life, Zhang Wei was Imo Han's best brother. They went through life and death together every day. They had such a good relationship that they could wear the same underwear and fart together. Later, while out fighting monsters, Zhang Wei was willing to sacrifice himself to save Imo Han. Imo Han hugged Zhang Wei's body, crying heart-wrenchingly, with blood coming out of his throat. "I swear that if there is a next life, I will cherish this brother." "Imo Han? I don't know him." Zhang Wei didn't react to Imo Han's name, and the muzzle of the gun against his forehead didn't loosen at all. Imo Han could only stand there motionless, because if he moved at all, Zhang Wei, the sharpshooter, would kill him instantly. Imo Han is very aware of the abilities of his good brother. A sharpshooter, a Sonda champion, he awakened his wind power after the apocalypse. He is Imo Han's right-hand man. This is also the reason why Tomorrow Beige chose him as the head of the field team and asked him to go out frequently to search for supplies. What, Imo Han? Imo Han's words had no effect on Zhang Wei, who didn't know him. However, Zhang Chaoyong, who was giving Lin Xiao 4 on the ground, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Which Imo Han are you?" "Imo Han, old neighbor, Dr. Zhang, I am your neighbor Imo Han." Imo Han and Zhang Chaoyong didn't know each other's names at first, but one day, Imo Han accidentally told him his own name. So he knew that his name was Imo Han. "Dr. Zhang, I'm here to see you." Imo Han removed the gun that Zhang Wei had placed on his forehead and said, "I went to the Tomorrow base, and the captain named Schwergio said you were here." Zhang Wei took the gun away with doubt. Zhang Chong stood up from the ground, rushed to Imo Han with a few big strides, grabbed Imo Han's shoulders with both hands, and said excitedly, "Good boy, I didn't expect that we would see each other again in this lifetime." He turned around and said to his son Zhang Wei, "Son, this is the neighbor I told you about. I was not feeling well that day and was almost bullied by a few minions. He risked his life to save me. He is our family's great benefactor." "Really?" Zhang Wei said excitedly. "Dad, is this the good neighbor you mentioned?" Zhang Chong nodded. Zhang Wei quickly walked over to Imo Han and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong just now. I didn't know whether you were an enemy or a friend, so I pointed the gun at you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's okay, brother. Ignorance is not a crime. Imohan and Zhang Wei shook hands. Zhang Chong looked at Imohan excitedly and said, By the way, you just said you were here to see me. What do you want from me? I have something important to tell you. Imohan reached into his trouser pocket and took out the parrot Xiaohua, saying, Dr. Zhang, this is my parrot. It has a broken leg and has a fever and is unconscious. Please save it. Zhang Qiaong and Zhang Wei were both stunned. Zhang Wei explained, Brother, you must be mistaken. My dad is a world-class general practitioner, but he is not a veterinarian. Zhang Qiaong thought about it and said, Let me see. In fact, humans and animals are connected. Imohan handed the flower to Zhang Qiaong. Zhang Wei stood nearby and turned on the flashlight in his hand to illuminate the area. Zhang Qiaong sat down on a rock nearby, untied the bandages on Xiaohua's legs, and said solemnly, The wound has become infected and festered. If it is not treated in time, the parrot will not survive for more than 3 days. What? It won't live more than 3 days? Hualingrong said sadly, Poor little flower. Dr. Zhang, you must save it. Imohan didn't say anything, just stared at Dr. Zhang without blinking. Zhang Qiaong put the parrot back into Imohan's hand, walked a few steps to the unconscious Lin Xiao and to a tattered medicine box. He opened the lid and looked inside, then rummaged through it for 2 minutes. Dr. Zhang, how is it? Have you found the medicine you were looking for? Imohan asked. Yes, found it. Zhang Qiaong closed the medicine box and held a few boxes of medicine in his hand. No, it seems that the amoxicillin is gone. Amoxicillin. Imohan was very happy when he heard it. I have this medicine. As he said this, he started rummaging in his trouser pocket again. He took out a box of amoxicillin, other antipyretics and antibiotics. While treating Xiaohua, Zhang Qiaong said to Mohan, You are quite smart. You always carry medicine with you wherever you go. Imohan smiled sheepishly. It's better to be prepared. Zhang Qiaong cleaned Xiaohua's wound again, applied medicine, and bandaged it. I also gave Xiaohua an injection. This is the first time I have seen a bird being given an injection. However, there are many things I have not seen. I don't know what method Zhang Qiaong used, but after staying in the cave for more than an hour, strangely, the little flower actually moved slightly. Imohan and Hualingrong were so excited that they almost burst into tears. Imohan held Xiaohua in his arms, feeling its body beating. During the process, Dr. Zhang Qiaong continued to feed Xiaohua medicine and give her injections. About an hour later, miraculously, Xiaohua woke up. The first thing he said when he woke up was, Fuck. Brother Han, I dreamed that you were unconscious. I was so sad that I took you to see doctors everywhere. As soon as Xiaohua's words came out of its mouth, everyone present except Imohan and Hualingrong was instantly petrified. Everyone has seen a talking parrot, but no one has ever seen a parrot that speaks so fluently and can curse. Zhang Qiaong, boy, no wonder you took so much trouble to come here to find me. It turns out this is not an ordinary bird. Imohan smiled and said, Xiaohua, your life was saved by Dr. Zhang. Why don't you thank Dr. Zhang? Really? He saved me. After getting Imohan's affirmative answer, Xiaohua bowed deeply to Zhang Qiaong, who was sitting on the rock, and said, Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for saving my life. Chapter 146 Op Snake. Oh my goodness, Zhang Qiaong was amused by Xiaohua's well-behaved appearance. No wonder Imohan wanted to save you no matter what. You are really a priceless treasure. The praised little flower shyly covered its eyes with its wings, then stretched out its hind paws, ready to scratch its head. When I stretched my legs, I realized that they hurt. Oh, I forgot about my leg injury. Xiaohua just realized that her leg was injured. She lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out, shouting to Imohan, Brother Han, help me, I can't move. Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. You bastard, you must remember the injury on your leg next time. Hualingrong laughed and said, Brother Han, you can't blame Xiaohua for this. Didn't you just call her over to thank Dr. Zhang? You forgot that she had an injury on her leg. Imohan reacted. Oh, that's right. I was so excited just now that I was just focused on being happy. She gently held the small flower lying on the ground in her hands and sat on the rock next to Zhang Qiaong. Xiaohua stretched her legs straight, afraid of touching the wound. Zhang Qiaong poked Xiaohua's white belly with his hand and said, Little guy, you don't need to stretch your legs so straight. It's not good for the wound to heal. Relax a little. After hearing what Zhang Qiaong said, Xiaohua quickly retracted her straight legs, bent them slightly, and kept relaxed. Imohan asked Zhang Qiaong, Dr. Zhang, when I came here just now, I saw your planes lying here and there in the woods, and some even had broken wings. What happened? Zhang Qiaong sighed and said nothing. Zhang Wei, who was sitting opposite, said, We had 3 planes flying here in total. We originally planned to bomb a few monsters first, and then carry out artificial rainfall to put out the fire in Qinglong Mountain. Who knew that when the planes came over, they were not paying attention and were attacked by the monsters? Imohan was surprised and said, "That's unlikely. The tallest monsters here are the dinosaurs, which are about 20 meters tall. But 20 meters tall is impossible to reach the height of an airplane." Suddenly, Imohan thought of something and said in horror, "Could it be a monster in the sky?" As soon as Imohan's words came out, everyone present felt their hair stand on end unconsciously, and at the same time they felt extremely sad. Just now their plane was hit by several huge aerial monsters and fell into the woods. Other comrades on the plane were also taken away and eaten. They fled for their lives and finally ran into this narrow stone cave, where they were able to survive. However, Deputy Captain Lin Zhao's right leg was broken, and everyone had to carry him with them, so they couldn't escape. Just as I was thinking about what to do, I saw Imohan and Hualingron coming over. As for size, they are not as big as dinosaurs. But because they can fly and have fangs and claws, it is really hard to resist if several of them fly over to attack you at the same time. Zhang Wei's subordinate Wang Xiaochong said from the side. Well, the main reason is that we are hard to guard against. We were still in the air and our attention was all on the monsters on the ground. We didn't even notice where those ugly monsters flew from. Tianxi also added. Imohan didn't say anything, secretly thanking his lucky stars that they didn't encounter that group of aerial monsters when they came here just now. Otherwise, their ending would probably not be much better at this point. After all, although you can hide in the space, when you were kicked out of the space an hour later, you have to be in a safe place to survive. If he was in the air, he would fall to his death. Or they might be dragged into the underground abyss by monsters and eaten instantly. Zhang Chaoong suddenly thought of something and asked Imohan, "How did you get here just now? Didn't you encounter any monsters in the air?" Imohan answered truthfully, "I came here by small helicopter, but I didn't encounter any air monsters. But when I arrived at the entrance of this cave, I found 3 monsters." Zhang Chaoong stared at Imohan with bright eyes. "So, what Tianxi said just now that you killed the monster, is it true?" Imohan did not hide it. First, Zhang Chaoong saved Xiaohua and was indebted to him. Second, before long, underground abysses all over the world will open up one after another, and more monsters will crawl out of the abyss. If people do not awaken their superpowers, they will have no chance of survival. Therefore, the awakening of superpowers is the result of the law of survival. It's just that some people awaken earlier and some later, but everyone will know about superpowers eventually. Therefore, Imohan is not afraid to show his supernatural powers in front of strangers. Just don't tell others that you have space and that there are supplies in the space. Third, it was mainly because of Zhang Wei. Imohan had been through life and death with Zhang Wei for 5 years in his previous life, so he knew him best. Once he opened up to you, he would be a real brother. The kind who is willing to live and die for brothers. Although Zhang Wei and Imohan had never met in this life, Imohan knew that because of Dr. Zhang Chaoong, they would have many opportunities to interact. No matter what, he must keep this good brother by his side, take good care of him, and repay his kindness in his previous life. Well, last time I hunted a huge evil wolf monster, ate the crystal core in its brain, and gained fire-related abilities. Imohan deliberately did not mention the matter of space. Of course, Hualingron would not tell anyone the secret of his space. This includes the carefree Hualingyu, because the supplies in the space are the guarantee for the survival of the 3 people. Although Hualingyu is lively and seems harmless, he is actually alert and smart. Really? You have awakened your superpowers? Several people, including Zhang Wei, surrounded him and stared at Imohan in great surprise. It was as if I was looking at a rare treasure, or maybe a monster. Yeah, Imohan nodded. However, the monster we just encountered was not very powerful. If I encounter a particularly powerful one, I won't be able to defeat it. What is it like to awaken superpowers? Zhang Wei looked at Imohan curiously. Brother Han, show me your skills? Imohan nodded slightly and walked towards the cave entrance. I wanted to show everyone my fire ability at the entrance of the cave. After eating the next 2 crystal cores, Imohan's firepower became bigger and more intense than before. Each exertion can also last longer. Unexpectedly, before they reached the cave entrance, Wang Xiaochong, who was walking in front, suddenly screamed, "Ah, snake! Snake!" Imohan frowned and saw a huge tongue at the entrance of the cave, trying hard to drill into the cave. The giant snake was sticking out its tongue and looked so ferocious that it made people's hair stand on end. Among all the monsters, although other monsters are scary, the visual effects do not make people feel disgusted. But soft-bodied reptiles are different. They are really scary and disgusting. After all, the giant snake is an abyss monster, not an ordinary brainless snake. When crawling into the cave, it tried not to make too much noise and observe the situation in the cave. Fortunately, Imohan and the others came to the cave entrance to demonstrate their special powers, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died just now. The parrot Xiaohua had just woken up from an injury and his perception was limited, so he didn't notice the danger just now. Everyone stand back. Imohan had an idea, took the gun in his hand, and fired several shots at the giant snake's head. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 147, Fighting the Giant Snake. The giant snake was shot in the head, and the severe pain made it extremely furious. It opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of venom towards Imo Han and the others. Imo Han pulled Wang Xiaochong towards him, and with a thought, a large parasol appeared in front of everyone to block the poison when it sprayed out. The poison sprayed onto the umbrella, and the big umbrella turned into a strip of cloth in an instant. The giant snake raised its head and sprayed out venom again. To everyone's surprise, Imo Han had an umbrella in his hand. It's not that he had to show off, it's just that in the situation just now, without an umbrella to protect himself, there was really no escape. We can't take all these people and hide in the space. Wouldn't the supplies in the space be exposed? Take an umbrella from space. If anyone asks, just say you know some magic. The giant snake's juice is limited. It just used all its strength to spray twice, but now it can't spray out anymore. Only juice is flowing out from the corners of its mouth. It takes about half a minute for a lot of juice to gather in the mouth again. This is the same principle as when we spit. If you keep vomiting, there won't be enough saliva to spit out. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant snake was unable to spray juice, Imo Han threw down the corroded umbrella, took a gun in each hand, and started shooting at the giant snake's head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Wei, Tensi, and Wang Xiaochong, who were beside Imo Han, also reacted, pulled out their guns from their waists and started shooting with Imo Han. Because the giant snake's head was stuck at the edge of the cave entrance, facing the inside, and its body was so huge that it didn't react in time to retract its head. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit by many bullets in the head. Imo Han fired the gun and pushed his right hand forward. A huge fireball was launched from his right palm and hit the head of the giant snake that was about to retreat. The giant snake hissed and retreated out of the cave, with fire surrounding its head. Several people were in the cave, and they only heard the earth shaking outside. Tensi asked fearfully, "Brother Han, if this bastard can't die, will he retaliate against us?" Imo Han shook his head and said, "No, it won't survive. How could it survive after being hit by so many bullets and burned?" Sure enough, the giant snake struggled outside the cave for a while, and then there was no movement. When Wang Xiaochong heard no sound outside, he was about to rush over to secretly find out. "Wait." Imo Han stopped him. Wang Xiaochong stopped in surprise. Imo Han bent down, picked up a large stone on the ground, and threw it out of the cave. Bang! Outside the cave, a large amount of poisonous juice suddenly sprayed onto the big rock that Imo Han threw out. The big rock that fell to the ground instantly turned black. Wang Xiaochong looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He was so frightened that his legs almost went limp. He turned around and almost knelt down to Imo Han. "Thank you, Brother Han, for saving my life." Imo Han picked up a few more stones from the ground and threw them out. When there was no movement outside, he said to Wang Xiaochong, "Okay, now you can squat by the cave entrance and take a peek." Wang Xiaochong didn't dare to be as reckless this time. He moved forward cautiously, only took a glance at the cave entrance, and quickly retreated in fear. Tensi stepped forward. "Xiaochong, what's going on?" "Dead, curled up outside the cave." "My God, it must be at least 10 meters long." Wang Xiaochong answered tremblingly. Imo Han glanced at Hualingrong behind him and said, "Wait for me in the cave." "Yeah." Hualingrong nodded obediently. Imo Han said to the 3 men beside him, "Who was willing to go out with me to cut off the meat of the venomous snake and roast it?" After hearing what Imo Han said, Tensi and Wang Xiaochong couldn't help but tremble and got goosebumps all over their bodies. "Eating poisonous snake meat?" Tensi said fearfully. "Brother Han, are you sure that poisonous snake meat is edible?" Wang Xiaochong was unwilling to do so. "Let's not do it, Brother Han. That snake looks so scary." Only Zhang Wei said to Imo Han firmly, "Brother Han, I know you are capable and have your own plans. I will do whatever you do." Imo Han nodded to Zhang Wei. "I think he is quite courageous." Zhang Chaoyong, who was sitting in the cave, also heard their conversation, but he did not say anything to stop them. "Let's go." Imo Han took out a pair of scissors from his pocket and raised his chin towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei gripped the gun tightly in his hand and followed Imo Han. Although Tensi and Wang Xiaochong were very afraid of the giant snake, they followed the 2 people out of the cave. It seemed that we were about to get out of the cave. Imo Han suddenly said, "Everyone, don't move." Because of his good hearing, he actually discovered that the giant snake was not dead yet because he could hear faint breathing sounds. "What's wrong, Brother Han?" Zhang Wei asked, holding a gun beside him. "Didn't they say the giant snake was dead?" Imo Han was also panicked. "Something is wrong. This snake seems to be healing itself." Zhang Wei didn't understand what Imo Han meant and looked at him inquiringly. Imo Han explained, "We fired so many bullets at its head just now. Logically, the snake should be dead. But now I can hear its panting, which means it is slowly healing itself." As soon as Imo Han finished speaking, Tensi said nervously, "What if this is really an immortal poisonous snake? What should we do? It can kill us, but we can't kill it at all." Zhang Weiwei frowned and said nothing. Imo Han said to them, It's okay. Just kill it before it heals itself. Wait for me in the cave. It's okay. I'll go with you. Zhang Wei wanted to go out with Imo Han. Rejected by Imo Han. Imo Han took a few big steps out of the cave, and with a thought, a submachine gun appeared in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. Imo Han pulled the trigger and launched another fierce attack on the giant snake's head. The giant snake was lying dying on the ground outside the cave. When it was attacked, it raised its head ferociously but weakly and sprayed a mouthful of venom at Imo Han. Imo Han suddenly flashed into the space, used the space flash to run away, and avoided the giant snake's venom. Imo Han's action scared the 3 people who were watching at the entrance of the cave. Zhang Wei opened his mouth wide and looked around for Imo Han's shadow at the place where Imo Han had just disappeared. Tensi and Wang Xiaochong stared outside in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. Imo Han knew that his behavior just now would make several people suspicious, but he was not afraid. He could just attribute the reason of invisibility to supernatural powers when the time came. Imo Han flashed through space and arrived next to the giant snake. Although the giant snake couldn't see where he was, it could smell his scent wherever he appeared. So, when Imo Han approached the giant snake suddenly became restless and bit the air frantically. In the distance, the terrible roars of various monsters came from far and near. Not good. We have to quickly get the crystal core of the giant snake. Chapter 148. Imo Han obtains the healing crystal core. Imo Han walked to the side of the giant snake. The giant snake struggled, baring its teeth and biting the air in front of it. In fact, it was not really biting the air, but the place where it bit was the location where Imo Han flashed. However, no matter how powerful the giant snake was, it was useless because it was hit by so many bullets and its body was still burning with the raging fire shot by Imo Han. Although the giant snake can heal itself, healing is not something that can be accomplished instantly. So, Imo Han took advantage of the giant snake's weakness, holding the submachine gun in his hand, and shot fiercely at its head and eyes. The giant snake couldn't dodge in time and roared with its mouth open. Imo Han secretly exerted force and pushed out another huge fireball from his palm, which rolled into the giant snake's mouth. The heart-wrenching pain that came from its body again made the giant snake lose control and roll on the ground. The giant snake had been lying on the ground before in order to stabilize its body so that it could heal itself. The giant snake was in so much pain after being treated like this by Imo Han that it roared, rolled, and used its last bit of strength to spray venom. It can be said that every possible means are used. In the distance, the roars of other monsters were getting closer. Imo Han didn't dare to fight any longer and raised the submachine gun in his hand again, striving to end the battle quickly. Zhang Wei and 3 others who were hiding near the cave also drew their guns and attacked the giant snake's head and eyes. Finally, the giant snake stopped moving. Imo Han said to the 3 people, "You guys, hurry into the cave and carry the injured person out. Everyone, get ready to run." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Okay." Imo Han's performance just now made him seem like a god in the eyes of several people. So now they believe whatever Imo Han says. Imo Han climbed onto the giant snake's back in no time. Take out the electric saw from the space and start sawing directly. After the observation just now, he found that this snake has healing abilities. As long as he can eat the crystal core of this snake, he can awaken the healing abilities. You know, in his previous life, Imo Han killed countless monsters, but had never encountered a monster with healing powers. Unexpectedly, when Xiaohua, the parrot, came to ask Dr. Zhang Chaoan for treatment, she unexpectedly encountered this giant snake. God really helps Imo Han. Imo Han increased his speed in sawing off the giant snake's head. The reason why he didn't stand in front of the giant snake was that he was afraid that the giant snake would spray the last venom of its life in its dying struggle. If Imo Han doesn't pay attention at that time, he will be dead. You know, the last mouthful of venom that spewed out of the giant snake's mouth was sprayed out with all its life force. You can see how destructive it is. Sure enough, the giant snakes with healing powers were killed, and their bodies slowly began to heal themselves. When Imo Han was sawing its head with a saw, it actually moved and sprayed out a mouthful of black venom with all its might. Imo Han looked up at the venom sprayed by the giant snake on the ground. Although he was shocked, he did not stop the movements of his hands. The ground that was sprayed with the venom started to smoke and rot in an instant. If such a strong poison were to be sprayed on a person, would the person still be able to survive? The giant snake sprayed out its last venom, and Imo Han's chainsaw sawed its head in half. In order not to damage the crystal core inside the giant snake's head, Imo Han deliberately tilted the saw a little when using it. With its head sawed off, the giant snake was completely lifeless. Imo Han reached in and dug out the huge crystal core in its head. Wow, beautiful. Imo Han looked at the crystal core in his hand, which was as big as a large bowl, and couldn't help but sigh at its beauty. This crystal core is shiny all over and is one of the best among the king-level crystal cores. The most important thing is that the energy of every monster is concentrated in the crystal core. The giant snake has highly poisonous venom and healing abilities. As long as Emo Han eats its crystal core, he will be able to possess the two superpowers of poisoning and healing, especially the healing ability, which is what Emo Han and all the survivors of the apocalypse desire most, but have no chance to obtain. How awesome are healing powers? No matter whether you are seriously injured or slightly injured, or even if you are about to die, you can be healed and revived with full health. Therefore, Emo Han had his own reasons for sending the three people into the cave. He must obtain the giant snake crystal core to gain healing powers. Although Zhang Wei is a trustworthy person, Emo Han doesn't know the two men around him. It would be better for him to eat the crystal core himself and gain healing abilities, which would be useful in the future and could help Zhang Wei. Although, the psychic ability that Emo Han awakened is already very good for Emo Han. Moreover, he now also possesses fire abilities. As for other supernatural powers, he would just go with the flow. If he could have them, then he would have them. If he didn't, then it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as psychic powers continue to upgrade, they will become the most powerful of all powers. However, he must obtain the healing power. Taking the giant snake's crystal core in his hand, Emo Han didn't hesitate at all and threw it into his mouth and ate it before everyone left the cave. Of course, the crystal core was too big for his mouth, so he took several big bites before he finished it. As soon as you bite this thing, it will automatically fall into your mouth and turn into a little bit of water. It doesn't take up any space in your stomach when you swallow it. When Zhang Wei and his men carried Adjutant Lin Xiao out, they saw that the giant snake was dead on the ground, and its huge head was broken into two halves. There were still a few drops of black liquid hanging from the corners of Emo Han's mouth. Hua Lingrong came out holding Xiaohua. Of course, she knew what the liquid at the corner of Emo Han's mouth was. It was probably got there when he ate the crystal core. Because the giant snake's blood is not red, but black. Basically, most infected aliens have black blood. Wang Shechong carried Lin Xiao on his back, Zhang Chaoong and Zhang Wei walked on the side, and Tensi stood on Zhang Wei's left. When everyone came out and saw Emo Han riding on the giant snake, their admiration for him reached its peak. Tensi saw the blood dripping from Emo Han's mouth and trembled. "Brother Han, did you really eat snake meat?" "Raw." Emo Han wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, jumped off the giant snake, and said, "I didn't eat the snake meat. I ate its crystal core. Snake meat is poisonous. You can't eat it." Tensi was surprised and asked, "The meat is poisonous, but the crystal core is not poisonous?" Zhang Wei and others didn't say anything, and were also waiting for Emo Han's answer. "The crystal core is not poisonous," Emo Han said. "However, after eating the crystal core, the process of awakening superpowers is quite painful." "How painful is it?" Tensi continued to ask. Emo Han wiped the black blood off the saw with a tissue and said with a smile, "Brother, you will know when you eat the crystal core." Zhang Wei looked at Emo Han and felt that although he did not look very serious, he was indeed very capable. Although he is a soldier and the captain of the base's field force, at this moment, he has no special abilities and only brute force, so he chooses to believe Emo Han. Since he was able to find his father amidst all the monsters, he can lead everyone to escape under the same circumstances. The roar of the monster in the distance was getting closer and closer, and everyone looked a little panicked. Zhang Wei clenched the gun in his hand, looked vigilantly in the direction of the monster's roar, and asked, "Brother Han, where should we go now?" Chapter 149. Damn, there's an earthquake. Emo Han took Xiaohua from Hua Lingrong and raised his chin towards Xiaohua. "Little guy, where should we go?" Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while, then pointed her wings in the direction of the monster's roar and said, "It's safe over there." Everyone, including Emo Han, looked at Xiaohua in surprise. In the southwest direction, there was a monster roaring, and the sound was getting closer and closer. How could it be safe? Zhang Wei laughed and said, "Brother Han, you little parrot are talking nonsense." Zhang Xiaoyong didn't say anything, but stared at Emo Han nervously. Tansi and Wang Xiaochong couldn't help but tremble all over their muscles. "Be careful, don't fall on his back." Zhang Wei quickly supported the trembling Wang Xiaochong, fearing that he would make Lin Xiao fall down. Hua Lingrong looked at Emo Han without blinking, waiting to see what decision he would make. "Xiaohua, there are monsters roaring in the southwest direction. How can you think that place is safe?" Emo Han asked Xiaohua the question in his mind. Xiaohua replied in a silly way, "I don't know either, but you should believe that my perception ability is not wrong." Emo Han nodded. He turned to everyone and said, "Yes, Xiaohua has the ability to sense where it is safe and where it is dangerous. Just listen to it and go southwest." Everyone looked at each other, undecided for a moment. The roaring sound from the southwest was getting closer and closer. At first glance, it seemed that there were definitely more than 3 or 5 monsters, but definitely 10 or 20. However, staying in the cave without food or water is just waiting to die. Going southwest would also mean death. No matter what you do, you will die? Tansy asked tentatively. There are no monsters roaring in other places. Why not go somewhere else? Zhang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even if there are no monsters in other places for the time being, do you think that we can get out of the forest and return to the base with just a few of us? Come on, just listen to Brother Han. Well, let's go. Imo Han turned around and took a few big strides forward. Xiaohua squatted on his shoulder. Hua Lingrong walked on Imo Han's right, and the others followed behind them. Go all the way southwest. The monster's roar is still clear. Several men took turns carrying Lin Xiao, and Imo Han turned around and looked at them with admiration. In such a situation, anyone who still sticks with his teammates is a real man. Imo Han didn't know if he could do what they did. Perhaps, never abandoning teammates is the military spirit engraved in their bones. Imo Han understood Zhang Wei's love for his brothers. Although Tan Si and Wang Xiaochong were very afraid of monsters, they did not give up on the unconscious Lin Xiao and escaped alone. These two people are also worthy of admiration. Everyone walked forward with a firm attitude, but they took every step carefully, for fear that if they were not careful, the monster would rush out from the woods next to them. Xiaohua, feel it, is it safe now? Imo Han turned his head and said to Xiaohua, who was squatting on his shoulder. Xiaohua's leg injury prevents it from standing or flying, but it can squat. Xiaohua bulged her eyes and said to Imo Han, no problem, keep going forward. The southwest direction is safe. Okay. Imo Han raised his hand and gently touched Xiaohua's little head. Continue walking forward for about 50 meters. Strangely, the monster's roar seemed to be getting quieter. Imo Han was surprised. Why did the monster's voice become smaller? Xiaohua leaned close to Imo Han's ear and said, because they encountered monsters that are more terrifying than them. What kind of monster is so scary? I don't know. Anyway, all the monsters are running eastward, towards the highway. Since Xiaohua couldn't sense what kind of monster it was, Imo Han didn't continue asking. He just turned around and said to everyone, keep going, there is no danger. Zhang Wei behind him said in surprise. Strange, where did those monsters go? Imo Han replied, I don't know. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, Xiaohua suddenly whispered to Moan, Brother Han, we are about to reach the underground abyss. It is actually safe here because all the monsters have gone out. They will go back to the abyss to sleep at night. Then we can't just stay by the abyss forever and wait for the monsters to come back at night and eat us. Xiaohua imitated Imo Han and twisted his neck. We can take the opportunity to escape by plane. There are no sneak attackers in the sky. What a clever little girl. Xiaohua's words made Imo Han very happy. Because Imo Han has awakened special powers, his eyesight is 10 times better than that of others, so he can see things clearly even at a long distance. 30 meters ahead is a large lawn, which is very spacious. However, because it was blocked by trees, no one could see the lawn. Everyone, take a rest where you are. I'll go get some information and come right back. Imo Han ran forward quickly. He was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why Imo Han came to the lawn in advance was that he didn't want to reveal too much of the secrets of the space. I want to take the plane out of the space before everyone arrives. When the time comes, you can just say that you parked it here yourself. When he was dealing with the giant snake just now, he took out an umbrella from the space and flashed into the space. When the time comes, he will say that it was his awakened supernatural power because he is fast and can create a trick. When he came to the lawn, Imo Han thought about it, and a helicopter appeared on the ground. He boarded the plane first, and when everyone came over, he waved to everyone from a distance. Hurry up and get on the plane. Everyone got on the plane, and Imo Han closed the door. Brother Han, when you were beating the snake just now, an umbrella suddenly appeared. What happened? As Imo Han expected, Tan Si asked Imo Han about the umbrella. Wang Xiaochong also said, also, how come you disappeared in a flash? It's like magic. While Imo Han was flying the plane according to Xiaohua's instructions, he said, I have awakened my special powers. As long as I think about it, a small suitcase will appear in front of me, and I can put things in it. I put 5 umbrellas in it, and I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Suitcase. Zhang Wei also became interested. Did the suitcase appear in the consciousness? Imo Han replied, yes. That's great. I wish I had a suitcase like this to store my things, so I don't have to carry a big luggage bag, said Tan Si. Imo Han smiled and said, it is indeed good, but it is not big enough to hold many things. Wang Xiaochong continued his previous question. Brother Han, that brush is missing. What happened? I know this. Hua Lingrong said from the side. Brother Han's ability makes him faster. In fact, he didn't disappear, but he was too fast, so fast that no one could see him. Well, Lingrong is right. Imo Han said while flying the plane. The plane was flying smoothly in the air. Everyone was talking at the same time. Suddenly, there was a boom sound below the helicopter, followed by a cloud of dust. Emohan cursed helplessly. Fuck, there's an earthquake. Chapter 150. Emohan is unwilling to stay in the base. An earthquake. Everyone looked down from the helicopter window and were stunned. On the ground below, I saw fallen trees and flying dust everywhere. The place where the plane had just stopped had been torn into a huge gap. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound made everyone's ears buzz. The dust that rushed up from the ground almost blocked Emohan's vision. It's over. I can't see the front. Emohan was flying the plane with great effort and felt that he could not see anything. Fortunately, Xiaohua is here. It doesn't even need to look. With its amazing perception ability, it can tell where is safe and where is unsafe. Brother Han, go this way, 45 degrees southeast. Xiaohua squatted leisurely on Emohan's shoulder, giving commands calmly. People who know that it has supernatural powers know that it is the ability to perceive. If you don't know, you might think it has a panel of the entire sky in its brain, switching scenes anytime and anywhere. It can tell where is safe and where is unsafe with just a glance. Emohan followed Xiaohua's instructions and drove towards the southeast at 45 degrees. As soon as the plane flew away, a huge heat wave rushed up from the ground. A wild boar monster was blown into the sky by the heat wave, then fell straight to the ground and smashed into the crack. Needless to say, he's definitely dead. 28 degrees south, fly forward, speed up, and don't stop. Xiaohua began to command Emohan again. Just as Emohan adjusted the angle, a winged aerial monster rushed straight towards the helicopter. Zhang Wei fired 2 shots at the monster in the air through the gap in the plane. The monster was killed instantly, and after struggling a few times in the air, it fell to the ground. With a bang, a big hole was created in the ground. At the same time, the body of the monster in the air was smashed to pieces. Everyone watched the scenes in front of them with fear and trepidation and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Emohan and Xiaohua, none of us would be alive today. Yes, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Dr. Zhang Chaoyong gently stroked Xiaohua's head and said, "You are the smartest bird I have ever seen." Xiaohua shook her head happily and said, "The world may be in chaos, but my head shape is not." One sentence made everyone laugh. The tense atmosphere just now eased instantly. After overcoming many difficulties along the way, the helicopter finally flew out from the vast Qinglong mountain and headed towards the tomorrow's base in City G. Emohan, what are your plans for the future? How about staying with us at the tomorrow base? Dr. Zhang Chaoyong asked Emohan on the plane. Zhang Wei, Tan Si, and Wang Xiaochong all stared at Emohan's profile nervously. Everyone hopes to hear a sentence from Emohan. I want to stay in the base and advance and retreat together with everyone. From now on, the field department of the base will be invincible. Even Hua Lingrong stared at Emohan nervously. She was very scared. She was afraid that Emohan would choose to stay in the base and abandon her and her sister. There will be so many people in the base by then, and there will definitely be a lot of beauties. So, will Brother Han still want them? I plan to go home first, Emohan answered while flying the plane. My sister is still in my hometown. I have to go find my sister. Emohan's words instantly brought a smile to Hua Lingrong's nervous face. However, the other men all had expressions of regret on their faces at the same time. Zhang Wei couldn't help but persuade him. Brother Han, the base is safe and lively. It would be great if you could stay at the base and be with everyone. When it comes to the word safety, Zhang Wei feels that he lacks confidence. After all, with Emohan's abilities, there would be no problem of safety wherever he went. Because he is very strong and has Xiaohua, a very capable assistant, he is able to completely avoid risks. Tan Si also advised, Brother Han, come with us to the base. The brothers in the base are all easy to get along with. Yes, Brother Han, although you are very capable, it's not as lively as being with your brothers when you fight alone. Wang Xiaochong also tried to persuade Emohan. Emohan shook his head and said nothing. The helicopter stopped at the gate of tomorrow's base. Xuejio, who was guarding the gate of the base, ran down from the city wall excitedly, hugged Zhang Wei, and said excitedly, Brother, you are back. You're back, Jio. Zhang Wei also hugged Xuejio. The two brothers hugged each other for a moment, and then Xuejio and Zhang Wei let go of each other. Ninth brother. Ninth brother. Tan Si and Wang Xiaochong greeted Xuejio. Xuejio nodded. Emohan and Hua Lingrong also got off the plane. Hello, Officer Xue, we meet again. Emohan saw Xuejio smiling at him and smiled back. Hua Lingrong also said sweetly, Hello, Officer Xue. Xuejio nodded in response. Where are Erniu, Tianji, and the others? Xuejio walked around the plane and didn't find any other brothers who were on the mission. I looked up into the sky for a long time, but the two planes that had gone out did not come back. Shuejiao already had a bad feeling in his heart. He turned to look at Zhang Wei, his voice choked with sobs. "Oh Wei, where are they?" When Shuejiao said the second half of the sentence, he almost shouted. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. No one present spoke. Everyone lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. So many brothers who went out together died in the monster's mouth. Zhang Wei scratched his hair with both hands and squatted on the ground helplessly. He didn't cry out, but his shoulders were shaking. Shuejiao gritted his teeth and shouted to his brothers on the city wall. "Go, drive the bulletproof vehicles and tanks over. Go to Qinglong Mountain and kill those damn monsters." The brothers on the city wall also heard the noise here. They were filled with anger and shouted loudly. "Okay, Brother 9. Avenge our brothers." Zhang Wei wiped his eyes, stood up from the ground, and said, "Aju, don't be impulsive. There was an earthquake in Qinglong Mountain." "Earthquake?" Shuejiao asked in surprise. "No wonder I felt the city wall shaking just now. Was it an earthquake?" "Yes, there was an earthquake," Zhang Wei repeated. Shuejiao didn't say anything. There was an earthquake, and bulletproof vehicles and tanks simply couldn't get in. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Zhang Wei, "Then how did you escape?" Zhang Wei glanced at Imo Han, who was standing 2 meters away, and said, "If it weren't for Brother Han, none of us would be able to come back alive today." Question mark. Shuejiao looked at Imo Han in surprise. He knew that this man was no ordinary person because he dared to drive a broken van and break into Qinglong Mountain alone. But he didn't expect that he was so powerful that he could snatch people from the monster's mouth. Several of the brothers on the city wall also ran down. Holding Zhang Wei, Tan Si, Wang Xiaochong and others, their eyes were all red. Imo Han stood by and watched the brotherhood between them. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. However, at this moment, he only had Zhang Wei in his eyes. "This is the brother who gave up his life for you in your previous life." Shuejiao, Zhang Wei, and others talked for a while at the door. Imo Han saw that they were too excited and didn't want to disturb them. "Now it seems that the time is almost up, and I have to go back to the shelter." He took a few steps forward and said to Dr. Zhang Chaoyong and Zhang Wei, "Dr. Zhang, Brother Zhang Wei, I will go back first. I hope that the two brothers can go through life and death together if there is a chance in the future." Chapter 151. Brother, I don't want you to do anything. Just live well. Brother Han, can you stay here? Let's go get your sister. There are a lot of people at the base, food and drinks, doctors, and guards. It will be lively, and we can all take care of each other. Zhang Wei really didn't want to let Imo Han go. Zhang Chaoyong also advised, "Good neighbor, your parrot's wound has not yet fully recovered. Why don't you stay at the base for a few days to observe its condition?" Dr. Zhang's words made Imo Han hesitate for a minute. Indeed, although Xiaohua woke up, the wound on its leg had not healed. What if it relapses in the future? Imo Han turned his head, glanced at Xiaohua squatting on his shoulder, and asked, "Xiaohua, how do you feel? Do you need to stay for observation?" Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, I miss my dogs and my big black head." Seeing that they could not persuade Imo Han, Zhang and his son had no choice but to let him make the decision. Tan Si, Wang Xiaochong, and others also came to persuade Imo Han, hoping to keep him. Shuejiao has also been persuading him. "Brother Han, talents are hard to find. I hope you can stay with us and do things for us ordinary people." Imo Han shook his head, thanked everyone, and said, "Don't worry, brothers, we will see each other again in the future." After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Wei. "What I was thinking in my heart was, my good brother, don't worry, I will protect you throughout my life." But he didn't dare to stay with Zhang Wei for too long, for fear that others who didn't know the truth might see him looking at Zhang Wei with doting eyes and think he was gay. What would he do if that scared Zhang Wei's brother? "Let's go, Lingrong." "Goodbye, brothers." Imo Han called Hua Lingrong and took a few big strides forward. Before getting on the helicopter, Imo Han suddenly thought of something, called Zhang Wei aside, and said, "Brother, I have a crystal core here. If you eat it secretly, you can awaken your superpowers. You can see that the monsters are so powerful that humans without superpowers are no match for them." Zhang Wei didn't expect that Imo Han called him far away just to give him this thing. He thought that it was not easy to get this thing, and it might even risk his life. For a moment, Zhang Wei was very moved. He grabbed Imo Han's wrist and whispered, "Brother Han, you helped my father before and just saved a few of us. Now you give me such a valuable thing. I, Zhang Wei, have no way to repay you. If you need me in the future, just ask." Zhang Wei will go through fire and water without a single complaint. Imo Han looked at Zhang Wei with heartache. Thinking about how he died to save himself in his previous life, he felt nothing but guilt towards him. He put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Brother, I don't want you to do anything. Just live well." "Okay, I understand, Brother Han. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Zhang Wei didn't know what Imohan wanted to express. He just thought he was reminding him that the end of the world was dangerous and he must try hard to survive. Imohan looked at Zhang Wei and wanted to say, "Brother, I need you right now. Come with me." The corners of his mouth twitched, but in the end he didn't say what he wanted to say. Zhang Wei is a soldier, just like in his previous life. If the base continues to exist, he will not leave even a step because he has his brothers and friends in the base. He has responsibilities and beliefs. Therefore, it is impossible for Imohan to take Zhang Wei away now. Moreover, Imohan felt that at this moment, his relationship with Zhang Wei was not deep enough, and it was indeed not appropriate to take him away. Because Zhang Wei now only has gratitude and admiration for him. There is no brotherhood. To open your heart to someone is not something that can be done overnight. Imohan is not in a hurry. Anyway, the end of the world has just begun. There is still time for everything. Let's go, brother Zhang Wei. Imohan said goodbye to Zhang Wei again. Then he got on a helicopter and flew away. From a distance, Imohan saw Zhang Wei looking up at the direction of the plane from the video panel of the plane. However, the plane was flying so fast that it disappeared after a quick swipe. At the gate of the base, Zhang Wei waved goodbye to the helicopter that was flying away, then took a few big bites of the crystal core in his hand. Brother Han said that eating the crystal core can awaken superpowers, so I have to eat the crystal core quickly so that I can awaken my superpowers to protect the people in the base. Imohan and Hua Lingrong flew all the way to the vicinity of the shelter. Seeing that there was no one around, Imohan put the helicopter into the space. Returned to the shelter living area. Hua Lingyu rushed over happily and threw herself into Hua Lingrong's arms first. The two sisters hugged each other for a long time. She threw herself into Imohan's arms again and hugged him tightly. The weather was too hot. Imohan only wore a t-shirt, and Hua Lingyu only wore a thin skirt, so Imohan felt that since they were not a couple, it was not appropriate for them to hug each other so tightly. The main reason was that they were too close. As a normal man with a healthy body, he was being hugged by a beautiful woman. It's so uncomfortable. Fortunately, Judy Ao and Dazhuang came over barking, asking Imohan to hold them. Imohan quickly pushed Hua Lingyu away and held the two little cuties in his arms. Xiaohua got down from Imohan's shoulder, kissed Dabing and Yaoji first, then quickly went to the lid of the washing machine to look for its big black head. However, the big black head was not on the washing machine lid. I remember Xiaohua yelling to Hua Lingyu, "Hua Lingrong, where's Hey Dadu?" Ga, when Blackhead heard Xiaohua calling him, he staggered out of the bathroom. Who are you?" Xiaohua was stunned by the big blackhead in front of her. It's only been 1 day since I last saw him, but how come Blackhead has grown a lot bigger? Moreover, he can even walk to the toilet by himself. Wasn't he unable to walk steadily yesterday? What Xiaohua didn't know was that it had actually been in a coma for several days. Because the black-headed creature ate the crystal core, its body grew very rapidly. Imohan was sitting on the sofa, listening to Hua Lingyu complaining about how Bing and Yao Ji were disobedient and watched cartoons until late every day. Suddenly hearing Xiaohua's voice, Imohan stood up curiously and walked to the bathroom. He asked, "What's wrong, Xiaohua?" "Who is it?" Xiaohua pointed at the black head that was more than 10 times bigger than herself with her wings and said, "Where did this big rooster come from?" Blackhead grumbled angrily. "I'm not a big rooster, I'm Blackhead." Xiaohua obviously didn't believe it. In its memory, the black big head was not much bigger than it. In fact, it had forgotten it itself. Every time it fed Blackhead, it would put its head into the creature's throat. Every time its head came out, it was sticky. Imohan looked at the black head that looked like a big rooster in front of him, gently touched its head, and said, "Blackhead, you are growing up so fast." The big black head made a click sound and rubbed Imohan's palm hard with his head. When Xiaohua heard Imohan call him Haidudu, she was willing to believe that Haidudu had indeed grown this big. Although the grown-up blackhead is very gentle to Imohan and the others, the sharpness in his eyes shows that he is someone who is not to be trifled with. Imohan squatted on the ground and saw Xiaohua jumping as she walked. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not given Xiaohua the 2 crystal cores he had reserved for her. With a thought, Imohan took out the crystal core from the space and said to Xiaohua, "Come, Xiaohua, eat these 2 crystal cores." Chapter 152. The little sister is a female who lays eggs. Xiaohua looked confused. "Brother Han, I have already awakened my superpowers. Do I need to awaken them again?" Imohan flicked its little head and said with a smile, "But what you awakened is not aggressive. If you eat these 2 crystal cores, you might be able to awaken a very powerful superpower, like being able to spit fire or something, and you'll have the ability to protect yourself in the future." "Wow, this is good." After hearing what Imohan said, Xiaohua happily stretched out her mouth and pecked at the crystal core in Imohan's hand. Each time he took a big bite, but as it entered his mouth, it melted like snowflakes. So, even though the two crystal cores were as big as small bowls, Xiaohua ate them both without any effort. Although Blackhead is bigger than before, he is still a baby after all. His body is not very stable when walking. He stands unsteadily beside Xiaohua and watches her eat the crystal core. Xiaohua was eating happily when Hidetsu came over to peck at her. Imohan stretched out his hand to block it, but Xiaohua generously said, "It's okay, Brother Han. If Blackhead wants to eat, just give it to him." With Xiaohua's permission, Hidetsu and Xiaohua started to peck at the food, taking turns to eat. "Xiaohua, I didn't realize you were so humble." Imohan gently touched the yellow hair on Xiaohua's head and said softly, "Alas, there is nothing I can do. Logically speaking, this is the child I raised." Xiaohua spoke in an extremely conscientious tone, as if it was Hidetsu's parent. Imohan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Come on, you just fed others a few meals and it became your baby." He then hugged Hidetsu into his arms and said, "Hidetsu, remember, you are all my children." Imohan was just joking, but he didn't expect that Blackhead listened to him seriously and cutely, stretched his neck to look at Imohan, and pecked him on the face. Imohan quickly pulled its mouth open. "We are both males, you can't kiss. If you want to kiss, kiss the little sister." Blackhead looked up at Imohan blankly, wondering what the hell this little sister was. Imohan twisted the big-headed man's neck with his hands, and couldn't help but glance in the direction of Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu, raising his chin. Pointing to Blackhead, the two people eating fruits on the sofa are the young ladies. Suddenly, in order to let Hidetsu understand the definition of a young lady more intuitively, Xiaohua explained loudly when Mohan's eyes were directed at the two Hua sisters. "A young lady is a female. Let me tell you, the kind that lays eggs." Imohan looked at the two sisters, and the two sisters also looked at this side with interest. It would have been fine if Xiaohua didn't say anything, but as soon as she said this, "It's all over." Imohan and the Hua sisters were both very embarrassed. Imohan even wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Sister, it's a female, the kind that lays eggs." At first glance, this explanation seems to be correct. But, in front of two girls, saying that she is a female and can lay eggs, is this really a good statement? In order to ease the embarrassment, Imohan deliberately coughed a few times, stood up, and said to everyone, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat teppanyaki?" Hua Lingyu was the first to raise her hand. "I want to eat." Hua Lingrong asked, "Brother Han, can you do it?" "No." Imohan moved the nest of Xiaohua and Hidetsu on the lid of the washing machine to the cabinet next to the TV, put the two guys in the nest, and said to the two sisters, "We have it ready." "Really?" Hua Lingyu quickly ran to Imohan. After her sister and Imohan went out, she and the two dogs ate snacks for the whole day. Now when I heard that there was ready-made teppanyaki, I couldn't help but swallow a few times. Imohan walked over and sat next to the dining table. With a thought, 3 teppanyaki dishes appeared on the table. Not only is it delicious, but it's also steaming hot. Wow, it smells so good. Hua Lingyu pounced on the dining table like a hungry wolf. He sniffed the fragrant teppanyaki, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. "It smells so good." "Thank you, Brother Han." Hua Lingrong watched her sister devouring the teppanyaki in front of her like a greedy cat. Hua Lingrong couldn't help but walk over and pick up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Imohan ate it himself too. Dabing and Yaoji saw the 3 people eating so happily, and then looked at the dog food in front of them, and suddenly felt that the taste of the dog food was too bland. He ran to Imohan's feet and barked, "We want to eat, too. We want to eat, too." Xiaohua was sleeping in the nest with her head tilted. When she heard Dabing and Yao Ji asking for food, she couldn't help but say, "I'm not saying anything bad about you two, but dogs should act like dogs. Dogs should eat dog food. Why are you two making a fuss about what humans eat?" Dabing turned around and said, "Woof woof woof. It makes you feel like you are eating air every day." The demon chicken also retorted, "Woof woof woof. No, it is not eating air. It has not needed to eat during the few days it fainted." Humph. Xiaohua ignored them, adjusted her body posture, and laid down to sleep. "Why, you two want to eat too?" When Imohan saw the expressions of the 2 dogs, he knew that they were interested in teppanyaki. He pointed to the dining table and said, "Sit down." Dabing and Yaoji quickly sat down and waited for Imohan's gift. Imohan had an idea and took out 2 teppanyaki dishes from the space and placed them in front of the 2 dogs. Dabing and Yaoji originally wanted to imitate the 2 Hua sisters and eat with chopsticks. After using my paws for a long time, it would be more convenient to use my mouth directly. Everyone ate and talked for a while. "It's getting dark. Emohan turned on the water heater and boiled some hot water. The generator works all day, and there is also a circulating power generation system in the shelter. However, Emohan did not waste resources and has always been frugal. He would not turn on the water heater when it was not in use. Just boil water when you need it. Anyway, the shelter has air conditioning, so I don't feel cold at all. Moreover, every time I boil water and turn off the water heater, the residual temperature of the hot water in the water heater barrel is enough to last for quite some time. So when people wash vegetables or clothes, they basically don't use hot water. The end of the world is still long, and thrift is the traditional virtue of the dragon people. After taking a comfortable bath in the bucket, Emohan went to bed. The two Hua sisters also boiled hot water to take a bath, but they used another large bucket to wash instead of Emohan's bucket. Regarding private items, everyone uses their own, and there is no crossing of boundaries. Emohan was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. The bed is very big, allowing him to pose in various ways. It's a pity that there is no hostess on this bed. There are obviously two beautiful women around Emohan, but for some reason, it seems that Emohan has not found the person he likes in his heart. I always feel that the friendship between me and them is more of a comradeship than a romantic relationship. Or maybe, the great devil Tulong of the last days has not been found yet, and the great revenge has not been avenged, so Emohan is not thinking about love for the time being. Chapter 153. The first time will be painful, but it will be comfortable later. Have a good night. Early the next morning, Emohan got up to pee. I accidentally discovered that there was a huge creature sitting on the sofa, which was in sharp contrast to the other one next to it. This scene scared Emohan. Fuck, you monster chicken. How did you get so big overnight? The chicken and pancake on the sofa were both fast asleep. Hearing Emohan's words, he opened his eyes in confusion, especially the demon chicken, which was still in a deep sleep. After being awakened by the shock, it yawned sleepily. The pancake, who was at the other end of the sofa, opened his eyes and discovered the changes in Yaoji. Woof woof woof. Dabing looked at the chicken as if it were a monster. He didn't understand how the chicken could grow as big as a lion in just one night. The demon chicken was unaware of the changes in its body. It only remembered that it had a very long dream in which all the bones in its body began to swell. The expansion process caused some tearing pain, but it itself didn't understand why. Seeing that Dabing was looking at him as if he were a monster, Yaoji quickly jumped off the sofa and ran to the big mirror in the bathroom to look at himself. Woof, even it was startled. Who is that guy in the mirror who is as big as a lion and has shiny black hair? He's so damn handsome. No, this is definitely not me. The chicken twisted its butt in front of the mirror, and the big guy in the mirror also twisted its butt. Emohan stood by and smiled sleepily. Don't be awkward. I guess the crystal core you ate awakened your growth ability. This ability is like a catalyst, urging you to grow. But don't grow too big, or my shelter won't be able to accommodate you. Emohan's words made Yaoji's expression change from very happy to lost. Yaoji was very happy to hear Emohan say that his superpowers could help him grow up. However, if we continue to grow indefinitely, that is not a solution. If the shelter can't accommodate me anymore, will Brother Han still want me? Woo woo woo. The monster chicken walked up to Emohan and rubbed its head against the palm of Emohan's hand pitifully. Seeing its pitiful look of being afraid that no one would want it because it was too big, Emohan said with a smile, "Don't worry, if you grow as big as a dinosaur, we can live in the underground abyss." The underground abyss? It doesn't matter if you don't talk about it, but when it comes to the underground abyss, the demon chicken can't help but shiver. Emohan laughed at it. It's just an underground abyss. Look at you, you are so scared. The demon chicken barked at Emohan. Emohan had lived with it for 5 years in his previous life, so he naturally knew what every look and every bark of the demon chicken meant. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "You mean you're not afraid, but you're just too lazy to care about them?" The chicken's cries woke Xiaohua up. Xiaohua loudly translated the chicken's words in her nest. "I'm not afraid. I just believe that a good man won't fight with a woman, and a good dog won't fight with an ugly monster." Haha. Emohan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The shelter is very cleverly designed, and the soundproofing in the bedroom is exceptionally good. Therefore, Emohan's laughter would not easily reach the bedrooms of the Hua sisters. Although he felt that the demon chicken was saying the cruelest words and doing the most cowardly things, Emohan was too lazy to expose it for fear of hurting its young heart. Dabing stood beside the monster chicken in confusion, still looking that little kid. The body hasn't grown at all. Emohan squatted down and shook his head at Dabing. What should I do? The demon chicken is obviously about the same age as you, but its size is now more than 10 times yours. You won't always be a tiny thing, right? Emohan's words made Dabing instantly sad. and he started crying with his mouth open. Woof, woof, woof. It's not yelling, it's real crying. The chicken couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so it quickly stuck out its tongue to lick the hair on the big pancake's head. It was so wet when I licked it. Thinking about his soft fur being licked dirty by the monster chicken and the huge disparity in strength between them, he couldn't do anything about it. Heartbroken Dabing cried even harder. Emohan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dabing's cowardly look. The two dogs have different personalities. Dabing is lively and Yaoji is calm. It has always been the big pancake that bullies the monster chicken. As for the demon chicken, it never resisted and let the pancake bully it. Now the situation has changed, and the little demon chicken has become a big demon chicken. Now, Dabing felt that his power had become weak and he could no longer bully the monster chicken, so he became very sad. Moreover, Dabing is also afraid of himself. He will always be the same height and will never grow bigger. Always a complete dwarf dog. Wouldn't that tarnish Brother Bing's reputation? Get out. I'm busy peeing. Emohan comforted Dabing for a few words, then realized that he got up to go to the toilet, so he quickly drove Dabing and Yaoji out. Before I finished peeing, I heard Xiaohua scream in the living room. Really? You can't even pee in peace. Emohan pulled up his pajamas and walked out, walking in front of Xiaohua. What are you yelling about? As soon as he asked this question, he immediately understood what Xiaohua was yelling about. I saw that the big black head that was as big as a hen last night was now as big as a piglet. Proof. The growth of the black-headed chicken is amazing. But when one awakens superpowers, doesn't one suffer from colds and fevers, chills and fever, and a life worse than death? Is it an accident? On the other hand, the little flower next to it still looks the same as before, without any change at all. Emohan sighed at the changes in blackhead and demon chicken in the living room, then went back to the bedroom to take a nap. After 10 o'clock in the morning, the Hua sisters also got up. Hua Lingrong prepared the mixed noodles and called Emohan to get up and eat. Emohan jumped up from the bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then sat down at the dining table to eat breakfast. Brother Han, Hua Lingyu asked while eating noodles, my sister has eaten the crystal core for 5 days. Why hasn't her superpower awakened yet? We've eaten it for 2 days too. Emohan replied. It usually takes about a week to awaken superpowers. There are still 2 days left. Wait a little longer. Hua Lingrong looked at Emohan without blinking, feeling quite worried. When she awakened her special powers, would she suffer a fate worse than death like Emohan did in the past? The next second, Emohan directly confirmed her worries. The process of awakening superpowers is worse than death. Hua Lingrong, so scared. Emohan continued. However, after awakening the superpowers for the first time, eating crystal cores to enhance the superpowers will no longer be painful. Instead, it will make people feel as if the meridians in the whole body are opened up, and they will feel very comfortable. Hua Lingyu took over the topic playfully. Sister, don't worry too much. Listen to Brother Han. The first time will be painful, and it will only be comfortable after that. Emohan. Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingyu didn't realize what he was saying at all. Emohan and Hua Lingrong looked up at each other, and finally blushed to their ears at the same time. It will be painful the first time, but after that it will just be comfortable. I don't know what this little girl said. So embarrassing. Chapter 154. I heard that girls nowadays like to put their cars in neutral. We stayed in the shelter for another 2 days. Every day of life is so fulfilling. You can sleep until you wake up naturally in the morning and eat whatever you want. Basically, it is available in the space. If you don't want to eat the food in the space, there is a great chef named Hua Lingrong at home who can make everything delicious. After dinner, I took the 2 sisters and a few little ones for a walk around the shelter. If someone passes by, hide in the space. Wait until everyone else leaves, then come out and walk around a few times before heading back to the shelter. At noon on the 3rd day, the Hua sisters were taking a nap, and Emohan was listening to songs in the bathtub, taking a bath leisurely. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Hua Lingrong walked in with a flushed face. Ah! Emohan was startled, realizing that he forgot to close the bathroom door when he was taking a bath. He subconsciously covered his chest. Lingrong, what are you doing? Brother Han. Hua Lingrong suddenly woke up and realized that she had walked into the wrong bathroom. She quickly explained, I'm sorry, Brother Han, I feel dizzy. Emohan realized that he had covered his chest. It was useless for a grown man to cover his chest, so he took his hands off his chest, looked at Hua Lingrong's face, and confirmed that she had a fever. Lingrong, do you have a fever? Emohan looked at Hua Lingrong and thought that she was about to awaken her special powers. I don't know. I feel dizzy. Hua Lingrong rubbed his temple and said, Sorry, Brother Han, you continue to soak. Hua Lingrong pushed the door open and went out. Emohan soaked in the water for a few more minutes, but he was not in the mood to continue soaking. Since he had almost soaked in the water anyway, he wiped the water off his body, put on his clothes, and came out. Lingrong, are you feeling better? As soon as Imo Han came out of the bathroom, he saw Hua Lingrong enter the kitchen and take the rice cooker to prepare breakfast. Imo Han rushed over and grabbed the pot in her hand. Silly girl, I think you are about to awaken your superpowers. Since you have a fever, go to bed. You don't have to cook for the next few days. Let me do it. Hua Lingrong raised her head and looked at Imo Han, her face flushed. His eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Han. Imo Han laughed. Why are you so stupid? As for thanking or not, we are a team and we should help each other if there is anything. Having said that, Imo Han urged Hua Lingrong to go back to the bedroom and lie down. Hua Lingrong walked forward obediently, but after taking 2 steps, she felt her body was unstable. She staggered and quickly held onto the wall. Imo Han was startled and afraid that she would faint, so he stepped forward, carried her sideways, and went to the bedroom. Hua Lingrong was held in Imo Han's arms. She felt a little embarrassed. She looked at him shyly, then lowered her head. She didn't dare to look into his eyes again, but only stared at his chest. Imo Han had just come out of the bath, wearing a thin black shirt on the upper body and long casual pants on the lower body. The top 2 collars of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing his big pectoral muscles. He also has a nice body wash scent. Hua Lingrong stared at his chest and couldn't help swallowing. Imo Han noticed her movements and thought she was thirsty. He carried her to the bedroom and looked down at her. Why? Are you thirsty? I. Hua Lingrong stammered and her face turned even redder. Imo Han carried Hua Lingrong all the way to her bedroom. He had never entered the sister's bedroom before, because the bedroom is the private space of 2 girls. It's not appropriate for a grown man to come in. After taking a quick look around, I thought that for a girl like Hua Lingrong who is steady and not very expressive, the colors in the room should be of a more mature style. I didn't expect they were all pink. A pile of colorful toys were scattered on the windowsill, including dogs, rabbits, and cats. The whole room gives people a feeling of girlishness and full of warmth. Imo Han carried Hua Lingrong to the bedside, intending to gently put her on the bed. Unexpectedly, he stepped on a toy doll on the ground, lost his balance, and fell onto the bed with Hua Lingrong. Well, Hua Lingrong is at the bottom and Imo Han is at the top. The 2 people just stuck together like that. Because of the force of falling downwards, Imo Han felt the softness on his chest even more. The 2 people's lips touched each other uncontrollably. Imo Han. So tender. Ah. Hua Lingrong growled and tried to push Imo Han's chest helplessly. As soon as the hot little hand touched Imo Han's cold chest, it was like a drowning person finding a life-saving straw. Although Hua Lingrong resisted, she couldn't help but touch her gently, and she couldn't help but reach into her clothes to explore. Imo Han. Is it so painful? What kind of crystal core did I eat? It feels like I took a medicine I shouldn't have. Imo Han grabbed Hua Lingrong's hand and stopped her from touching him. Looking at Hua Lingrong's red face, I felt hot for no reason. Hua Lingrong. Imo Han called her softly, trying to wake her up. Brother Han, I'm so hot. Hua Lingrong felt her body was hot and couldn't help but put her hands on the back of Imo Han's neck. She pulled Imo Han hard and pushed him back. It's hot, so hot. Hua Lingrong stretched out her mouth and was about to kiss Imo Han's mouth. Imo Han quickly turned his face away. At this moment, Imo Han almost couldn't control himself when he saw Hua Lingrong's charming appearance. I had a difficult mental struggle, and every second seemed like a year. Oh, forget it. A gentleman should not take advantage of someone in distress. Bullying your female teammates is not a skill. If you want to bully someone, go bully another woman. Imo Han shook his head and broke free from Hua Lingrong's shackles. Hold her in bed and put her to sleep, covering her with a thin blanket. Hua Lingrong's whole body was burning hot, and her mouth was moving. Brother Han, it's hot. Drink some water. Okay, wait a minute. I'll get you some water right away. Imo Han went to the water dispenser and poured Hua Lingrong a cup of warm water. When I brought it into the bedroom, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. I didn't pay attention to the water in my hand, and it spilled all over the floor. He quickly ran outside with a red face and irritated ears. Hua Lingrong, who was lying on the bed, had taken off her thin pajamas because it was too hot. If you say to take it off, then take it off. Everyone should wear some underwear underneath. The point is, Hua Lingrong, she didn't wear any. Imo Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. I heard that girls nowadays like to put their heads in neutral when they sleep. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate. Imo Han walked to the door of Hua Lingyu's room, knocked on the door, and said to Hua Lingyu, Lingyu, your sister is about to awaken her superpowers. Go in and take a look. Hua Lingyu was still lying on the bed playing a single-player game on her tablet. When she heard Imo Han's voice, she quickly got up and went to Hua Lingrong's room. When he entered the room and saw Hua Lingrong lying naked, he felt very embarrassed and quickly covered her with a blanket. As soon as she covered it, she kicked it open again. Just covered and kicked open. Hua Lingrong kept shouting, "Water, water. Sister, you need some water. I'll pour it right away." Hua Lingyu ran out of the bedroom quickly and almost bumped into Mo Han, who was carrying some water. Here, Mo Han handed the water to Hua Lingyu. Chapter 155. Picking up the golden tiger eagle, the overlord of the sky. Hua Lingyu went into the bedroom and closed the door deliberately for fear that Mo Han would see Hua Lingrong without clothes. Mo Han remained silent. In fact, he saw everything, truly and clearly. It also makes my blood boil. However, he pretended nothing had happened, lazily lying on the sofa, took his tablet, and started watching a movie. These past few days, he had always felt that there seemed to be a tremendous force ready to burst out of his body. Ever since he ate the wolf's crystal core last time, Mo Han has awakened his psychic abilities. He didn't know what superpowers the 2 crystal cores he ate could awaken, because it would take a week before the next superpower upgrade. It's only been 5 days, not even a week. When Mo Han was looking for Dr. Zhang Chaoyong outside the cave, he ate the giant snake's healing crystal core again. He didn't know where the strength in his body came from these days. He would wait for 7 days to see what kind of superpowers he could awaken. Of course, not everyone can awaken new superpowers. Some people's bodies cannot bear it, and if they have more than one superpower, they will explode and die. Some people have strong physical receptive abilities and can awaken many kinds of superpowers at the same time. While watching a movie, Hua Lingrong walked out of the bedroom holding a half-drunk glass of water. Mo Han took his eyes away from the tablet. "How is Lingrong?" "Not very good. She keeps saying she's hot." "Brother Han, my sister is like that." Hua Lingyu hesitated for a moment, and finally said frankly, "It feels like she took the wrong medicine." Mo Han actually felt the same way in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak carelessly. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's okay. Everyone will have a fever before their superpowers awaken. I had the same problem before." "But you didn't take off your clothes before." Hua Lingyu wanted to say, "But you didn't take off your clothes before." The words immediately turned into, "But you weren't this serious before." Mo Han smiled and said, "Men and women have different tolerances and feelings." "Okay." Hua Lingyu pursed her lips and continued to go to Hua Lingrong's bedroom to take care of her. In 2 days, the monster chicken has grown to the size of a big pig. Dabing finally grew taller, but not by much, only half the size of the monster chicken. The black-headed creature is now at least 60 centimeters long, and with its wings spread, it is at least 1.2 meters long. Xiaohua is still so tiny and hasn't grown up at all. Mo Han looked at the black head standing in front of it, who was growing wildly, and said worriedly, "It's over. How big are you going to grow?" Blackhead couldn't speak, but he understood what Mo Han said and shook his head at him. It itself doesn't know how big it will grow. "Hey, that's not right." Mo Han stared at the big black head in front of him, looking at it again and again. "Why are you getting more and more crooked?" Hua Lingrong fell asleep. Her sister Hua Lingyu came out of her bedroom and happened to hear Mo Han's words. She asked curiously, "Brother Han, what happened to Hey Dadu?" Mo Han frowned. "Lingyu, come here. This big black head looks, well, don't you think it doesn't look like an eagle?" Xiaohua laughed in his nest, imitating humans. "You two fools, can't you see? As this guy grows older, his true nature is revealed." Mo Han didn't understand Xiaohua's words. "What do you mean? What do you mean? Look carefully again." Xiaohua didn't even raise her head and continued talking loudly in her own cozy nest. Hua Lingyu and Mo Han both put their heads in front of the black-headed man. Mo Han looked at it carefully several times and finally found that the big black head in front of him was really not an eagle, but more like a thing called a tiger eagle. Tiger eagle, a prehistoric creature, the king of the sky. The body length can exceed 6 meters, and the maximum width of the 2 wings is about 12 meters. The bird's beak is hard and sharp, and its pair of huge claws are even sharper. The tiger eagle can kill any aerial creature in seconds. Many creatures on the ground, including giant pythons, also die under its sharp claws in minutes. It can be said that as long as the tiger eagle sets its eyes on the prey, there is nothing it cannot catch and eat. Mo Han looked at the black head in front of him. In fact, he didn't know what a tiger eagle was, but he had played a 3D game before, which had various prehistoric creatures. At that time, his mount in the game was a ferocious tiger eagle. Because he liked this pet baby in the game so much, Mo Han even went online to search for relevant information about tiger eagles. So, he felt that the big black head in front of him looked a bit like the tiger eagle in the game. However, Mo Han remembered the appearance of the tiger eagle. In addition to its shiny black body, There were two large patches of white hair on the upper edges of its wings. There is also white hair on the tail and thighs. The big black head in front of me was completely black, with no trace of white hair. However, there are no white feathers, but there are some golden feathers on the black fur. It's just that there are fewer of them, and they're not very obvious. Emohan looked at it, and it seemed to be true, but he was not sure if it was a tiger eagle, so he turned around and asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua, the black big head is not an eagle, so, do you know what it is? It's not a thing at all. Little Flower was too lazy to even raise his head. The black-headed man was not convinced. Gah, you are nothing. Your whole family is nothing. Huh? What are you talking about? Xiaohua raised her head from the nest and pretended to scold Haidido. Don't think you can't be disobedient just because you are big. You dare to yell at me. Don't forget, you grew up eating my saliva. Haidu originally wanted to shout, "Ga," but after hearing what Xiaohua said, he immediately shut up like a child being scolded by his parents. But Xiaohua continued, I'm telling you, even if you grow up and become a ferocious golden tiger eagle, I will still spank you. When Blackhead heard this, he quickly clamped the anus under his black tail tightly. Emohan smiled and said, Xiaohua, is Blackhead really a tiger eagle, or is it the most advanced golden tiger eagle among tiger eagles? Xiaohua replied, yes, it is the golden tiger eagle. If it really is a golden tiger eagle, that would be great. That would be great. Emohan was so happy that he hugged the big black-headed guy in front of him. I held its big furry head and kissed it hard a few times. If the big black head is a golden tiger eagle, then Emohan will have another powerful warrior by his side. The golden tiger eagle has the strongest killing power among all tiger eagles. It's a pity that the animal's superpowers have not yet been stimulated. When all their superpowers are stimulated, Emohan will be invincible. If it wasn't for avoiding natural disasters, there would be no need to stay in this shelter. Just ride on the golden tiger eagle and go wherever you want. The whole world is your home. Hua Lingrong had a high fever for a day and a night, and the fever finally subsided. It's time for Hua Lingyu and Emohan to awaken their special powers. Hua Lingyu developed a high fever after dinner. Although Emohan didn't have a fever, he still felt dizzy, because the 3 crystal cores he ate later were taking effect. Although it would not require him to awaken his superpowers all over again, it would definitely be troublesome and unpleasant to fully utilize the value of the 3 crystal cores. Chapter 156 Xiaohua's Good Deeds. Hua Lingrong got up from the bed and tremblingly went to take care of Hua Lingyu and Emohan. Emohan felt dizzy, but he couldn't bear to see Hua Lingrong becoming even weaker. Lingrong, don't worry about us. Go lie down and rest. I can take care of myself. I can also take care of Lingyu. It's okay, Brother Han. I'm almost well now. Go and rest. I'll get you something to eat. Hua Lingrong is very stubborn, but she also truly feels sorry for Emohan and Hua Lingyu. Right now, in the entire shelter, except for Xiaohua, whose fever has subsided and her spirit has recovered, and who has not yet reached the time for her superpowers to awaken, all other people and animals are in the critical period of awakening their superpowers. Hua Lingyu had a high fever that wouldn't go away, fell into a coma, and vomited continuously. Dabing was drowsy and Yaoji had a high fever. Blackhead had a high fever and convulsions. Emohan was also in a daze. Fortunately, there is a shelter. Otherwise, if we were in an ordinary room and everyone was unconscious, if a bad guy came in, we would all be killed. It's okay, Lingrong. Emohan saw Hua Lingrong stumbling and refused to let her cook. He forced her to the sofa and said, sit down. There is food in the space. I'll make it for you if you want to eat something. Hua Lingrong refused and insisted. Emohan gently pulled her closer and whispered into her ear, if you don't obey me, I will carry you horizontally to the bedroom like I did before. Hua Lingrong. Her face instantly turned red to her ears, and she said in a coquettish voice, Brother Han, you, hurry and sit down nicely. Although she had a high fever, she still had some idea of what she had done. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Emohan turned his head and asked Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingrong turned her head away suddenly. Her shy look made Emohan want to tease her for a while longer. But thinking about how she was naked when he brought her water into the bedroom, Emohan couldn't help but think. No, Emohan secretly pinched his thigh. We have to endure this. You have to hold back no matter what. We are teammates and family. Hua Lingrong hesitated for a long time before finally saying it clearly. I want to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks. Soy milk, fried dough sticks. Emohan repeated Hua Lingrong's words, but in his mind, he recalled the situation that made his blood boil. Well, is there, Brother Han? Hua Lingrong saw that Emohan hadn't spoken for a long time and seemed to be in a daze. She thought that he had become dull and uncomfortable because of the awakening of his superpowers. Asked again. Imohan just agreed to come over and lost himself, and quickly said, yes, yes, yes all. With a thought, 2 cups of soy milk and 4 fried dough sticks appeared on the table. Hua Lingrong has been in a coma for a day and a night, due to a high fever, and has had nothing to eat. She is now very hungry. Seeing the steaming, delicious food on the table, I couldn't help but quickly pick up a piece of fried dough stick and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Imohan also ate with her. After eating, Imohan supported Hua Lingrong and went to Hua Lingyu's bedroom to see if she needed anything, such as drinking water or something. Fortunately, Hua Lingyu didn't have to do anything except suffer from a high fever and coma. Hua Lingrong was worried that her brain would be burned, so she insisted on applying a towel dipped in warm water to Hua Lingyu's forehead. Seeing that Hua Lingrong was too weak, Imohan had to help her apply the towel himself. It took more than 20 minutes before Hua Lingyu's body was indeed not so hot anymore, and Hua Lingrong dragged her tired body to sleep. Imohan himself returned to his bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, for him, his current state is not as uncomfortable as when he first awakened his superpowers. The first time was a recurring fever that lasted for dozens of hours. My head hurts. But this time, I didn't have a fever, I just felt dizzy. Xiaohua's leg injury has not yet fully healed, but he is very strong. Seeing that his whole family had fallen down, he had to use his other leg to hop around. It used a cup to collect water and used its wings to hold the cup, which was bigger than its body. It put a flexible straw in the cup and fed water to the students one by one in order. First feeded its favorite Blackhead. Blackhead had a high fever and was unconscious. Xiaohua put a straw in his mouth and said, "Big silly Blackhead, come and drink some water." The big Blackhead couldn't move at all. Xiaohua helplessly stood on one leg beside the big Blackhead, watching that it didn't wake up to drink water. Finally, Xiaohua thought of a solution. Fill a syringe with water and then spray it into someone else's mouth. This trick works every time. I learned it from Imohan. When Xiaohua was using a syringe to draw water into the mineral water bottle, she couldn't help but want to sing a few words in praise of Imohan. Although his master seems unreliable at ordinary times, he actually has a very good brain. Xiaohua walked around the house and finally fed water to Haidetu, Dabing, and Yaoji. Oh, no. To be exact, they were all sprayed with water. Although it is not easy, it uses a spray, but at least it is done with good intentions. This time, it's my brother Han's turn. Xiaohua looked at the mineral water bottle and found that there was no water left. I had to fly over the sink and stand on it. I looked everywhere but couldn't find any water. There was only a bowl in the sink, half filled with dishwater. There's some detergent in the bowl. Xiaohua hesitated. The water looks clear, but Xiaohua always feels that it is not very clean. He had to put down the syringe that he was holding with his wings, turned around, and flew towards Imohan's bedroom. Fly into the bedroom and jump onto Imohan's bed. Xiaohua moved closer to Imohan and took a look. Oh, Brother Han's face is red and his mouth is dry. What a water shortage. Brother Han, Brother Han. Xiaohua stood on Imohan's bedside table and called out to him a few times. Imohan didn't react at all. It's over, it's over. I hope he's not confused by the burn. Xiaohua was so anxious that she quickly flew out of the bedroom. I went around the house again, but didn't find any trace of clean water. It had no choice but to fly back to the sink and stand on it, holding the syringe with its 2 wings and pumping water into the half bowl of water. Oh, it's finally done. Xiaohua held the syringe in her mouth and took a lot of effort to fly to Imohan's bed. Facing Imohan's face, he put the syringe in his mouth. In order to put it firmly, Xiaohua even pulled open Imohan's dry lips and pushed the syringe barrel deeper to ensure it was secure. After doing all this, Xiaohua used all her strength to push the water into Imohan's mouth. Hey, because I used too much force, I almost made Xiaohua poop. Brother Han, you have to thank Xiaohua for saving your life. Give you more food in the future. Xiaohua pushed all the water out of the syringe. I felt like there was a pile of shit in my stomach that was about to burst out, so I quickly ran to the bathroom and popped a pile of shit into the squat toilet. It feels so good. Xiaohua imitated Imohan's usual way of touching his belly and said while touching her belly with her wings. Before he could finish his words, he saw Imohan running to the toilet in a hurry. Xiaohua, what's wrong? Chapter 157. Go away, you pervert. Imohan was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. He had a long dream. In the dream, Hua Lingrong came to his bedroom and kept saying that she was too hot and wanted to find him for help. Imohan refused righteously. Lingrong, just bear with it. No, Brother Han, I can't bear it. Hua Lingrong took off her clothes and got into his bed. Imohan resisted in every possible way. Lingrong, don't do this. This is not good. While resisting, somehow, Imohan and Hua Lingrong's clothes were piled on the ground. Imo Han also turned passive into active. His face was getting redder and redder, as if he had a high fever. Hualingrong's mouth is so tender, sticky, and tastes smooth and sweet. Imo Han was concentrating on savoring Hualingrong's beauty when suddenly his stomach churned. Ugh. He suddenly got up from the bed, ran to the bathroom barefoot, and almost vomited on the way. Vomit. After vomiting several times, Imo Han stood up from the bathroom with a hunchback. He stumbled towards the sofa. Xiaohua stood on one leg guiltily. If it didn't know why Imo Han vomited at the beginning, now it knows it clearly. Why do you vomit? Isn't it just that you fed it unclean water? Hualingrong, who was lying in the bedroom watching a movie, heard Imo Han vomiting. She couldn't help but slowly get up from the bed, dragging her heavy steps, and walked to Imo Han step by step. What's wrong, Brother Han? Hualingrong sat weakly next to Imo Han, who was also weak. Xiaohua didn't dare to go into the living room. Hiding secretly in the corridor between the bathroom and the living room, hiding under a flower pot. Secretly eavesdrop on the conversation between Imo Han and Hualingrong. When Imo Han saw Hualingrong's flushed face, he felt dizzy. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether what happened with Hualingrong just now was a dream or reality. Seeing Imo Han staring at her intently, Hualingrong felt a little flustered and shy. But in the end, the worry about Imo Han outweighs everything. What's wrong, Han? She had only called out, Brother Han, halfway when Imo Han suddenly stared at her pink lips and said, Don't move. Hualingrong wanted to say something, but she saw Imo Han staring at her lips intently, moving his face closer and closer. Hualingrong was secretly delighted, thinking that Imo Han was going to kiss her lips. Quickly close your eyes shyly. Xiaohua hid under the money tree and watched, feeling it was so hot. No shame, no anger. He quickly stretched out his wings and covered one of his eyes, not suitable for children, not suitable for children. Just take a look. But he kept his other eye staring at the two people on the sofa, who were full of ambiguity and ready to explode. Imo Han got close to Hualingrong's mouth and looked left and right. It was pink, but there was also a bit of sickly white in the red. But there is no silky substance on the mouth. I felt like I had eaten detergent before. Yes, that's the smell of detergent. Imo Han bent his head and smelled Hualingrong's mouth. Above the little mouth, there is a faint fragrance of lipstick. There is no smell of detergent. Lingrong, were you asleep just now? Imo Han wanted to know if Hualingrong fell asleep and sleepwalked. Hualingrong waited for a long time but didn't get what she imagined. She felt a little disappointed when she heard Imo Han's question and suddenly opened her eyes. I haven't slept yet, Brother Han. Cough. After coughing twice, Hualingrong continued, I felt dizzy but couldn't sleep, so I took the tablet and kept watching a movie. What's wrong? Imo Han touched his lips and felt a little sticky. Since Hualingrong was not asleep, the passionate moment just now was just a dream. However, this dream was a little too real. Moreover, his mouth was still sticky. It smells like dishwashing liquid. Imo Han walked to the sink, intending to pour some water to wash his hands, but found that the water on the kitchen board was gone. Use your mind to take a large bucket of water from space and place it on the panel of the cabinet. There was a faucet on the plastic bucket. Imo Han gently turned on the faucet and began to wash his hands. My hands were immediately covered with detergent foam. Imo Han was confused. Where does the detergent in your mouth come from? The people and animals in this room were either unconscious due to fever or having convulsions due to high fever. There's no way anyone would pour detergent into his mouth. Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Imo Han called Xiaohua while standing in the kitchen. Everyone was unconscious except Xiaohua. It is not yet time for its superpowers to awaken. I have to ask it to see if it knows what's going on. Imo Han called out several times, but Xiaohua didn't answer. The little guy was hiding behind the flower pot of the money tree, struggling with his thoughts. It's over. It's over. Should I just go out or continue hiding? It's over. We're definitely going to be discovered? No. I have to go hide the syringe. After a long ideological struggle, Xiaohua gently jumped into Imo Han's bedroom with one foot. He was about to go to the bedside table to get the weapon he had just left at the crime scene. After passing the corridor and entering the bedroom, Xiaohua flapped its wings and flew directly to the bedside table. Imo Han called Xiaohua several times in the kitchen but received no response. He was curious about where this guy had gone. Normally, it is very good at arguing with people, but its ears are also very good. How come I became deaf today? Xiaohua took the syringe from the bedside table and said triumphantly, as long as I throw the syringe into the sewer, this matter will become an unsolved case. Let's see how you can solve it. What unsolved case? Xiaohua was about to fly to the toilet with the syringe in its mouth, put the syringe in the toilet pit and flush it away. When it turned around, it found Imo Han standing behind it. It was so scared that it screamed, and the syringe in its mouth fell to the ground. Xiaohua, I called you so many times but you didn't answer. What are you doing sneakily? Imo Han was about to bend down to pick up the syringe on the ground. Shawa suddenly stopped him loudly. No, there's my shit on it. But it's too late. Imo Han had already picked up the syringe from the ground, and the sticky detergent foam on it was all over his hands. Shawa realized that something was wrong, so she spread her wings and flew towards the living room. The next second, Imo Han's roar came from the bedroom. Xiaohua, you son of a bitch. Xiaohua flew out of the bedroom, and there was no place to hide, so she quickly landed on the sofa and landed steadily on Hualingrong's nightgown, which had a slightly large neckline. When Imo Han rushed out of the bedroom, he saw Xiaohua putting her head between Hualingrong's two big buns. The tail is sticking out. Hualingrong frantically tried to pull Xiaohua away. You pervert. Come out here. Come out now. Xiaohua tried desperately to hide between the big buns, smelling the faint scent of shower gel. She felt relaxed physically and mentally, and refused to come out. He would never come out even if Hualingrong pulled the hair off his tail. This scene made Imo Han even angrier. Such a good place. Is it something you, Xiaohua, can get your hands on? He quickly took a few big steps to Hualingrong, stretched out his hand, and tried to take the little flower out of Hualingrong's chest. Chapter 158. The demon chicken was electrocuted by itself. But with his hand in the air, Imo Han still retreated with a blushing face and a pounding heart. Who would have the nerve to just reach in and take the bird out? It would be terrible if you touched something you shouldn't touch. Cough, cough, cough. Imo Han coughed dryly a few times and said to Hualingrong, take this little guy out for me and see how I deal with it. Hualingrong reached into her chest to take out Xiaohua, and Xiaohua burrowed deeper into her chest again. In the end, neither of them could do anything about it. Imo Han sat far away from Hualingrong and said, Xiaohua, are you considered a man? You actually secretly took advantage of other women. Do you have any shame? Xiaohua hid in Hualingrong's chest and said, compared with life, face is nothing. Come out. I promise I won't punish you. Really? How can I believe you? I, Imo Han, always say that a gentleman's words are as good as his words. Really? But why do I feel like you don't have good character? No. I have good character. No. Xiaohua's voice was like a buzzing echo because of the special hiding place. Anyone who regrets will be a dog. How about that? Imo Han stopped talking. Xiaohua knew that he was not a good guy, and snuggled into Hualingrong's arms again. The big white buns are so delicious, Mua. You. Imo Han was even more anxious than Hualingrong. Come out right now. Who regrets being a dog? Is that possible? All right, all right. Anyone who regrets is a dog. Is that enough? Come out now. Dog, can you please stop insulting me? After getting an affirmative answer from Imo Han, Xiaohua reluctantly pulled her head out from Hualingrong's chest. However, in order to prevent Imo Han from cheating, Xiaohua still held the collar of Hualingrong's t-shirt tightly with her claws. Oh, Imo Han laughed. You're quite cautious. Tell me, why did you use a syringe to pour detergent water into my mouth? Alas, Xiaohua sighed. This is a story about good intentions not being rewarded, good intentions leading to bad results, a dog biting Lu Dongbin who didn't know the good heart, and kindness being treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Imo Han laughed and said, come on, you want to bluff me again? Xiaohua controlled her emotions for a while, and tried her best to make herself look tearful. Brother Han, I did that because I love you too much. As he spoke, he told Imo Han and Hualingrong the whole story in detail to their surprise. Imo Han, who had wanted to catch Xiaohua to drink some detergent, was no longer angry when he heard that Xiaohua was indeed taking care of him. He grabbed Xiaohua from Hualingrong's chest, kissed her hard a few times, and said, Xiaohua, thank you. The next second, Imo Han smeared all the detergent in his mouth onto Xiaohua's mouth. Damn, why is it so sticky? Xiaohua squatted on the ground and wiped her mouth hard with her uninjured paw. Imo Han laughed at it. Does it feel bad? Xiaohua quickly flew to the kitchen, saying, you big pig's hoof don't keep your word. Imo Han shrugged helplessly. I didn't do anything. Xiaohua was in the kitchen, standing on one leg on the kitchen counter. She turned on the faucet and poured water around her mouth over and over again. She made sure that there was no detergent on her mouth before turning off the faucet. The fur on his body was wet, and he said to Imo Han angrily, Imo, you little bastard, blow dry your brother Hua's fur quickly. After shouting a few times and finding that Imo Han ignored him, he had to adjust his posture and slowed down his tone, saying, Brother Han, Hua needs to blow dry her hair. She needs to blow dry her hair. Humph, that's better. Imo Han had an idea and took out a hairdryer from the space. He plugged it into the socket and started blowing Xiaohua's hair. Other places are not too wet, mainly around the head. Xiaohua squatted on the kitchen counter and really enjoyed Imo Han's service. Imo Han smiled and said, Don't be angry, I was just joking with you. I know you were worried about me. Thank you. After hearing what Imo Han said, Xiaohua instantly became cheerful and excited. Imo Han was still blowing its fur, and it started singing. After staying in the shelter for another 3 days, everyone's fever was gone and everything returned to normal. It's another morning when we wake up naturally. Everyone gets up, washes up, and eats breakfast. Then each of them held a tablet computer to watch a movie and enjoyed a relaxing visual feast. Suddenly, the demon chicken woofed, and its huge body fell to the ground with a thud, shaking all over. Mo Han, Hualingrong, and Hualing Yu were all sitting and watching a movie. When they heard the sound of the demon chicken, they rushed to it. The demon chicken fell to the ground, unable to get up, and its whole body was shaking. Mo Han reached out to shake the demon chicken's body, trying to wake it up, but his hand felt numb, and he was flung 2 meters away. The two Hua sisters were shocked. Hualingrong went over to help Mo Han. "Brother Han, what's wrong with you?" Hualing Yu accidentally touched the body of the demon chicken and was also bounced away. Hualingrong saw Hualing Yu flying out and went to hug Hualing Yu again. For a while, she was busy all over. Mo Han lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He said to Hualingrong, "The demon chicken has awakened the lightning power. This power is so damn powerful." Hualingrong looked back at the chicken monster in shock. At this time, the demon chicken was still lying on the ground, unconscious and unconscious. "Brother Han, the demon chicken awakened its lightning ability to attack others, so why did it faint?" Hualingrong didn't understand. Mo Han laughed and said, "You couldn't control the heat, so you electrocuted yourself." Haha. Hualingrong couldn't help laughing. The demon chicken is so cute. Mo Han corrected its previous generation. "I almost let it slip and said, it was like this in its previous life. I quickly corrected myself and said, it would fall down even when climbing the stairs, let alone controlling such a strong current. It's just stupid." "Brother Han, Ling Yu Shi." Hualingrong pointed at Hualing Yu, who was electrocuted and lying on the ground. Mo Han moved his butt from the ground, sat next to Hualing Yu, and pinched her philtrum hard. Soon, Hualing Yu woke up. The three of them hid beside the monster chicken, waiting to see how long it would remain unconscious. Hualing Yu was afraid that the monster chicken would electrocute itself to death, so he said to Mo Han, "Brother Han, what should we do? Let's find something to absorb the electricity from its body." Mo Han frowned and thought for a while, then took out a charger and a power bank from the space. Place the charger plug on the chicken's body and connect the other end of the charger to the power bank. The three of them stared at the indicator light of the power bank with bulging eyes. "It's lit, it's lit." Hualing Yu cheered, "Great, I can charge on the demon chicken from now on." Hualing Yu had just finished speaking. Bump. Because the current was too strong, the power bank exploded. Chapter 159, Awakening a Dry Well. Fortunately, Mo Han and his companions dodged quickly, otherwise they would have been hit. "Damn, this current is too strong." Mo Han picked up the broken pieces of the power bank on the ground and laughed. "It seems that I need a current converter and change it to 220V. The Hua sisters were amused by his words. Hualing Yu said seriously, "It's over. Where can we find the converter?" Mo Han raised his hand. "Yes, this is it." After putting the converter's plug on the chicken, Mo Han took out another power bank to charge it. This time, the Hua sisters stayed far away, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by the broken power bank. However, something unexpected happened again this time. The indicator light on the power bank is off. It means there is no power. How could this happen? Mo Han sat on the ground 1 meter away from the monster chicken, not understanding why the power bank had no power. Thinking that the power bank was broken, Mo Han took out a new one to try again. Still no electricity. Hualingrong and Hualing Yu came over and asked in confusion, "Why did the demon chicken suddenly run out of power?" "I don't know either. It's so strange," Mo Han replied. As they were talking, the chicken demon opened its eyes cunningly. "Hey, I was wondering why the power suddenly went out. It turns out you faked your own death." The demon chicken quickly got up from the ground, and its huge body brought up a gust of wind. "Look, you've grown to be as big as a buffalo. If you keep growing, my shelter won't be big enough to hold you." Mo Han touched the demon chicken's head helplessly. The demon chicken barked twice at Mo Han. "What I mean is that I am helpless too. It just keeps growing every day. Dabing is quite big, almost as big as the monster chicken." Mo Han looked at Dabing and Yao Ji and said, "Other people's dogs are called dogs, but my dog is called a cow dog, a dog as big as a cow." He turned around and looked at the black head, whose body was bigger than the monster chicken, and said helplessly, "The black head is not small either. Luckily my shelter is big enough." Hualing Yu glanced at Xiaohua, who hadn't grown at all, and shook her head. "Xiaohua, look at you. Hey Dadu, and the others have grown so big, but you're still so tiny." Xiaohua snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Tisk, what's so great about being big? I'm called delicate. Do you understand? What's the point of having strong limbs but a simple mind?" Mo Han covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Xiaohua's ability to argue with people was getting better and better every day. "I'll find a female parrot someday and take care of it." Mo Han only thought about this in his mind and didn't say it out loud. Unexpectedly, Hualing Yu said it tacitly. "Xiaohua, you are so mean." I will find a female parrot to piss you off to death someday. Humph, Xiaohua snorted. If you can find me a girlfriend, I'll call you boss every day. Huangyu was unconvinced. Just wait. You will definitely be my follower. The man and the parrot shouted a few more words. Imohan really enjoyed this warm daily routine, but he knew in his heart that he couldn't just let things go on like this until his great revenge was taken. There will be many more natural and man-made disasters in the future, and this shelter cannot always be our shield. If you are unlucky one day and a volcano erupts, the shelter will be destroyed. I have to drift around. Although he also had a shelter on the western Tibetan plateau and knew its exact location, the key was still with the American Chinese heirs. If he wanted to live in that shelter, he had to find heirs. Imohan now just hopes that he doesn't die. In order to make it convenient for everyone to watch movies in the living room, Imohan got another sofa out of his own space. Now it is a large living room with 3 large sofas. 3 sofas are placed on 3 sides, which is not beautiful, but not ugly either. One for Imohan, one for the 2 Hua sisters, and one for Dabing and Yaoji. Lingrong, Imohan asked her as he sat on his sofa, what kind of superpower did you awaken? Hua Lingrong said somewhat embarrassedly, oh, don't say it, Brother Han. I thought I would awaken some good ability. I didn't expect it to be. Hua Lingrong hesitated, feeling it was too embarrassing to say it out loud. Awakening what? Imohan asked. As soon as I thought about it, a dry well appeared in my mind, with a pool of water as big as a bowl in it. As soon as Hua Lingrong finished speaking, Huangyu said helplessly, yeah, I haven't awakened any good superpowers, damn it. Imohan knew what the sister's abilities were in his previous life, but he was still curious if there would be any changes in this life. Lingyu, what superpower did you awaken? Imohan asked Huangyu. Huangyu pouted and smiled bitterly. I just awakened a space. There is nothing in it, just a piece of black land, which seems to be only 4 square meters in area. The 2 Hua sisters thought that Imohan would laugh at them when they confessed their weak abilities, but unexpectedly, Imohan said happily, that's great. I was worried that you would awaken other abilities. Huangyu didn't understand. Brother Han, what's the use of this power we awakened? Why are you so happy? Imohan laughed and said, it's useful, very useful. Hua Lingrong was also surprised. A dry well and a piece of black soil, which can neither be eaten nor dug. What is the use? Imohan patiently explained to the 2 sisters. The dry well in Lingrong's mind, although not as powerful as the spiritual spring, can continuously flow out water. The water in it can be used for drinking. In the end times, water is so scarce. Just think about it. She carries a well with her. What an honor it is. Huangyu frowned. Brother Han, is there a shortage of water? Why didn't I feel that? Silly girl, you don't understand. When various disasters occur in the future, such as acid rain, plague, nuclear pollution, etc., you will know how important water sources are. After hearing what Imohan said, Hua Lingrong showed a trace of relief on her face. I originally thought that what I awakened was just a rubbish power that was of no use at all. I never thought it would have such a big effect in the future. Hua Lingrong concentrated carefully and saw the well in her mind again. I used to think it was in tatters, with only a small bowl-sized amount of water at the bottom of the well, and it was useless. Now looking at it now, I suddenly feel that this well is much more pleasing to the eye. Imohan said to Hua Lingrong, Lingrong, you have awakened a water power. The well in your mind can not only produce water for drinking, but also transform into a water sword to kill people. Try to see if you can form a water sword with your mind. Hua Lingrong concentrated and calmed her mind, trying to control the water in the well. Imohan remembered that in his previous life, every time Hua Lingrong fought with him, she would swing her right hand, and a huge column of water would roar out from her hand, then transform into a water sword, flying around and killing people. Chapter 160, Can you only spit out 10 mouthfuls of fire at a time? Hua Lingrong followed Imohan's instructions and used her right hand to flip it over. However, there was nothing in her hand except a few drops of water. There is no water column and no water sword. Alas, there is nothing. Hua Lingrong felt a little disappointed. Imohan reached out and rubbed her short hair, saying, don't worry. You have just begun to awaken your superpowers. Your superpowers are still very low level. You need to go out and fight monsters to level up before you can grow slowly. Yeah. Feeling the warmth from Imohan's palm, the sadness on Hua Lingrong's face disappeared, and she looked at Imohan with a sweet smile. Imohan smiled back, turned his head to look at Hualingyu. Hualingyu had already started exploring the black soil in her sister Hua Lingrong's space when she was exploring her own water-based abilities. With just a thought, you can see the black soil in the space without entering the space. However, only Hualingyu himself can see it, no one else can. No one can see other people's supernatural space, just like other people cannot see Imohan's space unless Imohan takes them in. Brother Han, the water my sister has is drinkable. What about mine? There is nothing but black soil. What is the use of this land? Imo-han patiently explained. Lingyu, what you awakened is called spatial black soil, similar to the spiritual soil mentioned in those apocalyptic novels. It is not only useful, but also has a great effect. In the future, you can grow crops on the black soil and harvest them in a week at most, and you can grow them all year round. In addition, you can feed poultry on it, and it will grow to its maximum weight in half a month. Let me tell you, your black soil is incredible. With black soil, we will never have to worry about food or meat. Just think about it. How great an opportunity would it take to awaken such black soil? Imo-han's words made Hualingyu so happy that she almost jumped 3 feet high. That's great! That's great! Hualingyu kept clapping and cheering, acting like a little girl who never grew up. But that's normal, she is only 19 years old. Still young. Tender, green, and lively. Oh, that's not right. Hualingyu was happy for a while, and quickly asked Imo-han, why can my sister's ability transform into a water sword to kill people, but mine has no attack power at all? This question stumped Imo-han. Indeed, in his previous life, Hualingyu had only awakened the power of space and black soil. There are no other powerful offensive capabilities. Basically, wherever she goes, her sister Hualingrong protects her. This also explains why the two sisters chose to seek refuge with the great devil Tulong in their previous life, because Tulong could give them absolute safety and protection. After thinking for a while, Imo-han said to Hualingyu, it's okay. It would be best if I can awaken the attack-related supernatural stone in the future. If not, Imo-han looked up at Hualingrong and continued, then Brother Han will protect you. Hearing Imo-han say this, Hualingrong's eyes suddenly lit up with happiness. Hualingyu happily hugged Imo-han's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Han, you must keep your word and protect us two sisters for the rest of our lives. Imo-han reached out and gently patted her shoulder, but his eyes were fixed on Hualingrong, and he said firmly, well, I will protect you all my life. Hualingrong also looked up at Imo-han. Their eyes met. Imo-han smiled, but Hualingrong suddenly blushed and turned away. Brother Han, what about you? What superpowers have you awakened? Hualingyu still held Imo-han's arm, looked up and asked him mischievously. As for me, Imo-han thought for a moment and said, at present, I should have awakened fire ability, mental ability, and healing ability. It seems that I have nothing else. Wow, Hualingyu was extremely surprised. Brother Han, you have awakened so many superpowers? What are they used for? Yes. Imo-han replied, you have seen fire-related abilities, but they are a little different from Dabing's abilities. Dabing's fire comes out of his mouth, while mine comes out from the palm of my hand. What about the psychic and healing departments? Psychic abilities are the most powerful of all abilities. When you first awaken, only your body will change. For example, your vision, hearing, speed, strength, etc. will increase several times or even dozens of times. In the middle stage, he can pick up objects from the air and manipulate them to attack others. In the later stage, he can kill people with his mind without being seen, and has the power to destroy the world. Wow, Brother Han, you are awesome. Imo-han smiled and scratched Hualingyu's nose. The healing ability is the most powerful. No matter who or what creature is injured, as long as the person with the ability puts his hand on the wound and touches it gently, the wound will heal instantly. Think about it. The end of the world is dangerous. There are many monsters, and everyone is bound to get hurt. With this ability, you can get more than 90 chance of survival. Isn't it great? Although Imo-han's words were meant to show off in front of the two sisters, what he said was actually the truth. The two sisters' admiration for Imo-han reached its peak. However, Hualingyu's next words were like a basin of cold water poured down on Imo-han's head. Brother Han, can you heal other people's wounds now? Imo-han, this needs to be a small wound. How big of a wound is considered a small wound? It's as big as a fingernail. Ah, but, Hualingyu said aggrievedly, a wound as big as a fingernail will heal on its own without any care. Who needs to be healed? Imo-han, this is awkward. When the superpowers awakened, it caused a huge stir, but the superpowers that were awakened were the original superpowers. You say it is the beginning, so it is the beginning, but this is a bit too initial. It's really hard to put it into words. It's like having a stomachache for a long time, and rushing to the toilet, thinking you can poop out a lot of shit, but in the end, you just fart loudly. Phew. There was a loud thunder but little rain. A few people were discussing with great interest when Dabing came over to show off his special abilities. In order to prevent it from burning down the shelter, Imo-han asked Hualingyu to go to the bathroom and bring a basin of water. Dabing's supernatural power was not awakened just now. As early as when Imo-han met it abroad, it could spit out flames as big as a thumb from its mouth. This time, the awakening of its superpowers only made its previous fire-based superpowers even more powerful. Big Pancake, give this basin of water a try. I also want to see how your fire ability has been upgraded. Woof woof woof. The pies displayed with great glee. Wow. A fireball as big as a wash basin sprayed directly into the basin. The water splashed everywhere. Huang Yu clapped and cheered on the spot. Wow, Brother Bing, you are awesome. Dabing was very proud after hearing this and spit a few more fireballs into the basin. Imohan counted beside him. 1, 2, 3, 10. It's gone already? You can only spit out 10 mouthfuls of fire each time. Chapter 161, Let's go to sleep. Be responsible if you want to. Dabing felt a little embarrassed and turned his head away, not wanting to look at everyone. That's right, the fireball is not small and the firepower is also good. The problem is that after each 10 puffs of fire, there has to be a 2-hour interval. If you encounter an emergency, after 10 rounds of firing, the enemy comes to kill you. What can you use to resist? Imohan remembered that in his previous life, the god of fire Pancake would create a sea of fire when it spit out fire. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they were no match for it. Moreover, when Imohan fought with Dabing, he did not find that Dabing's fire would go out. Not only did it not go out, it continued to burn. It seems that in order to gradually improve Dabing's fire ability, he needs to go outside and kill monsters to obtain crystal cores. These people in the shelter, including Mohan, are still too inexperienced and need to work hard to improve themselves. Lingrong, Lingyu, I plan to go out of the shelter and take a rest tomorrow. Our abilities are still very elementary and need to constantly absorb new crystal core energy to improve. Sitting in the shelter every day is useless. Only by going out and struggling can we have the possibility of improvement. Brother Han, you are right. I will go with you tomorrow. Hua Lingrong said to Imohan. Hua Lingyu also said, I'll go too. I'll go too. Imohan nodded. That's fine, then let's go out together. The big cake, the devil chicken, the black head, and the little flower sitting next to them heard. The three of them were talking, and they all ran to Imohan's side, shaking their heads, trying their best to please him, fearing that he would leave them behind when he left. No need to be so flattering. I will call you guys when I leave tomorrow morning. After hearing what he said, the animals felt relieved and went back to watch the movie. In the evening, the three of them had a spicy hot pot. Imohan drank beer and looked at the three behemoths, Dabing, Yaoji, and Haida too. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. These three are too big. It's inconvenient to go out and take a car. Why don't they stay in the shelter? Where can we find a car big enough to accommodate the three of them? When Dabing heard this, he no longer enjoyed the movie and turned to stare at Imohan. The monster chicken looked at its own big thick legs, then at the big black head and the big pancake, its eyes filled with sadness. But Blackhead continued to watch the movie leisurely. He turned around and called the little flower next to the TV a few times, asking it to translate for him. Xiaohua stretched out her body leisurely and said to Imohan, Brother Han, hey Dada said you don't have to be afraid. It can fly by itself and doesn't need to ride in your car. Imohan woke up as if from a dream. Oh, yes. Blackhead has wings. Why does he need to ride in a car? Woof woof woof. Hearing that Blackhead could fly by himself, Dabing instantly ran to Blackhead and licked the fur on its chest a few times. The tail was wagging vigorously and the face was flattering. The demon chicken also ran over quickly, raised one of its front paws, and gently flapped the wings for the big Blackhead. Before, the three pets were watching a movie together. Dabing and Yaoji were sitting in the main seats, pushing Hey Dada far away. Now, the movie is not interesting anymore. The two dogs quickly made room for Blackhead and let him squat in the middle of the sofa. Blackhead is not as cunning as the other two dogs. He looks very tough on the outside, but actually he is just a simple and honest big guy. If two dogs ask it to squat in the middle, it will squat in the middle. Tell it to squat outside and it will squat outside. Dabing is smart and clever. Xiaohua is talkative and likes to brag. Yaoji is calm and dotes on Dabing. And Haidatu is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Imohan glanced at his treasures. Each of them had its own unique features and merits. This beer is so refreshing. Imohan took a few more gulps of beer. The Hua sisters did not drink alcohol, but fresh fruit juice. After eating, Imohan took the two sisters to the entertainment area to play. Several animals followed closely behind. Singing, playing billiards, whatever you want to do, play until 1 o'clock in the morning. The two older girls even pulled Imohan to play billiards and drink. It was the first time for the two of them to learn to play billiards, and they were so interested in it. The key is that he has a high level of comprehension. He can learn it after Imohan teaches him a few times, and then his playing skills surpass Imohan. 1:30 in the morning. Imohan drank quite a bit of wine and was very sleepy, so he wanted to go back to sleep, but the two sisters forced him to play a few more rounds. There was no choice but to continue playing a few more rounds. When they went back to bed, all three of them were drunk. Drunk to the point of passing out. Imohan remembered that he seemed to be hugging the two sisters on both sides as they took the elevator, but in the end, none of the three of them could stand steadily. Crumbling. He had no idea what happened afterwards. I feel like I'm totally broken. The next day, Imohan felt exhausted and had a splitting headache. I turned over and continued to sleep. Unexpectedly, when I stretched out my hand, I touched something soft and elastic. It gave him a fright. Ah. Hualingrong was also shocked. You. Emohan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Hualingrong was only wearing underwear, and what Emohan just touched was something under her clothes. You. Hualingrong stammered for a long time and couldn't say a word. Emohan stared blankly at the beautiful woman so close to him and swallowed. I went through thousands of mental struggles in my heart within half a minute. Are you sleeping? What a beautiful lady. Pink and soft, full of elasticity. Don't sleep with her. I'm not a scumbag. If you sleep with her, you have to be responsible for her. Go to sleep. Just be responsible. Anyway, judging from the looks of it, you must have slept last night. Hualingrong saw that his eyes were only glancing at her, with a look of extreme shyness on her face. But she didn't hide, nor did she pull the quilt to cover herself. The hand under the quilt was unconsciously pulling the quilt down a little bit, and then a little bit more. Now, Emohan could see everything clearly. I couldn't help but swallow again. Damn, I don't know why I'm drooling so much today. After repeated mental struggles, Emohan finally decided to follow his heart and gently leaned towards Hualingrong. Hualingrong slowly closed her eyes. My head hurts so much. Emohan was about to move to Hualingrong's side when Hualingyu suddenly crawled out from under the quilt with disheveled hair, rubbing her head and complaining of a headache. Emohan quickly crawled away. Hualingyu lay between the two of them wearing a sling, gritted her teeth, and continued to sleep soundly. Emohan, it's over. What a sin I committed last night. 1 versus 2? Thinking of that scene, Emohan felt overwhelmed. I wasn't paying attention when I stretched my foot and kicked something furry. Emohan sat up, lifted the quilt on his side and saw that it was Dapan, snoring loudly in his sleep. There was actually a strong smell of alcohol coming from Dabing's body. Smell of alcohol? Dabing drank alcohol yesterday too? Emohan rubbed his temples helplessly, turned his head and found that Yaoji and Hey Dad were leaning against each other on the floor next to his bed, sleeping soundly. Emohan frowned. Could it be that last night, those 3 drunkards not only got themselves drunk, but also got the animals drunk? Chapter 162. Didn't drink much? Go and watch the surveillance yourself. Emohan wanted to get up, but after taking a few steps, he felt a splitting headache. He had a complete blackout of what happened last night and had no recollection of what happened at all. He stumbled into the toilet and peed while cursing the wine manufacturer. Damn it, fake wine, it gives me a headache, you conscienceless bastard. After peeing, I looked into the bedroom and saw everyone sleeping in a heap. Emohan shook his head and chose to sleep on the sofa. With a thought, he took out a thin blanket from the space and covered himself with it. On the TV cabinet, Shawa just opened her eyes and saw Mohan sleeping on the sofa. She shook her head and said, "Weren't you so domineering last night? Now you can't be happy anymore?" Emohan opened his eyes and glared at it. "Shut up. Don't disturb my sleep." "Humph. You wanted to get me drunk last night?" "No way." Shawa complained a few words and noticed that Emohan's even breathing could be heard from the sofa. Shawa's leg has completely healed after a few days of rest, but it is very cautious and hardly walks. If I really have to walk, I only use one leg because I am afraid of re-injuring the broken bone. Even Emohan said that Shawa was not manly at all, but like a woman. Shawa lay in her nest and slept for a while. Then she found that no one else had gotten up yet and her stomach was growling with hunger. It's really annoying. He flew to the sofa and called Emohan a few times, but there was no response. He flew to Emohan's bedroom again, wanting to see what Hualingrong, Yaoji, and the others were doing. As soon as I entered the door, I was almost knocked down by the strong smell of alcohol. The 2 sisters were not covered with a blanket and were not wearing much clothes. They just lay there crookedly. Dabing slept behind Hualingyu's but, sniffing her nose from time to time. The demon chicken and the big black head were sleeping on the ground with their legs spread out. Shawa shouted loudly in the house, "Get up and cook." No one responded. Shawa wanted to peck the 2 women's butts, but she was afraid that she would pluck hair from the tigers and suffer the consequences. He simply flew in front of the monster chicken, pecked at the thing in its crotch, and quickly dodged. Awoo, the chicken was awakened from its sleep by the evil chicken that suddenly stole the peaches. It suddenly turned over from the ground and looked around for who was the culprit of the prank. The final target was the big black guy next to him. The demon chicken covered the blackhead's bulging belly with one claw. Gah. Blackhead was sleeping soundly, but he was frightened by the monster chicken and almost shit himself. The 2 huge monsters collided instantly. The black-headed eagle's huge beak was extremely sharp. It bit the demon chicken's leg, but without much force. But the demon chicken was also afraid. When it was chased by the big blackhead, it quickly jumped onto the bed and stepped directly over Hualingrong's body to get out of the bed. The tail also swept across Hualingyu's face. Blackhead also jumped onto the bed. In order not to make the same mistake as the demon chicken and step on the 2 sisters, He simply flapped his wings and flew off the bed. It would not matter if it did not fly, but once it flew, its huge wings hit the two sisters in the face. Hualingrong, who had just been stepped on the chest by a dog and now hit in the face by a wing, woke up first. But I still felt confused when I woke up. I don't understand what's going on with these two guys all of a sudden. However, after this incident, Hualingrong couldn't sleep anymore. He gently pushed Hualingyu, who was already awake but unwilling to open her eyes, and said, "Wake up, Lingyu. Stop annoying me." Hualingyu turned over and continued to close her eyes. Although I didn't fall asleep, I just didn't want to get up. Xiaohua, the instigator, in order to avoid being affected by the fight between the monster chicken and the black head, quickly stuck her head into her wings and pretended to sleep when the two rushed out of the bedroom door. Imo Han was awakened by the sounds of woof 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 and ga quarreling. He smacked his lips impatiently and prepared to go back to sleep. Suddenly, I smelled the aroma of instant noodles coming from the kitchen and quickly sat up from the sofa. I saw Hualingrong wearing a black miniskirt, busy in the kitchen with her curvy figure. Imo Han thought he had seen it wrong. It seems that Hualingrong always wears casual clothes, and I have never seen her wearing a skirt. Did I see a ghost today or something? She actually wears it so outstanding and beautiful. Imo Han rubbed his eyes to clean off the eye boogers so that he could clearly see the enchanting figure in the kitchen. Hualingrong was stirring instant noodles with chopsticks while she was sticking her butt up when she suddenly felt someone was looking at her from behind. She felt a little secretly delighted in her heart and quietly twisted her plump buttocks. Hiss. Imo Han's nose bleed suddenly. He quickly wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand and frantically looked for paper to wipe his nose. When Hualingrong heard Imo Han's voice, she closed the lid of the instant noodles, turned around and walked towards Imo Han in a gentle manner. Seeing Imo Han's nose bleeding, he couldn't help but laugh. He took a tissue from the TV cabinet and handed it to him, saying, "Why are you bleeding from the nose so early in the morning?" Imo Han took the paper from her hand and wiped the blood from his nose. But when I looked up inadvertently and saw the firmness of her chest, my nose started to itch. A new round of nosebleed started. Sorry, Imo Han quickly blocked his nose with a tissue and rushed into the bathroom. Hualingrong shouted from behind, "Brother Han, hurry up and wash up and eat instant noodles, otherwise they will get fuzzy." Okay, got it. Imo Han went into the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. All the anger in my body was extinguished. Just started brushing my teeth. Hualingrong entered Imo Han's bedroom and called Hualingyu again. "Hurry up and eat instant noodles." After calling out a few times, Hualingyu finally got up and sat up. With disheveled hair, he rubbed his eyes and whispered, "Got it." Hualingrong returned to the kitchen, took some instant noodles and ate them on the sofa. Imo Han washed up in the bathroom, came out and sat on the sofa to the left of Hualingrong to eat instant noodles. He just eats instant noodles well. No one dared to look at Hualingrong. The main thing is that every time I look up, I inadvertently see things I shouldn't see. Especially since the skirt is so short, the legs are so white. The demon chicken and the big black head finally stopped fighting and were sitting at the dining table, eating the instant noodles that Hualingrong had made for them. Xiaohua was standing on the dining table in front of the two dogs, eating her own portion of instant noodles. In order to make it easier for them to eat noodles, Hualingrong deliberately put only a little hot water in their instant noodles. At this time, the instant noodles are swollen and you can hardly see the soup inside. Dabing and Hualingyu also came over to eat instant noodles. It seems that I can't go out today. Imo Han looked at the watch on his wrist. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon. Wow, we actually slept for so long, Hualingrong said while chewing a mouthful of instant noodles. Xiaohua raised her head and said loudly, "A bunch of drunkards. They went crazy all night last night. How can they not sleep until now?" Hualingyu thought about it carefully, but couldn't remember how the three of them drank last night. "I remember we didn't drink much and fell asleep afterwards." Xiaohua sneered. "You didn't drink much? Go check the surveillance yourself." Chapter 163, Lipstick Marks All Over the Face. After finishing their instant noodles, a few people, driven by curiosity, actually ran to the first floor of the shelter to check the surveillance. After sitting in the monitoring room for half an hour, Imo Han was so embarrassed that he almost buried his head in his thighs. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Taking off the t-shirt, bare-chested, and dancing on the dance floor in the entertainment area in large underwear. Is this something a human being would do? The key point is that the two Hua sisters also took off their clothes to the coolest level. Imo Han hugged this one and held that one. When dancing, I squeezed my body together and sweated all over. Dabing, Yaoji, Haidatu, and Xiaohua were originally standing by as spectators, but the three drunkards in the dance floor were so drunk that they rushed up and forced the animals into the dance floor. Xiaohua is small and agile. She flew directly to the chandelier and stood there to watch their performance. For some reason, The three of them were so excited that they drank by playing finger-guessing games, one cup after another. Drink and kiss. Imohan's face was covered with lipstick marks. Most of the time, he was kissing Hua Lingrong. And touch it. Not only were several animals pulled to dance on the dance floor, but they also played finger-guessing games and drank with everyone. Imohan was the most shameless one. He kept playing rock, paper, scissors with the three guys, and in the end the three guys lost every time. If you lose, you have to drink, so the three guys got drunk. Xiaohua stood on the chandelier shelf and watched the three psychopaths on the dance floor, and finally there were 6 psychopaths. Later, they found that it was almost dawn. Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch it anymore and shouted to the dance floor, "It's almost dawn. Go back to bed." Everyone pulled each other and went back to the living area to sleep. I returned to the living room from the monitoring room because what I saw on the surveillance camera was too embarrassing. Now, whether it was Imohan, Hua Lingrong, or Hua Lingyu, they all felt embarrassed, and their faces were red all the way to their necks. To ease the embarrassment, Imohan coughed a few times and suggested, "Our abilities are still too weak and need to be improved as soon as possible. Let's set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to fight monsters and level up. Everyone go to bed early." "Well," Hua Lingrong said to Imohan with a red face, "Brother Han, you should also go to bed early." After saying that, he went into his bedroom. Hua Lingyu's embarrassment came and went quickly. At this moment, he was holding a tablet computer and watching a movie as he walked into his bedroom. In comparison, Hua Lingyu and Imohan just hugged and kissed each other a few times, and nothing particularly unusual happened. However, when it came to Hua Lingrong, Imohan touched all the places she should and shouldn't have touched. Lying back on his bed in his bedroom, Imohan felt like a real coward. "You said that you didn't have the courage to do it to Hua Lingrong when you were not drunk, but you were drunk last night. There is actually no one to do it? What a coward." The next morning, the three people got up after resting all night. The alcohol they drank before no longer had any effect on them, and now the three of them became energetic and refreshed. For breakfast, we had steamed dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. When Imohan took these things out of the space, they were still steaming. Hua Lingrong changed back into casual clothes, and the black color was very resistant to dirt. You can't wear a miniskirt when you go out to fight monsters. It would be bad if the monsters were attracted by your beauty. After all, the monsters out there are not just zombies and aliens. There are also monster-like people wearing human skin masks. If a woman in the last days is too beautiful, she will get into a lot of trouble. So before leaving, the two sisters used dark foundation to make their skin dull and lifeless without Imohan's instructions. Hua Lingyu was even more exaggerated. He put some glue on his mouth and stuck a small tuft of beard on it. He gives people a weird feeling. In Hua Lingrong's words, he is a pervert. When they came out of the shelter and were about to take the elevator to the ground, none of Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead could squeeze in. Because he is too big, Imohan had no choice but to put the three animals into the space first, and then release them after they got out of the elevator of the shelter. As soon as the big Blackhead left Imohan's space, it flapped its wings and flew several circles in the air. From childhood to adulthood, Blackhead grew up in a shelter. No one taught it to fly, but flying seems to be its nature, and it can fly well without being taught. Dabing and Yaoji were running around on the ground. Xiaohua also flew with Haidatu. Imohan, Hua Lingrong, and Hua Lingyu walked forward about 10 to 20 meters. Imohan asked the two guys running in front loudly, "Do you want to walk, take my car, or ride on the back of the black guy? Choose quickly, so that I can see which car to drive into the city to fight monsters." Da Bing and Yao Ji, who were running in front, heard Imohan's words, looked at the big black head flying happily in the sky, and called out to it, "Woof, woof, woof." The big black head swooped down from the sky. Dabing and Yaoji jumped onto Blackhead's back and squatted on it. The big black man took off with them. Imohan had an idea and took out his bulletproof car, AK-250, from the space. He got in from the driver's seat, and the two sisters walked through the main door one after the other. The car still looks familiar. My younger sister Hua Lingyu was lying on the sofa, eating a lollipop, listening to songs, and enjoying it with her legs shaking. Hua Lingrong climbed to the passenger seat and helped Imohan pay attention to the situation on both sides of the road to see if there were any monsters. At first, Blackhead was carrying the big pancake and the monster chicken. Later, the clever little flower was too lazy to fly, so it jumped onto Blackhead and asked Blackhead to carry it flying as well. Although Blackhead looks fierce on the outside, he is actually quite honest and has no complaints about what he does. It was so powerful that it didn't feel the slightest bit of burden while carrying the pancake and the chicken. When he got tired of flying, the black guy would stop on the roof of the AK-250. The car was so big that no one could see them on the roof. "Brother Han, look, there are two zombies over there." Hualingrong said as she looked out the window at the zombies chasing their bulletproof car. We don't need to take any action. Those guys on the roof will deal with them, Emohan said firmly. Hualingrong was also looking forward to seeing whether Dabing and the others could deal with the zombies. Sure enough, as soon as Emohan finished speaking, the big black guy on the roof of the car swooped down with Dabing and the monster chicken. Emohan saw from the car's dashcam that the big black man rushed down and yelled at the two zombies on the ground. Emohan didn't even see clearly what it was spraying, but the bodies of the two zombies underground were covered with a thin layer of ice. Hey, the thing that Black had awakened is the ice-related ability? Emohan said to himself. Brother Han, does the ice ability mean spraying ice at others? Yes. To be exact, it is a spray of water mist, which instantly turns into ice, freezing people and making them unable to move. It takes at least 3 days for the ice to melt. After 3 days, when the ice melts, the people or objects tied up will no longer have a chance of survival. So powerful. Hualingrong looked at the black head outside and asked in confusion, but why are there only a thin layer of ice on the bodies of those two zombies? If you don't pay attention, you might think it's water mist. Emohan pulled the brake and said with a smile, because it is still in the early stage, the ability is not strong enough, and it needs a process of upgrading and growth. Chapter 164. Emohan upgrades to intermediate supernatural power. Blackhead used a thin layer of ice to freeze the two zombies on the ground. Because their superpowers were still in their early stages, the two zombies struggled a little and the thin layer of ice shattered. There were ice chips stuck on its head, and it pounced on the big blackhead standing on the ground, biting and howling. Just as Blackhead was about to make a move, the big pancake on its back barked at it a few times. Emohan rolled down the window, knowing that Dabing meant to leave hay data to it. The big blackhead obediently folded its wings and let the big pancake and the monster chicken get off its back. As soon as Pancake Foot landed on the ground, he effortlessly blew 2 large mouthfuls of fire at the zombie. In an instant, a huge fireball surrounded the two zombies. In less than half a minute, the zombies were reduced to a pile of ashes. Dabing found 2 zombie primary crystal cores in the ashes and swallowed them in one gulp. He didn't care about his teammates at all. The demon chicken and Blackhead were so anxious that they stared at it like idiots and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. By the time it came to its senses, the crystal core had already entered its mouth. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Emohan drove on. It took more than 20 minutes to get out of the shelter and reach the outskirts of the city. The reason why Emohan chose to locate the shelter here was because it was far away from the city and even from the suburbs. As the bulletproof car moved forward, Emohan and Hualingrong's expressions became more and more strange. Brother Han, what is this? Hualingrong finally couldn't help but speak. Before we entered the shelter, an earthquake occurred in Qinglong Mountain. At that time, I thought it was just a local earthquake. I didn't expect that an earthquake would also occur in our G city. Yes, Hualingrong stretched her head and looked out the window at the cracked road and the leaning trees and sighed. The shelter is too strong. We didn't even feel such a serious earthquake. Actually, I felt the shaking when I was drunk the night before, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time. I just thought it was the after effects of being drunk, dizzy or something. I didn't expect it to be an earthquake. Emohan's bulletproof car couldn't pass because the road in front of it collapsed and some trees broke down and blocked the way. Emohan had no choice but to stop the car. He jumped off the bulletproof vehicle, put the vehicle into the space, quickly climbed over the obstacles, took the missile vehicle out of the space, and continued driving forward. We drove smoothly for about 30 meters before encountering an obstacle again. Emohan put the bulletproof car into the space again, walked a few steps to pass the obstacle, and then released the car. He felt that his vision, hearing, physical strength and speed were now much faster than before. Before, his psychic abilities were only elementary. Superpowers are divided into primary superpowers, intermediate superpowers, advanced superpowers, and ultimate superpowers. Each level of superpowers is divided into 5 stages. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5. When Emohan first awakened his superpowers, it was only at the 2nd level of the primary superpowers. Now, having eaten 3 king-level crystal cores, Emohan's supernatural powers have been directly upgraded to the 3rd level of intermediate supernatural powers. It's just that he stayed in the shelter every day and didn't notice how his superpowers had improved. Haven't tried it either. Anyway, in the shelter, I just eat, sleep, shit, play games, watch movies, and do my daily routine. After climbing over the obstacle, Emohan suddenly realized that why not try out his current supernatural powers and see what they are like? Thinking this in his mind, Emohan began to use his strength in his hands. In a moment, A large gust of gray wind came out from Imohan's hand. At the same time, Imohan moved his mind, and the roadside obstacles behind him instantly flew into the air. Imohan pushed his palm to the left, and those things moved into the air to the left. When the area was almost large enough for the car to pass, Imohan put his hands down, and the garbage that had just moved in the air was instantly placed steadily on the ground. That's great. Imohan couldn't help but feel happy. Although his psychic abilities in his previous life were much more powerful than this, and this was only the third level of intermediate abilities, he was already very satisfied. After all, it had only been a short time since the end of the world, and nearly half of his abilities had been awakened. Once his supernatural powers are gradually improved to perfection, and with so many capable people around him, killing the great devil Tulong of the end times will be a matter of minutes. However, slaying a dragon is not an easy task. The road was cleared. Imohan released the bulletproof car from the space, climbed into the car, and drove forward. Hua Lingyi was lying on the sofa, eating melon seeds and listening to music, while Hua Lingrong was sitting upright in the passenger seat. The two sisters were unaware of Imohan's attempt to test his superpowers because they couldn't see it in space. The car drove forward and soon arrived at the new city area. Further inside the new city area was the old city area of City G. On the road, a goat-like monster with two large horns on its head and fangs in its mouth was leisurely gnawing on a non-mutated wild boar in the middle of the road. The wild boar's screams became louder and louder. Imohan stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the mutant goat. In an instant, the goat was hit and its skin was torn to pieces. It flew high into the sky and then fell down. Unfortunately, it didn't hit its head. The impact hit other parts of the body, but not fatal ones, so the goat did not die when it fell to the ground and was shattered. Not only was he not dead, he was also dragging his broken leg and slowly crawling on the ground. Imohan stared at the goats outside and said to Hua Lingrong, "Let's see what these guys will do." The few guys referred to Big Pancake, Yaoji, Black Big Head, and Little Flower on the roof of the bulletproof car. Imohan knew that he didn't need to take any action. The little guys would completely eliminate the monsters. Sure enough, the Big Black Head flew to the ground with the Big Pancake and the monster chicken. Dabing wanted to spit fire again, but the demon chicken took advantage of its inattention and knocked it away with its head. Then he rushed to the monster and placed his furry paws on its back. The mutant goat opened its bloody mouth, opening and closing it. It looked bloody and fierce. The next second, sparks flew all over its body. He let out a scream and immediately became confused. Imohan and Hua Lingrong were happy for the demon chicken when they saw how brave it was. Suddenly, the chicken demon fell backwards with its body stiffly attached. "Brother Han, the monster chicken." Hua Lingrong saw the monster chicken fall down and shouted anxiously, "Monster chicken! Look at the monster chicken!" Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. This guy couldn't control the electricity well again and electrocuted himself. Don't worry about it. He will recover in a minute. Yes, it is true. It has been shocking itself every day these days and soon regained its vitality. The electricity in its body can only stun it, not kill it. Hua Lingrong continued with Imohan's words. Hua Lingyu was still listening to the song, oblivious to what was happening outside. Imohan and Hua Lingrong watched coldly as the monster chicken fainted in the middle of the road. However, the black guy and the big pancake outside the car are worried about the monster chicken. Especially Dabing, who was just planning to snatch the crystal core from the monster chicken. But now he saw the monster chicken fainted, and he was so anxious that he was running around, but he didn't dare to touch the monster chicken. The feeling of being electrocuted is extremely painful, but Dabing knows it very well. It didn't dare to get close to the demon chicken, so it picked up the crystal core of the goat monster and ate it. Not a bit of modesty, or even giving half of it to others to show off. Imohan parked the car on the side of the road and chatted with Hua Lingrong casually, waiting for the demon chicken to recover. Suddenly, there were a few bang 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 sounds, and the big black head in the middle of the road suddenly spread its wings, protecting the big pancake and the monster chicken behind it. Chapter 165. The black head is actually an indestructible body. Bang, 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 more than a dozen bullets fired. Every bullet hit the big black head. "Ah!" Hua Lingrong screamed. Imohan was also a little confused for a moment. Who was shooting several of their own animals? Without time to think, Imohan opened the car door and got out, using Space Flash to rush to the position of Hei Datu, Yaoji, and Dabing. With a thought, 3 animals entered Imohan's space. Imohan himself also used Space Flash and looked in the direction where the bullet was flying. Want to see who is trying to deal with your animals? About 30 meters away, there was a black van parked. Several submachine guns were placed on the windows, with the black muzzles pointing directly at the place where Black Big Head and the others had been just now. Seeing the prey they had caught suddenly disappear without a trace, the people in the van were horrified, but also instantly happy. The leader, a tall and thin pretty boy, looked at the black head that suddenly disappeared and said excitedly, "I thought it was just an ordinary monster, but I didn't expect it to be invisible." The bald guy on the co-pilot's seat said, "Great, big brother. If we take out the crystal cores of those 3 monsters and eat them, won't we be able to gain the ability to become invisible?" The pretty boy stared at the place where the animals disappeared without blinking and said, "It would be great if we could get their crystal cores, but these damn stupid monsters are invisible now. Where can we find them?" The bald man patted his bald head and said, "Oh, I didn't expect this. Hey, brother, why don't we get rid of the monsters and take the bulletproof cars? Did you see those 2 bulletproof cars? They are so classy." "Sure, I'm not blind," the pretty boy said to the bald guy. When he was driving here just now, he was on a sharp turn and did not notice the bulletproof car parked next to the dense trees. All I saw were black big heads, big pancakes, and monster chickens on the roadside. When the van got closer, the pretty boy had already noticed the bulletproof car on the side of the road. But the bulletproof car was parked there. Most likely the owner has already died. The pretty boy planned to kill the monster first and then drive away the bulletproof car not far ahead. There were 5 people crammed in the back of the van. They are all second-rate guys. You can tell at first glance that he's not a good person. Emohan saw a van several dozen meters away and flashed past it. When he reached the left rear wheel of the van, Emohan took out a very sharp knife from the space and cut the left rear wheel of the van. The right rear wheel of the van was also scratched. Only 2 bang sounds were heard. The 2 rear tires that Emohan had tampered with just now exploded instantly. The pretty boy was just about to drive the van to the side of the bulletproof car. Just as I started the car, there were suddenly 2 loud bangs and the car tilted to the ground and couldn't move. Damn it! Why did the tire explode for no reason? The pretty boy got out of the car with a look of surprise. The bald guy and 3 people in the backseat of the car also got out to check what was going on. Emohan saw those idiots, sneered, and used space to flash into their van. There are so many guns. Emohan didn't know who this group of people were, but the trunk of their van was full of guns and ammunition, as well as several unopened packages of egg yolk pies. Emohan had an idea and looted everything in the car. Then he used space flash to return to the bulletproof car. Several people walked around the car, unable to figure out why the tire exploded. Fortunately, there was a spare tire in the car. The pretty boy ordered the bald guy, "Go get the spare tire and change it." "Okay, big brother." The bald man walked quickly to the car and started howling like a ghost before getting in. I looked around the car and found that there was nothing left. There were no more guns, almost no more, and all the food and drink was gone. The most exaggerated thing is that even the steering wheel of the van is gone. For a moment, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat, and an ominous premonition spread in his heart. "Big bald man, hurry up and bring the stuff over here. Stop wasting time." The pretty boy squatted on the ground, waiting for the big bald man to bring the spare tire and replace it. Because they forgot to bring a jack, the car could not be lifted up, so the 3 brothers lifted the back of the car with all their strength, so as to give Xiao Balian a chance to install the tire. A few people were working hard when they suddenly heard the bald guy shouting, so they quickly parked the car and rushed over. The pretty boy said something dirty. "What the hell are you doing?" The next second, he saw the lights of the bulletproof car not far ahead light up. Then, under the astonished gazes of several people, the bulletproof car drove forward at a speed, raised a cloud of dust. The pretty boy's level of fear instantly reached the peak of his life. I also felt what it means to draw water with a bamboo basket and get nothing. The 3 younger brothers were already cursing. What happened? Who took the things from the car? Another said, "It couldn't be a monster that came and took it away. It couldn't possibly carry so many guns and ammunition. It couldn't be a ghost." "Ah, don't scare me. I'm very timid." "Come on, you're not even afraid of zombies. So why are you afraid of ghosts?" "Damn it, can you please stop arguing?" The pretty boy was already extremely panicked and angry, and now when he heard a few people still arguing and chattering, he wanted to shoot them one by one. Emohan drove the bulletproof car forward and asked Xiaohua to fly to the location of the van with flares and throw the flares around. The flares sounded, and the surrounding monsters saw the color of the flare and heard the sound of the flare. One by one, they jumped out from the forest, roaring. Several people ran towards the rotten van with panicked looks on their faces. Emohan drove the bulletproof car forward, and behind him came the screams of some people being bitten by monsters. Damn, not only did he shoot my animals, but he also tried to steal my bulletproof car. He deserves to be killed. As the car drove out, Emohan released Black Head, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken from the space. The bulletproof car, which was originally very spacious, suddenly became crowded. But it's okay. Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu stayed with the animals, and everyone was able to turn around. Hey Dadu, come here and let me see. Hua Lingrong was sitting on the sofa this time and asked Hey Dadu, who was squatting on the ground, why there were no wounds on his body. Just now, she and Imohan saw with their own eyes that many bullets had clearly hit Blackhead's body. But now, there was not a single wound on its body, and no signs of bleeding were seen. That's not right. Haidatu, I clearly saw the bullet hit you, but why don't you have any wounds on your body? Hua Lingrong asked Haidatu. Jie Gaga. Blackhead himself didn't know. No wounds on the body. Imohan, who was driving, was also very surprised. The big blackhead was not injured. Could it be that it awakened its indestructible body? Chapter 166. Hugging a few beauties is no problem at all. The car drove forward for a distance, and Imohan parked it on the side of the road. Walk into the living room of the bulletproof car. I couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He previously suspected that Blackhead had an indestructible body, and now he wanted to verify it himself. It would be great if it could be confirmed. Because for Blackhead, he will fly in the air frequently in the future, and it is inevitable that he will encounter people doing bad things to him, such as shooting him, just like those people before. If one possesses an indestructible body, no one can harm it. Let me see. Imohan checked Hey Dada's legs, stomach, and even his whole body himself. Apart from a few bullet marks on his legs and stomach, he had no injuries at all. There's not even a scratch on the skin. It's amazing. I thought it was just an ordinary eagle, but it turned out to be a tiger eagle. I thought it just awakened its ice ability, but it turned out to be indestructible. Imohan became more and more excited as he spoke. God is really helping me. Hua Lingrong, who was standing next to him, was also happy for Imohan. That's great, Brother Han. Congratulations on having another great general on our team. Xiaohua stood on the back of the sofa and said excitedly, Tiger General. Tiger Eagle. That makes sense. Hua Lingyu was listening to music and eating melon seeds just now, but now she saw all these animals running into the car and felt confused. But she was too lazy to care. She sat up from the sofa, changed her position, continued listening to the song, and twisted her body hard to the rhythm of the song. Imohan returned to the driving seat and continued driving the bulletproof car forward. When encountering zombies on the road, he was too lazy to stop the car. He just turned on the blades around the bulletproof car and chopped the zombies into pieces with a few swipes. Hua Lingrong sat back in the passenger seat and took the initiative to accompany Imohan. Brother Han, there's a big pit ahead. We can't get through. Hua Lingrong pointed to a huge pit about 7 or 8 meters ahead and said. Imohan noticed this big pit earlier than Hua Lingrong. I already have an idea in mind. He just stopped the car, opened the door, and walked out. Hua Lingrong felt puzzled. Brother Han, what do you want to do? Imohan turned around and nodded to Hua Lingrong, saying, Fill the hole. Fill the hole. Hua Lingrong followed Imohan out of the car and followed behind him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Imohan stood at the edge of the big pit. Judging from the visual, the pit is about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, about 5 meters deep. Imohan stretched out his right hand and gently exerted force on the pile of large rocks and soil outside the woods on the right. The pile of rocks and soil left the ground and floated into the air. Hua Lingrong screamed. Brother Han Yu. Bang. Imohan controlled the pile of rocks and soil remotely and pulled them to the middle of the pit. He pressed his hand downward, and the pile of rocks and soil fell into the pit. Thick dust and smoke filled the pit. Hua Lingrong's mouth was opened like a big O, and she trembled for a long time without uttering a word, her eyes full of admiration for Imohan, and also a huge amount of liking for you. After the dust settled, Imohan and Hua Lingrong stretched their necks to look into the pit. The wide pit showed no sign of being filled up. The pile of rocks and soil just now were just the bottom of the pit. Imohan looked around. Apart from the big trees growing in the ground, there was nothing else that could be taken from the air and filled into the pit. Alas, this pit is too big, and there are too few stones and soil around it. Imohan frowned, pointed his palm at a half-meter thick tree on the ground, and pulled it up with force. Amidst Hua Lingrong's astonishment, the tree was pulled out of the soil bit by bit. Finally, a tall and big tree was floating in the air. Brother Han, you are really awesome. Have you become a strong man? Hua Lingrong looked like a little girl with admiration on her face. Imohan smiled mischievously and said, Anyway, there's no problem in hugging a few beauties. Hua Lingrong blushed when he said that, and said in a coquettish voice, Hey, Brother Han, what are you talking about? Imohan glanced at Hua Lingrong. I just like seeing her shy face. It makes me unable to resist getting attracted to her. However, let's consider this big pit first. Emohan flipped his right hand, turned the tree sideways, and placed it on the pit. He turned to Hua Lingrong and said, "Get in the car. I'll let you out of the space after I walk over this tree." Brother Han, this tree is half a meter wide, so it should be big enough for two of us to get through. Otherwise, you put the bulletproof car into the space, and I'll walk over the tree with you. Hua Lingrong suggested. Seeing her admiring expression and wanting to stick to him all the time, Emohan couldn't bear to refuse, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Turning around, Emohan pointed his hand at the position of the bulletproof car, wanting to try whether he could store the bulletproof car into the space through the air. With a thought, I said "collect" in my mind. In an instant, the bulletproof car a few meters away disappeared. "It seems that telekinesis is really useful," Emohan said happily. After saying that, he turned and walked up to the big tree over the pit. Hua Lingrong also came over. Emohan reached out and held her hand, and the two of them walked to the other side of the pit, one in front and the other behind. After crossing the big pit, the two men stood at the edge of the pit. Emohan put the big tree on the pit into the space. Put out the bulletproof car. Two people got in the car, and Emohan continued to drive the bulletproof car forward. On the way, Hua Lingrong asked Emohan in confusion, "Brother Han, why did you store such a big tree in your space?" Emohan smiled and said, "I don't know what it is specifically used for now, but the space is big anyway, and I can put anything I come across that I might need in the future into it, and it won't be a big loss for us." The car drove all the way to the city. When they were almost reaching the city, Emohan saw from afar many broken trees lying across the road. Hua Lingrong sighed beside him. "Oh, this earthquake is too serious." Emohan stopped the car and didn't even get out. He just leaned his head out of the window, waved gently at the broken tree in front of him, and said, "Collect." All the trees on the ground are in his space. Is it useful to take these trees? Of course it is useful. When it gets extremely cold, you can use it to make a fire to keep warm. When you encounter a big pit or water, you can use a tree as a bridge. There are many places where it is useful. It's just that when Hua Lingrong asked, he didn't want to explain. After all, he could tell the two sisters about his spatial ability, but he had to keep silent about his rebirth to no one. Space can be awakened through supernatural powers. Others are used to it. But if I can be reborn, then forget it. This is to avoid the authorities finding out and arresting him and taking him to the laboratory for slice research. Emohan doesn't want to experience the misery of his previous life again. Chapter 167, Living Airplane. After storing all the broken trees on the road into the space, Emohan drove off again. Because of the earthquake, today's train trip was particularly unsmooth, stopping every now and then. The reason is either a broken tree blocking the road or a big pothole on the road. Look, we're almost at the main road in the city. Oh no, there is another huge pit in front of us. This pit is 10 times bigger than before. Wherever the pit passed, houses collapsed and roads broke. The car can't pass. Emohan parked the car on the side of the road. There are planes in his space, including small helicopters and civilian airliners. The reason why I don't use a plane is mainly because I want to kill monsters while driving on the road. Because they came out here to fight monsters, get crystal cores, and upgrade their superpowers. If you use a helicopter, you can fly to the city quickly, but the distance between the plane and the ground is far, which makes it inconvenient to fight monsters. Brother Han, Hua Lingrong looked at the big pit in front of him and raised her chin. This pit is much bigger than the previous one. Do we need to use the single plank bridge? Hua Lingrong called the tree that previously spanned the pit a single plank bridge. Emohan didn't say anything, opened the car door and got out. Da Bing, Yao Ji, Haida Tu, and Xiaohua, who were in the car, also heard what Hua Lingrong said. When they saw Emohan get off the car, they followed him out one by one. Emohan stood at the edge of the pit and said to Hua Lingrong, who was standing next to him, "This pit is too big. It's not suitable to fill it or build a bridge with trees. Otherwise, let's use a helicopter to get over it." After Emohan finished speaking, he turned around and looked for a more spacious place to park the plane. Suddenly, the big black head pulled the corner of his clothes and said "Ga" very seriously to Emohan. Emohan frowned. "Why are you pulling me?" The big black head glanced at Emohan, nodded to him, suddenly squatted down and spread his wings wide. Emohan looked surprised. He naturally understood what Blackhead meant, but he had never seen this guy in his previous life. He only heard rumors that he was very powerful and difficult to tame. Riding on the big black man is even more impossible. So, when Hey Dada asked Emohan to sit on his back, Emohan was surprised and didn't quite believe that Hey Dada could carry so many people and animals. After all, you are not the only one crossing the road. Huh? Got it. Emohan put the bulletproof car, Hualing Yu, who was sleeping in the bulletproof car, the big pancake, and the monster chicken into the space. Now, Blackhead's burden is much lighter. Come up. Emohan climbed onto Hey Dada's back and pulled Hualingrong up with him. The big black head stood up from the ground, flapped his wings, and soared into the air. The little flower resting nearby also took off following the rhythm of the big black head. The wingspan of the black-headed bird is at least 6 meters. Because it is still a young bird, its body length is at most 4 meters. It hasn't grown to its full size yet. According to the records in Shanhaijing, the maximum length of a tiger eagle is 6 meters, and when its wings are spread, it is about 12 meters. Hey, Data still has a lot of room for improvement. Sitting on the back of the tiger eagle, Imo Han said to Hualingrong. What room for improvement? Hualingrong was confused by his silly words. Supernatural powers. Imo Han replied, the size of an adult tiger eagle is much larger than that of Blackhead. So I say that Blackhead still has a lot of room for improvement. However, if you want to increase your size and improve your supernatural powers, you must kill monsters and take crystal cores. Oh, I see, Brother Han. Hualingrong sat on Blackhead and looked at the object on the ground that was getting smaller and smaller. She said in surprise, Hey, aren't we going to the city to fight monsters? Why is Blackhead taking us to fly so high? Haha. Imo Han looked at the rising morning glow in the distance and laughed. He's just pretending to be cool. He wants us to feel his flying speed. Haha. Hualingrong couldn't help but gently scratch the area under the black big-headed creature's wings. You're so cute. The big black head was encouraged and flew around in the air again. However, following Imo Han's command, Blackhead did not fly out of City G. Why didn't Imo Han go somewhere else? Because he had one more thing to do after coming out of the shelter. If there had been no earthquake, the Tomorrow's base, where his good brother Zhang Wei from his previous life was located, would definitely continue to exist for a while. Although they will eventually collapse, people will die or be injured, and those who are incompetent will become food for zombies and monsters in the base. Those who are capable will form their own teams and fight their way out, eventually establishing their own new forces. Now that there is an earthquake, needless to say, the Tomorrow base must have collapsed. Imo Han is now going to Tomorrow's base to find Zhang Wei and bring him safely into his own shelter. After all, Zhang Wei died to save him in his previous life. This friendship is worth repaying in this life. It was the first time that Blackhead brought a beautiful woman out, so naturally he had to dress up well. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Imo Han gently patted its belly and said, That's enough. Now fly down and kill the zombie dog on the ground. The big Blackhead made 2 cackles and flew to the ground obediently. It flew to the 2 zombie dogs running on the ground and scared them. After reacting, 2 zombie dogs bared their huge fangs and pounced on Blackhead. Just as Blackhead was about to use his primary ice ability, Imo Han simply raised his hand, and with 2 snaps, 2 huge fireballs hit the 2 zombie dogs. After a few screams, the zombie dog turned into ashes. Imo Han was on a street. Because of the earthquake, the houses on the streets were toppled over and over again. I wonder how many survivors there are in those collapsed houses. And how many unwilling people are buried under those huge rocks and soil. The zombie dog was killed by Imo Han's fireball. Imo Han picked up 2 crystal cores on the ground, handed one to Hey Datu and one to Hualingrong and said, Eat it. The man and the eagle obediently ate the crystal core that Imo Han handed over. In order to let Dabing and Yaoji come out for some experience, Imo Han thought about it and released the 2 guys from the space. The 2 dogs didn't want to stay in the space for a long time, and now Imo Han let them out, just like a prisoner suddenly being released from prison. He was so happy that he ran away. If you see zombies on the road, chase them desperately. Then Dabing spit fire to kill the zombies, and Yaoji electrocuted the zombies to death. However, after spitting out 10 bursts of fire, the fire of the pancake lost its vitality. The electricity from the monster chicken will occasionally knock itself out. Imo Han took the animals and searched the streets for zombies and monsters, killing them for a while. Because of the earthquake, it is impossible to use bulletproof cars on the streets. Imo Han had no choice but to continue riding the black bike and fly towards Tomorrow's base. However, this time, it wasn't just Hualingrong who rode the tiger eagle with him. There was also Dabing and the demon chicken. Imo Han wanted to put them into the space, but the 2 dogs refused. Must ride with them. Imo Han thought they were so cute and didn't bother to argue with them, so he just let them ride. In fact, he himself also wanted to know how much weight the tiger eagle could carry. Chapter 168. Go to Tomorrow Base to find Zhang Wei. Facts have proven that the tiger eagle is a really bizarre creature. Its size has not been upgraded to its maximum, but it can actually carry 2 people and 2 dogs that are slightly smaller than it. Fortunately, the big pancake and the monster chicken have stopped growing recently. But even if it stops growing, it will still be about the same size as a buffalo. The pancake is yellow and fluffy, and the monster chicken is black and shiny. It is really unique when it stays next to Imo Han. It makes the owner Imo Han seem very awesome. Flying in the air, Imo Han felt that for the tiger eagle, flying was a piece of cake. It was as if his weight would be negligible as long as he spread his wings and flew. Let's go directly to Tomorrow's base. Imo Han said to Hu Diao. Tiger Eagle naturally didn't know where tomorrow's base was, so Imo Han directly gave the direction. Soon, the Tiger Eagle stopped at the door of tomorrow's base. Sigh. Imo Han looked at the tomorrow base, which had become a ruin, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The once tall city walls are now only ruins. There were traces of fighting everywhere around the city wall, and bloodstains remained on the ground. Everything that was broken before his eyes clearly reminded Imo Han. This place had collapsed, and a fierce battle had taken place there. Brother Han, Hualingrong looked at the scene in front of her worriedly, looking at the current situation. I don't know if Zhang Wei is still in the base. I'm afraid. Hualingrong didn't finish her words, but Imo Han also had the same worry in his heart. But since I'm here, I have to go in and take a look anyway. Let's go in and take a look. We don't know what's going on inside. However, the situation is unlikely to get any better. Imo Han now only hopes that Zhang Wei can still live safely. The last time he left the base, Imo Han gave him a king-level crystal core. He should have awakened his superpowers by now, but he didn't know what superpowers he had awakened. Imo Han brought Hualingrong down from Heydata's back. The two walked up the mountain side by side. Blackhead, Big Pancake, Demon Chicken, and Little Flower ran around curiously. Although they were running around without any plan, they tried their best to stay not far away from the two people. Going uphill all the way, Imo Han saw several huge paw prints in the black mud on both sides of the road. From the looks of it, it's unlikely that there will be any survivors in the base. Imo Han said to Hualingrong, I thought an earthquake would cause the city walls to collapse and zombies to pour into the base. I didn't expect alien monsters to pour in as well. The two came to the middle of the mountain, where there was also a wide city wall. But now, the city walls had long been destroyed by the earthquake. There were scratches and bloodstains on it from the fight. Brother Han, Hualingrong said to Imo Han while panting, from the looks of the collapsed city wall, it doesn't look like the earthquake happened just 1 or 2 days ago. Yeah, when we returned to the shelter from Qinglong Mountain, an earthquake had already occurred in Qinglong Mountain. We stayed in the shelter for so many days and had no idea what was happening outside. When did it collapse? It looks like it must have happened more than 1 or 2 days ago. Little guys, come here. I have something to tell you. Imo Han shouted to the guys running in front. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead all obediently turned around and ran towards Imo Han. The three of you split up into 3 groups and go check if there are any survivors in the nearby houses. If there are any, report back immediately. The 2 dogs and the eagle nodded. Woof woof. Woof. Gah. The 3 guys ran off in 3 different directions. Pancake went to the left, Monster Chicken went to the right, and Blackhead circled in the air, alert in all directions. Imo Han and Hualingrong climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. Along the way, we often encountered zombies. But no monster was seen. Imo Han was becoming more and more panicked. If there are a lot of monsters, it means that the earthquake disaster has only occurred for a day or 2, and the people in the base still have a chance of survival. But now, even the monsters have run out of the base. You can imagine how terrible the situation of this base is. When the two came to the base to find Dr. Zhang Chaoang, they met police officer Shuejiao and his subordinate Shin Shirtu. Shuejiao led them all the way to the top of the mountain and to the base clinic. Here, Imo Han met Li Liyang, a doctor in the base. Imo Han and Hualingrong arrived at the clinic on the top of the mountain. The clinic building had collapsed, leaving only half of it. Imo Han took a few steps forward, poked his head in from the collapsed wall, and called out a few times, Dr. Li, Dr. Li. There was no response. Imo Han had an idea, took out the gun, bent down and crawled through the hole in the wall. After searching for a long time in the collapsed infirmary of the base, no one was seen. Not even a zombie was seen. In the end, Imo Han had no choice but to walk out of the clinic with Hualingrong and continue up the mountain in an attempt to find Zhang Wei's whereabouts. Along the way, zombies were wandering on the road in groups. Imo Han attacked with fireballs effortlessly and destroyed them in minutes. I also got a lot of crystal cores. When they were almost at the top of the mountain, Hualingrong, who was walking beside Imo Han, suddenly pulled at the corner of his clothes and said anxiously, Brother Han, look. Imo Han looked up and saw a zombie in a white coat standing out particularly on the top of a mountain not far away. That zombie was none other than the doctor in the base's clinic, Li Liyang. Seeing someone he had met once turned into a zombie, Imo Han did not find it tragic. After all, he had been accustomed to such tragic scenes in his previous life. What made him sad was that he saw that Li Liyang had a good relationship with Shuejiao and Zhang Wei. Now that Li Liyang was dead, what about Shuejiao and Zhang Wei? Where are they? Are they still alive? Oh well, while Imo Han paused, the zombie Li Liyang on the top of the mountain opened his big black and smelly mouth and pounced towards Imo Han and Hualingrong not far below. Oh. Imo Han sighed and shook his head when he saw Li Liyang running all the way and falling down several times in the middle of the journey. Li Liyang rushed to Imo Han and was about to grab Imo Han with his sharp claws. Imo Han had no choice but to fire the gun in his hand. Bang! Li Liyang fell to the ground. Seeing that Imo Han was in a bad mood, Hualingrong said, "Brother Han is fine. Maybe this is the best destination for Dr. Li Liyang." When they reached the top of the mountain, Imo Han searched several nearby houses but couldn't find Zhang Wei. Not to mention Zhang Wei, there wasn't even a living person in sight. Chapter 169, search the entire city to find him. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead are all back. Imo Han asked them, "Did you find anything?" All three animals shook their heads. Oh. Imo Han sighed, his eyes filled with endless helplessness, sadness, and regret. Hualingrong asked in confusion, "Brother Han, if that's the case, why didn't you persuade Zhang Wei more and bring him to a shelter?" Imo Han looked at the zombies all over the mountains, his eyes began to blur. Zhang Wei is a very stubborn person. Once he makes up his mind, even 10 cows can't change his mind. The base was still there, and he was responsible for protecting the base. He would never come with me. Hualingrong looked at Imo Han, who was already in tears when she spoke, and comforted him. "Don't be too sad, Brother Han. Maybe he is still alive." "Oh, I hope he is still alive, my best brother." Having said that, Imo Han was still worried, and his eyes swept across the faces of the zombies on the road one by one. "I hope I don't have to see that face that is so familiar and yet so heartbreaking. No, I have to go look for it myself." "How do we find it, Brother Han?" Hualingrong asked in confusion. "Look for them one by one." "Look for them one by one?" Hualingrong didn't understand. How to look for them? Imo Han didn't answer her. He started walking down the mountain, looking at each zombie one by one to see if it was Zhang Wei. When the zombies saw Imo Han approaching, they pounced on him one by one, biting him. Imo Han raised the gun, pointed it at the zombie's forehead, and fired several shots. "Kill all those zombies." Imo Han started looking for Zhang Wei at around 10:40 in the morning and continued looking until 1:30 in the afternoon. Imo Han did not see Zhang Wei on the faces of those zombies. As long as he saw that it was not Zhang Wei, Imo Han would shoot the zombie to death and take away the crystal core. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Imo Han sat tiredly on a stone staircase to the east of the base, his face full of fatigue. Hualingrong couldn't bear to see him in despair, so she sat next to him and asked in confusion, "Brother Han, what is your relationship with Zhang Wei? Why are you so worried about him?" "Alas." Imo Han sighed, "It's hard to put it into words. Actually, what I want to say is that he and I were good brothers in our previous life. He once blocked a knife for me and even lost his life for me. But who would believe something like previous life? What a mysterious thing." "Don't be sad, Brother Han." Hualingrong put her hand on Imo Han's back and said, "Since he is not among the zombies, he must have left the base. This is good news. You should be happy." "Yeah, that's right." Imo Han's mood forced himself to be happy. Indeed, no news is good news. Since he was not among those zombies, he must have left the base alive. He ate the crystal core that Imo Han gave him immediately, so he must have superpowers now. But I don't know what superpower will be awakened. In his previous life, Zhang Wei did not awaken any special powers. He was just an ordinary person with excellent shooting skills and great strength. Before Imo Han awakened his special powers, Zhang Wei was always the first to step forward whenever there was danger. Zhang Wei sat on the ground for a while, then stood up and prepared to leave. Behind him, 4 or 5 zombies pounced on him and Hualingrong's backs. Big Pancake, Demon Chicken, and Blackhead were waiting behind the 2 men. When the zombies pounced on them, the 3 animals attacked at the same time. Big Pancake spits fireballs, the Demon Chicken emits electric currents, and the Blackhead sprays ice mist. 5 zombies were killed instantly. After the zombies died, Dabing used the Samadhi fire in his mouth to burn all the zombies and obtained 5 crystal cores. This time, because everyone was united in killing the enemy, no one fought over the crystal core. To be fair, Big Pancake gets 1, Monster Chicken gets 1, Big Blackhead eats 1, and Little Flower eats 1. Finally, there was only 1 crystal core left. Dabing held the crystal core in his mouth, looked at Imo Han, and then at Hualingrong. Finally, it was decided to give the crystal core to Hualingrong. After all, heroes love beautiful women. These 4 guys under Imo Han are all heroes. To put it nicely, they are heroes. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of bastards. Therefore, it is natural for a man to love a female and for a hero to love a beautiful woman. Woof woof, Dabing put the crystal core in his mouth into Hualingrong's hand and gestured with his chin. Eat it quickly." Hualingrong looked at the crystal core covered with saliva, swallowed, and found it really hard to swallow. Dabing didn't know that he was being disliked by others, and he kept signaling to Hualingrong to eat quickly. In the end, Hualingrong still couldn't eat anymore, so she said to Dabing, "Brother Bing, my awakening ability has limitations, so I can't eat too many crystal cores every day. I've already eaten 1 today, so I'll leave this one for you." Dabing saw Hualingrong's serious expression. He tilted his head in a naive manner, not doubting Hualingrong's words at all, and ate the crystal core in Hualingrong's hand in one bite. Imo Han had already walked down the mountain, and each step was very heavy. Hualingrong jogged all the way and caught up with Imo Han. "Brother Han, are you going to walk back?" Hualingrong asked Imo Han. Oh, Imo Han felt very dazed at the moment. Although he hoped that Zhang Wei was still alive, he couldn't find him and was still in a daze because of sadness. "I want to go find Brother Zhang Wei." The big black head squatted on the ground in front of Imo Han and spread its wings. Imo Han and Hualingrong climbed onto the big-headed man's back. Dabing and Yaoji also jumped up. Blackhead flapped his wings and took off. Imo Han asked Xiaohua, who was standing on his shoulder, asked Blackhead if he feels the burden is too heavy for him to fly with so many of us. "Got it." Xiaohua asked Haidatu, "I want to ask you, can we fly with everyone, my friend?" Big Blackhead GA. What this means is that you can fly without feeling any pressure at all. This is weird. Imo Han said to himself, what happened to Blackhead? Hualingrong sat in front of Imo Han, her whole body sitting in Imo Han's arms, and Imo Han hugged her waist. Responding to Imo Han, he said, the Blackhead's abilities are too powerful. In addition to being able to fly without resistance, it also has an indestructible body and has awakened its ice ability. "Brother Han, I have never seen such a powerful animal." The big blackhead that was slowly circling and flying in the air couldn't help but smile when it heard Hualingrong praising it. It opened its sharp mouth and made a click sound in the air. Suddenly, all the monsters and zombies on the ground raised their heads to see what the GA in the sky was. When they saw 2 people and 2 dogs sitting neatly on the blackhead, the zombies and monsters couldn't help but think of the delicious brain and drooled at the corners of their mouths. While flying, the black-headed creature slightly turned its head towards Imo Han and made a few GA sounds. Xiaohua translated for Imo Han. Haidata asked, "Master, where are we going now?" "Where to go?" Imo Han said, "Search the whole city and find Zhang Wei for me." Chapter 170 Alien Hyena. Haidata didn't understand what Imo Han said at all and didn't know what search the whole city meant. Xiaohua was smart and said to Haidatu, "Brother Han's meaning is very clear. He doesn't plan to return to the base for the time being. He wants to search every corner of the city to find his good brother Zhang Wei." Now, Blackhead understood. Begin to fly eastward with purpose. It planned to fly to the east not far from tomorrow's base first, search the urban area in the east, and then go to the south, west, and north. South. Inside an abandoned building. Zhang Wei, Shuejiu, Shun Shitu, Lin Xiao, Tan Si, and Wang Xiaochong, 6 brothers, were holding guns and staring outside the house very cautiously. They had just been through a fierce battle, and a van that drove out of the base fell into a large ditch while fighting the monster. The car was destroyed and the monster chased them again. In panic, the few people ran into an abandoned building beside the road. Away, Shuejiu held the gun in his hand and stared outside without blinking. "Do you think those monsters can find this place?" Zhang Wei also stared outside nervously and replied in a low voice, "I don't know. Those dogs are really good at picking noses, damn it." The others stared outside the door, too frightened to even breathe. The one that was chasing and biting them just now was a mutant hyena. It is about 3 meters tall, has a ferocious face, and has an amazing bite force. The hyena that just bit over the van that carried several people was also pinned down by the van and unable to move. Zhang Wei and others took the opportunity to cut off the hyena's head and take out its crystal core. However, before the crystal core was obtained, 2 other hyenas caught up. A few people were so scared that they ran for their lives and finally ran into this abandoned house. Ouch. Ouch. Not far away, 2 hyenas were looking for traces of several people with their noses lowered. Zhang Wei stared at the 2 monsters nervously. As long as they rushed over, he could just shoot. Although he has awakened the earth-related ability and can control stones, soil, etc. to attack others, he can also create yellow sand all over the sky to confuse the enemy's vision and give himself a chance to escape. However, because he had just awakened his superpowers and they were not yet strong, Zhang Wei was unable to use them to kill people, set fires, or deal with monsters. It's over, it's over. The hands of several men holding their guns were shaking. Although they are soldiers, they have strong psychological qualities. But now they were facing 2 huge and extremely ferocious mutant hyenas, and several of them had seen with their own eyes the hyena eating a man before, so they were afraid of their cruelty. If the van had not fallen over and crushed the hyena, the men would have had no chance of escaping. Thinking of the scene just now, everyone felt a wave of fear. Now, not far outside, the 2 hyenas that were chasing them were sniffing here and there, and seemed to have discovered their traces. Shoo! Zhang Wei made a gesture to everyone and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the 2 hyenas outside. Bang! Zhang Wei fired the gun. In the east, Haidatu and Imo Han and others stopped next to Dongqing Park. Imo Han drew a picture of Zhang Wei based on his memory. He said with satisfaction, well, it's still about 70 similar. When Mo Han was in college, in addition to sports, he also took art classes on weekends. So, although he is not very good at painting, he is still very good compared to ordinary people. Look, this is Zhang Wei's photo. Everyone, take a good look and go find Zhang Wei. Mo Han placed Zhang Wei's photo in front of Dabing, Yaoji, Haidatu and Xiaohua, and asked everyone to confirm it repeatedly. Finally, everyone searched separately and agreed to meet in Dongqing Park. Whether you find it in the end or not, come back here. The animals flew away or ran away in a flash. Mo Han took Hualingrong with him, locked on a route and began searching. He shouted loudly with a loudspeaker all the way. Zhang Wei from tomorrow's base, I am your good brother Mo Han. I am looking for you everywhere now. If you hear the sound of the loudspeaker, please contact me quickly. Zhang Wei. Along the way, there were hordes of zombies. Because Mo Han used a loudspeaker, the zombies on the road quickly surrounded him. He roared and tried to tear Mo Han and Hualingrong to pieces in one go. Mo Han wanted to use Space Flash to fight with Hualingrong all the way. However, it was useless after several attempts, because Mo Han had stored the bulletproof car in the space. And in the bulletproof car, Hualingyu was still listening to music. As long as he brings 2 people with him, Mo Han's Space Flash will be ineffective. This is not the first time Mo Han has seen this situation. Since I can't flash, I can only fight the zombies head-on. Mo Han thought about it, and a submachine gun appeared in his hand. Lingrong, come behind me. Mo Han protected Hualingrong behind him, turned around with a submachine gun, and killed many zombies. Moreover, because Mo Han also has fire-related abilities and intermediate mental abilities, and can release fireballs, any one of these abilities can kill the zombies. So now fighting zombies is extremely easy for Mo Han. He is also very fast. He used to be 10 times faster than an ordinary person, but now he runs at least 15 times faster than an ordinary person. After beating the zombies, Mo Han pulled Hualingrong and ran away. Due to the extremely fast speed along the way, only a few shadows were seen flashing by. However, this speed cannot be compared with Mo Han's Space Flash. Because if you flash, others can't see you at all. Looking for Zhang Wei and fighting zombies all the way, Mo Han felt that he had killed many zombies, but still couldn't find Zhang Wei. Big Pancake, Demon Chicken, Black Big Head, Little Flower. Although they are big in size, they are very agile when running. Like a whirlwind, it disappeared in an instant. A few guys sniffed every zombie on the road. For those houses with locked doors, the little guys simply broke the doors open and checked the entire house. See if there is any trace of Zhang Wei. However, after searching the entire East District, there was no trace of Zhang Wei. Hey, why did you disappear? It feels like you evaporated from the face of the earth. Mo Han sat on Blackhead's body in vain, allowing Blackhead to fly them south. There is no hope in the East. Don't be sad, Brother Han. Look for him everywhere. The fact that we can't find him just proves that he is still alive. We just missed him by accident. I have to say that Hualingrong's gentle comfort was indeed very useful. Mo Han's originally irritable mood instantly became relaxed because of Hualingrong's comfort. The big blackhead flew to a road in the south. Here, a van overturned on the ground, with a mutant monster underneath the van, but its head had been cut off by someone. Chapter 171 Trapped in the Alley. Brother Han, look here. Hualingrong asked Mo Han to look at the van overturned in the gutter and the freshly cut body of the mutant hyena. Dark blood was still flowing from the hyena's neck. Mo Han got off Hey Dada's body, squatted on the ground, and looked at the hyena without a head and still twisting its body under the van. He didn't know who the van belonged to, and he would never have thought that it belonged to Zhang Wei and his friends. The only thing Mo Han could judge from the scene of the van overturned was that there must be someone nearby. It's quite cruel to say that in the East District near tomorrow's base, a huge area, which can be said to be a quarter of the entire city, there is no living person. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, Big Black Head, Little Flower. As usual, go and see if there are any living people nearby. Mo Han instructed the animals. According to the previous action plan, everyone divided into 4 groups to explore. Mo Han and Hualingrong also searched along the streets near where the van overturned. There are not as many zombies along the way as before the earthquake. Because of the earthquake, the houses collapsed and many zombies were trapped in the collapsed houses. However, the zombies that were not killed by the earthquake still had strong combat capabilities. Most of them were mid-level zombies. Both their speed and physical agility were faster than those zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, he is not afraid of the abyss behemoth Mo Han, so why should he be afraid of some zombie soldiers? Mo Han gave Hualingrong 2 guns, and he himself carried a submachine gun and pulled the trigger at the zombies that tried to approach him. The submachine gun was powerful and Mo Han was agile, So all the zombies that wanted to pounce on him were killed by his gun. Finally, Imo Han brought Hua Lingrong to a relatively narrow alley. From a distance, gunshots were heard. Gunshot. Imo Han unconsciously tightened the gun in his hand and said to Hua Lingrong behind him, "There are gunshots ahead. Let's be careful." "Yeah." Hua Lingrong nodded and looked at Imo Han firmly. Imo Han took a few big steps forward and protected Hua Lingrong behind him. In fact, he needn't be nervous. As long as someone shot at him and Hua Lingrong, he could instantly take Hua Lingrong and hide in his own space. No one had the chance to kill him. However, it's always better to be careful. The world is so big, they may not be the only ones with superpowers. At the end of the world in the previous life, there were many people with supernatural powers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were getting closer. At the same time, at the intersection ahead, Imo Han and Hua Lingrong saw that there were obviously more zombies. There is no doubt that it was the zombies attracted by the gunshots. Imo Han continued to move forward with Hua Lingrong, shooting at the zombies from a distance. However, in order not to scare those who were shooting, Imo Han suddenly changed the submachine gun in his hand and Hua Lingrong's pistol into silent guns. Hua Lingrong didn't understand Imo Han's behavior. "Brother Han, why did you change to a silent gun?" Imo Han whispered to her. "Because I'm not sure if the person shooting in front is a human or a ghost." "Ah, it must be a human. Ghosts can also shoot." Hua Lingrong suddenly realized that she had misunderstood Imo Han's meaning and quickly lowered her voice. "Got it, Brother Han." The two men walked forward one after the other and silently dealt with the zombies in front of them. But there were too many zombies, and finally they blocked the way ahead of Imo Han and Hua Lingrong in 3 layers inside and outside. Imo Han used a silent gun to knock down the zombies in the front row, and those in the back row immediately climbed up. The second row was knocked down, and the third row came from behind. In the end, Imo Han had no choice but to put away the silent gun, approach the zombie in front, and push it forward with both hands. 2 huge fireballs rushed out from the palms of his hands and hit the pile of zombies at the intersection. In an instant, a fire appeared accompanied by thick smoke. Imo Han quickly pulled Hua Lingrong back to where they first entered the alley to avoid being choked by the burning smoke. Now the entrance to the alley is also surrounded by zombies. Imo Han couldn't get out with Hua Lingrong. There was no other choice, so the two saw a few houses in the middle of the alley and pushed the door open and went into one of the houses. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes had not yet adjusted to the darkness in the room. He heard a wow, and a huge zombie pounced towards Imo Han. Imo Han didn't dodge at all. The moment the zombie pounced on him, a big hammer appeared in his hand. Bang! The zombie's head was smashed into pieces with a hammer. After the zombie died, the room became quiet. Imo Han took Hua Lingrong and moved cautiously in the room. Outside the door, the zombies outside the alley have already come into the alley, screaming aimlessly in the alley. Inside the house, Imo Han took out a mining lamp from the space and put it on his head. The dim room suddenly became as bright as day. Now I can see everything clearly inside. There is a black shoe cabinet at the entrance, with several pairs of plush slippers on it. There was a bunch of dried flowers next to it, but because of the earthquake, the house was shaking and dust from the walls fell all over the shoes and the flowers. Going further ahead is someone else's living room. At this time, the living room could no longer be seen, and the floor and sofa were covered with dust. As Imo Han walked forward, he said to Hua Lingrong, "The houses in this alley are relatively solid. Most of the houses in other places collapsed due to the earthquake. Only a few of the houses here collapsed." "Yes, indeed. Although this house looks old, it is of good quality," Imo Han said. "Most of the houses in the East District were newly built by developers. The quality is too poor and they cut corners. Most of them collapsed in the earthquake." "Brother Han, where are we going now?" Hua Lingrong carefully followed Imo Han through the hall, up to the 3rd floor, and onto the balcony. Imo Han took out a telescope from the space and looked towards the southeast of the alley. In the southeast direction, several figures were seen hiding stealthily in a corner, using a large iron plate to block the wall and the zombies. "Look, there are a few people there." Imo Han handed the telescope to Hua Lingrong and said, "Brother Han, that's not right. There are 5 or 6 hyenas surrounding the zombies not far away. Those people are probably not afraid of the zombies, but those hyenas that are as strong as bulls." Hua Lingrong said to Imo Han while looking through the telescope. "That's right." Imo Han looked ahead and smiled happily. "It's really like searching for something without any effort, but now it's finally found." Hua Lingrong didn't understand what Imo Han said and asked, "Brother Han, what do you mean? Could it be that Zhang Wei is among those people?" Imo Han shook his head. "No." Then, Hua Lingrong took off the binoculars from her eyes and turned to look at Imo Han. "What are you happy about?" Emohan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Don't you think that the man hiding at the edge of the corner looks a bit like Zhang Wei's adjutant Lin Xiao? Chapter 172. Peacefully being a spectator. Hua Lingrong took a closer look and said, Really, Brother Han? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Does that mean Zhang Wei is nearby? From their direction, they couldn't see clearly what was happening below the wall. However, Emohan was absolutely certain that the person at the edge was Lin Xiao, because Lin Xiao's legs were still bandaged and splinted for broken bones. At this time, Lin Xiao was leaning against the wall with his left hand and holding a crutch with his right hand. It's very likely, because Lin Xiao is Zhang Wei's adjutant and also his best brother. Lin Xiao has a broken left leg, and he couldn't have come here by himself. So, I guess Zhang Wei must be nearby. Either he is squatting under the wall with them, or he is lurking somewhere nearby, waiting for an opportunity to kill those hyenas who are waiting for him. As soon as Emohan finished speaking, there were a few bangs and several bullets hit the hyena opposite. The hyena reacted very quickly and jumped away quickly when the bullet was fired. Emohan stared at the opposite side without blinking to see what Lin Xiao and the others would do next. After the first few bullets fired, a few more were heard. This time, the bullets hit two of the hyenas. But these hyenas were running and jumping, and the bullets that hit them only hit their backs and legs and did not cause fatal injuries. Therefore, no matter how hard Lin Xiao and his team tried, the threat posed by the hyenas to them did not diminish in the slightest. Moreover, these hyenas are very smart and will consciously and deliberately provoke and quickly run away when bullets are fired. It seemed as if they wanted to drain Lin Xiao and the others until they ran out of ammunition and food. Emohan stood on the balcony on the third floor, took out 2 chairs and a small round table from the space, and placed the table and chairs in place under Hua Lingrong's surprised gaze. Sit in a chair. Brother Han. Hua Lingrong hesitated. Aren't you going to save them? What's the hurry? Emohan took out several large skewers of barbecue from the space, placed them on the round table, picked up a skewer of roasted chicken legs, and handed it to Hua Lingrong. Come and eat barbecue. We can just be spectators and eat it peacefully. But Hua Lingrong was worried about Lin Xiao and the others. Brother Han, aren't you afraid that they will be bitten to death by hyenas? I'm scared, Emohan said vaguely while gnawing on a large chicken claw. But we are so far away, there is nothing we can do even if we are afraid. Then why are you still eating? Hua Lingrong didn't understand. Shouldn't she think of a solution quickly? She looked down at the alley and saw that the zombies that Emohan had just burned with fire were now only black ashes. Brother Han, we can go through the alley we just came from. No need. Hua Lingrong was interrupted by Emohan. Let's just eat the barbecue in peace. Emohan was chewing a chicken leg, looking calm and composed, but in fact his eyes never left Lin Xiao and the others sitting at the opposite wall. He was also afraid that Zhang Wei would be bitten to death, but these soldiers were very arrogant. If he went out to save people unless the situation was extremely urgent, these people would not admire him enough. You have to wait until these people feel that they are about to die, and then kill them like a god, so as to give them the feeling that a hero has descended to the world. Only then can they follow me wholeheartedly. Hua Lingrong didn't understand Emohan's behavior, but seeing that he looked calm, she didn't ask any more questions and just ate the chicken leg peacefully. After finishing the chicken legs, I ate grilled gluten. After finishing the grilled gluten, I ate grilled fish. Emohan sat on the chair, crossed his legs, hummed a song, and felt extremely comfortable. When the alley turned to the southeast corner, Lin Xiao and his friends were in trouble. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and everyone was tired and hungry. But the 6 hyenas were staring at the large iron plate blocking their bodies with eager eyes. If the iron plate had not been so wide, thick and heavy, it would have been unable to protect them. The hyenas were not in a hurry to attack. They lay leisurely on the ground, staring at the big iron plate without blinking. Several people had run out of bullets. Now we have nothing to eat or drink. We are out of ammunition and food, and the road ahead is bleak. In order to kill a hyena, the eldest brother Zhang Wei rushed out on his own, but he was chased by the hyena and no one knew where he was taken. I don't know whether he is dead or alive now. Everyone squatted under the iron plate, unable to hold on any longer. Finally, Xueju rushed out with a knife in his hand and shouted at the 6 hyenas in front of him. Fuck you. Come here and eat me if you have the guts. Come on. Ha ha. When the others saw him rushing out, they also rushed out with things in their hands. Some were holding knives, some were holding large stones, and they grabbed any weapons that were handy. The hyenas saw several people rushing out and quickly got up from the ground. This is exactly the effect they want. The goal is to make these people so hungry and thirsty that they can't hold on any longer and rush out on their own. This way we fell into their encirclement. As mortals, they can only die with hatred when facing the vicious hyena, a monster from the abyss. No. Imo Han stood up from his chair. He took out the submachine gun in the space and started shooting at the hyena opposite. Bang, bang, bang. The hyena dodged the bullet in a daze and looked up in the direction of Imo Han. Good fellow, you're so smart that you even knew I was hiding here. Imo Han's mouth twitched slightly and he continued shooting. Because the distance was a little far, Imo Han's bullets could not hit the fatal parts of the hyena. But it is absolutely possible to leave them covered with scars. Oh, the two hyenas looked towards Imo Han again. Imo Han smiled and said to Hualingrong, "It's over. We are exposed." As they were talking, the two hyenas noticed this side and suddenly gave up attacking Lin Xiao and the others. It turned around, opened its bloody mouth, and faced the direction of the third-floor balcony where Imo Han and Hualingrong were. Suddenly, one of them jumped onto the wall and then bit the railing on the second floor. Another one followed closely behind. Hualingrong saw them running towards the third floor and couldn't help but get nervous. "Brother Han, they are coming." Yeah. As he spoke, a hyena jumped onto the balcony on the third floor and bared its teeth at Imo Han and Hualingrong. "Humph." Imo Han snorted, "You really overestimate your own abilities." While speaking, the fireball in his hand smashed towards the two mutant hyenas. With two bangs, the fireballs hit the hyenas and immediately turned into a huge flame that engulfed the two hyenas. Ah. Ah. From the balcony, the heart-wrenching howls of two hyenas could be heard. In such severe pain, he panicked and jumped directly from the third floor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Spectacular. Imo Han looked at the two hyenas with flames burning on their bodies, lying on the ground with broken legs and unable to get up, and shook his head and said, "Stupid things." Chapter 173. Pretend to be a little bit, then go on. The southeast side of the alley is very narrow, unlike the alley here. Over there is a large square. At this moment, a fierce battle was going on there. Imo Han didn't even notice that in the blink of an eye, Zhang Wei had appeared in the fiercely fighting team. At this moment, he was being pinned down by a hyena, and his sharp fangs were about to bite his neck. At this moment, a golden tiger eagle suddenly flew in the sky. The golden tiger eagle swooped down from above the square, and with its sharp claws, it tore the flesh of the hyena that was fighting fiercely on Zhang Wei, and then exerted force inside and grabbed the hyena's ribs. He caught the hyena, flew high into the sky, and threw it with force, and the hyena fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the hyena was smashed to pieces. After rescuing Zhang Wei, Blackhead quickly stood on the ground. The big pancake and the monster chicken on its back rushed forward and fought with the hyenas that were attacking the few people. Zhang Wei's subordinate Wang Xiaochong had been bitten by a hyena, and a large piece of flesh on his thigh was torn off. At this time, Wang Xiaochong was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat and couldn't help shaking. Imo Han naturally saw this situation here as well. I was worried about Wang Xiaochong. After being bitten by zombies or aliens, people will mutate. Now that a large piece of flesh has been bitten off from him, he is definitely dead. With the addition of Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken, the four hyenas were killed in minutes. Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken are all very big in size, not as big as a 3-meter-tall hyena, and they have special powers. Hyenas are definitely no match for them. Finally, Dabing burned them with fire and took away the crystal course. Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, Tan Si, Shen Shitu, and Wang Xiaochong, who had just been fighting with hyenas, thought that it was another alien when they saw the golden tiger eagle flying down with two big dogs, and that they would help the hyenas deal with them. Unexpectedly, the golden tiger eagle and the mutant dog helped them deal with the hyenas. Several people were shocked and surprised. At the same time, I was happy. How could such a powerful animal help me for no reason? Zhang Wei bravely took a few steps forward and said to He Dadu, Dabing, and Yao Ji, "Thank you for your help." As he said this, he bowed deeply to He Datu and the other three guys. Imo Han was standing on the third-floor balcony and found Zhang Wei's actions very funny. What's even funnier is that Blackhead actually nodded to him proudly. Dabing and Yao Ji stood in front of them like two martial arts masters, enjoying their supreme admiration. Dabing muttered to the demon chicken next to him, "Woof woof woof. It feels so good to be a hero." Demon chicken, "Woof woof woof, keep your composure and don't let others see that we are just an ordinary dog." Shuejiao and the others half went to look at Wang Xiaochong on the ground, and half ran to Haidatu, Dabing, and Yaoji, expressing their gratitude profusely. The big black head remained mysterious and nodded his shiny black head again. It flapped its wings and flew towards the third-floor balcony where Imo Han was. In fact, the black big-headed guys had already arrived and were standing on the roof of the fourth floor. He stretched his neck to look at Imo Han and Hualingrong. Hualingrong's attention was all on Lin Xiao and others in the opposite corner, so she didn't notice them. Imo Han saw them while eating barbecue, made a silence gesture, pointed in the direction of Lin Xiao and others, and asked them to come over to help. That's why Imo Han was able to remain calm when Shuejiao jumped out to fight the hyena to the death. However, what he miscalculated was that Zhang Wei came out at some point and Wang Xiaochong was accidentally bitten by a hyena. Hualing Rong saw He Dadu, De Bing, and Yao Ji going to help everyone, and now He Dadu was flying towards the third-floor balcony. She was so surprised that her mouth was open wide. The big black head flew in front of Imo Han and squatted down. Imo Han first jumped onto the back of the big-headed man, then reached out to the bewildered Hualing Rong, pulled her into his arms, and put his arms around her slender waist. Zhang Wei and others above the square were curious about where the golden tiger eagle had gone. Suddenly, Imo Han and Hualing Rong were seen descending from the sky riding on golden tiger eagles. The handsome men and beautiful women are particularly eye-catching. Yuchi Imo Han, sitting on the golden tiger eagle, looked majestic. Zhang Wei waved excitedly in the air. It's Brother Han. It's Brother Han. Brother Han, Brother Han. Imo Han rode on Blackhead's back, but did not get off immediately. Instead, he gently patted Blackhead's belly and whispered, "Don't get off yet. Fly 2 circles in the air, and then get off when you have enough momentum." Although Haidara looks fierce but is honest inside, he has been with Mohan, a frivolous man, for a long time, so naturally he knows what Mohan wants to do. The so-called momentum is nothing more than pretending to be cool, and it is necessary to achieve the effect that Imo Han wants. As expected, the big black head lived up to Imo Han's expectations. He flew around in the air for several circles before bringing Imo Han to the ground. As soon as Imo Han's feet touched the ground, Zhang Wei rushed over, followed by others. Zhang Wei, Brother Han, is this golden tiger eagle yours? Yes. Imo Han nodded. Ah Wei, not only this golden tiger eagle, but also they are all my dogs. Imo Han pointed at Dabing and Yaoji, and the 2 dogs quickly flew to Imo Han's side. Although the 3 animals were bigger than Imo Han, when they stood in front of Imo Han, they no longer showed the ferocity they had just shown when dealing with the monsters, but were instead shown gentleness and caring. A group of people couldn't help but envy him. Shuejiao looked Imo Han up and down, and said in surprise, "Brother, I thought you were just an ordinary person before, but I didn't expect you to be a hidden master. Oh, by the way, where is the beautiful parrot you brought to the base for medical treatment last time? Why can't I see it?" Imo Han glanced around. Where did Xiaohua go? He doesn't know either. Why has everyone else come back? But it hasn't. Imo Han was about to ask Hey Dada when suddenly he discovered that there was something moving inside the yellow hair on Dabing's back. Imo Han took a few big strides to Dabing and picked up Xiaohua, who was sleeping in the fur on its back. Hey, what are you doing? Don't disturb your master Hua's sleep. Xiaohua braided the long hair on Dabing's back into 2 long braids to wrap around herself, and then she began to sleep on Dabing's body with peace of mind. Now, she was woken up for no reason, and she was very impatient, so she raised her voice and started to curse. Fuck you, let go of your brother Hua. Stop it, I'm going to sleep. Ah, Brother Han? Brother Han, what are you doing? I'm going to sleep. Xiaohua kept spouting golden sentences and kept chattering on. The people surrounding Imo Han were so shocked that they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this swearing parrot. Little parrot, you are so smart. This parrot is even more beautiful than before, especially the yellow hair on its head. It's so unique. Imo Han was talking to a few people, and Tan Si, who was squatting next to Wang Xiaochong, suddenly raised his voice. Xiaochong, what's wrong with you, Xiaochong? Chapter 174. If it is useless, discard it. Imo Han walked over and looked at Wang Xiaochong lying on the ground. He was indeed seriously injured. A large piece of meat was torn off from the leg. Ah, Imo Han frowned, tore a long strip of cloth from Wang Xiaochong's t-shirt, bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding, and said to Zhang Wei, help him get on the plane first. Shuejiao looked surprised. Where's the plane? Plane. Hualing Rong was puzzled. Brother Han didn't take out the plane. But she didn't say anything. She would not reveal anything about Imo Han's space to anyone except Imo Han and Hualing Yu. Over there, Imo Han said ambiguously. He was going to leave here while trying to find a way to get the helicopter out of the space. The last time when Zhang Wei and his group were rescued in the cave, everyone saw him take out an umbrella from the space to block the liquid from the poisonous snake. Know that he has space. But Imo Han told everyone that his space was only as big as a suitcase, which could only hold a few umbrellas and some small items. Of course, we can't release the helicopter in front of everyone now. For Imo Han, now that he can pick up objects through the air, he can naturally also release objects through the air. However, the distance cannot be too far. Also, look for a relatively spacious place. When Shuejiao heard Imo Han's words, he and another person helped Wang Xiaochong walk forward. Zhang Wei supported Lin Xiao. Imo Han frowned. A good team, but now there are 2 sickly people. However, given Zhang Wei's temper, he would never abandon his 2 comrades. This is the friendship of many years of comradeship. Of course, it was precisely because of his integrity and loyalty that Imo Han took notice of him. It was because he was so affectionate that he died saving Imo Han in his previous life. However, Imo Han's loyalty is only towards the person who was good to him in his previous life. As for other people, Imo Han only considers whether they're useful to his team. If it is useful, use it. If it is useless, discard it. For Imo Han, who was reborn, kindness does not exist. Of course, we also have to find a way to give Zhang Wei some advice and tell him that the most taboo thing in the last days is to be merciful. Even if your brother is in trouble, you should first find a way to protect yourself before saving him. Several people crossed the square and came to another alley. Go through this alley and you'll see the plane. It's parked on the side of the road. Imo Han said to them. Imo Han has very good eyesight and can see He Kwang on the other side of the alley at a glance. It's probably a small square, not as big as the one here. De Bing, Yao Ji, and He Data surrounded Imo Han and Hualing Rong and walked forward. Because the animals are large, if you don't look carefully, you can hardly see Imo Han and Hualing Rong. Perhaps it was because of the noise made by the fight between the animals and the hyenas, or perhaps it was because of the smell of blood on Wang Xiaocheng's thigh. In the square where there were already many zombies, there were suddenly several large mutant creatures. Imo Han looked around. Well, 3 hyenas and 2 leopards. Hualing Rong was a little scared and grabbed Imo Han's arm tremblingly. Imo Han gently touched her head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't be afraid, I'm here." These words were like a warm needle that immediately hit Hualing Rong's heart. Hualing Rong just felt warm in her heart. For a moment, I wanted to throw myself into Imo Han's arms and ask for his affection. However, seeing Imo Han cautiously staring at the alien monsters surrounding her group 7 or 8 meters away, Hualing Rong immediately put aside all her thoughts. Nothing matters right now. What matters is to go all out to deal with the enemy. 3 hyenas and 2 leopards were approaching cautiously, step by step. Prepare to kill these people in the encirclement. Blackhead tightly protected Imo Han, while De Bing and Yao Ji rushed forward and started fighting with the 2 leopards. The 3 hyenas took the opportunity to pounce towards the group. Imo Han patted the black-headed man on the back and said, "I'm fine. Do you dare to fight 3 of them alone and defeat them?" The black-headed man turned his head to look at Imo Han and made a click sound. "I mean, I'll just kill them." "Well, brother, let me show you how to perform." Imo Han pushed Blackhead towards the hyena. The hyenas immediately pounced on Blackhead. Imo Han led Zhang Wei and the others and slowly approached the alley. There was a loud cracking sound behind me, followed immediately by the screams of a hyena. The group of people couldn't help but look back and saw a hyena fall to the ground. Not far in front of it was a mouthful of bloody broken teeth. Everyone was stunned. Hey, that's strange. How did the hyena die? It was pecked by a golden tiger eagle. There are several big holes on its body. Everyone was moving forward as fast as they could while discussing the matter of the golden tiger eagle. Imo Han explained, "The golden tiger eagle has awakened its indestructible body. No animal can hurt it. As long as it uses its supernatural power, its body becomes extremely hard. It can be used for self-defense and as a weapon." After listening to Imo Han's explanation, everyone admired Haidatu and also admired Imo Han even more. Imo Han led everyone into the alley. A zombie rushed over with a creaking sound. Suddenly, a big hammer appeared in Imo Han's hand. He hit the zombie's head with a bang. In an instant, the zombie died with its skin torn apart. Imo Han walked in front, and Hua Lingrong was second. Shuejiao and Tan Si supported Wang Xiaocheng. Shin Shirtu held a gun in his hand and covered the rear. The hyenas and leopards in the square were left to Dabing, Yaoji, and Haidatu. Xiaohua was flying in the air in front of Imo Han, reminding Imo Han at any time that there were zombies somewhere not far ahead. Imo Han also followed its instructions and used his gun from a distance, killing the zombies with a few shots. When he was close, he picked up a big hammer and smashed it on the zombie's head a few times. When they reached the bend of the alley, Imo Han took the opportunity of walking in front to scout the enemy's situation. He released a helicopter from space from a distance and parked it steadily in the small square northwest of the alley. Then he turned back and said to everyone, "Everyone go northwest, the helicopter is there." "Okay, got it, Brother Han." Everyone helped the wounded and walked towards the helicopter. Blood was still gushing out of Wang Xiaocheng's legs. The cloth strips that Imo Han had used to wrap him had already been stained red with blood. At first glance, there aren't that many zombies in the small square. But when everyone helped the wounded man forward a few steps, they suddenly realized something was wrong. This small square is connected to the main road. Although the earthquake killed some zombies, there were still many zombies wandering on the streets. Seeing people appearing in the square, they turned around stiffly, their rotten and smelly mouths opened, and they rushed towards the few people desperately. Imo Han took out his pistol and shot at the zombies. However, There were too many zombies rushing over, and it seemed that they were about to be trapped in the square. Wang Xiaochong, who was enduring the severe pain in his thigh, suddenly pushed away Shuejiao and Tan Si, who were supporting him, and shouted, "Don't worry about me, just go." Chapter 175. You guys hurry up, I'll cover you. Wang Xiaochong put his injured foot on the ground and used almost all his strength to push away the two comrades beside him. At this moment, sweat broke out on his forehead, his eyes were wide open, and he was determined to die. Everyone rushed over to help him, but he refused and threw them away. Then he sat down on the ground, almost screaming, "Go, go, let me cover your retreat." As he said that, he began to untie the cloth that Imo Han had wrapped around his leg to stop the bleeding. Zhang Wei let go of Lin Xiao, who was beside him, and Lin Xiao stood on his own with the help of a crutch. Zhang Wei rushed to Wang Xiaochong, pulled him up from the ground, and yelled, "Wang Xiaochong, are you a real man? In all these years of military service, I have experienced all kinds of hardships and dangers. Why do you think this is a dead end? Stand up and get on the plane, everything will be safe." Wang Xiaochong, if you give up like this, you don't deserve to be a soldier. You are a coward, trash. Zhang Wei squatted down and said to Wang Xiaochong, "Come up here quickly." Not only did Wang Xiaochong refuse to come up, he was determined to run to where there were more zombies. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his leg, but he knew that he had been bitten, and now there were so many zombies. If he continued to ask his comrades to help him to the helicopter, it would drag everyone down or even kill everyone. So, he wanted to sacrifice himself and save everyone. Wang Xiaochong dragged his broken leg and ran while shouting, "Come on, you stupid zombies, come and bite me." When the zombies heard his voice, they quickened their pace as they rushed over. Imo Han was stunned by what he saw. When he came to his senses, he quickly stopped Wang Xiaochong. "Are you worried that the plane is too far away and your comrades will be in trouble? It's easy. I can just drag the helicopter over." The moment Imo Han spoke, a helicopter miraculously appeared in front of Wang Xiaochong. The distance was still very far just now. If Wang Xiaochong mistakenly believes that his comrades are taking him with them, they will definitely be caught up by the zombies. This time, looking at the helicopter that suddenly parked beside him, Wang Xiaochong was confused by Imo Han's trick. In the end, it was Zhang Wei who reacted first and climbed onto the helicopter carrying Xiaochong. Shuejiao and the others quickly helped Lin Xiao and crawled onto the helicopter. "Lingrong, you get on too." Imo Han pushed Hua Lingrong onto the plane. At the last second before the group of zombies rushed to the plane, he jumped into the cockpit of the plane and slammed the plane door shut. There are at least hundreds of zombies on the road, and now they are all surrounding the helicopter. A dozen of them were still hanging on the edge of the helicopter. Imo Han started the plane, ran forward a few steps, and the plane took off. Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken defeated several alien monsters and ran to the small square to find Imo Han and the others. Seeing Imo Han leaving on a plane, Blackhead quickly squatted down, and Dabing and Yao Ji jumped onto its back. Blackhead took his two dogs to chase the helicopter. Woof woof woof. Quack. Seeing a dozen zombies hanging on the plane, the animals became extremely angry. The big Blackhead increased his speed and rushed over, flying under the plane. He opened his hard and sharp beak and pecked a few times like a chicken pecking at rice, and the zombies fell from the sky. It fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Even though his body could no longer move, his mouth was still biting its teeth. It was an ugly sight, but luckily no one was surprised by it. On the plane, Imo Han was flying the plane while watching the big black-headed creatures following closely behind. Zhang Wei said to Imo Han, "Brother Han, I have something to ask of you." Imo Han turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Brother, you know that I went to the Tomorrow base to find you this time. I searched half of the city to find you. You are being so polite now, which is disrespectful." Ah. Imo Han's unintentional words shocked Zhang Wei. "Brother Han, I thought you were just casually inviting me to your shelter. I didn't expect you to really come to me. How can I repay your friendship as a brother?" Imo Han smiled and said, "Since we are brothers, let's not talk about repaying or not." "Oh, that's not right. Where is your father?" The situation was tense just now, and Imo Han didn't notice that Dr. Zhang Chaoyong was not following the others. He only remembered to ask now. "Brother Han, this is exactly what I asked you to do." Zhang Wei paused and said, "I hope to bring Xiao Chong and Ah Xiao to the shelter safely. After that, I want to go find my dad." Imo Han felt strange. Wasn't Dr. Zhang staying at the base? "Your father is not at the base. Where did he go?" Zhang Wei said. The old man was not used to living in the base and insisted on finding a new place to live. He refused to tell me where he was going. When I went out to search for supplies and came back, he was gone from the base. "Ah, so that's how it is. Imohan felt that Dr. Zhang was really a weird person. He didn't want to live in the base, but had to find a place to live outside. It's true that the older people get, the weirder their tempers become. But the city is so big. Where can we find your father? Imohan said worriedly. Zhang Wei looked at the tall buildings receding outside the window, shook his head and sighed. I don't know. My weird old man acts like a child day by day. It makes me worry so much. Did you make him angry? Imohan teased. This time Zhang Wei didn't say anything, but Tan Si beside Zhang Wei said quickly. Uncle Zhang's intention is to let the captain marry a woman named Lu Xiaoga in the base and give him a big fat grandson. Zhang Wei took over and said, but now the situation is turbulent and unstable. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I don't know when I will die. So, I dare not even think about getting married. Shuejiu was amused by Zhang Wei's words. Wei, are you sure you oppose Uncle Zhang's suggestion because of the unrest? Zhang Wei turned around and glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. What do you know? Shuejiu glanced at Hua Lingrong and said with a smile, you don't want to get married because Lu Xiaoga is too ugly. What are you talking about? Zhang Wei slapped Shuejiu on the knee and said, shut up. The men on the plane were all laughing at the conversation between the two. But the next second, seeing Wang Xiaochong in so much pain that he had fainted, everyone lost their mood to laugh. Imohan flew the plane to the shelter. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, the door of the shelter was opened and everyone was brought to the living area. Everyone was curious about the shelter, just like Imohan when he entered the shelter for the first time. Anyway, they will be a team from now on, so Imohan let them look around. Only Imohan knows how to open the door. Apart from Imohan, no one else can enter the shelter. Shuejiu and the others carried Wang Xiaochong to the living room. Imohan threw a mattress on the floor and asked everyone to put Wang Xiaochong on it. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Imohan stretched out his right hand and touched Wang Xiaochong's bloody wound. Chapter 176. Taking Zhang Wei and the others back to the shelter. Suddenly, the place where Wang Xiaochong had a large piece of flesh bitten off slowly recovered a little bit. Everyone stared at Imohan in amazement. Don't understand what he is doing. Or it's clear what he is doing, but why can he do it? Brother Han, Tan Si asked curiously, why did the bleeding stop when you put your hand on his wound for a moment? Imohan said, I have awakened the healing ability, but I thought it could only heal wounds as small as a fingernail. I thought it was not very useful, so I never thought about the existence of this ability. Otherwise, I would have used my healing powers to stop his bleeding just now in the square. Healing abilities? Everyone looked at Imohan in surprise. Oh my god, they didn't expect that the legendary healing power actually existed. In their eyes, Imohan was as tall and mighty as a god. Tan Si couldn't help but praise him and said, Brother Han, you are really amazing. Seeing Imohan treating Wang Xiaochong's wound, Lin Xiao said to Imohan, Brother Han, when you are free, please help me with my leg disease. Okay. Imohan told Hua Lingrong to go to our pharmacy and get some medicine. The pharmacy is in the medical area next to the monitoring room. There are the medicines that Imohan usually keeps there. They are all common medicines, not many, mainly for the convenience of the Hua sisters to use when they are not in the shelter. Hua Lingrong brought the medicine in a short while, including painkillers, antibiotics, gauze, and so on. Imohan gave the painkiller to Wang Xiaochong. They cleaned his wound with hydrogen peroxide, applied antibiotics, and bandaged his leg with gauze. Then he laid Wang Xiaochong on the mat. The reason why we put him on the mat was mainly because his leg was bleeding and we were afraid of dirtying the sheets, so we had to put him on the mat. A particularly large sanitary pad for women was placed on the mat. When Imohan took this thing out of his clothes bag, all the men present laughed. They wondered what Imohan, a grown man, usually did with this thing. Imohan was too lazy to explain and cleaned the floor with everyone else. Hua Lingrong went into the bedroom and took out a thin blanket to cover Wang Xiaochong. Not long after, Wang Xiaochong fell asleep amid everyone's conversation. Imohan got up from the ground and looked at the surveillance camera on the wall, which switched to the outside of the shelter. Outside, on top of the shelter, Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken stood there stupidly, waiting for Imohan to open the door for them. Zhang Wei leaned over and looked at the three animals outside the shelter. They were no longer as ferocious as before when they were killing monsters, but now they were waiting for their owners in a cute and silly manner. Zhang Wei didn't expect that they had such a cute side. Imohan smiled and said, they are usually very cute. You will understand them naturally after you spend more time with them. While Imohan was speaking, he pressed the button on the wall. A facial recognition panel appeared on the wall. Imohan put his face on the panel and heard a ding-dong sound. The monitor showed the door of the shelter open. After a while, Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken returned to the living area. Emohan sat on the sofa, looking at the three excited animals, and asked in confusion, "Weren't you flying behind the helicopter before? How come you disappeared while flying?" Dabing spat out what was in his mouth onto the ground and woofed at Emohan. Emohan took a closer look. "Isn't this a crystal core? And it's a pretty large king-level crystal core. Are you going to fight monsters?" Emohan asked. The three animals nodded. Woof, woof, woof. Ga, ga, ga. Woof, woof, woof. Since this is the first time they have done this independently, they naturally hope to get recognition from their owners. Emohan patted their heads and said, "Your abilities are not strong enough. Don't go out alone to fight monsters in the future. Be careful not to get into danger." The animals nodded. Emohan had an idea and took out several large bags of delicious snacks to reward them. The fact that Emohan turned into snacks out of thin air had already shocked the people present. But what shocked them even more was that Emohan actually gave something as precious as snacks to a few animals as a reward. Well, people are still hungry. What should they eat? Everyone was confused, but they didn't hide it and asked directly, "Brother Han, do you usually eat snacks for humans and animals?" Emohan laughed and said, "Snacks? Can snacks be eaten as meals? No way." Tansy rubbed his stomach and said, "Brother Han, I'm hungry. I want to eat some snacks. Can you give me one?" "Sure." Emohan snatched a pack of egg yolk pies from Dabing's mouth and threw it directly to Tansy. Tansy didn't hesitate and just tore open the bag and started eating. Emohan turned around and smiled at Hua Lingrong, who was standing behind the sofa, and said, "Lingrong, everyone is hungry. Go make something to eat." "Okay, got it." Hua Lingrong went to the kitchen obediently to busy herself. Shuejiao, Shen Shirtu, Lin Xiao, and others looked through the shelter floor by floor. Finally, I have to marvel at the ingenuity of the builders. When the three people returned to the living area, they smelled a strong aroma of chicken. The three of them were so greedy that they were drooling. Shuejiao rushed directly into the kitchen. Looking at the steaming fried chicken in the big iron pot in the kitchen, I couldn't help but reach into the pot to pick up a piece, and swallowed it whole, without even having time to chew. Fragrant. So fragrant. Shuejiao couldn't help but praise Hua Lingrong. "Lingrong, you are not only very beautiful, but the dishes you cook are also delicious. I really don't know who will be so lucky in the future to marry a woman as beautiful and gentle as you." Hua Lingrong secretly glanced at Emohan, who was sitting on the sofa. Emohan was talking to Zhang Wei and didn't notice what was happening here. "Brother Shui, you are so good at praising people." Hua Lingrong was almost embarrassed by Shuejiao's praise. Emohan chatted with Zhang Wei for a few words and then got up to go to the bathroom. The hot pot in Hua Lingrong's kitchen is ready. Tansy helped her carry the pot to the dining table. Shuejiao and Hua Lingrong held the bowl and picked up the chopsticks together. Hua Lingrong asked everyone to sit around the dining table. Everyone was not polite. They took their rice, picked up some chicken, and started eating. When Emohan went to the bathroom, he suddenly remembered that he had placed Hua Lingyu in the bulletproof car in the space. He quickly moved his mind and released her from the space. Hua Lingyu had a good sleep in the space, and after getting up, she sat in the bulletproof cardboard. Unable to come out of the space, she was so bored that she had to sit on the sofa in the bulletproof car and stare blankly. She was very afraid that Emohan would forget that she was in the space and would not let her out, and she would starve to death. The last second, I was still wondering whether I would starve to death, and suddenly I appeared in the bathroom. Emohan was peeing in the bathroom, and Hua Lingyu saw him peeing as soon as he appeared. Both of them screamed. Emohan was so frightened that he almost pulled his urine back. Chapter 177. The Shameless One is here. "Ah, you rascal." Hua Lingyu was so angry that his face turned the color of liver. She looked around in the space, trying to get out. "Now I finally got out of the space, but I was in the toilet. Can't you let me out somewhere else?" "Why in the bathroom?" Hua Lingyu yelled at Emohan, then opened the door and went out angrily. Emohan held his forehead, indicating that he was also confused for a moment. Because there were many people in the living room, it was not convenient to let her out directly, so I wanted to hide in the bathroom. Who knew that when he entered the toilet, he didn't think about anything. He just let Hua Lingyu out and unzipped his pants to pee. Alas, mistake, mistake. Hua Lingyu opened the bathroom door and walked into the living room, only to be surprised to find that the dining table was full of people. Similarly, Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, Shen Shirtu, Tansy, and Lin Xiao, who were eating, also turned their heads and looked at her in surprise. Because when everyone came in just now, they were walking around the room, talking and busying themselves for a long time, and they didn't see this woman at all. Moreover, she is a great beauty. Looking closely, she looks somewhat similar to Hua Lingrong, but more playful and cute. Hua Lingrong has short hair and looks capable and calm. Now this beauty has long flowing hair and looks very lively. "Lingyu, what are you doing standing there? Come and have dinner. Hua Lingrong looked at her sister who was standing there in a daze. She knew that she had been in the space before and was very surprised by the sudden appearance of this group of people. Yeah. Hua Lingyu nodded, forgetting the awkward incident with Mo Han just now, and walked over to sit at the dining table to eat. Hua Lingrong filled a small bowl with rice for her, handed it to her, and said, "Eat quickly, we just started eating." Mo Han urinated and came out to wash his hands. Sit at the table with everyone and eat. Tansi had been looking at Hua Lingyu for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking Hua Lingrong, "Lingrong, is this your sister?" Hua Lingrong nodded. "Do you think we look alike?" "Yes, very similar." Tansi answered honestly. Shuejiao, who was sitting next to Tansi, said, "Both sisters are first-rate beauties. Brother Han, you are so lucky." Mo Han quickly explained, "No, don't misunderstand me, my sisters and I are innocent. Although we eat together, we live in our own rooms." Hua Lingrong nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Han is a rare gentleman." Hua Lingyu turned pale and muttered quietly, "What gentleman? I think he is just a villain, humph." Mo Han tapped her hand with chopsticks, causing her to quickly pull back in pain. "It's all a misunderstanding. Eat quickly." Humph. Hua Lingrong snorted again in dissatisfaction. All the men in the room were amused by her behavior, especially Shuejiao. When he heard Mo Han say that he and the two sisters only ate together but didn't sleep together, he was glad that he had the opportunity. On the one hand, I felt sorry for Mo Han, thinking that he was so stupid for not seizing such a good opportunity. A group of people ate noisily. Mo Han and Zhang Wei sat on the sofa and talked, discussing how to find his father Zhang Chaoyao. Lin Xiao has difficulty walking, so he sits on the sofa and watches cartoons with Dabing and the others, with his crutches leaning against the side. Shuejiao, Tansi, and Shun Shurtu diligently helped the two Hua sisters to clear the table and wash the dishes. From time to time, laughter could be heard from a few people in the kitchen. Mo Han looked back at the people in the kitchen and said to Zhang Wei, "Once you're sure, let's set off immediately. It's almost dark, and I'm afraid the old man won't be safe at night." "Yeah." Zhang Wei nodded. The two men stood up and said to everyone in the room, "You stay at home. Zhang Wei and I will go out to find Dr. Zhang." After hearing this, Shuejiao and Tan Si came out of the kitchen. Shuejiao said to Mo Han, "Brother Han, let's go and look for him together. How can we let you go out with a Wei? Lin Xiao has a leg injury, so he can't go. Xiao Chong is unconscious now and needs someone to take care of him." Shuejiao looked around and locked his eyes on Shin Shurtu. "Or, let's leave Shurtu here to take care of Xiao Chong and Lin Xiao." Mo Han nodded and said, "That's fine too. One more person means one more helper." Hua Lingrong came out of the kitchen wearing a floral bib. She had just heard that Mo Han was going out, so she hurried to wash the dishes. "Brother Han, let me go out with you." Hua Lingrong pretended to be calm and said, but in fact, she was eager to go out with Mo Han. "But I was embarrassed to make my meaning too obvious." "No need. Lingrong, you and Lingyu stay at home. It's dangerous outside." Mo Han rejected Hua Lingrong. To be honest, Hua Lingrong still felt a moment of loss in her heart. He moved his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Mo Han turned around and looked at the three animals on the sofa who were watching cartoons and pretending that what was happening outside had nothing to do with them, and said, "Don't play deaf and dumb. Hurry up and follow me." Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead stood up from the sofa reluctantly. I don't understand why Mo Han had just returned to the shelter, had just eaten a meal, and was only halfway through watching a movie, but he wanted to go out again. Mo Han looked around the room, but couldn't find Xiaohua. He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Xiaohua? Where did she go again?" Da Bing scratched the feathers on the back of the demon chicken with his claws and barked at Mo Han. "Here you are, you shameless bastard." Mo Han didn't know what Da Bing meant by Wong Wong Wong, but from its obscene expression, he could guess what it meant. Mo Han walked to the side of the demon chicken and pulled away the hair on its back. Sure enough, Xiaohua was sleeping with her legs spread out inside. "Xiaohua, get up quickly and kill monsters to level up." Mo Han grabbed Xiaohua from the back of the monster chicken. He said, "I've only seen people snoring with their mouths open while sleeping. This is the first time I've seen a bird snoring with its mouth open while sleeping." Xiaohua was sleeping soundly and was forced to get up to work. Mo Han took Zhang Wei and others and quickly left the shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, when everyone was thinking about how to move forward and preparing to march, Mo Han suddenly said to everyone, "Let's ride the tiger eagle over there." "Ride a tiger eagle?" Zhang Wei looked at the tiger eagle in front of him in surprise. Yes, it was indeed very big. But, with so many people, plus two huge dogs, Dabing and Yaoji, can the tiger eagle carry them all? "Brother Han, I've seen you riding a tiger eagle, but there are so many of us." Mo Han interrupted Zhang Wei and said, Don't worry, just go ahead. As he spoke, Imohan was the first to ride on the black-headed man's back. Zhang Wei followed Imohan half-believingly and sat tremblingly on the back of the tiger eagle. Shuejiao and Tan Si on the ground refused to come up. Imohan knew what they were worried about and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brothers. Have you forgotten that my tiger eagle is indestructible? It can't be broken. Just come up, it's okay." Chapter 178, Returning to Tomorrow Base to find someone. After hearing Imohan's words, Shuejiao and Tan Si felt confident and bold to sit behind Zhang Wei. Everyone got on, and Dabing and Yaoji also got on Blackhead's back. Dapan squatted on the left, and Yaoji squatted on the right. Even with so many people going up there, the big black-headed guy's back is still surprisingly spacious. Imohan gently patted the black-headed man on the back and said, "Good fellow, you seem to have grown a lot in the past 2 days. Let's go and look around the Tomorrow Base to see if we can find any trace of Dr. Zhang. Oh, by the way," Imohan suddenly thought of something, turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Brother, do you have a photo or video of Dr. Zhang? I need to show his photo to my animals so that we can look for him together later." "Yes." Zhang Wei reached into his pocket, took out a driver's license book, opened it, and handed it to Imohan. "This is our family photo, my dad, my mom, and me." "Got it." Imohan took the driver's license from Zhang Wei, showed it to Dabing, Yao Ji, Xiaohua, and Haida too, and asked, "Did everyone remember it?" "Woof. Gah. I've got it." Xiaohua answered lazily while burrowing into the chicken's feathers. Seeing that it was about to sleep again, Imohan threatened, "When on a mission, no one, human or animal, can sleep or be lazy, or else it will be punished by not being able to eat for the rest of its life." Xiaohua turned over with her tail raised. "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Birds eat insects and snacks anyway, so who needs to eat?" Seeing that he couldn't scare it with food, Imohan simply lifted its legs upside down and said, "Since you're not afraid of having nothing to eat, then fine, I'll cut off its penis so that it will never get married." "Ah." Xiaohua quickly bent her body and begged Imohan for mercy. "No, just don't sleep. How can you say something like cutting off your penis? Is this what a man would say?" "Humph. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Imohan deliberately placed Xiaohua on the back of the demon chicken and said, "Wow, this fur is so soft. It must be very comfortable for anyone to get in." "Humph." Xiaohua turned her face away. "If I don't sleep, I'm afraid my penis will be gone. How can I be a man? Let's go, Blackhead." Imohan patted Blackhead's chest, and Blackhead flew up with a splash. Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, and others were still worried that the big black man could not carry so much weight, sitting in fear. But he found that the big black head was flying and circling in the air, and it didn't look like it was carrying anything at all. Shuejiao asked Imohan, "Brother Han, this golden tiger eagle seems to feel no pressure at all. How strange." Zhang Wei also said, "Yes, you said it is very strong, but the weight of the pancake and the monster chicken is not light. How can it carry everyone and still feel so light?" Tan Si thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that flying is just an ordinary skill for ordinary birds? But for the golden tiger eagle, flying has been sublimated, and once it flies, it can't feel the weight?" Tan Si's words reminded Imohan, "It is very likely that for the golden tiger eagle, this is its awakened special flying ability. Speaking of which, my golden tiger eagle is really powerful. It has both ice-related abilities and can fly without weight, and it also has an indestructible body. Yes, brother, you and this golden tiger eagle are destined to be together. Most people would find it difficult to control it," Zhang Wei said to Imohan. Imohan nodded. "Really, don't be fooled by the fact that the golden tiger eagle, Dabing, Yaoji, Xiaohua, and even when they are with me, they all seem to be very docile and well-behaved. In fact, it is very fierce when it kills its enemies. It turns out that all animals are the same. They are only nice to people they think are worthy." A group of people rode on black horses and flew in the sky under the cover of night. Looking down from the air, the whole city was in ruins. There is none of its former glory. Everyone felt heavy in their hearts as they looked at the crooked buildings and the aliens running across the ground from time to time. I wonder how many lives are left in this huge city. Especially Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, and others were even more sad. They once tried their best to protect the people in the base. But an earthquake destroyed everything and allowed many mutant creatures to break into the base and eat the people in the base. Only a few people managed to escape. It was already dark, and the ground was pitch black. Occasionally you may see a few shining objects, but don't think they are lights. They are alien creatures in the dark night, looking for food. Whether it is a person or an object, he eats it whenever he sees it. Soon, Blackhead returned to tomorrow's base. Imohan ordered Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua to search separately, while they followed Haidetu. In fact, if Imohan was alone, he would have called Haidetu away, but he was accompanied by Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, and Tan Si. Imohan knew that except for Zhang Wei, the other two had not yet awakened their abilities and could not defeat the alien. Even if Imohan was around, he couldn't take full care of them. So, it is best to have a big black head. The black-headed beast has an indestructible body and no one can hurt it. Dabing and the others obediently ran away. According to Imohan's instructions, they now have to search for people carefully, room by room. Imohan's team followed Imohan, who had extremely sensitive hearing and sense of presence, and searched everywhere for Dr. Zhang. There are not as many zombies in the base as there are during the day. Many zombies cannot see people at night and will not actively attack people. Unless you walk up to them carelessly, they will howl a few times and then pounce on you. Imohan has very good vision at night and can see zombies from a distance. In addition, the black-headed cat is a nocturnal creature and has excellent eyesight. With Imohan and Haidetu escorting them, and Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, Tan Si and others following them, there was no risk at all. The animals advanced in 4 directions, while Imohan and his men climbed up the mountain desperately, just like Imohan's strategy during the day. However, we searched all the way to the top of the mountain and every corner, but we did not see any trace of Dr. Zhang. Zhang Wei was so anxious that he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Dad, Dad, I am Zhang Wei. If you are still alive and hiding somewhere, please answer me loudly, okay?" Imohan wanted to stop Zhang Wei by shouting. His lips moved, but in the end no words were spoken. Maybe that's just as well. If you shout, it will attract zombies and also attract the attention of aliens. But if we just search quietly like this, we may not be able to find it. What if the old man is hiding secretly in a basement or something, and there is a tunnel with mechanisms? Who can find him? Therefore, Imohan not only did not stop Zhang Wei from calling him dad, he also took out a large tweeter from the space and recorded Zhang Wei's voice. Let the blackhead hold the big speaker in his mouth and play it repeatedly. "Dad, Dad, I am Zhang Wei. Where are you now? Are you still alive? If you can hear my voice, try to contact me. I am at the top of the mountain of Tomorrow Base. I will come to save you, okay?" Chapter 179. Imohan falls into a group of corpses. Imohan, Zhang Wei, Shuejiao and Tan Si were too lazy to walk, so they rode on Blackhead's back, and Blackhead flew around with the horn on. The Tomorrow Base, which was originally quite quiet, really attracted all the zombies and aliens in the entire base because of the sound of the horn. A small tide of corpses formed in black, and they were swaying and howling on the ground below the big black head. Those zombies that evolved faster and had some consciousness raised their heads and looked at the black shadow in the sky, wishing they could eat it in one bite. Zhang Wei and others rode on Blackhead's back, looking down at the dark mass of zombies below that were almost invisible. For the first time, they felt what it meant to be safe. Half an hour later, Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua came back. Blackhead rested on a half-broken wall. Imohan looked at the pancake and the chicken who were constantly fighting with the zombies below and asked, "Any clues?" Dabing and Yaoji shook their heads. Xiaohua said directly, "Don't waste your time. Based on my perception, not only this base, but even the entire East District is already empty." Xiaohua's words made Zhang Wei feel extremely heavy. If he had listened to his father at the beginning, would he not have run away in anger? However, as a modern person and a soldier at that, who would be willing to accept the orders of his parents and the words of the matchmaker? Speaking of which, I don't know what's wrong with this old man. For no reason, he insists on forcing others to get married and have children. He is so weird. Zhang Wei thought about his father's attitude towards him and suddenly said with great sadness, "I guess I can't find it. The old man must have a terminal illness, so he wants to see me get married and have children in his last days so that he can have grandchildren." Imohan didn't say anything. Indeed, many elderly people, even when facing very difficult circumstances, will still think about hugging their grandchildren. This is the idea of passing on the family line, and it will not change due to the environment. Of course, this is just an individual example and does not represent everything. Shuejiao quickly comforted Zhang Wei. "Ah Wei, don't be too sad. Uncle Zhang is a black belt master in Taekwondo. He has a knife and a gun on him, and he is wearing the bulletproof vest you gave him. There shouldn't be any problem. He is probably not in the East District. Now we have to think about where he could have gone." Tan Si also said, "Yes, Captain Zhang. Think about where your uncle will go." "Where did he go?" Zhang Wei muttered. "Who knows where he will go?" Everyone speculated and speculated, but in the end no one knew where Dr. Zhang Chaoyong had gone. Imohan also thought about it, and finally slapped his thigh and said, "Do you think Dr. Zhang will go back to the community where he used to live?" The original community was the one where Imohan was a neighbor. Zhang Wei didn't understand. Why? Imohan couldn't explain it specifically. Maybe it's really like you said. He got some disease. There was something your mother left in that room. He went to get it, but he didn't expect the earthquake to happen. Zhang Wei felt that what Imohan said made sense. Imohan asked the giant eagle to fly lower and take the pancake and the monster chicken with it. The black-headed creature flapped its wings and set off for the Sunshine Garden community where Imohan had lived before. Sunshine Garden community is located in the western district of G City, relatively close to the bus station. However, nowadays there is no such thing as a bus stop or no bus stop. It's all in ruins anyway. The big black head flew to the Sunshine Garden community. It was pitch black everywhere and I couldn't see anything. Imohan took out a few mining lamps from the space and put them on his head. As soon as I turned on the light, there was a commotion downstairs. Then the roars of the zombies came like waves, layer upon layer. When everyone looked down, they saw a huge mass of zombies, all huddled together. Tansy took a deep breath and said, "If it weren't for Hey Datu, we would be in danger." Shuejo nodded. "Yes." I couldn't help but praise Hey Datu. "Brother Tiger Eagle, you are so awesome." Blackhead couldn't help but let out a GA sound, and the group of zombies below became even more chaotic. Imohan and Zhang Wei wore mining lamps and flashlights on their heads and searched everywhere among the swarm of zombies, trying to find that familiar face. But I don't want to find it. Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua also made full use of the animal's sensitive sense of smell. When Blackhead was flying close to the zombies, they quickly sniffed the scent below. However, nothing was found. Imohan looked back at Zhang Wei. There are ruins everywhere now. Was there an earthquake when he came out of the base? Zhang Wei replied, "No." After a pause, tears welled up in her eyes. He was out for 5 hours when the earthquake happened. Then, between the time he came out and the earthquake, didn't you send anyone out to look for him? I looked for it, but couldn't find it. The old man hid it on purpose. Alas, Imohan also sighed. I wonder where the old man is now. The big black head kept circling in the air, surrounding the area of the previous Sunshine Garden community. When Imohan and Zhang Wei were talking, they suddenly felt a flash before their eyes. They heard the screams of De Bing and Yao Ji, and Imohan had fallen from the back of the tall black head into the group of zombies. Zhang Wei and the others on the black big head saw Imohan fall down, and they were so scared that they shouted loudly, "Brother Han! Brother Han!" But before they finished shouting, a strange bird from the sky flew over again and started pecking at them. Zhang Wei quickly pulled the trigger at the strange bird. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire was heard, and the strange bird flew away, then flew back to attack several people. Blackhead is now only thinking about Imohan in the zombie group and has no intention of dealing with the strange bird in the sky. "GA!" The big blackhead yelled and dived into the group of zombies. However, Imohan, who had fallen down, disappeared without a trace. The black-headed creature immediately let out a whine. "Gah!" Seeing that Haidadu was about to lose control, Xiaohua quickly flew to her ear and said, "Don't be afraid. Brother Han has hidden in the space." Imohan went into his own space, and his legs were still trembling. Damn it! He was concentrating on looking for Zhang Chaoyong's face among the zombies, but suddenly a strange bird appeared in the sky and slapped him away with its wings. Imohan didn't see clearly what kind of strange bird it was. Imohan drank a bottle of Red Bull in the space, and then used the space flash to rush out of the zombie group. Finally, he shouted to Blackhead in a place where there were fewer zombies. "Blackhead, I'm here. I'm here." But the next second, his words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter them. Because he saw Zhang Chaoyong, Dr. Zhang, his good brother Zhang Wei's father. At this moment, Dr. Zhang Chaoyong is no longer the same person he used to be, but he is an out-and-out zombie. Veins popped out of his face and pus oozed from his mouth. Seeing Imohan suddenly appear in front of him, he opened his rotten and smelly mouth and pounced on him to bite. Chapter 180. Zizizizi. Dabing is electrocuted by the monster chicken again. "Dr. Zhang," Imohan called out carelessly, and when he saw him rushing towards him, he quickly took a few steps back and ran forward. Zhang Chaoyong, who turned into a zombie, pursued him relentlessly. As Zhang Chaoyong started chasing, the zombies behind him also chased Imohan. Imohan had no choice but to take out his silent gun and shoot the zombies next to Zhang Chaoyong to death. As the zombies fell to the ground, Zhang Chaoyong also fell to the ground. This made Imohan confused. "I didn't shoot him." The big black head in the air had been following Imohan's footsteps and naturally noticed the situation here. Zhang Wei also saw the zombie underground, which was his father. In his excitement, he jumped directly from the black-headed man's back. Zhang Wei rushed towards the zombie on the ground and shouted loudly, "Dad!" The zombies underground did not move, allowing him to shake. Zhang Wei was helpless and heartbroken and looked back at Imohan. Imohan used the silent gun in his hand to get rid of the two zombies around him, then spread his hands and said to Zhang Wei, "I didn't shoot." Then Zhang Wei looked at the zombie on the ground in disbelief and shook his head helplessly. This old man is very evil. After saying that, he grabbed the zombie on the ground. The zombie stood up and bit Zhang Wei's neck. Zhang Wei quickly reached out to stop his mouth and said, "Stop pretending. If you continue, you might get killed accidentally." Imohan stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Zhang Wei reached out and took the mask off Zhang Qiaoyong's face while he wasn't paying attention and handed it to Imohan. "Brother Han, look, this old man is like a child who never grows up." "Oh, indeed, this is the first time I've seen such a childish old man." Imohan also shook his head. "I used to think that this old man had a stubborn temper, but I didn't expect that he was not only stubborn, but also weird." "Oh, woo." 3 people stood on the ground. There were not as many zombies here as in the center of the community, but there were still only a few of them. Therefore, Imohan had to talk to Old Man Zhang and Zhang Wei while fighting the zombies. "Forget it. No matter what, now that we've found the person, let's not waste any more time. Let's quickly get on Blackhead's back and go back to the base," Imohan said to the 2 of them. "Yeah." Zhang Wei nodded and reached out to support Zhang Qiaoyong. The black big head was very smart and flew down from the sky, allowing Zhang Wei to help Zhang Qiaoyong sit on its back. Zhang Qiaoyong hesitated as he stepped forward. "No, there are so many of us. What if we crush the baby?" Imohan smiled and said, "You old man still have some conscience. Don't worry, this is a golden tiger eagle. It has an indestructible body and cannot be crushed." After listening to Imohan's words, Zhang Qiaoyong obediently climbed onto the black-headed man's back. Zhang Qiaoyong's clothes were torn, and if the mask on his face had not been torn off by Zhang Wei, he would have looked like a zombie from behind. Imohan sat in the front, Zhang Wei sat in the second, Zhang Qiaoyong sat in the third, and Xuejiao and Tanxi sat in the back. Dabing and Yaoji sat on both sides. Blackhead led his group and flew quickly towards the shelter. On the way, Zhang Wei asked the old man, "Why did you leave without saying goodbye? What if you encounter danger? Aren't you afraid that the zombies will tear you to pieces?" Old Man Zhang laughed and said, "TSK, what am I afraid of? With my superb makeup skills, the zombies thought I was one of them. How about my makeup? Do I look like one?" Zhang Wei originally wanted to say a few words to his childish father. But when I saw his childish face, I thought about how his mother passed away early and he was the one who played both father and mother to him, raising him with great difficulty. Now that he is old, I seldom have the opportunity to accompany him. Especially at the base, I was out on duty every day, leaving him alone at home, worried and frightened. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei suddenly couldn't bear to criticize him. I quickly said to him like I was coaxing a child, "It looks like you. It looks like you. You look exactly like you. When I was on top of Blackhead just now, I almost wanted to shoot you." "Haha, that means I'm very successful. Let me tell you, I went back to get your mother's things. But just a few minutes after I went downstairs, the earthquake came and the building collapsed. Fortunately, I was not crushed in the collapsed building." Zhang Wei also said with lingering fear, "It's good to be alive." Imohan rode on Hey Dada's back, listening to the conversation between the 2 men behind him, thinking to himself that this old man was indeed quite capable. Turns out he's as smart as me, and thought of dressing up as a zombie and blending in with the zombie community, so he can effectively avoid being killed by zombies. If you are facing alien creatures and cannot defeat them, you can lead the zombies. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The big black head flew forward. Imohan suddenly found a huge object following him in the air. It's hard to see in the dark. Imohan had an idea and took out the night vision goggles from the space. Damn, it turned out to be the strange bird that knocked him off the back of the big black head just now. Imohan was really furious. Just now, he helped Zhang Qiaoyong onto the back of the black bird, intending to seek revenge on the strange bird. Unexpectedly, the shameless guy had already flown away, and his figure could not be seen at all. I didn't expect that he would catch up with me again at this moment. And there is more than one. Imohan counted them, and there were 5 in total. Damn it, they are determined to surround Imohan and others, and want to eat some fresh meat. Very good. Imohan also needs crystal cores to help Xuejiao and others awaken their superpowers. It really is a win-win situation. Imohan slightly bent his body, crouched on the blackhead's neck, and said to him, "Look, there are monsters that are about to besiege us. Let's find a place to stop first, and then fight them to the death." The big blackhead obeyed with a click sound and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. Finally, he saw a semi-enclosed area on a collapsed roof, which was convenient for several people to hide. The big black man flew down and put down the people he was carrying. Emohan stood in the semi-enclosed corner formed by the collapsed house and said to Heidatu, "Go ahead and kill them. Let them know that your title as the Golden Tiger Eagle Overlord of the Sky is not in vain." Gah! The black tiger eagle flew up, took the initiative to attack, and soon started fighting with the strange bird in the sky. It was originally a 5-on-1 fight, but a strange bird wanted to eat all the food alone, so when everyone was fighting, it suddenly changed direction and flew down. Emohan looked at the strange bird swooping down, his eyes flashing purple-red light in the darkness. It looked scary. The moment the strange bird rushed down, Emohan turned on the mining lamp above his head. The sudden light made the strange bird dizzy. The moment it landed on the ground, Dabing and Yao Ji bit its huge body at the same time. Jie, the strange bird flapped its wings hard and began to struggle violently. The mud around Emohan and the others was beaten everywhere. Pancake bit the monster bird's neck and refused to let go, while the monster chicken took the opportunity to attack the monster bird with electricity. Sizzle! There was a huge sound of electric current, and the strange bird was knocked unconscious by electricity. The one who was electrocuted at the same time was also Pancake. Chapter 181. The Golden Tiger Eagle completely defeats the strange bird in the sky. Damn it, Emohan cursed. From now on, you two can't use your strength at the same time, especially the demon chicken. Your current is too strong and may hurt others by mistake. The chicken felt guilty for electrocuting Dabing, so he lowered his head and kept silent. Seeing its guilty and aggrieved look, Emohan couldn't bear to continue to blame it, so he quickly rubbed its big head and said, "It's okay. I was a little aggressive just now. Dabing is lucky and can't be killed by electricity." The chicken stretched out its nose and sniffed Pancake's breath, and sure enough, he was still breathing. The demon chicken's mood relaxed instantly. While the strange bird was being electrocuted, Emohan took out a big hammer from the space and smashed it hard on the bird's head. Bang! 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. The strange bird's head was smashed to pieces, and finally, a large crystal core rolled out. Needless to say, the monster bird is a prehistoric creature, and its crystal core is also a good thing for awakening superpowers and improving abilities. Emohan took the crystal core of the strange bird in his hand, wiped it with toilet paper, and said to Shuejiao and others standing beside him, "Who will eat this thing?" Tan-Si frowned and looked at the bloody crystal core in Emohan's hand and felt his stomach churning. Eating this thing can awaken superpowers. Emohan had just finished speaking. Ugh! Tan-Si had already run a few steps and vomited. Emohan was helpless and looked at Shuejiao behind him. "Zhang Wei has already eaten. Are you sure you don't want to eat?" Shuejiao smiled and said, "Eat. Of course you should eat. This thing is not available to ordinary people." After saying that, he took the crystal core from Emohan's hand. It would be a lie to say I didn't feel disgusted the moment I put the crystal core next to my mouth. However, in order to awaken his special powers, Shuejiao endured the nausea and took a big bite. Hey, it tastes pretty good. I thought it would be difficult to swallow, but after taking a bite, I found it was sweet and melted in my mouth. Shuejiao couldn't help but praise this thing. After vomiting, Tan-Si saw Shuejiao eating the crystal core with relish. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why couldn't he hold back and vomited just now? Zhang Wei gained superpowers after eating the crystal core given by Emohan, so he naturally knew that. I just couldn't help it just now. Next time I have a chance to eat a crystal core, I must hold back and eat it in a few big bites. Here, Dabing is still unconscious, but Emohan is not worried. He should be able to recover soon. The monster chicken has been out fighting monsters all day today, and there is not much electricity left in its body, not enough to electrocute a huge monster. In the air, Big Black Head was fighting fiercely with 4 strange birds. One of the strange birds actually had fire abilities and kept spitting fire at the black-headed man. Fortunately, Blackhead has an indestructible body. Otherwise, the black hair on his body would have been burned by the fire sprayed by the strange bird. Everyone looked up at the sky. It was too dark to see clearly, and I don't know how the big black guy fought with them. All I heard was a crunching sound and a huge crash. When it is difficult to see clearly, a ball of fire appears in the sky, and everyone can tell where the birds have gone. However, after a few minutes, it flew away. Emohan, Zhang Wei, and others stood in the semi-encirclement, waiting for Hey Dada to come back and pick them up. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the big blackhead's voice came from the air, carrying the joy of victory. Everyone looked up at the dark sky, and only when the big blackhead flew closer could they see the situation clearly. At this time, the fur on Blackhead's body was a little messy, and his 2 claws were holding 2 strange birds. It flew over Emohan and the others, threw the strange bird down, turned around, and flew away again. Imohan walked forward and smashed the strange bird's head with a big hammer. When Imohan got the 2 crystal cores, Blackhead flew back with 2 strange birds that were knocked unconscious by it. Imohan continued to smash his head with the hammer to get the crystal core. This evening was a great harvest. We not only found Dr. Zhang, but also got 5 crystal cores. Perfect, Imohan said happily, holding 4 crystal cores in his hand. He handed a crystal core to Tansy and said, "Don't tell me you don't want to eat it?" This time, Tansy no longer dared to say no. He is a mortal with mortal eyes, and he cannot kill the monster bird or get the crystal core with his own ability. He quickly took the crystal core from Imohan and thanked Imohan repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Han. Thank you, Brother Han." Tansy put the crystal core to his mouth with an expression as if he was ready to die. Imohan couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not that exaggerated. You'll know once you take a bite." Tansy closed his eyes and took a big bite. Crispy and sweet. Imohan could tell from the expression on his face that the crystal core was indeed delicious. After he swallowed the last bite of the crystal core, Imohan asked, "How is it?" Tansy gave Imohan a thumbs up. "Great." Imohan still had 3 crystal cores in his hand and asked Zhang Chaoyong, "Would you like one, old man?" Zhang Wei really hopes that his father can eat one and awaken his special powers so that he can protect himself in the end times. However, the old man was very stubborn and shook his head, saying, "I am already old. Why would I awaken any supernatural powers? This thing looks disgusting. It's better to leave it to you young people." Zhang Wei was helpless and tried to persuade the old man a few more times, but the old man still refused to eat. Everyone knows that this is an old man with excellent medical skills, but a strange personality. Never mind, he won't eat it, and I won't force him. Everyone, get on the big black man's back and go back to the shelter. It's late. Imohan was the first to climb onto Blackhead's back and said to everyone, "If we don't go back now, it will be dawn soon. I feel sleepy." "Okay, sure." Everyone quickly climbed onto the big Blackhead's back. The big black bird flapped its wings and flew everyone to the shelter. When they arrived at the shelter, this time Old Man Zhang started to exclaim, "Wow," and "Awesome," all the way. Imohan turned around and teased him, "Old Zhang, you are a famous doctor, and you are also an old man. How can you swear and lead young people astray?" Calm down, calm down." Old Man Zhang rolled his eyes at Imohan and said, "Who said cursing is only for young people? I'm going to curse, damn it." "Oh." Imohan shook his head, this old man with a weird temper. "Forget it, I don't want to bother with him." I took the old man on a tour and looked at every floor of the shelter before finally returning to the living area. That night, Tansy counted and found that Old Man Zhang said, "Wow" 28 times and "Awesome" 15 times. It completely refreshed the 3 views of a group of young people. When he returned to the living area, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning and Imohan was very sleepy. Hua Lingrong and the others had already gone to bed. Wang Xiaochong, who was sleeping on a mat in the living room, did not look well, but he was unlikely to die. In order to take care of him more conveniently, Shuejiu's subordinate Shin Shirtu leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. "As long as Wang Xiaochong needs it, get up immediately." Old Man Zhang wanted to eat something, and Imohan said to him, "There are instant noodles and hot water in the kitchen. I'll Wei get some for him." Old Man Zhang was about to go to the kitchen, but Zhang Wei said, "Dad, you sit on the sofa and rest. I'll do it." As he said that, he went into the kitchen to make instant noodles for his father. Chapter 182. Will the old man make Wang Xiaochong worse by treating him? Imohan revealed the location of the wound on Wang Xiaochong's thigh, concentrated his mind and calmed down, then placed his right hand on Wang Xiaochong's leg and touched it. The healing power turned into a thumb-sized ball of white light in his hand, slowly seeping into Wang Xiaochong's wound, which was already festering. The wound turned redder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Imohan shook his head. The level of his healing ability was still too low to have much effect on the zombie's bites. It can only prevent the wound from festering and rotting, but it cannot cure it. Imohan remembered that in his previous life, people with healing abilities were very powerful. As long as the ability reached the king level, the light emitted from their hands would be golden. The golden light can heal the wounds of an injured person instantly. No pain and no itching. It's as if I've never been hurt. The healing ability that Imohan was standing on flashed a ball of white light, and it was the lowest level ability. Healing abilities, like psychic abilities, are divided into 4 levels, each corresponding to a different light. Low level, white light. Intermediate, red light. Advanced, purple light. King level, golden light. Imohan stood there hoping that he could quickly increase the level of his healing ability. Otherwise, by the time he was promoted naturally, Wang Xiaochong would have already turned into a zombie. While Zhang Qiaoyong was waiting for Zhang Wei to make instant noodles for him, he saw Mo Han checking Wang Xiaochong's wound and walked over to take a look. He said to Mo Han, "This wound is breeding with bacteria and is ready to fester at any time. The only way to treat it now is to quickly cut the flesh around the thigh. Maybe you can save the leg." Shooting and cutting? Mo Han didn't think of this. He slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, why didn't I think of this? Dr. Zhang Qiaoyong is an internationally renowned general practitioner. It only takes him a few minutes to perform a minor operation to remove necrotic tissue. Dad, your instant noodles are ready. Eat them while they're hot." Zhang Wei brought the instant noodles over, and Zhang Qiaoyong hurriedly ate them in a few big mouthfuls. Said to Mo Han, "The surgery should be performed sooner rather than later. Take him to the medical area on the first floor of the shelter." The medical area has various advanced equipment that Mo Han had stolen from the hospital, including surgical knives, infusion equipment, etc. Mo Han, Zhang Wei, Shen Shitu, Xuejio, and Tan Si carried the mat on which Wang Xiaochong was lying into the elevator between the floors of the shelter. Mo Han pressed the elevator button, and the elevator began to rise, finally stopping steadily on the first floor of the shelter. Everyone carried Wang Xiaochong into the medical area. "Xiao Wei, you come in. Everyone else go out." Old man Zhang was very serious when he was working, a change from his usual stubborn and weird appearance. In the operating room, except Zhang Wei, everyone else left, closed the door, and waited outside. There are countless medicines in Mo Han's space. He basically puts all the medicines that might be used in the pharmacy next to the operating room. There are several rows of cabinets in the pharmacy, and each row of cabinets contains medicines according to category, such as anti-infective drugs, psychotropic drugs, anesthetics and their auxiliary drugs, etc. It can be said that it has everything. Everyone was waiting at the door of the operating room. The lights in the operating room were on all the time. Xuejio, Tan Si, and the others were a little nervous. After all, Wang Xiaochong and there was their comrade in arms who they had been with day and night. "I don't know if the surgery will be dangerous." Mo Han turned around and comforted everyone. "You all know about old man Zhang's medical skills. Why are you so nervous?" Everyone also felt that since old man Zhang was so powerful, there was no reason for them to be so nervous. Everyone couldn't help but relax a little. 40 minutes later, the door of the operating room opened and Zhang Wei walked out. A serious face. Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Everyone grabbed Zhang Wei's arm and asked nervously, "What happened to Xiaochong?" Alas, Zhang Wei shook his head and sighed. Hee. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Tan Si was impatient and was ready to push Zhang Wei aside and rush into the operating room. Zhang Wei suddenly laughed out loud. His operation went very smoothly, but he has fallen asleep now. He will wake up soon. Ah. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah Wei, you son of a bitch. I was scared to death just now." "Yeah, when did you become so indecent?" "Needless to say, I learned it from old man Zhang." When Zhang Qiaoyong came out of the operating room, he heard Xuejio saying that Zhang Wei had learned his bad habits, and he couldn't help but complain. Fuck. Then he swaggered back to the living area, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. Zhang Wei was even more worried and said, It's over. Will my dad get Alzheimer's? Why does he swear so often recently? Alzheimer's disease?" Xuejio was shocked. Then, Xiaochong, Tan Si, and Shen Shitu reacted immediately and said in unison, "Did the old man make Xiaochong worse by treating him?" As they said that, the two turned around and ran into the operating room, where they saw Wang Xiaochong with oxygen inserted into his nose and in 4 on the back of his hand. Xuejio sniffed Wang Xiaochong's breath and said to Tan Si, "Fortunately, this kid is lucky enough not to be killed by the old man." Zhang Wei and Mo Han also walked into the operating room. Zhang Wei couldn't help laughing when he saw everyone's reaction. "Look at you. My dad might not be quite right at other times, but when he's doing surgery, he will return to his serious and cautious spirit as a doctor. Don't worry, Xiaochong will be fine." Everyone sat in the operating room and waited for a while, and found that Wang Xiaochong was confirmed to be out of danger. Mo Han said to the people in the operating room, "It's almost dawn. Take 2 of you to guard Wang Xiaochong here, and the other 2 come back with me to rest. I'll take your place in the afternoon." Zhang Wei said, "Tan Si and I will stay here for now. Brother Jio and Shitu can go and have a rest. Come back in the afternoon." "Okay, that's it." Mo Han left some food and drinks on the benches outside for Zhang Wei and Tan Si, and took Xuejio and Shin Shitu back to the living area. There are 3 very spacious houses in the living area. As it is almost dawn, Missouri Han plans to get a good rest tomorrow morning and then allocate living space to everyone. Anyway, as the owner of the shelter, Mo Han must live in a house. The Hua sisters live in the same apartment. The rest of the men live in one apartment. Now everyone sleeps on the sofa or on the floor in the living room, just to get by for the night. Imohan lay on his bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, he looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The voices of Shuejio and others talking could be heard from the living room. Imohan got up to go to the bathroom and wash up. When everyone saw him get up, they all respectfully called him Brother Han. Well, Imohan said to everyone, "Have you eaten?" As soon as these words came out, Hua Lingrong's voice came from the kitchen. "The dumplings are cooked. Everyone come and serve them." Chapter 183. What are you still fantasizing about? Seeing that Imohan had woken up, Hua Lingrong said to him, "Brother Han, have you finished washing up? If you are, come over and eat dumplings together." "Well, I'm done washing up." Imohan walked over and sat down at the dining table. Hua Lingrong cooked a pot of dumplings and put them in several large bowls. Sprinkle the top layer of dumplings with chili paste, green onions, garlic, etc., then pour the boiling oil on top. In an instant, the aroma of dumplings mixed with the aroma of chili wafted out from the kitchen. This made everyone in the room swallow their saliva, especially Shuejio, Shen Shirtu, and others. Although there is usually food in the base, I haven't eaten a bowl of steaming dumplings like this for a long time. The dumplings are ready. Come and help them. Hua Lingrong called softly in the kitchen. Shuejio and Shen Shirtu immediately got up and went into the kitchen to help carry the dumplings to the dining table. Imohan, Shuejio, Shen Shirtu, Hua Lingyu, Old Man Zhang, and Hua Lingrong herself all sat at the dining table eating dumplings. Hua Lingrong said to Shuejio, "Brother Shui, I'll have to trouble you and Brother Shin to bring some dumplings to Brother Zhang Wei and the others when you go upstairs to take over your shift." Shuejio said happily, "Then I'll trouble you, sister." Imohan sat next to them and said, "No need to bring them up. They can just come down, cook and eat, and then go to sleep. I guess they are sleepy too." Shuejio said, "That's right. They didn't sleep last night, so they can go to sleep after they eat." After hearing what Imohan and Shuejio said, Hua Lingrong thought it was feasible. "That's fine. I'll wait until they get here and then cook it. It will be quick." After eating dumplings, Imohan and everyone went to the medical area to see Wang Xiaochong. In the operating room, Zhang Wei and Tan Si fell asleep beside Wang Xiaochong's bed. When Imohan and the others pushed open the door and walked in, they had kept their noise very low, but they still woke up the 3 people inside, including Wang Xiaochong, who woke up. Seeing Imohan, Shuejio, Shin Shirtu, and Old Man Zhang come in, Wang Xiaochong struggled to sit up and wanted to say hello to everyone. Zhang Chaoyong strode over to stop him. "You have just recovered a little. Don't touch the wound." "I understand, Uncle Zhang." Wang Xiaochong quickly lay back down obediently. Muhan sat beside Wang Xiaochong's bed and asked, "How do you feel now?" Wang Xiaochong replied, "Well, I have recovered quite well. Thank you, Brother Han, and thank you everyone." Zhang Chaoyong lifted the quilt, unwrapped the gauze wrapped around Wang Xiaochong's thigh, checked it, and said, "Although this wound cannot be healed all at once, at least it will not be infected with the zombie virus and become an alien." Well, Imohan took over Zhang Chaoyong's words and said, "As long as I can save my life, it's better than anything else." Several people talked for a while. Imohan sat beside the bed and watched Zhang Chaoyong change the dressing and rebandage Wang Xiaochong's wound. Zhang Wei and Tan Si hadn't slept all night, and now their eyes looked red. Imohan said to the 2 of them, "You 2 should hurry back to the living area and let Hua Lingrong cook dumplings for you. Eat and then go to sleep. Xiaochong, someone has to be on duty at all times." "Got it, Brother Han." Zhang Wei and Tan Si were indeed very sleepy, so they didn't make excuses and got up to take the elevator to the living area. Imohan stayed in the medical area for a while. Then I went to the monitoring room and looked at the surveillance near the shelter. He discovered something very strange. That is, the animals near the shelter were inexplicably moving around the shelter. Generally speaking, when animals run away in panic, it means that some disaster is about to happen. Could it be that because of the recent earthquake, the animals can no longer stay underground? Imohan checked the nearby surveillance cameras and saw animals running around everywhere. He couldn't figure it out. I remember that when Wang Feng designed the shelter, he told Imohan that if a disaster was about to happen nearby, the shelter would sound an alarm. But Imohan didn't hear the alarm. Since there is no alarm, just ignore it for now. Imohan returned to the living area. I saw Zhang Wei and Tan Si sitting at the dining table eating dumplings. Imohan sat over and said to Zhang Wei, "Ah Wei, I want to allocate housing. There are 3 houses in this living area, each of which has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. The 2 Hua sisters will live in 1 room, and you, Shuejio, Tan Si, Shin Shirtu, Wang Xiaochong, and the old man will all live in one room. The animals and I will live in one room. If new people come in, we will make further distributions. Well, okay, Brother Han. The two expressed no objection to Mo Han's assignment. Mo Han said to Hua Lingrong, who was still washing dishes in the kitchen, Lingrong, cook some porridge. I'll bring it up to Wang Xiaochong. Old man Zhang said that Wang Xiaochong can eat some liquid food, then have some porridge. Okay, I'll cook it right away. Hua Lingrong replied, then took the rice cooker and started cooking porridge for Wang Xiaochong. Zhang Wei and Tan Si ate and went back to their rooms to sleep. Mo Han was bored and lying on the sofa watching a movie. He downloaded all of them before the end of the world. Some of them he had read, and some he had not. Dabing, Yaoji, Haidatu, and Xiaohua. For guys are holding tablets and watching Crying Sheep and Red Wolf. Mo Han randomly ordered a movie to kill time. Brother Han, the porridge is ready. Should we serve it now? Hua Lingrong asked Mo Han. Mo Han smiled and said, send it up now. Hua Ling nodded and smiled, filled a bowl with porridge, put a spoon in it, and took the elevator upstairs. Shuejiao, Xin Shirtu, and Wang Xiaochong were chatting in the operating room. Zhang Chaoyong was sleeping on a stool at the door of the operating room. Hua Lingrong gently walked around Zhang Chaoyong and pushed the door into the operating room. The three men looked over in unison. The scorching gaze made Hua Lingrong feel embarrassed. It was Shuejiao who broke the awkwardness first. He coughed a few times and said, Lingrong, is this for Xiaochong? Thank you. Well, Brother Jiao, this is what Brother Han asked me to bring. Hua Lingrong placed the porridge on the table next to the operating room, greeted everyone politely, and went back to the living area. Shuejiao said to Hua Lingrong as she left, this girl is so beautiful. If I could find a woman like her to be my wife, what more could I ask for? Shen Shirtu said sourly, Brother Jiao, don't you realize that this little girl is obsessed with Brother Han? You have no chance. Nonsense. Shuejiao took the bowl of porridge that Hua Lingrong had placed on the dining table and fed it to Xiaochong with a spoon, saying, that girl's big watery eyes are always glancing at Brother Han. How can I not see that? Shin Shirtu laughed and said, I can see that. What are you still fantasizing about? Shuejiao laughed and said, don't worry, there is another girl, lively and cute, much more likable than this one. Chapter 184. The volcano is about to erupt. Haha, Shin Shirtu laughed. It seems that Brother Jiao likes cute ones? Shuejiao said, of course. Let me tell you first, I have already decided on Lingyu, so you are not allowed to compete with me for her. Okay, I won't fight with you. Shin Shirtu said with a smile, don't you know who I like? Shuejiao was unable to react for a moment. Who is it? That Lin. Shin Shirtu stammered. Lin Yan. Shuejiao was so excited that he almost spilled the porridge on the bed. Shirtu, I'm not saying anything bad about you. But why do you like Lin Yan's icy face when there are so many people you can like? Shin Shirtu immediately interrupted Shuejiao. Stop. What is an iceberg face? You don't understand. That's called an ice beauty, arrogant. Do you understand arrogant? Shuejiao said impatiently. I don't understand. You are the only one who likes having a cold face all day long. I don't like it. Wang Xiaochong ate the porridge and listened quietly to the two people bickering. Anyway, I'm used to it, and I won't help anyone. Shuejiao fed Wang Xiaochong food mouthful by mouthful. There was only a small half of the bowl left. Suddenly, the bowl in Shuejiao's hand shook violently. Shuejiao didn't hold the bowl firmly, and the bowl in his hand fell upside down on Wang Xiaochong's quilt. Wang Xiaochong and Shin Shirtu looked up at Shuejiao in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly went crazy. But the next second, Wang Xiaochong's bed began to shake violently. The three looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Mo Han was sprawled on the sofa watching a movie. Live a shitty life to the extreme. Hua Lingrong brought back the porridge, asked Mo Han for a tablet, and sat on another sofa to watch a movie. I watched animal cartoons episode after episode. Hua Lingyu was also lying in her bedroom watching TV series. Mo Han was watching with great interest when suddenly he felt the sofa shaking a few times. Mo Han looked up at Hua Lingrong and asked, Lingrong, do you feel the sofa shaking? Hua Lingrong paused the tablet in her hand and sat motionless on the sofa, quietly feeling to see if there was any shaking. No, Brother Han, I didn't feel any shaking. Hua Lingrong said in confusion. Didn't you feel any shaking? Mo Han frowned. That's unlikely. Since I awakened my powers, my perception has become much stronger than before. There must have been an earthquake under the shelter. Earthquake? Hua Lingrong became worried instantly. Then, will the earthquake collapse the shelter? Mo Han thought for a moment and said, according to what Wang Feng said, the possibility is not high. The shelter's earthquake resistance can reach level 16. After thinking for a while, Mo Han walked to the sofa where the four animals were sitting and said to Xiao Hua, who was watching the cartoon intently, "Don't just focus on watching the cartoon. Concentrate and hold your breath. Feel it carefully and see if there is any danger in the shelter." Xiao Hua was busy watching cartoons, and Imohan called her twice before she came back to her senses. Imohan shook his head. Sure enough, nothing in the world is perfect. Xiao Hua is very smart, but unfortunately she is obsessed with watching cartoons. Every time she watches cartoons, she feels like several cows can't pull her back, and she is in a trance. If danger comes, it will have no idea. Except when watching cartoons, its perception ability is very accurate. Xiao Hua flew from the monster chicken to the coffee table, paused the tablet in front of everyone, and said to everyone, "Pause it first, otherwise I won't be able to follow the plot later." Imohan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Crying sheep and red wolf. What kind of plot can this have? Xiao Hua rolled her eyes at him and said, "You don't understand. You humans have your own plot, and we birds have our own plot." Bang! When Imohan was talking to Xiao Hua, he felt the room shaking again. One of the chandeliers in the living room fell down. Don't hesitate, Xiao Hua. Feel it quickly. Will this vibration continue? If it continues, we must move out of the shelter immediately. Xiao Hua also became nervous. Now on the coffee table, with eyes closed, I remained motionless, sensing danger. Suddenly, it screamed loudly. Oh no! There is an earthquake and a volcanic eruption. A volcanic eruption? Imohan also became nervous. Are you sure there will be a volcanic eruption? Because Wang Feng, the architect who built the shelter, said that the shelter is extremely solid, and except for a volcanic eruption, basically no other natural disaster can destroy it. If it is really a volcanic eruption, then we have to evacuate as soon as possible. Confirmed. After the earthquake, the volcano will erupt. Hurry up and leave. Xiao Hua's voice was almost hysterical. Imohan was very panicked and quickly turned to Hua Lingrong and said, "Lingrong, hurry up. Tell everyone to get up and leave the base." "Yeah, okay." Hua Lingrong threw the tablet in her hand on the sofa, rushed to the bedroom, and called Hua Lingyu, Zhang Wei, Tensi, and others. Imohan quickly put everything that could be put away in the room into the space. After Zhang Wei and the others got up in a hurry, they took the elevator and rushed to the treatment room on the first floor. In the elevator, Zhang Wei asked in confusion, "Brother Han, what's wrong?" "The volcano is about to erupt. We must rush out now." Imohan made it short. 3 people hurried out of the elevator. At the elevator entrance on the first floor, I met the flustered Shuejiao. Shuejiao was just about to go to the living area to tell a few people about the shaking shelter, but unexpectedly, he ran into a few people coming out of the elevator. "Brother Han, it's shaking everywhere. Is there going to be another earthquake?" Shuejiao asked Imohan. Imohan shook his head. "An earthquake and a volcanic eruption. Brother, hurry up and carry Wang Xiao out, otherwise it will be too late." Several people rushed to the operating room while talking. The door of the operating room opened. Shen Shirtu carried Wang Xiaochong on his back, and Zhang Chaoyong followed behind them. The 3 of them hurried out of the operating room. Imohan counted the people present several times, and finally Zhang Wei discovered that there was still one person who had not come. Who didn't come? Lin Xiao? When Imohan asked Hua Lingrong to call everyone, Lin Xiao happened to be using the toilet in the bathroom of another house, although he also felt the shaking. But because his legs were not very strong, when everyone else rushed away, Lin Xiao could only limp and walk slowly with a crutch, and he had no time to catch up with them. "Lingrong, take them away first. I'll go back to find Lin Xiao." Imohan said to Hua Lingrong. "Brother, I'll go with you," Zhang Wei said firmly. "Okay." Imohan nodded. The group split into 2 groups, and Hua Lingrong took the others to the elevator outside the shelter. Imohan and Zhang Wei went back to the living area to find Lin Xiao. When we arrived at the living area, Lin Xiao was limping out of the hall, preparing to take the elevator. Zhang Wei carried him on his back and said, "I'm sorry, brother. I was running too fast just now, and I was so confused that I almost forgot about you." Chapter 185. The shelter is completely destroyed. Lin Xiao lay on Zhang Wei's back, looking at the 2 people who came and went, feeling filled with emotion. Just now, he thought everyone had abandoned him. But a few seconds later, he was absolutely convinced that Zhang Wei and the others would come back to rescue him. So, when he saw Imohan and Zhang Wei running back, Lin Xiao knew that what he firmly believed in was correct. As Zhang Wei's subordinates, Zhang Wei never abandons his comrades. He said, "Comrades in arms, we always live and die together." Although he firmly believed that they would come back, Lin Xiao still felt his eyes moist when he saw them really come back. This kind of friendship of sharing weal and woe was more than just touching. It was something he would remember for the rest of his life. Based on the degree of shaking of the house, Lin Xiao knew that another earthquake might be about to happen, and it would be a super large earthquake. He knew very well how powerful an earthquake was, because the Tomorrow base had just been destroyed by an earthquake. The earthquake came quickly, so it is understandable if people are unwilling to take the risk to rescue him. Therefore, Lin Xiao's gratitude to Zhang Wei for returning to save him at great risk was truly indescribable. Similarly, Mo Han is willing to take them in and share hardships with them, so he is also a good brother worthy of making friends. Zhang Wei carried Lin Xiao on his back and quickly entered the elevator, with Mo Han following behind. In the elevator, Zhang Wei asked Lin Xiao, "Brother, tell me the truth. Do you all think we have given up on you?" Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head. "At first, I thought you had given up on me," Lin Xiao said truthfully. "But after that moment, I firmly believed that you brothers would come back to find me." Zhang Wei laughed heartily and said, "Yes, brother, that's right. Remember, always believe in your comrades, and believe that our friendship is stronger than anything else." "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded firmly. The three of them quickly reached the first floor and took the elevator out of the shelter from the first floor. Dust was flying everywhere around the shelter. The surrounding land was shaking violently. In the flying dust, Lin Xiao, who was on Zhang Wei's back, saw the people waiting next to the shelter at a glance. They stood there like steel, letting the dust blow against them. Seeing the three people go out, Shuejiao and the others rushed over and shouted loudly, "Away, Han He!" Lin Xiao, Mo Han said to everyone, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's run to the road quickly." On the road, there was a van owned by Mo Han. However, due to the earthquake, the van could not play any role at this time. Mo Han took the opportunity to explore the road ahead, took out a helicopter from the space, and placed it on the roadside not far away, and said to everyone, "I put this helicopter here before. Let's take this to escape." Everyone nodded. Zhang Wei sat in the driver's seat and Zhang Qiaoyong sat in the passenger seat. Shuejiao, Tan Si, Xin Shitu, and Lin Xiao sat in the middle row. Wang Xiaochong was lying in the last row. Mo Han took Hua Lingrong, Hua Lingyu, Dabing, Yaoji, and Xiaohua to ride on Hey Dada's back. Everyone was also confused and didn't know where to go. Mo Han said to Zhang Wei, "Let's drive towards Nanxia City. There aren't too many earthquakes to the west of there. If we get lost, let's meet on the rooftop of the Emerald Pearl, the largest hotel in Nanxia City." "Okay," Zhang Wei said. "Brother Han, be careful on the road." "Well, away, be careful on the road." After saying that, Zhang Wei started the plane and flew towards Nanxia City. The big black bird also flapped its wings quickly to keep up with the pace of the helicopter. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and it was not yet dark. Zhang Wei was flying in the helicopter in front, while Mo Han and the Hua sisters were following behind on their black bicycles. It took about 10 minutes to fly out. Zhang Wei and Mo Han turned around at the same time. Finally, Zhang Wei parked the plane on a square that was not completely destroyed. Mo Han also ordered the big black man to stop. Zhang Wei and his friends got off the plane, and Mo Han and others also got off from the black-headed man's back. Everyone smiled at each other and saw inquiry in each other's eyes. What to explore? Explore whether earthquakes and volcanic eruptions really happen. If neither of these two things happens, then living in a shelter is actually quite comfortable. Everybody is reluctant to leave. "Come on, brother, have a cigarette." Mo Han handed the cigarette to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei refused. "Sorry, brother Han, I don't smoke." Mo Han passed the cigarettes to a few other people, but didn't smoke either. "Oh, I almost forgot. Soldiers don't smoke," Mo Han said angrily. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "It's not that absolute, but none of us smoked." "Yeah." Mo Han nodded, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and looked up in the direction of the shelter. Suddenly, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently again. Bang! There was a loud bang, which made everyone dizzy and deaf. Everyone covered their ears and stared in the direction of the shelter. I saw thick smoke billowing like a thick pillar, swirling up into the sky. Bang! Another loud bang. Mo Han shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and return to your positions. The ground is about to crack." Zhang Wei and everyone rushed onto the helicopter. Mo Han and the Hua sisters also quickly climbed onto the back of Hey Datu. Zhang Wei started the helicopter and it took off into the air, and Blackhead also left the ground in an instant. Bang! After the final loud bang and thick smoke, flames shot up into the sky. Huge amounts of magma shot up into the sky from the direction of the shelter, flying and flowing in all directions. The once solid shelter was instantly shattered into pieces and flew in all directions under the tremendous force of the volcano. A few pieces of iron narrowly passed by Blackhead. Everyone sighed when they saw this scene. If it had been 10 minutes later, I'm afraid you all wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Emohan turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua squatting on his shoulder and said, Xiao Hua, when you are free, you should always be aware of the things around you. If you had been watching cartoons today and I hadn't reminded you to sense danger, maybe none of us would be alive now. So you must not be careless in the future. Every time before watching cartoons, you must first sense the surroundings to make sure there is no danger, and then you can watch the cartoon slowly. I got it, Brother Han. Perhaps realizing the seriousness of the situation, Xiao Hua, for the first time ever, did not talk back to Emohan. Usually, no matter what Emohan says, it always disagrees and has to retort. His attitude today was very correct, which made Emohan like him very much. Everyone felt a little regretful after seeing the shelter destroyed. But it's better this way. Now that the shelter is gone, everyone can leave with peace of mind and no longer have any illusions about the shelter. No matter how solid the shelter is, it is nothing compared to the fierce nature. Chapter 186. Everyone goes to Nanxia City. After witnessing the destruction of the shelter with their own eyes, everyone became homeless children and began their wandering journey in the apocalypse. Emohan actually didn't know where he should go, but because of his memories from his previous life, he knew that the western part of Nanxia City was not greatly affected by the earthquake. Therefore, it is recommended that everyone go to Nanxia City. As we were afraid of getting separated for one reason or another, we agreed to meet on the rooftop of the Emerald Pearl, the largest hotel in Nanxia City. Since the earthquake will not affect the western part too much, the Emerald Pearl will not collapse. The rooftop of the Emerald Pearl is very spacious, just big enough to park an airplane, and the downstairs are all 5-star suites, just right for everyone to survive for a while in the apocalypse. Maybe there are still a lot of food and drinks in the room. After determining the target, everyone started flying towards Nanxia City. When taking off, Emohan looked at the time. It was 1825. Because it is summer and the days are long and the nights are short, even though it is past 6 o'clock, the sky still looks very bright and there is no sign of darkness at all. To reach the west district of Nanxia City, you have to cross the entire Nanxia City. Because Emohan and the others are currently in City G, the easternmost city of Nanxia City. Therefore, it takes quite some time to get to the Emerald Pearl Hotel in the west. Blackhead flew with Emohan, the two Hua sisters, Dabing and Yao Ji, and experienced for the first time what it was like to feel refreshed. I don't usually feel this way when I'm on an airplane. The huge wings of the Blackhead were about 8 meters wide when spread out. Several people sat on it, with Dabing and Yao Ji squatting on both sides. There was no need to worry about falling off or anything. Emohan had already made up his mind. Once he got the Emerald Pearl, he would tie a cushion on the black-headed creature's body. When I get tired of riding, I just lie down on the mat and let the big blackhead carry me. Along the way, the two Hua sisters looked down and shouted. This was not the first time Hua Lingrong had flown on Black Big Head's back, but it's Hua Lingyu's first time. Therefore, Hua Lingyu was extremely excited and also infected Hua Lingrong. The two sisters were making a lot of noise, sometimes commanding the black cat to fly faster, sometimes asking it to fly slower. Sometimes I shouted it to fly higher, sometimes lower. Emohan saw the two excited sisters, but his mood was not as good as theirs. Instead, he felt very heavy. Along the way, due to the impact of the earthquake, roads were torn everywhere, houses collapsed, and lives were lost. Those who did not die at the hands of zombies and monsters died in the earthquake. Especially City G, because it is close to Nanyang City, and Nanyang City is close to Qinglong Mountain, the epicenter of the earthquake. Therefore, City G was the most affected by the earthquake, with more than 90 of the houses in the entire urban area destroyed. Fortunately, He Datu traveled westwards, and after arriving in Nanxia City, the situation became much better. There were also collapsed houses in Nanxia City, but they were a minority after all. The further west you go, the fewer houses collapse, and in the end, there are almost no collapsed houses. In fact, Emohan also knew that there would be an earthquake in this life, but because the earthquake in the previous life occurred 1 or 2 years later, and the location of the earthquake was not here. Therefore, Emohan could not accurately know the exact location of the earthquake. I couldn't help but feel emotional. He meowed. Other people's rebirth was to repeat their previous life experiences. If you meet a god, kill the god. If you meet a ghost, kill the ghost. Emohan's rebirth feels like opening a blind box. You know clearly what disasters will occur, but you can only know roughly when they will occur and what type of disaster they will be. You cannot know the details. Emohan couldn't help but feel tired. But it's okay, because it's unknown, so it's mysterious. On the contrary, this kind of life is more meaningful. Facing a different unknown world every day is much better than living the same life over again. The black giant has already flown over the eastern and central parts of Nanxiao City and is now rushing towards the western part. Zhang Wei and his team's helicopter was flying in front. Imohan rode on the big black bike and followed behind. Suddenly, Imohan noticed that the helicopter in front turned on the right turn signal and then flew quickly towards the ground. Imohan was confused. Why were they going down there? He gently patted Blackhead's chest and said to him, "Little Blackie, let's go down and see what they are going to do." Gah! The big blackhead obediently flew towards the ground and caught up with the helicopter in a few seconds. The helicopter circled in the air for several times and finally stopped inside a gas station. Because the earthquake did not reach this area, the gas station was not affected at all, and people were able to continue refueling. The big black guy also stopped behind the helicopter. Imohan looked at Zhang Wei and his companions who got off the plane in amazement, his heart beating fast. They must know that airplanes cannot be fueled by car gasoline, but only by special aviation fuel, right? The next second, Zhang Wei, Xuejio, Tansi, Shin Shirtu, and others walked towards Imohan. Zhang Wei was the first to speak. "Brother Han, there must be a lot of empty oil drums in this gas station. Let's take this opportunity to get some oil back. It will be useful in many places in the future." "Ah," Imohan finally reacted. "You guys are going to take gasoline back. I thought you were going to refuel the plane." Tansi smiled and said, "Brother Han, the plane needs special fuel. Ordinary gasoline won't work." Imohan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go in and take a look." When the end of the world just came, Imohan filled up gasoline at several gas stations in Ji City and Nanyang City, but he had never been to any place farther away. The gas station here is still well preserved, and it looks like it has not been robbed before. From today on, Imohan and his friends will be the first group of robbers at this gas station. Of course, this will also be the last batch, because Imohan will suck up all the oil in the entire gas station. Several people entered the reception center inside the gas station. There are 2 houses in total, one small and one large. On the left is a convenience store, which sells all kinds of food and drinks, as well as toilet paper and other items. On the right is the reception center. The so-called reception center is the place where people come to scan the code and pay after refueling. There is a large counter, and opposite the counter is a black faux leather sofa. Walking inside to the right of the counter is a large warehouse. The inside was filled with gas barrels stacked up layer by layer. They are all new oil barrels and have not been used yet. Imohan, Zhang Wei, Tansi, and others, each holding a few oil drums, ran to the gas station. Then come back and get the oil barrel again. The 2 Hua sisters, De Bing and Yao Ji, also came to help. Shin Shirtu and Xuejio used the oil guns to fill the oil barrels, filling up all the new oil barrels. The helicopter is not big. Zhang Wei counted and estimated that it can carry at most 20 barrels of gasoline. But now, there are 300 barrels of gasoline in the gas station, all of which are 120-liter barrels. Everyone was very worried and didn't know how to transport it back. Chapter 187 New Foothold. It was a headache, but there was nothing we could do, so we could only transport the 20 barrels back first, and then come back to transport the remaining barrels. Zhang Wei and the others knew that Imohan had awakened his spatial ability, but they thought that it was just as Imohan had said last time at the entrance of the cave, that he had only awakened a space as big as a suitcase. Therefore, Zhang Wei and the others did not expect that Imohan's tiny space could hold so much gasoline. Imohan stood in the gas station, looking at the people with sad faces, and was struggling with his thoughts in his heart. Should I put all the things into the space in front of everyone? After all, we are a team in the future and will live together every day. The fact that there is actually a lot of space will be exposed sooner or later. As long as the billions of supplies inside are not exposed, it will be fine. Alternatively, you can find a way to get everyone away first, and after everyone leaves, you can put all these things into the space without anyone noticing. But if this is the case, if gasoline is needed in the future, the people at the base will have to go out and search everywhere, which will increase the risk factor. Imohan thought about it, and finally decided to tell a lie and talk about the matter of the space out in the open. Ahem. That. Imohan thought for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, "Brothers, I have awakened my spatial ability. At the beginning, my space was only as big as a suitcase, and I could only carry a few umbrellas, a few clothes, etc. As my abilities gradually improve, my space is now as big as several houses. Therefore, I can put this batch of gasoline in my space and bring it back to the Jade Pearl. It's really upgraded and got bigger?" Zhang Wei said happily. "Brother Han, that's great. When we go out to look for food, drinks, and daily necessities, we don't need to carry a bag anymore. We can just let you store them in the space. Yeah, I guess this space will gradually get bigger in the future, and can hold unlimited things. Imo-han replied. Shuejiao looked at Imo-han in amazement and said excitedly, Brother Han, please perform a show. Shin Shirtu also said, I used to only see the male and female protagonists with supernatural powers in novels. I never thought that such supernatural powers actually exist in real life. It's really amazing. Tansi stood aside but didn't say anything. Because the last time Imo-han went to look for old man Zhang Chaoyong, he was dealing with a giant python outside the cave and demonstrated his supernatural space in front of everyone. Zhang Wei, Tansi, and Wang Xiaochong were all there at that time. What surprised Zhang Wei was not Imo-han's space, but the fact that the space could be upgraded so quickly. As for Shuejiao and Shin Shirtu, they were not at the scene at the time, so it was normal that they did not know about the space. Shuejiao was very curious and kept urging Imo-han. Brother Han, get straight to the point. Imo-han nodded slightly and raised his right hand slightly. In an instant, all 300 barrels of gasoline on the ground disappeared. Everyone standing next to Imo-han was stunned with surprise. It took me a long time to react. Imo-han patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, It's going to be dark soon. Let's go. Everyone was still immersed in shock at Imo-han's spatial ability. Shuejiao couldn't help but say, Brother Han, that's awesome. Tansi and Shun Shirtu opened their mouths wide, wishing they could crawl on the ground to express their admiration for Imo-han. However, the two of them held back. A man's knees are made of gold. You can worship him, but it is impossible to prostrate yourself on him. However, everyone really recognized Imo-han from the bottom of their hearts. This, Brother Han, was not just a shout. This guy is really capable. Okay, I got it, Brother Han. Zhang Wei waved his hand, and everyone followed him towards the helicopter. Imo-han also brought the two Hua sisters, the Bing, and the demon chicken and got on the back of Hey Dadu. After flying for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at our destination. It was dark by then. Zhang Wei parked the helicopter on the roof of Emerald Pearl and got off the plane with Tansi, Shuejiao, and Shin Shirtu. On the plane, Zhang Chaoyong was sleeping soundly and snoring loudly. Wang Xiaochong woke up and fell asleep again. Lin Xiao hadn't slept the whole time, but because his legs were not very strong, he would sit still in his seat every time his brothers got off the plane. As soon as Zhang Wei and his companions got off the plane, they heard a roaring sound coming from not far away. It was already dark and no one could see clearly ahead, but as soon as they heard the sound they knew it was zombies. Zhang Wei and others immediately drew their guns from their waists, as if by reflex. Imo-han jumped off the black-headed man's back and quickly stopped everyone. Don't shoot yet, for fear of attracting more zombies. Yeah. Zhang Wei nodded, and everyone put their guns back to their waists. Imo-han said to everyone, about 16 meters ahead, 30 degrees to the left, there are 3 zombies. Da Bing, Yao Ji, I'll leave this to you two. Woof, woof, woof. Woof. The 2 dogs immediately let out a low growl and ran towards the 3 zombies. After a burst of fire and lightning, the zombie fell to the ground. Imo-han held a silent gun in his hand and said to everyone, the Emerald Pearl has a total of 20 floors. We are now on its roof. Everyone, carry Wang Xiaochong and Lin Xiao on your backs, and follow me to find a place to live downstairs. The upper floors are the most luxurious suites, and not many people usually live there. But everyone should be careful, for fear that zombies might sneak up, just like the 3 zombies just now, who probably wandered up to the roof by accident. Okay, everyone nodded and quickly ran back to the helicopter. Zhang Wei woke up Zhang, who was snoring. Tansi and Shin Shirtu carried Wang Xiaochong up, and Shuejiao supported Lin Xiao. Imo-han raised his hand slightly, and with a thought, he put the helicopter into the space. Dabing, Yaoji, and Hey Dada walked around upstairs, confirmed that there were no zombies or monsters upstairs, and then ran downstairs. Everyone was about to follow him downstairs when Imo-han suddenly said, Wait. There were a few dog barkings downstairs, followed by a few bang 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 sounds. After 2 or 3 minutes, everything returned to calm. Imo-han whispered, You can go now. After saying this, he walked in front, and everyone followed behind him. A group of people walked down the stairwell and reached the 20th floor. Imo-han took out a flashlight from the space and shook it gently. There were big golden letters on the wall, 20F. Xiaohua flew over in the darkness and landed on Imo-han's shoulder. Imo-han asked it, Is there any danger on this floor? Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes. Yes. Before Imo-han could say anything, the people behind him suddenly became nervous. My hand involuntarily wanted to reach for the gun at my waist again. Imo-han turned around and comforted everyone. Don't be afraid. Xiaohua looks so calm. It shouldn't be dangerous. Imo-han had just finished speaking when suddenly, a zombie rushed out in front of him and started roaring at everyone. Imohan and everyone else were shocked. Fortunately, Big Blackhead suddenly flew over, grabbed the zombie, and threw it downstairs. Bang! There was a loud noise. It turns out that the bang 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 sounds just now were actually the Big Black Head throwing zombies downstairs. Chapter 188 Super Family Suite. Xiaohua was very smart. She was afraid that she would be in danger, so she quickly flew off Imohan's shoulder and shouted in the air, "Brother Han, I didn't say the danger was not big just now. You said it yourself." Imo was about to scold Xiaohua, but suddenly remembered that Xiaohua really didn't say anything. He said it all. So he slowed down his tone and said, "That's your fault too. You didn't remind me that there was a zombie underground." Xiaohua said aggrievedly, "This is all the fault of the monster chicken. It was because it didn't have enough power that it only stunned the zombie, but didn't kill it." Imohan laughed and said, "Where did that guy go?" Xiaohua leaned close to Imohan's ear and said mysteriously, "Stop talking. That guy electrocuted a few zombies and ran out of power. Now he's being chased downstairs by the zombies." Imohan was amused and laughed. "Trash." Xiaohua quickly added, Yes, it's a loser, a rookie. Where's the pancake?" Alas, Xiaohua shook her head and sighed. "Our firepower is insufficient, and we are being chased by the zombies." Imohan, the improvement of superpowers is imminent. After Blackhead threw the zombie downstairs, he walked obediently to Imohan. Imohan shone the flashlight around and asked Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, did you look around just now? Which room is better for us to stay in?" Xiaohua flapped her wings and flew forward for a distance, then shouted to Imohan, "Brother Han, I feel like this one should be good." "Okay." Imohan led the people behind him and quickly walked to the room Xiaohua pointed to. Because Xiaohua has the ability of perception and is very accurate, you will never go wrong if you listen to it. Imohan walked to the door, looked up and saw that the room number was 20 to 888. Imohan complained, "It's rustic, but it's a good room." With a thought, he took out the master key from the space and opened the door carefully, while holding a knife in his hand so that he could take action at the critical moment. Xiaohua had already flown in, walked around the house, and said, "Brother Han, you guys can stay here. There's no danger." "Okay." Imohan then put away the knife. I shone the flashlight around and found that it was very spacious inside, especially spacious. This is not like a regular large room, more like a family suite. Imohan took out 2 more flashlights from the space, handed them to Zhang Wei and Shuejiao, and said, "I'll go over and take a look." Entering the room is a large living room with a luxurious brown sofa in the middle. In front of the sofa is a low table with a basket of beautiful baby's breath on it. Next to the window is a desk. There were a lot of food left by the hotel on it. 6 buckets of instant noodles, 6 bottles of mineral water. There are bedrooms on both sides of the living room, for a total of 6 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms has sky blue walls and a beautiful bunk bed. There are also plastic balls, slides, jumping pads, and other things in the room. It is probably designed to cater to families with children. Every bedroom was clean, and no one had ever lived in it. It's been so long since the end of the world, but there isn't much dust. It seems that this hotel does a very good job of cleaning. Each bedroom has a separate bathroom. The room is large, luxurious, and comfortable. The only downside is that there is no kitchen to cook. Imohan walked around the room and finally sat down on the sofa. Everyone entered the room. Imohan said to everyone, 2 people per bedroom. Everyone choose a bedroom to rest. Imohan glanced at everyone in the room. Zhang Chaoyong, Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, Shin Shirtu, Tan Si, Wang Xiaochong, and Lin Xiao. Plus Imohan, Hua Lingrong, and Hua Lingyu. There are 10 people in total. There are 6 bedrooms in total. 2 people can live in one room, so there is still 1 extra bedroom for 10 people, which is just right for the animals. Very spacious. After everyone settled Wang Xiaochong and Lin Xiao, they prepared to go check the rooms outside to see if there was anything to eat. Imohan smiled and said, "No hurry. Eat these boxes of instant noodles on the table first, and then go to collect things room by room tomorrow morning." Zhang Wei looked at the 6 boxes of instant noodles on the table and said to everyone, "You guys eat. I don't feel hungry at all if I don't eat." Shuejiao also said, "Yes, I'm not hungry either, Brother Han. You can eat with everyone." Imohan knew that Zhang Wei and Shuejiao were not hungry, but wanted to leave the food for everyone. Imohan smiled and said, "You don't have to be modest. If you really want to eat, it's very simple." Imohan stood up from the sofa and waved to the black-headed man who was standing outside the door. The black-headed man immediately squeezed in from the side. He took a few steps towards Imohan. Imohan said to Hey Datu, "Little Blackie, this is the master key. Take it and go to the next door to get some buckets of food." Huh. Blackhead agreed readily. Xiaohua also followed. Dabing and Yaoji haven't come back yet, Tan Si said with some concern. Brother Han, are the two puppies in danger? Imo Han shook his head. Don't worry, even if they run out of superpowers, those zombies can't outrun them. Don't be fooled by how funny and stupid they usually are. They are actually very smart. Okay, I got it, Brother Han. After hearing Imo Han's words, everyone relaxed. Tear opened the instant noodles one by one. I saw that although there was a water dispenser in the room, there was no electricity to boil water for instant noodles. Everyone had to chew dry instant noodles. It may taste a bit bad, but it's better than starving to death. Imo didn't eat, but sat on the sofa smoking. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the sound of woof 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 was heard. Imo Han was delighted and was about to get up to open the door, but Tan Si had already gotten there. As expected, what arrived were pancakes and chicken. Everyone just thought they were hiding from the zombies, but who knew they were holding something in their mouths? There was a piece of cloth in Dabing's mouth, and something was bulging inside the cloth. Imo Han walked over and opened the cloth ball. He saw that it was full of food, such as instant noodles, sausages, etc. There was quite a lot of it. The monster chicken had a large sack in its mouth, which was also filled with food and drinks. Imo Han poured the contents of the bag onto the sofa and discovered that there were even TT boxes in it, and not just one box, but more than a dozen boxes. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Demon chicken, where did you get this thing from? Demon chicken. Woof woof woof. I said, do you understand? But as long as there is food, it's fine. You two were being chased by zombies, but you still remembered to look for food. Your spirit is commendable. When the two dogs heard Imo Han talking about the embarrassing incident of being chased and bitten by zombies, they lowered their heads in embarrassment. But when they heard Imo Han say that their spirit was commendable, the two dogs suddenly felt that they were really energized. Imo Han tore open a bucket of instant noodles and started to eat the dry noodles. Blackhead is back, and he brought back a lot of things. The group chatted for a while and then went to bed. The two Hua sisters slept in one room, and Shuerjiu and Lin Xiao slept in another. Shen Shirtu and Wang Xiaochong sleep in the same room so that it is convenient to take care of Wang Xiaochong. Zhang Wei and Zhang Chaoang sleep in the same room to enhance the father-son relationship. Imo Han and Tan Si sleep in the same room. After 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went to bed. Chapter 189. Animals Throwing Zombies at Night. Imo Han was shirtless and wearing flowery underwear, lying on the bed with his legs spread out. He said to Tan Si, who was sleeping with him, "Brother, I think this room is great. It's just right for so many of us." Tan Si replied, "Yes, the conditions are very good. Unfortunately, there is no kitchen to cook." Imo Han took out 2 tablets and 2 pairs of headphones from the space. He handed a tablet and a pair of headphones to Tan Si and said, "The kitchen is simple. I'll arrange it tomorrow morning." Tan Si asked in confusion, "Brother Han, do you have a cooking tool?" "No, I'll just find a set and install it tomorrow." "It's not difficult. Let's watch a movie first." "Ah, watch a movie." After saying that, Imo Han put on headphones and started watching the movie, and Tan Si also watched. Everyone looks at their own things and does not disturb each other. Halfway through the movie, Imo Han got up to go to the bathroom and accidentally walked into the animals' room. But he found that Dabing, Yaoji, Haidatu, and Xiaowa were not in the room. He felt very strange. Where did these 4 guys go? I walked to the door of the living room and saw that it was also closed. How did they get out? Imo Han walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and looked down. It was pitch black outside and he could not see anything. A bunch of playful guys. I guess they went to play somewhere again. Mind them. Don't disturb me from watching the movie. Imo Han shook his head and returned to his room. Just as I put my feet on the bed, 2 bang, bang sounds suddenly came from downstairs. It sounded like something heavy falling to the ground. Imo Han got off the bed, walked to the bedroom window and looked down, but he could see nothing except the endless night. The bang 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 sound continued. At the same time, the roars of the zombies became louder and louder. Imo Han listened carefully and always felt that the zombies were roaring upstairs. Why are all these zombies running to the rooftop? Seeing Imo Han standing by the window and looking down, Tan Si took off the headphones on his ears and asked curiously, "Brother Han, what are you looking at?" Imo Han pulled his head back from the window and said, "I heard bangs and bangs on the ground. I wondered if the blackheads were throwing zombies onto the first floor, but I couldn't see anything." Tan Si put down the tablet, got out of bed and walked to the window. As soon as I approached the window, I heard a bang from below. "It must be," Tan Si affirmed. "The animals are so kind. It's not easy for them to stay up late at night to throw zombies away for everyone's safety." Imo Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You think too highly of them. They are not doing this for us. They just think it's fun." Ignoring the sounds outside the window, Imo Han and Tan Si lay back in bed and watched movies respectively. Except for the animal rooms, which are a little narrower, the beds in every other room are standard large beds, 2 meters wide and 2.4 meters long. There is plenty of room for 2 people to sleep together. Didn't feel crowded at all. Imo Han finished watching the other half of the movie, put the tablet on the bedside table, and turned over to sleep. He didn't know when Tensi fell asleep, but when he woke up, it was always 8:30 in the morning. It was bright outside. Imo Han got up to go to the bathroom and went to the animals' rooms to see if they had returned. However, it was discovered that none of the animals had returned. These guys, could it be that after fighting all night last night, they went asleep in some room? Imo Han went back to his room and changed into a clean t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Tensi stared at him in amazement as a new set of clothes appeared out of thin air in his hands and said, "Brother Han, get me one too." Imo Han nodded and instantly threw over a dozen sets of hot weather clothes. "If you like them, keep them all." Tensi held the pile of clothes and nodded happily. "I like it." "Thank you, Brother Han." Imo Han nodded to him, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Except for Hua Lingrong, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room listening to music, everyone else hadn't gotten up yet. Imo Han walked over and greeted Hua Shirong. "Good morning, Lingrong." Hua Lingrong raised her head and smiled sweetly at Imo Han. "Good morning, Brother Han. By the way, what are we eating today? There is no kitchen here, so we can't cook anything." Imo Han had an idea and took out 2 baskets of steaming buns from the space. He said to Hua Lingrong, "Let's eat this first." Hua Lingrong raised her head and looked in the direction of the bedroom. "What about the others?" Imo Han waved his hand. "Never mind, who asked them to get up late? Just eat dry instant noodles." Hua Lingrong chuckled and said, "Brother Han, you have learned to be stingy." Imo Han took a big bite of the bun and said with a smile, "I'm not being stingy, I'm fighting for what I want." Hua Lingrong smiled foolishly and said, "Okay, I won't give them any." The next second, Tensi came out of the bathroom and saw Imo Han waving at him. "Brother, come over and eat some buns, big and fragrant buns." Hua Lingrong, this traitor. Tensi came over, sat next to Imo Han, picked up a big bun and put it in his mouth, and said, "Brother Han, the animals are back." "You're back?" Imo Han asked in surprise. "Weren't you in the room just now?" Tensi stuffed the remaining half of the bun into his mouth and said vaguely, "I didn't go back to the house. I guess I was afraid of disturbing everyone's sleep, so I'm lying at the door." Haha. Imo Han remembered the bang-bang sounds last night and couldn't help but want to see what the animals' masterpieces were. He quickly got up from the sofa and walked to the door in a few big strides. I secretly opened the door, and the sudden sound of the door opening scared the animals. Imo Han squatted on the ground, looking at the people lying on the ground sleeping, and said, "Why, were you busy all night last night?" Xiaohua poked her head out from under Haidu's armpit and said, "Oh, it was so hard. We threw all the zombies in the building downstairs last night." Imo Han, is it so powerful? If you don't believe me, go downstairs and see for yourself, Xiaohua said, then crawled back under Hey Dada's armpit and continued to sleep. Imo Han was indeed quite curious. He climbed over the animals' bodies, went up the corridor to the rooftop, took out his binoculars and looked down. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. The ground on the first floor was covered with smashed zombies. However, those zombies were not dead yet. They were dragging half of their bodies or their heads, still opening their mouths wide and howling. It's creepy to watch. It seems that these animals really did something big last night. It is estimated that they lured the zombies to the rooftop one floor at a time, gathered them all together, and then threw them down from the roof. The higher you stand, the farther you can hit. These guys are really bad. Imo Han came down from the roof and said to the animals who were still sleeping by the door, "Come in and sleep. You were tired last night. Do you feel comfortable sleeping here?" The 4 guys on the ground quickly got up and walked towards their rooms. Chapter 190A. Group of silly people. Everyone in the room has gotten up one after another. Because Wang Xiaochong had his flesh scraped off to heal his wounds, he would not be infected by the monster's virus, but he was still very weak and needed to rest for a few days. Lin Zhao's fracture has not healed yet. Everyone got up and ate instant noodles. Zhang Wei said to Imo Han, who was sitting on the sofa watching a movie, "Brother Han, let's go downstairs and have a look to see if there are any pots and pans, bowls, gas, or anything like that. This house is still lacking a kitchen." "Yeah, sure." Imo Han nodded and waited for everyone to finish their instant noodles. In fact, his space is filled with all kinds of kitchen supplies. But he doesn't want to use it for the time being. When he wanted to go downstairs to find kitchen utensils, he could also fight zombies and pick up crystal cores to improve his supernatural powers. It just so happened that the first floor was full of zombies thrown down by Blackhead and the others, and many crystal cores were ready. Zhang Wei and his friends ate some instant noodles, loaded their guns, and went downstairs with Imo Han. Generally, the pots, pans, bowls, and dishes of a hotel are not kept in the room. In the kitchen on the first floor, Imo Han, Zhang Wei, Tan Si, and Shuerjiu went out together. Shin Shitu, Lin Xiao, Wang Xiaochong, Zhang Chaoong, Rong and Hualing Yu stayed in the room. Imohan instructed, as long as you don't open the door, it won't matter even if the aliens come. First, the door of this room can still hold out for a while, and second, there are animals at home, so the monsters won't dare to come in easily. Rong and Hualing Yu wanted to go downstairs with Imohan. She shook Missouri Han's arms left and right. Brother Han, please let us go. It's so boring in the house. Please, Brother Han. Too warm, soft body swayed on both sides of Imohan, making it impossible for Imohan to harden his heart. He said arrogantly, you two can go with us. Anyway, the zombies have been dealt with by Blackhead and the others. There shouldn't be any danger. The two sisters were so happy when they got the nod. They clapped their hands and said happily, yeah. The animals sleeping in the room heard Imohan and the others were going downstairs. No one is sleepy anymore. He jumped up from the ground in an instant, ran out the door, and followed. Imohan was holding a big hammer in his hand and walking side by side with Zhang Wei in the front. The rest walked behind. Because there was no electricity, the elevator could not be used and everyone used the stairs. However, because the floor is too high and the space is relatively closed, the light in the stairwell is very dim even during the day, and you can only barely see where the road is. Imohan had an idea and took out 2 flashlights from the space, taking one for himself and giving one to Zhang Wei. Because of the light from the flashlight, the stairwell was no longer dark and everyone could see the way clearly. But we can't take it lightly. Although the animals had thrown all the zombies downstairs last night, who can guarantee that those zombies that were not killed will not come back? Or in other words, are there no few fish that slip through the net? Although other people may not understand animals, Imohan himself knows these careless creatures of his own quite well. No matter what they do, they can never do it perfectly. If you can achieve 6 points, it is already very okay. I'm afraid I can't even get 6 points. Just as Imohan and his companions walked from the 20th floor to the 19th floor, several huge gusts of wind came from behind them. Before anyone had time to look back, they heard a few gurgling sounds, and a group of people were knocked to the ground, rolling down the stairs to the small flat ground at the turning point between floors. All stacked together. Fuck. Dabing, you monster chicken. You two are psychopaths. I'm going to fall to death. My waist. My head. Ouch, my butt hurts. Everyone fell down the stairs, grimacing in pain and roaring at the pancake and the monster chicken that were pressing down on them. Dabing and Yaoji climbed up from everyone's body embarrassedly and couldn't help but step on them a few more times in the process. The pain was so severe that everyone wanted to kill them. Imohan and Zhang Wei were walking in the front and were naturally pushed to the bottom. At this point, both of them were almost crushed. After a lot of effort, Dabing and Yaoji got up, and everyone got up from them. With a click sound, the big black head that rushed over from behind lost his balance, flapped his wings, and kicked with his claws, and Big Pancake and the demon chicken pushed everyone to the ground again. Imohan and Zhang Wei were pressed hard at the bottom. Ah, damn it. Both of them were about to shit themselves. Fortunately, the feces of the two people were strong, and they held their position in the large intestine, preserving the last bit of dignity of their owner. When he discovered the big black head that had knocked everyone down, he quickly flapped his wings and jumped away. Dabing and Yaoji stood up again. The others also helped each other up. Imohan and Zhang Wei lay on the ground, looking at each other, and were crushed to the point that they didn't even have the strength to move. Shuerjiu and Tansi took great effort to lift the two people up from the ground. The two men sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Imohan looked up and glared at the 3 animals standing on the stairs, trembling because they had made a mistake. What a bunch of idiots. You were sleeping peacefully in the room just now. Why did you rush here? Oh, it hurts so much. Zhang Wei rolled up his pants above his knees. His knees were rubbed and bleeding. Imohan wasn't much better off. His elbow was bruised. Rong rushed to Imohan distressedly, lifted his elbow, and looked left and right, and asked distressedly, Brother Han, does it hurt? Imohan shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Yu also rushed over and said delicately, Brother Han is so pitiful. He completely ignored Zhang Wei, whose knee was bleeding. Zhang Wei deliberately groaned. Oh, it hurts so much. It really hurts. Hiss. The 2 Hua sisters turned around and said to Zhang Wei, Brother Wei, thank you for your hard work. Shuejiu and Tansi were also at heart. Seeing that the 2 beauties treated Imohan in a completely different manner from everyone else, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Alas, when will the beauties turn around and look at me? I want someone to care, too. The Hua sisters hurriedly comforted them. Brothers, you have worked hard. Brothers. Everyone sat there for a few minutes, but in the end, they were all injured to varying degrees and could no longer go down the stairs. I had no choice but to limp back to my room on the 20th floor. However, the glorious task of going downstairs to find pots and pans and picking up crystal cores on the ground outside was given to Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken. In order to make it easier for the guys to carry things upstairs, Imo Han took out a large snakeskin bag from the space and handed it to Hey Dadu and told him, if you can't pick up the crystal core today, then tomorrow. For now, move the things you need in the kitchen to our room. Blackhead made a few GA sounds and ran downstairs with Big Pancake and Monster Chicken. As Imo Han and the others were returning to the room, Hualingrong couldn't help but be curious. Brother Han, why didn't Hey Dadu fly directly from the 20th floor to the first floor? Why did he march in step and run along the stairwell with the Bing and Yaoji? Imo Han laughed and said, haha, what a bunch of idiots, who knows what they are thinking. Chapter 191. Two men, hiding and watching an action movie. Brother Han, why did you come back like this? In the room, Shinshir too didn't understand why everyone came back with bruised faces and noses after being out for less than 5 minutes. Imo Han sighed. Oh, don't talk about it. I fell down in the stairwell. Falling down in the stairwell? Shinshir too was extremely surprised. How could these grown men fall down in the stairwell for no reason? Did they slip on shit or something? Seeing that she was very curious, Hualingrong told her the whole story. Shinshir too laughed out loud after hearing this and kept imagining how funny the scene was. Imo Han was too lazy to talk and went straight to the bedroom to sleep. Just now he was not prepared for Dabing and Yaoji to suddenly rush down the stairs, so he fell and was pinned down by everyone, causing him to be severely crushed. Although I didn't suffer any internal injuries, I suddenly didn't want to move. I just wanted to lie in bed and watch a movie. Imo Han lay on the bed and couldn't help but grinning. I wonder if this is just an excuse for my poor performance? Just now I was excited to go downstairs to get kitchen supplies and pick up some crystal cores, but now I suddenly don't want to move. Alas, men are indeed fickle. 1 second you decide what to do, and the next second you just want to lie down. No, I'm injured. I need to rest. Imo Han turned on the tablet, randomly clicked on an advanced action movie involving a man and a woman, and watched the movie with peace of mind. Creak. The door opened. Tan-si pushed the door and walked in. In order to prevent Tan-si from knowing what he was watching, Imo Han quickly paused the tablet and lay upside down on the bed. I thought Tan-si didn't know the inside story. Unexpectedly, he smiled and said, Brother Han, you don't have to hide. When I pushed the door open just now, I heard the sound inside you, humming and moaning. What did you say? Imo Han was a little embarrassed and said, Brother, you misunderstood. Your brother Han, am a gentleman. How could I watch that kind of movie? Tan-si came over and said with a smile, Brother Han, you are a gentleman, but I am not. Come, let's watch it together. There are good things to share. Imo Han held the tablet in his arms and teased, Hey, brother, aren't you a soldier? Soldiers also watch this. What's wrong with being a soldier? Tan-si said seriously, soldiers are men too. Brother Han, stop hiding it. Let's take a look together. Imo Han then handed over the tablet. The two of them turned the volume down to the minimum. Tan-si got out of bed and locked the bedroom door. Early in the morning, two grown men were lying on the bed watching a movie, constantly judging the figure of the heroine in the movie and the action skills of the hero. Sure enough, no matter who men are or when, they all like action movies. The two of them finished watching the action movie and went to sleep. After waking up from a sleep, I found that Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Monster Chicken had all returned. The room is filled with various kitchen equipment and supplies. Zhang Wei, Shuejiao, and others have begun to install and place the kitchen equipment and supplies to take shape. Because this is a hotel room, apart from the living room, there is only the bedroom. We didn't know where to install the kitchen, so after some thought, we simply decided to install it on the balcony. The balcony is well ventilated, so when you cook or eat, the smell can be easily blown away by the wind, so the room won't be filled with the smell, making people feel choked and stuffy. Imo Han walked over to help everyone. In less than half an hour, a not-too-small kitchen was installed on the spacious balcony. There was no electricity, so everyone used gas. Hualingrong turned on the gas stove and heated up the water to make instant noodles for everyone. This was the third time everyone had instant noodles since coming to this hotel. Imo Han did not intend to show everything in the space to everyone. Although they are allies, allies also have their own secrets. Imo Han has to hold on to his last bottom line. If everyone knew about the billions of supplies in the space, who knows whether the current comrades would become enemies who snatch the supplies in the future. So, Imo Han took out the small things and used them. As for the large amount of supplies in the space, Imo Han basically would not leak them out. Imo Han planned to eat some instant noodles again, so he took everyone to look for food, drinks, and daily necessities. When we go outside together to search for supplies, we get a sense of accomplishment. Secondly, going through life and death together can make the team more united. Although we ate a lot of delicious food in the underground shelter, such as wontons, dumpling skins, meat, etc., but they thought that it was something special about the shelter and that it was food that Imo Han had placed inside before. He had no idea that those were things that Imo Han had just taken out from the space. They didn't ask, and Imo Han didn't explain. Imo Han was sitting on the sofa, and Hua Lingrong had already brought instant noodles over. Zhang Wei was eating instant noodles while saying, "Well, the hot ones are still better. The dry ones taste much worse." After eating, he started to mess around again. Today is a day to tank. A group of people stayed in a hotel room for 5 days. A zombie that escaped the net stood at the door and was grabbed by the shoulders by the big blackhead's 2 claws. He flew high into the sky and then smashed to the ground. The zombie instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. Imo Han distributed the crystal cores in the space to Xin Shi, Lin Xiao, and Wang Xiaochong, who had not yet eaten the crystal cores. Calculating the time, it has been 6 days since Tan Si and Xuerzhou ate the crystal core last time. They should have awakened their special powers. I guess it will be within 1 or 2 days. Imo Han stood by the window, looking at the strange bird flashing by in the sky outside the window, and said to the people sitting on the sofa, "These strange birds in the sky may be because we often stand by the windows without drawing the curtains. When they see us, they think they see fresh flesh and blood. They fly around the door every day, chirping and chirping. To put it bluntly, they want to attack us." Zhang Wei said, "Yes, Brother Han, these strange birds have been flying around outside the window for many days." Imo Han turned to He Tu, who was watching cartoons on his tablet, and said, "He Tu, look at your enemy. He's been circling around outside our window all day long, and you don't care?" Blackhead jumped down from the sofa and ran to the window to take a look. Sure enough, there are a lot of strange birds in the sky. There must be at least 7 or 8. Blackhead walked to the sofa and asked Dabing and Yaoji if they wanted to go. "I heard that we have to fight monsters, which is much more exciting than watching cartoons." Dabing and Yaoji quickly got up from the sofa and walked out the door with He Tu. After going out, the 2 dogs sat on Blackhead's back. Blackhead flapped his wings and flew into the air. Chapter 192, Big Blackhead vs. 8, Mighty. Imo Han and others stood next to the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching the big blackhead flying from the roof to the outside of the window, and the big pancake and the monster chicken on its back. 7 or 8 strange birds were flying around the window, and no one knew what they were trying to do. They are all big birds 2 or 3 meters long, looking neither like crows nor owls. It has a huge beak, but when its mouth opens, it has 2 rows of sharp fangs. Weird and ugly. Tensi stood by the window and said to Imo Han, "Brother Han, the black guy is fighting 8 people at once. So powerful." Shinshirtu also leaned forward and said, "It's a pity that Blackhead's ice ability is only at the elementary level. He can only barely produce a thin layer of ice. If his ice ability matures in the future, coupled with his indestructible body, he will be invincible." Imo Han shook his head and said, "No, an indestructible body is not invincible. For example, if it encounters a giant python and swallows the big blackhead into its stomach, it will suffocate to death. Don't worry, Brother Han, Blackhead won't give the giant python a chance to devour it." Yeah, before the giant python could swallow it, it pecked the giant python to death with a few big bites. Anyway, whenever he uses his superpowers, his body is indestructible, and the giant python can't bite him at all. Tansi said, "I really hope that I can awaken such an awesome superpower." Shinshirtu sighed, "Oh, I'm so envious. I live a life worse than a bird." Tensi laughed at him. "You are not even as good as a bird. Look at the pancake and the devil chicken on the back of Blackhead. One is breathing fire and the other is emitting electric currents. Do you think you can beat those 2 dogs?" Shinshirtu immediately shook his head. "No, I can't compare. Alas, I'm not even as good as a dog." Imo Han patted his shoulder. "Brother, don't insult my dog." Shinshirtu, Brother Han, you're going too far." Tensi, ha 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 ha. 3 grown men were standing by the window, chatting and laughing, their eyes fixed on the big blackhead outside. The big blackhead flew directly to the side of a strange bird and glared at it in the air, preparing for a high-altitude duel. Other strange birds also flew over and surrounded the big blackhead in a circle. The big blackhead let out a GA sound and charged forward fiercely, like a fight between buffaloes. Head to head, bang. After a loud bang, the big blackhead turned 180 degrees in the air, and the strange bird that was knocked down by it fell to the ground dizzy. Imo Han stood behind the French window, watching the scene excitedly, and clapped his right hand with his left palm. "Perfect. This is it." Tensi was also very excited. "Kill them." Shinshirtu directly pushed open a small window above the French window, stretched his head and shouted loudly, "Haidetu, Nyobi, good job." The big blackhead cackled proudly twice. A strange bird suddenly flew towards the small window, opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite Shinshita's face. Shinshirtu was so scared that he screamed, "Oh my god," and quickly shrank back. Imo Han rushed over quickly and closed the small window in an instant. There was a bang as the window clicked, and the strange bird's head was clamped tightly on the window. The huge body was struggling hard outside. At the same time, an unpleasant creaking sound came from the neck of the strange bird. Shinshirtu slapped the strange bird on the head and cursed, I told you to imitate my black-headed bird's croaking. Black-headed bird's croaking sounds like singing, but your croaking sounds terrible. Damn it. Seeing that the strange bird was almost trapped, Imohan opened the window, and the strange bird fell uncontrollably. There was a loud bang. Needless to say, falling from the 20th floor to the first floor would definitely turn you into a pulp. There were 8 strange birds. 2 of them are gone now, leaving 6. However, these 6 became smarter. They no longer confronted the big black head head-on because they knew they could not win. Everyone surrounded the big black head and prepared to deal with it in a different way. No one could guess how they would deal with Imohan, but they just saw them opening their mouths wide and baring their teeth as they gathered towards the big black head. The big black head flew around in the air for a few circles, but they surrounded it tighter and tighter. One of the strange birds rushed forward and bit the black-headed creature. In an instant, the black-headed creature's hair was bitten off in clumps by him. The other strange bird also took the opportunity to bite the big black-headed bird, leaving its mouth full of fur. The big black head pretended to be afraid and cried, "Ga, ga, ga." This aroused the monster's fighting spirit. Seeing the mouths of the 2 monsters, the other 4 monsters immediately became motivated and bit the black-headed monster mouthful by mouthful of fur. However, suddenly there was a crack, and all the fangs in the monster's mouth broke off. Not to mention the broken fangs. The worst thing was that at this moment, the big pancake and the monster chicken on the black head took action. Taking advantage of the opportunity when several strange birds gathered together, Dabing opened his mouth and spit out a few mouthfuls of fire. The bodies of the 4 birds began to burn instantly. They screamed and flapped their wings hard, trying to extinguish the fire on their bodies. However, the fire that spewed out of the pancake was the Samadhi true fire, which could not be extinguished at all. No matter how hard they try, it's useless. Finally, he could only be burned to death. The evil chicken also opened its mouth and spit at the other 2 strange birds. Poof. 2 huge balls of electricity spurted out from the monster chicken's mouth and hit the 2 strange birds respectively. The 2 strange birds were instantly blown away. They struggled for a while and tried to fly again, but they fell straight down in a daze. Imohan stood by the window, looking at his 3 big cuties. I'm so happy. Moreover, I feel very lucky. The demon chicken was his ally in his previous life, while Big Pancake and Blackhead were picked up along the way in this life. I just didn't expect that the ones I picked up along the way would be so awesome. Big Pancake's firepower is stronger than before, and his ability has been upgraded to the 5th level of elementary ability. The demon chicken is no longer easily stunned by itself, and it has directly upgraded its power to a telekinetic ball. Not bad. Imohan analyzed the special abilities of Dabing and the demon chicken to Tan Si and Shinshirtu beside him. When I turned around, I suddenly found that Tan Si's eyes and face were red. Imohan guessed that he was about to awaken his special powers. I quickly said to him, Brother Tan, you are about to awaken your superpowers. Go to bed quickly. You will feel uncomfortable for a day or 2. Yeah. Tan Si rubbed his temples and felt dizzy. Brother Han, did you feel dizzy before awakening your superpowers? Not only will I feel dizzy, but I will also have a high fever. Maybe I will also. Hua Lingyu was sitting on the sofa reading a novel, and suddenly answered Tan Si loudly, I will also. Tan Si was anxious because of what she said. Sister Lingyu, don't keep us in suspense. What else will you do? Hua Lingyu gave Hua Lingrong a meaningful look and said, she can also take off her clothes, completely naked. Hua Lingrong felt that Hua Lingyu was reflecting her, and her face instantly flushed as she looked at Imohan. Imohan also looked at Hua Lingrong. Thinking of the day when she was lying on the bed completely naked, Imohan felt his face getting hot. Chapter 193 The Insect Plague is coming. Lingyu is such a silly girl. She speaks without any heart. Imohan touched his nose and used cough 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 to ease the embarrassment. But Tan Si had never awakened any special powers, nor had he seen anyone else do so. So he thought what Hua Lingyu said was true, and that one really needed to take off all clothes when awakening special powers. He said nervously, will I faint when my powers awaken? Imohan said, yes, he will definitely faint. If the fever reaches a certain level, he will lose consciousness. This sentence made Tan Si even more anxious. He said to everyone, brothers and sisters, let me be frank with you. I am still a virgin. If I take off my clothes during the period when I faint due to awakening my superpowers, please do not enter my room. Don't take advantage of me, especially Lingrong and Lingyu. You two better stay away from me. Don't take advantage of me. Hua Lingyu laughed when he heard what he said. Tan Si, I didn't intend to take advantage of you, but what you said reminded me. If you faint later, I will take your virginity away. Imohan and Shinshirtu opened their mouths wide. What kind of vicious words were said by this little girl Hua Lingyu? Shuejiu came out of the bedroom dazed. He didn't hear anything else. He only heard Hua Lingyu was going to take Tan Si's virginity. He was so anxious that he quickly stopped her. Lingyu, his virginity is not good. Take mine. My virginity is the best. Hua Lingyu laughed loudly. I want both of yours. Hua Lingrong heard her sister talking nonsense like this and quickly said to her, Lingyu, why are you talking nonsense? You are a girl, and you don't know how to be ashamed. Hua Lingyu sticking out her tongue playfully at Hua Lingrong and continued reading the novel on her tablet. Imohan looked out the window and wondered where He Datu, Dabing, and Yao Ji had flown to. He turned around and was about to let Tan Si eat something. Because when my superpowers awaken later, I will be in a coma for a day or two, and by then I will have no food in my stomach and will be very hungry. I had no energy when I woke up. As soon as Imohan turned around, he found that Tan Si had fallen to the ground, unconscious. This is starting too fast. Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked up at Shuejiao opposite him. Shuejiao wasn't in any serious condition. At least he didn't look like he was about to faint. A red face indicates that you have a high fever. There is nothing you can do if you have a high fever. You must have a fever to awaken your superpowers. The process of awakening superpowers is difficult and painful, but just like the Phoenix Nirvana, you have to get through it yourself. If you survive it, you will awaken your special powers and become a great guy. But some people did not survive and were burned into fools. In order to prevent Shuejiao and Tan Si from becoming fools due to a high fever, Imohan said to everyone. In the past 2 days, everyone has taken turns to take care of them, constantly scrubbing their bodies with warm water. This way, the high fever won't turn them into idiots, nor will it overdraw their bodies too much. Shin Shirtu replied, Okay. Before Shuejiao went to sleep in his room, he repeatedly reminded Hua Lingyu. Lingyu, if you really want to have your virginity, you must use mine. Don't use Tan Si's. His is not good. Mine is very good. You will know after you try it. Shin Shirtu was already amused by him. I was just joking, but you took it so seriously. Imohan knew that Shuejiao was joking with Hua Lingyu and urged him, Don't waste time. Go and lie down on the bed. It's just your first night. I'll do it. Mine is better. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Shuejiao quickly turned around and went back to the house, closing the door as he said, Brother Han, I'm not interested in men, so don't mess around. Zhang Wei took a nap. When he woke up, he heard everyone's conversation and smiled and shook his head. The big black eyes are back, knocking on the door. As soon as he entered the door, He Datu threw 2 large crystal cores to Imohan. The crystal core was brought back in its claws. Big Pancake and the monster chicken each had one in their mouths. By the time they spit it out, most of the crystal core had melted away. Imohan shook his head and smiled bitterly. You 2 idiots, you have become like this, you can eat it yourself. Dabing and Yaoji lowered their heads in embarrassment, looked at their own plum blossom claws, then looked at He Datu's eagle claws, and started barking at Imohan. Xiaohua, who was sleeping in the feathers of the monster chicken, poked her head out and translated for Dabing and the monster chicken. Brother Han, Black Big Head has claws, but Dabing and the monster chicken don't, so apart from their mouths, there is really no tool that can take the crystal core back. Imohan smiled and said, That's right. I'll make you 3 a toolbox to store your stuff, so that you don't have to pick up crystal cores outside and not be able to bring them back. The big black head laughed happily, walked over, and kissed Imohan on the face. When Dabing and Yaoji saw this, they took the initiative to run over and prepared to lick Imohan's face a few times. Imohan quickly blocked it with the back of his hand. Go away, don't disgust me with your saliva. Huh. Shin Shirtu suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at the black spots outside the window. Why is this thing moving? Something as small as a sesame seed. If you don't pay close attention, you won't notice that they can actually move. What is that? Imohan pushed away the pancake and the monster chicken that were pounced on him and walked to the window. After taking a closer look, Imohan suddenly raised his voice and said, Close the window quickly. These are leech eggs. Ah. Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu on the sofa were frightened at the same time and rushed to the window. Hua Lingrong was puzzled and asked, Aren't leeches only found in fields and water? How come there are such things on such a high window? Imohan also found it strange. I remember that leeches appeared in my previous life after a heavy rain. It hasn't rained in recent days. Where did these leeches come from? I don't know. Logically, it should have rained to bring this thing here. Where did this thing come from? It's very confusing. As Imohan was speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew by. The wind carries a damp smell, and the black spot on the window suddenly appeared larger. I understand, Imohan said to everyone. This leech should have been brought here by the wind. Hua Lingrong still found it incredible. The weather was obviously very dry before. I really don't understand how these leeches survive the long-term lack of water. Emohan shook his head. To be honest, he couldn't figure it out. In my previous life, leech plagues and nematode plagues only appeared after heavy rains. This life appeared inexplicably. What's even more strange is that it actually appeared on the window of the 20th floor of the hotel, which is really incredible. However, it should have been caused by the humid wind just now. Shin Shirtu and the Hua sisters stood by the window, watching the small black spots that increased in number every time the wind blew. They were curious, but also worried. Would these things affect everyone's lives? But suddenly I heard Emohan say, it's over, it's raining. The insect plague is coming. Chapter 194 Going out to look for pesticides and supplies. Insect plague. Hua Lingyu hugged Hua Lingrong, who was standing next to her, and said, Brother Han, what insect plague? Don't scare me. Emohan said seriously. Lingyu, Brother Han didn't scare you. Once the insect plague comes, the consequences will be serious. What consequences? Hua Lingyu shivered. Emohan pointed at the black spots outside the window and said, once these eggs become leeches, they reproduce very quickly. Well, dozens of times faster than ordinary leeches. By then, they will occupy the entire city, the entire country, and even the entire blue planet. Although we stay in the hotel and don't go out, they will crawl in through the cracks in the windows, the doors, and even the cracks in the walls. They will bite whatever they see. The main thing is that they will attack us because we have blood on our bodies, which leeches love to eat. Leeches are parasites and they love to get into people's bodies and suck blood. Hua Lingyu hugged Hua Lingrong tightly. Sister, I feel so sick and scared. When Hua Lingrong thought of the leech crawling, she got goosebumps all over her body. Shin Shirtu said with disgust, what can we do? Can we just sit there and wait for them to multiply and then come to suck our blood? Emohan closed the window tightly, and with a thought, he took out a bottle of insecticide from the space and sprayed it on the inside of the window. He took out another bottle of glue and blocked the gaps in the windows. Said, no, everyone check the room immediately and seal up any gaps. Let Lingrong and Lingyu do this. You girls should be more careful. Emohan looked back at Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the sofa, and Shin Shirtu, who was behind him, and said, Wei, Shirtu, you two come with me. We must quickly get some insecticides, mouse traps, and other things. Bring some more food, too. Once the insect plague starts, we'll probably be stuck in this hotel for at least 2 months. When Zhang Wei heard this, he quickly got up from the sofa. There are 10 people in their group. Wang Xiaochong is lying in bed injured, and Lin Zhao's fracture has not yet healed completely. Zhang Chaoyong is old, and Mo Han doesn't want him to go out and work hard. Xuejiao and Tansi are awakening their special powers. Xuejiao had a high fever, and Tansi was unconscious. The two Hua sisters have to plug the gaps at home and take care of the wounded and those who have awakened special powers. The only ones who could go out to find supplies were Emohan, Zhang Wei, and Shin Shirtu. Emohan walked into his bedroom and took out 3 sets of protective clothing and 3 bulletproof vests from the space. Put on your own outfit. He held the other 2 sets in his arms and returned to the living room and handed them to Zhang Wei and Shin Shirtu. This is protective clothing. You two should put it on first. Put on the bulletproof vest as well. The 3 of them put on their clothes and checked the guns in their hands. After confirming that the gun was in good condition, he put it on his waistband. Emohan took out 3 big hammers from the space and said to the 2 of them, at a critical moment, this thing is more useful than a knife. Sometimes it's even better than a gun. Zhang Wei took the hammer from Emohan and said, yes, this thing is more useful than a knife, especially when attacking at close range, because with a knife, it might get stuck, but this thing won't get stuck. Shin Shirtu also took the hammer, weighed it in his hand, and said, it's quite heavy. It should be good for blasting zombies in the head. Everything was ready. Emohan was about to open the door and go out, but suddenly he thought of something and stepped back. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead, come here. Emohan said to the 3 big guys. The 3 big guys immediately ran to Emohan. Everyone looked up at Emohan, wanting to see what he was going to do. Emohan had an idea and took out 3 cloth bags from the space and hung them around the necks of the 3 animals. The bag was empty and soft. Hanging on the necks of animals, it doesn't look good, but it doesn't feel out of place either. Okay, now we can go out. Emohan looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. Xiaohua was not happy with this and started to yell, Brother Han, why can they all hang bags but I can't? You? Emohan asked in surprise. They hang bags to put things in when they go out to look for supplies. What about you? You are so small. What do you want to put in a bag? Xiaohua said unconvincedly. It's not like they're the only ones who can pretend. I'm also very strong. Emohan had no choice but to search in the space, and finally found a cloth bag that a child played with and hung it around Xiaohua's neck. The cloth bag was previously hung on Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Black Head, and there was nothing strange about it. But now that it's hung on Xiaohua, it feels weird. Emohan couldn't describe exactly what was wrong. I guess it's because Xiaohua is too small and the cloth bag hanging on it is too big. Okay, let's go. Emohan quickly opened the door and the three men rushed out to prevent leech eggs from being blown into the house by the wind. The animals also ran out one by one. Because it was raining and it was impossible to fly on the big black horse, Emohan led everyone to run quickly to the first floor. It only took 2 minutes to rush from the 20th floor to the first floor. Walking out of the stairwell is a very spacious hall. The lobby is large, with sofas and other things. However, the sofa was covered in blood, which probably indicated that many murders had occurred here due to the presence of zombies. The door of the hall is a revolving glass door, and at this time many black spots appeared on the glass door. But Emohan couldn't care less about that now. He was the first to walk in front, and everyone followed behind him. Walking out of the glass door, Emohan had an idea and took out a bottle of disinfectant from the space and sprayed it vigorously on everyone. He took out several large umbrellas from the space and handed one to Zhang Wei and Shun Shirtu respectively. Emohan walked down the corridor, holding an umbrella. With a thought, his good friend AK-250 appeared magnificently in the open space. Everyone get in the car. Emohan got into the bulletproof car first. Zhang Wei and Shun Shirtu followed. Dabing, Yaoji, and Haidata also quickly got on the bulletproof car. Emohan sprayed the three animals' fur with insecticide in the car and said, "Fortunately, you have thick skin and lots of fur, so the insect eggs can't get into your bodies." Emohan sprayed the animals with insecticide. He put away the umbrella and sprayed it again, because it is necessary to ensure that no insect eggs are brought onto the bulletproof vehicle. The bulletproof car is very precious to Emohan. "Brother Han, if we need pesticides, we can go to the surrounding supermarkets and see if there is anything left. One is to find some pesticides, and the other is to find some supplies," Zhang Wei said to Emohan, because he had worked here before and was more familiar with this place than Mohan. Chapter 195, Becoming the Target of Others' Attention. "Sure," Emohan said, "supermarkets are the best. You can take all the items away. But it's been so long since the end of the world. I wonder if everything in the supermarket has been taken away by others." Zhang Wei said, "That may not be certain. We can only find out after we go and see it." "Well, okay." Muhan sat in the driver's seat, started the bulletproof car, and drove to another street according to Zhang Wei's instructions. In his previous life, his main activities were in the neighboring Nanyang City and the capital of Longhua, Jing City, and he had also been to many other places. He had also been to Nansha City, but he didn't stay there for long and was not as familiar with it as Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei has been working here for the past few years. Later, due to work needs, he went to the army in City G where Mohan lived. Therefore, Zhang Wei is more familiar with this place than Emohan. Turn left here and follow the signs to the southwest of Shuyuan Street. 2 blocks away is a large supermarket called Fumin Village Life Supermarket. Zhang Wei said, "Fumin Village Life Supermarket is the largest supermarket in the nearest blocks. Many people usually go there to buy supplies, and it has everything. Although it has been nearly a month since the end of the world, and we don't know if the things in there are still there, we can go and take a look. Maybe we can find some bargains." Emohan nodded and continued to drive attentively. The bulletproof car is very big, but Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead are also very big. The 3 of them were crowded in the living room of the bulletproof car, and the space in the living room was instantly mostly crowded. But there was no other way. If the weather was fine, the 3 of them could lie on the roof of the bulletproof car. Although the wind was a little strong, it was very comfortable. But now it is raining heavily, and the rain contains leech eggs, so the animals dare not go out in the rain. Even if they dared, Emohan was unwilling to let them get wet. Because leeches love to burrow into human flesh to suck blood. What if they run into the bodies of animals to suck blood? So, let it be crowded. It's not like I can't turn around at all. The journey was relatively smooth. Even if there were staggering cars blocking the road on the street, Emohan and his companions were not afraid and would just drive the bulletproof car through them. When the bulletproof car was almost reaching the Fumin Village supermarket on Sanshan Street, it encountered 2 unicorns blocking the road. Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said to Emohan, "These 2 things are at least 4 meters tall. Can we defeat them?" Emohan smiled and said, "Don't even mention these 2 guys. Even if they are monsters that are 10 times more powerful than them, they can be taken down in minutes." Shun Shirtu sat in the row behind the co-pilot seat, stretching his head and listening carefully to what Emohan and Zhang Wei were saying. On the road, Two unicorns were lying on the side of the road, breathing heavily through their noses, and in their huge mouths were bloody fangs. I don't know which living creature was eaten by them just now. Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Monster Chicken in the living room also came over and looked at the two unicorns on the ground through the windshield of the bulletproof car. It was raining heavily, and drops of rain were hitting the car window. The wipers kept blowing away the rain. After listening to Imohan's words, Shinshirtu waited to see how he would deal with the two unicorns blocking his way on the ground. At this time, the two unicorns saw Imohan's bulletproof car coming from a distance. They stood up from the ground and made attacking gestures towards the bulletproof car. Shinshirtu stared at the sharp horns on their heads and said with some concern, "Brother Han, it is said that the horns of unicorns are harder than steel and are their most powerful weapons. And these two unicorns are aliens. I wonder if they have awakened their special powers. Can this bulletproof car withstand them?" Zhang Wei also turned his head to look at Imohan. They had no idea about ordinary monsters, but this was a unicorn, an upper-level monster among the abyss monsters, and its combat power was extraordinary. Sure enough, the two unicorns opened their mouths. One sprayed fire at Imohan's bulletproof car, and the other sprayed water at Imohan's bulletproof car. Zhang Wei said excitedly, "Brother Han, one of these two guys has awakened the fire power, and the other has awakened the water power. That's great. We can use their crystal cores to awaken the same power later." Imohan shook his head and said, "No, they have been in the rain for so long. The leeches have already drilled into their bodies and are sucking their blood. Such stupid creatures can't even hide from the rain, and their crystal cores are not that smart, so we don't want them." As they were talking, two bang sounds were heard. Seeing that their supernatural powers were unable to defeat the bulletproof car, the two unicorns simply lowered their heads, raised their necks, and used their hard horns to ram the car. The car body shook. Imohan laughed loudly. "Oh, they still have some strength. Just watch. I'll turn them into meat paste in a minute." As Imohan spoke, he pressed down the cutting knife outside the car. All I could hear was the blades spinning at high speed, and a humming sound was heard. Imohan stepped hard on the accelerator, and the blades on the bulletproof car body cut towards the two monsters. There were two heart-wrenching screams of roar and roar. One unicorn died on the spot, and the other one had its belly cut open, with its green intestines spilling out. The unicorn dragged half of its body and crawled forward desperately, using its two front paws. However, the next second, Imohan's bulletproof car rolled over again. For hunting effect, Imohan backed the bulletproof car. Reroll and cut. In the end, the unicorn really turned into meat paste. Zhang Wei and Shinshirtu stared at everything in front of them in amazement. Zhang Wei exclaimed, "This car is amazing. It can run rampant in the apocalypse and sweep away everything." Shinshirtu also said, "Yes, we have this bulletproof car. We are not afraid to travel around the world. No monster can deal with us." Imohan nodded and drove over the unicorn's mud. The car drove forward. As soon as Imohan and his friends drove away, 7 or 8 men started arguing in a room on the 5th floor of a building not far away. "Holy crap, this car is awesome. This is such a cool car. This is the first time I've seen one. Unicorns are extremely terrifying, but this car can cut them into pieces in a matter of minutes. If we had a car like this, wouldn't we be invincible? Brother Ma, do you have any ideas in your mind? What do you think? Take this car for yourself." The person who spoke made a gesture of grabbing his neck. "Do you think they are stupid enough to let you carjack them? Why don't we find a way to lure the people in the car down?" "Yes, Brother Ma, lure the people in the car down and kill them. Then the car will be ours." "This idea is feasible, Wang Difu." Imohan drove a bulletproof car to the entrance of Fumin Village Supermarket. The bulletproof car was parked in the square, and everyone got out quickly. When going out, everyone wears bulletproof vests and protective clothing. Although their movements are a little clumsy now, they can protect their safety to the greatest extent. Chapter 196. Lead these ugly ghosts out. Everyone quickly entered the supermarket. The door of the supermarket was wide open, and the counters and shelves inside were all tilted. There were also miscellaneous items scattered all over the ground. It looks like someone has already gotten here first. Everyone looked around. Although they had expectations in their hearts, they were still very disappointed when they saw the scene in front of them. The most lacking thing in the apocalypse is supplies, and it has been nearly a month now. It is simply impossible to say that the things here are still there. I'm sure that when the apocalypse just started, people rushed to the supermarkets to grab things. There are traces of bloody battles on the ground. It is easy to imagine how tragic the situation was at that time. Imohan took a casual look and was about to turn back. He thought it would be better to look for supplies in those households. There might be a greater chance that they might still find something there. But since I'm already here, I might as well go inside the supermarket and look around. It's such a big supermarket. Even if those people were rushing to grab the items, it's impossible for them to take everything away in one go. And even if those people want to rob, they have to wait until after the end of the world. There are so many zombies after the apocalypse, and people will definitely die if they encounter zombies while snatching things. So it is very likely that there will be something left here. If you can find something, that's good enough. There are billions of supplies in Han's space, but he can't use them all unless it is absolutely necessary. If they knew that he had so many supplies in his space, one would wonder whether his allies would covet his supplies. After all, he had experienced betrayal in his previous life. Although Han also believed in the idea of not employing people if you doubt them in this life, he was still on guard against everything and kept something in reserve. Among this group of people, the relationship between the two Hua sisters and Han is quite deep, and they have lived and died together. There is no problem with Zhang Wei either, because Han knew him best in his previous life. Even if the whole world betrays Han, Zhang Wei will not betray Han. As for the others, Han still needs to continue testing them. In addition, if people just use their own supplies, they can get food and drink without any effort, and life becomes too easy, and people will not cherish it or be grateful. It's better to go out and look for supplies as much as possible. First, it is to be able to have sufficient supplies. After all, no one knows how long the apocalypse will last. Although there are a lot of supplies in Han's space, they will definitely run out one day. The second is to cultivate brotherhood by going out to kill the enemy and make the alliance stronger. By the way, you can also kill zombies, fight monsters, and obtain crystal cores to upgrade your own superpowers. Han's mission in this life is not only to stay alive. He also has to kill the great devil Tulong, who tortured him in his previous life and made him suffer the pain of being cut into pieces. Tulong must die, and he must die miserably, otherwise it will not be enough to relieve Han's hatred. And those guards around Tulong who used extreme torture on him, none of them will ever escape in this life. Therefore, Han must improve his supernatural powers as soon as possible and make himself stronger so that he can kill those enemies. You know, it won't be long before many people will awaken their special powers. Those who have awakened special powers naturally include Han's enemies. If Han doesn't work hard in this life to improve his supernatural powers as soon as possible and let them get the upper hand, it will not be so easy for Han to kill them. The key point is, Han doesn't know where they are now, so he can only keep going out to look for them. If we knew where they were, we would have chopped them into pieces in a matter of seconds. Han, Zhang Wei, and Shun Shurtu walked side by side into the depths of the supermarket. The big black man protected several people behind them to prevent sneak attacks. Dabing and Yaoji walked on the left and right sides of the three people. Because it was raining heavily outside, the sky was gloomy. The lighting inside the supermarket is also dim. But fortunately, I can barely see what's inside. A woo. Not far away, a few zombies saw the people entering the supermarket and roared, wanting to come over and eat their flesh and blood. Han took out a silenced gun and killed the zombies silently. But there are more than just a few zombies in the supermarket. There was roaring everywhere and swaying everywhere. When they smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood, they rushed over without hesitation. Moreover, more and more zombies are rushing over. More and more. It seemed as if they were going to surround Han and the others in a circle. There were knocked over shelves everywhere, and some zombies were tripped by the shelves while walking. He howled again, stumbled to his feet from the ground, and rushed towards Han and the others. This time, because there were too many zombies, Han's silent gun could not deal with so many. Big Pancake, Monster Chicken, and Blackhead immediately took action. Dabing breathed fire at the zombies, and the Monster Chicken used its lightning ability. The Big Blackhead flapped its wings and pecked the zombies with its beak. After realizing that he couldn't kill the zombies by pecking them, Blackhead changed his tactics. Just spray water mist at the zombies with your mouth. In the past, the mist it sprayed out was only a thin layer of ice, but now the ice is much thicker. Several zombies were frozen after coming into contact with its ice, but they were able to move again after a little struggle. There are too many zombies, and no matter how powerful the animals are, they can't deal with them. Han had an idea and took out 3 big hammers from the space. He kept one for himself and gave one to Zhang Wei and Shun Shurtu respectively. Everyone worked together and fought bravely to kill the enemy. Finally, Han was tired of fighting and said to Hey Dadu, "Come on, hang this thing on your body and lure these ugly ghosts out." Han hung a high-pitched loudspeaker on the black-headed man's neck. He turned on the loudspeaker and heard music playing inside, still the familiar and dazzling folk song. As the dynamic melody sounded, the zombie's attention was immediately attracted. The big black guy, with a loudspeaker hanging around his neck, walked swaggeringly among the zombies, and slowly walked towards the exit of the supermarket. The zombie bared its teeth at the pitch-black big head and pounced on it with its mouth open. But it didn't work. Crack, crack. There were only a few sounds of breaking teeth. The blackhead's body was intact, but the zombie's teeth were broken in his mouth. As they roared, the broken teeth fell out of their mouths. Because the zombies were all attracted by the big black head, Emo Han, Zhang Wei, and Shun Shirtu walked arrogantly into the depths of the supermarket. The supplies outside had basically been taken away, but deep inside the supermarket, there were still a lot of supplies. Zhang Wei looked at the supplies scattered on the ground and said excitedly, "Fortunately, we didn't leave immediately when we came in just now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see so many supplies." Chapter 197, Supermarket Robbery. Emo Han nodded and raised his hands. All the scattered things on the ground, including food, drinks, and daily necessities, instantly entered Emo Han's space. Zhang Wei and Shin Shida's vision and minds were once again greatly shocked. Zhang Wei said to Emo Han, "Brother, you are really strong." Shin Shirtu gave a thumbs-up gesture. "Brother Han, 666. Emo Han put all the things scattered on the ground into the space. A lot of supplies were collected, but no pesticides were seen. Didn't see a single bottle. Everyone searched carefully in the chaotic supermarket, but did not find even half a bottle of insecticide. Zhang Wei was puzzled. Such a big supermarket should have a complete range of food, drinks, and daily necessities. But why can't I see even half a bottle of insecticide? Did someone know that there would be bugs? Did they take away the insecticide in advance? Zhang Wei's words made Emo Han feel nervous. Could it be that someone was also reborn? That's impossible. The order of natural disasters and man-made disasters in this life is completely different from that in the previous life. Even Emo Han himself opened a blind box. Even if someone was reborn, it would be impossible to know in advance that bugs would appear. Therefore, it is unlikely that someone will be reborn. Emo Han said to Zhang Wei and Shin Shirtu, "Everyone, look for it again. Maybe it is blocked somewhere, and we just can't see it." While searching, Zhang Wei found a large iron gate against the wall in the middle of the supermarket. There were zombies screaming inside. It should be the warehouse of this supermarket. Emo Han walked over and kicked open the big iron gate. 3 zombies suddenly rushed out. With a rotten and smelly mouth, he pounced on the 3 people. Emo Han raised the big hammer in his hand and hammered it twice. Zhang Wei and Shin Shirtu also killed 2 other zombies with hammers. The zombies were killed, and the warehouse became quiet in an instant. Emo Han walked into the warehouse first, followed closely by Zhang Wei and Shin Shirtu. Boom. Emo Han's left foot accidentally kicked something, and that thing rolled forward several times. Emo Han squatted down and picked up the thing. When he looked at it, he realized that it was nothing but insecticide. He said excitedly to the 2 brothers behind him, "Ah Wei, Shirtu, we were just looking for the insecticide everywhere, but it's really a relief to finally find it." Zhang Wei said happily, "I guess they were put here when the supermarket was cleaning the warehouse, and they didn't have time to put them on the shelves. Or maybe they only put a few bottles there at the time, but when someone came to grab the supplies, they just took them away. So everyone still thinks there is no pesticide in this supermarket, but in fact there is a lot of pesticide. There are several large cartons in this warehouse, all filled with pesticide. There must be at least several hundred bottles." Emo Han opened the cardboard box and saw that it was filled with pesticides. Of course, it's not just pesticides. There are also many cardboard boxes containing instant noodles, egg yolk pies, rice noodles, rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, etc. There were also boxes of sprouting potatoes. There are also Lao Gampo chili sauce, Shuetian soy sauce, and dried squid slices. There are all kinds of toilet paper and paper towels, and so many other things. Emo Han used his telekinetic ability to instantly collect all these things into his own space. The 3 people who returned with a full load walked out of the warehouse, passed through the supermarket, and headed towards the door. Prepare to go outside and take the bulletproof car back to the hotel. At the entrance of the supermarket, Blackhead, Big Pancake, and Demon Chicken were still using a loudspeaker to play with the zombies. Blackhead stepped on the zombies and let the chicken attack them with electricity. The pancake directly spit fire. Maybe the firepower is not enough, so the fireball is relatively small. Emo Han stood far away, looking at the monster chicken opposite. He laughed and said, "It seems that the enchantress can no longer shock herself. Look, she shocked so many zombies at once, but nothing happened to her." As soon as Emo Han finished speaking, the demon chicken was so excited that it electrocuted itself and fell to the ground. A zombie nearby suddenly bit the body of the demon chicken. The big black head jumped up from the ground with a click and kicked the zombie several meters away. Alas, Emo Han sighed, shook his head and smiled. It seems that I can't praise it anymore. I just praised it, and it shocked me. Haha, Zhang Wei laughed. The demon chicken is so cute, but the power is too strong and can't be fully used. Emohan shouted to Hated too. Xiao Heizi, quickly drag the monster chicken over here. Let's get in the car and go back to the hotel. GA. Blackhead was dealing with the zombies while dragging the demon chicken towards the door. A group of zombies roared and chased the big black head and the chicken it was dragging. I wish I could drink their blood, skin them, and pull out their tendons. Emohan, Zhang Wei, and Shun Shurtu hurried over to help. Everyone held the big hammer tightly in their hands and hit one at a time. After a few hits, Emohan no longer wanted to fight and led everyone to rush to the door. Sudden, bang bang bang. There was a burst of violent gunfire. Many bullets were fired at Emohan, Zhang Wei, and Shin Shurtu. Fortunately, everyone was wearing protective clothing. This protective suit is actually like a bulletproof vest. It cannot be penetrated by bullets or bitten by zombies. And to be on the safe side, Emohan also asked everyone to wear a bulletproof vest. It's over, someone is targeting us. Zhang Wei muttered to Emohan and Shun Shurtu beside him. Emohan whispered, never mind, just see what they want to do. The three of them took advantage of the situation. After the gunshot, he pretended to be shot and fell to the ground. The few people who were hiding at the door and shooting inside were extremely happy to see Emohan and the other two fall to the ground and die. A thin man almost rushed into the supermarket and looked for the key to the bulletproof car from the three people. However, not far away from the three people, there were three huge monsters. Two strange dogs and a monster that looks like an eagle. The people outside did not dare to take it lightly and fired at the three animals. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Dabing, Yaoji, and Haidetu. The sound of gunfire was accompanied by countless bullets. The quick-witted black had instantly spread its huge wings and protected the demon chicken and the pancake under its wings. In the distance, Emohan whispered, Big Black Head, pretend to be dead. When Blackhead heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He immediately fell obediently on the two dogs. As soon as he pounced, the zombies swarmed over and started to bite Blackhead. However, no matter how hard they bit, they couldn't bite him. Seeing that the animals were beaten to death, two people outside ran in boldly, walked to Emohan and Zhang Wei and reached out to feel whether Emohan and Zhang Wei had any car keys on them. Emohan and the others didn't move, allowing the two men to touch them. Among them, a skinny dark man whispered to the fat white man beside him, Old Jew, something is wrong. Why are there no blood on their bodies? Chapter 198. A test for Zhang Wei and Shin Shurtu. The fat white man, Old Jew, ran up later. When he heard the skinny monkey say that there was no bleeding on the bodies of several people, his pupils suddenly shrank and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. But by the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Several people on the ground suddenly jumped up and knocked down the two people who came to search them in a few moves. My arm. Brother Ma, help me. The two people screamed in panic. The 6 people outside the door were paying close attention to the situation inside. When they found that 2 people were pinned to the ground, they could no longer hold back. Everyone was about to rush into the supermarket to rescue Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu inside. The leader, a dark and strong man named Lao Ma, waved his hand and stopped his 5 brothers. One of his men said anxiously, No, Brother Ma, Lao Zhu and the others are being held down by some bastards. Why don't we go and rescue them? Yeah, Brother Ma, there are zombies all over the place. If we don't go in, Skinny Monkey and Old Zhu will die. Don't we want the bulletproof car key? Now is the best opportunity. You 3 stop arguing and listen to Brother Ma. Mago looked helplessly at the Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu in the supermarket, then glanced at the 4 brothers around him and said, We fired so many shots just now, but those 3 people were not killed. Do you think you can kill them if you go in? No, Brother Ma. Aren't they wearing bulletproof vests? If they can't be killed by guns, then we can just rush in and strangle them to death. Magu said in a deep voice, Shoo, don't talk, just observe first. 6 people hid at the door and watched the people and animals inside. The big black head lay stiffly on the ground with his wings spread wide, just blocking the big pancake and the monster chicken on the ground. The monster chicken that had electrocuted itself has now woken up. Not knowing what was going on, it tried its best to get out of the monster chicken's wings. Xiaohua quickly got out from under the chicken's feathers and whispered to it, Don't move, you idiot. Brother Han wants us to play dead. The chicken demon quickly shrank back obediently. When the demon chicken was doing these actions, the people outside did not become suspicious. They saw the big black-headed bird's wings moving and thought that this strange bird had been shot and was in pain from the wound and was struggling to death. The 3 animals here continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. The zombie pounced on Blackhead and bit him hard, but he couldn't bite him at all. Every time you take a bite, you can hear a crunching sound. The zombie's teeth are broken. It turns out that the indestructible body of Vajra is definitely not an exaggeration. There was no other way. Seeing that it couldn't bite the big black head anymore, the zombies gave up on the ground and turned to attack Mo Han and the others. At this time, Mo Han and his two companions tied up Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu, who had ambushed them and tried to take away his bulletproof car keys, to the ground in a few moves. The bulletproof car is the foundation for Mo Han and his friends to survive in the apocalypse. These people were planning to steal the bulletproof car and were attacking them from outside with guns. If they hadn't been wearing bulletproof vests today, they would have been shot to death by these people long ago. These people have vicious minds and deserve to be killed. He must be killed quickly, but killing them directly would not be easy for them. Mo Han sneered as he looked at the zombies that were rushing towards the three of them and said, "Brothers, retreat. The sound of zombies eating people is too bloody to bear." Zhang Wei and Shen Shirtu looked at each other and kicked the two people on the ground twice. Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu on the ground were already scared to death, trembling all over and begging for mercy. "Three big brothers, please spare our lives. We are just trying to survive. Please spare our lives. Big brothers, we will never dare to do it again. Never dare to do it again. Please." Shen Shirtu spat at the two people on the ground and said, "You guys are going to shoot us to survive? Scum." Zhang Wei also said, "We are just here to collect some supplies. We didn't provoke you. Why did you shoot us right from the start? If we weren't wearing bulletproof vests, would we still have a chance to survive? We would have died here a long time ago. You still have the nerve to beg for mercy." Mo Han sneered and said, "Go back, brothers, and stop nagging these two idiots." After saying that, Mo Han walked slowly towards the supermarket entrance with a gun in his hand. As he left, he glanced at the big black head on the ground and said, "I didn't shout, so don't get up, die miserably." The few people standing outside and peeking inside didn't understand what was going on and thought that Mo Han was talking to the Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu on the ground. In fact, Mo Han's words were meant for Hey Datu and the others to hear. People outside didn't understand, but a few animals did, and they lay motionless on the ground. The black-headed creature even drooped its head on the ground with its mouth wide open, looking like it had died in a very tragic manner. Mo Han was amused by its appearance, but he tried hard to hold back his laughter. Zhang Wei and Shen Shirtu followed Mo Han and walked towards the supermarket entrance. The people outside ran away quickly. Help! Brother Ma, help!" Inside the supermarket, heart-wrenching screams were heard. Skinny Monkey and Lao Zhu on the ground were instantly torn into pieces by the zombies. Mo Han listened to the sounds coming from the supermarket indifferently, with no expression on his face. Zhang Wei and Shen Shirtu had little experience, so they were still touched, but no one said anything. Everyone understands that this is the end of the world. There are no rules, no order, and even no emotions. Human beings can only follow the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. Mo Han was very happy that the two people around him were not saints. They were able to see the facts clearly, be kind to their comrades, and be ruthless to their enemies. That's good. Otherwise, if we become allies with them, they will always rescue people here and there, which will cause a lot of trouble. When they established the base before, they rescued people because they were standing from an official perspective. Now that the base is gone, everyone can only survive on their own abilities as individuals or small teams. Several people walked out of the supermarket, but did not see the person who shot at them outside. Zhang Wei whispered, "Brother Han, it wasn't just those two who fired the gun just now. There must be accomplices outside. Do you want to find them and kill them?" Mo Han smiled and said, "Don't worry, we don't need to look for them. Their target is my bulletproof car, so they will definitely follow us. When the time comes, we will find an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." "Yeah." Zhang Wei nodded and followed Mo Han into the bulletproof car. Shen Shirtu walked behind. In the bulletproof car, Mo Han sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove forward. Shen Shirtu quickly stopped him and said, "Hey, Brother Han, Dabing and the others haven't gotten on the bus yet." Mo Han smiled and said, "They will be useful if they stay in that supermarket." Chapter 199, Playing the Pig and Eating the Tiger. Mo Han drove the bulletproof car a short distance and found a van following him from a distance. Zhang Wei glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Brother Han, there is a van following us." "I know." Mo Han deliberately drove the van around in circles and said with a smile, "I'm pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. First give them hope, then let them taste the taste of despair." Wei," Mo Han asked Zhang Wei. "Which way can we get back to the supermarket? I think we should be almost there." We should go pick up Haidatu and the others now. Zhang Wei looked outside and said, turn right from this street, then turn left, go about 200 meters, turn right again, and then keep going straight, and you will be back to the supermarket. Mo Han followed Zhang Wei's instructions and drove all the way back to the supermarket entrance. The van behind was following slowly. In the van, a dark and thin man was driving the car, and the eldest brother of the group, Lao Ma, was sitting in the passenger seat. Everyone was surprised and confused when they saw Mo Han and his team park the car in front of the supermarket. One of his men cursed, "Damn, this guy is crazy." He went around and came back. Why did he come back? Another subordinate said, "Who knows them? Damn, they are crazy. Hey, are they trying to trick us?" Lao Ma in the passenger seat had a grim face, said nothing, and held the gun tightly in his hand. He ordered his men, drive the car to the side, so that the car in front won't see it. Mo Han parked the bulletproof car in front of the supermarket, opened the door, and got out of the bulletproof car. Zhang Wei and Shen Shirtu also followed behind him. At the entrance of the supermarket, Hei Datu, De Bing and Xiao Ji were standing there in a proud and confident manner, waiting for Mo Han to pick them up. Behind them, the big black head pecked the zombies' heads into big holes, and they lay there in a mess, just blocking the entrance to the supermarket. The zombies inside can't get out, and the people outside can't get in. However, no one planned to go in. Zhang Wei looked curiously at the bulging bag on the black-headed man's chest and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I see. So you were leaving the animals here to take the crystal course?" Mo Han nodded. "There are many zombies here. Almost all of them are intermediate zombies. You can take their crystal cores to upgrade your abilities. Although compared to the crystal cores of abyssal monsters, the crystal cores of zombies are nothing. However, if the abyss monsters are exposed to rain containing leech eggs, they will not dare to use their crystal cores anymore. We are afraid that if we eat such a crystal core, parasites will be born in our bodies, which would be terrible. And the rain contains not only leech eggs, but also nematode eggs." Nematodes. Zhang Wei and Shen Shirtu, who had never experienced the apocalypse, were shocked. Zhang Wei said, "Nematodes. I've seen videos of them online. They're really ugly. Their entire bodies are like thin black threads. If you don't pay attention and let it get into your body, even an ultrasound machine won't be able to show where it is. Moreover, this thing can get into your brain and eat your brain marrow, which is scary to think about." Zhang Wei's words gave Shen Shirtu goosebumps all over his body. Drill into the human brain and eat the brain marrow. Even Mo Han himself, who had experienced the catastrophe in his previous life, now thought that when a nematode attacked a person, he would instantly develop epilepsy-like symptoms and die after a few minutes with blood coming out of the mouth and nose. Tiny pieces of brain matter will also flow out of the ears. Whenever Mo Han thought of that scene, he would feel cold all over and his hair stand on end. "Animals, get in the car," Mo Han said to Hei Dadu, De Bing, Yao Ji, and Xiao Hua. There was a plaque at the entrance of the supermarket. Mo Han put it into his space and said, "When we build the base, we'll write the name of the base on it." After saying that, Mo Han took the two of them back to the bulletproof car. The animals also quickly got on the bus. Mo Han restarted the bulletproof car, turned on the wipers, and drove forward in the rain. In the van, Lao Ma had a gloomy look on his face. The men sitting in the back row asked curiously, "Why aren't those animals dead? Are they wearing bulletproof vests too?" Old Ma looked thoughtfully at the bulletproof car running away in front of him and said, "That huge monster that looks like an eagle is very strange. It should have supernatural powers. Didn't you notice that when the bullets were fired just now, it kept flapping its wings to protect the two big dogs? I don't think the bullets could penetrate the eagle's body." Lao Ma's men said, "What a mysterious group of people. Where do they come from?" The subordinate driving the car said, "No matter who he is, we will definitely get that bulletproof car. As long as we have that bulletproof car, we will be able to walk around the world in peace." Lao Ma raised his chin and said to his men in the cab, "Fuck you. Why don't you hurry up and catch up? If we lose them later, how are we going to get the car?" "Oh, yes, yes." The subordinate nodded repeatedly, stepped on the accelerator and followed. However, in order to avoid being discovered by Mo Han and the others, the van stopped and moved from time to time. Mo deliberately drove the van around in circles. Arriving at a block, Mo Han parked the bulletproof car on the side of the road and saw the van driving into the block from a distance in the rearview mirror. "There are more zombies on this street than on any other street," Zhang Wei explained. "This used to be a crossroads and a famous snack street called the City That Never Sleeps. When the zombie virus broke out, many people were still shopping, eating barbecue, and having fun. So there are more zombies here than anywhere else." Mo Han smiled and said, "The more zombies, the better." Zhang Wei said happily, "Brother Han, I understand. You want to use zombies to deal with them." Mo Han nodded. Although the van was parked where he couldn't see it, it would be easy to deal with as long as it was in this neighborhood. You guys wait for me in the car. I'll be back soon, Mo Han said to Zhang Wei and Shin Shirtu. Dabing and Yaoji raised their heads and barked at Mo Han, meaning that they wanted to follow Mo Han. Mo Han said seriously, "What are you two doing? Dabing's fireball needs to rest for an hour before it can regain its power. What about you? Your power is temporarily unavailable because you have no electricity. It will take time to recover. If you follow me now, you will only cause trouble." Dabing and Yaoji lowered their heads instantly. Indeed, their special abilities are still very weak. They have been used up when dealing with the zombies just now, and now it is downtime. Mo Han opened the car door and was about to get out when the big black head started to make a cackle. Mo Han, what did you say? Xiaohua came forward to translate. Brother Han, I have an indestructible body. Those insect eggs can't hurt me. I'll go with you. Mo Han didn't even think about it and shook his head to refuse. You three, stay in the car. No one is allowed to go. Blackhead, even though you have an indestructible body, if those insect eggs get into your feathers and hatch into leeches and nematodes, then when you don't use your indestructible body, they will take the opportunity to drill into your body and eat you. And once the eggs develop into maggots, they will crawl through your hair into the hotel room and harm the people and animals you come into contact with, which is also a hidden danger. Chapter 200. Want to steal my bulletproof car? Go to hell. After hearing what Mo Han said, Hey Dada retreated obediently. Mo Han thought about it, and a pair of black rubber shoes appeared in his hand. He put them on and opened the door of the bulletproof car. He opened a big umbrella the moment he went out to ensure that not a drop of rain would get on him. Holding an umbrella, Mo Han walked leisurely in the heavy rain. Walked towards the intersection where the van was coming from. He was neither hurried nor slow, and didn't look like anything was wrong, but more like he was just taking a walk. When almost reaching the intersection, Mo Han saw the parked van at the corner of a wall. Of course, the people in the van also saw him holding the umbrella. Isn't this the person in the bulletproof car? What is he going to do? The thin, dark-faced man in the driver's seat whispered. Lao Ma next to him also stretched his neck. Yes, this is the man driving the bulletproof car. What is he going to do? Who knows his? I feel that the group of people in the bulletproof car, including the animals, are not normal. Most of them are mentally ill. The people in the van were talking, but their eyes were fixed in Mo Han's direction. After seeing the van, Mo Han stopped moving forward and took a few steps back to avoid the gazes of those people in the van. Mo Han glanced at the surrounding objects in the rain and fog. If it weren't for the fact that his ability to use telekinesis could not reach objects too far away, he would not have gotten out of the car at all, but would have stayed in the bulletproof car. In addition to the muddy rainwater on the street, the ground not far away was littered with scattered car parts, stones, and some fallen building fragments. Of course, there are also some cars that are intact, but their owners have turned into zombies and cannot drive home. So the car was left on the side of the road. Mo Han held the umbrella with one hand and gently raised the other hand. Use mental power to lift up small objects on the ground and gather them into a ball in the air. At this time, the people in the van didn't know what Mo Han was doing. They couldn't see because of the wall at the corner. At this time, the 6 people in the van were discussing what Mo Han wanted to do and how to deal with him. Old Ma bit his front teeth with his back teeth and said sinisterly, no matter what he wants to do, now is a good opportunity to destroy him. As he spoke, Lao Ma pulled out a gun from his waist, and with a click, the bullet was loaded. He said to the other 5 people in the car, brothers, go ahead and kill him. Avenge Skinny Monkey and Old Jew. Yes, kill him. Get revenge and steal the car. Everyone in the van gnashed their teeth. They were the thugs who looked after the zero-distance bar in this city. After the end of the world came, several of them who often played together there went on a rampage, killing, looting, and abusing people everywhere, and got hold of several guns and a lot of supplies. They originally had a good car, but it was damaged in a previous fight with zombies. I recently got a van and have been driving around searching for supplies and looking for surviving women to play with. Who knew that they accidentally discovered Mo Han's bulletproof car, and now several people have been keeping a close eye on Mo Han's bulletproof car. When Mo Han used the bulletproof car to kill the unicorn, they saw him. Several people began to have dirty thoughts. As long as they could snatch Mo Han's bulletproof car, they would be invincible in the world. They could kill anyone they wanted and play with any woman they wanted. Women in the last days are willing to do anything to seek shelter. Many people are even willing to exchange their bodies for everything. Because in the last days, the body is a woman's only asset. Mo Han didn't hear what the people in the van said, but he could imagine that as long as those people saw him appear in the rain, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill him. Sure enough, Mo Han used his telekinesis to control the rubble on the ground to form a sphere in the air, and then he heard the crackling sound of footsteps. Those footsteps didn't even hide for a moment, they just rushed over. The hurried footsteps showed how eager those people were to kill him. Mo Han raised the corner of his mouth into a sneer. Without any hesitation, he moved his mind and pushed hard with his hand, and the ball made up of rubble in the air flew directly towards the direction of the oncoming footsteps. With a loud, someone fell down. However, not many people fell, only the two who were running in the front. The other 4 people narrowly avoided the stones thrown by Imo Han and ran to the corner of the wall. As soon as they came out, they came face to face with Imo Han. Lao Ma raised the gun in his right hand and fired several shots at Imo Han. Imo Han was quick-witted and took 2 steps back with an idea. In an instant, a huge steel plate appeared in front of him, blocking the bullets shot by Lao Ma. Others also shot at Imo Han, but to no avail. All the bullets fired were blocked by the steel plate. Imo Han sneered, "I wonder how long your guns can last?" Click. Lao Ma is out of bullets. The 4 men looked at each other, put away their guns, and rushed towards Imo Han in an instant. Imo Han moved his mind, and the broken stones that were scattered on the ground instantly gathered together and stood steadily in the air. Pulling back, the big rocks smashed towards the people who were rushing towards Imo Han. Several people were caught off guard. Of course, there was nothing they could do to defend themselves. One by one, they were hit in front of Imo Han by big rocks. He was thrown to the ground, his mouth hitting the ground, his teeth broken, and blood flowing. And beside Imo Han, zombies were roaring. Now, after smelling the blood of several people lying on the ground, the roar became even louder. He rushed directly towards Lao Ma and the others. More and more zombies surrounded Imo Han. In order to escape more easily, Imo Han used a gun to kill several zombies that pounced on him. He was just about to scold the 4 people on the ground and then go back to the bulletproof car. Suddenly, I discovered that there were 2 huge aliens rushing towards me from a distance. Fuck. Why does this thing look so much like a wolf? Imo Han complained, raised his right hand, and threw the scattered stones on the ground at the giant wolf running towards him. At the same time, Imo Han did not delay any longer and quickly ran towards the bulletproof car. The giant wolf reacted very quickly and dodged the stones thrown at it nimbly. And Imo Han had already quickly run back. Originally, he had the ability to flash and could hide in space the moment the alien pounced on him. But because it was raining and there were those disgusting insect eggs in the rain, Imo Han didn't want to go into his own space for the time being, for fear of bringing those disgusting things into the space. Moreover, he has submachine guns and various shells in his space, which can completely deal with the giant wolf. But he didn't want to waste his energy. Among all the aliens, the giant wolf is considered to be the most powerful, with quick reactions and high intelligence. Even if they use submachine guns, they could jump left and right and run to Imo Han in no time. Imo Han may not be able to kill them instantly. So it's better to return the bulletproof car. Imo Han started running. Finally arrived at the bulletproof car. One of the giant wolves went to eat Lao Ma and the others, while the other giant wolf had already chased Imo Han. Imo Han got into the car at the speed of light. Standing by the car door, he threw his rubber boots out of the window. He also threw away the umbrella in his hand. I also sprayed insecticide on the place where his rubber shoes had just stepped on to disinfect it. The giant wolf, unable to kill the car, growled a few times unwillingly beside the car, then quickly turned around and ran away. From the van, several people were screaming heart-wrenchingly. Imo Han looked through the window. Zombies and aliens were tearing at the flesh and blood of those people. In less than a minute, blood was gushing out on the ground.